In class, I was daydreaming when the dean suddenly slammed the lectern and roared at me to stand up and answer questions about the habits of the desert eagle. I calmly responded, and though his expression softened, he then said I had no hope of getting into a martial arts university and suggested I pursue a research path. Little did he know, I was a reincarnator. Last night, I discovered that the ring on my finger could increase my chi and blood value. After class, I rushed straight to the fresh market to buy live poultry, but at the corner, I nearly collided with the school beauty. After dodging her, I hurried home to sharpen my knife and slaughter the chicken. May in Jiangdu City was peaceful and serene. In classroom 1 of the third-year class at Jiangdu Martial Arts High School, Dean Zhang Hui was lecturing. His deep voice recounted information about various ferocious beasts. The earth-splitting tiger, a third-tier mutated beast, possesses immense strength. A single strike can split mountains and crack the earth, hence its name. Only a third-rank martial artist can contend with it, and its weakness lies under its armpits. The desert eagle, a first-tier beast. The students sat upright, listening attentively. As Zhang Hui was notoriously ferocious in the school, no one dared to slack off. But I was staring out the window, lost in thought. "Stand up!" A furious roar snapped me back to reality. Zhang Hui slammed the lectern again, his expression icy and eyes blazing with anger. I sprang to my feet, putting on an obedient facade. I dared not provoke Zhang Hui's infamous temper. "Explain the habits of the desert eagle," Zhang Hui demanded, glaring at me. Unfazed, I spoke confidently. The desert eagle has extremely strong defenses. Its feathers can even withstand bullets of 5mm caliber. Its defensive capabilities and physique meet the standards of a second-tier beast. However, due to its exceptionally low intelligence, its overall rating remains at the peak of the first tier. The desert eagle's life. Sit down. Seeing my correct answer, Zhang Hui's expression softened slightly before he began admonishing the class. The martial arts entrance exam is just around the corner. In this final month, I don't want to see any slackers. Getting into a martial arts university means you can become a martial artist. I don't need to tell you what that represents. Those with sufficient chi and blood stay steady and aim for a top-tier martial arts university. Those who have and team at the standard push harder and strive to qualify. Then, he turned his focus to me, especially you. Right now, you have no hope of entering a martial arts university. But your liberal arts grades have improved significantly recently. Pursuing a research path is also a bright future. Studying beast habits or specialized weapons contributes to humanity. I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint me. Understood, I nodded obediently, feigning at correcting my mistake's demeanor. Good, sit down. Zhang Hui didn't press further and resumed his lecture. Let us continue. The ironclad dragon. Its characteristics are. But my mind was far from the classroom. I already knew everything Zhang Hui was teaching by heart. I was a reincarnator. Before my rebirth, I was the youngest national martial arts master on Blue Star. But on the very day I reached master status, I inexplicably returned to age 17 3 years earlier. Blue Star had changed too. Disasters were rampant, alien races emerged, firearms became useless, powerful beasts feared not even nuclear weapons, and demons were even more terrifying. Fortunately, martial arts had risen a century ago, and humanity formed a federation to resist the aliens, establishing martial arts universities to train elites. Those who entered martial arts universities were the cream of the crop, but for me, with only 300 chi and blood points at the time, it was an impossible dream. However, in this month since my rebirth, my chi and blood inexplicably increased by 110 points, reaching 410. Last night, I finally uncovered the secret. It was all tied to the master's ring on my finger. Before rebirth, only masters were entitled to wear such rings. It could measure chi and blood, though that function was somewhat redundant since chi and bloodstones could be bought for money. Still, a portable one was rare and expensive, so I kept wearing it. Even more astonishing was the discovery yesterday that whenever I killed a living creature, the ring on my finger would feed back a surge of vitality so immense that it could rival years of hard training for an ordinary person. Indeed, reincarnators truly have their golden fingers. As soon as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes, I hastily packed my things and rushed out of the classroom. My abrupt departure surprised many in Class 1 of Senior Year 3. In their eyes, I had always been calm and composed, but today, I was in an unusual hurry. Along the way, several girls greeted me. Senior Lin. Senior Lin. I responded with a helpless smile as I jogged. It couldn't be helped. Despite my mediocre martial talent, my handsome face had earned me the admiration of many love-struck girls. A month ago, when I defeated a student with 640 vitality points using only 300, I became the talk of Jiangdu Martial Arts High School. But to me, all this was just a distraction from my true goal: getting stronger as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the fresh market. Casually touching the ring on my finger, I stepped inside. A few minutes later, I emerged with several bags of groceries. This trip cost me 500 yuan, half a month's living expenses. Since my rebirth, I had never been this extravagant. I was an orphan, raised in an orphanage until I was adopted by a martial arts master at the age of 10, finally experiencing a normal life. Now, I lived alone in a dormitory provided by the Federation for Martial Arts Students, surviving on a meager monthly stipend. Those 500 yuan were my last savings. But if it meant increasing my vitality, it was worth it. Carrying the bags effortlessly thanks to my martial training, I moved swiftly. At a corner, I took a quick step forward, only to collide with a petite figure. Startled, I shifted my weight with a subtle twist, dodging like a falling leaf. But what shocked me was that the other person was even faster. As a martial arts master, my footwork was intricate and my movements precise. Even with my current physical limitations, I could match the speed of someone with 800 vitality points. Yet this person surpassed me, meaning her vitality must be above 800. Are you okay? A voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song reached my ears. I'm fine, I replied casually, looking up to see an incredibly beautiful girl. She wore her hair in a neat ponytail, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, yet her natural elegance was undeniable. Lin Jiao? I blurted out upon recognizing her. You know me? Her eyes narrowed in confusion. Yeah, we're schoolmates, I nodded. Lin Jiao was a household name at Jiangdu Martial Arts High School. If I was popular among girls, she was adored by everyone, boys and girls alike. With unparalleled martial talent, top academic grades, and breathtaking beauty, she was the undisputed queen of the school, forever reigning at the top of the campus beauty rankings. Oh, right, you're Lin Yu from class 1 of senior year 3, aren't you? Lin Jiao thought for a moment before recalling me. Though we never interacted, my looks had made me a frequent topic among her female classmates, so she vaguely remembered me. Yeah, I nodded, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry about almost bumping into you. It's fine, we avoided it, didn't we? She replied with a laugh. Good. I lifted the bags in my hands. Lin Jiao, since you're okay, I'll get going now. Really sorry about earlier, I've got something urgent to take care of. Without waiting for her response, I hurried off toward home. Behind me, I heard her mutter, what a weird guy. I knew that, from her perspective, most guys would jump at the chance to chat with her, while I acted like I was fleeing from a plague. But right now, I couldn't care less. I had my own path to strength to pursue. Back in my dorm, I eagerly pulled out a kitchen knife. Normally, I cooked my own meals to save money, never expecting the knife to serve this purpose. I pulled a rooster out of the bag. It clucked loudly, struggling fiercely, its feet flapping non-stop, its will to survive incredibly strong. Brother Rooster, go in peace, I steeled myself, pressed its neck onto the chopping board, and with a swift motion of the knife, the head fell cleanly. The blade was sharp, and Brother Rooster passed away peacefully. After sending off Brother Rooster, I glanced at the ring on my hand. My vitality points had increased by 0.5, rising from 410 to 410.5. Just as I suspected, killing non-human creatures grants vitality points. I quickly processed the chicken blood, then gripped the cleaver and looked at the other live poultry, shouting, next. Each of my strikes was fatal, and one by one, the live poultry became victims of my blade. After finishing with the poultry, I also stewed a pot of soup, then sat on the bed and looked at the ring. Killing over a dozen live poultry had raised my vitality points from 410 to 415, an astonishing rate of growth. Moreover, I noticed that the larger the creature, the more vitality points I gained. For example, small ribbonfish only gave me 0.2 points, while larger creatures like chickens gave 0.5 points. I couldn't help but wonder, if I slaughtered the entire fresh market, how much could I gain? Maybe my vitality points would break through 1,000, making me a revered martial artist. But I was broke without money. The vendors naturally wouldn't let me slaughter their live poultry. Slaughter them in secret? I didn't dare. Jiangdu City had strict law enforcement, and the enforcers were all martial artists. If I secretly killed a chicken, I'd be locked up by the next day. Suddenly, I had an idea. If the market wouldn't let me slaughter, other places would. A slaughterhouse was the perfect spot. They had large animals like pigs and cows, which would surely yield better rewards. Plus, I could earn a wage to support myself. 2 birds with 1 stone. With a wave of my hand, I summoned the virtual panel, connected to the Skynet, and searched for nearby slaughterhouses. Luckily, there was a large slaughterhouse in the southern district of Jiangdu City hiring. I immediately contacted the manager, who readily agreed to let me come for a trial the next day. Lying in bed, I felt a surge of excitement. Who would thought my rise to power would start in a slaughterhouse? It didn't sound very prestigious, but it didn't matter. Maybe one day, this slaughterhouse would become legendary because of me. After all, I was the protagonist. The next day, I woke up early, performed my usual set of martial arts drills, then headed to school. I'd always been strict with myself, which was why I'd reached the Grandmaster realm so quickly in my past life. Talent combined with relentless effort meant that even without the ring, my achievements wouldn't be low. With the ring, my path to dominance would be even smoother. As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard my classmates chattering about the results of the humanities test. The test was out of 750 points, covering theoretical knowledge about recognizing, countering, and fighting ferocious beasts and demonic creatures. Everything revolved around survival. After all, this was a brutal era, with martial artists dying on the front lines every day to protect our homeland. I sat at my desk, logged into the teaching system, and checked my score, 680. Not bad. Just then, the pudgy Tangren sneaked up behind me, peeked at my screen, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Brother you, how much did you score this time? Don't tell me it's 5, holy shit. 680? His shout drew everyone's attention. 680? Who scored 680? Is it Lin Yu? No way, Lin Yu has improved a lot, but 680 is insane. Zhang Heng, the top student of Class 1, senior year, usually scored around 580 in humanities and had outstanding martial talent, with vitality points exceeding 640. Getting into a martial arts university was a sure thing for him. He scoffed and said loudly to Tangren, Tangren, if you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. 680? Who'd buy that? Tangren sneered. Why would I lie? Come see for yourself if you don't believe me. You're just jealous that brother you scored so high, aren't you? Zhang Heng pointed at his own nose and mocked, me? Jealous? I'm someone who's definitely getting into a martial arts university. Why would I need to envy a loser whose vitality isn't even 500? Chapter 3 Test Results. After returning straight to the dormitory, Lin Yu couldn't wait to touch a kitchen knife. Due to his tight living expenses, he usually cooked by himself in the dormitory and had all the cutlery he needed. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Soon, he raised a rooster from the bag. Cluck cluck cluck. Seemingly foreseeing his own death, the rooster struggled mightily, his feet fluttering constantly, his desire to survive extremely strong. Brother Rooster, go in peace. Facing the plea for mercy, Lin Yu did not have a soft hand and pressed the rooster's neck on the tabletops, his hand rising and falling. Swish! The chicken's head fell in response. The knife was quick, and Chicken went peacefully, without a hint of pain. After sending Chicken away, Lin Yu raised his hand and looked at the wrench on his hand. The chi and blood value had risen by 0.5 from 410 to 410.5. Sure enough, it was just as one had guessed. As long as one killed the alien creatures, one would be able to gain blood value. After quickly disposing of the chicken's blood, Lin Yu carried his chopper and turned his attention to other live birds. Next, Lin Yu struck out, his knife was deadly, and a live bird was turned into a dead soul under his knife. After the live birds were dealt with, Lin Yu also stewed a pot of soup and then sat on the bed, looking at the trigger finger. Killing a dozen or so live birds had brought him a gain of 5 points of blood value. The chi blood value went from 410 to 415. It was undoubtedly amazing to have such a large increase in a short period of time. And in the process, Lin Yu realized that the larger the size of the live bird that was killed, then the higher the chi and blood value gained. For example, the banded fish, which was smaller in size, only gained 0.2 points of chi and blood value. Chickens, on the other hand, are relatively larger in size, and then gain 0.5 points of blood value. With 10 or so live fowls, one gained 5 points of chi and blood value. Then if one were to slaughter the entire fresh market, what kind of boost would one receive? I'm afraid that the chi blood value could directly break through to 1000 points, becoming a martial artist admired by all? It's just a pity that he is really shy and has no money. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sighed. Sure enough, no matter which era it was, money was a good thing. Without money, those merchants would naturally not allow themselves to slaughter live birds. Dead fish and live fish are not a price point. As for sneaking off to slaughter, Lin Yu hadn't thought about it. Jiangdu City's law and order was still very good, the law enforcement hall could be full of martial artists. If you sneak up and slaughter chicken on the first day, I'm afraid you'll have to go in and squat on the second day. If you can kill live poultry openly and honestly, it would be. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something and had a jolt. Right, the food market doesn't allow slaughtering of live birds. But other places do. Isn't a slaughterhouse a good place? Moreover, in a slaughterhouse, there are large creatures such as pigs and cows, and the rewards gained must be good. You also get a salary to subsidize your living. It's a double whammy. As soon as he said he would do it, Lin Yu waved his hand, conjuring up a virtual panel, connecting into the Sky Network, and looking up nearby slaughterhouses. Fortunately, in the south of Jiangdu City, there was a large slaughterhouse that was recruiting laborers. Lin Yu immediately contacted the person in charge of the slaughterhouse. That side also agreed very quickly, letting Lin Yu go over tomorrow to try it out. Phew! Lin Yu lay on the bed, his heart inevitably a little excited. It was unthinkable that his road to rise had started from the slaughterhouse. It felt very unseemly. But it didn't matter. Perhaps in the future, this slaughterhouse would become a legend because of himself. After all, Laozi is the protagonist. The next day, Lin Yu got up early. He headed to school after first doing a set of boxing as per usual. As a highly self-disciplined martial artist, Lin Yu had always been very strict with himself. This was also the reason why he was able to step into the sovereign realm so quickly in his previous life. Talent, coupled with relentless persistence. It could be said that even without the trigger finger, Lin Yu's achievements would not be low. Of course, having the trigger finger meant that his path to rise would be smoother. Wow, I only scored 420 this time, blue and thin. 420 is good, I only got 380 here. Well, I did pretty well this time, 540. Off. As soon as he entered the classroom door, Lin Yu heard the classroom chattering and discussing grades. The results of the liberal arts quiz from a few days ago that he wanted to come out. The so-called liberal arts quiz was the same as in my previous life, a perfect score of 750. But the content of the test is no longer language and math and all that. Instead, it has been replaced with a multifaceted theoretical knowledge on the cognition of ferocious beasts and magical creatures, methods of coping with them, and methods of combat. All of the topics pointed to one word: survival. Survival as the first goal is enough to see what kind of a miserable time it is. That is to say, a little more stability in the rear. On the front line, there were martial artists dying every day to protect their homes. Sitting in his seat, Lin Yu evoked his teaching system. After logging in with ease, the results were displayed. 680 points. Seeing the score, Lin Yu nodded, still satisfied. Just as Lin Yu was checking his grades, a little fat man sneakily touched the back of Lin Yu and stuck his head out to take a look. Brother you, how much did you get this time? It won't be another 5. 680. Little Fatty's eyes rolled round and he exclaimed in shock. What the hell, a hallucination? 680 points? The fat man's voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of almost everyone in the classroom. 680, who scored 680? Was it Lin Yu? It can't be, can it? Although Lin Yu said that he's improved a lot recently, 680 is too much of an exaggeration. How is it impossible? Didn't you hear Fatty Tang yelling there? This. The entire senior class 1 was in an uproar. What kind of level is 680 points? At least it's unprecedented in senior class 1. Tangren, I say you make it up as well as you make it up, right? 680 points? Who believes that? In the midst of the discussion, a somewhat small handsome youth disdainfully skimmed his mouth and exclaimed towards the fat man beside Lin Yu. This youth was called Zhang Heng, the top student of senior class 1. His scores in arts are always above and below 580, and he can be said to be very good. Moreover, his martial arts talent was much better than his liberal arts talent, with a chi and blood value above 640. It could be said that Zhang Heng's admission to the martial arts university was a nail in the coffin. Che, why would I lie to you? Wouldn't you know if you came to see for yourself? Tang Ren despised. Aren't you just jealous of brother you because you saw him get this score? I'm jealous. Zhang Heng reached out and pointed at the bridge of his nose, sneering. Is it necessary for me, a person who is steadily able to go to a martial arts university, to be jealous of a wastrel whose chi blood value is not even 500? Chapter 4 Clash. Yes, you're awesome, your chi blood is above 640. Tang Ren asked back, then how did you get ed over by brother you? That's. Zhang Heng's face rose to a pig liver color. I was careless. It seemed that he also knew that this was embarrassing to talk about, and his voice grew weaker and weaker as he spoke, stammering. Yes, the 640 chi blood value student that Lin Yu had ed over a month ago was Zhang Heng. As for why the two were at odds, it was a bit more convoluted to say the least. Zhang Haiyang had always liked a girl named Young Jae-shan, but Young Jae-shan had a crush on Amwu. A month ago, Zhang Zai-shuang asked Lin Yu to the back of the mountain and made his feelings clear. At that time, Lin Yu had only just been reborn, confused, and in his perception, women were stumbling blocks on the road to martial arts practice. This was also the concept that his master had always instilled in him before he was reborn. So Lin Yu sternly refused Young Jae-shim. It would have been the end of the matter here. But that Zhang Jia-shuang is a green tea whore, and after being rejected by Lin Yu, he felt that his face was dishonored, so he tried to find a way to get back at Lin Yu. Zhang Heng is her best tool. Good family background, high martial arts talent, and more crucially, liked her. Thus, she first agreed to be Zhang Heng's girlfriend and threw herself into his arms. Then she complained to Zhang Heng about Lin Yu's evil behavior. Lin Yu dragged me to the grove and touched me all over. Lin Yu often takes advantage of me by force. Lin Yu is a scum. Luckily, I met you. Hearing that his girlfriend was bullied like this, Zhang Heng, a young man with a lot of energy, couldn't take this kind of aggression. Originally, at that time, Lin Yu was only 300 chi in blood, while Zhang Jae-shuang was 540 chi in blood. Using his brain to think about it, he knew that Zhang Jae-shuang was lying. But Zhang Heng still thought that he had been put in a hat and was so angry that he couldn't care less. So he sought out Lin Yu for a duel, and was fatally beaten by him. Instead, Lin Yu's display of superior combat skills inadvertently confirmed Zhang Jae-shan's lie. In Zhang Heng's opinion, why had Lin Yu been hiding it if he had such high combat power? Wasn't it just to sneak around and take advantage of Zhang Zhaoshuang? I have to say, people who are lost in love are really scary. Thus, Zhang Heng and Lin Yu's beam was formed. Careless? Tang Ren laughed out loud. You were knocked down by brother Yu in 3 punches, and you have the nerve to say carelessness? Zhang Heng's face turned blue as he snorted coldly. So what? Even if I can't beat him now, it's because I haven't practiced battle techniques. When I get into a martial arts university, I will naturally leave him far behind. No matter how bullish he is, Lin Yu's chi and blood value won't reach 600 points. He can only take the liberal arts route. He can't be a martial artist. You. Hearing Zhang Heng say that, Tang Ren was furious, but he couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. Although he didn't want to admit it. But Zhang Heng was right, although Lin Yu could take the liberal arts route. But in fact, martial artists did have a higher status. Although the Federation has been publicizing the contributions of those in the rear, repeatedly emphasizing the equality of the two. However, it was an indisputable fact that martial artists were more revered and respected. Brother Yu, don't pay attention to him. With your art score, your future achievements will definitely not be low. Tang Ren looked towards Lin Yu and comforted him. Forget it, fatty, what's the point of arguing with this kind of person? Lin Yu smiled faintly, being toyed with by a woman, what kind of success can he have? Also. Tang Ren nodded, deeply convinced. Put your mother's ass on the line. Veins popped out on Zhang Heng's temples. The duo singing in unison undoubtedly deeply pierced his sensitive nerves. Lin Yu. You're a hypocrite, you don't dare to admit when you've done something. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Zhang Heng with a bland expression. Why would I admit to something I haven't done? Zhang Heng, move your pig brain properly and think. I've thought it through, I don't need you to say it, just wait, one day you'll get your comeuppance. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. Then watch. Lin Yu shrugged, unconcerned. This Zhang Heng was completely mesmerized by Zhang Jiaoshuang. Pathetic. Slightly sighing, Lin Yu no longer cared, he wasn't a saint, what happened to Zhang Heng had nothing to do with him. Just hope that this Zhang Heng eyes put bright, don't provoke yourself again. This little episode had caused quite a ripple in the senior class 1. Soon, the class bell rang. As soon as Li Yan entered the classroom, she praised Lin Yu. In 1 month, the liberal arts score improved from 400 to 680. The entire senior class 1 looked at Lin Yu with a bit more awe. At the same time, there was also some regret. With such a high liberal arts score, it was on the contrary that the martial arts talent was so low. If his martial arts talent was a bit higher, I'm afraid that he would have hopes of impacting the Kyoto Martial Arts University. It's a pity. Feeling the way his classmates looked at him, Lin Yu naturally knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't care. With the help of the trigger finger, becoming a martial artist wasn't even a difficult task. The martial arts exams that others thought were as difficult as heaven were not in his eyes. It wasn't even on the same level. The day's lessons passed in such a leisurely manner. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Yu packed up his things and prepared to go out. Brother Yu, do you want to go to my house to have some fun? Tang Ren mysteriously came over. I found a CD-ROM yesterday, it's old and exciting. No, I still have things to do. Lin Yu shook his head and walked out of the classroom door. You refuse even such exciting things, brother Yu, you've changed. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Tang Ren muttered in a small voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned his head, somewhat helpless. Fatty, it's not that I'm talking about you. The martial arts exam is around the corner, don't look at these things, be a little more restrained. Otherwise don't cry when your chi and blood drops at that time. Don't worry brother Yu, I'll just watch, not do anything. Tang Ren smiled lewdly. That's good. Lin Yu nodded and left the classroom. Mysterious. Tang Ren muttered. Tang Ren, you're disgusting, talking about these things in public. Next to Tang Ren, a cute girl passed by and cast a disdainful look. What do you know, this is a man's romance, besides, isn't Lin Yu also talking about it? Tang Ren retorted. How can Lin Yu be like you? Mentioning Lin Yu, that girl's eyes were glowing. How is it not the same? Tell me? Tang Ren asked rhetorically. Oof. The cute girl was a bit tongue-tied and stomped her foot, it's just not the same. Although the things Lin Yu talked about were really the same as what Tang Ren talked about. But that sister really couldn't bear to accuse Lin Yu. It couldn't be helped, he was just too good looking. The moment she thought of Lin Yu's face, the cute girl's pretty face couldn't help but burn. She covered her slightly red pretty face and quickly left. At the end, she couldn't help but hum at Tang Ren. Disgusting. Dawn Ren. Holy, this ing double standard society. Over here, Lin Yu naturally didn't know that Tang Ren had suffered an injustice. His attention was currently focused on a plaque in front of him. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the few large characters that flew in a dragon above the plaque. City South Slaughterhouse. Chapter 5, Getting Stronger by Killing Pigs. After standing outside the slaughterhouse for a while, Lin Yu took a big step into the slaughterhouse. He knew that this would be the beginning of his rise to power. Since he had already contacted the person in charge on top of Skynet yesterday. After explaining his intentions and registering his identity, Lin Yu smoothly entered the slaughterhouse. Little brother, looking at your young age, how did you think of coming to work on this side of the slaughterhouse? The one who received him was a bald man, his real name was Wu Chang, nicknamed Pork Chang. At the moment, he was leading Lin Yu to his place of work. Subsidizing the family. Lin Yu followed behind Wu Chang, smilingly explaining. This way. Wu Chang looked back at Lin Yu with some doubts in his heart. A young man like this would almost never choose to work in a place with such a strong smell of blood. However, doubtful as he was, he didn't say anything. After all, this slaughterhouse was very short of manpower right now. Recently, there are more and more masters who have resigned from the slaughterhouse. Here it is. Soon, Wu Chang led Lin Yu to his destination. This is... Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. Where was this a slaughterhouse? It's heaven. It's full of chakra values. Looking at Lin Yu's somewhat agitated expression, a trace of doubt flashed through Wu Chang's heart. An ordinary person who came to this place would be disgusted by the strong smell of blood. But why is this kid acting like he's fine? He seems a little excited? You're not a pervert, are you? Thinking of this, Wu Chang shivered and didn't move away from it. Lin Yu did not know that he had unknowingly taken on the label of pervert. Now, he only has eyes for the pigs in the pigsty. To the others, those were just very ordinary meat pigs, nothing special. But to him, what that represented was but a mammoth amount of chi and blood value. How could this make him calm? Can we start? Lin Yu looked towards Wu Chang with fiery eyes. He didn't want to wait a moment now. No rush. Looking at Lin Yu's eyes, Wu Chang was shocked. He really was a ing pervert. You first learn the technique of killing a pig. Bringing Lin Yu to a workbench, Wu Chang secretly wondered if he should find a reason to chuck Lin Yu out of the house. It always feels like this kid is looking at the pig with some strange eyes. It is that very eager look. Thinking of this, Wu Chang looked up at Lin Yu again. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Yu was already regaining his composure. At least nothing could be seen on the outside. Maybe he was feeling wrong? Wu Chang shook off his head, threw away the strange thoughts in his head, and started teaching. Killing pigs, there is also something to be said about it, especially our City South Slaughterhouse, as an advanced slaughterhouse, advocates a humanitarian method of killing pigs. Speaking of a fast, accurate, ruthless, and strive to let the pig go peacefully, feel no pain. After spending more hours of effort, Wu Chang demonstrated the method of killing a pig for Lin Yu. And Lin Yu had roughly grasped the essentials. Fortunately, after killing the pig, it only needed to be roughly handled, and there were specialists to take care of the rest of the meticulous handling. In this way, it won't take too much of one's time. Got it? Dismembering the last part, Wu Chang put down the killing knife and looked at Lin Yu. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Wu Chang handed him the pig killing knife and signaled, "Try it." Lin Yu took the pig killing knife and looked at the pigs in the pig pen, his calm eyes once again on fire. Seeing this look in Lin Yu's eyes, Wu Chang was secretly shocked. Nima, this kid really does have thoughts about pigs. Regardless of what Wu Chang thought, Lin Yu straightened up and dragged out a big fat pig from the pig pen. With his strength of over 400 blood values, this was not difficult to do. After tying up the fat pig in a big way as Wu Chang had taught him, his hand rose and fell. Swish! A fat pig, killed in this way. And with that, Lin Yu's chi blood increased by 2.5. Feeling the subtle fluctuations in his body's chi and blood, a smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. And this smile made the Wu Chang next to him even more dumbfounded. This young man is so fierce. Thinking of killing the next pig as soon as possible, Lin Yu did not delay any longer and dismembered the pig with his hands and feet. Although Lin Yu's techniques were not skillful, he moved extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yu was very strong due to his martial arts training, he disposed of the pig in no time. The snappy movements made Wu Chang look shocked. No wonder the eyes that look at the pig are so excited. It turns out to be a real hobby for this job. Luckily I had mistaken him for a pervert before. What a shame. This little guy. Maybe a natural-born pig killer. Wu Chang went away with relief. And Lin Yu's big business of killing pigs still continued. When Lin Yu walked out of the slaughterhouse, it was already very late in the day. The bright moonlight sprinkled on Lin Yu's body, and his slender figure made him look extremely dusty. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that such a good-looking and dusty youth was actually a pig killer. After a few hours of work, instead of feeling tired, Lin Yu was glowing. There was no other reason for this. In just a few short hours, the blood value in his body had grown by a full 25 points. Now, his chi and blood value reached 450 points. If he continued at this rate, 1 month would be enough for him to cross over into the ranks of martial artists. This killing pigs is really a good job. Sighing, Lin Yu rushed back home carrying the trimmings packed from the slaughterhouse. Not to mention having a salary, he could also pack a portion of pork to go home, and most crucially, he could grow his chi and blood. It can be called the royal treatment. Perhaps it was because of his relaxed mood, even the journey home became much shorter, and soon, Lin Yu returned to the Federation's planned dormitory area. But, to his surprise, he encountered Lin Jiao again. Still at the same corner as yesterday. Lin Yu student. Seeing Lin Yu, Lin Jiao was also a bit surprised, but she still greeted him. Encountering Lin Yu at the same corner for 2 consecutive days, such a coincidence made Lin Jiao a little curious about him. In particular, the smell of blood emanating from the pork Lin Yu was carrying in his hand made her a little uncomfortable. While slightly guilty of nausea, she was also puzzled in her heart as to what Lin Yu had mentioned. Lin Jiao just wanted to say something to this extremely good-looking boy, but Lin Yu nodded at her in a very bashful manner and then spilled away. Looking back at Lin Yu's back, she froze. What is this? Herself being ignored again? On the other hand, Lin Yu's heart was likewise a bit puzzled. With Lin Jiao's family lineage, it was bound to be impossible to live in such a poor place. Although this was a dormitory planned by the Federation, in reality, it was considered half a slum. This Lin Jiao, what was she doing in this place at night? However, puzzled as he was too lazy to mind his own business. To him, the gorgeous Lin Jiao was not even as attractive as the piece of pork in his hand. After all, pork can still be used to make soup, right? Lin Jiao? What can I use it for? Chapter 6, Blood and Chi Tests. In the days that followed, Lin Yu began his slaughterhouse career. In class, he concentrated on his studies. After school, he rushes to the slaughterhouse in a hurry to kill pigs. And such an unusual style was puzzling to all the students in senior class 1. As long as school was over, Lin Yu was bound to be out of sight. This caused several girls who wanted to make their feelings known to him in the last month's time to sigh. Of course, none of them were more puzzled than Tangrun. These days, Lin Yu had almost never crossed paths with him. Secretive, what the hell did he do? Watching Lin Yu rush out of the classroom, Tangrun muttered. However, he didn't say anything. As the martial arts exam was approaching, everyone was under a lot of pressure and each had their own preparations. Some of the ones with good family backgrounds had already begun to use elixirs to increase their chi and blood. Those with bad family backgrounds, on the other hand, were frantically practicing cultivation to seek a final breakthrough. In Tang Ren's opinion, Lin Yu, more than likely, was in a final struggle. In fact, it was also true that Lin Yu was indeed frantically growing his chi and blood. However, if one were to say that it was a struggle, it wasn't to that extent. It's just a mad hog killing spree at the slaughterhouse. Its efficiency was so high that it was a jaw-dropping sight to see the crowd in the slaughterhouse. Never before had they seen such a fluffy pig killer. Even if it's efficient and fast, the key is that this person seems to be interested in killing pigs. That's scary. It's not like there aren't slaughterhouses that are efficient at killing hogs. But, after working for a while, they all drop their enthusiasm. Constantly repeating a few actions, this is actually quite boring. But Lin Yu was different. The more he killed, the more excited he became. The crowd in the slaughterhouse could even see the excitement flashing in his eyes. When he had killed to his heart's content, Lin Yu would even roar kill 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 kill, with red eyes, like a madman. He was like a madman. Those who don't know would think he has some kind of deep hatred with the pigs in the slaughterhouse. After finishing the last pig, Lin Yu took a long breath and looked at the trigger finger on his hand. After a week of frantic slaughtering, Lin Yu had slaughtered a total of 184 pigs, and on average, there were nearly 30 pigs under his knife in a day. His chi and blood value reached a terrifying 910 points. It was only that last distance away from becoming a martial artist. Such progress, if other people were to see it, they would not know how they would react. Even in high school, a golden period of cultivation where chi and blood went crazy, to be able to go up by 200 points a year would be considered a genius. And Lin Yu? In just 1 week, a full 460 points of blood value had risen. Such a speed could only be described in 2 words. Pervert. Done. Looking at his current chi and blood values, Lin Yu revealed a satisfied expression. After putting away the apron around his body and putting on his clothes, he prepared to leave the slaughterhouse. Yo, Xiao Yu is off work so early today. How many pigs were slaughtered again today? I'm afraid there are 20 heads, right? Along the way, people constantly greeted Lin Yu. Pretty much, Uncle Chan, aren't you guys off work yet? Lin Yu also responded with a smile. Soon, the last head. The middle-aged man who was called Uncle Chan said. Do you want me to help you? Lin Yu said. No, I'd rather do it myself. Uncle Chan smiled. As a matter of fact, the reason why Lin Yu's chi and blood had risen so fast wasn't just because he had slaughtered the pig he had been assigned. With the others, he had also helped a lot. Otherwise, he couldn't have been as efficient as he was, and the pigs weren't enough. Seeing that he was rejected, Lin Yu was a bit regretful, but he didn't force himself and went home with a bag of pork. When he was about to return to the dormitory, he met Lin Jiao again. Hi. Lin Yu was not surprised and greeted with a bland expression. In recent times, the two had often met up. Over time, he had gotten used to it. Hello. Lin Jiao also answered. These days, she often encountered Lin Yu, and at first, she thought that Lin Yu was deliberately following her. It wasn't that Lin Jiao was narcissistic. After all, with her looks, she often encountered this kind of thing. From time to time, there would be boys who would intentionally follow her, creating the illusion of a chance encounter, in a vain attempt to have a romantic encounter. Of course, all ended in failure. Lin Jiao had never given a good face to such people. And after encountering Lin Yu for several days in a row, it wasn't surprising that Lin Jiao would have such thoughts. Only, after 2 days of contact with Lin Yu, she dispelled this thought. There was no other reason. Lin Yu was just a little too cold towards her. Other than the normal greeting, he didn't say anything, and even acted as if he was intentionally avoiding her. In this way, Lin Jiao also understood. It was indeed a coincidence that the two were able to meet up so often. The next day, Lin Yu got up early. After his morning exercise, he headed straight to school. Today, it was the day that the Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School would hold its last chi and blood test. Further on, it will be the martial arts exam. The students were all pumping their fists in anticipation. Those students with excellent martial talent and high chi and blood values were even more filled with anticipation. After all, this was a chance to fill the cup brightly. Especially Zhang Heng, while pretending to have a bland face, he also glanced towards Lin Yu from time to time. The provocative meaning of it was self-evident. Seeing Zhang Heng act like this, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Zhang Heng, are you looking at your horse you see? Tang Ren couldn't help himself and cursed at Zhang Heng. What's it to you? Zhang Heng said irritably, what do you care where I look? Then don't look our way. Tang Ren was sitting behind Lin Yu, and he naturally understood Zhang Heng's provocative gaze. It was directed at Lin Yu. Narcissistic, I'm just casually looking. Zhang Heng said, I have to test my chi and blood later, who has the time to look at you, are you handsome? Tang Ren rationalized, brother you is handsome. It's not like I looked at him. Zhang Heng bristled, besides, what's the point of being handsome, 500 chi and blood are just wastes that haven't even arrived. Zhang Heng, it's too much for you to say that. Hearing Zhang Heng say that, someone stood out to refute Zhang Heng. The one who spoke was none other than the cute girl who had despised Tang Ren that day. Just the truth. Zhang Heng said indifferently, you're almost graduated, and your chi blood value isn't even 500 points, so what is it if you're not a waste? You. That cute girl was speechless. Less than 500 points of chi blood was indeed a bit exaggeratedly low. Although Zhang Heng's mouth was a bit poisonous, what he said was also true. So what? Lin Yu has good grades in arts and sciences, he can still get into the martial arts university. The cute girl retorted. Just fooling yourself and others. Zhang Heng said disdainfully, if he can get into martial arts university, I'll kneel down and apologize to him. Really? Hearing this, Lin Yu, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Chapter 7 The first quasi-martial artist since the school's establishment. Seriously. Zhang Heng's face showed disdain, not to mention getting into a martial arts university, as long as your chi blood can break 600, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. But what if you can't do it? Dispose of it as you wish. Lin Yu said indifferently. Then how about you kneel down and apologize to Shuangzi? Zhang Heng laughed. It's fine. Lin Yu nodded. I hope you don't go back on your word. Seeing Lin Yu agreeing, Zhang Heng was happy. Remember, it's this year's martial arts exam that the chi and blood value is not less than 600 points. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Lin Yu said. Brother Yu, Tang Ren was anxious when he saw Lin Yu agree, don't get carried away. That's it. That cute girl turned towards Zhang Heng and said fiercely, Zhang Heng, you know that Lin Yu's martial arts talent is not good, and you still. He promised on his own, it's not like I forced him. Zhang Heng said smugly, it's not too late to apologize and back out. He picked his chin, how about it? Lin Yu. Regret? Lin Yu let out a light laugh, I just hope you don't regret it. Originally, he didn't intend to get into it with Zhang Heng, after all, this was just a poor man who had been played by a woman in the palm of his hand. However, Zhang Heng's repeated provocations also made him unhappy. The clayman still has 3 points of fire. He, Lin Yu, was not a good person. Shay. Zhang Heng wanted to say something else, but the class bell rang at that moment. Ring 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 ring. Then, the homeroom teacher Li Yan walked in through the door. In this situation, Zhang Heng just didn't dare to openly provoke Li Yan even if he wanted to speak again, so he could only sit down helplessly. I'm sure you all know that the last chi and blood test will be conducted today. Li Yan opened the door and went straight to the point. This chi and blood test is the last one organized by the school, so that you can know what level your chi and blood values are today. It also gives you guys a goal for the martial arts exam. Li Yan's voice echoed in the classroom with a lingering sound. Brother Yu. Tang Ren came together behind Lin Yu's head and whispered, is it true that you've exceeded 600 chi blood value? The matter of Lin Yu agreeing to Zhang Heng's bet, Tang Ren was puzzled. In his eyes, Lin Yu never did anything he wasn't sure of. Why is he so impulsive today? To say that he was stimulated by Zhang Heng's words, Tang Ren would never believe it. Also recalling that Lin Yu had been mysterious lately, he felt that there must be a hidden agenda. Aha! Lin Yu nodded and didn't deny it. Holy, brother Yu, you're shady enough. Tang Ren was shocked, getting to 600 chi blood without saying a word. How did you do it? I'm a genius. Lin Yu said, it was impossible to say to Fatty Tang that he could become stronger by killing pigs, right? At that moment, he made up a random excuse to fool around. Also, unexpectedly, Fatty Tang actually believed it. Then how much is your chi and blood now? 9. Lin Yu didn't intend to hide it, and was just about to say his chi and blood value when Li Yan interrupted him with a growl. Tang Ren. Don't cross your fingers. Hearing the extermination master call out his name, the fat on Tang Ren's face trembled. Not caring what Lin Yu said, he immediately sat down like a good boy. In other words, what did brother Yu say just now? 9? Does that mean a chakra value of 609? 609, that's not bad, plus Yu's arts score, it's a sure thing to get into martial arts university. Then Zhang Heng kneeling down and apologizing, isn't that also a nail in the coffin? At the thought of this, Tang Ren's two eyes narrowed into two slits with a smile as he looked towards Zhang Heng. Seemingly sensing Tang Ren's gaze, Zhang Heng felt a chill and turned back to glance threateningly at that dead fatso. However, he didn't care too much. Instead, he immersed himself in the sight of Lin Yu apologizing to himself on his knees. In his opinion, it was simply impossible for chi blood to go from 400 to 600 points in a month's time. If he had this means, Lin Yu would have used it a long time ago. Why wait until now? This bet, one's a sure winner. Soon after Li Yan explained some matters, she led the crowd to the playground. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered around the chi bloodstone and started the test. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar in the playground, and noisy chatter instantly covered the entire school. 990 points, my god, this. Worthy of being Lin Jiao, it's amazing. The goddess detecting chi and blood looks so beautiful. Quasi-martial artist, our school has produced a quasi-martial artist, unbelievable. The playground was abuzz with talk, and after listening to a few sentences a little, Lin Yu understood. This sensation was caused by Lin Jiao. Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, the first quasi-martial artist since the school's establishment had appeared. At this moment, next to the Chi bloodstone, a tall figure stood, and it was none other than Lin Jiao. The breeze gently blew the tips of her hair, adding a few more colors to her already stunningly beautiful demeanor. Many of the boys stared straight at Lin Jiao with an infatuated expression. On top of the Chi and bloodstone, a dazzling 990 even blinded everyone's eyes. This scene will surely become an unforgettable scene for these adolescents. Perhaps, years later, they will remember that in high school, there was such an unforgettable silhouette. After causing such a stir, Lin Jiao was unconcerned, only gently stroking her hair and looking around. And when her gaze rested at Lin Yu, she paused for a moment and smiled gently towards Lin Yu before moving away again. Lin Yu was stunned. He and this Lin Jiao didn't seem to be so familiar, right? How could he know that the several times he met with Lin Jiao were probably the times when Lin Jiao had the most contact with the opposite sex alone in Jiangdu City? Of course, that glance didn't mean that Lin Jiao had any thoughts about him. It was just a simple hello. Even so, Lin Jiao's pause caused quite a commotion. Lin Yu could feel that gazes with a murderous aura were constantly coming from the surroundings. That glance from Lin Jiao was naturally seen by the many admirers. They followed Lin Jiao's gaze to see who would be the person who could make the eyes of the goddess of their dreams linger. After seeing Lin Yu, the crowd was relieved. In their opinion, Lin Yu was too good looking after all, and it made sense that the goddess would pause a little. After all, this was human nature. As for the intersection between Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, probably because they are both surnamed Lin. Although Lin Yu's feat of defeating 640 Chi blood with 300 Chi blood was impressive. However, in front of Lin Jiao, it was still not enough. Lin Jiao's many admirers consoled themselves with this. Brother Yu. Lin Jiao just looked at me. Behind Lin Yu, Tang Ren had a piggy face and his soul was flying. Lin Yu helplessly said, then congratulations, you're going to hold a beauty. That's right. Tang Ren was smug, the goddess looked at me, then the goddess must like me. Just as Lin Jiao was looking at Lin Yu, her afterglow glanced at Tang Ren. In that instant, Tang Ren even thought about where he and Lin Jiao would be buried in the future. If the goddess looked at me, then she must like me. Chapter 8 Invisible Pretense, the most fatal. Seeing Tang Ren's appearance, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. He looked at Lin Jiao's delicate and pretty face and was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Isn't it just a pussy? What's the point? Even the soul is lost. He really couldn't figure it out, so Lin Yu stopped thinking about it. Master had said that women were a stumbling block on the road to martial arts training, and the more beautiful the woman, the more so. Lin Jiao definitely belongs to the kind of feet are given to trip off. But Fatty Tang didn't seem to understand this. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sighed slightly. Just as Lin Yu was worrying about his best friend's future, Lin Jiao had already walked back to the crowd, and the sensation was finally slowly subsiding. The test continued. Next, Senior Class 7, Mei Yuqian. The teacher in charge of the test bellowed. Afterwards, a short-haired youth trotted over to the Chi bloodstone and reached out to cover the half-human tall Chi bloodstone. 630, not bad. After a long time, looking at the value on the Chi bloodstone, the testing teacher nodded with satisfaction. Such a Chi and blood value was naturally a world of difference compared to Lin Jiao. But, after all, Lin Jiao was a one-in-a-million genius, so it was naturally impossible for everyone to be at her level. 630 points of Chi and blood, in the small Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, it was considered an outstanding student. As long as one's grades in the liberal arts didn't pull the crotch, one was able to get into the martial arts university. Next, the test was organized by the testing instructor. Lin Yu watched the test with interest. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had participated in this kind of school-wide test since he was reborn. Through observation, Lin Yu realized that the average level of the entire school was roughly 500 to 600 Chi blood. Such students made up the vast majority. As for 600 Chi blood to 700 Chi blood, there were a small number of students who were able to reach it. It was considered to be a relatively outstanding handful. On the other hand, there were only a handful of people with 700 Chi blood to 800 Chi blood. They, all of them, were the top students of Jiangdu City and could choose a good martial arts university. As for the 800 to 900 Chi blood, there was no one. The only quasi-martial artist above 900 Chi blood was Lin Jiao, alone. Moreover, it was still the top kind, with 990 points of Chi blood. It was no wonder that countless students were so infatuated with Lin Jiao. Face value aside, it was a rare genius. At least in this Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, a ride. Next, Senior Class 1, Mei Wenhua. Little by little, time passed, and it was finally the Senior Class 1's turn to start testing. Since the senior class 1 was the first to take the test last time, in order to ensure fairness, this time the school arranged the senior class 1 at the end. But there were still a lot of onlookers and most of them were male. This was because Lin Jiao, who would normally leave as soon as the test was over, had uncharacteristically stayed behind. In this way, the LSBs were naturally unwilling to move their feet. Brother Yu, I think Lin Jiao is staying just for me. Tang Ren looked at Lin Yu with a serious face. I can feel that she has looked towards me more than once. Has she? Lin Yu casually said. He didn't pay attention to this. Of course. Tang Ren nodded. Brother Yu, you don't understand, this is a heart-to-heart, I can feel it. Oh. Lin Yu faintly replied back. He really didn't understand about this kind of thing. Fatty, you're so shameless. A male compatriot was not happy and spoke out to retort. Goddess Lin is clearly looking at me. Bull, it's looking at me, okay. A third animal joined the fray. None of your business, too trash. Tang Ren was not the slightest bit abashed and disliked angrily. Just telling the truth. He's in a hurry, he's in a hurry. The three of them bickered, and the scene was momentarily somewhat chaotic. Cough, allow me to say a fair word. A black-clothed youth couldn't listen anymore. What's the point of bickering over a nebulous matter? When did Goddess Lin Jiao look at you guys? How about some face? Also. Upon hearing this, the three of them lowered their heads in shame. How could they not know that Lin Jiao would not actually have any half-hearted interactions with them? Children can be taught, quietly tell you. Looking at the three people's color, the black-clothed youth nodded with satisfaction. Goddess Lin is actually looking at me. Nima, you're so shameless. Tang Ren despised and directly pinched towards the black-clothed youth. Beat him. The other two also swarmed up. Looking at the four people writhing into a ball, Lin Yu was depressed. He really didn't understand what there was to fight about. This Lin Jiao, did she really look this way? With this thought, he raised his head and glanced towards Lin Jiao's side. Coincidentally, for some reason, Lin Jiao also looked his way. The eyes of the two instantly locked. Lin Yu smiled politely. Lin Jiao also smiled politely. Then quite tacitly, they simultaneously shifted their gazes away. Rub? Although the two's movements were not large, they still attracted the attention of bystanders. Fatty Tang's hands were still choking the black-clothed youth, and when he saw the scene, his eyes were about to fall out. And that black-clothed youth, the same as petrified on the spot, even Fatty Tang's legs wrapped around his waist did not realize. The two of them stood dumbfounded, facing the wind, just like a statue. Only, the posture was a bit spicy. Subsequently, the two people who were in a chokehold separated with lightning speed. Unexpectedly, infinite sadness rose in their hearts. They themselves were here pinching for the goddess in their hearts, and the goddess was already eyeballing someone else. The heart of a grass mud horse hurts so much. Fatty Tang returned to Lin Yu's side, while the black-clothed youth squatted down and drew circles. Boss. When did you have sex with Goddess Lin? Tang Ren stammered. Virginize what? Lin Yu was puzzled. Prescribing objects? Tang Ren tried. How could it be? Lin Yu shook his head, just saying hello. Tang Ren skimmed his mouth and said sourly, I believe you, damn it. No wonder you've been running so fast every day after school lately. You're going to see Goddess Lin, right? Lin Yu cried and laughed, speaking, if saying hello is considered being in love, then wouldn't I be in love with Lin Jiao every day? Also. Tang Ren nodded. How could Goddess Lin Jiao be picked up so early? It must be that he was overthinking it, just saying hello every day. Well. Say hello. Wait. Say hello? Fatty suddenly reacted and was shocked. You mean, you greet Goddess Lin every day? Yes. Lin Yu nodded, meeting and greeting, is that rare? Nima. Fatty pounded his feet and chest, there's no heavenly reason, how come I can't meet this kind of good thing? What is this good thing? Lin Yu depressed. Brother Yu. Fatty looked grumpy. Ha? I suspect you're faking it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Seeing that he really couldn't explain it, Lin Yu didn't bother to explain it, let him be. There is no way to get stronger when you are full of love and affection. Next, Senior Class 1, Lin Yu. Between the duos jostling, the test teacher called out Lin Yu's name. Hearing his name, Lin Yu didn't care about talking to Tang Ren and took big strides towards the Qi bloodstone. The moment he stepped out of the crowd, a single gaze converged on him in unison. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of the amount of attention in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School today, Lin Yu was definitely the number one person under Lin Jiao. Chapter 9, Lin Yu, Quasi-Martial Artist. On the one hand, the incident of Lin Yu picking Zhang Heng over a month ago had spread like wildfire in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. Many people were curious about what a character with such a formidable combat strength at the high school level was like. On the other hand, it was because he was famous in his own right. Notoriously wasted. Like Lin Jiao, Lin Yu's Qi and blood was in a unique class in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. Only, Lin Jiao was uniquely high. Lin Yu, on the other hand, is uniquely low. He was the only one under 500 Qi blood. This, coupled with his unassuming looks, contributed to his great reputation. In particular, Lin Yu's liberal arts scores had killed the top 10 in Jiangdu City's martial arts high school a week ago, which had even more astonished the jaws on the ground. For a while, the word Lin Yu had become popular. Right now, when this popular name came out, it naturally attracted widespread attention. Pairs of eyes gathered above Lin Yu, wanting to see what kind of performance this character had. This punk is going to lose face. Hiding behind the crowd, Zhang Heng quietly wrapped his arms around a sweet-looking girl and sneered, his face filled with pleasure. This girl he had his arm around was his new girlfriend, Zhang Jiaoshuang. Zhang Jiaoshuang stared hard at Lin Yu's face, a hint of covetousness in his eyes, but more than anything else, it was resentment. With a blood value of less than 500, it's truly humiliating. The bigger surprise is yet to come. Zhang Heng hemmed and hawed and told Zhang Jiaoshuang about the bet with Lin Yu. Really? Zhang Jiaoshuang sniffed, his face was delighted, and he kissed Zhang Heng's cheek. Brother Heng, you're awesome. That's right. Being kissed by Zhang Jiaoshuang like this, Zhang Heng was so happy that he didn't know where to go. Speaking of which, this was the first time Zhang Jiaoshuang had kissed him. Lin Yu, if you had promised me in the first place, wouldn't there have been none of this? Zhang Jiaoshuang looked at Lin Yu and secretly sneered. In his heart, he was calculating that after the martial arts exam, if Lin Yu lost the bet and knelt down to apologize to himself, he would act as a good guy. Maybe once Lin Yu was moved, he would agree to be his boyfriend. As for Zhang Heng, well. She looked up at Zhang Heng and the corner of her mouth flicked in disdain. Just a tool, man. When I get Lin Yu, I'll kick your ass. What's wrong? Noticing that his little girlfriend was looking at him, Zhang Heng lowered his head and said with concern. You're so handsome. Zhang Jiaoshuang immediately changed into a sweet face and smiled. He. In the crowd, Tang Ren watched young Jie Shan and Zhang Heng flirting. How could he not know what they were thinking? He disdainfully skimmed his mouth, too. Later you will light up your dog eyes. On the other side, Lin Jiao's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yu with interest. The reason she stayed was indeed to watch Lin Yu's qi and blood test. Lin Jiao was curious about the strange body technique that the latter had used when she first encountered Lin Yu. She was certain that this good-looking man would not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Among the onlookers, there were those who watched and joked. But more than that, they were watching Lin Jiao. And when they realized that the goddess of their dreams was staring at Lin Yu, there were even more people waiting to see the joke. Lin Yu was unaware that a simple qi and blood test had unintentionally touched the hearts of so many people. Cover your hand over the qi bloodstone and relax. He walked in front of the qi and bloodstone, and the testing teacher guided him with a soft tone. Lin Yu nodded and placed his hand on the qi bloodstone as instructed. Slowly, he felt some slight agitation in his body, as if his qi and blood were being induced. At the same time, the qi and bloodstones, too, began to float in value. 100. 216. 318. 400. The qi blood value slowly rose, and when it rose to 400, the crowd of onlookers stirred slightly. Because, the speed at which the value rose, did not slow down. Normally, when the value is almost at its peak, the rate of growth will slowly come down. Because most of the qi and blood in the body had been detected, the speed at which the qi and bloodstone searched for the remaining small portion of qi and blood would be relatively slow. And now, rising to 400 without any sign of slowing down, this indicated that Lin Yu's qi blood, at least, was above 500. Seeing this, Zhang Heng frowned lightly, but he wasn't very worried. After all, as long as he didn't break through 600, the bet would be considered a win for him. As for Lin Yu being able to reach 500 in a short period of time, in Zhang Heng's opinion, he should have taken an elixir such as the qi and blood dan. In the last month, it wasn't strange to have this kind of improvement. But, what he didn't expect was that when the value broke through 500, it was still rising like crazy, with no sign of stopping. How is it possible? Zhang Heng's pupils shrunk, not returning to the confidence he had just felt. No wonder, Lin Yu dared to agree to the bet so simply. It wasn't a matter of intent at all, but rather a matter of winning. For a while, his face turned red and his complexion changed. Zhang Jiaoshuang was also dumbfounded as he looked at the qi bloodstone whose value was soaring, somewhat frozen. He. Tang Ren smiled lewdly with an expression that said it all. I didn't expect it, did I? But brother Yu's qi blood already has 609 points. And seeing such a scene, the crowd of onlookers were somewhat stirred up. With 600 points of qi blood value, in addition to Lin Yu's liberal arts scores, getting into the martial arts university was a sure thing. The people who were just waiting to see the joke were all in a complicated state of mind. I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was myself. Seeing that Lin Yu's qi blood value quickly broke through the 500 mark, the testing teacher also nodded with a satisfied expression. 600 qi blood, that was not bad. In just a few seconds, Lin Yu had surprised countless people. And this was only the beginning. When the qi blood value reached 600 points, the value that the crowd had thought would stagnate did not stop gaining momentum at all. It was still riding high with an unstoppable momentum. 610. 640. 690. This. Tang Ren stood frozen in place, his mouth open wide enough to stuff a goose egg. Where was the promised 609? How did it get to 690? Could it be, what you said, that it was 690 and not 609? In his mind, the thought flashed. But it was quickly thrown out of his mind. Because Lin Yu's chi blood value had already broken through 700 points and was still soaring. This damn, the chi bloodstone is broken. The black-clothed youth who had just pinched Tang Ren looked at the chi blood value that had risen to 750 and muttered. Not only them, but the students and teachers who were onlookers, their faces were filled with shock. Lin Yu's chi blood value had broken through 800 points. This was also the first student other than Lin Jiao whose chi blood value had broken through 800 points. And it was still soaring. When the chi blood value finally settled and stopped rising, the entire playground was deathly quiet, even the air froze. On everyone's face, there was an unbelievable expression. 910 points. Lin Yu, quasi-martial artist. Chapter 10, Tailgating. Wow! After a moment of tranquility, the playground erupted into an earth-shattering cry of surprise. 910 points of chi blood value, how is that possible? This is the second quasi-martial artist. The chi blood stone, is it broken? For a while, the playground was abuzz with talk. Tang Ren stood in place with a bewildered look on his face. It turned out that the 9 that Brother Yu had said was not 609, nor was it 690. Rather, 910? This. He looked complicated and didn't know what to say. This kind of feeling is like, you have a buddy who plays very close to you, you play together and be salty together, although you are salty, you live a very happy life. But on a certain day, your buddy suddenly pulls out a transformer and says, "Dude, I'm done pretending, I'm laying it on the line, I'm actually an aubergine." How would you feel at this point? Tang Ren, that's the mood right now. Envy, shock, disbelief, and other emotions were mixed together. To summarize in one sentence, I've got a broken heart. Lin Jiao stared at Lin Yu with a pair of beautiful eyes without blinking in thought. And on the playground, the sensation surprisingly did not calm down for a moment. The fact that Lin Yu was a quasi-martial artist was even more shocking to the many teachers and students than Lin Jiao's 990 points of chi blood. Because Lin Jiao was already excellent, an existence that the crowd needed to look up to. When she reached such an achievement, the crowd would only exclaim that Goddess Lin was truly outstanding. But Lin Yu was different. In their opinion, Lin Yu's martial arts talent was not even close to any of the people present. If it wasn't for the fact that he was handsome, I'm afraid that if he was thrown into the crowd, he would be a small transparency. And today, such a small transparent, suddenly transformed, stood in the highest place overlooking the crowd. This kind of discrepancy was undoubtedly the most shocking. Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, at this moment, completely boiled over. The students were shocked by this, there were those who were envious, jealous, and also those who were unwilling. They finally understood why Lin Jiao uniquely looked at Lin Yu differently. It turned out that it wasn't because of his face value, but because of his talent. For a while, a kind of emotion called sourness surged into the hearts of the crowd. Unlike the students, the teachers were overjoyed. Not only for Lin Yu, but also for Lin Jiao, for Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. To know, what was the concept of a quasi-martial artist? Since the establishment of Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, there had never been a quasi-martial artist among the student body. Today, however, there were two at once. And they are both two of the best in the liberal arts. Lin Jiao, who has always been firmly in first place in the liberal arts. Lin Yu, also killed the top 10 a week ago. With such two outstanding students, I'm afraid that this year's Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School will shine above the martial arts exams. The principal, red-faced, his mouth smiling from ear to ear, stepped forward to deliver his speech. Eventually, with a piece of encouragement from the principal, this chi and blood test ended. Lin Jiao, with a chi and blood value of 990, shocked the crowd. Lin Yu, one-hit wonder, sensationalized the whole school. Moreover, the news quickly spread to all the major high schools in Jiangdu City. Two geniuses, rising strongly. Especially Lin Yu. Within a week, from 400 chi blood to 910 chi blood, crossing 5 steps in a row to achieve quasi-martial artist. After the test was over, Tang Ren followed Lin Yu with a despondent face, not saying anything. The two just walked in silence. Along the way, the surrounding students threw glances at the duo. There was envy, awe, and admiration. Fatty, you can cry if you want to. In the end, Lin Yu took the lead and broke the silence. Cry? Tang Ren, however, grinned, I'll cry a hammer. Lin Yu snickered, I thought you were struck silent. It is a bit. Tang Ren had a dejected look on his face, but I've also figured out that my martial arts talent is just like that. With a brother like you, I've earned a lot. He suddenly just hugged Lin Yu's thigh and wailed, go rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Brother you must cover me wow. Don't worry. Lin Yu cried and laughed, pulling Tang Ren up from the ground. When brother becomes rich in the future, he'll kill a few king-level ferocious beasts and give you skewers to eat. Seriously? Tang Ren's face was touched. He was not good at anything else, but he was good at eating this, otherwise, people practicing martial arts would usually find it hard to get fat. Seriously. Good brother. Returning to the classroom, Lin Yu, however, realized that Zhang Heng had already disappeared. He took his leave and ran away. After Lin Yu's chi blood value reached 600, Zhang Heng felt that things weren't right and slipped away early. Rather sensible. Lin Yu said casually and didn't take it to heart. He thought that this Zhang Heng would not dare to provoke himself in the future. After school, Lin Yu rushed towards the slaughterhouse in the south of the city as usual. But, after a few steps, he was in an unusual place. Behind, someone had been following. After slightly thinking about it, Lin Yu also realized that he was afraid that his strength had recently skyrocketed too ridiculously and had attracted the attention of some people. And these people who followed him were trying to dig out his powerful secrets. The idea is quite good. Lin Yu muttered. Unfortunately, my humble self is relying on a trigger finger to kill pigs to become stronger. You fools don't have trigger fingers. It's useless to follow. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Yu still pointed his toes and swept out with a strange pace, shaking off the many followers. Under his full force outburst, very quickly, he arrived at the slaughterhouse in the south of the city. Yo, Xiaoyu, so early today? Outside the gate of the slaughterhouse, Wu Chang was a little surprised to see Lin Yu come so early. Aha! Lin Yu nodded, school ends early today. Wu Chang lit a cigarette and gestured, go change your clothes, there are quite a few pigs today. Okay. Lin Yu responded and walked quickly into the slaughterhouse. After changing into an apron, he started today's work. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that even with all his efforts to rush, there were still people trailing in his footsteps to the slaughterhouse in the south of the city. And if he were to see this person trailing him, he would definitely be shocked. Lin Jiao. This heavens Jiao girl, instead of being completely dumped by Lin Yu, followed Lin Yu's footsteps to the slaughterhouse in the south of the city. Changnan Slaughterhouse. Standing in front of the slaughterhouse gate, Lin Jiao stared at the slaughterhouse plaque with a complicated expression. How could she not have imagined that Lin Yu would come to a slaughterhouse every day after school? In here, what secret was hidden? Lin Jiao took a deep breath and forced herself to endure the discomfort caused by the smell of blood, wanting to walk into the slaughterhouse. What's the matter with you? The moment she took a step, a voice rang out from the side of the door and Wu Chang walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. The moment he saw Lin Jiao's face clearly, he was slightly stunned, and his cigarette-holding movements were stalled. Obviously, Lin Jiao's face value, that was both young and old. I came to find someone. After thinking about it, Lin Jiao decided to tell the truth. After all, it wasn't like she had any bad intentions. Looking for someone? Wu Chang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, a little puzzled, who would recognize such a flowery little girl among the group of big old men in the slaughterhouse. Chapter 11, Wu Chang's Divine Assist, Lin Jiao's Crazy Brainstorming. I'm looking for Lin Yu, may I ask if there's this person here? Good looking, 17 or 18 years old. Lin Jiao said. Oh. Wu Chang suddenly realized that Xiao Yu's look was indeed quite appealing to girls. This girl child, could it be Xiao Yu's girlfriend? If that's the case, this kid is too lucky, isn't he? As soon as he thought of this, Wu Chang unconsciously revealed his aunt's smile. Yes, Xiao Yu is killing pigs in our slaughterhouse. Killing pigs? Lin Jiao was slightly shocked. Are you saying that Lin Yu is here to kill pigs? Right. Wu Chang rightfully said, we're a slaughterhouse, what do we do if we don't kill pigs? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao fell silent with a complicated expression. Before coming, she had thought of countless possibilities. Perhaps, Lin Yu was quietly exercising here. Or perhaps, this slaughterhouse is hiding some secret. But, she had never even thought that Lin Yu had come to kill pigs. What did he really want? Seeing Lin Jiao's appearance, Wu Chang was secretly shocked. Did he say the wrong thing? This girl child in front of him, his face is a little not so good. It seems that he does not know that Xiao Yu is here to kill pigs. Could it be that Xiao Yu felt that killing pigs was too humiliating and didn't say anything to this girl? Thinking about it, Wu Chang felt that this was the only possibility. Not to mention a big lad like Lin Yu, even a big old man like them would occasionally be teased about being a pig killer. Of course, they had thick skin and didn't care. But, Lin Yu was different, handsome and young, with a bright future. If people knew that he was killing pigs here, I'm afraid he would be laughed at. Just thinking about this, Wu Chang felt guilty. He seemed to have unintentionally poked and prodded at something that Xiao Yu had carefully maintained in front of his girlfriend. So, Wu Chang decided to do something to salvage Lin Yu's image in front of this pretty waif. He cleared his throat and spoke, girl, do you think it's quite embarrassing for Xiao Yu to kill pigs here? Lin Jiao froze. She just thought it was a bit strange for Lin Yu, a student of martial arts high school, to come here to kill pigs. As for losing face or something, good family education made her not even think about it. No. Lin Jiao was about to defend herself, but Wu Chang reached out and interrupted her, speaking. You don't need to explain, Uncle is a person who has been there, Uncle understands everything. In your opinion, killing a pig is undignified, isn't it? Not to mention at your age, even Uncle thinks this job is undignified. It stinks every day, and it's tiring. But there's no way around it. People, they always have to live. Wu Chang took a deep drag on his cigarette and said meaningfully, Xiaoyu is a good boy. Aha. Lin Jiao nodded helplessly, somewhat puzzled as to what this uncle was giving himself to say this for. Do you know the situation of Xiaoyu's family? Wu Chang asked. Lin Jiao shook her head. She and Lin Yu had only met a few times, so naturally, she was not clear about Lin Yu's family situation. Sure enough. Wu Chang nodded his head with an expression that it was true. Looks like Xiaoyu didn't tell you about it. Uncle, Lin Yu, and I. No need to say, Uncle understands everything. Lin Jiao was about to say something else, only to be interrupted again by Wu Chang with a lift of his hand. Lin Jiao was helpless. She sort of realized that this could not be explained clearly, so she let Wu Chang continue his long speech. Do you know that Xiaoyu is an orphan? Wu Chang looked despondent, let out a bitter smile and said to himself. I don't know, you definitely don't know. Xiaoyu is such a facetious lad, he doesn't even want to reveal that he killed a pig, so how could he tell you such a thing? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao was shocked. She indeed did not expect that Lin Yu was actually living alone. One must know that poor in literature and rich in martial arts, generally students from martial arts high schools were from relatively privileged families. Because, even before becoming a martial artist, there was no need to consume those precious pills. But, practicing martial arts also required some herbs to assist. Over the years, it was also a considerable expense. Poor people can't afford to practice martial arts. Of course, it is possible to practice martial arts without the aid of drugs, but the efficiency and pain involved are unimaginable. It requires great perseverance and talent. And where did Lin Yu get these medicinal herbs as an orphan? No wonder, before, Lin Yu had always been the one with the lowest chi and blood value in martial high school. Without the aid of medication, even if one's natural talent was immense, how could one progress fast enough? Injuries that others could repair in a day, Lin Yu might have to spend 3 days, or even more. What kind of effort did Lin Yu put in when he wanted to come this far? He, I'm afraid, has been relying on perseverance to just hang on. For a moment, Lin Jiao was shaken from the depths of her soul. She remembered again that she would often encounter Lin Yu at the corner of the faculty community. Originally, she thought that Lin Yu was a faculty member's family member, so he lived over there. Now that I think about it, Lin Yu is not a faculty member's family, he is clearly living in a special residential area planned by the Federation. There, it was no different from half a slum. Thanks to himself, he had thought that Lin Yu was purposely following him earlier. It turns out that. At the thought of this, Lin Jiao's pretty face reddened in shame. Wu Chang took a drag on his cigarette and continued, maybe you feel ashamed of killing pigs. No, not to mention you, I'm afraid that even Xiaoyu himself feels ashamed of killing pigs. If he can't work, where will he get the wages as an orphan? Xiaoyu, just trying to survive. He's not wrong, it's the world that's wrong. The words became more and more outrageous, and by the end of his words, Wu Chang's voice was trembling. However, it had to be said that his words, which were extremely infectious, were like a sledgehammer that once again hit Lin Jiao's heart hard. Live. The chambers of her heart trembled as she chewed on those 3 words over and over again. Born in a big family in Yangdu, Lin Jiao grew up in fine clothes, eating and drinking. When she came to Jiangdu City, on the one hand, she was waiting for an opportunity. And on the other hand, it was also because she wanted to experience the way ordinary people cultivated. And now, she experienced it. Lin Yu, in his opinion, was such a person. Every day, not only did he have to study hard to finish school, but after school, he had to rush to the dirty and smelly slaughterhouse to work in a hurry. In order to earn a meager salary to support themselves. Work, then drag your tired body home, cook your own food, and, perhaps, do your martial arts workout. How did he last through days like this? It turned out that while he was complaining about the lack of delicious meals at home, in this world, there were people who were working desperately to be able to survive. It turned out that Lin Yu had always worked so hard to live. At this moment, Lin Jiao's heart trembled. No wonder Lin Yu panicked and rushed away every time he encountered himself. Perhaps, it was in fear that he would poke holes in his little secret of working in a slaughterhouse? And the items he was carrying in his hand that smelled of blood. That's his dinner, right? Maybe he was ashamed of it, so he purposely didn't let himself see it? He was carefully protecting the pride that belonged to him. Lin Jiao had mixed feelings in her heart and didn't know what to say. Lin Yu, not relying on anyone, not stealing or robbing, relying on his own hard work, supported himself, and became the second quasi-martial artist in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. No, it should be the first. Himself, he didn't belong here in the first place. Lin Jiao thought silently. This is the real genius. A resilient, courageous, and gifted teenager. At this moment, in her mind, the somewhat thin figure of the teenager was becoming incomparably upright. It was even magnificent. Chapter 12, Wu Chang's Divine Assist, Lin Jiao's Crazy Brainstorming 2. At this moment, inside the slaughterhouse, Lin Yu was unaware that a bizarre conversation was in progress. The bizarrely minded Wu Chang's unintentional conversation changed Lin Jiao's view of Lin Yu. How could Lin Yu not have thought that he came to the slaughterhouse to kill some pigs to increase his chi blood and get some paychecks in the meantime? In the eyes of Wu Chang and Lin Jiao, he has turned into an inspirational teenager who is desperately working hard in order to support his family. If he knew about it, he didn't know what kind of complicated expression he would show. This person's imagination, sometimes it's just so rich. I understand. On the other end, Lin Jiao bit her lip and softly said, Wu Chang nodded with satisfaction. It's good if you understand. I hope you don't dislike Xiaoyu. Lin Jiao shook her head. It won't. If you say so, Uncle is relieved. Wu Chang turned around and walked towards the slaughterhouse. Uncle will take you to find Xiaoyu. Lin Jiao hurriedly followed. While walking, Wu Chang also brainwashed Lin Jiao. Uncle told you, Xiaoyu is diligent and progressive in his work here. The Advanced Individual Pig Killing Award within our factory has been decided to be awarded to him. It's quite impressive. Lin Jiao responded. That's not true, Xiaoyu, this person knows how to be polite. Along the way, Wu Chang was tugging at Lin Yu and praising him. True or false, false or false, listening to Lin Jiao is a complex art. In Wu Chang's evaluation, Lin Yu is simply synonymous with perfect. If it wasn't for Wu Chang's honest and straightforward face, Lin Jiao would have wondered if this was a trust that Lin Yu had hired. Here it is. After a long time, Wu Chang paused in his footsteps and pointed not far away. Lin Jiao looked in the direction Wu Chang was pointing. At this moment, in order to avoid the blood from dirtying his clothes, Lin Yu was naked. Naked with his upper body, holding a pig-killing knife in his hand, he stood beside the slab, numbly dismembering the pig on the slab. The movements were very skillful, obviously not the first day doing it. Really killing a pig. Not far away, watching Lin Yu's movements, Lin Jiao had a complex expression. Even though she was mentally prepared before coming, she was still surprised by this scene. A flamboyant young man who should be living on campus was forced to do laborious work in such a filthy environment for a living. His white and good-looking handsome face contrasted sharply with this kind of environment. This scene impacted at the depths of Lin Jiao's soul. Go say hello. Wu Chang took the last puff of his cigarette. Aha! Lin Jiao nodded and took a step towards Lin Yu. Looking at Lin Jiao's back, Wu Chang let out a heavy sigh. Xiaoyu, Uncle can only help you here. The rest is up to you. He picked up the cigarette but in his mouth and flicked it, a sophisticated smile like a fox on his face. It was only when he truly walked into this place that Lin Jiao truly felt the atmosphere. The thick smell of blood filled the slaughterhouse, and the sounds of butchers waving their butcher knives and bellowing added to the clutter of the place. And it was in places like this that Lin Yu had been working. A short journey, Lin Jiao's psychological changes, outsiders had no way of knowing. Only from her complicated expression could one or two peeks be made. Kill, kill, kill. On the other hand, Lin Yu tied up another pig, his hands rising and falling, immersed in the joy of the increase in qi and blood values, isolated from the outside world. Until a clear female voice woke him up. Rin Yu. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu was stunned and somewhat familiar. He looked up and with a glance, he saw Lin Jiao's delicate figure. Lu, how did this appear here? Lin Yu was shocked. Are you here to kill pigs too? He queried, his brain circuits very clear. What was a pretty girl like a flower doing in a slaughterhouse? For a while, Lin Yu looked at her with some suspicion. No. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Jiao cried and laughed. What kind of brain circuit is this? Do you have to come to a slaughterhouse to kill a pig? The only thing that comes to his mind is killing pigs. Oh. Suddenly, Lin Jiao seemed to remember something and came to a realization. Thinking in her own way, the word killing pigs would never have anything to do with her. But what about Lin Yu? He has no one to rely on, in order to survive. Killing pigs, this two words, has been filled with his life. Is it strange to think that way? This wasn't some magical brain circuit, this was clearly a testimony that Lin Yu was trying to survive. For a moment, Lin Jiao felt that she had captured the truth and was convinced by Lin Yu's strength. I came to find you. Her tone was soft, and she looked at Lin Yu with a slight admiration in her eyes. Looking for me? Looking for me for what? Lin Yu said vigilantly. This eyes were strange, not like a good person, nah. And seeing Lin Yu's wary look, Lin Jiao was even more certain of her previous guess. Sure enough, in order to bury the secret of killing pigs in the slaughterhouse, Lin Yu has been avoiding himself consciously or unconsciously in the past few days. But today, he came so abruptly, poking his secret, undoubtedly touching his dignity. Otherwise, why was he looking at himself so vigilantly? For a moment, Lin Jiao felt a little guilty in her heart. She bit her lip and softly said, Don't worry, I won't say anything to anyone else. Ha? Lin Yu was confused? What nonsense was this talking about? And the eyes are even weirder. It's this thing about you killing pigs here. Lin Jiao said. Oh. Lin Yu suddenly realized that he was talking about this. He gently smiled and said, It's fine, it's not something unseemly. These words, speaking the truth. The problem was, in Lin Jiao's opinion, he was clearly in disguise. It was the kind of disguise where, after being poked and prodded with a little secret, he pretended to care, but in his heart he cared more than anyone else. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao lowered her head, her face filled with guilt. She also didn't know if she had made a wrong decision in coming to find Lin Yu now. What do you want to find me for? Seeing Lin Jiao bow her head, Lin Yu was even more puzzled. What kind of person is this? First, he inexplicably came to himself, then he inexplicably said something irrelevant, and finally he inexplicably bowed his head. Those who don't know still think that they have been bullied by themselves. Don't be like that, okay? It's something. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jiao took a deep breath and her face regained its calmness. Since she was already here, there was no use thinking about anything else. The big deal is to expose Lin Yu's killing pigs and compensate him later. Right now, there are more important things. What? Lin Yu said. About you crossing over to quasi-martial artist in a week. Lin Jiao said. This matter Lin Yu understood. He had thought about it before, but his qi and blood had grown too fast, and it was normal for him to be suspected by others. I can't tell you if you want to know why. Lin Yu took out a prepared saying, after all, I don't know what's going on. He spread his hands and said helplessly, without realizing it. Chapter 13 Special Physique? After saying that, Lin Yu quietly watched Lin Jiao's reaction. Although it was said that such a reason was rather random, after he thought about it, it was the only reason that was the most suitable. As for whether Lin Jiao believed it or not, that was her business. Besides, one was not obligated to explain this to her. To be able to give this reason was already good enough for one's patience. Sure enough. However, what he didn't expect was that after Lin Jiao heard this, instead of being skeptical, she had a look of I'm sure it's so. This made Lin Yu depressed. Why is this a tiger? How can she believe in this? But, Lin Jiao's next sentence surprised him. You should have awakened a special physique. Lin Jiao glanced at Lin Yu and whispered. Special physique? Lin Yu frowned. Right. Lin Jiao nodded, otherwise your qi and blood wouldn't have suddenly skyrocketed for no reason, only when you awaken a special physique will this change occur. Are you saying that as long as you awaken a special physique, your qi and blood will surge in a short period of time? Lin Yu asked. He was clear in his heart, he had not awakened any laborious special physique. The surge in qi and blood was all due to the trigger finger. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and said, it's not accurate to say so, but if there's a surge in qi and blood, it's bound to be an awakening of a special physique. There are no exceptions? Lin Yu said. No. Lin Jiao shook her head. That's. Lin Yu was puzzled. Although he hadn't awakened a special physique, Lin Jiao had given himself a good reason when he said so. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to explain at the time of the martial arts examination. Thanks. He said a thank you, Lin Jiao, had really helped him. After saying thank you, he continued to ask, so these special physiques, besides the surge in qi and blood, are there any other special features? A lot. Lin Jiao said. Can you tell me about it? Lin Yu said. I came to see you about this. Lin Jiao nodded, but you have to go meet someone with me? Now. Lin Yu frowned. This pig hadn't even been killed yet. That's all gas and blood. No? Lin Jiao asked. Yes. Before Lin Yu could reply, Wu Chang and Uncle Zhang came up, their heads nodding like chickens pecking at rice. Both of them had been listening with their ears perked up on the side. He was afraid that this Lin Yu kid wouldn't be enlightened. Right now, Lin Jiao made an invitation, and they were even more excited than Lin Yu. Wu Chang waved his hand and said with bravado, Go Xiaoyu, your girlfriend is more important, the salary will be calculated for you as usual. What girlfriend? Lin Yu frowned, where is all this going? We are just ordinary classmates. Lin Jiao also hurriedly explained, her face a little red. Ordinary classmates Wu Chang first froze, then his expression became ambiguous again, Uncle understands. Exchange feelings well. Lin Jiao. Lin Yu. What do you know? You guys hurry up and go, today the pig is given to old Zhang to kill. Wu Chang saw that the two did not say anything and opened himself up. Don't worry, the wages will be calculated for you as usual. It's not about that. Lin Yu was righteous, no merit, this is my job. As soon as his words came out, Lin Jiao gave him a somewhat surprised look. He then labeled Lin Yu as very principled. For a while, Lin Jiao's favorable impression of Lin Yu rose again. What she didn't know was that in Lin Yu's opinion, killing a pig could be 2.5 qi blood value. Where could one find such a good thing? After this village, there's no more store. Hey, my violent temper, are you going to let such a little girl wait for you? Wu Chang jumped to his feet, this elm lump, why don't you get the hang of it? Also. Lin Yu pondered, then this pig, I'll kill it tomorrow, you have to keep it for me. Okay. Wu Chang hated the iron and even said. Such a beautiful little girl you do not care, but also entangled in killing pigs? Look at you like a pig. Alright. Seeing Wu Chang loosen up, Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao, let's go. Aha! Lin Jiao nodded. Wait for me to change. Lin Yu unzipped his apron and walked towards the changing room, his robust upper body looked at Lin Jiao's face swished red. Lin Yu however didn't care about this, while walking, he said, Uncle, remember to keep the pig for me I'll come and kill it tomorrow. Hurry up and get lost. Wu Chang looked depressed and smoked a stifling cigarette. This is a unsupportable bucket. It's a waste of time to be such a strong redneck. After changing his clothes, Lin Yu followed Lin Jiao out of the slaughterhouse. Wu Chang and old Zhang stood side by side, looking at the two young figures leaving. Damn, this kid is an elm. Wu Chang exhaled thick smoke from his nostrils with a despondent expression. Old Zhang didn't answer, took a hard drag on his cigarette, and only after a long time did he let out a heavy sigh. Youth nah. The setting sun sprinkled on the two of them, and for a while, it was surprisingly literary. Where are you taking me? Walking down the road, Lin Yu looked back fondly at the slaughterhouse. Just 10 points of chi and blood had gone up today, a bit of a loss. You'll know when you go. Lin Jiao said. It's quite mysterious. Lin Yu muttered. Soon, Lin Jiao brought Lin Yu to a faculty dormitory. Your family lives here? Lin Yu asked. No. Lin Jiao shook her head and without explaining, rang the doorbell. Come in. Soon, the door was opened and an old voice came out from within the door. Under Lin Jiao's leadership, Lin Yu entered the room. As soon as he entered, he saw a gray-clothed old man. The old man looked to be about 60 or 70 years old, but his spirit was shimmering, and he was leisurely half lying on a rocking chair, his mouth humming a small song. This is the special physique you mentioned? Seeing the two of them come in, the old man stopped humming, looked at Lin Jiao and asked. The voice was soft, but neutral. Yes, Grandpa. Lin Jiao walked behind the old man and rubbed her shoulders for her. The chi and blood went up by almost 500 in a week. 500 points, that is indeed a characteristic of a special physique. The old man pondered, then looked at Lin Yu. Late born, what's your name? Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded. He could feel that this old man seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. Lin Yu, the old man pondered for a moment and muttered, not a bad name. You came because you want to know about the special physique? Yes. Lin Yu nodded his head and respectfully said, I also asked Senior to explain. Don't Senior, if you don't mind, just call me Ancient. The old man waved his hand. Lin Yu immediately said respectfully, Ancient. Since the little girl brought you here, I'll make an exception and talk to you about these matters. Ancient said. Many thanks. Lin Yu even said. Your current chi blood should be above 900 points, right? Ancient said. Yes. Lin Yu nodded his head, a little surprised in his heart. A single glance could tell his chi and blood values. This eyesight, this ancient was indeed not simple. Chapter 14 Ancient's Gift. Then what do you think should be done to become a martial artist? Ancient asked. Become a martial artist. Lin Yu mused, naturally, it's to raise your chi and blood value to 1000 points. A chi and blood value of 1000 was a martial artist. This was the division in the books in common sense. In that case, yes and no. Ancient said. What do you mean? Lin Yu didn't understand. The ancient man helplessly glanced at Lin Jiao and let out a light sigh. The implication was obvious. Where did you find a brat? Why don't you understand anything? Lin Jiao attached herself to Ancient's ear and said quietly, Grandpa Ancient, Lin Yu doesn't have much exposure to martial arts yet, so you should give him a talk. All right. Ancient was helpless in his heart, but his own granddaughter had spoken, so he couldn't afford to brush off his face. He looked at Lin Yu and slowly spoke. This saying that the so-called chi and blood value reaches 1000 points to be a martial artist is rather generalized. In reality, 1000 chi and blood values are the same as 900 chi and blood values, both can only be called quasi-martial artists. Then why are there no such divisions in the books? Lin Yu asked. This is a recently introduced division, it should be popularized after a while. Ancient said, and in order to become a true martial artist, there is still a final step missing, opening the veins. Pulse opening? Lin Yu muttered. Ancient nodded. To put it simply, after opening up the meridians, the upper limit of the chi and blood's capacity will also increase. In this way, one's body will be able to hold more chi and blood, and in this way, one can be considered to have truly become a martial artist. As for before opening the veins, it's actually just strengthening the body. That is to say, before one opens a vein, the human body's chi and blood holding capacity is at 1000, asked Lin Yu. Normally, that's the case. Ancient nodded, but there are exceptions. Special physique? Lin Yu reacted and asked. Counts as part of it. Ancient said, there are many ways to break through 1000 chi and blood values before opening a vein. The chi and blood value, in fact, represents one's physical quality. Through some special cultivation methods, one is also able to break through 1000 points of chi and blood value. And there are some people who are so gifted themselves that without using special methods, their own chi and blood ceiling exceeds 1000. I see. Lin Yu nodded, then special physique? Don't be hasty. Ancient waved his hand, I'll talk to you slowly. The so-called special physique is actually someone with outstanding talent. Only, it is divided into innate awakening and acquired awakening. Those who are innately awakened have a high upper limit of chi and blood themselves, and the speed of chi and blood accumulation is far greater than anyone else. Such a person has much more time to achieve martial arts and cultivate faster.
And an acquired awakening, that's the kind of person you are. Me?
Lin Yu pointed at himself.
Naturally.
The ancient god looked leisurely. There's only this explanation for a surge in chi and blood in a short period of time before formally cultivating. You increased your chi and blood by so much in a week, you should be a more powerful special physique.
What are the benefits? Lin Yu asked. Benefits? Ancient eyes narrowed. There are many benefits.
You have to know that breaking through as a martial artist with 1000 chi and blood and breaking through as a martial artist with 1200 chi and blood are two completely different concepts. Take the opening of the veins that I told you about before. The so-called opening of the veins is actually to be able to allow the human body to hold more chi and blood. And the more veins that are opened, the more chi and blood that is held will naturally increase.
In other words, the level of the chi and blood value will affect the number of veins opened? Lin Yu said. There is a certain relationship, but that's not what I'm going to say.
Ancient shook his head. Rather, it's the chi and blood value for opening veins. Opening the first vein, the chi and blood value should increase by 200 to 300, depending on the individual's physique. But this is only for people who open their veins with 1000 chi and blood.
Then what if it's 1200 chi and blood value? Lin Yu asked.
Then it would have to be doubled by 1.2 times, that is, between 240 and 360, and, for the realms that follow, it's all the same.
Ancient looked at Lin Yu. In that case, do you understand?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart was shaken and he nodded, understood. The chi and blood value before the veins were opened was, to put it bluntly, the foundation. The thicker the foundation, the stronger it would be in the future.
Then what if it's 1,300 points, 1,800 points? After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu spoke.
1,300 points is naturally a 1.3 times increase. As for 1,800 points, there has never been one.
Lin Jiao took over the conversation. Currently, before becoming a martial artist, the highest chi blood is 1,600 points.
This record is held by Bai Guang, the martial king of China.
1,600 points.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. This meant that this white martial king, the growth rate of his chi and blood per rank was 1.6 times that of others. With such a perverted increase, it was no wonder that he had become a generation of powerhouses.
Then this white martial king is the strongest person in the Chinese Federation?
Lin Yu asked with interest.
Naturally not.
Ancient shook his head. Strong natural talent does not mean that the path of martial arts goes further.
Also,
Lin Yu thought deeply that there were many factors that affected the martial Dao.
Now, you understand the power of special physique? Ancient asked. Understood.
Lin Yu nodded with a grave expression. I'm afraid that a person with a special physique would be hard to find an opponent within the same rank. It was a pity that he himself was not this so-called special physique. The surge in chi and blood was due to the trigger finger.
I just don't know, what is the upper limit of my chi and blood value? Lin Yu pondered. It shouldn't be more than 1,000 points.
Otherwise, at the time of rebirth, the chi blood value wouldn't be only 300 points. At the thought of this, he was somewhat disappointed. However, he was not discouraged.
Just like what Ancient had said, natural talent didn't mean everything.
In his previous life, he was able to walk to the very peak of the martial arts path, and in this life, he still could. Seeing that Lin Yu understood all of this, Ancient pulled out a book from somewhere and handed it to him. This is a special cultivation method. Even though you have a special physique, you can still cultivate and strive to go to the next level.
Ancient said, I think highly of you.
This. Lin Yu's heart was shaken.
How could he not know the preciousness of this special cultivation method?
At least, he himself was not even qualified to know before today. Seeing that Lin Yu wanted to say something, Ancient waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank the little girl. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao and said with a sincere expression, thank you.
It's fine. If it wasn't for your high natural talent, Grandpa wouldn't have given you this cultivation method.
Lin Jiao smiled, then said something quietly to Ancient. After a long time, Ancient shook his head helplessly and pulled out a jade pendant, handing it over to Lin Jiao. You little girl, your elbow is turning outward as much as possible. Lin Jiao playfully spat out her tongue. That delicate and naive appearance, even though Lin Yu was a straight man of steel, he froze in his tracks for a moment.
Lin Yu, follow me. After receiving the jade pendant, Lin Jiao turned around and walked towards the inner room. So mysterious? Do we have to go inside to talk about it?
Lin Yu stayed where he was, speculating on Lin Jiao's intentions.
Still not quick enough? Ancient saw that he didn't move and said in a bad mood, can a little girl harm you? Oh.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu then reacted and hurriedly followed. Ancient closed his eyes and continued to take a nap in his rocking chair. It wasn't until both of them had entered the inner room that he straightened up and muttered without a word.
Lucky boy. Chapter 15, The Deal. Lin Yu followed Lin Jiao into the inner room. Lin Yu, this jade pendant, you keep it first.
Lin Jiao turned her head and handed the jade pendant to Lin Yu.
Why?
Lin Yu did not take it, his gaze filled with doubt.
Another gift of a cultivation method, another gift of a jade pendant. This Lin Jiao, what exactly does she want? Lin Yu didn't believe that there would be a free lunch in the world.
If Lin Jiao did this, she must have something in mind.
I want to make a deal with you.
Lin Jiao smiled sweetly.
A deal? Lin Yu was even more confused. On his own, what was worth trading? In a while, it will be the great examination of martial arts. You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Lin Jiao said. This I naturally know. Lin Yu said, such a big matter, only a little cutie. Only then would they forget. Then let me ask you, after the martial arts exam, which university are you planning to go to? Lin Jiao said. Which university? Lin Yu mused, naturally, it's Kyoto Martial Arts University. Kyoto Martial Arts University was the #1 ranked martial arts university in China today.
Not to mention the abundance of resources, the faculty is even stronger.
One must know that there are quite a few strong martial king who have come out of Kyoto Martial Arts University. And these martial king powerhouses would occasionally teach at the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Water flows downhill, people go uphill. Lin Yu, naturally, was going to enroll in Kyoto Martial Arts University. True enough. Lin Jiao nodded, then said, this is the deal I want to make with you. What is the meaning? Lin Yu asked.
Lin Jiao did not beat around the bush and said directly, I want you to enroll in Yangdu Martial Arts University.
Yangdu Martial Arts University, one of the top 5 martial arts universities in China. Although it wasn't as good as Kyoto Martial Arts University, it was still a top institution. Why? Lin Yu said.
Lin Jiao guffawed, do you believe me when I say that I have a crush on you as a person?
You're joking. Lin Yu shook his head, his expression helpless. What was this young girl in front of him? The most outstanding student of Edo City Budo High School.
The dream goddess of countless people. If he said that such a character would be attracted to him just by seeing him a few times, Lin Yu would never believe it. Undeniably, Lin Yu did not feel that he was inferior to Lin Jiao. However, he was also definitely not so excellent that she would fall to the point of meeting him a few times. It wasn't like the protagonist of a H-color novel, where the girls flocked to him when the tiger shook his body.
No kidding.
Lin Jiao looked serious, but, to be precise, it's because I see your talent.
Lin Yu drifted off, so, this is considered an investment?
Right. Lin Jiao nodded, with your talent, when the time comes, the major academies will naturally come to lobby for you to join. As for me, I'll just have to start early.
Is it because of the special physique? Lin Yu asked.
Yes. Lin Jiao nodded, then said, don't be in a hurry to reject it first, hear me out. As long as you are willing to join the Yangdu Martial Arts Academy, the academy will provide you with all the resources to break through to a third-grade martial artist for free.
Gratuitous?
Lin Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It was feared that tens of millions of resources would have to be consumed in order to raise a third-grade martial artist. Such a condition could not be considered ungenerous.
Lin Yu was moved since he sighed, just because of a possibility, you're willing to invest so many resources? If I'm not a special physique, wouldn't the academy lose out?
The chances of such a thing are not great. Lin Jiao said, besides, the academy can afford such a loss.
Also. Lin Yu nodded, being able to call it a top martial arts university.
Yangdu Martial Dao University was bound to have a terrifying existence at the martial king level. It would be a joke if they couldn't even shell out this amount of resources. Seeing Lin Yu's heartbeat, Lin Jiao struck the iron while it was hot. In addition to that, when you break through the 4th grade, I can promise that I will allow a king-level powerhouse to protect you.
Dharma once. A king-level powerhouse?
Lin Yu was truly shocked this time.
What did a king-level powerhouse represent? That was a big shot-level figure that suppressed a party. And Lin Jiao could even invite such a figure? Well,
Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu with a burning gaze.
With such conditions, do you think I would refuse? Lin Yu laughed bitterly.
That's not necessarily true. After all, the conditions offered by other academies will only be more generous, only, it's impossible to invite a king-level powerhouse.
Lin Jiao thought about it and said, you're quite honest. Lin Yu laughed, aren't you afraid that I'll back out? Not afraid.
Lin Jiao winked, a king-level powerhouse isn't something that anyone can hire.
That's also true. Lin Yu nodded, then queried, then how can you invite it? Because that's my grandfather. Lin Jiao guffawed. Sizzle.
Lin Yu's heart shook and he sucked in a breath of cool air.
Holy. Grandpa Wu Wang.
This Lin Jiao, her background is too scary.
No wonder. Lin Yu sighed, his heart complex. Don't you dare tell anyone. Lin Jiao smiled. Naturally.
Lin Yu nodded, but in his heart, he made up his mind that Lin Jiao's thigh, no matter what, he had to hold on tight.
Then it's a deal.
Lin Jiao handed the jade pendant in her hand to Lin Yu and explained. This jade pendant, when crushed, is enough to emit an attack that is comparable to a 4th grade's full strength strike. Keep it for your defense. Lin Yu woodenly accepted the jade pendant, no longer knowing what to say.
Another grandfather martial king, another jade pendant that was comparable to a 4th grade strike. This shock came in waves, shaking his entire body a little numb. It was trenchant. Then, see you tomorrow.
Lin Jiao turned around, walked out of the room, and returned to the hall. As for Lin Yu, he took the cultivation method and the jade pendant and stood in place with a complicated expression.
What happened today was truly a bit unbelievable. The most crucial thing was that he was not a laborious special physique at all. However, this was something he naturally wouldn't say to Lin Jiao. After all, he was indeed short of resources. Right now, Lin Jiao offered such conditions, and he was happy to accept them. Although he said that he was somewhat sorry to Lin Jiao, Lin Yu could not care less. He would make it up to her later. I believe that my own achievements in the future will not be inferior to those special physiques. Lin Yu was very confident. After all, he himself was a hanging wall. The district's special physique was not enough to worry about. The reason why Lin Jiao would make a deal with himself was nothing more than the hope that in the future, the Yangdu Martial Arts University would produce a powerful martial artist. As long as she herself became powerful, she would not have lost money. Only, maybe the initial starting point was different. With this thought, Lin Yu also left the room and returned to the living room. Is the deal done?
Ancient saw the duo return and narrowed his eyes.
Aha! Lin Jiao nodded her head, a little jumpy. Now that it's settled, do what you need to do.
The old master started to kick people out, showing no mercy. His own little girl, it was the first time he brought a young man to his place. This undoubtedly made Ancient have some issues with Lin Yu, and the more she looked at him, the more upset she became.
It was already considered good that he didn't make a move to slice Lin Yu to death with a palm. Then the late generation will take their leave first.
Lin Yu solemnly said another thank you towards Ancient and Lin Jiao and left the place. After Lin Yu left, Lin Jiao stood behind Ancient and rubbed the latter's shoulders.
Ancient comfortably squinted his eyes and spoke, "This kid, it's not a special physique." "I know." Lin Jiao nodded. "Knowing that you're still. He has the potential."
Lin Jiao bit her lip, her thoughts returning to the scene when she saw Lin Yu at the slaughterhouse. The way the teenager sweated and labored hard for a living was deeply engraved in her heart. More or less, she was affected.
Otherwise, a special physique is, indeed, rare. But so what? Who was she, Lin Jiao? Wouldn't she really make such a decision because of a special physique? It wasn't a special physique that she was going to help. It was just Lin Yu as a person. "You're really..."
Ancient sighed, pondering in his heart that the next time he saw that brat, he could simply slap him to death.
"Don't really abduct your own family's precious granddaughter.
You're a thief, and you have a special physique.
Special your grandma's leg. I yuck." Chapter 16, Beast-Tide Attack.
Lin Yu didn't make much of a stop. Wearing the jade pendant and taking the cultivation method, he went straight back home. It was already late in the day, the clouds were dense, and the atmosphere seemed very depressing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Yu vaguely felt as if something would happen tonight. After eating dinner and delving into the cultivation method handed to him by the ancient for a while, Lin Yu entered dreamland.
Late night. Boom!
A loud bang woke up the sleeping Lin Yu. He sat up from his bed in shock, his sleepiness gone. Outside the window, thunder roared, rain poured down, and purple thunder resembled a giant snake slithering in mythology.
He casually turned on the light and walked to the window.
Since he equals Lin Yu came to this world, the night in Jiangdu City was so chaotic for the first time. The entire city was lit up, and he wasn't the only one who was awakened. So much commotion that the entire city was awakened. Lights were lit up in every home, and those in the rooms stood by the windows, looking to the south of the city. Roar! With a beastly roar, a huge figure emerged in the darkness of the night. The rain was really too heavy, so Lin Yu couldn't see the face of this huge beast, but only vaguely saw a silhouette. It looked like a huge dragon from Western mythology. But, even more massive in size. Because, even from halfway across the city, Lin Yu could see such a figure.
An alien invasion. The end of the war opened without any warning.
Such a huge ferocious beast attacked Jiangdu City. And this, perhaps, is just the tip of the iceberg of this invasion. Lin Yu didn't know the situation of the battlefield, but thought that it was bound to be incomparably brutal. The aftermath of the battle between humans and ferocious beasts could be felt within the city. Clank! A white light flashed violently, illuminating from within the battlefield. In this instant, Lin Yu couldn't see anything else, his eyes were filled with pallor. This white light that covered everything. Whether it was thunder, torrential rain, or even that huge ferocious beast, they all dissolved under the white light.
Everything returned to calm. Jiangdu City, it seems, is safe.
But Lin Yu knew that it was merely the devil lurking once again, ready and waiting to invade again. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu couldn't calm down for a long time. This was the cruelty of this era. Humanity, all the time, has been living in a great crisis, and the foreign races may invade at any time. Without a strong strength, it might be reduced to a cup of yellow earth one day.
Be strong, be sure to become strong. Lin Yu secretly swore.
Only when one was strong would one have a foothold.
He remembered the white light.
Others might not be able to feel it, but, as a martial arts master in his previous life, he knew exactly what that white light was. It was the purest sword intent, mixed with some kind of energy that he could not distinguish.
With a single sword strike, it destroyed the alien race's attack. And what kind of supreme powerhouse would the one who cut out this kind of sword intent be?
Lin Yu didn't know. All he knew was that he must become as strong as the owner of the sword intent, or even stronger. He fell asleep in a daze, and when he woke up again, it was already dawn. On Skynet, there was a message that came from Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. The content of the message was very concise. Due to the attack of the beast tide, classes are suspended today. After reading the message, Lin Yu casually turned on the TV. Last night, the city was hit by a beast wave, and this wave is rated at the king level. Fortunately, the strong sword king of the military ministry stepped in to quell the king-level ferocious beast, the purple-winged dragon king, and pacified this beast tide. Currently, the situation in Jiangdu City is stable. The reason for the beast tide's appearance is unknown, and the frontline personnel are in the process of starting an investigation. Stay tuned to our follow-up report for more details.
After listening to the news, Lin Yu turned off the TV and took a deep breath. Beast tide. Last night's Jiangdu City was attacked by a beast tide.
And the rating has reached the king level. This meant that the commander of this beast tide had at least a king-level ferocious beast. If it wasn't for the strong sword king of the military department, I'm afraid that Jiangdu City would be in danger. Being able to be honored as king, this sword king is at least a martial king-level powerhouse. Most of the powerful people of this level were stationed at the front line to deter the foreigners. And when Jiangdu City encountered such a crisis, it was surprising that a strong person of this rank had stepped in to relieve the situation.
This could not be considered unlucky. Of course, it's hard to say whether it was coincidence or preparation.
At least a small civilian like Lin Yu, who wasn't even a martial artist, wasn't qualified to know.
But no matter what, it was always safe. After having breakfast, Lin Yu went out and prepared to head to the slaughterhouse in the south of the city. Since he wasn't attending classes, he would go and kill more pigs to increase his chi and blood. After experiencing this beast tide, Lin Yu realized how weak this life of his was in this world. If he really encountered a foreign race, he would almost certainly die.
However, as soon as he went out, Lin Yu was stunned by the sight before him. On the streets, there was a large pit, and some of the buildings had collapsed. It was as if they had experienced an earthquake.
Last night's beast tide still had a great impact on Jiangdu City.
Fortunately, there were no casualties in the city. Looking at the bleak scene in front of him, Lin Yu had some bad premonitions in his heart. He quickened his pace and hurriedly rushed to the slaughterhouse in the south of the city.
Sure enough,
half an hour later, Lin Yu stood in front of the gate of the slaughterhouse in the south of the city, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bitter smile. As he had expected, the city south slaughterhouse collapsed.
Last night's battlefield was at the southernmost tip of Jiangdu City. And although the slaughterhouse wasn't in the battlefield, it wasn't generally affected.
The entire slaughterhouse was almost reduced to rubble. In such a situation, naturally no creature could survive. Lin Yu's plan to increase his chi and blood was declared bankrupt.
A sudden wave of beasts had disrupted all his arrangements.
Lin Yu once again felt the treacherousness of this world.
Jiangdu City, Military Department.
General Yi, the front line has been cleared and the casualties have been counted. In last night's battle, our army sacrificed a total of 120 warriors, of which 2 were of the 3rd rank, 40 of the 2nd rank, and 78 of the 1st rank.
The rest lost.
A resounding voice rang out, and a man in military uniform was reporting on last night's battle.
Got it. Set up the defense line to prevent a secondary beast tide. No matter what, we can't let the foreigners take half a step into Jiangdu City.
The middle-aged man known as General Yi let out a stern shout, his voice thick and neutral.
Yes.
The reporting officer saluted and then walked out of the gate. General Yi, on the other hand, was sitting on a stool with some fatigue. In order to deal with this beast tide, he hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. With all the preparations, plus Senior Sword King's strike, it's surprising that there are all such casualties. General Yi closed his eyes in pain. The ones who sacrificed were all his men, how could he be calm?
Old Yi, look on the bright side.
Right at this moment, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first.
Governor of Jiangdu City, Zhang Lin.
The strongest man in Jiangdu City.
Chapter 17 Dragon-Shaped Fae. Governor Jiang. Hearing the voice, General Yi stood up and greeted him.
A king-level beast tide and only 120 warriors were sacrificed. Old Yi, you've done well enough.
Zhang Lin comforted. Hearing this, General Yi just shook his head and did not say anything.
Zhang Lin sighed and didn't say anything either, and the two of them stood in silence for a long time.
Last night's beast tide, has the cause been investigated clearly?
In the middle of the day, Zhang Lin broke the silence. General Yi said, according to Senior Sword King, the purple-winged dragon king, it seems to be looking for one thing.
Looking for something?
Zhang Lin frowned. In this Jiangdu City, there's still a ferocious beast of this level that can look for something? Not only is it looking for something, but it's extremely important.
General Yi explained, otherwise, knowing that there is a Sword King Senior in attendance, how would it dare to initiate this beast tide? What is it? Jiang Lin said.
General Yi mused, according to Sword King Senior's speculation, it seems to be a descendant of the purple-winged Dragon King.
A descendant of a king-level ferocious beast? Jiang Lin was secretly shocked in his heart, then a bit puzzled, but that doesn't make sense?
These ferocious beasts, with their cool nature, eat their offspring alive in order to become stronger.
Could it be that this purple-winged Dragon King is going to be special? Who knows?
General Yi shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't really understand either.
In any case, the entire city is under martial law.
Jiang Lin said seriously, this level's heir, even just born, has incredible battle prowess, so don't make any mess.
Naturally. Slaughterhouse in the south of the city.
At this moment, Lin Yu stood outside the pig pen, his jaw dropping. The scene in front of him was somewhat beyond his cognizance. Inside the pig pen, it was full of skeletons, piled up into a small white mountain. Having worked in the slaughterhouse for such a period of time, Lin Yu was naturally able to recognize that these white bones were all pig bones. And the hundreds of pigs in the pens had all disappeared. These pig bones, how they were created, speak for themselves. Overnight, hundreds of pigs, surprisingly, were reduced to nothing but white bones. This kind of incident, if put into the previous life, I am afraid that it will be a spiritual incident that shocked the whole village.
Ka! There was a soft thud. It was a crisp sound, like the sound of an eggshell breaking.
Lin Yu frowned and very cautiously looked towards the source of the sound.
Ka! Ka! Ka!
There were several crunching sounds in quick succession, as if something was breaking out of its shell. At the same time, a majestic blood chi emanated out, and the airwave instantly toppled Lin Yu to the ground. Even the surrounding rubble was scraped up. Lying on the ground, Lin Yu was horrified, and without any hesitation, he jumped up instantly with a carp. He pointed his toes and swept violently towards the outside of the slaughterhouse. Nowadays, he knew very well what kind of physical quality he was. Even if it wasn't as strong as in his previous life when he was in his heyday, it wasn't much worse. And with just a wave of air toppling him over, what the source of that weird sound would be like, he didn't dare to imagine. Things were not right, hurry up and bolt. While running, he also looked back towards the back. At the place where that weird sound was made just now, a beastly shadow rose up into the air. It seemed to be an alien creature. With wings, it was like a Western dragon in a picture book. Its body was black and covered with mucus, making it look disgusting. An alien race. And it's still an extremely powerful foreign race. Lin Yu was shocked, retracting his gaze and running with all his might. And just the moment he retracted his gaze, that foreigner was the one who happened to look at him. A pair of ghastly beast pupils snapped, seemingly viewing Lin Yu as prey. Finished, being targeted. Lin Yu had a chill in his heart and goosebumps rose all over his body. He understood that he was far from being a match for this foreign race. Once he was caught up, it was a death sentence. Under the full force outburst, in just a few seconds, he had already run wildly for a distance of 100 meters. As for the foreigner, with a flick of his wings, he had crossed a dozen meters in an instant. So fast. While observing the situation diagonally behind him with his afterimage, Lin Yu was alarmed in his heart. At this speed, it was only a matter of time before he was caught up. Can't run away. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and pulled out the jade pendant from his chest. According to Lin Jiao, after this jade pendant was crushed, it could erupt into a full force strike comparable to that of a 4th-grade martial artist. It should be enough to kill this foreigner. Lin Yu turned around and was about to crush the jade pendant. Wait! Just at the moment when he was about to crush the jade pendant, a thought flashed through Lin Yu's heart. This jade pendant, is it ranged, or is it monolithic? What if it's ranged and kills itself? For a moment, a flicker of remorse flashed through his heart. He had forgotten to ask Lin Jiao at that time, a blunder and a mistake. If Lin Jiao knew about this idea of his, he would probably want to strangle him. The so-called protective jade pendant was a special means of attack. If it is ranged, how can it be protective? That's a kill-each-other type of attack. This should be obvious to anyone with common sense. But Lin Yu didn't know that having only come to this world for a month, what Lin Jiao thought was common sense was actually quite unfamiliar to Lin Yu. Of course, Lin Yu was not stupid. After a little thought, he also roughly understood that the jade pendant was unlikely to be ranged. However, it was such a momentary hesitation that the alien race had already killed in front of Lin Yu. Bang! A loud bang. Lin Yu was knocked backwards and flew out, landing heavily on top of the ruins. With such a collision, his body was almost falling apart, at least a few bones were broken. Even with Lin Yu's stamina, he was in enough pain. Before he could take a breath, the foreigner, again, bullied his way to the front. In just an instant, Lin Yu encountered a life and death crisis. His pupils were violently dilated and his mental energy was concentrated like never before. He knew that this foreign race was strong enough, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Lin Yu let out a bitter smile, looking at the gradually enlarging beast shadow. He simply closed his eyes and violently pinched the jade pendant. It's a blessing, not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided.
Bang! The jade pendant exploded and a majestic power surged up from within it. Lin Yu didn't know what kind of power this was, but, for sure, it wasn't the power of qi and blood. Of course, in this situation now, he couldn't care less about that. As the inexplicable power surged out, the alien hissed and seemed to sense the danger as it rapidly fell back. And the sharp claw that had already pierced into Lin Yu's heart also violently stopped. Feeling the sharp pain in his heart, Lin Yu was relieved instead. It was good that he had at least saved a life. As for the alien race, as it sensed the crisis, its speed increased to a level that Lin Yu could not comprehend. In 100% of a split second, it moved across a distance. But, as fast as it was, the energy within the jade pendant was even faster. An attack that was enough to rival the full force of a 4th grade powerhouse in a situation where it was almost face to face. Even if this alien was fast enough, it could not avoid it. Roar! Majestic power poured onto its body, instantly destroying almost its entire body. It let out a feeble hiss, almost dissolved by the blow. Chapter 18, Metamorphosis, Blood Rain. It should be dead, right? Lin Yu braced himself and looked towards the dragon-shaped alien. That dragon-shaped alien, most of its body was destroyed, and purple blood gushed out crazily, forming a river of blood. However, what amazed Lin Yu was that even in this state, the dragon-shaped alien was not dead. Even so, it shook and struggled to stand up from the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's scalp tingled. What kind of freak was this? With most of his head destroyed, he was still able to stand up, and Lin Yu could even see that his brain marrow was slowly flowing down. My life is over. Lin Yu let out a long sigh. Boom! Fortunately, the dragon-shaped alien struggled for a while before collapsing again. The huge body smashed into smoke and dust. Seeing this, Lin Yu tried his best to stand up from the ground. He knew that if he didn't do something, he was afraid that he would really have to explain himself here today. Sizzle! The pain coming from his body caused Lin Yu to let out a cry of pain. But he couldn't care less about that, and pulled out a steel bar from the midst of the ruins and walked towards the alien. And the closer he got, the more alarmed Lin Yu became. Because he saw that at the wound of that dragon-shaped alien, there was actually new flesh growing, visible to the naked eye. Within a few short seconds, the dragon-shaped creature had actually begun to heal itself. This life force. Lin Yu let out a bitter smile and picked up a steel bar and heaved it towards the dragon-shaped alien's head. Snort! The sound of steel going through the medulla rang out, but it didn't penetrate its skull, being blocked by the epidermis. Knowing that Lin Yu's qi and blood power was now at 920 points, I was afraid that under a full force strike, even a rock could break through. And now, surprisingly, he couldn't even pierce the epidermis of this alien. It was enough to see how feared this alien creature was. If it wasn't for the jade pendant strike piercing through its head, Lin Yu wouldn't even have the qualifications to injure it. Wow! Pieces of brain marrow rolled out of the alien's brain, and it, finally, stopped struggling. Lin Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. If this wasn't even dead, then he really had no choice. But, the alien was only quiet for less than a second before it resumed struggling. Moreover, the speed at which the body healed became even faster. What the hell kind of monster is this? Lin Yu smiled bitterly and fell down with his face towards the alien. His injuries were already extremely serious, and just now, he had used all his strength to send out an attack, but now he was even more injured, and was no longer able to support himself. Lying on top of the foreigner, Lin Yu no longer had a single ounce of strength. For the first time, he was so desperate. This was the gap brought about by absolute strength. A foreign race with a strength of less than 4 grades was already so feared, so what kind of scene would it be with 5 or 6 grades? I'm afraid that I would be wiped out in an instant, right? Certainly, one doesn't seem to have that chance. Lin Yu looked at the alien race in front of him, his heart filled with resignation. What was even worse was that the moment he touched the alien race, he felt his qi and blood crazily draining away. It seemed to have been siphoned off by this foreign race. And after that foreign race got Lin Yu's qi and blood, the speed of wound healing became a few points faster. Lin Yu finally understood why there was only a pile of white bones left in the pigsty. It was because the qi and blood had all been siphoned off by this dragon-shaped alien. With the loss of blood, Lin Yu's sanity gradually became blurry, and in no time he lost consciousness and fainted. A few seconds later. Roar! The alien hissed and regained his mobility, and was about to strike at Lin Yu. However, at that instant, a strange change occurred. The trigger finger in Lin Yu's hand faintly and unnoticeably lit up. This glow was so dim that it could barely be seen without careful observation. Then, ray after ray of light extended from the trigger finger, silently entwining the dragon-shaped alien. By the time the dragon-shaped alien reacted, its entire body was already wrapped around it. Those rays of light, too, changed from white to purple. Roar! The dragon-shaped alien hissed, his eyes showing fear for the first time. Even when half of its body had been destroyed, it had not been so terrified. Because, it felt its essence of origin, surprisingly, draining away. Boom! 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 A piece of debris lifted up and shot out in all directions. The dragon-shaped alien struggled frantically, trying to shake off the rays. How could this lowly reptile possess its own noble bloodline?
It could feel that its own bloodline, which represented supreme distinction, had been transferred to that lowly reptile in front of it. It roared with rage and resentment, even tearing apart its own flesh and blood with its claws. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not shake off these rays.
The rays of light grew more and more until they completely wrapped the dragon-shaped alien, forming a cocoon.
In an unwilling roar, the dragon-shaped creature was wrapped in layers, no longer able to struggle. And the source of all the light converged on the trigger finger in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu's face, which had become pale due to blood loss, was actually slowly becoming red.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
His bones all over his body rattled like a cannonball, section after section. The entire scene looked bizarre and very strange. Such a weird scene lasted for a long time. In this corner that no one knew about, an amazing metamorphosis was taking place. Between mistakes, Lin Yu had obtained a heavenly creation. And it was this metamorphosis that laid an incomparably majestic foundation for Lin Yu's path to power. A few minutes later, the entire purple cocoon shattered without leaving a trace.
Even that terrifying alien race was nowhere to be found.
Only Lin Yu was lying in the middle of the ruins, his body's chi and blood constantly surging. Within his body, there was a faint sound of blood chi rushing. It was like dragons and elephants roaring in unison. Rumble! Above the sky, thunder roared and dark clouds covered the sky. The entire Jiangdu city was once again plunged into depression. Wow! A torrential downpour poured madly from the sky above. And what was frightening was that the raindrops, surprisingly, were red in color, just like thick blood. This kind of sight was just like the end coming. Thunder and rain of blood poured down, and the entire Jiangdu city was thrown into panic. Inside a faculty dormitory. Looking at the blood rain outside the window, Ancient muttered, "Blood rain descending, the vision of the fall of the ancient king."
In the territory of Jiangdu City, an ancient king has fallen?
He frowned, his heart filled with puzzlement. Every existence that could be called an ancient king was strong and unrivaled. And it was impossible for such existences to be killed silently. He, on the other hand, had not detected a single movement.
Or is it that a supreme bloodline has fallen? Ancient sighed, either way, it was a heavenly matter.
For the humans, having a foreign ancient king fall was a mixed blessing. The good thing was that the fall of an ancient king meant that the pressure on the front line would be much less. The bad thing was that the end of the war was feared to have opened earlier. It's just a matter of walking around in person, so I'll understand.
Ancient walked out of the room.
He, for one, was going to explore Jiangdu City. Why this vision suddenly appeared.
Chapter 19, The Martial Arts Exam is Coming.
When Lin Yu woke up, he realized that he was lying on his bed. The scene in front of him was also unfamiliar.
Where is this?
Hell? Lin Yu climbed up from the bed and laughed to himself. I didn't expect that after only a month of being reborn, he would die at the hands of a foreign race.
To be miserable to this extent, there was no one else.
However, the room was quite large, and it was at least much better than the dormitory he lived in.
It's amazing that you're treated better in death than you were in life.
Thinking of this, Lin Yu cried and laughed a little, moved his muscles and realized that the clothes on his body had also been changed.
Sure enough, it's dead.
Otherwise, why did all the wounds on the body disappear and the clothes were changed?
Isn't it time to drink Mona's soup next?
Muttering, Lin Yu walked towards the door of his room.
Bomba soup? What Mona's soup?
Just as she was muttering to herself, a clear voice rang out. Lin Yu followed the sound and the door of the room opened with a creak and a silhouette walked in.
Lin Jiao?
Looking at the absolutely beautiful appearance of the person in front of him, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment.
You also died? Lin Jiao, ? Oh. No, I'm not dead?
Seeing Lin Jiao's confused face, Lin Yu also reacted, while sweating a little in his heart.
Which one asks if someone is dead or not as soon as they meet?
Seeing Lin Yu's appearance, Lin Jiao did not get angry, but instead puffed a smile.
Of course you're not dead, this is my grandpa's house.
She opened her mouth. She was not the least bit surprised that Lin Yu had asked this question. When Grandpa returned home carrying Lin Yu, the bloodied appearance was a shock to himself.
It wasn't hard to imagine what had happened to Lin Yu before.
Right now, it was naturally reasonable that he would ask this question. Lin Yu scratched his head and asked, "Why am I at your grandpa's house? Don't I remember being at the slaughterhouse?"
"It was Grandpa who saved you," Lin Jiao said. "Ancient?"
"Yes. When Grandpa went out that day, he found you using the jade pendant and followed the scent to find you at the slaughterhouse."
"I see," Lin Yu suddenly realized.
"In that case, I'm afraid that the strong energy in that jade pendant was left behind by the ancient." Just thinking about that terrifying might, Lin Yu was in a state of shock. Even the residual power had smashed a deep pit in the ground. A full-force strike that was comparable to a 4th grade was worthy of its name.
And what realm would the ancient that could create such a jade pendant be in? 5th grade? 6th grade? Or even, the legendary martial king?
For a while, Lin Yu's eyes were a little complicated when he looked at Lin Jiao.
Because such a strong person was none other than her grandfather. Plus a martial king grandfather. Lin Jiao, I'm afraid she can walk sideways in China. But what happened to you that day? Lin Jiao asked. I asked Grandpa, and Grandpa said he didn't know either. Lin Yu took a deep breath, encountered a foreign race. In a slaughterhouse? Lin Jiao was shocked. Right. Lin Yu nodded, it should have been the beast tide that sneaked in that night. I see. Lin Jiao understood. It wasn't unusual that after a beast tide, there would be foreign races entering the city. Therefore, usually after a beast tide, there would be martial artists patrolling the city just to uncover the fish that had escaped the net. It was Lin Yu who was backward in his spots and encountered a foreigner right after he went out. Luckily, he's safe and sound now. Let's not talk about this. Lin Yu now thought about the situation at that time and was also in a state of fear. That dragon-shaped alien, who had suffered such heavy injuries, had managed to recover. To be able to survive, it really was his own blessed life. If not for the ancient help, I'm afraid that I have already accounted for that. After having his chi and blood drawn from his body by the dragon alien, Lin Yu fainted, knowing nothing of what happened afterward. He only thought that Ancient had stepped in to kill the alien race and saved him. For a while, Lin Yu's mind was that complicated. Giving a jade pendant to protect his body, not to mention saving his life. This favor owes a lot. Right, where are my clothes? Saying thanks towards Lin Jiao, Lin Yu asked. These clothes on his body were a bit small, and it seemed to be a set of pajamas. And then there's the fact that the clothes, who changed them? It's not Lin Jiao, is it? Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao with some suspicion. It's over, I'm not clean. In my place. Just as he was about to say something, a majestic voice rang out from outside the door. Ancient came, with a set of clothes in his hand, and threw it towards Lin Yu. Don't guess blindly, I changed the clothes for you. Lin Yu took the clothes and smiled sarcastically, didn't say that. Ancient glanced at him and snorted coldly. Just that little bit of your brat, can I still not understand? So what, I want to change my clothes. Lin Yu changed the topic and looked at Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao pointed outside, change in that side room in front. Good. Lin Yu was like amnesty and slipped away with his clothes in his arms. It always felt like Ancient was looking at him strangely. There was something dangerous. This brat. Looking at Lin Yu's fleeing back, Ancient shook his head with a mischievous expression. At the same time, he quietly looked at his granddaughter. Lin Jiao was smiling and staring at Lin Yu, but she didn't realize that her own family's grandfather was looking at her. Ugh. So Ancient heaved another sigh. Grandpa, what are you sighing for? Lin Jiao curiously said. Jiao Jiao, tell me honestly, do you have your eyes on this kid? Ancient asked. No. Lin Jiao shook her head. Grandpa, what are you thinking? Ancient was clearly unconvinced. I've never seen you get this close to any kid. There's no such thing, Grandpa, don't guess blindly. Lin Jiao didn't have the good sense to say. She was just at the stage of admiration towards Lin Yu. To say that she liked him was really out of the question. That's good. Receiving an affirmative answer, Ancient nodded with satisfaction, smiling and pleased. After changing his clothes, Lin Yu said goodbye to Lin Jiao and Ancient to go home. However, Lin Jiao's words made him freeze in place, stunned. The martial arts exam is tomorrow, so remember to prepare properly. Hearing these words, Lin Yu wondered if he was hallucinating. Wasn't the martial arts exam still about 20 days away? Tomorrow? He summoned Skynet and looked at the time. 2021, June 2nd. And the martial arts exam, which is on June 3rd. Lin Yu was confused. What am I, sleeping for 20 days? He asked incredulously. Aha! Lin Jiao nodded. Then about the martial arts exam. Lin Yu panicked, knowing that there were many processes to go through before the martial arts exam. And he had slept for 20 days, how could these processes be completed? That means missing this martial arts exam. I've done all the formalities for you, don't worry. Lin Jiao looked at this look on Lin Yu's face. Naturally she understood what he was thinking and spoke out to explain. Really? Lin Yu said in surprise. Lin Jiao nodded. Thank you so much. Lin Yu hurriedly thanked him. It was really a big help. If you miss this martial arts exam, you'll have to wait until next year. In that case, there would be another year's delay. You know, Budo University and Budo High School are two completely different concepts. Chapter 20, Post-Acquired Awakened? Right, you wait for a moment. Lin Jiao thought for a moment, then walked out of the hall. After a while, she came back inside with an ID and handed it to Lin Yu. I almost forgot this. Lin Yu took it and saw that it was the pass for the martial arts grand examination. It was thought that Lin Jiao had expended a lot of energy for this document. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yu even thanked him, his heart moved. It's fine. Lin Jiao smiled, good luck with your exams. Aha! Lin Yu nodded, you too. After leaving from the faculty dormitory, Lin Yu walked down the street with mixed feelings. Before this, he had never expected that he would meet the martial arts examination in such a manner. There was a saying, tomorrow and the accident, you never know who will come first. And this accident was undoubtedly the one that brought Lin Yu closest to death. There's also the question of why it feels as if he hasn't suffered any injuries. Obviously, in the slaughterhouse, the whole body is going to fall apart like. Could it be that it was too much panic and an illusion? Lin Yu touched all over his body and froze, not finding anything unusual. On the contrary, the sight of him standing on the street and touching himself made many people secretly shake their heads and sigh. What a handsome young man, but unfortunately a pervert. He really couldn't think of anything, so Lin Yu didn't care. No matter what, not being injured was always a good thing. For the martial arts exam, there was bound to be a test of qi and blood. If the qi and blood dropped because of an injury, it would be a big loss. It was also for this reason that candidates taking the martial arts exam would not exercise strenuously for a month. All wanted to be in the best possible condition for the martial arts exam. I just hope that this change didn't affect them in any way. With this thought, Lin Yu gently stroked the trigger finger on his hand and began to test his qi and blood. With 920 points of qi and blood value, coupled with his liberal arts score, getting into Yangdu Martial Arts University should be a nail in the coffin. If his qi and blood dropped, there would be no place to cry. After a long time, sensing that the wrench on his hand stopped trembling, Lin Yu lifted his left hand and looked at the wrench. Immediately afterward, he froze. The value displayed on the trigger finger was not 920. Rather, it's 1800. This trigger finger, is it broken? Lin Yu muttered. He hadn't even become a martial artist yet, so how could he have such a high blood value? Well, remeasure it once. Lin Yu twisted the trigger finger for the second test. In the middle of the morning, the test result was still 1800. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, test again. Lin Yu still doesn't believe it. However, the result was still 1800. Looking at the same result 3 times in a row, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. His qi blood was clearly 920, how did it become 1800 after sleeping for 20 days? Could it be that he really has a special physique? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited. If it was really 1800 qi blood, then it would be heaven-defying. One must know that before breaking through to martial arts, the highest qi blood record was 1600. And the record holder was still a martial king existence. As for himself, he had pulled that record up by a full 200 points. At this moment, Lin Yu only wanted to laugh to the heavens. When he knew about the matter of the special physique, although he had repeatedly comforted himself that it was unimportant and that natural talent did not mean everything. But it didn't mean that he really didn't care, his heart was actually still a little sour. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he naturally knew how important talent and foundation were. The firmer the foundation, the better the path of martial arts would be. Just like building a house, the bigger the foundation, then the higher the house could be. And now, without breaking through to martial artist, his qi and blood reached 1800 points. And with such a value, even some first-grade martial artists could only look up to it. It could be said that with Lin Yu's current physical quality, he was already comparable to an ordinary first-grade martial artist. Not a martial artist, but better than a martial artist. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu went straight to a training room. He wanted to test his strength today. Standing in front of the strength measuring machine, Lin Yu let out a long breath. Then his feet snapped, the force came from his feet, he bowed slightly at the waist, and the force was transferred to his hands in layers. Like a tiger coming out of its cage, his fist cut a residual shadow in the air. The sound of breaking wind whistled, and the fist struck heavily on top of the boxing target. Just as soon as he threw the punch, Lin Yu felt the difference. The entire body's qi and blood boiled in an instant, and before today, this was a feeling he had never felt before. This body, it seemed like it was not his own. It was much too strong and had become much harder to control. Bang! Just between his thoughts, the results of the test came out. 1,500 kilograms. The force of just one punch was terrifying to this extent. Previously, Lin Yu would also come to the training room for tests, but the punch force was only around 400 kilograms. Of course, that was tested when his qi and blood values were at 400 before he had discovered the secret of the trigger finger. And now, it was a full 3 times more. After seeing this result, Lin Yu was incomparably sure that his own qi blood value was, indeed, 1,800 points. Hotian awakened. Lin Yu looked excited and muttered, "Yes, I am definitely in Hotian awakened. This is the only explanation, otherwise, how could my qi and blood have skyrocketed so much in a short period of time? 20 days, from 920 points, a whole 880 points. This kind of increase is perhaps first class in China. And, after becoming a martial artist, my blood qi rise should also be 1.8 times that of an ordinary person. Such a rise. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more appalled he became. 1.8 times increase, unprecedented in ancient times. I'm rather starting to look forward to the martial arts exam tomorrow. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a glint. Yangdu Martial Arts University, he was determined to win. Lin Jiao and Ancient's gift was not a loss. It would even be the most cost-effective deal in the history of China.
Tens of millions of resources, in exchange for the joining of a genius martial artist like Lin Yu, it was definitely a solid profit. In the future, as long as Lin Yu didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a powerful person who would shake the party. At that time, casually leaking a bit out of his teeth would be more than these tens of millions. After pondering for a while, Lin Yu headed to the other areas of the training room. He still had to test his speed and other matters. 10 minutes later. After testing other matters in the training room, Lin Yu was finally able to determine that his strength had more than doubled. With his current physical qualities, an unusual martial artist would not be a match for him. The records he set in the training room were even more frightening to the onlookers. It was important to know that martial artists usually didn't come to the training room. And Lin Yu showed the qualities of a martial artist, shocking the eyeballs off the ground. The person in charge of that training room even wondered for a moment which martial artist had come to pretend to be here. Thinking like this, he looked at Lin Yu with some contempt. You the hell, a martial artist, running to an ordinary person's training room to find presents, as far as that goes? You're such a fugitive. Lin Yu naturally did not know that he had to test his physical fitness and had to meet with unpleasant comments. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Right now, he was completely immersed in the joy of his surging chi and blood. At this moment, other than Lin Yu, no one knew that in this tiny Jiangdu city, a genius had quietly risen. 1,800 points of chi and blood, shaking the ancient world. Chapter 21 The Great Examination. It was already evening when they walked out of the training room. Lin Yu returned to his residence to organize the things he needed to prepare for tomorrow's exam, and then went to bed early. The next day, Lin Yu woke up early and rushed to the examination center after having breakfast. After arriving at the test center according to the information on the admission card, he found that the test center was not yet open, so he quietly waited outside the test center. Unlike in his previous life, today's grand exam was very cumbersome. It was roughly divided into two segments, the compulsory segment and the optional segment. The compulsory session, as the name suggests, is the session that all candidates must attend. It mainly examines the habits of various ferocious beasts, methods of dealing with them, as well as the effects of various medicines and so on. Living in such an era, whether one was a martial artist or not, one needed to have a certain understanding of these things, which could be life-saving at critical moments. This session was in written form, and there were 6 subjects: the fierce beasts section, the demonic objects section, the firearms section, nutrition, the human body, and the general section. The time is from June 3rd to June 5th, and 2 subjects are taken on one day, lasting 3 days in total. The optional session is a bit more complicated and is divided into 2 categories. The first category, the martial arts examination. This was the mainstream of the moment, and the vast majority of candidates would choose to take the martial arts exam, thus enrolling in the martial arts university. The martial arts examination includes a testing session as well as an actual combat session, which examines the physical quality and martial arts talent of the candidates more. The second category, on the other hand, was the scientific research examination. It examines the more complex subjects of physics, math, and chemistry. The scientific research exams were specifically created for those with mediocre martial talent. After all, apart from martial artists, the functioning of the entire society also required other professions of all shapes and sizes to support it. The martial exam started on June 4th and lasted for 1 day, while the scientific research exam started on June 5th and lasted for 3 days. Each candidate could choose any one of the 2 categories of the martial exam and the scientific research exam, or they could take them at the same time, and there was no conflict. Only that there were fewer of them. The one Lin Yu had enrolled in was naturally the martial arts exam. At 9 in the morning, the exam started on time. Looking at the look of the teacher on the platform as he unwrapped the test papers, Lin Yu sighed. He never thought that he would take the second big exam, and the things he took were still so magical, like a big dream. The first section exam was the fierce beast section. The so-called fierce beast section is the study of the habits, weaknesses, and so on of various fierce beasts. The iron-armored beast, a third-ranked ferocious beast, its weakness lies in its lower abdomen, slow in movement but extremely strong in attack. Its method of response is? Roughly scanning through the questions, Lin Yu began to answer them, putting down his pen like a god. After all, these things only needed to be memorized by rote, and Lin Yu's memory had never been bad, and could even be said to be of unforgettable. Ring 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 ring. 2 hours later, the bell rang and the exam was over. After handing in his papers, Lin Yu walked out of the exam room refreshed. The exam went well. It was considered a good start. In fact, the questions in the fierce beasts section were not very difficult. As long as one had a certain understanding of the corresponding ferocious beasts, one would be able to get a good score. The same was true for the next subjects such as magical creatures, human body science, and so on. As long as one learns by heart, one will be able to get good grades. The only thing that's special is the comprehensive subject. Time flashed by 2 days later, just as Lin Yu expected. The first 5 subjects, he played very well. None of the topics were able to overwhelm him. What was left was the comprehensive subject. Looking at the invigilator on the podium as he began to unseal the test papers, Lin Yu took a deep breath, a rare trace of nervousness arising in his heart. It wasn't just him, the other candidates in the examination room were also the same.
It was because this comprehensive subject was a very special one.
Not only was there no fixed type of questions, it wasn't even certain how many questions there were. The vast majority of the candidates all faltered in this subject.
Examination of this thing, not afraid of difficult, afraid to test unknown things.
And the comprehensive subject is such a perverted subject. Even though he was mentally prepared, when the test papers were handed out, Lin Yu was also confused.
Not only was he dumbfounded, but all the candidates in the examination room were also dumbfounded.
Because on the exam paper, there wasn't a single title, only the words, "The Path of Martial Arts." Other than that, there was no more even one word, not even a single punctuation mark.
The entire exam paper was cleaner than even Lin Yu's face.
"Teacher, is this question a mistake?" A candidate raised his hand and asked about the doubts in his heart.
In response, the invigilator just spread his hands and said that he didn't know what was going on. Scenes like this happened at every major examination center in the country of China. There's no hints or anything.
Lin Yu sat in his seat with a despondent look on his face. Is this going to be an essay, or a drawing, or something else?
Perverted synthesis section, it really lives up to its name.
Staring at the 4 words on the test paper, Lin Yu repeatedly chewed on the meaning.
That's just it, let's just go with my own idea.
Whether it's life or death, heaven is destined. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu really couldn't think of anything, took a deep breath and was ready to move his pen. It wasn't a good idea to delay any longer. The path of martial arts. I've been practicing martial arts for many years. I also have some insights of my own. Why don't I just write out some of these feelings? Lin Yu lifted his pen and sprawled out 4 big words, the soul of the national martial arts. The brush was strong and vigorous, giving the handwriting an indescribable flavor.
The so-called national art.
Since he had a thought, Lin Yu didn't hesitate anymore and wrote with a bored head. This piece of writing, which he wrote very carefully and with extreme ease, was all about expounding on his perceptions as well as his feelings on the martial arts. As the pen moved, Lin Yu's soul danced along with it. His complexion was as intoxicated as if he was mesmerized, unconsciously intoxicated, and unable to extricate himself from it. At this time, Lin Yu's eyes, only this piece of cohesion of his many years of realization of the article, can no longer tolerate other. The world is quiet, a needle can be heard, Lin Yu wrote as if intoxicated. It wasn't until the invigilator shook his shoulders hard that he woke up.
Ha! What's wrong?
Sensing someone interrupting him, Lin Yu was a bit bewildered and looked around, realizing that the classroom was already empty.
The exam is over, it's time to hand in your papers.
The invigilator said helplessly.
Oh. Only then did Lin Yu react and looked at his test paper with some fondness.
On the test paper, it was densely filled with words, with not a single extra space.
Still haven't finished writing, it's a pity.
Looking at the test paper, Lin Yu sighed with some regret in his heart.
The insights from years of practicing martial arts, how could it be accounted for in just a few words?
A full 2 pages of paper, and only half of it had been written.
I just don't know how many points I can get.
So be it, what's done is done, and it's up to God. After handing the test paper to the invigilator, Lin Yu walked out of the classroom. The invigilating teacher collected Lin Yu's test paper and casually scanned it, not taking it seriously. After leaving the classroom, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. After spending 3 days, the mandatory subjects were finally completed. And these were merely appetizers. The next martial arts exam was the main event. And Lin Yu, confident.
Chapter 22, the first pass of the martial arts exam.
On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Yu could hear candidates talking about today's exam questions at any time. No one had anticipated that the comprehensive section exam questions would appear in such a form. The road was filled with lamentations. After all, not everyone was like Lin Yu, who was confident of winning tomorrow's martial arts exam. For most people, a high or low score in the liberal arts was very fatal.
Brushing off hundreds of people with a single point was no joke.
After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu also did not exercise as usual, but chose to rest. He wanted to adjust his state and use the most perfect posture to meet tomorrow's martial arts exam. The next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes early, full of energy. His long-term regular routine had made his biological clock very accurate. The weather was fine, the sun was rising, the sunlight poured through the window and warmed Lin Yu's body. This probably signifies that today's martial arts exam will go well. Sitting on the bed, looking at the sunlight outside the window, Lin Yu thought so in a daze. Soon, Lin Yu lifted up the covers and took the subway to the examination center. The martial arts exam was divided into 2 sessions, the testing session and the actual combat session. In the testing session, candidates need to go to the corresponding test center to test their chi and blood. Those who have reached 600 chi and blood are considered qualified, and those who are qualified can participate in the actual combat session. The actual combat session is the real difficulty of the martial arts examination. Candidates need to face the beasts and devils in combat. What's even more horrifying is that casualties are allowed to occur in the actual battle, and every year there are candidates who lose their lives in the actual battle test. But no one felt bad about it. This was the cruelty of this era. If one couldn't even cope with this level of ferocious beasts and demons, what would one do in the face of those even more powerful and cruel foreign races? At this moment, there were already quite a few candidates standing outside the examination center. The number was much smaller than the previous 2 days. After all, the standard of 600 points of chi and blood was there, and a large portion of them did not meet the standard. Snort! After waiting for a long time, a black magnetic suspension sedan stopped in front of the exam center door. The doors opened and 2 males who looked to be in their 30s stepped out of the car. One of them, wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses, looked cold. The other, on the other hand, looked much more amiable, with a few smiles at the corners of his mouth, holding a strange device in his hand. Looking at the magnificent maglev sedan, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of envy floating in his heart. The Mercedes-Benz Thor Series S6 magnetically levitated sedan, accelerating at 100 kilometers in just 1 second. Just such a sedan, I'm afraid it would be worth millions. The two walked straight to the center of the crowd, and the man in the trench coat said aloud, "Candidates, I am Zhou Lin, the examiner of the B60 area. You will be given a chi and blood test later. Those who pass the test will receive their qualification certificates at the station in front." Speaking of this, the man called Zhou Lin pointed towards the front. Lin Yu followed the direction of his finger and saw that there was a huge platform about 500 meters away, which he thought was the place to receive the qualification certificate. Zhou Lin paused and continued, "Those who have not passed the test, please leave the examination center quickly and do not linger." After saying that, Zhou Lin went straight back to the car. The amiable man next to him, on the other hand, took a step forward and said, "I am Li Tao, the deputy examiner of Area B60. Now I will be testing the chi and blood of all the examinees. Whatever happens later, you all should not move, just stand where you are. Is that clear?" "Understood," the candidates present said in unison. "Very good." Li Tao nodded. Then, the test begins. He placed the strange object in his hand towards the ground. Lin Yu curiously looked at it. It was a pillar-shaped object, silver white and very metallic. Li Tao made a slight point at the top, and a red light radiated from the feet of the object. A moment later, the glow dissipated. "Alright, you all can take out your passes and look at them. If they turn green, then it means that the test was passed. If it is red, then it means that it did not pass," Li Tao said. Hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly pulled out his own pass card. Just as Li Tao had said, the pass had changed color and was green, representing that he had passed the chi and blood test. Subsequently, Li Tao's voice came again, "Those who passed the test, hurry to the station to receive your qualification card. Those who didn't pass the test, please leave as soon as possible." "That's not right, teacher. I usually have 600 chi and blood. Why didn't I pass the test? I'm not convinced." In the crowd, a candidate protested loudly. The pass in his hand had turned red. "That's right, just standing here doing nothing. Is this test accurate? I demand a retest." With one leading the way, the rest who didn't pass the test also protested loudly, and for a while the scene became chaotic. Li Tao explained, "Everyone listen to me, this test is accurate not, it could be wrong. Instead, the chi bloodstone that you all usually use will fluctuate and not be very accurate, so." "You say it is? I don't care, I demand a retest." It is. You take a broken machine and stand there and measure it? Who's going to believe that?" Obviously, Li Tao's words were not convincing enough, and the riot instead tended to expand. With a click, Zhou Lin got down from the car, removed the sunglasses in his hand, looked around, his eyes as cold as knives, and drank. "Those who have not passed, quickly leave the examination center. Any further objections will result in lifetime disqualification from the martial arts exam." The voice was cold and icy, without a trace of emotion. The hearts of the people present inexplicably felt a chill, and the entire examination center was quiet in an instant. Zhou Lin will sunglasses on, domineering full back to the car. Bang will be the car door heavily slammed shut. This sound scared the crowd was a jolt. Martial artist, this is definitely a martial artist. Watching Zhou Lin return to the car, Lin Yu heavily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could feel the aura of solemnity emanating from Zhou Lin's body. This Zhou Lin was definitely a not weak martial artist. With Zhou Lin's voice, no one dared to make trouble anymore, each one did what they had to do. Lin Yu quickly received his qualification certificate at the station. Said to be a qualification certificate, it was more like a medal that looked as if it had other uses. On the side, the staff at the station took out a megaphone and guided. Above the qualification is a string of identification codes. After opening the faculty system and entering the identification code, there will be relevant information. All candidates, please complete the preparations related to the practical test according to the relevant information in the faculty system. Lin Yu called out Skynet, and after entering the faculty system and entering the identification code, he indeed saw a string of information. Candidate, Lin Yu. ID no, 522418201401013861. Chi and blood test, pass. Practical Examination Point, Jiangdu City No. 1 Examination Point 15 Area Cold Weapon Examination Point. Equipment, none. Please complete the selection of weapons as soon as possible. The allocation of weapons will be cut off at 12 o'clock sharp. If you do not make a choice, it is considered that you do not need a weapon.
Chapter 23 Practical Examination I. The first three, needless to say, the key information is in the last two.
One was the location of the practical test, while the other was the weapons that needed to be selected. Lin Yu followed the instructions and tapped on the weapons column, and instantly rows and rows of weapons appeared before his eyes.
Knives, guns, swords, axes. There are all kinds of weapons, all made of alloy.
According to the description, these weapons all belonged to D-grade alloys, which were at least more than enough to deal with this examination.
Without thinking, Lin Yu chose the alloy gun. Of course, this gun was not a hot weapon, but the ancient kind of lance.
Lin Yu had been a great master of marksmanship in his previous life, and at this time, it was natural for him to choose a weapon that he was good at. After choosing his weapon well, Lin Yu was ready to head to the practical test site. Just as he was about to set off, a red Maserati Maglev sedan stopped in front of him. The car window slowly lowered, revealing an extremely delicate and pretty face in the back seat.
Lin Yu, which exam center are you at? I'll give you a ride.
The person in the car was Lin Jiao, who said in a delicate voice towards Lin Yu.
Thank you, exam center number 1, area 15.
Lin Yu was not polite, pulling open the car door and went to the back seat. After all, it was indeed quite troublesome to take the subway by himself, and he still had to walk for a while. Lin Jiao let out a light eek and said in surprise, "It's quite a coincidence."
What, you're in the same exam room as me?
Lin Yu said.
No.
Lin Jiao shook her head, "But I'm in area 16, it's quite close." Lin Yu nodded, "Indeed." The car then fell into silence.
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stuffy, Lin Jiao had nothing to say and asked, "What weapon did you choose?"
"Gun." Lin Yu faintly spat out a word.
"You still know how to use a gun?"
Lin Jiao was a little surprised. Guns belong to the parochial weapons. After all, martial arts high schools taught knives and swords.
Will.
Lin Yu nodded his head, sparing no words. It wasn't that he was high and cold, it was mainly because he really didn't have much experience in interacting with the opposite sex. In his previous life, he had practiced martial arts in a stifling manner, coupled with having such a pitiful master, which made him more or less dislike contact with women. Of course, getting along with Lin Jiao, Lin Yu unprecedentedly did not want to resist the feeling, which is also the reason why he was willing to get on the car. Lin Jiao was one of the few women he was willing to get close to. Otherwise, with his face value, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by warblers and swallows, so how could he still have any intention of practicing martial arts? Seeing Lin Yu so uncomprehending, Lin Jiao naturally will not be hot-faced to cold ass, and Lin Yu, after chatting a few sentences, understand over this guy is a steel straight man, then closed his eyes and rested. Lin Yu also closed his eyes and took a nap for a while, and for a while, the car was terribly quiet. But, no matter if it was Lin Yu or Lin Jiao, surprisingly, neither of them hated this feeling. Instead, they were vaguely enjoying it a little.
"Miss, the examination point has arrived."
Soon, the sedan stopped and the driver turned around to wake up the two.
"Let's go."
Lin Jiao opened the car door and took the lead, and Lin Yu hurriedly followed. The practical test site was set up on top of a wasteland, and not far away, there was an extremely high fence that was obviously used to intercept ferocious beasts. From time to time, flying beasts would pass by in the sky, but as long as they were low enough, a laser would greet them. Obviously, this was the borderland of Jiangdu City, and further out, it would be the territory of the ferocious beasts. Such a scene made Lin Yu also feel a sense of novelty, and as he walked, he looked around curiously. Areas 15 and 16 were not far apart, so Lin Yu traveled with Lin Jiao. Such a pair attracted many gazes along the way. The male was handsome, the female was stunningly beautiful, and for a while, the duo became a beautiful sight in this number 1 examination center. Soon, the two arrived at their destination according to the signage, and after saying their goodbyes, Lin Yu entered area number 15. As the exam time hadn't arrived yet, area 15 hadn't been opened yet, and in front of the area, there was a huge storehouse, and Lin Yu followed the guidelines and entered the storehouse. "Candidates taking the exam, please go to the equipment desk and present your pass and qualification card to receive your weapons and equipment."
Inside the storehouse, an audio looped. Lin Yu followed the audio's instructions and came to the equipment desk to present his two credentials. "Candidate Lin Yu, 1 D-grade alloy gun and 1 E-grade combat suit, correct?" The staff member took the documents, recognized them with a machine, and asked. Only a D-grade alloy gun, no combat uniform,"
Lin Yu said. "E-grade combat uniforms are for every candidate, no compensation is required for damage, returned after the examination, no private possession outside, once discovered, lifetime disqualification for the martial arts examination, and the corresponding criminal responsibility." The staff member held out a set of pitch-black combat uniform and handed it to Lin Yu, explaining.
"So this is it."
Lin Yu took the combat uniform and nodded, but in his heart, he was astonished. The price of a set of E-class combat suits ranged from $20,000 to $30,000. For the sake of this examination, the state of China had also put in a lot of blood. According to the size of this depot, it was estimated that the number of people participating in the examination would not be less than 1,000.
And this is just one area. If we add other areas, the cost. Candidate Lin Yu, this is your D-grade alloy gun.
Likewise, return it here after the examination is completed. No private possession is allowed to be taken outside. The staff took out another long gun and handed it over to Lin Yu.
Understood. Lin Yu received the alloy gun, weighed it and muttered, "So light."
Although the voice was very light, it was still heard by the staff member, which made him look at Lin Yu's eyes with some surprise.
This alloy gun, however, has a weight of 50 kilograms, and this is still light?
Lin Yu ignored that person's eyes, carrying the alloy gun in combat clothes and left.
It wasn't a nitpick. With his current physical fitness, this alloy gun was indeed a bit light. However, let's just use it. 1:45 in the afternoon.
Dressed in an E-class combat suit and holding a D-class alloy gun, Lin Yu sat in his seat, quietly waiting for the examination to begin. There were still 15 minutes to go before the actual combat test, and at this point, the candidates had already been banned from entering, and the examiner was reading out the rules of the test. To be able to come and participate in this examination, I'm sure you've all been completely prepared, so I won't say much more. The rules of this examination are as follows. Firstly, the assessment is based on examining the actual combat ability. After the time is up, Area 15 will be opened. And within Area 15, there are a large number of ferocious beasts. The purpose of this examination is to kill the ferocious beasts. When these words came out, instantly, the many candidates were somewhat in an uproar. This time, the examination actually required the killing of a ferocious beast. One must know that most of the candidates here had never even really seen a ferocious beast, so how could such a requirement not make them feel alarmed?
Silence.
The burly examiner let out a stern shout. To become a martial artist, facing a ferocious beast head-on is essential. With this amount of guts, you guys, have you still want to go to the martial arts university?
Are you afraid of this? I think it's better to simply hurry home. Those who want to quit now, leave through the gate. Hu Biao, won't stop you.
The crowd was quiet. No one left. They had all come this far. No one was willing to give up.
Chapter 24 Practical Combat Examination 2.
Very well,
there are no soft-footed shrimps in the final count. Hu Biao nodded. I can tell you guys clearly.
The strength of these ferocious beasts, whether it's strength or speed, is far less than yours. Therefore, there is no need to be so alarmed. Hearing Hu Biao say this, the hearts of all the candidates settled down a lot.
However, there are exceptions. Hu Biao continued, the entire Region 15 is divided into 3 parts, Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3.
They correspond to the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. The closer to the core, the stronger the ferocious beasts are. According to human data, the strength of the beasts in Zone 1 is mostly between 400 and 500 chi blood, the strength of the beasts in Zone 2 is between 600 and 700. As for Zone 3, there are ferocious beasts that are close to the strength of a martial artist.
Wow!
The candidates who had just calmed down were restless again. Everyone was well aware of what a martial artist stood for, and that was something they simply couldn't fight against.
Hu Biao reached out and pressed his hand in the air, calming the crowd down. In the assessment, the more ferocious beasts you kill, the stronger the strength of the ferocious beasts you kill, and the higher the actual combat rating will be. I know you all want to fight for a high score, but live within your means and don't lose your lives for nothing. Now, wear your qualification cards on your chests, and the qualification cards will calculate the scores for you. All the candidates wore the medal-like qualification card on their chests in unison. Looking at the qualification certificate in front of his chest, Lin Yu sighed. He felt that this thing had other uses before, and sure enough, it came in handy. Within the examination, it is forbidden to kill each other, it is forbidden to snatch the ferocious beasts that others are killing, the entire area is monitored. I hope that you will not destroy yourselves. Hu Biao looked down at the time and then said, now, the examination begins, open Area 15. As soon as the words fell, a steel door in front of the warehouse slowly opened with a boom. The mechanical sound echoed outside the empty field, knocking heavily on everyone's heart. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Candidates enter. A mechanized voice resounded through the treasury. Candidates filed in under the guidance, and Lin Yu, holding his D-grade alloy gun in his hand, followed the crowd and entered area number 15. The actual combat session of the martial arts examination had officially begun. 1250 candidates have entered the examination center. Close the gates. Hu Biao turned his head and bellowed towards the command stage. Afterward, the steel door closed with a rumble. All of the candidates were completely cut off from the examination room. The door closed, cutting off all retreats, as if cutting off all hope. More than 1,000 candidates, again, panicked. While in the midst of the tumultuous crowd, Lin Yu was unperturbed and began to carefully observe the surroundings. The entire Area 15 was a complete ruin. Collapsed buildings, cold rubble, all of them signaled the desolation of this place. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away.
The sound was like adding oil to the fire, causing the already uneasy candidates to become terrified. Lin Yu looked towards the direction from which the scream was emitted. Coyotes are just wolves. After seeing the situation clearly, Lin Yu frowned. Although it was said that compared to his previous life, the coyote in front of him was more than twice as strong, but just this level of creature, which couldn't even be called a ferocious beast, was the one that caused such a big commotion. Lin Yu took a large step out and walked towards the wild wolf with a dragon's stride. Ow! The wild wolf whistled angrily, a cold light flashing in the pupils of the beast, unexpectedly pouncing directly at the several girls. Ah! Ah! Screams rose in all directions. A few girls were so scared that they only cared about dodging, but they actually forgot that they still had weapons in their hands. Snort! Lin Yu arrived and fired a shot, the alloy gun accurately and incomparably pointing at the abdomen of the wild wolf that was leaping up high, the body of the gun directly piercing through the body of the wild wolf. This coyote is weak, don't mess up. Lin Yu's hand shook slightly, flinging the body of the coyote off the alloy gun. The wild wolf limped helplessly on top of the cold wilderness without any sign of life. A large amount of blood flowed out, and instantly a strong bloody odor began to permeate. Vomit! The two girls who were closer were directly bent over and started to vomit, unable to stand the smell of blood. This mental quality. Two silhouettes stood on the dozens of meters high fence at an unknown time. One of them shook his head helplessly inside. Can't be in a hurry, take your time, there has to be a process, isn't it? The next person laughed. It was Hu Biao, holding a laser gun in his hand. The person standing next to him was called Li Yi. Both of them were the examiners of this 15 area. Going up to this fence was to prevent accidents from happening. Usually, when they first enter the examination room, the candidates are most vulnerable psychologically. And this was also the stage where accidents were most likely to occur. Many candidates had previous convictions for being injured by ferocious beasts without being prepared, or even losing their lives. Therefore, in the stage when the examination just started, it would all be up to the examiner to stabilize the situation. But this kid with the gun is quite bold. Hu Biao looked at Lin Yu with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed. Li Yi nodded and gave a gentle leap. Let's go, and save us the trouble of making a move. Hu Biao smiled and leapt down with him. The duo just jumped down from the fence that was more than 10 meters high, one after the other. Inside the examination center, Lin Yu was ready to go deeper after killing the wild wolf. The smell of the coyote's blood did not affect him much. He hadn't killed so many pigs in the slaughterhouse for nothing, and had gotten used to it a long time ago. Classmate, thank you. A girl thanked towards Lin Yu, her complexion full of admiration. Not to mention that the man was so handsome, and his strikes were also so decisive. You're welcome. Lin Yu nodded his head and looked down at the qualification certificate in front of his chest. At this moment, a number popped up on the qualification certificate, 1. This meant that Lin Yu had already gained a little bit of points and was first in line. And when the crowd saw that someone had gained a point so quickly, they were also excited, their good spirits rising to kill the other ferocious beasts. After such a long time, the crowd of candidates also reacted. As Hu Biao had said, the ferocious beasts in this periphery were actually not strong. As long as they were able to overcome the fear in their hearts and put everything they had learned into play, they would be able to pass the examination. The crowd dispersed and started looking for targets. Some smart people even started to form teams, and others followed suit when they saw this. Thousands of candidates spontaneously formed a team to walk towards the 4 directions in an orderly manner. Well, enlightenment is not bad. Li Yi stood in front of the monitor and nodded. Fighting against ferocious beasts, group hugging is the best way. Ha, young people nowadays are getting more and more resourceful, which is like our time, honestly looking for ferocious beasts to fight one-on-one. Hu Biao laughed. Li Yi was helpless. That's because you're stupid. You're the one who's stupid. I'm confident in my strength. Hu Biao jumped to his feet and spoke out in retort. There's actually someone as stupid as you? Suddenly, Li Yi frowned and spoke. Chapter 25 Practical Combat Examination 3. Hu Biao followed Li Ye's line of sight to look over, on the surveillance, a youth holding an alloy gun, moving alone, his form looking out of place. This person was none other than Lin Yu. It's this kid. Hu Biao recognized Lin Yu at a glance. The decisiveness of Lin Yu's strike just now had left a deep impression on him. Look at this route he's taking to head to Area 2. Li Yi said. Good boy. Hu Biao laughed, bloodthirsty. Obviously you can form a group, but you have to travel alone. This is not being bloody-minded, this is being stupid. Li Yi said in a cold voice. Fart. How do you know if he has any strength? What if it's a tough guy? Hu Biao asked rhetorically. Even more ruthless, what if he meets that mutant wolf king? Li Yi said. Hu Biao was momentarily speechless. In the deepest part of Area 15, there was a mutant wolf king with a strength almost comparable to that of a martial artist, so if he didn't report to the group, it would indeed be dangerous. Nothing to say? Lu Yi teased. How could it be such a coincidence? Hu Biao muttered, who would go to District 3 for nothing? It's not like this is one of those big cities in Kyoto, there aren't that many crazy people. That's also true. Li Yi nodded, deeply impressed.
In a small city like Jiangdu City, the strength of the candidates participating in the martial arts examination were actually on the low side. Unlike big cities like Kyoto and Yangdu, even some of the candidates were already martial artists.
Only those geniuses would go deep into the innermost core area to hunt ferocious beasts and impact the highest scores. Therefore, since the inception of the martial arts examination, basically the top scorers of the country had all come out of the big cities, with very few top scorers coming out of small places. Because practicing martial arts is not the same as learning literature, sometimes resources are more important than talent, especially in the starting stage.
Area 15.
As the two Hu Biao had seen, Lin Yu was indeed prepared to complete the examination alone. The reason was simple: the patriarch trigger finger. After killing that wild wolf, Lin Yu realized that his chi blood did not break through the upper limit like when he killed a pig in the slaughterhouse. Although he had some regrets in his heart, Lin Yu also understood that it was not very realistic to increase his chi blood ceiling any further. At the slaughterhouse, it was because his own chi and blood ceiling was at 1000, so after killing the pig, his chi and blood rubbed up. And now, the chi blood was 1800 points, reaching the upper limit.
The question is, where did the extra chi blood go? Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the patriarch trigger finger vibrated slightly.
Lin Yu picked up the trigger finger and took a look at it, and realized the unusualness. The patriarch trigger finger, with a new change, displayed two strings of values on it.
1800, 1800. 5.
This first line of values isn't hard to guess, it should be my own chi and blood values. Lin Yu sat down and analyzed the changes in the trigger finger.
But why are there two 1800s? What does this represent? And what is this extra 5 below? The blood value obtained after killing a wild wolf? Sitting withered for a while.
Thinking about it, Lin Yu felt that he should have analyzed it 8. 9 was not far off, but it always felt like something was missing again.
Forget it, don't think about it. It's important to complete the assessment first. Maybe if I kill a few more ferocious beasts, I'll understand.
Lin Yu muttered and picked up his alloy gun and stood up from the ground. With a fierce force under his feet, he was like a sword off the string leaving from its original position at an extremely fast speed.
2 minutes later,
Lin Yu stood in front of a ruin, which was a collapsed small building, but it wasn't completely destroyed, and traces of the small building could still be vaguely seen. With his excellent eyesight, Lin Yu could see that in the middle of the barrier reached by two huge slabs of stone, there were two pitch-black shadows, which were two half-human tall wild wolves. At this moment, these two wolves were also looking towards Lin Yu. Their green and ghostly gazes couldn't help but make one's heart palpitate.
I'll take you guys. Lin Yu carried his alloy gun and swept out towards the two wild wolves. Ow.
When the two wild wolves saw Lin Yu killing, they let out a long whistle and then charged towards Lin Yu from within the stone slabs, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching Lin Yu.
Poof.
Lin Yu's gun came out like a dragon, and he ran through the coyote on the left with a single shot. Then, closing his gun, with a flick of his wrist, the alloy gun changed direction and heaved towards the right.
Bang!
The alloy gun head swept out a silver-white residue, directly slapping the coyote out of the air and smashing heavily on a sharp rock. In this short moment when one person and two wolves exchanged blows, Lin Yu easily killed two wild wolves. With his physical quality nowadays, dealing with these wild wolves was simply bullying the wolves. After confirming that there were no other creatures around, Lin Yu looked down at his trigger finger.
1799, 1800. 15.
The value on the trigger finger has changed again.
1799, 15. Capturing the change in the trigger finger, Lin Yu stood still and pondered. Sure enough, it's the same as what I thought before. Killing a wild wolf will gain 5 points of blood value. Then with this line of numbers below, it should be the blood value gained. Instead, this line above here is 1799. 1799.
Lin Yu repeatedly chewed on the meaning of this number, and then an idea jumped into his mind. Could it be that this 1799 is my current true chi and blood value?
And that 1800 is the upper limit of my chi blood value?
Otherwise, why is it that after killing 3 wild wolves, this number has instead decreased?
Yes, that must be it.
The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Because of the exertion from killing the 3 wild wolves, the chi blood value dropped by 1 point and became 1799. In that case, these two strings of values each represent two different things. In the first row, it's the chi and blood condition in my body, and in the second row, it's the chi and blood value gained by the trigger finger.
And these two, what do they mean? Prana. Consumed. Gained.
Lin Yu stroked his chin with one hand and had a flash of light. Could it be that
this trigger finger can replenish my chi and blood?
As soon as this idea came out, it inexorably took root in his mind.
Perhaps, it's possible to give it a try. Lin Yu murmured in a low voice, just how should I replenish my chi and blood?
As soon as the words fell, the value on the trigger finger jumped.
1800, 1800. 14. Lin Yu was stunned. It could really replenish chi and blood? Just by shouting like that? So convenient? The dismay only lasted for a moment before converting into ecstasy.
Lin Yu was well aware of the heavenly nature of this function of the trigger finger. Qi and blood was the source of a martial artist's combat power, and fighting would inevitably consume qi and blood, as in the case of the mountainous coyote that Lin Yu had just killed. And with the decline in qi and blood, the martial artist's fighting ability would naturally decline. But now, Lin Yu had a trigger finger and it was different. As long as the trigger finger had enough qi and blood, then he was an undefeatable little strong man.
Imagine how much of a headache it would be to face an opponent with unlimited stamina?
As long as there was a trigger finger, Lin Yu could be such an existence.
This trigger finger, it really is too valuable. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gripped the alloy gun, and moved once again. 3 wild wolves brought him a reserve of 15 points of qi and blood, so what if it was 1,000, 10,000? How many ferocious beasts are there in this area 15? Probably tens of thousands, right? Chapter 26, Practical Examination 4. In Area 15, the examination was still in full swing.
Each and every candidate was doing their best to kill the ferocious beasts, either traveling in a group and distributing the kills after all of them combined their efforts, or challenging the ferocious beasts individually and enjoying the points exclusively. In any case, all of them were gradually getting the hang of it and were no longer as fearful as they were in the beginning.
This is Youth Na.
At the monitor, Hu Biao looked at the images of the candidates killing the ferocious beasts within the monitor and couldn't help but sigh.
Li Yi laughed. I remember, back then, when we participated in the grand examination, we were also like this, right?
Being careful, obviously scared to death, but having to strike.
Who says otherwise?
Hu Biao also laughed. In a blink of an eye, you and I have both become martial artists. Things are really different. I just don't know if a truly strong person can come out of these candidates.
Li Yi sighed. Difficult.
Hu Biao shook his head. Currently, it seems that no one has the potential.
Aren't you quite optimistic about the kid with the gun?
Li Yi asked with a smile. What he was talking about was none other than Lin Yu.
Hu Biao just shook his head and didn't say anything.
Speaking of Lin Yu, he was also a little depressed in his heart. Obviously, his strength was good, but he didn't go to Area 2, but stayed in Area 1 and slaughtered like crazy, which was quite a bit of bullying. Such a mentality doomed the path of martial arts to not go far.
Examination Center Number 15, Area 1.
Surround them. First consume the stamina of these 2 wild monkeys. Be careful not to get hurt. In front of a ruin, there was a small group of 4 people staring at the 2 monkeys not far away, and a youth at the head commanded.
Good. The remaining 3 took a deep breath and were careful.
Even after forming such a team, it was extremely difficult for them to hunt the ferocious beasts, and someone had been injured in the previous action.
Snort! Snort!
However, just as the 4 were about to make their move, a youth holding an alloy gun suddenly swept out, poking the 2 monkeys to death with 2 shots, and then quickly left.
What kind of speed is this?
The pupils of the youth in the lead shrank. The other 3 were also dumbfounded. The thing they had treated with care was killed so lightly.
This kind of gap, it was simply too big. Where did this genius come out from?
Keep looking. One of them said helplessly. They didn't launch an attack on that monkey, so the gun-wielding youth making a move was in line with the rules and didn't constitute a robbery. And the person who had easily killed the monkey was none other than Lin Yu.
549 points of qi blood now. While accelerating away, Lin Yu looked down at his trigger finger.
Since he knew the trigger finger's function just now, he had frantically killed these ferocious beasts as a way to accumulate his qi and blood values. In just 1 hour, he had already killed 109 fierce beasts of Zone 1 and had accumulated 449 points of qi and blood value.
Perhaps, I should go to Zone 2 and take a look.
However, with this speed of accumulating qi blood, Lin Yu was still unsatisfied. With a light sigh, Lin Yu still decided to head to Area 2. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at Zone 2.
Roar!
Only just stepping in, a boar with huge tusks charged towards him.
Lin Yu dodged and quickly dodged, turning back to stab out with a shot. Snort! The body of the gun easily passed through the body of the boar. A hit, Lin Yu closed the gun, the boar fell to the ground with a boom. 20 points. Looking at the trigger finger's value rose from 549 to 569, Lin Yu was overjoyed, his efficiency quadrupled. Whether it was speed or strength, this boar was too much stronger than those ferocious beasts in Zone 1, and relatively speaking, the blood value gained from killing it was also much more. Shouldn't have delayed so long in Zone 1.
Lin Yu licked his lips, his eyes fiery. What he thought before was that killing the ferocious beasts in Zone 1 would be more efficient, relying on numbers to win. Now, it seemed that it was a big mistake. Killing 1 ferocious beast in Zone 2 was worth killing 4 in Zone 1. What's more, since the ferocious beasts in Zone 2 can provide so much qi and blood, what about Zone 3?
With this thought, Lin Yu no longer delayed and headed straight towards Zone 3.
Ha! Inside the monitoring room, Li Yi let out a light eek and said to Hu Biao, that kid went to Zone 3.
District 3? Hu Biao frowned, isn't that a bit too much?
With the strength he showed, it's a bit of a stretch. He's quite fast, even if he's not defeated, he can still escape, so there's no harm. Li Yi said. The speed that Lin Yu had shown earlier in his rush had also caught their attention.
Also, Hu Biao nodded.
After spending almost 10 minutes, Lin Yu finally arrived at Area 3, killing some ferocious beasts along the way took some time, otherwise he should have arrived a long time ago. And the strength he showed also let Hu Biao. Two people are a little surprised, in the 2 area are like nobody's business.
Old Hu, have you noticed that this kid's stance is very special? Li Yi looked at the surveillance with interest and said. It's quite impressive. Hu Biao pondered for a while and said, it seems like he is specialized in practicing, could it be that he is the son of any family? No way. Li Yi shook his head, the complete lack of qi and blood fluctuations on his body means that he hasn't controlled his qi and blood yet, and is completely fighting with the power of his physical body. If he was a son of a worldly family, it's impossible that he wouldn't know how to use his qi and blood to fight. Also, but that doesn't make sense, ah? Hu Biao said in disbelief, this kind of body technique of his is obviously from the ancient martial arts practical combat school, and it's extremely subtle. It's quite contradictory. Li Yi frowned and couldn't think of a reason. Forget it, it's none of our business. Unable to figure it out, Hu Biao didn't bother thinking about it. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes widened as if he had seen something magical. Old Hu, look. Hu Biao followed the surveillance that Li Yi indicated and looked. On the screen, Lin Yu had already entered Zone 3 and was tangling with a huge ape. He was holding an alloy gun, his figure flipping like a butterfly, dodging all of the ape's attacks, and then ending the ape's life with a single shot, decisive and ruthless. After the two watched the battle between Lin Yu and the ape, their eyes were unusually grave. This stance, this skill, is so subtle. Hu Biao sucked in a breath. This ape's physique should have 900 qi and blood, it's actually completely defenseless. Originally thought that this kid just in the 2 area can be so dominant, never thought. The most crucial thing is, did you notice that he didn't use the power of qi and blood? Li Yi was shocked. Noticed. Hu Biao nodded, his eyes complicated. If it was merely decapitating an ape, it would not have surprised him and Li Yi so much. After all, there were a large number of people in Kyoto who could achieve such a degree, and at most, it would be considered an excellence. But, if the power of qi and blood had not been utilized, it would have been terrifying. One must know that the difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person was whether or not they could use their qi and blood power. And in these big cities in Kyoto, most of the disciples of the lineage families had mastered the method of utilizing the power of qi and blood before they had become martial artists. This was also the reason why the number of outstanding candidates coming out of the lineage families was much higher than that of the commoner families. One was fighting using the power of qi and blood, while the other was relying purely on the physical body. The two were simply not on the same level. And now, Lin Yu was fighting and killing a ferocious beast in Area 3 by relying on pure fighting skills and the power of his physical body alone. How could Hu Biao and Li Yi not be surprised? Old Hu, I have a hunch. This Jiangdu city is going to produce an extraordinary genius. Li Yi looked at Lin Yu's deep figure in the surveillance and said excitedly. Yes. Hu Biao nodded, completely forgetting that not long ago he had concluded that Lin Yu's martial path would not go far. Chapter 27 Practical Combat Examination V. Boom! Watching the giant ape in front of him fall, Lin Yu let out a slight sigh of relief before looking at the trigger finger. This one giant ape had brought 50 points of qi blood value for himself. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the stronger the ferocious beast he killed, the more qi blood he gained. Lin Yu's gunshot tip shook, and without further delay, he advanced towards the depths of Area 3. According to examiner Hu Biao, the depths of this Zone 3, but there were ferocious beasts that were almost comparable to the strength of a martial artist, so how much qi and blood would one bring? If the other examiners knew what he was thinking, they would definitely scold him for being a psychopath. Taking on a ferocious beast that was close to the strength of a martial artist was simply asking for death. However, Lin Yu was confident that with 1,800 points of qi blood, I'm afraid that the qi blood of an unusual martial artist was not as high as his own, right? Not to mention, with the help of the trigger finger, the qi blood was almost endless. He's going deep into the core. Inside the monitoring room, Hu Biao whispered, could it be that he's really going to impact the grand examination? It should be. Li Yi nodded, from the looks of it, he shouldn't be at full strength yet. How interesting, I never thought that in this small Jiangdu city, such a genius martial artist could be produced. Hu Biao said. Li Yi laughed, it's as if I can already see the 5 major martial arts universities grabbing people. You say, is it possible for him to be the top student of this year's grand examination? Hu Biao asked. Although this kid is strong, it's difficult. Li Yi gave a pertinent answer, there's a demon from the Zhang family in Kyoto who's going to take the martial examination this year. Kyoto Zhang family? Hu Biao was surprised, that's a big family, you can usually break the rules, right? How come it will come to participate in the martial arts exam? It's rumored that it's that demon who wants to replicate his elder brother's invincible path, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. Li Yi said. His elder brother? Hu Biao frowned, then snapped, you mean, that genius from Kyoto Martial University? 8. 9 or so, according to rumors, these two brothers seem to have similar talents. Li Yi nodded and laughed. Truly demonic. Hu Biao let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with shock.
If it was really as Li Yi said, then it was simply a pipe dream for this gun-wielding brat to try to impact the scholarship.
The Zhang family in Kyoto is full of demons.
It's also considered that his luck is not good. If it was placed in previous years, with the strength he showed, he should be able to make a dash for the top spot.
Hu Biao said. This thing, who can say?
Li Yi shrugged. The surveillance room then fell into silence. Neither of the two spoke, just quietly watching the images on the monitor. Under a small hill, Lin Yu was suffering from the siege of 3 great apes. At his feet, already were lying the corpses of 2 great apes. Warm blood was gurgling out. Obviously, they were ferocious beasts that had just been killed by Lin Yu. The third head. Lin Yu gripped the gun with both hands, the force from his arms passing through the veins and muscles layer by layer, eventually reaching the top of the gun.
The tip of the ally gun transformed into a cold aura and pierced through a giant ape with a snort.
The remaining 2 great apes saw that another companion had been killed, but they were not afraid in the slightest. Instead, they were ferocious and pounced towards Lin Yu.
What a strong beastly nature.
Lin Yu sighed in his heart, but he was not the least bit afraid. His entire body was like a willow wadding, sometimes swinging from side to side, sometimes leaping up and down, dodging the attacks as much as he could. Die! Lin Yu slightly turned his body while moving to the back of the 2 great apes, grasping the right moment to fiercely point out a gun.
Snort! Snort!
The alloy gun stabbed through the bodies of the 2 great apes like a skewer of icy candies.
1069 Chi blood now.
Drawing the lance back, Lin Yu then looked down at his trigger finger. Even as blood was still dripping from the alloy gun, he didn't care.
Strange.
Lin Yu frowned. It's been so long and the chi blood has only dropped by less than 20 points. On the trigger finger, his current chi blood was stuck at 1,782 points. The consumption could be said to be a drop in the ocean. There was no need to replenish it at all.
Whatever, a small consumption is always a good thing.
Lin Yu didn't care about this and proceeded to look for his next target. This kid is really crazy, killing so many ferocious beasts. Inside the monitoring room, Hu Biao was a little alarmed as he watched Lin Yu continuously kill the figures of the ferocious beasts within Zone 3. He relies purely on his physical body and skills to kill the ferocious beasts. His chi and blood consumption is very small. It's not strange that he can have this kind of battle record. Li Yi analyzed. What I'm curious about is whether he has mastered the technique of chi and blood explosion or not.
I think it should have been mastered.
Hu Biao said, look at the way he's killing the ferocious beasts right now. It's simply easy to write, no different from playing. Utilizing chi and blood to kill these ferocious beasts is a bit of a big deal. Perhaps he's just deliberately honing his combat skills right now. Also, Li Yi thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. This kid, who is still hiding his clumsiness in the big exam, is somewhat interesting. Inside the examination hall, Lin Yu was still unaware that he had been noticed by the 2 examiners and was still looking around for the ferocious beasts. What a big wild wolf! In front of the ruins of a 3-story attic, Lin Yu was surprised. In front of him, there stood a black wolf, and what surprised him was that this wolf was 2 meters tall, with hair standing on end, 2 wolf eyes that were actually an intimidating blood color, and a bloody mouth half open, leaving thick saliva behind one after another, which fell on the ground in a tick-tock manner.
Boom! Without any sign, the pitch-black giant wolf lunged towards Lin Yu.
Lin Yu fiercely launched himself on 1 foot and jumped backward, while several pieces of rubble were cracked open by the wolf's claws where he stood.
What a strong force!
Lin Yu was surprised. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, the wild wolf turned its head and pounced towards him again. Lin Yu once again dodged and handed out a shot with 1 hand.
When?
The tip of the gun accurately pierced the front paw of the pitch-black giant wolf, but it did not pierce through. Instead, it collided with the fur to make the sound of iron clashing. With the sharpness of the D-class alloy gun, it was surprisingly unable to help this pitch-black giant wolf. I'm afraid that this is the ferocious beast that is close to the strength of a martial artist. Lin Yu said darkly, then dodged with a flash to avoid the giant wolf's strike once again. Roar! When the pitch-black giant wolf saw that all of its attacks were dodged, it was shocked and furious, and its speed actually increased by a lot again. Shoo! Shoo! Lin Yu dodged the attack of the giant wolf while he was secretly shocked in his heart. It seems that he had somewhat underestimated martial artists. Before he came, he thought that with his physical quality of 1800 chi and blood, he was afraid that unusual martial artists would not be his opponent. But now, it seemed that it was a bit wrong. At the very least, there was no way to kill this wild wolf if one didn't put forth one's full strength. And the strength of this wild wolf was only close to that of a martial artist. If it was a true martial artist, how high would its strength be? At this moment, he had another clear perception of the strength of a martial artist. To be able to survive under such a powerful foreign race, martial artists, indeed, had something unique. This kid has met a tough opponent, ha! Inside the surveillance room, watching Lin Yu being chased, Hu Biao laughed out loud. This mutant wolf king, it should be close to the strength of a martial artist. Li Yi said. Just in time, let's also see if this kid has control over chi and blood or not. Hu Biao said, if he doesn't explode his chi blood, it's almost impossible to deal with the mutant wolf king.
Chapter 28, Martial Artist Examination 6.
The two of them just quietly watched how the gun-wielding youth should go about dealing with the strong mutant Wolf King.
Continue to rely purely on physical strength?
It wasn't very realistic. The Wolf King was close to the strength of a martial artist, naturally a martial artist who had control over his chi and blood, otherwise it wouldn't have been imprisoned within Zone 3. If it relied on physical strength alone, it would be a martial artist who would have a hard enough time dealing with this Wolf King.
Bang!
Lin Yu slapped his gun on the wolf's paw, and the recoil coming from the alloy gun shook his hand a little.
Kind of interesting.
Lin Yu licked his lips, his battle intent rising in his eyes. He was originally a warlike person, otherwise, it would not be possible for him to become the youngest patriarch. Previously, those ferocious beasts were too weak, so there wasn't much interest. But this mutant Wolf King was different, it was strong, and even Lin Yu had not been able to injure it yet.
Come!
Lin Yu lightly shouted, his heavy right foot heavily stomping into the ground. The surrounding gravel was shaken and lightly jumped. Hot air rose from all over his body, just like a steam engine bursting with steam. And in fact, his current state was somewhat similar to a steam engine, as fiery breath escaped from every pore and a majestic power surged out from his body. The surface of Lin Yu's body had become slightly reddish. This was the embodiment of his grandmaster's battle power. National art, naturally, is not something that can be called a national art just by practicing the superficial skin of the muscles and bones. Qi is real. And right now, what Lin Yu was doing was pulling the qi in his body. At this moment, his body was like a volcano that was ready to erupt, just waiting to erupt. Roar! The mutant Wolf King hissed and charged towards Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu did not choose to dodge. Instead, he stepped out like a tiger out of its cage, killing the mutant Wolf King with his ally gun. The mutant Wolf King slapped down with a claw. Lin Yu handed out his gun. The speed of the gun more than doubled. The tip of the gun shook out a residual shadow in the air. A little cold aura arrived first. Snort! The alloy gun pierced through the huge claws of the mutant Wolf King, who hissed in pain and violently retracted his claws. And Lin Yu also chose to retract his gun. The gun and claws separated, the blood went straight up, forming a blood flower in the air. Roar! Under the pain, the mutant Wolf King's blood-colored eyes were even more creepy, seemingly with some anger, and once again rushed towards Lin Yu. Stupid bastard! Still dared to come. Lin Yu was naturally not afraid. Although this wild wolf was strong, it didn't seem to have much intelligence. He delivered another shot. The alloy gun directly and heavily pierced into the mutant Wolf King's skull this time, with a large part of the gun body missing into it. Even with the Wolf King's size, this strike, which was bound to have gone through the skull, was enough to be fatal. With a forceful tug, Lin Yu spun the alloy gun back. Boom! Losing its support, the mutant Wolf King first stiffened, then collapsed powerlessly. 500 points. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at his trigger finger, somewhat stunned. Killing such a ferocious beast had accumulated a full 500 points of chi and blood. Such an increase was something he had not expected. But it's also true, it makes sense that such a large giant wolf would provide 500 points of chi and blood. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu was relieved. Strength, size, all seemed to be closely related to the amount of chi and blood value that could be accumulated. I just don't know if there are any other giant wolves. After sighing, Lin Yu left this place to look for other ferocious beasts. In front of the dilapidated small building, only the corpse of a giant mutated Wolf King remained, along with a strong smell of blood wafting in the air. Surveillance room. Li Yi was filled with shock. Old Hu, did you see that? I'm not ing blind. Hu Biao was also incredulous and biaoed an expletive. He didn't seem to use his chi and blood to kill this Wolf King, right? Nope, not a single fluctuation of chi and blood. Li Yi murmured in a low voice, recalling the scene where Lin Yu killed the mutant Wolf King with a single shot. How did he do that? Look at the replay. Watch the replay. Hu Biao jumped up from his chair with a tang and walked towards the left surveillance console. As he walked, he muttered to himself, how can this be? How is this possible? To kill the Wolf King with the power of his body alone, what kind of ing demon is this? Li Yi also hurriedly followed, and the two of them quickly pulled up that image from the surveillance just now and watched it carefully. A minute later, the two watched the video and looked at each other. It really didn't use chi and blood. Li Yi also exploded. Things are getting big. Hu Biao walked around with an agitated expression. Make a copy of the video and report it. Hurry up and report it. This Jiangdu city, how did such a demon come out? Li Yi had already begun to take action. He called out a virtual interface, and his fingers moved quickly on it. Hu Biao also conjured up Skynet, not knowing who he was contacting. The two strong martial artists, at this moment, their breathing became ragged. Because, they knew just how much of a storm this would cause. Meanwhile, Gangtok City Education House. Zhou Lin and Li Tao were conducting the chi and blood statistics of the area they were responsible for. Taozi, how's it going on your side? Zhou Lin asked. The statistics are done, the complete form is sent to you. The electronic and manual audits are complete, you review it once, and then stamp an electronic seal, it's done. Li Tao responded. Okay. Zhou Lin nodded and conjured up a virtual chi and blood form, starting from the bottom and slowly sliding upwards.
That's exhausting. Li Tao cozily slumped towards the backrest of the chair, his eyes squinting comfortably. You're tired after doing such a small amount of work as a third-grade martial artist? Zhou Lin laughed and scolded. Li Tao stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air, heart-tired. It's okay for you to ask me to kill ferocious beasts, it's really hard to do all this work. Alright, don't be in a blessed state, it's already enough to be in charge of only the small city's assessment. Zhou Lin said. That too. Li Tao opened his eyes, there's just over 1,000 candidates in one region, it's really quite a big gap compared to Kyoto. It's not just the quantity, even the quality gap is big. Zhou Lin looked at the chi and blood table while saying, I'm now zoned to the mid-20s, and my chi and blood value barely breaks 700, just by looking at the chi and blood, when put in Kyoto, I probably wouldn't even be able to enter the top 1,000. Do the top 5 have 800 chi blood? Li Tao asked. Zhou Lin continued to scratch the form upwards, almost, after all, it's just a small region of candidates, and at this level, it's not too bad. I just don't know whether this first place can break 9. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's voice lurched, no longer speaking, fiercely taking off his sunglasses, his face full of dismay. What's wrong? Noticing Zhou Lin's abnormality, Li Tao was somewhat puzzled. He knew what Zhou Lin was, a 4th-grade martial artist with a strong mind, and he had never lost his temper like this when he faced a general-grade fierce beast on the battlefield. And right now this expression, it was like he had seen a ghost. He curiously walked over to Zhou Lin's side, and when he looked over his head, he also froze. Afterward, 2 voices that were just as shocked and just as unbelievable rang out with an unusual tacit understanding. 1800? Chapter 29, End of Martial Arts Exam. Wide-eyed stare. After a long time, Li Tao spoke, looking at the registered information, it's not a martial artist either. This is a mistake? What do you think? Zhou Lin asked in return. The probability of a chi and blood machine test going wrong was almost 0. Especially the chi and blood machines used for the grand examination had passed through layers of screening, as it determined the fate of thousands of candidates. 1800 chi blood, this is too perverse, right? Li Tao was still somewhat incredulous. Apply for special arbitration. Zhou Lin took a deep breath, now this matter, it's no longer something you and I can control, we must let the top take over. Aha! Li Tao nodded, then summoned Skynet and began to contact higher-level figures. Zhou Lin stood by the window, looking out of it with a gloomy expression. A quasi-martial artist had 1,800 points of chi and blood. As a martial artist, he knew exactly what this meant. A martial king's qualifications. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary martial king. In the current statistics from the Human Federation, the quasi-martial artist with the highest chi blood was the Baiguang martial king of that year. And this Baiguang martial king, even amongst the martial king level existences, was one of the top peak powerhouses, defending the domain and deterring thousands of foreign races. If another such existence could be produced, it would certainly make a difference in the situation outside the domain. And this was not something the foreign races wanted to see. The human race is not really a monolith. The alien race's pressure on the territory had led to the human community having people who were greedy and afraid of death being bribed to secretly pass on information. If the information of a genius with 1,800 points of chi and blood was leaked, once he went to the battlefield, he would inevitably be surrounded and killed. However, if one did not travel to the battlefield, there was no way for even the most talented characters to grow up. Therefore, the best way was to keep it a secret. Let everyone not know who this genius really was, so that the foreign races would have no way to strike within the human race. Therefore, this kind of secrecy was beyond the scope of what he and Li Tao could handle. Even after this incident, both of them would have to have their memories erased. I've already contacted the people from the Imperial College, the news should be passed on soon. After a long time, Li Tao spoke in a deep voice. The State Eunuch, one of the few most powerful institutions in China. The State Sun's Eunuch, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Martial House, these 3 institutions together governed the martial arts world of the state of China. Among them, the State Eunuch was responsible for the management of all martial arts universities and martial arts high schools. It was enough to see what kind of behemoth this was. And now, the matter of the 1,800 chi blood candidates had to be handled by the State Sun's erectors, and the other institutions had no right to ask questions, so it could be seen that the seriousness of the matter was evident. In fact, as long as a certain place found more than 1,300 chi blood, special body must be handed over to the State Sunship to deal with. And this time, it was even more special. 1,800 points of chi blood, unprecedented in ancient times. At this moment, Kyoto, the state prison. As the highest authority in education, this place has always been quiet and no one dares to disturb the peace. At this moment, inside one of the most central offices, a middle-aged man was sitting on a seat, holding a piece of information in his hands, seemingly pondering over something. During the period from May to June, the chi blood grew from 410 to 910, spanning as much as 500, 1800. Yes, this is the trait of awakening a special physique. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he murmured in a low voice, Lin Jiao, Lin Jiao. You don't let me down.
For a long time, he stood up and did not know who he was talking to, arranged to go down, hide all the relevant information, electronic archiving filed into paper archiving, the relevant information as soon as possible to replace on the relevant work well. This matter, can't make any mistakes. Here. In the shadows, a very respectful voice came out, not knowing whether it was a man or a woman. After receiving a response, the middle-aged man walked out of the office, and as he did so, his mouth was still talking about something.
Civilians can't produce strong people?
First there was Bai Guang's rise to power, and then there was this Lin Yu 1800 Chi blood. If Lin Yu grows up, I'll see how you old guys can still be tough. With a bang, the door of the office was slammed shut, and the entire State Crown prison, once again, returned to silence.
Gangtok City, Education House.
A magnetic levitation car without a license plate was parked outside the mansion, and then 4 black-clothed men walked down from the car, each wearing a mask, making it impossible to see their faces. The education mansion is an important place, no idle people are allowed to approach. Please leave as soon as possible. The 2 soldiers outside the mansion saw someone intruding and loudly scolded. The footsteps of the 4 people, however, did not slow down at all, and the one in the lead pulled out a document, while the 2 soldiers immediately let them go after seeing the document.
Soon, the 4 men in black came to an office. Zhou Lin? Li Tao?
The black-clothed man in the lead opened his mouth and asked.
Inside the office, it was none other than the duo of Zhou Lin and Li Tao.
Yes.
Zhou Lin and Li Tao both nodded their heads.
A black-robed man on the left pulled out an identification card, waved it in front of Zhou Lin and the 2 of them, and opened his mouth. We are affiliated with the State Scholarship Council, and the purpose of our coming here, you should know, right? The Zhou Lin duo glanced at each other and then nodded. They understood that this was the State Council making a move to erase all information about that 1800 Chi blood candidate. As they were the ones who reported it, this memory was bound to be erased. Go! The 4 men in black turned to leave, and Zhou Lin's duo rushed to follow. The group boarded the unlicensed maglev sedan, which drove off to nowhere.
Region 15, Area 3.
At this moment, Lin Yu, naturally, was unaware that the outside world was already surging with dark currents because of him, and that all the organizations of all parties were functioning.
His current mind was focused on killing ferocious beasts.
One of the ferocious beasts in Area 3 died under the alloy gun, and each one of them brought him anywhere from 50 to 100 points of blood value. After spending a full 6 hours, Lin Yu had accumulated 5,500 points of Chi blood.
Dang! 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 Throughout Area 15, a dull bell suddenly rang out. A muffled voice then traveled out through the electronic equipment.
The exam is over, please return to the gate of Area 1 to gather. The exam is over, please return to the Zone 1 gate and assemble. It's over. Listening to the constantly repeating broadcast, Lin Yu looked at a giant ape in the distance with some regret, having wanted to accumulate more Chi and blood. Regret after regret, he still immediately headed to the gate of Area 1. According to the rules of the exam, once the end of the exam was announced, unless one was in the middle of killing a ferocious beast or being chased by a ferocious beast or other emergencies, one was not allowed to make another move. Once one's hands were discovered, it would be directly regarded as cheating and the exam results would be cancelled. Under these strict rules, Lin Yu naturally didn't dare to go hunting ferocious beasts again. Soon, he returned to the gate of Area 1. At this moment, there were already quite a few candidates assembled at the gate. Lin Yu should have been the last one to arrive because, as he was the only candidate from Area 15 who had traveled deep into Area 3, the journey was long and naturally took more time. Boom! The gate slowly rose, announcing that this year's martial arts examination was officially over.
Chapter 30, The State Elementary School's Visitors.
Inside the treasury, at this time, one by one, the candidates had returned. One by one, there was a slight look of fatigue on their faces. After all, the examination had lasted for a full 6 hours. However, each and every one of them did not rush to rest, but instead, they formed a long line inside the treasury. After returning the applied equipment and qualification certificates, the examination was considered to be truly completed. After that, there would be a specialized personnel to conduct the final settlement by combining the monitoring of the examination and the scores on the qualification certificates. The entire practical test was divided into 5 grades, S, A, B, C, D, with S grade being the highest and D grade being the lowest. If one wanted to attend a decent martial arts university, one would need to at least reach a C grade in practical combat ability. I wonder what my actual combat score will be. I should be able to get an S grade, right? Any worse would be an A grade. After handing in his D grade alloy gun, combat uniform and qualification certificate, Lin Yu stood in a corner, silently pondering. Lin Yu was very confident in this practical test. In 6 hours, he had killed over 200 ferocious beasts. This kind of battle performance was undoubtedly astonishing, not to mention that he had also killed a mutant wolf king that was close to the strength of a martial artist.
Lin Yu. A voice suddenly came out. HM? Who's calling me?
Lin Yu raised his head and looked to the side. Several men in combat uniforms walked towards him, and the examiner Hu Biao was among them, standing at the edge.
Examiner Hu.
Lin Yu greeted towards Hu Biao, but in his heart, he was puzzled. These people in front of him, other than Hu Biao, he did not recognize them. How could they find him for no reason? Lin Yu, let me introduce to you, these few are the instructors of the state elementary school.
Hu Biao stepped forward and introduced Lin Yu. The state elementary school?
Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. The state crown prince's eunuch was almost the topmost organization in the martial arts world of China. How could he come to find himself specifically?
Hello, Lin Yu.
Next to Hu Biao, an elegant middle-aged man who looked like he was wearing glasses took the initiative to extend his right hand to Lin Yu.
Hello.
Lin Yu extended his hand and shook his. I'm a special researcher from the National Academy, and I'm looking for you because I want to talk to you about something. Of course, it's a good thing for you, don't worry. The middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke.
Lin Yu nodded helplessly. At this point, was there any use in worrying or not worrying himself?
If he didn't cooperate, these few people in front of him were afraid that they could poke themselves to death with a single finger.
We'll take that person away, the middle-aged man said to Hu Biao. Aha! Hu Biao nodded. Let's go.
The middle-aged man smiled towards Lin Yu, then turned to leave.
Lin Yu hurriedly followed. Area 15, lounge. Sit.
The middle-aged man sat on a sofa and gestured for Lin Yu to sit down. Lin Yu and the middle-aged man sat opposite each other. The others didn't come in, they all guarded outside the door of the lounge. This couldn't help but make Lin Yu even more curious about the purpose of these people bringing themselves here.
Time is precious, I won't talk too much about small talk, let's just get straight to the point,
the middle-aged man said.
Good. Lin Yu nodded. I'm a senior researcher of the state elementary school, Wang Hai. The middle-aged man first showed an ID, then said, next, every word I say, you must keep it in your heart and not say it to anyone, understand? So mysterious?
Lin Yu was a bit stunned, but he still nodded. This matter is also very simple. Wang Hai saw Lin Yu nodding and put away his documents. His tone was serious. From now on, your highest chi blood in the quasi-martial artist stage is 1,400 points. No matter anyone asks, it's always 1,400 points. It can't be more than that.
Why? Lin Yu frowned. For your safety. Wang Hai said meaningfully, wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. You should know this truth, right? I will be in danger?
Lin Yu heard the meaning in Wang Hai's words.
If your talent is exposed. Wang Hai said. Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Wang Hai then said, you should know about the Baiguang martial king, right? No. Lin Yu nodded, knowing from the Ancient One that this highly gifted character was also an incomparable powerhouse. Then it's very well explained.
Wang Hai said, to put it simply, the foreign races don't want any more strong people like Baiguang King to appear in humanity, not even if it's just a mere possibility.
And the human community, in fact, is not as united as it appears. Put it this way, do you understand?
Lin Yu was silent for a long while, then nodded. He wasn't stupid, and with Wang Hai mentioning the point like that, he understood the crux of the matter.
Being gifted was certainly a good thing, but that was for humans.
It was unlikely that the foreign races would allow human geniuses to grow up smoothly. If they were too sharp, they would inevitably be targeted.
Since you understand, I won't say more. I can see that you are a smart person.
Remember, in the future, your chi and blood value at the quasi-martial artist stage can only be 1,400. Wang Hai stood up and took out a necklace from somewhere, handing it to Lin Yu. We've finished replacing all of your explicit information, and now there are only so many 2 or 3 people in the entire country of China who know your true situation. This necklace, which you carry with you, can conceal your chi and blood values. As long as you don't say anything, no one will be able to check your true situation. Lin Yu reached out and took the necklace. The necklace was very light, the body was silver in color, it didn't look any different from ordinary silver jewelry. Remember, anyone who asks about your chi blood value, your answer can only be 1,400, no matter who he is.
Wang Hai said gruffly. What about you?
Lin Yu asked, you should know my true chi and blood value. Wang Hai shook his head. As I said, there are only so many 2 or 3 people in the entire country of China who are qualified to know about this matter.
Everyone else, their memories about this matter will be erased, including me.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart shook. The seriousness of this matter was somewhat beyond his expectations.
A quasi-martial artist with 1,800 chi blood, was the impact really that great?
But according to today's actual combat test, even if he had the experience in national martial arts that he had accumulated in his previous life, it would be a struggle to engage a martial artist.
Was it because one's knowledge of martial artists was not in place, or was there a problem in any part of the process?
For a while, Lin Yu's mind was filled with thoughts.
All right. Time's up, you should leave. Wang Hai spoke out and interrupted his thoughts.
Lin Yu nodded, then opened the door and walked out. Just at the moment he was about to leave, Wang Hai barked out another sentence. Remember, this secret, you can't let anyone know, even your closest people. The methods of the foreign race are not something you can fight against. Lin Yu stopped and nodded heavily, then left.
1 minute later. Come in. After witnessing Lin Yu return to Area 15, Wang Hai opened his mouth. Afterwards, several people appeared in the lounge. These people, however, were all those who had just met with Lin Yu, including Li Yi and Hu Biao. Next, I will erase your relevant memories. Whatever happens later, don't resist. Wang Hai Dao. Yes. The crowd nodded in unison. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, an inexplicable fluctuation flashed through the lounge. Afterward, everyone, including Wang Hai, was in a trance. Their memories of having seen Lin Yu after the end of the examination were erased as much as possible. And such things happened in many corners of China. Chapter 31 Appointment with Lin Jiao. On the way home, Lin Yu's mind was incredibly complicated. On the one hand, it was the fact that he hadn't expected to have even alarmed the Minister of State. And on the other hand, it was puzzled as to why this 1800 Chi blood quasi-martial artist would have such a great impact. According to today's encounter with the giant wolf that was close to martial artist's strength, the power that he had erupted was hardly enough to threaten the giant wolf. The fact that he was able to kill the giant wolf in the end was due to the national art base and combat skills he had accumulated in his previous life. If it was someone else who was controlling this body, it was obvious that he would not be able to defeat the giant wolf. In other words, a quasi-martial artist with 1,800 points of chi blood didn't seem to be as powerful as imagined. What exactly went wrong? Or was it that quasi-martial artists themselves were so weak that they needed to open their veins and become martial artists before they could show their true strengths? Maybe. Can ask Lin Jiao. A figure popped into his mind, and according to Lin Jiao's background, she was bound to know all this like the back of her hand. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu quickened his pace and soon returned to the dormitory. Are you free? After having dinner, Lin Yu called out Skynet and contacted Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, aha. Lin Yu, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Jiao, what? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu was at a loss for words, and for a while, the chat stopped there. Lin Jiao, what's wrong? On the other end, Lin Jiao had just come out of the bathroom on one side and was wiping her wet hair with a piece of towel, looking a bit puzzled. This Lin Yu, first he approached himself, and then he stopped talking. What is this? Are you free tomorrow? There are some things I want to say to you in person. Just as she was wondering, Lin Yu sent another message. There are words to say in person? When Lin Jiao saw these words, for some reason, her heart panicked a little for no reason. These words, so familiar. Probably since middle school, there have been a constant stream of boys saying such things to themselves, followed by expressions of affection. Could it be that this Lin Yu? To be honest, Lin Jiao was completely indifferent to this kind of words, and even called them disgusting. However, looking at this message sent by Lin Yu, it seemed like she was somewhat unable to hate it. To go, or not to go? Lin Jiao's heart was in turmoil. She admitted that she didn't loathe Lin Yu, she even had some good feelings, but it was on the level of a friend. But Lin Yu, it seemed like he misunderstood something? Could it be that it was the fact that he helped him last time that made him think about himself? I want to ask you about something in the martial arts. Just between Lin Jiao's random thoughts, Lin Yu's message came again, stating his intentions. Swish, Lin Jiao's small face turned red. Did the others not have this idea at all? It's simply that they are just imagining things. What a shame. She covered her face and was so embarrassed that she even forgot to reply to the message, and it wasn't until another message was sent that she remembered about it. Not available? I'll figure it out myself then, excuse me. Looking at this message sent by Lin Yu that revealed a sense of loss everywhere, Lin Jiao's heart was even more overjoyed. There is. Something came up just now and I left for a while. Ghostly, she broke the mold and lied. Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time she explained to someone why she didn't reply to a message. Lin Jiao's small face was flushed, and she could only rub her hair more vigorously to hide the embarrassment in her heart. Okay, then meet at the school's martial arts practice ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, is that okay? Lin Yu's message came again. Lin Jiao, it's okay. Lin Yu, thank you, coming to trouble you at night. Lin Jiao, you're welcome, I happen to be idle and a bit bored. After that, Lin Yu never came back with a message. Lin Jiao lay on the bed, her heart was a little messy, her face was tangled, and she fell asleep in a daze. Next day, 8 o'clock. According to the agreed time, Lin Yu arrived at the martial arts practicing ground of Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. At this time, a silhouette was already waiting there quietly, it was none other than Lin Jiao. In contrast to her usual martial artist image, she wore a long white dress today, her long hair like a waterfall. The breeze blew gently, raising the hem of her skirt and revealing her bare calves. She stood there and became the most beautiful scenery. Lin Jiao. Lin Yu walked up and greeted her. Coming. Lin Jiao nodded. Lin Yu nodded and hesitantly said, "You're in this outfit today. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?" Lin Jiao asked. Looking good is pretty good, but I had wanted to spar with you. Lin Yu scratched his head. Put. Hearing this, a grandfather who was drinking water next to him sprayed out a mouthful of water and looked at Lin Yu incredulously. Where did this TM? Come from Steel Straight Man? Such a beautiful little girl, early in the morning, dressed up beautifully to wait for you here, you step horse wanna cut with others? Brains are a good thing, but unfortunately not everyone has them. For a while, that old man looked at Lin Yu as if he was looking at a retard. This way, It's a pity that I didn't wear my practice clothes.
Lin Jiao sadly said.
It is quite a pity.
Lin Yu's eyes were regretful.
Let's not talk about this, go sit in the gazebo over there and talk, don't you still have questions you want to ask me?
Lin Jiao pointed towards the front and then stepped away.
Good. Lin Yu nodded and quickly followed.
The two arrived in front of a pavilion and sat opposite each other. This pavilion, which was built not far from the martial arts practicing ground, was supplied to the students for rest. At this time, because of the martial arts examination, the school was already closed, and there were not many people. The weather is very good, the sun shines brightly, although it is summer, but does not feel the slightest bit hot, the breeze gently caresses, refreshing. A man and a woman sitting in the gazebo, like a young couple on a date.
Whatever you want to ask, just say it.
Lin Jiao smiled, her opening lines resembling a cheesy plot from a third-rate romance novel. If it was according to the normal development, at this point, Lin Yu should be gazing at the beauty in front of him and confessing his love. Unfortunately, someone simply didn't have this realization. The moment he opened his mouth, he was extremely frowned upon, making the boss who was eavesdropping on the side sigh and shake his head, this child, hopeless.
What I want to know is, what exactly are the combat tactics of a martial artist? Lin Yu asked. Combat methods? Lin Jiao was a little unsure, which aspect are you referring to? All aspects.
Lin Yu said, according to the description in the book, there is a big difference between a quasi-martial artist and a martial artist. However, if one were to enter the martial artist realm for the first time, and just open a single vein, the chi and blood value would only increase by around 2 to 300, so this difference, it seems like it's not very big. Moreover, if it's a special physique, the chi and blood at the quasi-martial artist stage will be able to exceed that of some unusual martial artists, but in terms of battle power.
So that's what you're saying.
Lin Jiao understood Lin Yu's meaning. Are you trying to ask why the chi and blood values are already high, but the battle power doesn't seem to have increased much? The gap with martial artists is still huge.
Right.
Lin Yu nodded his head.
Your chi blood value broke 1,000?
Lin Jiao suddenly reacted with some surprise. 1,400, Lin Yu nodded again. Originally Lin Jiao also knew about him being a special physique, there was no need to hide it.
1,400. Lin Jiao was in a trance. Didn't Grandpa say that this Lin Yu wasn't a special physique? But why could his chi and blood reach 1,400? Could it be that Grandpa was wrong? Chapter 32, The True Definition of a Martial Artist.
Thinking about it, Lin Jiao felt that this was the only possibility.
Lin Jiao?
Seeing the young girl suddenly launch herself into a daze, Lin Yu reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. Lin Jiao came back to her senses and smiled apologetically.
Lin Yu also smiled and didn't say anything. So, you now want to know the real difference between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist? Lin Jiao said. That's right. Lin Yu nodded.
Lin Jiao pondered for a moment, then said with a straight face, then I'll give you a good explanation of what exactly a martial artist is. According to the books, a chi and blood value of 1,000 points is considered a martial artist.
Of course, that day, Grandpa also told you that this kind of statement is inaccurate. But, have you ever wondered, since it's inaccurate, then why is it so divided in the books? Why?
Lin Yu curiously said, that day when he heard ancients say this, he was also puzzled. Why could something that was clearly inaccurate be compiled into a textbook?
Was it really true that China was so casual about the compilation of textbooks?
Lin Yu felt it was unlikely. And now that Lin Jiao had said so, it seemed that behind this, there was indeed something else going on. That's because, decades ago, when the textbooks of the state elementary school were compiled, the definition of a martial artist was indeed based on 1,000 chi and blood. Therefore, what was recorded in the textbook is not considered a mistake, it's just that times are changing.
Lin Jiao said.
That is to say, because some sort of change has occurred in recent years, causing the definition of a martial artist to change with it?
Lin Yu said. Exactly.
Lin Jiao nodded, and that, in turn, is going to lead to a new concept, controlling chi and blood.
Controlling chi and blood? Lin Yu frowned, never having heard of it. Follow me.
In the face of Lin Yu's doubts, Lin Jiao did not answer, but stood up and walked towards the martial arts practicing ground.
Lin Yu even followed.
The two came to a wooden stake.
Watch.
Lin Jiao slapped her palm at the stake, and with a bang, the stake shook slightly. Lin Yu frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief.
This was clearly a very ordinary palm. What was so noteworthy about it?
Looking at Lin Yu's puzzled eyes, Lin Jiao only smiled faintly and once again breezily slapped out a palm.
Bang!
This palm directly slapped the wooden stake into pieces and exploded. Lin Yu's pupils shrunk violently. This power, even he was shocked when he looked at it.
How did that happen? Lin Yu hurriedly asked. This is controlling chi and blood.
Lin Jiao laughed. The first palm, I just relied purely on the power of my flesh, so the power was extremely small. And the second palm, I used the power of qi and blood, and as you can see, the result was that it easily shattered the wooden stake. Power of qi and blood, Lin Yu muttered, another unfamiliar word. His heart skipped a beat, vaguely grasping something. Lin Jiao continued, the reason why qi and blood values are used to measure a martial artist's strength is naturally not without reason. Only when you know how to control your qi and blood and utilize it can you bring out the maximum power of the human body. In other words, this is the true fighting style of a martial artist? Lin Yu was somewhat in a trance. No wonder he had 1800 qi and blood, yet he was struggling so much against a giant wolf that was close to the strength of a martial artist. No wonder he had fought for 6 hours without consuming much blood. That was because, one simply did not know how to utilize the power of qi and blood. Merely relying on martial arts techniques and the power of the physical body to fight as he did in his previous life. In that case, one would be damned if one would consume qi and blood. Yes. Lin Jiao nodded. Moreover, it is only when the qi and blood value reaches a certain level that one can initially go about controlling qi and blood. And that dividing line is 1000 points. So, a few decades ago, as long as the qi and blood value reached 1000, one could be considered a martial artist. Because, it meant that it was already possible to go and try to control qi and blood. But as the martial arts system becomes more and more perfect and there are more and more strong human beings, there are already people who have researched ways to control the qi and blood ahead of time, which is why it is necessary to redefine martial artists. There are some people who have already taken control of their qi and blood when their qi and blood values are no more than 5 or 600, or even 3 or 400. And can such a person be called a martial artist? Naturally, they can't, so nowadays, the definition of martial arts has become divided by whether or not one has an open vein. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized that as the times progressed, the division of the realm of martial arts, naturally, had to change as well. That is to say, even after opening a vein, if one does not have control over qi and blood, one is not considered a true martial artist? You could say that. Lin Jiao said with a smile. It's amazing. Lin Yu sighed. There are many more magical places in the path of martial arts. If one cultivates to the highest realm, one can fly to the sky and hide from the earth, and can do anything. Lin Jiao said, of course, those are too far away from us. Nowadays, what we need to do is to control our qi and blood, cultivate our battle techniques, and lay down a solid foundation. Battle technique? Lin Yu was confused again. What is this? How to say it? Lin Jiao mused and said, the so-called battle technique, to put it plainly, is also a more subtle use of qi and blood. A martial artist, whether or not they have practiced battle techniques, is a completely different matter. To make an analogy, the same martial artist who has control over qi and blood, a martial artist who has not practiced battle techniques is able to utilize his qi and blood to 1 point of strength. And a martial artist who has cultivated a battle method is able to bring out 1.2, or even more strength from their qi and blood. Put it this way, do you understand? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Understood. Qi and blood, and battle techniques, these two were the only things that would allow a martial artist to utilize their true strength. In an instant, Lin Yu only felt that the fog that was blocking his eyes dispersed and opened up. In fact, all of these things will be taught by the teachers inside the martial arts university, and you are just counting on understanding them in advance now. Lin Jiao laughed. Thanks. Lin Yu said a thank you towards Lin Jiao, but in his heart, he couldn't hold back his excitement. It was fine if he didn't know about it, but after knowing about it, his heart was tickled to death. He did not know how to control his qi and blood, nor did he have a battle method in his hands. Seeing Lin Yu's foolish appearance, Lin Jiao understood his thoughts after a brief thought. She smiled sweetly and advised, if you want to cultivate battle techniques, I can contact Yangdu Martial University's site for you to provide you with some battle techniques, which is also what was promised to you in the first place, but my suggestion is to put it aside for now. Why? Lin Yu was puzzled. For one, you haven't taken control of your qi and blood. Secondly, I think that your qi and blood might not have reached the upper limit yet. Lin Jiao explained, didn't Grandpa give you a special cultivation method? You must not have practiced it in the past 2 days, right? Lin Yu nodded. Recently he was busy with the big exam. That cultivation method was left by himself in the dormitory to grow dust. I knew it. Lin Jiao had a helpless look on her face, such a precious thing, but Lin Yu did not even practice it. When it was really a bit wasteful. Chapter 33 First Acquaintance with Qi and Blood. But I've already awakened my special physique, will it still be useful if I practice this cultivation method again? Lin Yu asked. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say, but I still suggest you try at 1400 points of qi and blood. There is still room for improvement. After all, the president of Baiguangwu Wang is still there. Lin Yu nodded. But in his heart, he didn't care too much. His qi blood was never anything like 1400, but 1800. As for what enhancement the cultivation method would bring him, he hadn't thought about it. Taking control of his qi and blood as soon as possible was his first goal right now. It was actually a bit of a waste if he spent time on the cultivation method. However, Lin Jiao's next words instantly made him change this idea. Moreover, practicing this cultivation method will also be of great help to you in controlling your qi and blood.
That is to say, regardless of whether the qi and blood can grow again or not, this cultivation method has benefits? Lin Yu asked.
Right. Lin Jiao said, therefore, I suggest that you first study the cultivation method to reach the stage of controlling your qi and blood as soon as possible, and by the way, you can also see if you can break through the upper limit of qi and blood.
Understood.
Lin Yu nodded his head. As for the method of controlling qi and blood, I have it here, I'll just pass it on to you through the celestial net later. Lin Jiao smiled and raised the bracelet on her right hand.
Thanks.
Lin Yu smiled and said, speaking of which, you are really considered my mentor for the enlightenment of martial arts. No matter, after arriving at the martial arts university, sooner or later you will know all of this. Lin Jiao shook her head, right now it's just on the agenda, and these things, they're not considered precious.
No matter what, I should thank you.
Lin Yu said from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Jiao said so, he also understood in his heart that the so-called not precious was only for her. Most importantly, if Lin Jiao hadn't given him that protective jade pendant, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Although not say, but Lin Yu has always put this matter in the heart, the great kindness does not say thank you. In the future if there is an opportunity, he is bound to repay the young girl in front of him. After knowing what he wanted to know and chatting with Lin Jiao for a few moments, Lin Yu left first.
Inside the dormitory,
Lin Yu was wearing his practicing clothes and sitting on the floor, with the special cultivation method handed over to him by Ancient in front of him. The book was somewhat ancient, and it looked like it had been around for some years. There was no name on the cover, it was blank, just like the kind of notebooks from earlier times. Turn over the first page. Qi and blood, the fundamentals of a martial artist. The more majestic the qi and blood, the stronger the martial artist's body will be. On the title page, there was only one line, which seemed to be an aphorism. However, Lin Yu didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to turn the next page. The so-called qi and blood, as the root of all things strong and healthy, not only humans, except for a small number of special beings such as spirit creatures, the vast majority of organisms contain qi and blood within their bodies. To humans, qi and blood is the energy to fight, while the human body is the artifact that holds the energy.
The larger the artifact, the more energy it can hold.
The stronger a human's body is, the higher the amount of qi and blood it can hold. Some people, who are gifted, have innate physiques that are far beyond the norm, and even if they don't cross over into the martial realm, the upper limit of their qi and blood can break through 1,000 points. Therefore, the old man had a sudden thought, since the physique can be exercised. Then, can the upper limit of qi and blood also be exercised? In order to accomplish this idea, the old me spent decades of years visiting countless special physique martial artists and finally researched this method. Although this method can break through the upper limit of qi and blood, the effect varies from person to person. Before the old man wrote down this method, among those tested, there were a total of 120 people, 90 of which did not have any breakthroughs. 25 people's qi and blood values were raised at around 50 points, 4 people were raised at around 80 points, and only one person, who raised his qi and blood by 100 points, struck an increase of 0.1 times. Most of these 120 people, who spent anywhere from 1 to 2 years, and even more spent 3 years, ended up with nothing. Therefore, if those who are not adapted to this method, do not force yourself and act according to your ability.
Remember. If you are successful in your cultivation, remember the name of my old self, Yangdu Martial Arts University, Scientific Research Department, first grade researcher, Li Fu. This method, nameless. So this cultivation method was researched by a researcher from Yangdu Martial Arts University. After reading the contents of the first page, Lin Yu sighed. To be able to research such an astounding technique, I think this senior Li Fu is also an extraordinary existence. Continuing to scroll down.
The first treatise, the relationship between qi and blood and the human physique. The second treatise, rough control of qi and blood. The third treatise, methods of expanding the upper limit of qi and blood.
Fourth theory, summary.
The entire nameless cultivation method, which is divided into 4 parts, is extensive and detailed. Lin Yu was immersed in it without realizing it, and when he read the entire cultivation method, it was already evening. The method of expanding the upper limit of qi and blood was simple to say the least, relying on the qi and blood in the body to impact the human physique, repeating it over and over again, allowing the physique to be tempered and increasing the upper limit of qi and blood. This method, to put it mildly, was similar to body refining. But the difference is that the part of the qi and blood impact is specific and orderly, and cannot be haphazard to impact. If one were to go about it haphazardly, one would lightly damage the foundation, and if one were to die violently on the spot. No wonder Lin Jiao said that this nameless cultivation method is helpful in controlling qi and blood. Manipulating qi and blood to impact one's physique will naturally become familiar in the long run. Lin Yu flipped the pages of the book back to the first theory and began to follow the method above to try to initially control the qi and blood. The first step was to sense the qi and blood. According to the nameless cultivation method, qi and blood itself was part of the human body and was everywhere. If one were to quiet their mind and sense, they would be able to sense the existence of qi and blood. The reason why ordinary people could not sense qi in blood until they reached 1000 points of qi in blood was simple: if the qi in blood was too thin, even if they sensed it, they would not be able to distinguish it. Holding one's breath and concentrating with no distractions in the mind, Lin Yu muttered, "It's rather similar to sensing qi in blood in the national art." In his previous life, national arts were divided into 3 realms: Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Huan Jin. When the initial cultivation reaches the stage of Ming Jin, one has to start sensing the qi in the body, and after fully controlling the operation of the qi, one can step into the higher level of Dark Jin. As a national martial arts master, Lin Yu was naturally already at the stage of Huan Jin. Now, having to sense qi in blood, it made him a little dazed, as if he had returned to the time when he had been practicing painstakingly. Lin Yu closed his eyes, and in just a few breaths of time, he was like an old monk in meditation, concentrating all of his spirit, with no external objects in his mind. His entire person looked extremely transcendent, as if he had become one with his surroundings. My heart is the heart of heaven. Perhaps it was because his own qi and blood were majestic to a certain stage, or perhaps it was because of the experience that sensing qi in his previous life had given him. It only took less than half a minute for Lin Yu to feel the flow of qi and blood in his body. Just as the book said, qi and blood was everywhere, it existed in every corner of the body, just like a river rushing about, intangible, yet tangible to sense. This is qi and blood? Lin Yu felt the qi and blood in his body, doubly feeling new. Chapter 34, Hearing the Way in the Morning. Like qi, it was formless and colorless. But the difference was that Lin Yu could feel the majestic power in the qi and blood. No wonder, the difference between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist is so big. This power of qi and blood is truly terrifying. Lin Yu sighed. If he had already mastered the power of qi and blood at the time of the actual combat test, I'm afraid that killing that giant wolf would only be a matter of a handful of times. After familiarizing himself for a while, Lin Yu started to try to operate his qi and blood as described in the book. Half an hour later, Lin Yu's eyes fluttered open, his expression slightly agitated. Just a moment ago, he felt a movement in his qi and blood. Although it was only a very slight one, but it allowed him to tangibly feel the sensation of controlling his qi and blood. Moreover, he also understood that there was no rush, just like a baby learning to walk, it needed a process. There's a show. Calming down his excitement, Lin Yu continued to adapt to this feeling in response. In the meantime, Jiangdu City Education House, inside an office. A flowery old man was sitting in front of his desk, leisurely browsing the contents of the virtual panel in front of him. Oh, this kid, what's the meaning of drawing a big turtle? Is the path of martial arts related to turtles? I'll give you 50 points. Ha! This article, it's kind of interesting, 70 points. Well, martial arts against the sky? Nowadays, the young people motionless want to go against the sky. Against which kind of sky? God invites you to mess with you? Hostility is so heavy, 60 it. A bunch of nonsense. Nonsense. 0 points. Must be 0 points. The old man was either happy or angry, worried or sad, and every now and then he picked up a cup of hot tea on the table and savored it. Outside the door, 2 education house employees were whispering. What's wrong with Elder Ling today? Why would he suddenly come to correct the big exam papers? One of the inch-haired youths was puzzled. Bored, after the beast tied on the front line was crushed, Elder Ling retired. It's not like you don't know, Elder Ling has this temperament, how can he be idle? The other replied. Isn't this Elder Ling, a domain-level powerhouse, a bit of a big deal to change the scrolls? Elder Ling himself likes it, so who cares? Elder Ling himself is the examiner of the education mansion, so it's in line with the process. Also, both of them sighed as they looked at the old man's back as he mumbled to himself and danced around. As the #1 martial arts practitioner in Jiangdu City, this old man Ling's mindset was similar to that of a child. Once he got stubborn, no one could really stop him. Ha! Why is Elder Ling quiet? Suddenly, the noise in the office came to an abrupt end, and the inch-haired youth glanced inside, his eyes filled with misgivings. Elder Ling, who had just been dancing and shouting, was now sitting upright and motionless. Probably tired. Another person said casually. Although they were puzzled in their hearts, the two didn't care too much. After all, this was a rare moment of leisure. If they put aside that strong strength, Ling Lao, alive and well, was a problem child, making a lot of noise. Inside the office, Elder Ling was staring straight at an article on the virtual screen with a mesmerized expression. The soul of the national art, the wonderful, is really subtle, so the original martial arts can still be elaborated like this. He muttered in a low voice from his mouth, lost in thought. Which is the article of a candidate for a major examination. This is clearly from the insightful talk of a martial arts master. The words are so beautiful that they are simply written to his heart. Elder Ling just sat there, his body straight, his expression solemn, as if he was a believer worshipping a god or goddess full of piety. Nothing? Ling Lao was reading in rapture when he realized that the article had forced an end. This feeling drove him crazy. From the moment he came into contact with the article titled The Soul of the National Art, he had vaguely touched something, and even the path that had been stagnant for many years was given the opportunity to reopen. But just at the most crucial moment, the article was gone, forcing it to close. Elder Ling stared deathly at the virtual screen, his eyes unblinking.
1 minute. 2 minutes.
Time passed slowly, and he, just like that, kept this posture, just like a statue, not moving at all, for half an hour.
Bang!
Suddenly, the chair that Elder Ling was sitting on suddenly turned into powder, and his entire body fell to the ground, landing on all fours. The two youths outside the door were startled by the loud noise and glanced towards the office to find Elder Ling lying on the ground. The two were startled. The inch-headed youth hurriedly opened the door to the room, and the two took a step in, before suddenly stopping in unison. The two looked at each other, and then tacitly exited the door. After closing the door tightly, they quietly wait outside, but in their minds, they cannot help but emerge from the picture just now. Elder Ling was lying on his back on the ground, crying silently, old tears streaming down his face. Crying like this was either great joy or great sorrow. In the middle of the day, Ling Lao wiped his tears clean and still didn't get up, staring straight at the ceiling and muttering, "It is possible to die in the morning and die in the evening." After repeating it back and forth several times, Elder Ling got up and made a solemn bow towards the virtual screen.
Disciple Ling Bushue, greetings to my master.
This scene caused the two people outside who were silently peering to be filled with shock while also being somewhat helpless.
Crazy Ling, truly living up to his name.
This worship of Elder Ling lasted for another half an hour. Once the time was up, he got up and quickly operated on the virtual panel. Although my disciple is not qualified to judge my master's masterpiece, but the situation is special, I believe that even if my master knows about this matter, he will still understand my disciple's actions like this. On the virtual panel, the score of the examination question was fixed at 100. A perfect score. After scoring, Elder Ling paid 3 more pious obeisances, then copied the article and rushed towards the door in a fiery hurry.
You guys continue correcting the papers. As he passed by the door, Elder Ling ordered casually and spilled out.
Upon hearing this, the inch-headed youth duo helplessly walked into the office and began the work of rewriting the papers that originally belonged to them.
What exactly did Elder Ling see? Why so excited?
The inch-headed youth looked at the screen, full of doubts, wanting to see some kind of clues from it. Unfortunately, after scoring, the article was scratched away by Elder Ling, which left him with nothing.
Who knows, change the paper. Another person sighed.
The two of them then sulked as they worked, and outside the door, the sound of Elder Ling yelling could be heard faintly.
Ah! Oi! Old Hua! It's me! I'm telling you, I've picked up a treasure. What? It's not picking up a disciple. It's picking up a master. You're calling me a psychopath?
You wait for me, have the guts you don't go out of the state prison, or I see I'm designated to beat you.
Not in a mess, meet and then say. Ah! Hey! Xiao hai ah!
Good news, good news.
No, I didn't become a martial king, but it's coming soon. Oops, don't interrupt. I've recruited a master for you, how's that? Surprised? Surprised? Aren't you happy? What? Go to the neurologist? I don't have a neurological condition. Hey! Old Peng.
The voice faded until it was gone.
The entire Jiangdu City Educational Palace returned to its usual tranquility. Chapter 35 The Wonderful Use of the Master Triggerfinger. Late at night, the state prison.
Even at this time of the day, the state scholarship is still brightly lit. As the highest place of power for education in China, there are people busy here all day long.
Inside the central office,
a middle-aged man was looking at the 2 pieces of information in front of him with interest. This middle-aged man was the one who had ordered the blocking of Lin Yu's information last time. Hua Jinghua, a hand of the state prison. And the 2 pieces of information in front of him were clearly the videos and articles of Lin Yu's participation in the great examination.
The spirit of the national art. Interesting, really interesting.
After reading the article, Hua Jinghua laughed freely. The so-called ancient martial arts, it turns out that it can be elaborated in such a way, this Lin Yu is gifted. After speaking, he pondered a little for a moment, then he looked at the video in front of him. On the screen, Lin Yu was holding a D-class alloy gun, his feet stepped heavily, his speed surged up a level, and he pierced through the mutant Wolf King's head with a single shot.
The entire process was easily written and appeared to be smooth.
And the most stunning thing was when he merely used the power of his physical body. Without using chi and blood, just with the power of the physical body, yet he was able to explode with this kind of power.
This is the so-called national art. What if it can be combined with the power of chi and blood? Hua Jinghua lazily leaned against the backrest of his seat, his eyes flickering as he wondered what he was pondering. Half the time, he called out softly, "Shadow! Here!"
From the corner, came the sound of an answer. Aside from the soul of the national art, cover up all other information. Also, this time, the grand examination scholar, no matter who it is, try to publicize it as much as possible.
Hua Jinghua faintly said, "Understood."
Hua Xinghua gave a light sound, placed his right hand on the desk, stretched out his index finger and slowly tapped the desktop, muttering to himself. With a blood value of 1800, impeccable combat ability, and this soul of national martial arts, I'll see who dares to say that civilian martial artists can't produce demons. My country, China, should have had everyone like a dragon a long time ago. Instead of focusing all the resources on a bunch of losers. The voice gradually became cold from the laziness in the beginning, so much so that when the last sentence was uttered, it was already as cold as frost. This is a good start. The sound of fingertips tapping on the desktop stopped, and Hua Xinggua's eyes narrowed slightly as he seemed to have fallen asleep. Inside a dormitory, in the planned accommodation area, Gangtok City. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, still trying his best to control his qi and blood. Phew. After a long time, he let out a long breath and opened his eyes, grinning. Good progress. After a few hours, his control over qi and blood was considered a first glimpse. Try again. Lin Yu closed his eyes and prepared to push his progress forward one more time. After only half a minute, he opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. According to the previous physical realization, basically, he could enter the state very quickly. But this time, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, nothing could be felt. What's going on? Lin Yu frowned, quietly pondering which part of the process had gone wrong. He was thinking of asking Lin Jiao, but thought better of it. It was this time of the day, if he didn't rest, others would still have to rest. With no choice, he left a message for Lin Jiao and went to sleep, other things, tomorrow. The next day. Waking up from his sleep, Lin Yu ate breakfast and then continued to try to control his qi and blood. The whole process went smoothly without any accidents. Half an hour later, Lin Yu's first action when he opened his eyes was to look at the trigger finger. 1790 1800. 5600. The body's qi and blood have decreased. Sure enough, just like I guessed, it will consume qi and blood. While eating breakfast, Lin Yu had been thinking about why he suddenly couldn't sense qi and blood yesterday. In the end, he got a speculation that trying to control qi and blood might consume something on qi and blood. And after verifying it just now, that was indeed the case. With a ding sound, on Skynet, Lin Jiao's reply also came. Whether it's trying to control qi and blood, or that cultivation method, both will consume qi and blood, so it's normal that you suddenly couldn't sense qi and blood yesterday. Your sensing of qi and blood is relatively raw right now, and as soon as your qi and blood drops a little, this condition will occur. Just rest for a while and you'll be fine. Thanks. After reading the reply, Lin Yu replied back in passing. But, you sensed qi and blood so quickly? Aha! On the other side, Lin Jiao looked at the information on Skynet, her pretty face filled with shock. How long had it only been? In less than a day, Lin Yu was able to sense qi and blood? One must know that it had taken her a full 3 months to sense qi and blood at that time, and she was already a rare genius. Although it was said that it was because the qi and blood value was far below 1000 at that time, Lin Jiao was sure that even with her current qi and blood value, it would be impossible to be able to sense qi and blood in a day. This Lin Yu, his natural talent was a little too astonishing. Originally, I thought that a weekly increase of 500 qi blood was already amazing enough, and even if it wasn't counted as a special physique, it was still worth the investment of Yangdu Martial Arts University. But then, not only had Lin Yu awakened his special physique, but he had also displayed such heaven-defying natural talent. Perhaps, a casual move at that time would bring an unexpected surprise to Yangdu Martial Arts University. Lin Jiao turned off Skynet, her eyes filled with laughter. A drop in qi and blood causes the difficulty of sensing to increase as well, so it slows down the progress of controlling qi and blood. Is that what it means? Lin Yu muttered after he turned off Skynet. But then, he became excited. For others, the progress would naturally slow down nicely, but for himself, it wasn't a problem at all. The Patriarch's trigger finger was one that could replenish one's qi and blood at any time. At this moment, Lin Yu once again felt the counterintuitive nature of the Patriarch's trigger finger. The root of a martial artist was qi and blood, while the Patriarch's trigger finger was able to provide qi and blood in a constant stream. For a martial artist, this was simply a priceless treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Yu didn't delay. After silently chanting "replenish qi and blood," he continued his cultivation. It was 3 days later. Roughly controlling the qi and blood is finally complete. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Yu sighed. For 3 days, he had been concentrating on cultivation, and when his qi and blood had declined, he had replenished his qi and blood through the Patriarch trigger finger. Finally, the initial control of qi and blood was completed today. This also meant that he could attempt to cultivate the nameless cultivation method. In itself, 1800 qi blood belonged to a heaven-defying existence, and if he could take it a step further through the nameless cultivation method, then Lin Yu's future would simply be unimaginable. Of course, it was still hard to say whether he could break through or not. After all, it wasn't the case that cultivating the nameless cultivation method could raise the upper limit of qi and blood. The effect varied from person to person. However, no matter what, spending only 3 days to complete a rough control of qi and blood was already a delight for Lin Yu. Next, was the second step, using qi blood to quench the characteristic parts of the body. Lin Yu flipped open the nameless cultivation method and started practicing according to the method above. Chapter 36, the day of the release of the list. Lin Yu manipulated the qi and blood in his body and carefully impacted towards the location described on the cultivation method.
Tianchong Acupoint. Shenting Point. Phone Qi. Qi and blood were like a tide, surging to different locations all over Lin Yu's body. Moreover, once the qi and blood dropped, Lin Yu relied on the patriarch trigger finger to replenish his qi and blood. Cultivating was almost endless.
In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed by leisurely. 1810, looking at the value displayed on the trigger finger, Lin Yu let out a long sigh. After 7 days of frantic cultivation, he was finally certain of one thing: this nameless cultivation method was not helpful to him. Of course, it wasn't completely unhelpful. After all, it increased 10 points of qi and blood. However, from Lin Jiao, he had learned one thing: that there would only be an increase in qi and blood if the qi and blood value reached an integer multiple of 100. For example, at 1800, the increase would be 1.8 times, and at 1899, the increase would still be 1.8 times. Therefore, this 10-point increase in qi blood was almost negligible.
Forget it, don't force it.
With a sigh, Lin Yu still decided to give up on the idea of continuing his cultivation. It was said that he had only cultivated for 7 days, but with the patriarch trigger finger crazily replenishing his qi and blood, it was worth half a month of cultivation for the next person. Consuming qi and blood for 1 day, for 7 days, it was 3,500 points, plus the previous 3 days' consumption was 200 points. The patriarch trigger finger's qi and blood storage, only 1,900 points remained. This also made him realize that this cultivation method was actually not suitable for him. There was an increase in qi and blood, yes, but it was difficult to lift. At every orifice, it felt like there was a thick barrier, as if it was blocking his qi and blood. According to the book, if there was no significant breakthrough in half a month, one could consider giving up.
That's right, if it's so easy to break through the qi blood ceiling, then wouldn't everyone be a special physique?
Lin Yu wasn't too disappointed. 1800 qi blood was already enough for him to be proud of everyone in the world.
Looking at the time, Lin Yu got up and prepared to go out.
Today, June 17th, is also the day when the results of the university entrance exams come out, commonly known as the release day.
Soon, Lin Yu arrived at Jiangdu City Budo High School. Brother Yu.
Only just arriving at the school's entrance, Tang Ren greeted him. What have you been doing these past few days, being secretive?
Didn't I tell you that I was practicing?
Lin Yu said helplessly.
Really can't understand you. If you go to a martial arts university, won't you have plenty of time? How nice to be more dashing while you're at it.
Tang Ren scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It's better to break through as a martial artist as soon as possible. This world is dangerous as hell.
Lin Yu sighed. Martialist?
That's too far away. Even the students of the martial arts university, there aren't many freshmen who are martial artists.
It's early. Tang Ren was full of concern. Suit yourself. Seeing Tang Ren acting like this, Lin Yu didn't say anything. Everyone's pursuit was different.
Tang Ren actually wasn't bad in terms of talent, but he was just a little too playful. He wouldn't listen to any persuasion.
Right, brother Yu, which university are you going to enroll in? Tang Ren's topic changed. Yangdu Wu University. Lin Yu didn't hide it. Yangdu Martial University? Tang Ren was surprised. That's the top martial arts university in China.
Brother Yu, are you sure about your arts results?
It's hard to say.
Lin Yu pondered for a while, then said, but there's nothing wrong with it. This is something he didn't fake. The exam questions of the comprehensive subject were too pitiful. What exactly is the result of the liberal arts? He really didn't have any certainty. After all, the full score of the comprehensive subject is 100 points. But can be admitted to this matter, Lin Yu is not worried. With his special physical identity, even the Kyoto Wushu University is 10-9.
I really envy you.
Tang Ren sighed. 900 points of qi and blood value. I'm afraid that even the Kyoto Martial University will be able to make an impact.
Dang. Dang. Dang.
Just as the two of them were talking, a melodious bell rang out.
It's time to release the list, let's go.
Hearing the sound of the bell, Lin Yu raised his head and looked into the distance before moving to enter the campus.
Tang Ren hurriedly followed. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a huge electronic display.
This display was the so-called college entrance examination list. In order to incentivize students, many martial arts high schools had set up such a list, and at the moment, at the top of the list, the names of several people were scrolling. Hu Shang, class of 2018, 720 points in arts, qi and blood value rating, excellent, actual combat ability, A, Huadu Martial Arts University. Zhang Xiao, class of 2019, arts 706 points, qi and blood value rating, excellent, practical combat ability, A, Yendu Martial Arts University. Li Bing, class of 2020, arts 713 points, qi and blood value rating, excellent, actual combat ability, F, Shuadu Martial Arts University.
These are the past top students, right?
Tang Ren raised his head to look at the several rows of scrolling subtitles at the top, his eyes revealing a strong look of envy. What a pull!
Surprisingly, none of them are from Kyoto Martial Arts University. Lin Yu frowned. None of Jiangdu City's previous top students had gotten into Kyoto Martial Arts University. It was enough to see just how difficult it was to get into Kyoto Martial University.
Of course, it could also be seen from the side that Kyoto Martial University was terrifying, the #1 martial arts university, not blown out of proportion. Actually, I think that you, boss, are able to make a dash for Kyoto Martial University.
Tang Ren looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. Lin Yu shook his head and didn't say anything.
If he applied for the Kyoto Wushu University, naturally it would be a sure thing, but after all, he had a word with Lin Jiao, so he couldn't afford to let it go. Kyoto Martial Arts University graduates that are all third-grade martial artists to start. Tang Ren chattered, third-grade strongman, what a concept, put it into our Jiangdu city, that is a capital commander, can lead a miniature army.
Yangdu Martial Arts University isn't bad either, many graduates are third grade.
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Also, Tang Ren nodded, but boss, you can fill in Kyoto Martial University for the first volunteer, and Yangdu Martial University for the second volunteer, in case you get accepted?
Then in the future, I will also have the confidence to brag about my power with others. My buddy is a student of Kyoto Martial Arts University. The more he said, the more excited he got, his hands were dancing. The same martial artists, the difference between those who came out from prestigious schools and other martial artists was huge. The Kyoto Martial University was the signature of the country of China, with many strong martial artists and many martial kings.
I have plans.
Lin Yu cried and laughed. Why did he feel that this fatty Tang was even more excited than himself? What about you? Which martial arts university are you going to apply for?
Depends on the liberal arts scores.
Tang Yu vaguely said, I also have a chi and blood value of 680. If I have good grades in liberal arts, I can also rush to a good martial arts university, and when I graduate in the future, I should be able to become a martial artist as well.
Cheer up. Lin Yu patted Tang Ren's shoulder and encouraged.
Hey, other than that, both of our brothers are definitely at the top of the list. Tang Ren hemmed and hawed, with 680 points of chi and blood, although he couldn't compare to Lin Yu. In Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, he was still considered a dragon amongst men. In this college entrance examination list, his name, Tang Ren, would definitely be at the top.
Tang Ren is very confident. Chapter 37 Lin Yu, top scholar?
Students, first of all, congratulations, you finally finished your studies. Beside the display, the old principal took out the microphone and gave a tearful speech. Your class is the class that I am most optimistic about. I believe that our Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School will definitely be able to produce a student from Kyoto Martial Arts University.
And all of you have this possibility. This old man, running out to stir up emotion again.
Tang Ren disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Who doesn't know that he's talking about Goddess Lin, and we all have this possibility, possible my ass.
Words can't be said like that. Lin Yu laughed.
Oh yeah, there's also Brother Yu.
Tang Ren slapped his head. Forgot about that, thought for granted that you, Brother Yu, were still the same bottom feeder as before, Surue. Lin Yu. Although Fatty Tang's words were true and correct, they sounded so damn solid. Tang Ren sighed and said, but then again, Goddess Lin is really powerful. I think the top student of Jiangdu City this time will definitely be her.
Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Although he didn't have much contact with Lin Jiao, he could feel that this girl was not simple. Not to mention that terrifying background, just that battle power that Lin Jiao had shown the other day was enough to make people's hearts tremble.
With her background, not to mention in this small Jiangdu city, I'm afraid that even in Kyoto, she would be a top genius.
It was also that she was usually too low-key, but even so, she was able to leave her peers far behind, which was enough to see her exceptional talent. It was no wonder that the male students were mesmerized. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Yu and Tang Ren who were talking about Lin Jiao. Around them, most of them thought that Lin Jiao would be the top student of this term. There could be no surprises. Lin Jiao's prestige had already reached an unrivaled stage in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. Even though Lin Yu had made a splash at the school-wide test not too long ago, which had stirred up the whole school, there was not even a single person who thought that she could shake Lin Jiao's position. It wasn't that he was presumptuous and considered himself inferior. Rather, he had started too late, to the point that many things were only understood after asking Lin Jiao for advice, and it was not very realistic to want to surpass someone else's more than a decade's worth of background in just such a short period of time. Having self-confidence was certainly a good thing, but overconfidence, that was narcissism. Lin Yu was confident, but never narcissistic. Alright, without further ado, release the list. After more than 10 minutes of rambling, the old principal finally ended his speech, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled the backstage to start publicizing the list. It's finally the release of the list. Tang Ren let out a sigh. This old man, he had a lot of words. As the old principal's words fell, the words on that huge electronic display screen began to scroll madly, just like a fruit machine lottery that way. After a full half-minute, the screen was fixed. Thousands of people looked towards the list in unison, and thousands of gazes converged on the top spot. Although the results were already known in advance, all the teachers and students were curious as to how the first-place winner of this term would perform. Subsequently, Quiet, the entire Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School was as quiet as a dead man's field, not a pin could be heard. Because, at the top of the list, it wasn't Lin Jiao, but Lin Yu. Lin Yu, 750 points in arts, chi, and blood value rating, top, practical combat ability, S. Further down, it was Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, 740 points in arts, chi, and blood value rating, top, practical combat ability, S. Wow! Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School, boiled over. The name Lin Yu was not unfamiliar to anyone, and just a month ago, it was the same name that caused Martial Arts High School to boil. But, that time and this time, there was no comparison. There was really no comparison. Number 1. On top of the great examination, Lin Yu stepped on Lin Jiao and stood in the number 1 position. Who is Lin Jiao? Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School had always been a myth. Ever since Jiangdu City was founded, there had never been such an amazingly talented character. A teacher had asserted that Lin Jiao might even be able to hit the national top spot. This statement was recognized by almost everyone. Lin Jiao had the strength and capital to do so. But now, not to mention the national top student, Lin Jiao was not even the highest one in Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Jiao wasn't strong. Her grades in arts were almost perfect, her chi and blood rating was top-notch, and even her practical test was an S-rank terrifying existence. This score had the strength to impact the national top student. However, it was such magnificent data that was stomped down by another even more stunning data. Lin Yu, full marks in all subjects. Especially the arts score, this was the first existence to get a perfect score in arts since the founding of the Human Federation. To be honest, the questions of this term's liberal arts were very simple. Out of the 6 subjects, only the comprehensive subject was also full of variables. For the remaining 5 subjects, there were large numbers of people who were certain of getting a perfect score. But if you want to get a perfect score in the comprehensive subject, it's almost impossible, and it's the same in every term. Before today, this was even hailed as a myth. And now, the myth has emerged. And it's in a term where the topic of general studies is the least reliable. How is this possible? Tang Ren lost his mind in disbelief. Ah! This must be a dream. In the distance, a skinny young man let out a strange cry and jumped up. He was Gao Xiaoqiu, who was the second last in the entire school in terms of chi and blood, but of course, the second last referred to a month ago. Right now, he was the bottom one in chi and blood in the entire school. This was because the former number 1 in the countdown was Lin Yu. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohou regarded Lin Yu as a difficult person a month ago. It was because in Lin Yu, he could feel something that he couldn't feel in others. A sense of superiority. Although he was the second from the bottom, his chi and blood had at least broken 500 points, while Lin Yu was not even good enough for 400. So the way he looked at Lin Yu was always filled with good feelings. It was mostly like this when a scum looked at a scum. But what about now? The once bottom feeder had risen so violently that even the goddess of his dreams had been crushed. The penultimate number 1 became the positive number 1, rising strongly. It's like a ing dream. Zhang Xiaohou was going crazy. I said I'd be a scum until I die, but you secretly become a good student. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate scum becomes the god of learning. Anderson wouldn't dare to write like that. Not only was Zhang Xiaohou going crazy, almost all the teachers and students in Jiangdu City were going crazy. Gazes converged on Lin Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Ever since the last test, they all knew that this guy was excellent, but they didn't expect it to be excellent to this extent. This hack created a history. Full marks in all subjects, not only in the literature test, but the chi and blood and practical test also got the highest rating. What is the Kyoto Martial Arts University's qualification? This is the ing Kyoto Martial Arts University's qualification. No, even the Kyoto Martial Arts University had to run and snatch people, crying and begging Lin Yu to make sure to join them. This achievement simply blinded everyone's eyes. Especially Lin Yu's homeroom teacher, Li Yan. She knew that her salary was going up. There was also the old principal, whose mouth was grinning up to his ears. Brother Yu. Tang Ren looked at Lin Yu with complicated eyes and gave a thumbs up, bull. Lin Yu looked at the results and was also confused. 750 points? This also meant that his own score in the comprehensive subject was 100 out of 100. But he remembered very clearly that the essay The Soul of the National Art was clearly less than half written. Such a crippled essay had gotten a perfect score? The correcting teacher was out of his mind? Chapter 38, Filling in the Volunteers. Just between Lin Yu still being confused, Fatty Tang had already started ghosting. Brother Yu, cover me. You must cover me when you're rich in the future. Full marks in arts, this TM is still not the first prize in the great exam nah. Lousy brother is the top student in the great examination. It's so awesome. After going to the martial arts university, you must not forget brother me too. It was only when Fatty Tang howled that the crowd all came back to their senses. Yes, with a perfect score in arts, and all the other subjects at the top level, the chances of Lin Yu being the top student in the country were very high. His chi and blood value ratings and practical tests were both ridiculously strong as well. The chi and blood value went without saying. Lin Yu's chi and blood was already at 910 points during the school-wide test, and it made sense that he could get a top rating. But the actual combat test rating was S, which was terrifying. This kind of rating could usually be ranked in the top 50 in the country, and an urban area wouldn't even see one. At least in the last big exam, no one in the entire Jiangdu city could get an S rating. Actual combat rating S. Actually, the most surprised belongs to Lin Jiao. She was aware of just how difficult it was to get an S rating. This level of evaluation was actually not prepared for civilian candidates at all. Although it was cruel to say so, in reality, most of the ones who could get the S evaluation were the sons and daughters coming out of the great families. Why? Because if you want to get an S rating, you have to kill fierce beasts that are close to the strength of a martial artist in the most central area. Even in some areas, such as Kyoto, the ferocious beasts in the most central area are first-order ferocious beasts, properly at the level of a martial artist. And in order to achieve this level, one must necessarily be in control of chi and blood in order to have this kind of strength. What about civilian candidates? Not to mention controlling chi and blood, even those whose chi and blood values reached 900 were rare. Therefore, every year, the top candidates in the grand examination were almost all the children of the world's families. It was as difficult as heaven for a civilian to enter the top 100 in the country, as the resources and teachings received were simply not of the same caliber. At the high school level, there is absolutely no comparison between a civilian candidate and a candidate from a worldly family. But now, Lin Yu had broken this monopoly. Lin Jiao knew very well what this represented. Lin Yu's natural talent was far above everyone's imagination, and it was highly likely that this term's grand examination top prize would be taken by him. The most terrifying thing was that at the time of the grand examination, Lin Yu didn't even know what controlling chi blood was. In other words, he had wrestled a ferocious beast that was close to the strength of a martial artist with the power of his flesh alone. How the process was, Lin Jiao didn't know, but thought that it must have been tough. If he did that math, with Lin Yu's potential, he might even grow to the level of martial king by Guang. Lin Jiao took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart and left quickly. A commoner candidate getting the first prize in the grand examination, the message contained in this made her not dare to think deeply. Perhaps, in the near future, a change that would sweep across the entire human race would erupt. There were some things that she had to report to her family. And Lin Jiao's move to leave was interpreted by the many teachers and students as an inability to accept the fallout and leave. This made the eyes of the crowd look at Lin Yu even more mixed with some hostility, but of course, there was more envy and awe. They knew very well how great the future potential of a person who had steadily attended Kyoto Martial University was. As long as Lin Yu could successfully graduate, he would be at least a third-grade powerhouse, and would be able to return to Jiangdu City to command a party. Third-grade martial artist. The strongest principal of this martial arts high school was only a second-grade martial artist, and was regarded as a lifelong goal by many students. For the vast majority of people, being able to become a martial artist was something that they could not even dream of. Student Lin Yu, congratulations indeed. Thinking about this, not only the students, but even the teachers came forward to congratulate them. It was natural for such a character to try his best to leave a good impression. In the future, maybe a word from someone else would be able to solve what seemed like heavenly trouble to the onlookers. For a time, the crowd of teachers and students surrounded Lin Yu, all greeting him with smiles. Standing in the center of the crowd, Lin Yu's heart was also deeply touched. A month ago, those who surrounded themselves were all sisters. A month later, even the bad old men surrounded them. In this day and age, strength is one's best coat. In the end, it took a lot of effort, and with the help of the old principal, Lin Yu was able to get away from the crowd. Standing outside the school gate, the old principal pulled Lin Yu and urged him to come back to Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School more often in the future. Lin Yu repeatedly said yes. It was a full half a bell before the old principal reluctantly let go of Lin Yu, an outstanding candidate. As Lin Yu left, he was able to feel the fire of the eyes coming from behind him, which made him feel as if he was on the back of his head. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu logged straight into the Big Test volunteering website. Once the Big Test scores came out, the volunteering link was automatically opened. After entering the candidate's information, he quickly logged into the volunteer application interface. Just like in his previous life, 5 parallel volunteers were selected on the basis of merit. Lin Yu only filled in the first volunteer, Yangdu Martial Arts University. The remaining 4 he didn't fill in. There was no way, having a high score was just so arbitrary. If he could slip through the ranks with this score, I'm afraid that no one would be able to go to the martial arts university. The standard is so high, all go home to raise pigs. After filling out his volunteers, Lin Yu turned off Skynet in a relaxed mood. Having gotten such a result, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. In a month's time, from being the bottom of the entire martial arts high school, he had turned into a school bully who was expected to ask for the whole country. Lin Yu stroked the sovereign trigger finger on his hand with a complicated mood.
If he didn't have this trigger finger, perhaps he was now worrying about how to fill out his volunteer application? If you are not strong enough, the school will choose you. On the contrary, if you are strong enough, you will be able to choose the school, which is a very simple truth. Fate, it's really a wonderful thing. And in order to celebrate the fact that he had gotten such a high score, Lin Yu dinner was deliberately made much more hearty with the addition of 2 halogen eggs. It is true that he scored a perfect score on the big exam, and it is also true that he is poor. After eating dinner and carefully drilling through the nameless cultivation method again, and finally making sure that there were no mistakes in his cultivation, Lin Yu sighed and rested. It seemed that he was indeed not suitable for this nameless cultivation method. Next, concentrate on mastering qi and blood, and then formally break through to become a martial artist afterward. This sleep, he slept extraordinarily sweetly, and once the results of the grand exam came out, the stone hanging in his heart was put down. What Lin Yu does not know is that in just a few hours, his information is already on the desktop of all parties. A candidate who had suppressed the many children of the world's families to reach the top, even those big shots had to care. If such a character grew up smoothly, he would be more than a third rank. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would most likely become a powerful person. It was also from this day onwards that Lin Yu officially came into people's view. A storm that was waiting to happen. Chapter 39, The National Scholar. The next day. Yesterday, the results of the 2021 Grand Exam have been announced and candidates can check the scores of each Budo University through the national academic system. Among them, Kyoto Budo University's liberal arts scoreline is 700, with excellent qi and blood value requirements and an A in the practical test. Yangdu Martial Arts University's liberal arts scoreline is 700 points, excellent qi and blood value requirement, and A in practical combat assessment. Yendu Martial Arts University's liberal arts scoreline is 700 points, excellent qi and blood value requirement, and A in practical combat assessment. For the rest of the details, please pay attention to the news released on the official website of each martial arts university. As soon as he woke up, the news was broadcasting about the release of the martial arts exams. As the most influential event in recent times, the first focus of the major media was the martial arts exam. And the martial arts examination, every year, in addition to the scoreline, enrollment policy, the most attention is the martial arts examination scholar. Unlike the previous life, due to the national standardization of the examination questions, the rankings of the results of the martial arts examination are very clear and orderly, and will be arranged on the next day after the release of the list. Lin Yu leisurely ate his breakfast while watching the dignified and sensual female host broadcasting the news. For this grand examination, the total number of candidates who chose to take the martial examination in the selective examination section is 250,000, an increase of 1.2% year-on-year compared to last year. Among them, the much-anticipated top prize in the martial arts examination was won by Lin Yu, a candidate from Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School. This is also the first top scorer since the inception of the martial arts examination that didn't come from one of the 3 major examination centers. What's even more remarkable is that Lin Yu is the first candidate ever to score a perfect score in all subjects. The scholar boy has set a record that no one has ever seen before. And candidate Lin Yu's achievement of getting a perfect score in all subjects is also inevitably controversial. In response to this, our station's reporter specially went to the Ministry of Education to interview the person in charge of this martial arts examination, Professor Wang Shen. The scene shifted, and there was a sweet and cute female reporter holding a microphone interviewing a gray-haired old man. "Hello Professor Wang Shen, I am Bing Bing, a reporter from the central station." The female reporter smiled sweetly and said, "Hello." Wang Shen nodded, his voice was thick. "Bing Bing, at 6 o'clock in the morning today, the list of this martial arts examination was officially released, in which this year's top scorer, Lin Yu, even won the crown with an astonishing score of full marks. Such a surprising result made the network also set off a heated debate. May I ask what you think about this?" Wang Shen, "It's well deserved. During the marking of the papers, Lin Yu's perfect score gained the great attention of the Guozijian, and we set up a specialized group of experts to examine all aspects of Lin Yu in detail. It can be said that the amount of attention Lin Yu has gained, from the establishment of the grand examination until now, there is not a single candidate who can match him. This achievement, it definitely stands up to scrutiny." Bing Bing listened carefully before asking again, then Professor Wang, of the perfect scores obtained by candidate Lin Yu, it was the comprehensive section score that caused the most controversy. According to the feedback from this year's candidates, this year's comprehensive section is not only difficult but also biased compared to the previous year's questions. What everyone is curious about is, to be able to obtain a full mark rating despite the increased difficulty of the comprehensive section, what is so outstanding about candidate Lin Yu's answers? After hearing this, Professor Wang Shen first pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me put it to you this way, this answer sheet of Lin Yu's, after being reviewed by a group of experts, will be compiled into the textbooks of all the major martial arts, to be used for teaching purposes by the various martial arts universities and martial arts high schools." Gah! In front of the television, Lin Yu, who was in the middle of picking up a chopstick of noodles and preparing to enter the mouth, had a stagnant look on his face. "I didn't hear it wrong, did I?" A ing essay I wrote for a big test is going to be in a textbook? This. For a while, Lin Yu's mind was filled with question marks. In fact, the moment he heard that he was the top student, Lin Yu's heart, although he said that he was elated, he was not too surprised. After all, if he could not get the top student of the grand examination with a perfect score in all subjects, it would be too much to say. Can be compiled into the textbook or something? Also too shocking a little. You have to know that the teaching materials of this world are different from the previous world, very strict. It is not that you can enter the textbook if your article is well written and literary, but you need the article to be of real help to every student, and it is almost rare to see any other type of article except for explanatory essays to deal with the foreigners. But now, Lin Yu's casually written The Soul of the National Art was to be compiled into the textbook. This was simply the first time in the world. On the TV, Bing Bing was also a bit confused, looking very cute, confirming once again, "Are you saying that Lin Yu's answer sheet for the comprehensive subject will be compiled into the textbook?" "Yes." Professor Wang Shen nodded gravely. "I can say responsibly that this is the most stunning article expounding on martial arts that I have seen since I became a martial artist. The name of this article is called The Soul of the National Martial Arts, and it will be published on Skynet tomorrow. By then, it will be clear whether it is true or false." After saying that, Wang Shen left straight away. Right now it was the closing stage of the work of the martial arts examination. As the chief person in charge, he naturally could not be idle. To be able to spare such a few minutes of time was already a very good face. "Okay, thank you, Professor Wang." Bing Bing smiled sweetly at the camera, the shock on her pretty face hard to hide. "Moderator, this is the news that I have learned on my side." The screen shifted back to the studio. The host, who was also in a state of shock, immediately returned to his senses and nodded his head seamlessly. "Okay, thanks to Bing Bing and Professor Wang. After learning about the top students of the martial arts exam, next we will take you into the martial arts exam in detail." Click. Lin Yu clicked on the virtual panel and turned off the screen in front of him. The entire dormitory fell into silence. Lin Yu pondered for a while, and then giggle ate noodles. According to reason, this kind of honoring the ancestor of the big event in the next person, I'm afraid to jump up and down with joy, but Lin Yu's heart is heavy. If it was before the martial arts exam, he was afraid that he would be extremely happy when he encountered this. However, on the day of the martial arts exam, Wang Hai said some hidden secrets to him. Within the human race, it is not an iron plate, and too much wind may even attract danger. Right now, Lin Yu was more than being too popular, he was simply too powerful. Something written by a martial arts exam candidate had been compiled into a textbook. What was this if not a genius? Geniuses are what the foreigners target. Lin Yu was puzzled as to why the state council had made this decision. Forget it, things have come to this, just let it be. After thinking about it, Lin Yu let out a long breath. Such a big matter, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Ding dong. Right in the middle of his thoughts, there was a soft ring, a call from Fatty Tang. "Hello? Brother Yu. Did you see the news? You're awesome big time. The national top student. The article written has even been compiled into a textbook. This is damn near." Just as soon as he was connected, Tang Ren's broken voice rang out. His tone was even more excited than Lin Yu's, and those who didn't know thought it was as if he had taken the national top prize. "Looked." Lin Yu helplessly said. Recently this period of time, Tang Ren is always so startled. Chapter 40 Yangdu Wushu University's Conditions. "You're not excited at all?" Tang Ren was going crazy, such a big deal, and Lin Yu actually had such a calm tone? Or else? Lin Yu asked back. "Harm, I'm really convinced of you, brother Yu." Tang Ren suddenly sounded serious. "What?" Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. For so long, it was the first time he heard Fatty Tang so serious. "Have you been taken over? Now your soul has changed? Just like in the novels, now you're an absolute old demon?" Lin Yu was first stunned, then said quietly, "Yes boy, this has all made you guess. Since you know the seat's secret, this seat has no choice but to kill you to silence you." "Really?" Tang Ren exclaimed, seemingly with some hint of belief. "Fake." Lin Yu didn't have the good sense to say, "This dead fatso can really think out of the box. Then how did you suddenly rise in the past 2 months? Could it be that you are the chosen one?" Tang Ren said suspiciously. "Sort of." Lin Yu rubbed the sovereign's trigger finger on his hand and responded. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Did you know that goddess Lin Jiao took 3rd place in the nation this year?" Tang Ren said. "Lin Jiao? 3rd in the nation?" Lin Yu was slightly shocked. This was really a bit out of his expectation. He knew that Lin Jiao's talent was very good, but he didn't expect that it could actually be as good as this. After all, although the chi and blood values were all top, there was a difference between top and top. 900 could be considered top, and his own 1400 was also considered top, and further up, there was no level. Then in that case, Lin Jiao was bound to be a special physique as well, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a high ranking. People who came out of this big family were just extraordinary. Yeah. Tang Ren let out a long sigh. "I really envy you boss, now you and goddess Lin Jiao are both steadily going to Kyoto Martial University, and I can meet with goddess Lin Jiao every day. Oh how come I'm not a genius?" Who told you that I'm going to Kyoto Wushu University?
Lin Yu couldn't help but say, this fatty's brain circuits are really clear, full of how to pick up girls. This is a big no-no for practicing martial arts.
If you don't go to Kyoto Martial Arts University, then where else can you go? Tang Run was shocked. Brother, you're not planning on not going to college, are you? Don't.
If you lack the money to pay the tuition fees, you and I say, I will help you think of a way. You must not drop out of school. Where do you think? I still need to pay tuition for this grade. Lin Yu cried and laughed, but in his heart he was somewhat moved.
Tang Ren, indeed, treated himself as a brother.
This was true in his previous life, and in this life, it is still true.
Also, Tang Ren depressedly said, then you don't go to Kyoto Wushu University? Could it be that you were recruited by a special organization?
No, I'm going to go to Yangdu Wushu University.
Lin Yu said. Yangdu Wudu University?
It's too wasteful, isn't it?
Tang Ren let out a shout. Why?
It's a bit complicated to say.
I won't talk to you for now.
Lin Jiao contacted me. The two of them were chatting happily, but Lin Yu heard a soft ring. Surprisingly, it was Lin Jiao contacting her.
What? Goddess Lin?
Holy.
Brother, you're not really hitting on Goddess Lin, are you?
Holy.
Don't hang up, don't.
On the Sky Messenger, Tang Run was still yelling, but Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him and reached out a little, snuffing out the call and connecting to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao initiated a video call, and after connecting, a virtual silhouette appeared in front of Lin Yu. A practicing clothes, tied a ponytail, pretty face pure and with a few points of charm. Not Lin Jiao can be who else?
Congratulations, scholar boy.
She smiled and opened her mouth to jest. You're not bad either, taking a scholar. Lin Yu said with a smile.
Ha? You know all this?
Lin Jiao was a bit puzzled. Based on the time spent with Lin Yu, he didn't seem like someone who would pay attention to such things.
My friend told me. Lin Yu explained. So that's how it is.
Lin Jiao released, and said, with Lin Yu's nature, how could he pay attention to this?
Looking for me for something? Lin Yu asked straight away. Can't I contact you if there's nothing to do?
Lin Jiao raised her willow eyebrows. You don't even recognize your alumni when you become the top student?
Not.
Just feel a bit strange. Lin Yu was a bit snappy and scratched his head.
Forget it, not joking with you anymore, no fun.
Lin Jiao skimmed her mouth. This Lin Yu was like a log. But this is good, at least the two of them don't get along awkwardly and are even quite comfortable.
Hey, Lin Yu laughed dryly. But I do have something to say when I look for you. Lin Jiao mused.
What? Last time, I told you that as long as you enroll in Yangdu Martial University, you will be provided with the resources to break through to the third rank for free, right?
What? Doesn't that side agree?
Lin Yu frowned. This first volunteer of his had filled in Yangdu Martial University. If something went wrong, he would still have to hasten to revise it.
How could it be?
Lin Jiao shook her head. You are the top student in this year's martial arts exam. How can Yangdu Wudu University not be able to afford this amount of resources?
That's... Lin Yu still didn't understand.
The conditions are too low, so this side will have to renegotiate with you.
Lin Jiao said. Low? Lin Yu was shocked.
The resources to break through to the third grade, if you do the math, I'm afraid it would be nearly tens of millions, and for that to still be low? If this was put into Jiangdu, it would be enough for an ordinary person to spend their entire life in style.
The Tian Tian Club. A young model, one day at a time. One model a day, all the same.
Yes. Lin Jiao nodded. The previous conditions were for special physique, but I didn't expect that you would be able to take the top prize of this session. You have to know that although special physique is rare, it exists every year.
And there is only one top scholar every year, not to mention.
Lin Jiao paused and then said, this year's top student, the gold content is much greater than the previous sessions.
Why? Lin Yu said.
Because over in Kyoto, there's a demon who took the martial arts exam this year.
Lin Jiao said. Demon sinner?
Lin Yu was slightly shocked, then reacted, that means that because I suppressed that person, so... Right, now not only the various martial arts universities, but some of the forces in the dark and in the open should have already paid attention to you as well. What's more, that piece you wrote, The Soul of the National Art, has already caused a shock, so be careful yourself.
Lin Jiao reminded. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. It looked like the situation was a bit bad. However, this is a good thing.
Lin Jiao said, Yangdu Martial University has already redivided its resources for you. As long as you are willing to enroll in the Yangdu Martial University, you will be directly enrolled in the special training class by breaking the rules, and you will be provided with free resources to break through to the 4th rank, and likewise, at the time of the 4th rank, I will request that Grandpa protect you once.
Think about it.
After saying that, Lin Jiao quietly waited for Lin Yu's reaction. After hearing the conditions, Lin Yu's heart shook. These conditions were more than doubled from before. The 4th grade and the 3rd grade were two completely different concepts. And for Yangdu Martial University to open this condition, it was definitely not because of Lin Jiao. This was not child's play.
Lin Yu wasn't a rash person either, and quickly rationalized the key.
Right now, he was the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the various martial arts universities. He was sure that the conditions of the other martial arts universities, he was afraid that they wouldn't be any worse.
Chapter 41, Kyoto Martial Arts University comes. Thinking of this, Lin Yu opened his mouth and asked, "Do you have anyone else with you?" "No one else, why?" Lin Jiao was curious. "That's good." Lin Yu looked straight at Lin Jiao and opened his mouth. "I'll give you the bottom line first, Yang Du Wu De, I'm definitely going." "Agreed?" Lin Jiao smiled faintly. "Sort of." Lin Yu nodded. "However, I still have to fight for the conditions. It's not that I'm greedy, since I got the status of scholar, I definitely have to consider more. How consuming it is for a martial artist is also stated in the book, so I hope you can understand." "Understood." Lin Jiao nodded. It seemed that Lin Yu was trying to maneuver between the martial arts universities as a way to allow Yangdu Martial Arts University to be able to raise some of its conditions and raise the stakes. This kind of approach was not wrong, after all, he was the top student of this term. Although it was right that he came to the door first, who said that the first to come had the advantage? As for the jade pendant and the cultivation method, it was a gift from Grandpa, and it had nothing to do with Yangdu Wudu University. Thinking like this, Lin Jiao instead appreciated Lin Yu even more. Having a head on his shoulders and not losing his mind so easily was rare. If it was anyone else, in a situation where they were familiar with themselves, hearing this condition, they were afraid that they would immediately nod their head and agree. "Then I'll trouble you to pass on the message," Lin Yu said. Obviously, Lin Jiao definitely didn't have any way to sway the rationing of Yangdu Martial University's resources, and the last time he was able to make that kind of offer, it was because he had indeed shown the potential of his special physique, and the rationing of the resources was also in line with the process. This time was different, and needed to get the Yangdu Martial Arts University's pat on the back. "Good, I'll keep your secret," Lin Jiao answered. "Well, thanks." Lin Yu said thanks. "Then I'll go ahead and spread the word. If other martial arts universities contact you and offer higher conditions, you remember to talk to me," Lin Jiao said. "Aha!" Lin Yu nodded. Lin Jiao then cut off the call. One foot had just cut off communication with Lin Jiao, and the next foot was immediately followed by another call. "Class teacher, Li Yan." "Hello, is this Lin Yu?" Li Yan opened her mouth, her voice was like a spring breeze. This even made Lin Yu a little flattered. Who would have thought that the exterminator who made the entire senior class one scared to death would have such a gentle tone? It's me, what is it, teacher?" Lin Yu said. "Are you free right now?" Li Yan asked. "Yes." Lin Yu said, his heart vaguely guessing. "Come to the school if you're free, there's someone from the side of Kyoto Wushu University who wants to see you, it should be to talk about enrollment," Li Yan said. Sure enough, it was the other martial arts universities that came looking. "Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Yu said. "Well, you can go directly to the principal's office later, the principal is waiting for you," Li Yan said. Aha! After receiving the class teacher's call, Lin Yu didn't delay and immediately headed to Zhengdu City Martial Arts High School. "Yo, Lin Yu is here." Just after arriving at the principal's office, the old principal greeted him with a smile. Sit. The attitude was so good that Lin Yu was a bit uncomfortable. It couldn't be helped, Lin Yu's involvement in taking the national top spot this time was just too great, and even the principal had to be honored from above. Lin Yu was not only the top student of the grand examination, more importantly, he was the first top student to come out of a non-3 major examination point. What are the 3 major exam points? Kyoto Examination Center, Yangdu Examination Center, and Yendu Examination Center. These 3 examination centers were the examination centers with the greatest competition and the best student population in China. Except for this year, every top student in every session came from the 3 major examination points. Many huge martial arts families were stationed in these big cities like Kyoto, thus showing how fierce the competition was at the 3 major examination points. If it was under normal circumstances, if the Zhengdu city's top students were thrown to the 3 major examination points, it would be questionable if they could even be ranked in the top 100. It can be said that the 3 major examination centers have almost monopolized the number of places for the top students. And Lin Yu broke this monopoly. How could this make the old principal unhappy? This matter had even alarmed the top echelons of the state elementary school. "You sit down for a little while, the people from the Wushu University side will be here soon." After bringing Lin Yu to sit down, the old principal went out the door. After a few minutes, the old principal returned to the principal's office with a group of people. Lin Yu looked at them, there were 6 of them. "These are the teachers from Kyoto Martial Arts University." The old principal introduced Lin Yu. "Hello." Lin Yu extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhang Lin, you can address me as Mr. Zhang." A middle-aged man wearing glasses stretched out his hand and shook Lin Yu's. "You're this year's top student?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded his head, but his eyebrows frowned slightly and unnoticeably. I don't know if it was an illusion, but this Zhang Lin's tone seemed to be somewhat overbearing, quite a bit condescending. In reality, this really wasn't Lin Yu being sensitive.
This Jiang Lin really did think that way. In his opinion, he was about to become a teacher at the Kyoto Wushu University, and when he came to a small place like Jiangdu City, he naturally wanted to be superior.
You have to know, what kind of place is Kyoto Martial Arts University? Nowadays, it is the #1 martial arts university in China.
In the early years of Yangdu Wudu, these colleges and universities still have a fighting chance, but some years ago, Kyoto Wudu came out of a shocking genius, and after that all the controversy was gone.
The dominant position of Kyoto Martial Arts University is already unshakable. Which candidate is not squeezing his head to squeeze inside? In Jiang Lin's opinion, coming to Jiangdu City to invite Lin Yu is simply superfluous.
Even if he wasn't invited, Lin Yu would naturally find a way to climb inside Kyoto Martial Arts University. What's more, Kyoto Martial University had offered such generous conditions.
Those conditions made Zhang Lin, a 5th grade martial artist, be moved.
And that was a major reason why he looked at Lin Yu with displeasure. He, Zhang Lin, was a high and mighty son of the Zhang family, but he wasn't even qualified to enjoy this kind of support.
What right did a little mudblood from Jiangdu City have? Even if he was a top student, so what? A true genius would have long been specially recruited into the Jingdu Martial Arts University. Where would he need to take the martial arts exam?
With such thoughts, Zhang Lin looked at Lin Yu with a rather disdainful look. I won't say much more. Joining our Kyoto Martial University will provide you with the resources to break through to the 4th rank for free, and give you 1,000 points of merit value for free. Moreover, you can choose any one of the King Grade Battle Technique Beginner's Edition. He held up his glasses, and his words were full of confidence, even conceit. However, in his heart, a strong envy rose. King Grade Battle Technique Beginner's Edition. Even for him, it was a precious thing now, worth hundreds of millions, I'm afraid.
Chapter 42 King Grade Battle Technique.
On the other side, the old principal's heart was shaken when he heard this condition.
As a 2nd grade martial artist, he was naturally aware of how generous the conditions offered by Kyoto Martial University were.
Putting aside the others first, just the one thing, the King Grade Battle Technique Beginner's Edition, was enough to make all the low-grade martial artists go crazy. A martial artist's battle power wasn't solely based on the level of blood value, it had to be determined from many aspects. And battle techniques was the most important aspect.
Cultivating a powerful battle technique could even give a martial artist the ability to fight across ranks.
And according to the old principal's understanding, there didn't seem to be a clear grading of battle techniques. The appropriate was the most important. But there was an exception, and that was the King Grade Battle Technique. The so-called King-level battle techniques were not graded either. The reason why it was called a King-level battle method was because such battle methods were inevitably pioneered by a strong martial king. One must know that King-level powerhouses, each one of them was extremely terrifying, and their might could be said to have transcended the realm of martial artists. How astonishing would a battle method pioneered by such an existence be? It could be said that as long as an ordinary martial artist was able to practice any of the king-level battle techniques, their strength would far exceed that of a martial artist of the same rank. Of course, not everyone could be qualified to practice such battle techniques. Even the cheapest king-grade battle technique was worth hundreds of millions of dollars just for the beginner's version. And yet, the Kyoto Martial Arts University was directly providing a king-grade battle technique to Lin Yu for free, and was still picking one at random. The generosity of the offer was worthy of the name of the #1 martial arts university in China. After hearing this condition, Lin Yu could not help but sigh at the financial strength of Kyoto Martial Arts University. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a word with Lin Jiao, I'm afraid that he would have really chosen Kyoto Martial Arts University.
It's worthy of being Kyoto Martial University, it's just generous.
Then naturally, our Yendu Martial University cannot lag behind. A voice came out and a bearded man stepped out, stretching out his right hand towards Lin Yu.
Hello Lin Yu, I am Wang Chang, the enrollment teacher of Yendu Martial Arts University.
Hello. Lin Yu reached out and shook hands with Wang Chang.
Compared to Jiang Lin, this Wang Chang's attitude was much better. His smile was bold and infectious. Come to our Yendu Wushu University, the conditions are the same as Kyoto Wushu University, however, we will directly give you 2,000 points of merit value, how about it? Wang Chang also did not ink, and opened the door. What is merit value?
Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Just now, in the conditions Jiang Lin opened, there was also the item of merit value. It seemed like this merit value was very important. Wang Chang explained, merit value, naturally, is the merit of a martial artist, and can generally be used to exchange for battle techniques, pills, and other things that do not circulate on the market. And 2,000 merit value, simply put, if converted into money, it's worth $20 million.
20 million yuan.
Sniffing, Lin Yu heart secretly shocked. He had thought that the merit value is very precious, but did not think that it is precious to this extent.
$10,000.
In that case, as long as one nods one's head, one can directly obtain a fortune worth $20 million, and if one were to add in other rewards, then... Lin Yu's heart was beating wildly. This great examination scholar, it seemed to be worth too much more than he had imagined. And hearing Wang Chang's words, Zhang Lin frowned slightly. Before he came, he was already puzzled about Kyoto Wushu University taking out a king-level battle method. There were top students every year, but they hadn't seen any that rewarded a king-level battle method, so how come this year was so generous? And now, even the Yendu Martial Arts University was not stingy with a king-level battle method, even to the point of offering a sky-high price of 2,000 merit values to poach people. What in the world was the plan for this? This Lin Yu, is there really anything special about him? Zhang Lin was puzzled. Before he came, he had been in the middle of seclusion and had just broken through the 5th grade when he was assigned to come to Jiangdu City to conduct enrollment. And as the son of a family, plus having just broken through the 5th rank, he was high-minded and proud, so naturally, he was too lazy to learn about Lin Yu. In his opinion, it was just a little mudblood. What was there to be concerned about? But right now, this move by Yendu Wudu made him feel that things were a bit unusual. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked, Wang Chang, is your Yendu Wudu University burning with money? The price of 2,000 merit values dare to open out, and you are not afraid of losing money? That's not for you to bother about. Wang Chang bristled. He knew very well what kind of person this Zhang Lin was. The whole thing was a playboy with low eyes and a bad reputation in the WU circle. I really don't know how Kyoto Wushu University could assign such a person to enroll. Even if you enroll, you still lose money by being so detrimental in front of other candidates? Isn't this slapping others in the face in front of others? Lin Yu's face also turned cold when he heard Zhang Lin's words. This Zhang Lin, from the moment he saw himself, had an extremely poor attitude. NND, even if you offer a sky-high price, I won't go to Kyoto Wushu University. Lin Yu, think about it, Kyoto Martial University is now the #1 martial arts university in the country of China. Moreover, the martial arts king powerhouses of Yendu Martial University can't compare to our Kyoto Martial University. It's the same king-level battle method, that's also a difference, think about it yourself. Zhang Lin naturally also noticed Lin Yu's expression, but he didn't take it to heart. The Kyoto Martial University's signboard was there. He didn't believe that Lin Yu would refuse, and spoke in a casual tone. No need to think about it. Lin Yu raised his head and looked straight at Zhang Lin. Hey, I knew. That Zhang Lin's mouth picked up a smile. This time the task is completed, go back and hand over. To be honest, if there was no mission explained from above, if Lin Yu came to Kyoto Martial University or not, he didn't care or even rejected it. In his opinion, what qualifications did such a small civilian have to enter Kyoto Martial University? There were also those civilian students in the school as well, they should all be kicked out. Kyoto Martial Arts University could become the #1 martial arts university, all thanks to them, the children of the family? The commoners, they are just the ones who are getting the light. Since you've considered it clearly, then remember to report to Kyoto Martial University on time. Zhang Lin said indifferently, his expression as lofty as ever. Report? I think you've misunderstood. Lin Yu laughed. When I said I've thought about it, I meant that I've decided that I won't go to Kyoto Wushu University. At those words, Zhang Lin's expression stiffened. He had never thought that there would be a candidate who would refuse an invitation from Kyoto Wushu University. What was Kyoto Martial Arts University? The #1 martial arts university in China. How dare he refuse? Is he crazy? What did you say? Zhang Lin looked at Lin Yu and said word for word. I said that I won't go to Kyoto Wushu University. Lin Yu's tone intensified and repeated again, did you hear me clearly? If you have bad ears, I'll say it again. You. Zhang Lin was furious, looking at Lin Yu as if he wanted to tear him alive. A pressure instantly erupted from his body and surged towards Lin Yu. Zhang Lin, what do you want to do? Wang Chang stepped out and blocked this pressure for Lin Yu, striking out at the grand examination scholar. Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Zhang Lin snorted coldly and calmed down as well, not to mention that Lin Yu was a scholar. Even if Lin Yu was an ordinary person and he dared to strike out like this, the consequences were not something he could afford. Just now, he was a bit impulsive, and after Wang Chang stopped him like this, he also came to his senses. Don't know what's good for you. What, not joining your Kyoto Martial Arts University means you don't know what's good for you? Lin Yu played with the flavor, he wouldn't give any good face to this kind of person. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to refuse our invitation? Zhang Lin stared straight at Lin Yu, his complexion cold. Unequivocally certain, even more so, I'm grateful to have met an admissions teacher like you, allowing me to recognize the true face of Kyoto Wushu University in advance. Lin Yu said. Good. Good. Zhang Lin laughed instead of being angry, and after giving Lin Yu one last deep look, he turned to leave. You'll regret your decision today. Then you don't have to bother. Lin Yu looked leisurely. Zhang Lin didn't answer and slammed the office door shut with force. Bang! Hearing the loud bang, the old principal looked dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that things would turn out like this. This Kyoto Wushu University was also, how could it send such an enrollment teacher? The old principal could also feel that condescending air on Zhang Lin, but, after all, Lin Yu was the main character of the day, so even if he didn't like it in his heart, he couldn't say anything. This Zhang Lin. Wang Chang looked helpless, but in his heart, he was overjoyed.
Kyoto Martial Arts University is also arrogant enough to send Zhang Lin this dude to enrollment. It's strange if there's no mess. However, it's also good if a better attitude is changed. I'm afraid that this Lin Yu will really enroll in Kyoto Martial Arts University. Now it's a complete success for himself.
Wang Chang thought so, his heart was happy. Before he came, his teacher had instructed him to find a way to keep Lin Yu. But to be honest, this matter of robbing students, Wang Chang is not at all good at it. And the name of the Kyoto Wushu University is there. Even if the school side of the resources given the bottom line is scary high, he is not sure that he can keep Lin Yu. But this Jiang Lin is good, stinking ass, hard to push Lin Yu to their side. It can really be. Heaven's help. Lin Yu, how about considering our Yendu Martial Arts University? Wang Chang said smilingly, Jiang Lin has a bad attitude, but I don't have a bad attitude, right? I know. Lin Yu nodded with a smile.
The conditions we offered aren't too low, right?
A king-level battle technique, even I'm craving for it.
Wang Chang said.
It's quite high, I'll seriously consider it.
Lin Yu said.
Although he had already promised Lin Jiao that he would enroll in Yangdu Wushu University, he hadn't put words in his mouth, he had to leave a way back in everything.
That's fine. Wang Chang left his contact information for Lin Yu and then left happily.
In his opinion, this matter was secure. Kyoto Martial University had already been rejected by Lin Yu, so Lin Yu's choices, in fact, were few, only Yangdu Martial University and Yendu Martial University. Although it was true that there were 5 top martial arts universities in China, the strengths were not all in one dimension. With this year's situation, Kyoto Martial Arts University was at the top of the list, Yangdu Martial Arts University and Yendu Martial Arts University were second, and the remaining 2 were in a different class. And right now, Yangdu Wushu University didn't know what the reason was and didn't send anyone to contact Lin Yu.
In this way, Lin Yu's choices were naturally only one of Yendu Wudu University. Wang Chang was in a good mood and left humming a little song.
Only what he didn't know was that Lin Yu's target, from the very beginning, was only Yangdu Martial University.
This Kyoto Wushu University, it's really nonsense.
After sending off all the Wudu personnel, the old principal returned to his office, furious.
How can this Jiang Lin be a teacher of Kyoto Wushu University? How can his quality be so bad?
Lin Yu frowned, also puzzled. The old principal sighed, maybe he is a son of a family.
Let's not talk about this, even though he has a poor attitude. Lin Yu, you can't take things personally, ah?
Kyoto Wushu University is after all the number 1 Wushu University. If you don't enroll, it would be a bit too much of a loss.
Don't worry your old man, I have my own measure. Lin Yu smiled and didn't explain.
Forget it, it's all fate.
The old principal shook his head. By the way, which school are you planning to go to? Yendu Martial University? Without any surprises, it should be Yangdu Martial University. Lin Yu said.
Yangdu Martial University, that's not bad, not much worse than Kyoto Martial University.
The old principal nodded.
Of the 5 top martial arts universities, it had always been Yangdu Martial University and Kyoto Martial University competing for first place. In earlier years, the number 1 martial arts university was Yangdu Martial University, and although it had a tendency to decline in recent years, the heritage was there, and it wasn't that far behind.
Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Lin Yu looked down at the time and prepared to leave. Go on, remember to come back and visit more often.
The old principal nodded. Aha! Lin Yu answered and left. Yangdu Wushu University.
After Lin Yu left, the old principal quietly looked out the window, pondering something. Only after a long while did he come back to his senses. Lin Jiao, it seemed, had also enrolled in Yangdu Martial University. No wonder, the old principal seemed to have figured something out as if he came to a realization, this brat. Through the window, he watched Lin Yu's slender silhouette fade away, sipping a mouthful of tea, his complexion filled with reminiscence.
It's a good match.
On the side of Yendu University, there is an additional 2,000 merit value and a copy of the King Grade Battle Technique Beginner's Edition attached. After returning to his dorm room, Lin Yu contacted Lin Jiao and told her about the conditions proposed by the 2 universities. King Level Battle Method Beginner's Edition. Lin Jiao frowned lightly. I understand, I will convey it to that side, but I can't guarantee how the specifics will be. After all, the King Level Battle Method is worth a lot.
High value?
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. To be able to let even this young girl in front of him say that the item with a high value, I am afraid that it is extremely extraordinary. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, moreover, it has a price.
Lin Jiao explained. Hundreds of millions?
At those words, Lin Yu froze. A battle technique that was worth a full 100 million, or was it priced?
Goodness, this is too crazy, isn't it? If you do that math and add in the other conditions, you're a straight-up billionaire?
I wipe blue, said the big test is Carp Leap Dragon Door good opportunity, this Dragon Door Leap also.
Too high, right? Such a high-value thing, Yangdu Wudu University won't be able to give up, right?
For a while, Lin Yu was a little worried.
It shouldn't be.
Lin Jiao shook her head. If Yendu Wudu can even offer this condition, Yangdu's side won't be too stingy.
I hope so. Lin Yu said. However, there's something I have to remind you of.
Lin Jiao said, during these 2 months of vacation, it would be best for you to reach the minimum standard of controlling your qi and blood, otherwise, even if you have a king-level battle method, you won't be able to cultivate it.
Aha!
Lin Yu nodded his head. In fact, he didn't even need to be reminded by Lin Jiao, he himself was planning to do the same. Don't worry, I've already reached the level of roughly controlling my qi and blood now. He shook his one hand and a slight qi and blood force erupted out, a vibrating whistling sound emanating from the air.
You're able to initially erupt qi and blood?
Seeing Lin Yu act like this, Lin Jiao was slightly startled. Yes, it's been possible for a long time, it's a pity that nameless cultivation method is of little use to me.
Lin Yu regretted. Awesome.
Lin Jiao sighed heartily. To be able to initially explode his qi and blood after such a period of time, Lin Yu was truly gifted. Now, she dared to be 100% certain that Yangdu Martial University would definitely agree to his conditions. Although the king-grade battle technique was precious, a genius like Lin Yu was also something that could be encountered but not sought.
Then, I'll go and negotiate with Yangdu Martial University's side, and I'll email you the details. Lin Jiao said. Waiting for your message.
Lin Yu nodded and then cut off the communication. After finishing talking to Lin Jiao about enrollment, Lin Yu changed into his practice clothes and prepared to start cultivating. He knew very well that the merit value or the king-grade battle technique were all extremely precious things. And the reason why the major colleges offered such conditions was naturally not to be charitable, but to value him. This was like a game of chance, only by becoming stronger would the chips on hand become more numerous. Calling out Skynet, Lin Yu found the method of controlling qi and blood that Lin Jiao had sent to him some days ago.
The art of guiding qi and blood.
The name of the feat was simple, and there didn't seem to be a lot of content. Qi and blood, the fundamentals of a martial artist.
Controlling the qi and blood, opening mountains and moving seas is nothing.
Turning the title page, there was a large line of aphorisms written on it. Lin Yu didn't pay much attention to it and continued to turn down the page. The first page of the qi and blood guidance technique was the description and division of controlling qi and blood. The so-called controlling qi and blood, to put it bluntly, was no different from controlling one's arms and legs, as qi and blood were equivalent to the extra parts of the human body. Just like a boxer practicing boxing, the more skillful and agile the way you throw a punch, then the more power you can explode. The same was true for qi and blood. The more skillful the control, the stronger the battle power would be. The same qi and blood, under the control of different people, the power that erupts is also different. The qi and blood guidance technique categorizes the control of qi and blood into 3 levels: the subtle level, the mustard seed level, and the sumaru level. The so-called preliminary control of qi and blood was actually just being able to initially use qi and blood to fight, far from the subtle level, and most low-grade martial artists were at this stage. But to reach the subtle level, then the control of qi and blood will be extremely terrifying, able to completely burst out the original power of qi and blood. The mustard seed level, on the other hand, was even more terrifying, being able to explode the power of the qi and blood beyond the upper limit, and once this level was reached, the control of the qi and blood could be said to be out of this world. As for the mustard level, it was only in theory for the time being, and according to records, no one had ever reached this level. Of course, the qi and blood guidance technique has been written for nearly 100 years, and it's hard to say whether anyone has reached this level within this 100 years. Lin Yu felt that there should be. After all, with the perfection of the martial arts system, there were more and more strong people. It wasn't good to say that even the 4th level had been created.
Of course, this was only Lin Yu's speculation.
Forget it, what's the point of thinking about this? I haven't even reached the ingenuity level, I'm a bit overambitious. Shaking his head, Lin Yu shook the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind and continued to look at the guidance technique. The qi and blood guidance technique was not much, it took 10 minutes for Lin Yu to go through it carefully. According to the book, theoretical knowledge was ultimately limited. Only by fighting over and over again could the control of qi and blood become more mature. Without experiencing battles, there was no way to even reach the entry level. However, Lin Yu didn't ask for too much. As long as he could reach the point of fighting with his qi and blood, he was already satisfied. After reading through it once, Lin Yu turned off Skynet and started his first cultivation. Due to the fact that he had already reached the level of roughly controlling his qi and blood while practicing the nameless cultivation method, this gave Lin Yu a great deal of convenience and he directly skipped the beginning stage and entered the proficiency stage. Citation. Control. Lin Yu then gazed up and began to slowly feel his way around according to the method of the qi and blood guidance technique.
The time came to a late night. Bang!
There was an explosion in the air as Lin Yu swung his fist out, his qi and blood surging within his arm. Surprisingly, he was blowing up the air to cut out residual shadows. This qi and blood guidance technique is really good. In just a few hours the control of qi and blood has risen so much, and along with it, the strength has also grown a lot. Feeling the strength in his arm, Lin Yu smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. It was pretty good to get to this level in a few hours. Again. Lin Yu closed his eyes and continued to fall into a state of cultivation. Chapter 43 Invitation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 days. Within these 3 days, Lin Yu stayed within the dormitory without moving an inch to cultivate the qi and blood guidance technique, without any distractions, completely isolated from the outside world. What he didn't know was that in these 3 short days, a frenzy had already started outside. Because of one article, The Soul of National Art. 2 days ago, the Imperial College had published Lin Yu's comprehensive subject essay. As the first comprehensive subject paper with a perfect score since the inception of the grand examination, the mystery it contained had long been a matter that had touched the hearts of all parties. Everyone was curious as to what exactly was worth shining on this essay that was able to receive a perfect score and was even going to be written into a textbook. Once the article was released, the martial arts world shook. Ordinary people might just look at the buzz, but martial artists with a little bit of hierarchy understood the gold content of this article. Ancient martial arts. What is written in this Soul of National Martial Arts is clearly an ancient martial arts master's views and exposition on martial arts. Ancient martial arts had always been mysterious and unpredictable in the entire martial arts world. For no other reason, 100 years ago, when martial arts first rose to prominence, the vast majority of the most powerful were ancient martial arts masters. Therefore, the status of ancient martial arts in today's martial arts is lofty and incomparable. And those ancient martial arts masters, few and far between, a dragon see the head and not see the tail, not to mention the ancient martial arts insights, even if some of the skin is rarely circulated. And now, on top of the great examination of 2021, there appeared such a piece of ancient martial arts patriarchs' insights and feelings. How can this not make people surprised? For any martial artist, this was invaluable. At the same time, all the major media outlets were frantically reporting information about the spirit of the national martial arts. Kyoto Daily News, civilian test taker creates a miracle, the soul of national arts receives a perfect score, it's well deserved. Youth Daily, a miracle from a small place, civilian candidate Lin Yu rises to prominence, epoch-making article. UC Browser, shocking. On top of the big exam, a civilian candidate writes this kind of article. Penguin Watch, how should the path of martial arts be expounded? Ordinary people say this, martial artists say this, anim. Surprisingly said this. Under the frantic propaganda of the major media, for a time, the name Lin Yu spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, becoming a household name. From centenarians to 4-year-olds, they all knew that this year's top student was Lin Yu, from such a small city as Jiangdu City, the first candidate to score full marks, the first top student from a non-Big 3 examination centers, and the first to write an essay on the great examination into a textbook. It could be said that Lin Yu's popularity was even comparable to those powerful martial kings who suppressed one side. At this time, Kyoto Budo University. Inside a quaint hut. So, what you're saying is that because of your fault, Lin Yu rejected our invitation from Kyoto Martial Arts University? Is that so? A voice came from the shade. It's... Zhang Lin bowed his head, his forehead filled with fine sweat. Before I went to Jiangdu City, I did tell you to make sure to recruit Lin Yu into the Jingdu Wushu University, right? The voice was very bland, but in Zhang Lin's ears, it was tantamount to the most terrifying life-suppressing talisman. It's... Zhang Lin's legs unconsciously went soft and creepy. Zhang Lin, you've spoiled something big. With a sigh, a man who didn't look more than 30 years old stepped out of the shade. Old ancestor, Zhang Lin knows his mistake. Zhang Lin knows he's wrong. Zhang Lin swished and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, his eyes filled with remorse. Bang! Bang! The hard ground was all knocked to pieces by Zhang Lin, and debris flew about, enough to see the trepidation in his heart. He had never thought that a Lin Yu would be so important on his own ancestor's side. If he had known this, even if he had been given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't have dared to boss Lin Yu around. That's all. The man waved his hand. It's already happened, there's no point in blaming you, so head to the extraterrestrial battlefield on your own to make up for your mistakes. Yes, thank you, old ancestor, for your enlightenment. Zhang Lin's face was overjoyed. With this expression on his face right now, if outsiders saw it, they didn't know how surprised they would be. What kind of place was the extraterrestrial battlefield? The center of the war between humans and foreign races was also recognized as the most dangerous area. But now, this Zhang Lin was heading to such a dangerous place, but he was not afraid but happy. I'm afraid that there was only one explanation for such abnormal behavior. The man in front of him, in Zhang Lin's opinion, was even more dangerous than the extraterrestrial battlefield. Stand down. The man turned back and walked into the shadows. Yes. Zhang Lin hurriedly got up and rolled towards the door. The moment he was about to step out of the room, the man barked again, that's right. Let Zhang Yi come see me. Yes. Zhang Lin's feet lurched as he answered, then he hurriedly left. In the middle of the day, inside the hut, a ghostly sigh came out. Somewhat passive. Inside Lin Yu's dormitory. Jingle bell. A crisp ringtone woke up Lin Yu, who was in the middle of his cultivation, opening his eyes and opening the Sky News. It was a video call from Lin Jiao. How's it going? After connecting, Lin Yu was the first to ask. The reason why Lin Jiao would take the initiative to contact him, there was no need to think about it. It must be that there was a reply from the side of Yangdu Wushu University.
Naturally, it's agreed.
Lin Jiao said with a smile, free resources for you to break through to the 4th grade, a king-level technique, plus 2,000 merit values. In addition, when you break through to the 4th rank, a king-level powerhouse will step in to protect.
Law. How about that? Are the conditions generous enough? Too generous.
Lin Yu sighed, thank you. What are you thanking me for? You should thank yourself for having this potential.
The previous top students didn't have this kind of treatment. Lin Jiao guffawed.
You can't say that either. If it wasn't for your face, there would be a king-level powerhouse defending me.
Law? Lin Yu said.
Lin Yu had a clear door in his heart. This was definitely not a condition from Yangdu Martial University's side. A king-level powerhouse was not subject to these worldly constraints.
Let's not talk about this. How is your chi and blood control? Lin Jiao said.
It's okay, it's progressing quickly. In a month it should be able to reach the level of applying it in combat.
Lin Yu thought for a moment and said truthfully. 1 month? Are you sure?
Lin Jiao was filled with astonishment. Even the most talented martial artists in the world family had taken a full 3 months to control their chi and blood.
And yet Lin Yu said that it only took a month?
To be honest, she didn't quite believe it in her heart.
What? Don't believe it? Lin Yu said. It's a bit.
Lin Jiao didn't hide it and nodded.
Lin Yu smiled and didn't explain anything.
But, Lin Jiao mused, as if she was thinking about something, and then said, if you can really control your chi and blood within a month, that means that 1400 chi and blood means that you can have a first-grade martial artist's beginning level of combat power?
Should be.
Lin Yu vaguely said, this he really didn't know. After all, he hadn't seen a first-grade martial artist beginner stage either. Lin Yu, if you can really control your chi and blood within a month, how about going to the border region with me?
Lin Jiao asked, with some eagerness in his eyes. Borderland zone? Lin Yu frowned. He naturally knew about the borderland zone. The edges outside of human settlements were collectively known as the borderland zone.
To put it simply, it was the place where ferocious beasts and magical creatures were found.
Lin Jiao, what's the point of going to that place? Chapter 44, A Leap in Quality. What are you doing in the borderland region? Lin Yu asked. Experiencing. Just you? I was planning to go alone, but if you come along, it'll be 2.
It's too dangerous, we're not even first-grade martial artists yet.
Lin Yu mused. Moreover, there's not much benefit to going to the borderland region, right? Benefits?
Of course there are. Lin Jiao smiled and explained, the skins and furs of some ferocious beasts in the borderland region can be exchanged for money, and the more precious ones can also be exchanged for merit values.
Money? Merit value?
Lin Yu's eyes lit up. If you talk about this, then I'll be in the spirit of.
Right.
Lin Jiao said, a common means for martial artists to accumulate wealth is to hunt the ferocious beasts in the border area, otherwise how could they afford the daily consumption?
Moreover, hunting ferocious beasts is also beneficial to the enhancement of strength. It's kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
But it's also dangerous, right?
Lin Yu said.
That's natural, there's no free lunch in the world. What's more, it's impossible to become a truly strong person if you can't feel the crisis.
Lin Jiao said.
That's also true.
Lin Yu nodded. However, isn't it a bit presumptuous for the 2 of us quasi-martial artists to enter the borderland region like this?
I have already made a plan, don't worry.
And,
to be honest, Lin Yu, if you can really control your chi and blood, then your strength is definitely capable of reaching the level of a first-grade martial artist beginner. Don't be presumptuous.
Lin Jiao said, besides, if a weak woman like me dares to go, do you still not dare? You are not a weak woman.
But, you said so, then wouldn't it seem a bit too wimpy for me to still refuse?
Lin Yu laughed. Promise?
Aha! Then you'll be able to control your chi and blood as soon as possible, the sooner the better, 1 month at the latest, any later, and school will be starting.
Lin Jiao said. Good. Lin Yu nodded.
After cutting off the communication, Lin Yu quietly pondered. Agreeing to this matter with Lin Jiao was not an impulse. For one thing, all-day-long boring cultivation certainly has a certain effect, but if there is no mutual reflection of actual combat, it is impossible to become a truly strong person.
Secondly, he is really poor and stingy now. This reason is even more important than the first one.
After the beast tide that day, the collapse of the slaughterhouse in the south of the city had not only caused Lin Yu to lose his source of chi and blood growth, but also caused him to lose his job.
More critically, the paycheck was also unearned.
Of course, Wu Chang had contacted Lin Yu to make up his wages, but even the slaughterhouse had collapsed, so Lin Yu didn't have the heart to ask for it.
TMD, all evil foreigners. Who would have thought that the grand exam winner would be a pig slayer who kills pigs for a living?
Although it was said that the rewards given by Yangdu Wushu University were very generous, the problem was that the school year hadn't started yet.
Those conditions could naturally only be understood as empty checks for the time being. The current Lin Yu was living on a meager dole.
It wasn't clear whether to say he was rich or poor. But what is certain is that the martial artist's dashing life, that is not related to him at all. Previously, he was still puzzled. He hadn't seen martial artists have any jobs but were so rich, but now he reacted to the fact that they all relied on hunting and killing ferocious beasts to get it. Now that he had this kind of opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Dangerous is dangerous, but which martial artist didn't come this way? Most importantly, he didn't believe that with Lin Jiao's family history, he would really not have any means. If he followed Lin Jiao and hung out, it would definitely be very safe. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but praise his own resourcefulness. Well, don't think about it, controlling qi and blood is important. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu closed his eyes and continued practicing. 10 days later. The southern outskirts of the city. Drink! With a soft drink, a silhouette wearing a practice uniform heaved a punch, and the speed of its punch was so fast that it even cut a residual shadow in the air. Boom! The fist smashed heavily on top of a man-high rock, which was instantly split into pieces. The person who threw the punch was none other than Lin Yu. In these 10 days, he had practiced the qi and blood guidance technique with all his might, and he had progressed extremely fast, and the 10 days had brought about a significant change in his control over his qi and blood. And today, he had come to verify the results of his cultivation. As for why he chose the outskirts, the reason was simple: with his current astounding strength, it wouldn't be good to scare the kids. Well, the above is nonsense. In fact, there are special practice rooms in the urban area, only have to charge. The penniless Lin Yu was naturally unable to pay the high fees. So he took the number 2 subway line all the way, then transferred to the number 888 maglev bus, and finally trotted 5 kilometers before arriving in this suburb. Looking at the rocks that had been blown apart by his fist, Lin Yu sighed. Sure enough, utilizing qi and blood and not utilizing qi and blood are simply two different concepts. Just getting started has increased my strength by almost 0.5 times. If I reach the stage of fully controlling my qi and blood, I'm afraid that my strength will more than double. Moreover, there is the entry level, mustard seed level, and even the legendary Sumeru level at the back. If one reached the Sumeru level of qi and blood manipulation, what kind of astonishing degree of utilization of qi and blood would one achieve? For a time, Lin Yu was mesmerized. To be able to survive in the hands of a strong foreign race, the martial arts of this world was truly unique. In his previous life, even after reaching the Huanjin stage, Lin Yu's strength was just the same as now. It was enough to see how much qi and blood could enhance a martial artist. Of course, this did not mean that the martial arts experience accumulated in his previous life was useless. The reason why he was able to control his qi and blood so quickly was because he realized that the method of controlling qi and blood was very similar to the method of controlling qi. Lin Yu even suspected that the first martial artist who controlled qi and blood had practiced national arts. 10 days has allowed me to reach such a point. In another 10 days, I should be able to completely master qi and blood. Lin Yu said to himself. Rather, it won't take a month. In that case, the schedule for traveling to the borderland region can be advanced. That's just it. Let's not think about this first, we have to go back. Another 10 days. It had been 20 days since the last contact with Lin Jiao. It was on this day that Lin Yu finally finished controlling his qi and blood as if it were his own. If he were to follow the division from a few decades ago, he should now be considered a genuine first-grade martial artist. In fact, if it was just a martial artist at the beginning of the first grade, I'm afraid that he would not be a match for him. Under normal circumstances, at the first-rank beginner stage, the highest one would have opened 3 veins, and the qi and blood growth would be between 600 and 900, which would calculate to a maximum qi and blood value of 1900, and that was still the highest case. And Lin Yu? Even if he didn't open any veins, his qi and blood value had reached a staggering 1,800 points. Coupled with his martial arts experience from his previous life, an ordinary first-grade beginner rank would really have to be hammered by him in a hanging manner. Even if it was a first-grade middle stage, he had the confidence to fight. Of course, the premise was that the opposite party was not a special physique. But spare me, Lin Yu's strength was already astonishing enough. At the quasi-martial artist stage, no one should be his opponent. This was the result of his cultivation over the past 20 days, and the result of so many years of martial arts accumulation in his previous life. The so-called thick and thin accumulation was just like that. It is a qualitative leap. Chapter 45, Martial Artist Mall. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Yu contacted Lin Jiao through the heavenly communication. You're saying that you've taken control of qi and blood? On the virtual screen, Lin Jiao was stunned. How long had it only been? Less than a month and Lin Yu told himself that he had control over qi and blood? What kind of natural talent is this? If those children of the world's families who boasted of their heavenly pride and evil were to learn of this news, I wonder what their expressions would be. I'm afraid that they would directly buy a block of tofu and crash into their deaths, right? Well, surprisingly smooth. Lin Yu nodded, then his words changed. But it's a pity that I didn't reach the infernal level, it's too far off. Entry micro level. Lin Jiao was momentarily speechless, not even knowing what to say. You've taken control of your qi and blood in less than a month, even if it's not enough? You're still at the subtle level? If you could reach the entry microscopic level in a month, what's wrong with that? Lin Jiao was feeling angry and amused. Since you're already able to control your chi and blood, then do some preparations a little bit and let's leave tomorrow. Although there was some bad taste in her heart, Lin Jiao still opened her mouth.
Preparations? This time it was Lin Yu's turn to freeze, going to the borderland region and still have to do preparations? Definitely.
Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu with eyes similar to looking at a little cutie. As if she was looking at a little cutie, weapons, combat clothes, elixirs, compressed food, there are a lot of things to prepare. Are you just going to go to the border zone naked like this? Lin Yu scratched his head and snapped, didn't consider all that, and
what?
Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask as she watched Lin Yu stammer.
I don't have any money.
The two of them were speechless. Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao with an embarrassed face, and Lin Jiao also had a black line. She was never expecting that Lin Yu would give such an answer. All have the strength of a martial artist, but still so poor. I have to say, this is also considered a stream of purity.
However, thinking about Lin Yu's family situation, Lin Jiao was relieved.
A few days ago, this guy was still staying at the slaughterhouse for a living. As soon as she thought of this, Lin Jiao put away her joking demeanor. To her, perhaps this amount of money was nothing, but for the current Lin Yu, it was really an astronomical amount. Lin Jiao pondered for a while and said, "How about this? You talk to me about the supplies you need and I will provide them for you. Consider it as me lending it to you. You should also be able to earn quite a bit after hunting the ferocious beasts, so you can just return it to me at that time."
Lin Yu nodded helplessly. It'll have to do, thanks.
It's really hard to beat a hero for a penny. I think I'm a quasi-martial artist. My strength is even able to rival an average first rank, but I can't even take out the money to buy a combat uniform.
The real damn.
You're welcome, it's just helping each other, one more person and I'm safer.
Lin Jiao smiled.
Aha! Lin Yu nodded, but his heart was filled with emotions. How could he not hear that Lin Jiao was taking care of his pride in comforting him? What a good girl!
I don't know who will be arched in the future.
When he thought of this, Lin Yu inexplicably became slightly annoyed. Since that's the case, then we'll meet in front of the school at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just as he was in the middle of his rambling thoughts, Lin Jiao spoke up. Lin Yu hurriedly shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Lin Jiao also nodded and then cut off the call.
After ending the call, Lin Yu didn't think much more and went to bed.
The next day, at 6 in the morning, Lin Yu arrived in front of Budo High School as promised, and Lin Jiao also happened to arrive. She was wearing a pitch-black combat uniform, and her originally long green hair was already cut into a short haircut, making her entire person look competent and simple. Under such a dress, it was a different flavor, making the pedestrians passing by lose their souls one by one. Lin Yu, such a titanium alloy straight man, are deeply stunned.
Good morning. Lin Yu greeted him. Morning.
Lin Jiao smiled faintly. After a simple greeting, Lin Jiao took Lin Yu in a car and prepared to go to a special place.
The Martial Artist Mall.
As the name suggests, this mall, specializing in providing services for martial artists, non-martial artists are not allowed to enter. Before today, Lin Yu even heard of this place. The martial arts mall is located at the northern edge of Jiangdu City, built under the ground, very secretive. It took 7 turns before Lin Jiao brought Lin Yu to a deserted suburb. Just as Lin Yu was wondering, a stone wall in front of him suddenly had a weird twist, and then a metal gate appeared in front of the two of them.
Take it. Lin Jiao threw Lin Yu a very peculiar card and a mask. So mysterious? And a mask? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. That's not true.
Lin Jiao had already put her mask on, covering her stunning face. It's always good to be cautious.
Also.
Lin Yu nodded and also put his mask on.
Drop.
Lin Jiao walked to the metal gate and swiped her card.
Martial artist, passed verification, allowed to enter. An electronic voice came out, and then the door opened with a bang. Lin Yu did as he was told and followed Lin Jiao into the door.
Inside the door is a round elevator. At this time, in addition to the two of them, there is no one else.
With a squeak, the elevator rapidly descended, its speed making Lin Yu secretly shocked.
This kind of falling speed, in exchange for ordinary people, is really a little difficult to bear. No wonder not martial artists are not allowed to enter. The elevator may have descended a few hundred meters before stopping. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lin Yu was stunned by the scene in front of him.
It was an endless hall.
People came and went inside, all wearing combat uniforms, and it was obvious that these people were all martial artists. The entire hall appeared opulent, just like a 5-star hotel, and it was packed with people. Lin Yu could even see people dragging tens of meters of giant beast corpses around from time to time.
Is this the world of martial artists? Don't daze, let's go.
Just as he was fuming, Lin Jiao came up to his eyes and snapped her fingers, then walked towards the hall.
Lin Yu hurriedly followed.
The duo arrived at a counter, and above the counter, an electronic screen was scrolling a few large words, Equipment Division.
Obviously, this was the place where equipment was sold. And I'm afraid there were hundreds of counters like this throughout the hall. Honorable Martial Artist 12138, Honorable Martial Artist 12139, may I help you? A sweet-looking female attendant opened her mouth and asked.
A C-grade alloy gun and a C-grade combat suit.
Lin Jiao spoke. Alright, may I ask which one of you is wearing the combat suit? The attendant asked. 12138. Okay, please wait. The waitress smiled and then left.
After seeing the attendant leave, Lin Jiao turned her head to Lin Yu and explained, 12138 is your martial artist number over here. In the entire martial artist mall, people who are generally unfamiliar with each other communicate by number.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded and looked around at the entire hall.
Worthy of being a martial artist's world, it looked extraordinary.
Chapter 46, Traveling to the Borderland Region. Moment.
The waitress returns to the counter carrying a silver white case. C-grade alloy gun plus C-grade combat uniform, totaling 20 merit points.
You can pay in cash, right? Lin Jiao asked.
Yes, it can. It's worth 200,000 federal dollars when converted to cash.
The waitress smiled sweetly.
I'll pay in cash. Lin Jiao conjured up a virtual panel and tapped on it a few times as if she was paying.
This transaction is complete. Enjoy using it.
A few seconds later, the attendant handed the box to Lin Jiao, who then passed it on to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the box and waited, sighing, just such a small box, worth $200,000. A C-class combat suit can withstand some of the attacks of a first-order ferocious beast, so it's normal to offer this price.
Besides, this isn't that expensive. Lin Jiao laughed. It's still not expensive?
According to the description in the book, the combat uniforms in this ally weapon are extremely easy to wear out. They can all be used as consumables.
Lin Yu said.
Lin Jiao thought about it and said, for martial artists, this amount of expenses is still within the range of affordability.
Moreover, none of them have to use merit value, so it's already very cheap. Speaking of which, is the merit value over here the same thing as the merit value spoken of over at the Martial University?
The ratio seems to be all 10,000 federal coins to 1, said Lin Yu curiously.
Right.
Lin Jiao nodded. Actually, merit value is considered the currency in circulation between martial artists, and if you strictly count it, a little merit value can be more than 10,000 federal coins.
How so?
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, listening to Lin Jiao's statement. It seemed that there was a doorway here. The things that can be exchanged for cash are actually very limited, such as combat uniforms, weapons, low-grade elixirs and such, while the more precious things are those that only receive merit value, such as items like battle techniques.
You can't buy them even if you offer more money, so merit value is much more precious than money. Lin Jiao explained.
If you have to convert it to cash, a little bit of merit value can usually sell for over 20,000 federal dollars.
I see. Lin Yu drifted off. In that case, as long as I wait for the school year to start, I'll be considered a rich man in size?
Not generally rich, just a king-grade battle technique alone would almost cost 5,000 merit values.
Lin Jiao said. 5,000 merit value, that is hundreds of millions of federal coins. Lin Yu staggered, then opened his mouth and asked. What about you? What conditions did Yangdu Wudu University offer you? With Lin Jiao's third place in the country in the grand examination, I'm afraid that the conditions offered by Yangdu Wushu University's side would not be low. Naturally, it's not comparable to you.
Lin Jiao shook her head and didn't elaborate. Lin Yu also did not pursue the question, originally was casually so mentioned. Lin Jiao does not want to say it, after all, this involves personal privacy. Let's not talk about this, still need to go buy some pills and food. More than 10 minutes later, the martial arts train station. After purchasing some essential items, Lin Yu's duo arrived at the train station. If one wanted to travel to the borderland region, one could only take the designated passageway, and the train was one of the ways and the most commonly used one. Lin Yu carried a military backpack on his shoulders that he had gotten on credit, and beside the backpack was an alloy gun that Lin Jiao had purchased for him. Inside the backpack were also 10 Qi and blood pills, 2 boxes of high-calorie compressed food, several bottles of drinking water, and a first aid kit. A total of 3 days' worth of supplies, plus the combat uniforms and the alloy gun. All the supplies were worth about 350,000 federal dollars. Well, it was all paid for by Lin Jiao. As an unabashedly poor person, Lin Yu couldn't even afford to pay for a trip to the practice room, let alone these precious supplies. Standing in the waiting hall for a moment, he actually developed a feeling that he was eating soft food. Ding! The train to the borderland region has arrived. Please get on the train as soon as possible. The train will only stay for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the train will depart to the borderland region. Ding! The train to the borderland region has arrived. Please board the train as soon as possible. The train will only stay for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the train will depart for the borderland region. The electronic sound suddenly rang out, constantly echoing in the middle of the waiting room. The train has arrived, let's go. Lin Jiao stood up from her seat and headed to the boarding point. Lin Yu hurriedly followed. By the way, where are your supplies? After boarding the train, Lin Yu realized that Lin Jiao was still empty and asked curiously. He had held this question in his heart for a long time, originally thinking that it was Lin Jiao who had placed the prepared supplies somewhere in the waiting hall, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Here. Lin Jiao raised the ring on her right hand. A storage ring? Lin Yu was startled. Aha!
Lin Jiao nodded.
Receiving an affirmative reply from the young girl, Lin Yu's eyes instantly showed a strong envy. The thing called a storage ring was very precious. A storage ring with 5 cubic meters of storage space was worth tens of millions of dollars.
How much space?
Looking at the empty carriage, Lin Yu asked.
10 cubic meters. Lin Jiao smiled.
Rub. Lin Yu sour, a rich woman is a rich woman, 10 cubic meters of storage ring, I am afraid that it can be exchanged for a set of villas in Kyoto.
This is wearing a suite of rooms on the hand.
Soon, it didn't take much time for the train to reach the frontier zone. Of course, the place where the train stopped wasn't really the borderland zone, but a supply station located in the borderland zone. This supply station was a rest and resupply station for human martial artists. At the same time, it was also the first line of defense for the human realm, and further out, it was the area where ferocious beasts roamed. Having just gotten off the train, Lin Yu saw at a glance the huge turrets at the gate of the supply office. Fire God Cannon, a great killing weapon made from the essence of the 4th grade ferocious beast Flame Tiger as the raw material. Looking at that one-door turret filled with a stern and icy aura, Lin Yu was secretly astonished.
12 Fire God Cannons, if fired in unison, I'm afraid that even a 5th grade ferocious beast wouldn't be able to withstand it, right?
Worthy of being the first line of defense, this kind of fortification is scary enough.
Lin Yu, look.
Just as Lin Yu froze, Lin Jiao pointed her finger towards the very center of the supply station, the signal source. Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked. A purple beam of light shot from the supply station into the sky, piercing through the clouds. In order to prevent any martial artists from getting lost in certain situations, every supply station would have such a beam of light that was used to guide martial artists.
It's beautiful.
Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the magnificent signal source. I'm afraid that when I see this signal source in the border area, I'm afraid that my heart will also settle down quite a bit. Lin Jiao stood beside Lin Yu and also tilted her head, murmuring in a low voice. The two quasi-martial artists who were new to the martial Dao just tilted their heads and quietly looked at the huge beam of light that rose up into the sky. The purple light shone on the cheeks of the two. Both of them were wearing masks, so they couldn't be seen, but from their eyes, one could tell how shocked they were. The magnificent and radiant signal source, the dilapidated and deserted frontier area, and the young men and women in their prime.
If a passing bard were to see this scene, I don't know what he would think. Let's go.
After stopping for a long time, Lin Yu turned his head sideways and looked at Lin Jiao.
Aha!
Lin Jiao softly answered. The two walked side by side towards the gate of the supply station. Lin Yu was carrying a military backpack and an alloy gun, and the weight of his body and the special material of his alloy boots made his footprints look thick and clear. Lin Jiao didn't have much weight on her body and was light on her feet. This pair of young quasi-martial artists had, today, officially embarked on their journey.
Chapter 47 Area 01 First Battle with a Fierce Beast. Who? Wah wah.
The cold wind howled, and every now and then a crow hissed in the sky. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Lin Yu felt the difference between the borderlands and the human realm.
Dilapidated and barren, these were his first senses.
When he looked into it, it was full of desolation, somewhat like an ancient relic. It was not difficult to surmise that many years ago, this should have been a prosperous urban area. Only with the entry of the foreign races into the city, the prosperity was no longer there, replaced by broken walls.
So desolate. Lin Jiao also sighed.
The duo traveled along, and according to the map, 20 kilometers away, only then would ferocious beasts begin to appear. In areas within 20 kilometers, once a ferocious beast approached, it would be wiped out by the defense system. After acclimatizing a little, the two decided to run forward. After all, they were quasi-martial artists, their physical qualities far exceeded those of ordinary people, and an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. Ahead is the first area of the borderland zone, Area 01. According to the information, the vast majority of the ferocious beasts in Area 01 are first-order ferocious beasts, and occasionally second-order ferocious beasts will appear. Lin Jiao conjured up a virtual map, and the location on the map where the two of them were at was the edge of Area 01. A second-order fierce beast is the strength of a second-grade martial artist. If we accidentally run into one, I'm afraid that you and I combined will not be enough.
Lin Yu frowned.
So, one has to be doubly careful. Once you realize that the situation is not right, run immediately.
Lin Jiao said. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Let's set off then.
Having come all the way here, if one were to fear this and that, what kind of behavior would it be? A martial artist is originally a path that goes against the heavens. The two of them agreed immediately, straight into the 01 area. The speed is not very fast, because to be careful to survey whether there are beyond their ability range of ferocious beasts. After all, in the end, they are only a quasi-martial artist. 10 minutes later, the duo finally found their first target. Purple-furred rat, a first-order ferocious beast. An adult purple-furred rat could reach a first-order advanced rating, which corresponded to a human first-grade high-ranking martial artist. This one in front of me, judging by its size, it should be at the low first rank level. Lin Jiao looked at the purple-furred rat and spoke. Lin Yu grinned. I found it first, how about I take care of this purple-furred rat?
I have no opinion. Lin Jiao nodded.
Lin Yu took the alloy gun out from behind him and locked the military backpack onto his body in a special way. This was a function that came with the military backpack that prevented martial artists from having their backpacks fall off when we were fighting. Purple-furred rat, my first prey, it's you. A cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, his feet powered up and he quickly approached towards the purple-furred rat. Squeak! That purple-furred rat seemed to be in the middle of eating when it suddenly heard a movement in the distance and turned its eyes to see that it was a human martial artist. Having its feeding disturbed seemed to have made it incomparably angry, and its hairs stood up one by one. This is the obvious characteristic of a purple-furred rat getting angry. Later on, the purple-furred rat should launch a charge. Seeing this, Lin Yu was slightly startled in his heart and slowed down his forward steps. This was, after all, a first-order ferocious beast. If he really let it charge, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. The first time to face the real beast, Lin Yu, that is to play the spirit of the 12 points, now the purple hair rat has this movement, he is even more careful. However, what he never expected was that after the purple-furred rat screamed angrily twice, it actually drew its legs and ran, its claws moving frantically, disappearing in front of Lin Yu in a puff of smoke. Run! Away? Lin Yu was stunned. This damn, screaming with such a backbone, running like a rat. Is not right, it is a rat. This. Lin Yu cried and laughed, helplessly walking back to his original position. Lin Jiao was also staggered, and only after a moment, she slowed down. It seems that this ferocious beast is not like what the books say. Indeed. Lin Yu nodded, then gruffly said, but this is also side proof of the cunningness of these ferocious beasts. If that purple-furred rat had intended to escape from the start, with Lin Yu's speed, it really wouldn't have been able to run away. However, the purple-furred rat first disguised itself as being furious and then escaped, and its level of cunning was beyond one's defense. Hunting ferocious beasts is not quite what I imagined. Lin Jiao took a deep breath and also understood the ferocity of it. The two looked at each other, and there was a look of gravity in their eyes. Be careful. Lin Yu said with a straight face. You too. Lin Jiao nodded. This time, even though a fight didn't break out, it was a wake-up call for the duo. Fierce beasts, not so easy to deal with. After a short period of reorganization, the duo continued on their journey to find the ferocious beasts. Along the way, Lin Yu's alloy gun stayed in his hand, while Lin Jiao also took out her weapon, a thin sword, which could be described as too cautious to be true. Finally, the duo found another purple-furred mouse, which was also of the low first rank. However, this time it was Lin Jiao who found it first, and Lin Yu could only watch from the side with bated breath. With the previous lesson, Lin Jiao did not move very much when she approached the purple-furred rat, a little bit closer. Squeak! When the two were almost 5 meters apart, the half-human tall purple-furred rat pounced towards Lin Jiao, taking the initiative. Clang! Lin Jiao instantly handed out a sword, her chi and blood exploding as she battled the purple-furred rat. This stance. Looking at Lin Jiao and the purple-furred rat's entangled figures, Lin Yu was slightly shocked in his heart. The purple-furred rat was extremely fast, the means of attack were not only varied, but also cunning and incomparable. Amongst the first-order ferocious beasts were considered to be more difficult to deal with, but Lin Jiao dealt with it with ease. Swish! In the end, Lin Jiao found an opportunity and made a decisive strike, stabbing his sword through the purple-furred rat's lower abdomen. Squeak! The purple-furred rat hissed in agony, powerlessly paralyzed on the ground and lost its breath of life. So difficult to deal with. Lin Jiao retracted her thin sword and let out a long breath. Awesome! Lin Yu walked over from the distance and praised heartily. A quasi-martial artist, killing a low-grade 1 purple-furred rat. This kind of battle achievement, anyone would have to praise it. Lin Jiao smiled, then took out a small knife and began to peel up the fur of the purple-furred rat. The most precious thing on the purple-furred rat was this fur. Mixing it with the fur of other ferocious beasts could create a C-grade combat suit, which could be sold for a good price. Let's go. After spending some time, Lin Jiao put the fur away. The two of them continued on their journey. After some searching, Lin Yu discovered the third ferocious beast since entering Area 01. This time, it wasn't a purple-furred rat, but a mutated badger. When Lin Yu discovered it, this badger was digging a pit. Compared to the purple-furred rat, its senses were much sharper. With a distance of tens of meters, it discovered the presence of Lin Yu and the two of them. Swish! Just as soon as he discovered the duo, this badger's eyes showed a fierce light, and the pit was also put aside regardless, and he charged towards the duo with a sudden burst. I go, this is too fierce. Looking at the badger that rushed over, Lin Yu was secretly shocked. Ping-Tu brother deserved to be Ping-Tu brother, even if it had mutated, this combative nature still remained unchanged. He came up and gave him a beating. Chapter 48, The Harvest. Lin Yu wasn't afraid either. Holding his alloy gun in his hand, he killed towards Ping-Tu. After the mutation was Flathead brother, it was obviously much more belligerent than the purple-furred rat, and went straight for Lin Yu's throat. Lin Yu slightly sidestepped and quickly dodged the strike. Boom! Flathead slammed straight into the wall behind Lin Yu, and the entire wall was shaken out with a crack. Just such a strike, if it had hit head-on, I don't know what kind of scene it would have been.
Lin Yu turned around and kicked, bang kick while Flathead flew out backwards. However, Flathead immediately jumped back up and tore towards Lin Yu. Sure enough, there's no way to injure a first-order ferocious beast without exploding your chi and blood. Lin Yu sighed. That kick just now, he only relied purely on the power of his physical body. The result was obvious. Flathead brother was unharmed. This kick had even inspired Flathead's ferocity, and the ferocious light in his eyes was even more intense. Again! Lin Yu's feet stepped heavily, stabilizing his stance. This time, there was no holding back, and under the eruption of his chi and blood, he stabbed out heavily with a spear. Snort! This shot, with the sharpness of a C-grade alloy gun coupled with his force, instantly pierced through Flathead's right eye. Whether or not chi and blood were used, it was a completely different result. After confirming that Brother Ping Tu was dead through, Lin Yu first checked the trigger finger. 1790 1800. 1000. 10 points of chi and blood value had been consumed, and the chi and blood storage that had been completely deficient due to controlling chi and blood had risen to 1000 points. A first-rank low-level ferocious beast had given Lin Yu 1000 points of chi and blood gain. What are you gawking at? Lin Jiao walked over, still not collecting materials? Oh. Lin Yu came back to his senses, took out his special gathering knife, and started peeling off the valuable parts of Ping Tu's body. These things were learned at the high school level, and although the movements were raw, at least there were no mistakes. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu threw the collected materials into his military backpack and the duo set off again. Nightfall. Swish. Swish. Roar. In the 01 area of Jiangdu City's borderland zone, at a dilapidated highway, a battle was in full swing. The three parties engaged in the battle were two human martial artists and a first-grade advanced ferocious beast, an adult purple-furred rat. These two human martial artists, or quasi-martial artists to be precise, were Lin Yu and Lin Jiao. Throughout the day, the duo had hunted and killed quite a number of ferocious beasts in Area 01, and just now, they had even encountered an adult purple-furred rat. After a day of fighting, the two of them estimated that their battle strength should be around the middle of the First Order. A first-order high-level ferocious beast they alone could not match. Under consideration, the two joined forces to fight with this purple-furred rat. Bang! The purple-furred rat fiercely swung its tail and heavily lashed at Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu let out a muffled grunt, and the alloy gun in his hand slapped on the purple-furred rat's head. Injury for injury. The purple-furred rat's strike had jerked Lin Yu's bones to the point where they were about to fall apart in general. But the purple-furred rat was not doing well either, being slapped on the head with a gun. Lin Yu's degree of control over his chi and blood had now reached about 60%, meaning that he could burst out with the power of 1480 chi and blood under full force. Under one shot, the purple-furred rat was jerked around, while Lin Jiao seized the opportunity and with a delicate cry, stabbed a sword into the purple-furred rat's eye socket. Against ferocious beasts, these vulnerable parts were the most effective. Squeak! The purple-furred rat was heavily injured and started hissing in pain, its body swinging wildly. Lin Yu forced himself to endure the pain of his injuries and handed out a shot. Snort! The shot, which followed the place where Lin Jiao had stabbed in heavily, instantly splattered blood in all directions, spilling on top of the two men's faces. The purple-furred rat struggled for a while and finally collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. After the purple-furred rat collapsed, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao also sat down powerlessly. The first-rank high-level ferocious beasts were not so easy to deal with, at least with their current strength, they were barely able to deal with them. Both of them were injured and their injuries were not light. Especially Lin Yu, he received a tail from the purple-furred rat and his bones were almost broken. First rank advanced, strong indeed. While taking a chi and blood pill to regulate his injuries, Lin Jiao bitterly laughed. Originally, she thought that with the strength of the two of them, the problem wasn't very big under the joint effort, but she didn't expect that it would be the current situation. Are you alright? Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu with concern. That strike just now, Lin Yu actually didn't need to resist it, but if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to injure the purple-furred rat, and the situation would be even worse. It's okay. Lin Yu ate a highly concentrated compressed food and nodded. His injuries were actually not that serious. The blow just now, he mobilized most of his chi and blood to focus on his chest, so he was able to carry it off at least. But still, we have to leave in a hurry. If we meet another first-rank advanced ferocious beast, we'll be in trouble. After a short rest, the duo forcefully endured their injuries to strip off the fur of the purple-furred rat, and then they hurried towards the supply station. In their current state, it would be dangerous if they encountered a stronger ferocious beast. Luckily, there was no danger along the way, and soon the two of them ran out of the 01 area. Safe. Looking at the word safe marked on the map, Lin Jiao let out a sigh of relief. How dangerous. Thinking of the battle with the purple-furred rat just now, Lin Yu was still a little scared. If it was just a battle, the purple-furred rat could not help the two of them, but during the battle, Lin Yu realized that the purple-furred rat was intentionally or unintentionally pestering them, as if it was waiting for something. This is also the reason that Lin Yu will not hesitate to take the risk of exchanging wounds with the purple-furred rat and ferocious beasts of war, the most avoided entanglement.
If they were unlucky enough to have other ferocious beasts in the vicinity, they could not help but fall into a crisis.
However, the harvest is not bad, Lin Jiao said. The two looked at each other and smiled, and it was all in the air.
Indeed, to be able to kill a first-rank advanced ferocious beast was something the duo hadn't thought about.
Let's count the battle results.
Lin Yu smiled faintly. Good. Lin Jiao took out all the materials in her storage ring. In one day's time, the two of them worked together to kill 24 low first-rank ferocious beasts, 13 intermediate first-rank ferocious beasts, and the biggest haul was a high first-rank ferocious beast. These materials, combined, should be able to sell for around 500,000, after we split it equally, 250,000 each. Lin Jiao roughly estimated that the harvest was far more than expected.
Martial artists, they do make money. Lin Yu could not help but sigh.
In one day's time, $250,000 were credited. If things went on like this, $7.5 million federal dollars would be in hand in a month. Of course, this was only in an ideal state. It was actually impossible for a martial artist to be in the border zone every day, and with the necessary consumption of qi and blood pills and the like, they might actually only be able to earn a few $100,000 a month. Of course, this was only for first-grade martial artists. The stronger the strength, the stronger the ferocious beasts they hunted, the higher the harvest would naturally be. As for Lin Yu, apart from harvesting these 250,000, the greater harvest was from the qi and blood values on the ferocious beasts. After one day, within the patriarch trigger finger, 21,000 points of qi and blood were already stored. The harvest was quite fruitful.
Chapter 49: The Land of Legacy.
After counting the results of the battle, the duo went to the supply station to leave by train.
Rumble.
The sound of the train traveling on top of the tracks was deafening, but it was very quiet inside. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao were sitting side by side. The smell of blood on their bodies had been rinsed off during the supply stop, and Lin Yu could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Lin Jiao's body.
This is the life of a martial artist.
Looking ahead, several martial artists were talking loudly. Lin Yu's eyes were in a trance. In a few months' time, his own life was a drastic change. Lin Jiao smiled gently, and under the mask, her red lips hooked up in a pleasing arc. This is also our life in the future. Lin Yu sighed, walking on the edge of life and death, seeking a breakthrough in a crisis. Honestly,
I kinda like it.
He closed his eyes and thought back to today's battle.
From encountering the first ferocious beast, to finally teaming up with Lin Jiao to kill the first-rank advanced adult purple-furred rat.
Everything was like a walk in the park, and more importantly, the increase in combat experience, and the increase in qi and blood control. While chatting with Lin Jiao in the border area, Lin Yu learned that in fact, the degree of control of qi and blood was also roughly divided into two stages before entering the subtle, only that it was not specifically named. In layman's terms, what is usually referred to as control of qi and blood is that the utilization rate of qi and blood can reach the level of 60%. Lin Yu is now at this stage, under full force. A blow is 1480 qi and blood degree. The second stage was when the utilization rate of qi and blood reached 80%. Reaching this stage meant that the control of qi and blood had already gained some insights, and could fully control qi and blood with ease. After that, it was the subtle level. The so-called subtle level meant that the control of qi and blood had reached a very fine point. Every martial artist who had reached this level was extremely terrifying, able to explode their entire qi and blood power. More importantly, after reaching the subtle level of qi and blood control, they were able to exude their qi and blood. Of course, this was Lin Jiao's words, and Lin Yu had never seen exactly how it was. Only that those who could reach this step were invariably martial arts powerhouses or supreme geniuses.
Even ordinary third-grade martial artists couldn't even touch this realm. Thinking about something?
Seeing Lin Yu with his eyes closed, Lin Jiao curiously said, I'm thinking about when I'll be able to reach the entry-level qi and blood control.
Lin Yu opened his eyes and said with a smile, Into the micro level?
Lin Jiao said, It's hard, but I think you should be able to do it.
Hopefully. Lin Yu nodded. Rumble.
Just as the two of them were talking, the speed of the train began to slow down, about to reach the Martial train station. The two of them went straight to the acquisition office of the Martial Artist Mall.
After 10 minutes of queuing,
purple-furred rat fur, tusked pig tusks. After some counting, the staff at the repo office gave a price, a total of 530,000 federal coins, among which there is a piece of purple-furred rat fur of a higher quality, which can be exchanged for merit value. May I ask if you would like to exchange it?
Exchange.
Lin Jiao nodded. The merit value was definitely much more precious than the federal coins. Alright, converted down to a total of 430,000 federal coins and 10 points of merit value. These materials were purchased by the Jiangdu City Martial Artist Mall branch. The merit value and federal coins have been sent to your account. At the same time, the electronic invoice has also been sent to your Tianchuan account. If there are any objections, please bring the invoice to the notary office to deal with them. The staff respectfully said. Lin Jiao nodded and then turned around with Lin Yu to leave. The price was about the same as what they had estimated, and even quite a bit more, as a point of merit value could actually fetch a high price of 20,000 Federation dollars, and there was a price for it. If you do the math like this, the harvest this time is probably above 630,000 federal coins, and, if you consider the preciousness of the merit value, it can probably be counted at 700,000 federal coins. Lin Jiao mused, the 350,000 federal coins you owed me before counts as too clear.
I don't have a problem with that. Lin Yu nodded.
Making 350,000 federal coins in one trip, this kind of efficiency, it was simply the speed of a money printing machine. It wasn't without reason that martial artists were all wealthy. Of course, unusual martial artists who hunted ferocious beasts like this also needed to consume chi and blood, except that Lin Yu didn't have to think about this. The patriarch trigger finger could replenish his chi and blood, and he didn't touch a single chi and blood elixir. Instead, he had consumed some of the infrequently used medical drugs. After all, he had suffered some injuries when he killed the adult purple-furred rat.
By the way, you shouldn't have a martial artist account yet, right?
In between Lin Yu's thoughts, Lin Jiao suddenly asked.
No.
Lin Yu shook his head, only an ordinary account. In that case, Lin Jiao pondered and said, merit value can only be issued to martial artist accounts. There is no way for general accounts to receive merit value.
There's still this kind of argument? Lin Yu was shocked. In that case, the materials he obtained from hunting ferocious beasts now could only get federal coins? Isn't this a huge loss? If you believe in it, you can use that card I gave you. It's a rather special martial artist account. Lin Jiao continued. Special account? Lin Yu was puzzled. Anonymous accounts.
Lin Jiao smiled and explained, this type of account is not recognized in many places, but it's not a problem if you use it temporarily. After Wodu University has started distributing martial artist accounts, you can just transfer them over.
So that's how it is. Lin Yu understood, this was a black account.
There's also the fact that I have some things to take care of in the next 2 days, and I won't be able to enter the borderland region again until 3 days later.
Lin Jiao said. 3 days?
Lin Yu pondered and said, good, I'll also tone up and recuperate my injuries in these 2 days.
Good, then I'll see you in 3 days.
The two of them climbed into conversation for a while before leaving the martial arts mall and going their separate ways home.
It is night.
Jiangdu City Center, Ting Royal Mansion, 5 villas in Area B. Inside the living room, a short-haired stunning woman was dipping her hands into a medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was a healing liquid that could make the skin smoother and more tender. Based on this alone, it was highly favored by female martial artists even if the price was high. With the existence of the healing liquid, despite practicing martial arts for a long period of time, one could keep their skin from being rough, and even under a long period of immersion, their skin would be much smoother and more tender than the average person. And this short-haired woman who was soaking in the healing liquid was none other than Lin Jiao.
How was the experience today? Not far away on the sofa, Ancient opened his mouth and asked. It was okay, didn't encounter any danger.
Lin Jiao thought for a moment, then said.
Then how did you get injured? Ancient said angrily, his fingers had broken the skin, and he still said that he hadn't encountered any danger? Is this considered an injury?
Lin Jiao cried a little.
How does it not count?
You're a martial artist who can exude chi and blood at the innate level. Do you still need to fight in close quarters? The fact that you can be injured means that you're in danger, and you're still sophomoric.
Ancient was even angrier. Neither.
Seeing Grandpa's tendency to get angry, Lin Jiao could only helplessly explain what happened today.
A few moments later. So? You even brought that Lin Yu kid with you when you went on your training trip? Don't want to show in front of him that you can chi and blood externalization? Afraid of striking his confidence? Ancient asked. Aha! Lin Jiao nodded. Jiao ah.
You are still young now, you should focus on martial arts, not these children's love, Lin Yu that boy. Ancient said in his serious tone.
Grandpa. What are you talking about?
Lin Yu and I are just ordinary friends.
Lin Jiao said helplessly, Grandpa's brain circuits, they were really clear. Really? Really? Then why did you bring that kid along on your training trip? It's not a small price to pay to forge a martial artist identity. Ancient was puzzled, this precious granddaughter wouldn't really fancy that kid, would she?
Lin Jiao was silent for a while, then said, Lin Yu has a lot of potential. I don't think his achievements may be lower than mine, but it lacks refinement.
Isn't it the same to grind in the future? Ancient asked rhetorically. It's never too late to start. Lin Jiao said. Forget it, as you wish.
Ancient shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about this, we're going to receive the inheritance tomorrow, prepare yourself, this can't go wrong.
Aha! Lin Jiao also nodded with a serious expression.
If the inheritance is accepted smoothly, your chi and blood value should not be lower than that boy by Guang's at the quasi-martial artist stage, and it might even be higher. A glint flashed in Ancient's eyes. It's not in vain that you've waited so many years in this Jiangdu city.
Lin Jiao took a deep breath. Grandpa, I understand. With Lin Jiao's talent and family background, why had she stayed in this tiny Jiangdu city for so many years? On the one hand, it was to feel the lifestyle of the commoners. But more importantly, it was to wait for a possibility to break through the upper limit of place of inheritance. Dozens of years of waiting, dozens of years of staying, for so many years, Lin Jiao had been making preparations.
Ancient, on the other hand, kept searching for the inheritance land, and the Emperor's heaven was not disappointed. After the beast tide, Ancient finally found that place.
The next day. Inside the villa. Ready?
Standing within the living room, Ancient looked at Lin Jiao with a solemn tone.
Aha!
Lin Jiao nodded solemnly, her eyes resolute. Although it is said that you have stayed in Jiangdu City for so many years, I am not sure if it has completely and thoroughly covered your origin aura, and accepting the inheritance is very dangerous.
Jiao, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to accept this ancient emperor inheritance?
Grandpa, I've waited for so many years, and before, I was forced to stay in Jiangdu City because I couldn't find the inheritance place.
Now that I've found it, no matter what the outcome is, I have to try once. Lin Jiao's tone was firm. Good.
A hint of relief flashed in Ancient's eyes, mixed with a hint of worry, worthy of being my granddaughter. After saying that, he rolled his sleeves and took Lin Jiao away from the villa, traveling in the air at a speed that was somehow faster than any train. Under the Ancient amazing speed, soon, the two arrived at the so-called inheritance place. This place, on the other hand, was not unfamiliar to Lin Jiao, because a month ago, she had also come here.
The Slaughterhouse in the south of the city. Chapter 50 Days of Killing in Cultivation. Slaughterhouse? Seeing the ruins, Lin Jiao was surprised. This is the inheritance land?
Right. Ancient nodded and said with emotion, speaking of which, it's still thanks to that kid Lin Yu's blessings. After the last beast tide, I sensed that the protective jade pendant I gave to Lin Yu was ruptured, so I followed the chi residue to this side. I didn't expect that this was the place of inheritance that we have been searching for years.
Is this considered a good reward? Lin Jiao laughed.
The protective jade pendant that he had handed over to Lin Yu on his own impromptu whim had saved Lin Yu's life, not to mention that he had also found the place of inheritance that he had struggled to find for a long time without being able to do so. The so-called cause and effect was so marvelous.
Count on it.
Ancient nodded, then took out a fragmented token and handed it to Lin Jiao.
This ancient emperor's token is the token that opens the inheritance. You hold the ancient emperor's token and go in. Good. Lin Jiao nodded and walked towards the slaughterhouse after receiving the token. Jiao.
Halfway there, Ancient still couldn't help but shout, if you really can't, just give up.
The ancient emperor inheritance was risky. Grandpa, I understand.
Lin Jiao's feet lurched before she walked into the slaughterhouse.
Boo.
The moment Lin Jiao walked into the slaughterhouse, there was a sudden weird twist in the void of the slaughterhouse gate, and then Lin Jiao disappeared, as if she had entered another space. Seeing his granddaughter disappear, even with his ancient nature, he could not help but worry. Looking at Lin Jiao again, she was indeed already in another space. It was an ancient and simple hall, and in front of it, there was a silver-white dragon-shaped creature coiled up. Who is the visitor? Dare to disturb this seat's slumber? The creature spat out human words, and its voice was like the roar of thunder as the entire hall trembled. In front of this kind of existence, Lin Jiao was like an ant. Instantly, she was so nervous that she almost choked. This inheritance, it was even more terrifying than imagined. This creature, could it be the legendary ancient emperor's servant? Could the cover-up made by grandfather really conceal this kind of existence? For a time, Lin Jiao was apprehensive in her heart, but as things had come to this, she could only take out the speech she had first prepared and respectfully said in a strange language. Honorable ancient emperor's servant, I am an ancient emperor order inheritor who has come here to receive the inheritance. After saying that, Lin Jiao stood in place respectfully, not daring to utter a single breath. According to the ancient texts reaching the records, the ancient emperor order, coupled with the pure origin breath, was able to conceal the ancient emperor's servant's probing.
Ancient emperor order inheritor? However, that dragon-shaped creature snorted in disdain, thinking that by concealing the origin aura you can avoid this seat's spiritual sense? Or relying on time to flush out the origin aura, what a lowly tactic. However, if it was really this seat's attendant, it would really have been fooled. Unfortunately, this seat is not a squire.
At those words, Lin Jiao's heart shuddered.
Listening to this creature, it was actually not an ancient emperor's attendant, but the ancient emperor himself?
The dragon-shaped creature lazily raised its claws, and Lin Jiao instantly appeared in front of it.
You're really unlucky, you happened to come over when this seat was awakening. The ancient emperor looked at Lin Jiao with a pair of gigantic eyes, surprisingly with some emotion. I can only say that you are unlucky. Ha? This breath? How come?
Suddenly, it seemed to have discovered something unusual, and its pupils shrunk violently. After thinking about it again and again, the ancient emperor gently waved its claws, followed by a phantom-colored light that wrapped Lin Jiao. Looking at Lin Jiao in the phantom-colored light, the ancient emperor muttered in a small voice. There is this identity still posing as what inheritor, directly accept the inheritance is, almost spoiled the big event.
Well, supreme inheritance. The time flashed by and it was 3 days later.
Lin Yu came to the northern outskirts of the city early according to the agreed time. What made him puzzled was that Lin Jiao, who was always punctual, was actually late. It was only an hour later that she arrived late.
Sorry for being late. Lin Jiao apologized. It's fine, are you done with your business? Lin Yu asked. Of course. Through the mask, Lin Jiao could be seen winking playfully. Obviously, she was in a good mood right now. After a pause, she added, and there's an unexpected pleasure. Congratulations. Lin Yu smiled, then, depart? Departure. Lin Jiao nodded. With that, the two of them walked side by side and once again embarked on the journey of hunting ferocious beasts. After purchasing the necessary supplies at the Martial Mall, they headed straight to Area 01. An hour later, the two arrived at the area where they had last hunted the ferocious beasts. Bang! Lin Yu slapped a first-rank beginner tusk boar to the ground with a single shot, and then numbly collected the useful parts of the tusk boar's body. On the other side, Lin Jiao also pierced through an intermediate first-rank silver snake with a sword. Go! After carefully collecting the materials, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, then quickly headed to the other regions. In one day, the two of them hunted and killed a total of 30 first-order primary ferocious beasts, 22 first-order intermediate ferocious beasts, and did not encounter any first-order advanced ferocious beasts, worth a total of $490,000. As it was getting late, the duo returned to the supply station and after storing their materials, they applied for a place to stay at the supply station. According to their plan, they would take advantage of the fact that Wudong University had not yet begun, and seize the time to hone their practical combat abilities, as well as improve their control over their chi and blood. The room that Lin Yu stayed in was Area B, Apartment 05, which was small but complete, with a bathroom, bedroom and even a practice room. Of course, the price was also high, 10,000 a day. However, the people who came to live here were all martial artists, so they could afford it. Lin Jiao lived next door, in Apartment 06. It's true, fighting against ferocious beasts, the level of chi and blood control is going to increase. It's also only in battle that one can have a deeper understanding of chi and blood control. After taking a bath to rinse off the smell of blood from his body, Lin Yu sat on the bed and pondered silently. The day's battle had made him gain a lot. This was something that could not be felt by stifling cultivation. Practice makes perfect. For the next 40 days, I will cultivate within the borderland region, striving to be able to reach 80% control of my chi and blood so that my strength can be taken to another level. Lin Yu swung his fist, his chi and blood pounding. With the existence of the patriarch trigger finger, he could almost not worry about the consumption of his chi and blood, and had always been wide open when fighting ferocious beasts. In a day, he could still probably save up more than 20,000 points of chi and blood value. In this way, above cultivation, it was twice the effort with half the effort. The next day, after the duo had a simple breakfast, they hurried to Area 01. The days of killing and practicing were officially opened. Similarly, although the duo looked around for ferocious beasts, they were extremely careful. After all, they were only two quasi-martial artists. Once they were surrounded by ferocious beasts, they would almost certainly die. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao had always maintained such a delicate balance, both exercising themselves and trying to avoid putting themselves in a desperate situation. Over the course of the day, a total of 32 first-order primary ferocious beasts and 24 first-order intermediate ferocious beasts had been hunted, worth a total of $550,000. The third day, 35 first-order primary ferocious beasts, 22 first-order intermediate ferocious beasts, and 1 first-order advanced ferocious beast, worth a total of $640,000. The fourth day, 37 first-order primary fierce beasts, 18 first-order intermediate fierce beasts, worth a total of $570,000. As time slowly passed, it came to the 20th day. Thumbs up! Roar! 2 silhouettes were flying, one with an alloy gun and the other with a thin sword. The two were tangling with a 20-meter-long python. This python was a first-rank advanced ferocious beast with strong strength. Break! In the end, Lin Yu stabbed his spear into the giant mouth of the python, and Lin Jiao chopped off the snake's head in the process, ending the battle. These days, they had already killed thousands of first-order ferocious beasts in Area 01. Under this kind of frantic refining, the two of them had made significant progress in their practical combat abilities, and under the cooperation of the two of them, they were already able to fight the first-order high-level ferocious beasts in a full-body battle. The two people's cooperation is also more and more subtle, almost do not need words, only a look will be able to understand each other's thoughts. The action of beheading the giant python just now was done in a single breath, without any discussion, as if their hearts were in sync. Beautiful. Fetching a small knife from his leg, while cutting open the python's bile, Lin Yu praised. Lin Jiao also started peeling the snake's skin inside. Decapitating first-order ferocious beasts is getting easier and easier. It means that our strength has increased, moreover, the coordination is good. Lin Yu said with a smile. This kind of sound battle made him physically and mentally relaxed as well. Indeed, your chi and blood utilization rate should have reached 80% as well, right? Lin Jiao asked. Aha! Lin Yu nodded. Just 2 days ago, he had completed his first breakthrough and his strength had risen a step. 80% chi and blood utilization. With your 1400 chi and blood value, under a full force strike, it should be 1120 chi and blood, but I feel as if your strength is more than that. Lin Jiao was puzzled.
Of course it is more than that, because my chi blood is at 1,800 points. Hearing Lin Jiao's doubts, Lin Yu secretly said in his heart. However, this was something he naturally would not say to Lin Jiao. He smiled and changed the topic. What about your chi and blood control? How much? Above 80%? Or into the subtle? Lin Jiao said vaguely, about the same as you. As for how much difference this almost was, it was intriguing. But Lin Yu didn't pursue it. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, tacitly skipping the topic. Both had secrets. Chapter 51, End of Experiences, Lin Yu's Progress. Another 20 days. The ruins of a 3-story house in Area 01. Bang! 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 3 first-order mid-level tusked boars fell heavily from the upper floors, and on the second floor, a gun-wielding youth and a sword-bearing young girl stood tall, looking down at the remains of the 3 ferocious beasts. This man and woman were none other than Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, who were practicing in the borderland region. Today was the last day of their training. For several days, the duo had continuously hunted and killed ferocious beasts. In 40 days, the duo had hunted more than 2,000 ferocious beasts, acquiring supplies priced at more than $12 million. Apart from some necessary consumption, according to the estimation, the total value of the remaining materials should be around 3 million federal coins. Of course, the main thing was that he didn't need to consume chi and blood pills, relying on the sovereign trigger finger to replenish his chi and blood. Moreover, the chi and blood within the patriarch trigger finger had accumulated more than 1,100,000, so it could be said that he was extremely rich. Although Lin Jiao needed to consume chi and blood pills, her fine sword was not worn out, so her earnings were similar to Lin Yu's. Of course, 2 people so big hunting beasts is not smooth sailing, encountered a number of crises, surrounded by beasts, and ultimately difficult to kill out. The most dangerous time was when they ran into a second-order mid-level beast. In front of this kind of beast, Lin Yu 2 people are naturally not a rival, desperately fleeing, almost lost their lives. How is it? Any breakthroughs? After taking care of the 3 tusked boars, Lin Jiao did not rush to collect materials, but turned her head towards Lin Yu and asked. Lin Yu slightly shook his head. It's not that easy, it's the same as when I practiced the nameless cultivation method. There's a sense of blockage in the orifices, but it's much smoother than the other day. Ever since the rate of chi and blood utilization reached 80%, Lin Yu had strived to break through to the subtle, but until today, there was still no sign of it. It always feels like there is a subtle blockage when running the chi and blood, although it is only a flash, but with Lin Yu's sharpness he is able to detect it. As expected, this subtle level was not something that could be reached so easily. Even if the method of control was similar to the chi promoted by the national art, it didn't mean that it was just a smooth flow all the way through to the integration. Of course, after so many days of practicing, Lin Yu's gains were also tremendous. The degree of chi and blood control had also improved, not to mention that the actual combat ability had even improved amazingly, which made Lin Jiao marvel. It's always good to have progress, perhaps with some more time of honing you'll be able to step into the entry micro level. Lin Jiao encouraged, her tone was one of undisguised amazement. It had only been 2 months since he had come into contact with the chi and blood guidance technique, and his chi and blood utilization rate had reached 80%. This kind of talent was something that could not be found in the history of China. It must be known that even the prospective martial artists who could enter the capital martial arts university, in the case of practicing the chi and blood guidance technique, it would take 3 months for the rate of chi and blood utilization to reach 60%, and it would still be the fastest of the bunch. As for the chi and blood utilization rate reaching 80%, the shorter ones would need a year, and the slightly longer ones, 2 to 3 years. As for the subtle level, most people could not reach it in their entire lives. Although Lin Yu hadn't stepped into the subtle grade yet, Lin Jiao believed that in a year at most, he would be able to reach this realm. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Lin Yu sighed, leapt down from the second floor, fished out his gathering knife, and started gathering materials. It was a bit regrettable that he hadn't been able to reach Inferno, but he also understood that the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, there was no rush. Cultivation is all about a gentle flow. Under the accumulation of days and months, one might break through at a certain moment. Soon, the collection was completed, and Lin Yu threw a piece of beast skin into his military backpack and put the alloy gun away as well. On the other side, Lin Jiao also straightened up and began to pack her things. In the sky, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunlight poured over the two of them. Lin Yu stood quietly, looking at the border area under the evening sun. It was still so dilapidated, rubble, barren soil, and corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground. At some point, Lin Jiao stood by his side, the two of them standing side by side, facing the setting sun, their reflections drawn out. Silence, no words. Half a day. Go. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Although such a scene looked beautiful, he knew how danger lurked under the seemingly calm 01 area. It was only just now that the two had already cleaned up the surrounding area, and only then did they dare to stop for such a short time. If it were usual, if they were to hurt the spring like this, they would die without even knowing how. Lin Jiao nodded. Swish. Swish. The two of them ran forward. It was already a bit late in the day for them. The border area at night was dangerous. Only martial artists like the second and third grade would dare to spend the night in the border area. Soon after, the two of them cleaned up at the supply station and brought the materials they had deposited with them before heading to the martial artist mall. There were a lot of materials. After all, it had been more than 10 days since the last time they had traveled to the martial artist mall. Lin Jiao was fine. Relying on her storage ring, she was still all light. Lin Yu was different, carrying a bulging bag, although it was said that this amount of weight was nothing for a quasi-martial artist with a chi and blood value of 1800, it was always unsightly. After some tossing and turning, after selling all the materials, the two of them went out of the martial artist mall. Looking at the balance on his account, Lin Yu was so refreshed. 100 merit badges, 2 million federal coins. It was about the same as what was expected before, and even a bit more. After all, the merit value would be worth a bit more. How about it? The harvest is good, right? On the other side, Lin Jiao had already removed her mask and spoke with a smile. A month of training had made the young girl a little more heroic, and her hair had grown a lot longer as well. Quite good. Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao with a lot of emotions in his heart. Similarly, he was a little darker, but his eyes were even more stern, and there was an additional aura of sternness in his body, which was the unique aura of a martial artist who had experienced life and death. This experience, so that the two people whether from the heart to the body is to accept a baptism. See you in Yangdu then. Lin Jiao said with a smile, bidding farewell. There were no unnecessary pleasantries. Spending 40 days almost night and day together had given them a deeper understanding of each other. Neither was much of a talker. See you in Yangdu. Lin Yu grinned, his rows of large white teeth gleaming. After experiencing the baptism of battle, Lin Yu, who was originally extremely good-looking, had a few more points of maturity and stability in his body, and when he smiled like this, his lethality to women was undoubtedly great. Although Lin Jiao wasn't very concerned about male appearance, her heart still inevitably jumped a few times. I'll leave first, see you in a few days. Just as she was slightly stunned, Lin Yu had already stepped away. Go. Lin Jiao, who had returned to her senses, faintly responded and watched Lin Yu leave. Not long after, a lengthened luxury magnetic levitation sedan quickly came and stopped in front of her. Lin Jiao pulled open the door and got into the car. The sedan quickly left the place. If this scene allows Lin Yu to see it, he will certainly regret. Focusing on playing handsome, forgetting that there is a hitchhiker to sit on. Of course, he could not see this image. After all, the person had already gotten on the subway. In any case, this part of the adventure, so the curtain came down. Chapter 52, Dark Currents Surge. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yu began to pack his bags. The day after tomorrow, it would be the day that Yangdu Wushu University would start, and the things that should be prepared should be prepared. After all, this was the first time he had traveled since being reborn, so naturally, he had to be cautious. Unlike the previous life, today's society, for the big exam candidates is extremely important. Before the start of the school year, there would be specialized armed forces to escort the candidates. This was because cross-city passage like this was extremely dangerous, and there was no guarantee that there would be ferocious beasts or magical creatures attacking on the road. Each candidate carries the hope of the future of China, and there is no guarantee that a future martial king will pop up inside. In this way, every year, the opening of the University of Martial Arts is an extremely important part of the process. After all, they are all students with relatively high chi and blood, and very few of them have any real combat ability. A quasi-martial artist like Lin Yu, who was capable of battling a first-order intermediate beast before the school year even started, was not one of the few in the entire country of China. In the meantime, within a certain hidden corner of Jiangdu City, this was an extremely deep hidden grotto. Although the grotto was small, it had the most complete anti-detection system, which made the grotto extremely hidden, and it had not been discovered for decades. At this moment, inside the grotto, lights dim, a virtual screen with a black-robed silhouette, cannot see the face, just can see the lips slightly moving. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, train number C6 will depart from Jiangdu City to Yangdu City. This train will pass through Desolate City Area 24, and there will be a short stopover of 5 minutes in between. At that time, it will be the time for you to make your move. The voice was hoarse, indistinguishable from male or female, and echoed ghostly in the middle of the underground cave. Here. Inside the underground cave, there were several other figures also wearing black robes, and it wasn't hard to see that they belonged to the same organization as the black-robed man on the screen. The black-robed man on the screen continued. The mission this time is to kill all the candidates on the train. Most importantly, the current grand exam scholar, Lin Yu, is also on this train. Make Lin Yu your first target. It's best if you can kill him, and if you can't, kill the rest of the candidates as much as possible. Here. The crowd nodded, but one of them was doubtful. My lord, since there is such an important person on this train, I'm afraid that the martial artists escorting it won't be weak, and with our strength, it's no different from sending them to their deaths. Of course, we are not afraid of death. For the sake of the holy sect, our lives are not worth mentioning. However, if we are to jeopardize the great events of the sacred sect, it is not what we wish for.
After lurking for many years, we don't want to die without contributing. No harm done.
The black-robed man on the screen waved his hand. The headquarters side has already learned that among the martial artists responsible for escorting the candidates this time, there will be domain realm powerhouses. The headquarters side will send people to snipe. Including other martial artists, the headquarters also has countermeasures. At that time, it will be up to you guys. I believe that with your strength, killing a group of mole crickets that aren't even martial artists shouldn't be a problem, right? Please rest assured, my lord. The crowd bowed. Then, I will not say more. If the mission succeeds, you will naturally be able to obtain what you want. If it fails, the black-robed man sneered, you guys know the consequences. Please rest assured, my lord. The crowd trembled in their hearts, then said in unison. That's good. The black-robed man nodded, and then the screen snapped into blackness. It was a long time before the black-robed men stood up straight. Killing the grand examination candidates? That's an easy task, a bunch of things that aren't even martial artists. One of them said. Easy? There are domain realm powerhouses escorting us. If it weren't for the monstrous might of the holy sect, such existences would be able to annihilate us with a single glance. Don't be careless. The leader of the group urged, and by the looks of it, he should be the leader of the group. Understood, just saying so. The other person hemmed and hawed, but did not take it to heart. But the chief didn't say anything either, as he was also a bit unimpressed in his mind. What kind of strength were they? Real martial artists. It was simply not too easy to deal with martial artists who were not ordinary people. Domain realm powerhouse, that's a 6th grade existence, Another person exclaimed, even the governor of Jiangdu City is only a 5th grade, this class of candidates, it's really dignified. It's thanks to that. Otherwise, how could the rewards be so generous? A cold light flickered in the chief's eyes. As long as the mission goes well, we can also have the potential to advance to the 6th rank. How refreshing. The crowd chimed in. All prepare well, I don't want anyone to go wrong when we strike tomorrow. The chief snapped. Yes. The crowd chorused in unison. All go down. The chief waved his hand, and the remaining few people exited the underground cave. The chief, on the other hand, pressed on the wall, and then a button emerged from the wall, and he reached out and pressed it gently, and then left with a quick step. This base, there is no need for it to exist. After a long time, there was a boom, and the flames shot up to the sky. Jiangdu City, Military Department. Inside the barracks, a man with a Chinese character face was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. This man looked at his face but was only in his early 30s, but his breath was stern and incomparable. Beside him, there were two people sitting, Zhang Lin and General Yi. Of course, this Zhang Lin was not the Zhang Lin of the Kyoto Martial Arts University, but the governor of Jiangdu City. Amazingly, even General Yi and Governor Zhang Lin, who were such high-ranking and powerful figures, were sitting in side seats within this military camp. The main seat, however, was the man with the Chinese character face. From this, it could be seen how lofty this man's status was. Of course, he also deserved this position. After all, he was an unearthly powerhouse of the 6th grade realm. And, even in the 6th grade realm, he belonged to the pinnacle of the group. My lord, tomorrow is the day to escort the candidates. Do you have any arrangements on your side? General Yi asked. I will personally escort the C6 train, the rest, it's out of my hands. The country-faced man said indifferently. But what should we do about the other trains? General Yi frowned. According to the news from above, there will be 3 6th grade realm powerhouses on the sacred evil cult side this time, and to put it to shame, I, Jiangdu City, don't have a single 6th grade powerhouse today. What about Crazy Ling? The country-faced man asked. Governor Zhang Lin took a deep breath and said helplessly, Elder Ling has long since disappeared without a trace, and no one has been able to get in touch, which is why General Yi asked this question. I see. The country-faced man nodded. However, there is no harm. This time, the main target of the holy evil cult is the C6 train. The 6th grade powerhouses will not strike at the other listed. You guys just do your duties accordingly. But 3 6th grade powerhouses, how can we solve this? Governor Zhang Lin was worried. 3 6th grade powerhouses, This was an invincible force in Jiangdu City unless the Sword King Sr., who had already left the city, stepped in. With this escort operation, Jiangdu City was under unprecedented pressure. Even though the military department had sent reinforcements, it was only a 6th rank, a drop in the bucket. Chapter 53 Departure. Yangdu Wuda. No need to worry, I'll take care of it. The country-faced man said in a cold voice. You? Governor Zhang Lin was a little stunned for a moment, a little disbelieving, then panicked and explained, of course, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm afraid it's a little too dangerous to do so. No harm done. The country-faced man waved his hand. I understand what's in your mind, but what I'm going to tell you is that there's a big difference between a 6th rank and a 6th rank. He stood up and walked towards the door without looking back, even more so than the gap between 4th and 5th grade. Looking at the back of the country-faced man, Governor Zhang Lin was filled with astonishment. It was the same 6th rank. Why was this Fan Yun so confident?
General Yi patted Jiang Lin's shoulder and said aloud, "Ha, old Jiang, you don't know this, do you?
This Fan Yun is a strong person on the Heavenly Generals list, 1 against 3, even if you can't beat them, there's no danger, don't worry, nothing will go wrong tomorrow."
A strong person on the Heavenly General list?
Hearing this, Jiang Lin was also startled. If that was the case, this Fan Yun would really be an extraordinary strong person. Otherwise, the higher-ups knew that the holy evil cult would come with 3 6th grade powerhouses, and they still only allowed Fan Yun to come over here for support?
General Yi said. Also. Jiang Lin nodded. In that case, tomorrow's escort was a lot more certain.
Immediately, he was quite relieved.
The next day.
At 6 in the morning, Lin Yu arrived at the train station as arranged on the teaching system. A lightweight, did not bring any luggage. After all, now there are still $3 million federal dollars on the account. When the time comes, what you need to go directly to Yangdu to buy is.
Their own size is also considered a tycoon, is not it?
From a great distance away, Lin Yu saw a team of military departments patrolling outside the train station, strictly checking people coming and going. Due to the fact that they were escorting the candidates today, the entire train station was blocked off, allowing only the candidates and the relevant personnel from the Education Ministry to enter. There were individuals who disbelieved and rushed inside, directly being grabbed and thrown out. The entrance to the station already had a number of candidates lined up in a long line. Lin Yu stood at the end of the line and honestly lined up. After a long wait of more than 10 minutes, it was finally Lin Yu's turn. "Please verify your identity." At the inspection place, a soldier guided. Lin Yu took a step forward, and then a ray of light swept across his body. Verification passed. With a drop, the inspection table lit up with a green light, followed by the display of some irrelevant information. "Go ahead." The soldier waved his hand. "Kare, pick a seat at random."
"Thanks." Lin Yu nodded, then walked towards the train.
At this moment, the carriage was still very empty, perhaps because it was still early in the day, with only 4 or 5 people sitting sporadically. Seeing Lin Yu get on the train, 2 of the girls threw in stunning gazes. "This boy, he's so handsome."
"Hello, classmate."
Just as Lin Yu was about to find a random place to sit down, a ponytailed girl opened her mouth to strike up a conversation. This girl had a pretty face, and her body revealed a vibrant atmosphere.
"Hello." Lin Yu smiled politely. "You're also from Yangdu Martial Arts University, right?"
The other short-haired woman's heart melted when she saw Lin Yu smile like that, and she even opened her mouth.
"You guys too?" Lin Yu was first stunned, then he realized.
This carriage was so empty, and those 4 people sitting together had obviously talked. And since this short-haired woman was able to ask this question, she obviously had some certainty. Combined with the content of the words, it wasn't hard to guess that these people were all admitted students of Yangdu Martial Arts University, or else they wouldn't have struck right at their vitals as soon as they opened their mouths.
"Right."
One of the boys smiled. "Dude, sit over and chat." "Okay." Lin Yu didn't make any pretense and sat down next to a few people. Time passed, an hour slowly passed, and during this period, one after another, people got on this carriage. Not a lot of people, a total of 25, are admitted to the Yangdu Wushu University. The crowd chatted very openly. After all, they are all future alumni, may still be a class. In the future there is also a good care.
Lin Yu is not much involved, is to interject a sentence or two from time to time.
Every time he spoke, the few chattering girls immediately quieted down and listened attentively, but their gazes couldn't help but glance towards his face. In this regard, Lin Yu was long used to it. From childhood to adulthood, he was the prettiest boy in the crowd and had received countless love letters. If it wasn't for his master's good teaching, with his face value, the girlfriends he had could have formed a reinforced company. After another 2 hours, a steward came into the compartment and spoke aloud. "The train is about to start. In the process, it will occasionally be infested by ferocious beasts. There is no need for you students to be alarmed. The beasts will be cleared away by the military. In the process of traveling, if there is no special necessity, please do not walk around in the carriages. And the staff will not enter the carriage at will, so please be careful if strangers enter the carriage. The train is about to depart." It was said 3 times in a row before the steward left. Then the train started rumbling. "Class B magnetic storm armored car." Suddenly, a boy by the window exclaimed. Instantly, everyone looked out the window, and naturally, Lin Yu was no exception. Next to the train, several armored vehicles were moving forward quickly, and to one's surprise, these armored vehicles were able to keep up with the train's speed, closely following it side by side. Apparently, this was the armored team from the military ministry that was there to escort the candidates to safety. My goodness, VX2 type armored vehicle, the defense system is immune to the attacks of 3rd order ferocious beasts, and the fire control system can even penetrate the defenses of 4th order ferocious beasts. This escort force, it's too awesome. The boy scared, obviously knowing something about these things.
"Zhang Hui, how do you know so much?" someone asked. "I'm an admitted student of thermal weapons, can I not know about these things?" Zhang Hui hemmed and hawed. "Thermal weapons admission student, awesome."
As soon as Zhang Hui's words came out, he attracted quite a few gazes as one person exclaimed. Within the martial arts university, not only were only pure martial artists admitted, but also users of thermal weapons. These acceptance students, after graduation, would usually enter the military and serve the country, a rather special group. Moreover, the combat power of such personnel in the early stages would often be higher than that of ordinary martial artists. After all, the firepower of thermal weapons was there. What's so great about it? I'm the one who envies you martial artists. Zhang Hui muttered, no matter how powerful a hot weapon is, the damage it can do to a 6th grade powerhouse is limited, and in the end, it can't be upgraded. You can't say that either. After all, the defense of the border still relies on you users of thermal weapons. Moreover, you guys are able to fight ferocious beasts right from the start, unlike us, who may not even become martial artists for half a year. Someone sighed. Each has its own benefits. I won't have the chance to kill a 6th grade ferocious beast in my life. Zhang Hui regretted. 6th grade, spoken as if we have a chance. Another person laughed at himself. There are no 6th grade martial artists in the entire Jiangdu city, even the governor is only a 5th grade. That's also true. Zhang Hui nodded. If I were to look at it, perhaps in our Jiangdu city, only Scholar Lin Yu can have a chance to step into the 6th grade. When the crowd heard this, they all revealed envious looks. The topic, without realizing it, was led to Lin Yu. Chapter 54, Between Life and Death. As the current year's top scholar, Lin Yu's popularity was still widespread. However, what puzzled the crowd was that they couldn't check Lin Yu's relevant information on Skynet, only knowing Lin Yu's name and his score. The rest of the information seemed to be blocked. This, on the contrary, aroused the curiosity of the crowd, who were talking about it. Sitting by the window, listening to the crowd's discussion, Lin Yu was a little bit in tears. However, he didn't stand out to claim this identity and looked out the window in his old mind. The train traveled all the way and soon crossed the defense line, from the city to the wilderness area. Just the moment the train reached the wilderness area. Roar! A roar rang out abruptly, startling the crowd on the train. Outside the window, a lion-like beast that was about 5 or 6 meters tall lunged towards the train. Violet Flame Lion, adults can reach the strength of the 3rd stage intermediate level, extremely strong offensive destructive power, and murderous. Lin Yu's complexion was grave as he murmured in a low voice. If one encountered a ferocious beast of this level head-on, there was no way to even escape. It was only just entering the wilderness area, and he had already encountered such a strong ferocious beast, so one could imagine how dangerous the journey would be along the way. Boom! Just as the crowd was worried, outside the window, the roof of an armored vehicle opened and a turret slowly rose, and at the muzzle of the gun, a purple lightning bolt blasted towards the flaming lion. Class B Magnetic Storm. It was enough to deal fatal damage to ferocious beasts below the 4th grade. Roar! The violet flame lion howled in pain, its abdomen was all burnt and was gradually being pierced through. Its eyes were filled with fear and doubt. Why was its hard fur penetrated so easily? It opened its mouth and spat, a purple flame coming towards the armored car. Next to the flame, even the air was distorted, enough to see its high temperature. The armored car's body glowed, and a barrier instantly lit up, blocking the purple flame lion's attack. The scene further back, Lin Yu couldn't see because the train was traveling too fast, leaving the two sides of the engagement behind. Boom! 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 After 3 loud bangs, the armored car quickly followed, thinking that it had already disposed of the violet flame lion. Awesome! Seeing the armored car return to its position so quickly, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. Although the human technology level was unable to pose much of a threat to high-level ferocious beasts, it was still extremely lethal to these 3rd and 4th level ferocious beasts. If it were a martial artist, I'm afraid that he would still have to wrestle with this violet flame lion. Relying on thermal weapons, humans had the advantage in the war with the lower-ranked ferocious beasts. Seeing such a powerful beast being disposed of like this, a huge cheer erupted from the train. For these students who hadn't experienced a real war, seeing this scene with their own eyes made one's blood run cold. The train traveled all the way through the desolate wilderness area, and during this time, there were often ferocious beasts that would come to disturb them, but they were all cleared away by the armored troops. The ferocious beasts that initiated the attacks were at the lowest rank, and the highest was the 3rd rank. These attacks could actually be handled by the train's defense force. As a matter of fact, the defense force on the train was not weak, to the extent that certain staff members were already true martial artists. After all, a long journey like this would still be dangerous if one didn't have some strength. Soon, the train traveled all the way across the wilderness area and arrived at the first city, Desolate Urban Area 23. With a glance from afar, Lin Yu was stunned by the sight of Desolate Urban Area number 23. Collapsed buildings, dilapidated highways, the broken walls of the city covered in moss, and from time to time, there were flying ferocious beasts circling in the sky. Lin Yu could even see a towering tower towering over the clouds. Half of the tower was close to decaying, but it magically did not collapse. From this tower alone, one could tell what a prosperous city the 23rd City District had once been. This place should have been filled with high-rise buildings, traffic, and a steady stream of vehicles on the roads, with people coming and going. Now, all the buildings have collapsed and are in ruins. Scrapped vehicles are everywhere. This place has become a dead city. The train sped all the way through the 23rd city center. Looking at this scene, the carriages that were still bustling just a moment ago instantly quieted down. Everyone's heart was heavy. This city, in the end, what kind of change had it gone through? Was it an invasion of ferocious beasts, or was it a demonic extinction? At this moment, everyone's knowledge of the ferocious beasts and devils was 1 point deeper. Humans were still on the verge of danger. Lin Yu felt extremely deeply. At the time when he was practicing in the border area of Jiangdu City, he had been thinking that he and Lin Jiao had slaughtered more than 2,000 ferocious beasts in less than 2 months, and it seemed that the ferocious beasts had always been in a passive position. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. Especially the moment the train passed by the high tower, Lin Yu swept a glance at the place where the tower was decaying. And with such a casual glance, a shocking wave rippled through his heart. Because, that decayed place was clearly a huge claw mark. There was an incomparably powerful ferocious beast, and with a casual claw, it had slapped the hundreds of meters of high tower to the point where it almost collapsed. What kind of power is this? It is no wonder that the role of thermal weapons for high-level ferocious beasts is not very big. If not 100 years ago emerged a human strongman, relying solely on thermal weapons, I am afraid that the human race has long been extinct. Lin Yu clenched his fist, and his belief in becoming stronger became even stronger. As long as the alien race was not eliminated, the danger of the extinction of the human race could not be lifted. Rumble. While thoughts were racing, the train continued traveling to the second deserted city center. Deserted urban area number 24. Compared to urban area number 23, urban area number 24 was less desolate and seemed to have some life in it, as it was an important supply station for the train. Outside of urban area number 23, a line of defense was laid down to prevent the invasion of ferocious beasts. After going through the many barriers, the train pulled into the supply station and stopped. In the car, a voice rang out. This train will stop at the supply station for 5 minutes. During this time, please do not walk around freely. If any suspicious person enters the car, please be vigilant. If there are any special circumstances, the doors will be opened directly. This train will stop at. The voice announced 3 times before stopping, and the train was quiet, with the occasional small murmur coming from it. Although the announcement was made, no one took it to heart. Didn't they see such a strong armed force out there? With such a strong force escorting them, what danger could there be? Everyone in the carriage was relaxed, including Lin Yu. Time passed. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and during this period there was no change. After another lengthy broadcast. Rumble. The train started and continued on its way to Yandu City. And the moment the train started, a strange change occurred. Boom! With a shocking sound, a pitch-black light descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed inside the armored unit. What made people's hearts tremble was that the armored vehicles, which could easily deal with even third-ranked ferocious beasts, were completely defenseless in front of this pitch-black light. The 2 armored vehicles were instantly destroyed. Woo-woo! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The ear-piercing sirens blared long and loud, announcing an enemy invasion. The change came too quickly, and by the time the crowd reacted, the 2 armored vehicles had already been reduced to charcoal, with the lives of their occupants uncertain. One black-robed person appeared not far away at an unknown time, but the most amazing thing was that in mid-air, there were 3 silhouettes standing and stepping in the air. What a holy evil cult! With an angry shout, a train suddenly trembled for a moment, and a silhouette wearing a military uniform rose up from the ground and flew straight into the middle of the mid-air, opposing those 3 silhouettes from afar. Fan Yun? I can't imagine that you've come to escort us this time? A black-robed man at the head of the group let out a cold laugh. A powerful person of the heavily general ranking, but you can also do such lowly things? If you ask me, this military department is just rotten and too big for its britches. What does it have to do with you? Fan Yun flipped one hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Hey, naturally, it has nothing to do with me. The black-robed man similarly flipped out a thin sword. I just feel sorry for you. How about joining my sacred sect? With your cultivation, how would you need to care about these mole crickets? Fan Yun snorted coldly. Dream on. Big brother, what's the point of wasting words with him? Just slaughter him directly. A black-robed man in the back laughed eerily and spoke. Just with you guys? Fan Yun snorted. Just 3 rats. The black-robed man in the lead side, it's a pity that you were a talent, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, so it seems that there's no point in talking about it. After a pause, he continued, as for who is a rat, you will naturally know. Interesting. Fan Yun grinned, come on then. Kill. The black-robed man in the lead swung his sword in a slash, and his sword energy swept towards Fan Yun like a rainbow. And with his order, all the black-robed men swarmed up. Kill. Fan Yun raised his long sword and shouted angrily, splitting all the sword chi. Inside the armored vehicle, a single martial artist leaped out without using the armored vehicle. Inside this supply station, if one were to use a weapon of mass destruction such as an armored vehicle, it would destroy all of this supply station, and at that time, even if one won the fight, it would be meaningless, killing the enemy 1,000 times and damaging the enemy 800 times. The battle started immediately. Hundreds of figures were instantly entangled together. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang!
An explosive sound rang out as a group of figures gaggled together, all incredibly fast, each one a martial artist. With a snort, someone waved a sword and directly chopped the ground apart in the distance. Someone's fist shattered a wall.
This was the exchange of blows between martial artists. If it was anyone else on the train, I'm afraid they would be killed instantly, including Lin Jiao. Even if he was able to fight a first-grade martial artist, in a battle like this where the main force was a second grade, he would only be killed in seconds. The most intense battle was in mid-air.
Fan Yun was alone fighting the 3 6th-grade powerhouses. His chi and blood was like a sea, a blade chi was unrivaled, and wherever he passed, nothing kept going.
Fighting 1 against 3, he was surprisingly dominant. Bang!
The black-robed man in the lead blocked Fan Yun's slash with his sword, and his chest was shaken to the point where his blood was churning. Worthy of being a famous and powerful person in the Heavenly General's ranking, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid I would really have to fall into your hands. Falling into a disadvantage, he was not the least bit worried, but instead, he hemmed and hawed.
Playing God.
Fan Yun sneered and once again slashed out.
Open.
In the face of Fan Yun's strike, the 3 black-robed men of the 6th rank roared in unison. In an instant, the blade aura shattered, and a majestic pressure surged out wildly from the 3 of them, spreading out in all directions. Poof! Below, the several second-grade martial artists who were closer all spewed out a mouthful of blood, as if they had been hammered violently in the chest.
Domains that can still be stacked, somewhat interesting.
At the very center of the pressure, Fan Yun was in no hurry inside. It seems that you are the 3 Xiao brothers, right?
I can't believe that Tian General Fan still knows our names. What an honor.
The black-robed man in the lead laughed. That's true. Fan Yun also said with a smile, then his face returned to seriousness as he stepped forward heavily. Boom! With his stepping as the center, a pure white field instantly expanded out and enveloped the 3 Xiao brothers.
The second level of the domain.
Seeing this scene, the black-robed man at the head of the group looked grave. I never imagined that you would actually be able to take this step.
Just in time to test the sword with you.
Fan Yun also stopped talking nonsense as the domain unfolded and a sword slashed out.
Come.
The 3 Xiao brothers were not afraid, all holding long swords to meet the enemy, the 3 domains vaguely resonating. The 4 of them instantly battled again, their mighty pressure spreading over the sky. The clash of the 6th grade realm was horrifying and incomparable. In the sky, underground, all of them were fighting to a white heat. The entire desolate city area number 24 had never been as lively as it was now. The crowd on the train was already stunned by the scene in front of them. One by one, their jaws were agape, their hearts were terrified, and it was Lin Jiao who was slightly calmer. It turns out that chi and blood can still be utilized in this way. This blade, the use of force is so rough, but why is it so powerful? Even as he watched the engagements of one martial artist after another, he began to learn combat techniques. Under this kind of life and death combat, every move was ruthless, and Lin Jiao was mesmerized by it. Boom! Suddenly, the train shook violently, and one of the 3 Xiao brothers threw a punch at the train through the air. You seek death. Fan Yun shouted angrily, how dare you get distracted from fighting me? In a fit of rage, he swung out his sword, sending the man who had thrown the punch flying backwards hundreds of meters. Pooh! That person's chest was chopped open and blood flowed out. Oldest 3, don't get distracted. The man at the head of the group shouted angrily. The 3 of them joining forces would have been a draw with Fan Yun, and now that one of them had been injured, the battle was instantly tilted. No matter, as long as the purpose is achieved. The oldest 3 took an elixir and killed again. Also. The oldest nodded. Purpose? Fan Yun frowned, a bad feeling looming in his heart.
Ha ha. Boss Xiao laughed maniacally. You don't really think we're here to kill you, do you? How could we dare to kill a strong person on the Heavenly General's list? However, those students of yours.
Ha! Fan Yun laughed coldly, with me around, how can you guys get past?
Go over? Xiao Lao-san laughed, no need to go over, just stall you. Within that train, there should be members of my sect mixed in, although they are only of 1st or 2nd grade cultivation. However, it's not much of a problem to kill those students, is it? Ha 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 ha. How dare you? Fan Yun sniffed, shocked and angry.
If this was really the case, then there would be big trouble. He roared angrily as his domain instantly skyrocketed, splitting the 3 apart with a single slash. At this moment, Fan Yun no longer held back and went all out as he said in a hateful voice, if one of the candidates makes a mistake, all of you will die. With that, he swept towards the train. Stop him! Boss Xiao shouted, and the 3 of them hurriedly chased towards Fan Yun while their sword chi slashed out madly. Although the 3 of them were not able to defeat Fan Yun, they would still be able to do so if they entangled him. Damn it! A sword slash shattered a sword chi, and Fan Yun was shocked and furious. In this situation right now, if anything really went wrong, he would definitely be to blame. However, the entanglement of the 3 Xiao brothers was such that he was unable to arrive at the train in the first place. Xiao Wei! I will behead you! Fan Yun was mad with hatred. Hey, you can try. The person called Xiao Wei was the leader of the black-robed people, and he laughed instead of being angry, once again pestering him. Inside the train. At this moment every carriage was in commotion. Just now Xiao Laosan's punch was too shocking, handing out a punch from afar, making the train shake.
Including the A-section car. Wow! Suddenly, the carriage connection point burst open and a stewardess walked in. Instantly a group of people panicked and fled.
There's no need to panic, students, I'm here to protect you all. The stewardess tried her best to calm the crowd. Seeing that it was the stewardess who entered the room, the crowd let their hearts drop.
Don't move, just stay inside the car, it won't be dangerous.
The stewardess said while slowly approaching. As he calmed him down, the carriage gradually calmed down, and it seemed like nothing was out of the ordinary.
No. Not right. But, in the crowd, there were still people who sensed something was wrong.
Lin Yu frowned slightly. The time he spent practicing in the border zone made him extremely sensitive to the smell of crisis. Right now, he sensed that something seemed to be wrong. Just now, the broadcast said that the stewardesses would not enter the carriages at will. Moreover, if there is really a special situation, the door of the car will be opened. But right now the door did not open, not to mention, the stewardess is also constantly close to the crowd, some abnormal.
Don't you move first.
Thinking of this, Lin Yu shouted. Regardless of whether or not this stewardess had a problem, he couldn't be allowed to get any closer.
The stewardess stumbled on her feet and smiled. Classmate? What's wrong? Not much, just don't come over. Lin Yu said.
Why? The stewardess smiled and moved a little. No reason, in any case, just don't come over. Lin Yu's body was tense, and seeing the stewardess move this bit proved his speculation even more. Classmate, you're overly tense, I'm not a bad person. The stewardess still wore a smile, but her foot movements were unceasing.
Lin Yu laughed. Didn't say you're a bad guy, but it's okay if you don't come close to this side? Yeah, don't come over yet, we're scared. A girl also chimed in.
If I don't come over, how can I protect you guys? The stewardess said, you all saw that one hit just now, if it comes again, it will be dangerous. I am a first-grade martial artist, I can keep you all safe. Besides, if I really wanted to harm you guys, I'm a martial artist, do I need to go through so much trouble?
Cab. There seems to be some kind of movement.
The crew chief frowned. Xiao Wang, go check it out.
Yes.
The person known as Little Wang nodded, then walked over to the monitor to take a look, and saw the scene inside Section A carriage.
Is there a problem? The crew chief asked after him. No problem.
Xiao Wang smiled, covering up the surveillance slightly. It's just that the candidates are a little panicked, soothing them is all.
That's good.
The crew chief nodded and let go of his heart.
Inside the A carriage.
That stewardess had a smile on her face, but in her heart she was cursing. He was indeed a steward, but he was also a congregation of the holy evil cult, and he had come over after taking great pains to find out that the admitted students of Yangdu Wushu University were in the A carriage. If he wanted to kill, he would kill a portion of the candidates with the best natural talent. I had thought not to scare the snakes, to start as fast as possible, and to gather the candidates together to kill more, but I didn't expect that one of the boys in this compartment would be so vigilant. The stewardess looked at Lin Yu, and in her heart she couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Little thief, spoiled my big event. I'll be the first to kill you later. I just don't know if it was seen by the surveillance. Thinking about this, he was a bit worried. If he was found out, half of the plan would have failed, which was also the reason why he had to pacify the candidates first. Too much commotion would attract attention.
Told you not to come over.
While the stewardess was calculating in her heart, Lin Yu's mind was also running at high speed. This person in front of him, since he was only a first-grade martial artist, he still had the power to fight, so he was not afraid. But cannot break out into a fight or not break out into a fight. After all, now the battle outside the Ministry of the Army has the upper hand. Drag some more time, it will be safe.
Grass. Toast to the end of the day.
Seeing Lin Yu being so persistent, the steward was also annoyed. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. His feet snapped and he lunged towards Lin Yu.
Sure enough.
Lin Yu was flabbergasted in his heart, his chi and blood erupted, and he blasted out with a fist.
Bang!
The two men clashed punches, each taking a step back.
How is it possible?
The steward was shocked. He was a martial artist of the middle rank of the first grade. Under this punch, a candidate like this should be punched one by one. But this youth, he was able to block this blow? How is that possible? In his days, Lin Yu had already bullied his way up.
Leaning against the mountain avalanche.
With no intention to count, a heavy lean knocked the stewardess stumbled. Lin Yu took advantage of the situation to step heavily, but the stewardess, after all of the first grade of the middle rank, reacted and leaped up, and Lin Yu wore with a mess. The two of them fought like this. The many admitted students screamed again, and the entire Section A carriage was in a commotion. On the other side, the caboose.
What's going on?
The crew chief heard the commotion and wondered.
There's a commotion in the other carriages, I'll go take a look.
Xiao Wang also understood that the matter could not be buried, even said, then quickly ran to the A section of the car. Take advantage of the present, to kill a few is a few.
Movement?
Which carriage?
The crew chief frowned. This little king didn't make it clear.
In the middle of the day, he seemed to have reacted to something. Tongue stood up, and then quickly left the cab.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Inside Section A of the carriage, Lin Yu was fighting with a first-grade middle-ranked martial artist in his quasi-martial artist body, and between the two of them, their punches and their strengths were all heart-stopping to the onlookers. That steward's chi and blood value was obviously higher than Lin Yu's, but the control of his chi and blood wasn't that comfortable. Perhaps it was because he hadn't been involved in battles for years, allowing him to be suppressed by Lin Yu.
Damn it. How could there be a martial artist in this candidate? He was shocked and furious.
He himself had stayed on the train for years in order to sneak around, and his battle prowess was not what it used to be.
Bang!
In the end, the steward was no match for Lin Yu, and was blasted in the chest with a punch, staggering down beside the carriage. Lin Yu, on the other hand, flew up and landed a heavy kick, ready to end the attendant's life. However, just at this juncture, suddenly bang sound.
In the carriage connection, Xiao Wang rushed, took out a pistol and instantly opened fire, and the direction that is facing is Lin Yu.
The bullet roared out, flying towards Lin Yu's heart. Lin Yu, at the moment, was in mid-air, although he knew there was danger, but there was no point of gravity in mid-air, so how could he dodge? There is no way to avoid it. And with his physical fitness, which was far from being able to resist bullets, if the blow had hit, there would have been only one result.
Undoubted death. Chapter 55 Subtle Grade.
At this moment, it was as if the picture was frozen. No one expected that at this critical juncture, there would be such a person who would kill out, just like a hungry wolf striking a fatal blow.
Or when Lin Yu's entire body stopped in mid-air.
Even more despairing was the fact that the bullet, which was not an ordinary bullet, but a C-class alloy bullet that was enough to shoot a first-ranked ferocious beast, spun at high speed and roared as it rushed towards Lin Yu. It was foreseeable that once he was hit by the bullet, Lin Yu would definitely bleed on the spot. The crisis came so suddenly, and it was this suddenness that was the most fatal. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps he had a premonition in advance. Lin Yu's hairs stood on end, his nerves instantly tightened to the limit, and the shadow of death loomed over his heart. Fortunately, the place where the shot was fired was a long distance away from Lin Yu. Perhaps Xiao Wang was in a hurry to save his accomplices, or perhaps Xiao Wang was confident that Lin Yu could not dodge the shot. In any case, at this distance, Lin Yu still had time to react.
Unfortunately, this time was probably less than 1/100th of a second.
What was even more unfortunate was that Lin Yu's entire body was now in mid-air, and in the air, there was no point of gravity. In this situation, a person couldn't change the state of their movement, which didn't conform to physical common sense.
This instant.
More than a decade of statecraft.
Ambition after rebirth.
The path of a martial artist rising from the slaughterhouse. And a scene of practicing with Lin Jiao in the border area. One by one, the clips flashed quickly in his mind like a movie playing, walking through it.
Well, these are all fake, and not in a movie. How can a person think so much in a critical situation?
At this moment, Lin Yu's mind only had one thought.
Avoid this bullet. Live. Stay alive.
This thought filled his brain and swept through every corner of his body. Under the crisis of life and death, adrenaline soared, and the human body's potential instantly soared to the extreme. In only 1/1,000,000th of a split second, Lin Yu's body's chi and blood began to boil, every nerve was taut like never before, and his entire body began to dispatch. A feeling of dryness and heat instantly spread throughout his body as 1,800 points of chi and blood erupted. However, this was far from enough. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely following the human instinct to survive, his potential squeezed to 102%. In this situation, the speed of chi and blood explosion was far from the usual, and the entire body was in overload. One orifice after another, at the same time, something was running like a whirlpool.
Boo!
It was a very, very subtle ringing sound, so subtle that even Lin Yu didn't hear the sound. It was as if something had risen and broken, or as if a blocked path had been cleared. The circulation of chi and blood suddenly became incomparably smoother and more docile.
Give me movement!
Lin Yu roared silently in his heart. It was a long story, but the whole process was actually just a short moment, and the alloy bullets arrived in an instant.
Phew! Bang! Bang!
3 different loud sounds rang out at almost the same time. One was the sound of a bullet popping in the air, one was the sound of Lin Yu landing heavily on the ground, and the last was the sound of a bullet being shot on top of the carriage. How is that possible? The pupils of Xiao Wang, who was standing at the connection, shrunk violently, his face filled with incredulity. Little King was confident in his shooting skills. As a level 2 thermal weapon user, he could completely fight with a rank 2 martial artist at a sufficient distance. It was impossible for him to miss with this shot. This point of confidence, he still has. But the distance of 20 meters, if he can aim off, that's really a big joke, directly by a piece of tofu hit dead. But this bullet, hit the carriages above, issued such a loud noise. With the strength of the C-class alloy bullet, although enough to penetrate the human body, but the speed of the bullet will also be weakened, speed attenuation of the bullet, collision in the carriage, it is impossible to make such a big sound. This was something that Little King, who knew hot weapons like the back of his hand, was sure of.
Then, there's only one explanation. The blow, surprisingly, didn't hit. This young man in front of him was actually in the air, dodging his fatal blow. What kind of ridiculous thing is this? It's not even scientific.
Not being able to think much, with a clench of his teeth, Little King fired several more shots in succession. On the ground, Lin Yu was indeed not hit head-on by the bullet, at least avoided the vitals. But the bullet also grazed from the left side of his body, taking away a piece of flesh and blood. No blood was seen, because taking away the flesh and skin was only in a split second, and the blood didn't even have time to flow down. He was lucky to have picked up a life, but Lin Yu didn't immediately relax. His experience from 40 days of practicing in the borderland zone told him that a greater crisis was still ahead. So the moment he landed on the ground, he immediately tumbled towards the side, hiding his body behind the seats of the train. Bang! 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 Sure enough, just a moment after his body left its original position, a few bullets struck precisely at the same spot before he left. Phew! Hiding behind his seat, Lin Yu let out a long breath, trying his best to calm his wildly beating heart, somewhat stunned. Just a little bit short, as long as the bullet deflected a little bit more, then it would penetrate his heart, directly taking away his life. Under his left armpit, blood began to flow down, and the pain nerves began to react, a wave of pain instantly coming. However, Lin Yu couldn't care about this, because the crisis wasn't resolved. Grass. It's hard to do. At the connection, Xiao Wang let out a low curse. Under such a narrow space, a first-grade martial artist was something that could pose a deadly threat to him. Just now was the prime time to kill that kid, but a kill like that was even avoided. Right now at this moment, Xiao Wang was actually more fearful than Lin Yu. Because he knew very well what kind of terrifying thing it was to be able to move his body in the air without a point of gravity. Qi and blood exodus, subtle level Qi and blood control. That kid just now must have used the power of Qi and blood to push his body to move. Such behavior, it was hard to have any other explanation other than entry-level Qi and blood mastery. Yes, just now, so just a few short breaths, under the life and death crisis, Lin Yu's body's potential to explode for the control of Qi and blood unconsciously reached the subtle level that he had dreamed of. For a while, the entire carriage was silent. Xiao Wang was afraid of Lin Yu and was cautious. The candidates on the carriage were all scared to the point that they didn't dare to utter a word. In this situation, a single shot from someone else could make you die. Where would they dare to make a sound? All of them cowered in a corner and were quiet. The stewardess, on the other hand, was already incapacitated by Lin Yu's attack, unable to move. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was crouching at the back of his seat, quietly combing his state while looking for an opportunity. A very delicate balance seemed to have been reached within the A carriage. Chapter 56, Escape. Tick. Tick. Blood began to drip from Lin Yu's body. The sound was small, but in this incomparably quiet environment, it was infinitely amplified. Bang! Bang! Xiao Wang instantly fired 2 shots towards the source of the sound, and the bullets instantly penetrated the seat. A muffled grunt rang out from behind the seat. Bingo! Xiao Wang's face was happy. Holding the pistol, he walked slowly towards the front. While walking, he also aimed after the seat. For such a martial artist, he did not dare to be careless. In fact, he didn't dare to approach, but he knew that if he didn't take care of this martial artist as soon as possible, once the crew chief arrived, he would be the one in danger. No matter what, he had to put up a fight. Besides, the first shot fired when he rushed to the compartment did not fall completely short. It still hit that martial artist. Xiao Wang was confident in his marksmanship and eyesight. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Little by little, the little king came closer. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sudden loud bang outside the train, and the entire train began to shake. It was the aftermath of the battle between the 6th-grade realm powerhouses above the sky. Fan Yin struck out in a rage, defeating 3 with 1 and heavily hitting one of the 3 Xiao brothers, his blade aura streaking across the sky and smashing into the ground. Under the shaking of the train, although it was just a brief moment, but Xiao Wang still could not avoid swaying slightly. It was now. Behind his seat, a glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, very decisive. He understood that this was the best time. Lin Yu full force, bang will seat armrests removed to throw out. Bang! Bang! The moment after the armrest was thrown out of the seat, Xiao Wang's eyes were quick and 2 shots were instantly fired. It had to be said that his reflexes and marksmanship were excellent. Bad. But right after he shot 2 shots, his face changed dramatically. The moment he saw the handrail, he knew that something bad had happened. Bang! Sure enough, just as he realized that something was wrong, Lin Yu's qi and blood erupted as he pressed one hand towards the top of the seat, and his feet simultaneously exerted force, and using the backrest of the seat as a support point, he easily crossed over the seat and lunged towards Xiao Wang. His stance was as athletic as a cheetah. With this kind of speed, even if Little King was prepared, it was too late to react. Fast. It was simply too fast. This kind of speed was already at the level of an unusual first-grade high-ranked martial artist. Little King was shocked in his heart and prepared to shoot, but a hand had already landed on his hand holding the gun and wrenched it heavily downwards. Ka! That was the sound of a dislocated wrist. Lin Yu easily dislocated Xiao Wang's wrist with such a snap. Once they were in close quarters, the drawbacks of a hot weapon user were exposed. There was no way to resist a martial artist. Bang! Lin Yu took advantage of the situation and punched the little king, sending him flying backwards. A mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth sprayed out of Little King's mouth, and then Little King lay on top of the carriage, losing consciousness. Lin Yu, also no nonsense, pick up the pistol, pull the trigger, bang a gun on the end of the life of the Little King, and at the same time to find the previous stewardess, another shot to make up for it. On the other side, the crew chief was rushing at full speed to the A carriage, and beside him lay several crew members, all members of the holy cult who had been taken down by him. Upon hearing a series of gunshots, the crew chief's expression changed drastically, and he stomped on one of the holy cultists, then accelerated to the A car. The holy cult actually mixed in so many followers, this time there's a lot of trouble. I just hope not too many people die. Get off! Inside Section A, after Lin Yu finished dealing with the two holy cultists, he turned back towards the candidates in the car and drank. The carriage door had just opened, only that no one dared to act rashly in that situation just now. Now Lin Yu so roar, the crowd also reacted, panicked out of the car. Just now, those two people are wearing passenger uniforms, they are not sure that there are no other thugs in the car, this situation, only get off is the most sensible. Facts have proved that Lin Yu's decision is correct, the car just empty, there is a person wearing a crew uniform rushed into the A section of the car, go in as a chaotic shooting. If left in the car, there was no telling how many people would have to die. What was even more horrifying was that there were some bloodstains on his body, so it was obvious that someone had been poisoned by him before this. Seeing the A car empty, he let out a low curse, and then his body moved, wanting to chase after him. Sinful animal. Luckily, the crew chief arrived in time and bellowed, and the two of them instantly battled it out. In this way, no matter inside the car or outside the car, the battle was breaking out, the smell of blood filled the entire supply station. More fatally, due to the smell of blood, a large number of ferocious beasts gathered outside the supply station, and the situation was not optimistic. Lin Yu took his pistol and ran furiously all the way, leaving everyone far behind. As the first person to get out of the car, Lin Yu ran as fast as he could. Even though his battle power could be considered to be one of the best relative to the other admitted students, he had no intention of being a hero. He wasn't a saint, and in this situation, couldn't do it by sacrificing himself to fulfill others. If he had the strength, he wouldn't mind punishing the evil and promoting the good, but now it's simply difficult to protect himself, and playing the hero will only send his life in vain. Run! Run as far away as possible. That's the only thing they, the admitted students with no power in their hands, can do. What's more, his physical condition, too, was not optimistic. Perhaps it was the aftermath of the crisis he had just faced, and the reckless outburst of chi and blood, filaments of blood overflowed from his pores, instantly transforming him into a bloody man that looked incomparably frightening. And on his right chest, a piece of flesh and blood has long disappeared. Little Wang's shot, although not fatal, but also let him be injured lightly, even the bones are vaguely visible. Damn, this holy evil cult. While running, Lin Yu had a rare outburst of foul language. In such a tightly defended situation, there was still someone who dared to launch such an attack. What kind of group of lunatics is this? Above the sky. Give me death. Fan Yun was already killing red-eyed at this moment, slashing out slash after slash. One of the three Xiao brothers was already heavily injured at this moment, and the remaining two were struggling to fight under his attack. Crazy person. This Fan Yun is a madman. Seeing another powerful blade chi slash, Xiao Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of shock and anger. He was never expecting that Fan Yun would actually forcefully re-injure Xiao Chang, the oldest of the three Xiao brothers, without hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries. Wasn't he afraid that everyone would fall here? One must know that unlike those low-grade martial artists underneath, every 6th grade that was extremely treasured, and one would not know how many trials and tribulations one would have to go through if they wanted to cultivate to this point. If all of them fell, whether it was for the state of China or for the holy evil sect, it would be a huge loss. Fan Yun wouldn't not understand this reasoning, but why was he still so uncaring of his life? Xiao Wei was puzzled. Just for a bunch of mole crickets, was it worth it? Chapter 57, Sword Beheading 6th grade. Fan Yun, if you keep fighting like this, it won't be beneficial to you or me. Xiao Wei shouted. So what? Fan Yun's expression was icy cold as he swept towards the train. A large number of admitted students ran out of the train, and at the back, there were actually a few holy cultists chasing after these admitted students. On the ground, there were already a few victims, lying on the cold ground, life and death uncertain. And these, perhaps, were the future hopes of China, and even more so, the future hopes of the Human Federation. This is not an exaggeration. To know, talent is certainly important, but the later to rise to the top is not unheard of. Even so, the talent of the mediocre people once the rise, the momentum is simply let a person heart-stopping. This is not without precedent. Every person, there is the possibility of becoming a party of the world's strongest, although the probability is very small, but there is always this possibility. And now, the several people lying on the ground may have completely lost this possibility. What was even more chilling was that these people did not die in the hands of ferocious beasts, nor did they die in the fight with demons, rather, they died under the hands of their fellow humans. How ironic. Fan Yun was enraged. Today, these three Xiao brothers don't want to leave in one piece. You sacred evil cult dares to attack and kill the candidates at such a cost, then I, Fan Yun, also dare to leave you all behind. I said, today, you will all die. Fan Yun stepped forward heavily, and the realm beneath his feet unexpectedly became materialized. Roar! Behind him, the figure of a ferocious tiger condensed from white light roared and solidified with a roar, and a majestic pressure spread out in all directions. The giant tiger's silhouette shook the heavens and the earth, and within 100 meters of Fan Yun's feet, a boulder was shattering and turning into rubble. You! The powerful airwave nearly lifted Xiao Wei off the ground. He was shocked and furious. As the same 6th grade, how could he not know that Fan Yun was trying to fight for his life? Good. 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 He laughed back in anger. Good Fan Yun, good spirit. Do you really think we are afraid of you? In that case, form a formation. As soon as the words came out, the three of them immediately split into a triangular stand. Ow! 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 3 roars sounded at the same time as 3 giant wolves coalesced with purple light at the same time. Since you, Fan Yun, dare to be like this, then we'll have a fish out of water fight. Fish death? Fan Yun smiled contemptuously. You guys deserve it too? Boom! He gripped his sword with both hands and dragged it to cut out 100 meters of blade chi as the giant tiger roared and charged towards the 3 Xiao brothers. Kill! The 3 Xiao brothers roared in unison, meeting the enemy with their swords, and the 3 purple giant wolves boldly met them. Snort! Both sides turned into a battle in an instant, and the sword chi was unrivaled, directly dissecting the 3 people's battle formation. Fan Yun, 1 against 3, had crushed the battle formation of the 3 Xiao brothers. Poof! The 3 of them flew out backwards in unison, their blood soaring. Bang! 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 The 3 figures successively smashed heavily into the ground, cracking the ground. Cough cough cough. Xiao Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimmed. He had received extremely heavy injuries and was in danger of falling. This blade of Fan Yun's was simply too terrifying. A heavenly general ranking powerhouse turned out to be so tough? Xiao Wei's heart was filled with fear. He smelled the flavor of death. What made him even more terrified was that beside him, his 2 brothers in arms had already lost their breath of life. A knife, heavily injuring a 6th grade and killing 2 6th grades. Such might was simply unimaginable. General Fan is invincible. The White Tiger Army is invincible. The feat of Fan Yun's sword cutting the 6th grade naturally fell in the eyes of the others, and the martial artists of the military division, one by one, shouted loudly and looked uplifted. On the other hand, on the side of the holy evil sect, the main general had fallen to such a fate, and they were all chilled to the bone. In a battle like this, if it was an evenly matched situation, it was all about a morale. Fan Yun's sword had decapitated the 6th grade, and the morale of the entire military department had instantly increased, while the holy evil cult had already lost all will to fight. Even the 6th grade had died in battle. What waves could they turn up? In this way, the holy evil cult was losing ground. This battle that had swept through hundreds of martial artists was finally coming to a close. Damn! Xiao Wei staggered up from the ground, and in the process, he also fished out the rings of the other 2. At this point, his only thought was one. Escape! Come to death! However, upon seeing this action of Xiao Wei, Fan Yun shouted angrily and did his best to slash out with his sword. Fan Yun! I am at war with you! Xiao Wei's face changed drastically as he took out a compass and crushed it with a bang. Afterward, his entire body disappeared in place. Boom! The blade energy fell, cutting a deep ravine in the ground. However, Xiao Wei was already nowhere to be found. Obviously, he had fled. Pity! Seeing this, Fan Yun's eyes were regretful, but he didn't pursue. Put! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out and he staggered a step, then slowly descended from the void and sat down on the ground, clearly not in an optimistic condition. He himself was also a 6th grade, and being able to decapitate 2 people who were also 6th grade was not without cost, and the injuries were heavy. If he was in his full strength, how could Xiao Wei walk away? That slash just now was already all the strength he had. Now, he was weaker than ever. Even so, he still braced himself and snapped, leave no one behind. Only then did he take an elixir and begin to recuperate his injuries. The heart of the army can't be messed up. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the supply depot, between 2 boulder gaps. Damned Fan Yun! I'm bound to settle this account with you. Xiao Wei was currently lying inside, secretly thinking. It wasn't like he hadn't paid a price for escaping under Fan Yun. The force transfer had brought his already almost weak body to the brink of almost collapsing. Now, he couldn't even move, and could only lie quietly in this corner. In his current state, a random 3rd grade martial artist would be able to kill him here for fear. The situation could be said to be very critical. However, fortunately, my body is slowly starting to recover. In another 2 minutes I should be able to move, and I will leave then. While feeling his physical condition, Xiao Wei thought. Fan Yun's strength was completely beyond his expectations. In such a short period of time, he had stepped into the 2nd level of the realm. This kind of progress was simply unimaginable. It had led to the situation he was in now, and it was almost as if the three brothers had been reunited here. Luckily, he was more fortunate, relying on his strong physique and treasures, but he managed to survive. Together with the 3 storage rings in his hands, he would be able to rise in the future as well. It was actually considered a good thing. As for brotherhood and all that, could it be eaten? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but be a little excited. As long as he got out alive, he would make a lot of money. Right in the middle of his excitement, a voice suddenly rang out. "Ha! Why is there a person here?" Chapter 58 Xiao Wei. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wei was secretly shocked in his heart. Looking up, at the mouth of the gap, a figure covered in blood probed at himself. 2 eyes were glowing, rows of white teeth were white, and he could vaguely see that it was a youth. It was Lin Yu. Finished. The two looked at each other and exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. After running down from the train, in order to escape the pursuit of the holy evil cult, Lin Yu ran wildly all the way away from the location where the two sides were fighting, and would have continued to run, but in the periphery there were ferocious beasts watching intently. In desperation, Lin Yu was ready to find a place to hide for a while, and after a cursory glance, he saw that in a corner, 2 huge rocks had created a gap. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This was simply an excellent place to take refuge. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wei was thinking the same thing. Thus that earlier scene occurred. When Lin Yu probed over, Xiao Wei was already lying inside. With just a glance, Lin Yu's face changed, and then he pulled out his legs and ran. Xiao Wei's image was just too cranky, perhaps to show off his status. On the edge of the black robe he was wearing, there was a hint of gold thread. This was a genuine 6th grade powerhouse. A slap could kill himself. How could he be so unlucky that he could bump into it just by running somewhere? It's called a bad luck. As for Xiao Wei, he was first shocked. He was well hidden. How could someone probe over? But then he reacted. Those who appeared in this place should be the candidates who fled for their lives. Ordinary people only. Even in his current state, he would be able to deal with them easily. Thinking of this, Xiao Wei's heart relaxed a lot, but the next moment saw that kid wildly ran away. See, the running direction should be to go to move the rescue. Come. Xiao Wei's face changed slightly. His fingers moved slightly, using his last strength. Can't let this kid move the rescuer. An invisible aura enveloped Lin Yu, who was still running wildly, pulling him from the outside world towards the inside of the gap. It's really over this time. This thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Shouldn't have come here, shouldn't have. His body's chi and blood exploded to the extreme, madly running forward. As his chi and blood exploded, his speed soared, and he even vaguely had the feeling of breaking free from his bondage. Inside the gap, Xiao Wei's face changed. This kid, so fast, it's almost catching up with the 2nd grade martial artist. Once he really let him break free from the bondage and move to the rescue, then he will be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiao Wei clenched his teeth and once again exerted his strength. Ka! There was a soft sound. As Xiao Wei's might increased, the skin on his body began to crack layer by layer. A tiny wound appeared and blood gushed wildly. After receiving a heavy blow from Fan Yun, Xiao Wei's body was already in extremely poor condition, and coupled with the use of the forcibly transferred treasure, it had brought his body to the brink of collapse. Originally, with his 6th grade martial artist physique, he would have been able to barely maintain himself, and even slowly recover. But Lin Yu's appearance made him feel an unprecedented crisis, and he had to leave Lin Yu behind at all costs. Under this forceful use of power, it made his body completely collapse. The skin cracked piece by piece, looking exceptionally horrifying. His body was dripping with blood, even his breathing had become weak. If it wasn't for his 6th grade martial artist's physical quality, he was afraid that he would have already gone to meet the king of hell. On the other hand, Lin Yu had already been yanked back. After all, he was a 6th grade martial artist. Even in this state, it wasn't something he could fight against. Bang! Lin Yu fell heavily beside Xiao Wei. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Xiao Wei, and the power binding Lin Yu disappeared. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Yu leapt up from the ground and without any hesitation, pulled out his legs and ran outside the crevice. This is a 6th grade martial artist. Even if he looked like he was about to hiccup, Lin Yu didn't want to touch this bad luck and ran when he could. Grass! Seeing Lin Yu running wildly, Xiao Wei was really helpless in his heart and used all his power to seal the gap exit. Holy! As soon as Lin Yu reached the slit, he felt an invisible force blocking him, unable to move. After trying several times in a row, Lin Yu had no choice but to give up. Seeing Lin Yu no longer struggling, Xiao Wei is also relieved. All of his own power is gone. If you really let this kid run out, today can be accounted for here. Xiao Wei did not panic. Lin Yu began to panic. He turned back and surveyed Xiao Wei on the ground. Well, the whole person is bloody, and his own current state is a match, looking extremely miserable. It just so happened that Xiao Wei also looked toward Lin Yu, and the two people's sights met and just happened to meet each other's eyes. In the gap, 2 bloody men with only their eyes exposed stared wide-eyed, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Kid, don't move. Xiao Wei was the first to speak, uttering a threat. If you dare to move again, I will tear you alive. Scare who? Hearing this, Lin Yu disdainfully brushed his mouth and took a step straight ahead. After such a period of time of thinking, he also understood that this sacred evil cult's 6th grade martial artist, who had already been heavily injured by the military department's strongest person, was now in a terrible state. He definitely did not have the ability to kill himself, and even if he did, he was afraid that the price he would pay would be extremely high. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill him, he would have killed him a long time ago, so why would he wait until now? These holy cultists are not good things. Lin Yu saw several students being brutally attacked by them during the run. Hey, you are bold. Xiao Wei saw Lin Yu moving, his heart was flustered, but his surface was as stable as an old dog. Kid, see, you are also a talent, I won't kill you, how about joining my holy cult? He was ready to stall for time for his body to recover. Are there any benefits? Lin Yu asked as he surveyed the surroundings and opened his mouth. This dog thief, he really didn't have any energy left. This is not, began to lure. Benefits? Xiao Wei's heart was happy, it seems to be a greedy one, how about glory and wealth, enjoying it and using it? Really? Lin Yu stroked his chin and slowly approached without moving. Naturally, what kind of place is my sacred sect? There are countless strong people, even martial king level existences, do you think it's true? Xiao Wei continued to follow the good advice. If you join the sacred sect, with my 6th grade status introduction, you can directly become a core member and be baptized with martial king qualifications? Oh? Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. He was not sure what a martial king qualification was, but what level of powerhouse a martial king was, he had a clear idea in his heart, and right now, this person even said that there was a method that could make someone have a martial king qualification. He didn't know if it was true or not. How? Xiao Wei saw that Lin Yu seemed to be somewhat interested, and continued to flirt, and, the holy sect's internal king-level battle techniques are picked at random, such conditions are not for everyone, the opportunity is only this time. The opportunity is only once. That's a tantalizing thing to say. But, how does it sound like a street store running a promotion? Walk by and don't miss it? However, hearing Xiao Wei's words, although Lin Yu's expression was a bit strange, in his heart, he was even more certain of his thoughts. This black-robed man no longer had the strength left to kill himself. Chapter 59, How dare you? Martial King Qualification, King-level battle technique? Lin Yu opened his mouth and asked. Naturally, my sacred sect is full of strong people, these things are not a problem. Xiao Wei looked calm and very confident. To act, you have to put on a full show. Thanks to a brat who was afraid of death, if it is really an experienced martial artist, I'm afraid that I'm really not good at fooling around. Then how come you are not a martial king powerhouse? Lin Yu asked. Ha ha. Xiao Wei laughed out loud, becoming a martial king powerhouse is not that simple, it takes time, even though I have this qualification, it's not realistic to want to become a martial king in such a short period of time, don't you think so? Also. Lin Yu nodded, sat down, put his hand behind his back and picked up a stone without moving. After a pause, he opened his mouth and asked, then why did you end up in this situation? Being beaten so miserably by a military strongman who was also a 6th rank? Xiao Wei. MMP, what pot doesn't boil which pot, right? That Fan Yun is the strongest general on the list, how can I possibly beat him? Are you trying to expose me? Xiao Wei, angry teeth itchy, the heart made up his mind, waiting for the recovery of some, will certainly be this kid alive tear not. A little face are not given. Do you know how to behave? But he still managed to hold up a smile and explained, that Fan Yun has been in the 6th grade realm for many years and has a strong base, while I'm new to the 6th grade, so naturally I'm no match. I see. Lin Yu nodded and didn't dwell on it, continuing to ask, what about the king-level battle techniques? Do you have it on you? Naturally, there is. Xiao Wei smiled, this kid, really greedy. As long as one is greedy, there is still room for negotiation. I'm afraid you won't be greedy. Take it out and take a look. Lin Yu said. You've decided to join my sacred sect? Xiao Wei laughed. If it's really like what you said, there's nothing wrong with it. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, isn't practicing martial arts all about becoming stronger? As long as you can provide resources, I'll join that holy sect of yours. Good. Xiao Wei nodded, king-level battle techniques, I can give them to you. Still really give it? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, not expecting such a precious thing. Xiao Wei even had such a precious thing. A 6th grade martial artist was really rich. Then bring it, get the king-grade battle technique and I will join the sacred sect. Lin Yu was not polite and said in a serious manner. It's a deal. Xiao Wei smiled, then a golden-colored book appeared in front of his chest, come get it yourself. Upon hearing this, the stone in Lin Yu's hand was put down and he stretched out his hand to get the hot golden-colored book. As soon as he entered his hand, it was a heavy feeling, the cover of the book was made of some kind of metal material and was very heavy. On the cover, there were 4 large words written. Silver Wolf Sword Technique. Well. It doesn't sound like it's very powerful. However, that's not important, what's important is that it's a king-level battle technique. Of course, with Lin Yu's eyesight there wasn't a way to tell if it was true or not, however, that didn't stop him from putting on an excited face. When Xiao Wei saw this look on Lin Yu's face, he sneered in his heart. That silver wolf sword technique was naturally not a fake, it really couldn't be more true. There was no need for him to risk being dismantled to get a fake book to fool Lin Yu, not to mention, the battle technique, he was going to get it back sooner or later. A king-level battle method, precious, right? It's so easy to get your hands on it, aren't you happy? You want to laugh? I'll just kill you when I recover. A cold light flashed in Xiao Wei's eyes as he silently felt the state of his body. It had already recovered quite a bit, wait a bit more, it should be able to move, of course, provided that this kid doesn't mess up. This was also the reason why Xiao Wei had to try his best to stabilize Lin Yu. Although his body was recovering, the speed of recovery was extremely slow, and if he was disturbed, it would be even slower. Outside Fan Yun is still there, this place, the longer you stay, the more dangerous it is. But luckily, this greedy kid is kind of stable. Xiao Wei was sort of relieved, as long as he dragged on for a while longer, he would be safe, at least the ability to protect himself was there. Is there more? Just in the moment he relaxed, Lin Yu's voice sounded again. Xiao Wei looked up and saw Lin Yu looking at him with a smirk and a beatific look on his face. What? Xiao Wei played dumb. The battle method Lin Yu wasn't polite and began to extort. No. Xiao Wei had a burst of egg pain. Do you think that a king-level battle technique is a cabbage? Old me, a 6th grade powerhouse, only had one copy of it. In that case that's a shame. Lin Yu sighed and picked up a stone from the ground. What are you doing? Xiao Wei's face changed. What for? Lin Yu laughed. To you, of course. While saying this, he had already taken a stone and greeted Xiao Wei's face. Bang! Under the outburst of qi and blood, this slap shattered even the stone and slapped Xiao Wei solidly in the face. You! Xiao Wei was so furious that he couldn't wait to cut Lin Yu alive. He came to realize that this kid, who had not taken the bait at all, was simply teasing himself. You what you? Lin Yu was nonchalant, and greeted him with another punch. Such a punch hit Xiao Wei's eyes opened up, the wounds that just had a tendency to heal once again collapsed. However, it was only the corner of his eye that cracked. Seeing this, Lin Yu was secretly shocked in his heart. Those two blows just now, he had no reservations, under the full force of his qi and blood explosion, with his control of his subtle level qi and blood, it was comparable to an unusual first-grade high-level martial artist's blow. Under this kind of force, I'm afraid that even granite could be easily shattered, but this black-robed man, surprisingly, only bled a little? And it was still bleeding from the original wound, the rest of the place was almost intact. A 6th grade martial artist, unexpectedly so terrifying? For a while, Lin Yu had some scalp numbness. This kind of defense, if it was really in full bloom, laying down for himself to kill could not be killed. Seeing Lin Yu's appearance, Xiao Wei laughed. Don't waste your energy, you can't hurt me. Lin Yu was silent, the strength of a 6th grade powerhouse had completely exceeded his expectations. I said, I can let you join the sacred sect, you're still so young and you're already a 1st grade martial artist, your future is unlimited. What happened just now, I'll pretend it never happened. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, Xiao Wei immediately advised. It was true that it was difficult for Lin Yu to injure him, yes, but the problem was that it wasn't completely harmless either, just those 2 strikes just now had wasted so much time recovering from before. 2 punches back to the release. Before the release. If Lin Yu continued to hammer him, then he didn't know when he would be able to return to a state where he could act. It was dangerous to delay any longer. Sure. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Wei. A gentleman's word is a promise. Xiao Wei said with certainty. MD finally fooled over. First give a big stick, then give a sweet date, this trick is still very practical. Bang! However, things were pressed not as he had imagined, as Lin Yu swung up with another punch. It was still an explosion of qi and blood, and it solidly blasted him in the face. Xiao Wei was confused. This kid doesn't follow the rules, huh? I've told you, you can't beat me. Do you not understand human language or are you blind? Aren't you afraid I'll settle the score? Shouldn't you be squatting with a scared look on your face right now? How dare you? Chapter 60 beat up the 6th grade. Xiao Wei was still in a daze when Lin Yu greeted him with another solid punch. To be honest, just now he was really shocked by Xiao Wei, a stone plus a punch, under the full force of qi and blood explosion, surprisingly, only hurt the skin. It can be said that if Xiao Wei is really in full bloom, even if he is lying down and letting himself be killed, he can't do anything about him. But, right now, Xiao Wei is not in full strength. The whole person was bloody, full of wounds, and couldn't even move. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiao Wei was in a miserable situation right now, even to the point of being miserable. Otherwise, with his strength, he could kill Lin Yu with a snap of his fingers. There was even less need to keep dragging it out. Although he didn't know what Xiao Wei was doing to curry favor with himself in this way, there was one thing that Lin Yu could be sure of: Xiao Wei didn't want to let himself do it on his own. Since this is the case, then he cannot fulfill Xiao Wei's wishes. When dealing with an enemy, the less he wants you to do, then you have to do something. Lin Yu was doing just that right now. Bang! 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 Inside the gap, Lin Yu threw punch after punch, each one at full strength. Kid, when I recover, I will kill you. Xiao Wei's eyes were wide with anger. What kind of status did he have? A 6th grade powerhouse, to be beaten up like this by a 1st grade martial artist. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog in the plains, or a dragon being teased by a shrimp in the shallows.
Shame on you.
More importantly, these punches from this kid had caused his healing injuries to start crumbling again.
There's a show.
Lin Yu threw dozens of punches in a row, chipping away the wounds on Xiao Wei's face. Although the effect wasn't that great, but it wasn't like there was no damage at all.
Fine, I'll grind you to death.
At this moment, this thought leapt out of the two men's minds coincidentally. In Xiao Wei's opinion, with his 6th grade physique, even in this state, it was not something that a tiny 1st grade martial artist could shake. It's just that the recovery speed is slower, the chi and blood of a martial artist is always limited. Wait until this damn kid's chi and blood is exhausted, then he can recover in peace. Although the time would drag on a bit longer, but right now it could only be so.
Xiao Wei's heart is full of helplessness. This kid is not into the oil and salt, then what else can be done? He's a good guy, but he's not a good guy, so what can we do? Coincidentally, Lin Yu had the same idea.
His attack, although it wasn't much of a threat to this black-robed man,
but it was always effective.
With one punch, he could always kill this turtle grandson. Thinking of this, he simply rode on Xiao Wei and swung his fists round, opening his bow left and right.
Bang! 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 3 more punches. How dare you!
Seeing Lin Yu riding directly on top of him, Xiao Wei's heart was in a state of frustration.
Guess if I dare. 3 more punches. You can't kill me, I will kill you. Bang! 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 You wait. Still talking tough? You're afraid that you haven't figured out the current situation?
Lin Yu grinned, his body's chi and blood surged, and he slammed at Xiao Wei.
50 punches went down.
Xiao Wei was already covered in blood and looked extremely terrifying. He stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare, his eyes filled with boiling killing intent. Although these 50 punches did not hurt the root, it was something that caused him to suffer a slight injury as well.
How dare you look at me?
Lin Yu saw the look in Xiao Wei's eyes, and his fist continued to slam down madly. Xiao Wei did not make any words, his heart filled with rage.
Fight until your chi and blood dry up, that is the time of your death. Another 50 punches. Bang!
Feeling another punch fall from Lin Yu, Xiao Wei's face was joyful. He could feel that the force was starting to drop, proving that the kid didn't have much chi and blood left. In fact, just as Xiao Wei guessed, Lin Yu's chi blood dropped quite a bit. Under this kind of attack, it was also a considerable burden for him. If he were an ordinary 1st grade martial artist, I am afraid that he would not be able to help this dog thief in black robes.
But who was Lin Yu? A big hanging wall.
With the existence of the patriarch trigger finger, as long as there was enough chi and blood within the trigger finger, it meant that he could have unlimited range. As long as he didn't mind getting tired, he could hammer this person like this for 3 days and 3 nights.
How's that? Chi and blood dried up, right?
Xiao Wei grinned, his face full of smugness. I told you, you can't kill me.
Ha! Lin Yu let out a light laugh. Chi and blood depleted? Can't you die? I can't kill you.
After silently chanting replenish chi and blood, a majestic chi and blood surged into his body, and in an instant, that strong power was restored. Feeling the chi and blood in his body, Lin Yu smiled. This trigger finger was just as good.
Bang!
A breaking sound rang out as another punch landed heavily, smashing into Xiao Wei's face.
How is it possible?
Feeling the force of this punch, Xiao Wei's face changed, but then he settled down. This kid was fighting for his life.
It's just a flashback. No need to panic.
He's still hitting with this kind of force in this state. A few more punches and his chi and blood will dry up straight away. Thinking this way, not only was Xiao Wei not worried, but he was completely letting go of his heart.
Bang! Chi and blood depleted?
Let me tell you, I have plenty of chi and blood. Lin Yu opened his mouth as he slammed down another fist.
He.
Xiao Wei laughed morosely. You know your own condition.
I'm very clear.
Lin Yu fought more and more vigorously, his punches were as fast as the wind.
Dead duck's mouth is hard.
Xiao Wei simply closed his eyes, not going to look at the kid's disgusting face. Just let him throw a few more punches, he can't threaten himself anyway, and the kid will be impotent later.
Xiao Wei thought so. Bang! Bang! Bang!
However, things were not as Xiao Wei thought. In a series of dozens of punches, Lin Yu hadn't even weakened in the slightest, whether it was in terms of punch speed or force. He was like a tireless pile driver that never stopped.
Xiao Wei panicked.
He had never seen someone with such an abundance of chi and blood.
Could it be a special physique?
There were some special physiques where the speed of chi and blood recovery was very fast, and this kid in front of him might be such a person. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth and continued to hold on.
I don't believe it, old me hallowed 6th grade can't consume you, an ickle like 1st grade? You! However, bang! Bang! Bang!
Another 50 punches, and Lin Yu's chi and blood still showed no signs of depletion.
Xiao Wei really panicked. He could feel that after such a long beating by Lin Yu, his body had not been recovering at all. Moreover, the injuries had a tendency to worsen. Quantitative changes caused qualitative changes.
Each of Lin Yu's punches was directed towards a click, and under the storming attack, he really injured a dying 6th grade martial artist. This kind of battle performance, if people knew about it, I'm afraid that they would only exclaim that it was impossible. 1 rank, injuring 6 ranks. The sky's the limit. What's more, Lin Yu was only a quasi-martial artist. But with the help of the sovereign trigger finger, he had indeed done this. Started a divine miracle. Die for me. Feeling the faintness of Xiao Wei's breath, Lin Yu became even more energized, relying on his patriarch trigger finger to replenish his chi and blood as he landed punch after punch. Under this kind of force, the ground was smashed out of a large pit, and Xiao Wei's head, completely plunged into the pit. Perhaps, he could really kill a 6th grade martial artist alive today. Chapter 61 Arrival at Yangdu. Bang! Bang! The sound of striking was continuous throughout the gap. Lin Yu could no longer remember how many punches he had swung and how much chi and blood he had replenished. All he knew was that the ground had been smashed out by himself into a large pit, and a crack extended out in all directions like a spider web. Xiao Wei was lying on the ground, his eyes full of despair and his heart even more full of horror. How could there be such a person? The chi and blood are as endless as a bottomless pit. How many punches had this kid thrown at him so far? 1,000? 2,000? Xiao Wei also cannot count, although with his physical body, Lin Yu, even if he bombarded 10,000 punches, there is no way to cause damage to him, but it cannot help that there are injuries on the body. Fan Yun's slash was no joke, and now, under such a crazy bombardment from Lin Yu, the injuries on Xiao Wei's body were being tugged at, and he could even vaguely feel that the surface of his body was starting to crumble and blood was flowing. Could it be that I really have to plant myself here today? Lying on the ground, feeling the rain of falling fists, Xiao Wei's sanity began to blur, his brain buzzing. Bang! A light sound, the gap-mouthed Xiao Wei laid a barrier cracked. By this time, he was already unable to maintain the barrier, it was difficult to protect himself. Inside the supply depot. Snort! The light of the blade was radiant, passing through the body of a holy cultist, and blood instantly gushed out of that cultist's abdomen, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. After slashing the holy cultist in front of him to death, Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief. This member in front of him was the last member of the holy evil cult, the rest were dead and fled. This attack had finally been pacified. Wang Feng put away his general's sword and prepared to go report the battle damage to Fan Yun. As Fan Yun's vice-general, this was his duty. Reporting to General Fan, in this battle, our troops have killed a total of 45 people from the holy cultists, of which 36 were of the 2nd grade, 8 were of the 3rd grade, and 1 was of the 4th grade. Our side sacrificed 4 people, of which 1 was of the 3rd grade and 3 of the 2nd grade. The casualties of the army were not considered to be large, and the 4 who sacrificed their lives were all still due to being attacked inside the armored vehicle and being defenseless. The difference in strength between the two sides was already enormous, and the holy cult had only wanted to play a role in intercepting the military division's martial artists in the beginning. In fact, that was exactly what they had done. But Fan Yun's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. With the defeat of the 3 6th grade powerhouses, the holy evil cult was reduced to a scattered mess. This kind of organization, which was originally gathered because of interests, apart from a very few brainwashed die-hard members, most of the members were muckraking goods. Such a group of people, in front of the crisis of death, talk about what moral integrity? Can't you see that all 3 6th grade have fallen? How can they be any better if they are a bunch of small fry? With such thoughts in mind, the holy cultists fled in droves. Saving their lives was important. Originally, although the holy evil cult's hard power was not as good as the ministry of the army, the difference was not that exaggerated, and even fought back and forth before. If it was really a dead heat, the ministry of the army was really not that good. But the holy evil cult so fleeing, but instead is to give the military department martial artists opportunity. On one side, there was an organized siege, and on the other side, there was unorganized scattered sand. In this way, it is obvious what the result will be. What about the casualties of the students? Fan Yun opened his eyes, and after a period of resting, the injuries in his body had calmed down quite a bit. 6 died. Wang Feng was silent for a long time and spoke. Fan Yun was also silent. The deaths of these 6 students were even more saddening than when he heard about the sacrifice of the 4 military division martial artists. Of course, this was not to say that he was indifferent to the lives of the military division martial artists or that he had no feelings for them. On the contrary, as a fellow military division martial artist, his feelings for these people were even deeper. But, getting used to it. Yes, get used to it. As a martial artist of the military department, in such an era, sacrifice was a very rare occurrence. Even Fan Yun himself was prepared to die in battle one day. Weren't they, the soldiers, there to protect the country and guard these students who hadn't yet grown up? And right now, under such tight precautions, they were still killed by the holy cult of 6 students. Such a battle situation made both Fan Yun and Wang Feng's hearts sink. After a long time, Fan Yun took a deep breath and spoke, "Inventory the battlefield and regroup the students." Yes. Wang Feng saluted, then jogged away, commanding up the other martial artists to begin searching for the students. Out of fear, most of the students fled in haste. If they accidentally ran into the territory of the ferocious beasts, they would be in trouble.
5 minutes later. Feeling their way out along the supply depot, a group of military department martial artists arrived at the outskirts of the supply depot. How's it going? Have any students come over here? Fan Yun spoke, rushing over after a few minutes of recuperation. Looking. Wang Fong said.
Fan Yun nodded. Don't miss anything, look carefully in every area.
Understood. Wang Fong also nodded. Ha!
Suddenly, Fan Yun frowned. Xiao Wei's aura.
Xiao Wei?
Hearing Fan Yun say that, Wang Fong's face changed. If Xiao Wei was here, it would be troublesome. Even if he was seriously injured, it was not something the students could handle.
Not to mention the students, even first and second grade martial artists were in danger.
Fan Yun also thought of this point at this moment, and at that moment, he didn't care about his injuries, and with a little bit of footwork, he traveled towards the front.
Wang Fong hurriedly followed. Bang! Bang! Bang!
After a few breaths, the duo arrived in front of two huge rocks, and in the crevice of the rocks, there was some kind of sound. It seemed to be the sound of a fist hitting the ground. Bad. Fan Yun's face sank, he could clearly feel it in this rocky crevice. And the sound, I'm afraid, was Xiao Wei hammering the ground. Wang Fong's face was also as heavy as water, and the two of them hurriedly killed in front of the rock.
Xiao Wei! How dare you!
Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Fan Yun was the first to arrive, roaring in anger, his murderous aura boiling over. Wang Fong followed closely behind, his face also filled with rage, and killed straight to the mouth of the rock crevice. Afterward, the two of them froze. The anger in their bodies dissipated in an instant, and their faces were filled with shock. Because, they saw that in front, there were two bloody silhouettes, in which, one of them was riding on top of the other, blasting down punch after punch. Who this person who was swinging the fist was Fan Yun they didn't know, they could vaguely tell that it was a youth, perhaps a student. But who was beaten, the two hearts are clear. Holy evil cult 6th grade martial artist, Xiao Wei. I'll go. Both of them were stunned. They're never expected to see such a picture. A 6th grade martial artist was actually being held down by a student and hammered to death. The point was, really being beaten to death. That was a 6th grade martial artist.
What's going on here? Are you hallucinating?
Fan Yun rubbed his eyes incredulously. As a 6th grade martial artist, he was aware of how strong a 6th grade physique was. Even the weakest 6th grade, crushing a 1st or 2nd grade martial artist was like playing. But right now, Xiao Wei's breath was indeed weak, his breath was like a swimmer. Die! Within the gap, Lin Yu bellowed, and another was a fist smashing down. Of course he noticed the two people outside, but at this moment, he couldn't care about that, his only thought right now was to punch this holy evil cult's 6th grade martial artist to death. Bang! A heavy fist smashed into Xiao Wei's head, and this punch seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Wei's eyes were first wide with resentment. He was unwilling. After going through thousands of hardships to reach this point, he had encountered countless dangers in his life. He had even survived under such a strong Fan Yun, but what he had never expected was to die at the hands of a tiny 1st grade martial artist. Humiliation. Intense resentment and unwillingness first erupted in his eyes, and then his gaze slowly dimmed until it was devoid of any expression. His hands and feet also hung down powerlessly, no longer having any breath of life. Sacred evil cult 6th grade martial artist Xiao Wei fell. The death condition well. Not to mention it. I go. Seeing Xiao Wei's chi completely obliterated, Fan Yun and Wang Fong were stunned. The two of them glanced at each other, and they could see shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Really killed? A 6th grade martial artist, being beaten to death like this, who would believe it? Phew. On the other side, Lin Yu withdrew his hand and first hid the silver wolf sword technique, and then collapsed on the ground pretending to be powerless. He didn't know how long these two had been standing outside, he thought that they should have just arrived. But no matter what, the secret of his endless chi and blood had to be kept. The face-saving work had to be done. It wouldn't be realistic to beat a 6th grade martial artist to death like that and still act like you're fine, would it? Go. Seeing Lin Yu fall down with a bang, Fan Yun and the two of them also recovered from their shock and rushed forward. Classmate, are you alright? Wang Fong walked to Lin Yu and opened his mouth to inquire about Lin Yu's condition. Fan Yun, on the other hand, went to check on Xiao Wei's condition. It's fine. Lin Yu lay on the ground and pretended to be powerless, it's just that my body is a bit soft. It should be that the chi and blood have dried up, it's not a big problem. Wang Fong comforted, he wanted to open his mouth to ask what the situation was, but after thinking about it, he stopped. In this situation, how could one ask? How the hell did you get a 6th grade killed? This kind of thing, not to mention this student, even he himself, a 4th-ranked martial artist, didn't know how to explain it. Really dead. Right in the middle of Wang Fong's silence, Fan Yun spoke. What he said was naturally Xiao Wei. Wang Fong opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not saying it, wanting to speak. How did it happen? Compared to Wang Fong, Fan Yun was much drier and asked directly. What? Lin Yu played dumb. How did you beat him to death? Fan Yun pointed a finger at Xiao Wei, his face serious. Dad? Lin Yu put on a look of surprise, then his face lit up with joy. This sacred evil cultist was beaten to death by me? Gee, it seems like it was really a mistake. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, Fan Yun was helpless in his heart. It seemed that this kid didn't even know that he had done something. Right. Wang Fong nodded, his complex expression. Then did I take credit? Lin Yu asked. Naturally, moreover, it's still a heavenly merit. Fan Yun affirmed. Nonsense, hammering a sacred evil cult's 6th grade martial artist to death, wasn't that still a heavenly credit? Although it was said that this Xiao Wei was heavily injured by himself, but without this brat, I'm afraid that Xiao Wei would have escaped long ago. Fan Yun had just observed that the reason why this Xiao Wei had died was because of the second recurrence of his injuries where he had been seriously injured, resulting in the loss of his life. And the reason why the injury will recur twice is also very simple, is that the few punches that this kid punched had an effect. When he thought of this, Xiao Wei didn't even know what to say. A 6th grade martial artist was beaten to death alive. Xiao Wei's injury, it seems to be exceedingly serious. When the hell was I so strong? For a while, Fan Yun was a bit skeptical. There should be no way that his own slash could have weakened Xiao Wei to such an extent. However, the facts were right in front of his eyes and he had to believe it. What is your name? After pondering for a while, Fan Yun opened his mouth and asked. Lin Yu, I'm a student of Yangdu University. Lin Yu said. Can you prove your identity? Fan Yun asked, although he said that he did not doubt Lin Yu's words, the process that should be followed still had to be followed. Can. Lin Yu didn't dawdle and quickly logged into the faculty system and pulled up his information panel. Fan Yun and Wang Fong looked at his information and nodded. What was on the faculty system could not be faked. Can you walk? After signaling Lin Yu to turn off the teaching system, Fan Yun opened his mouth and asked. No problem. Hearing this, Lin Yu slowly climbed up from the ground, moving slowly because he was still carrying the silver wolf sword technique on his body, so if he wasn't careful, what would he do if he shook it out? Wang Fong, send him out first. Seeing that Lin Yu still had the ability to move, Fan Yun spoke. Yes. Wang Fong nodded and then headed out. Lin Yu hurriedly followed. Soon, the duo walked out of the crevice. Fan Yun, on the other hand, stayed where he was and checked up on Xiao Wei's condition. In the middle of the morning. Interesting. Standing up from the ground, Fan Yun looked in the direction that Lin Yu's duo had left, the corners of his mouth picking up a smile. It seemed like he had discovered something extraordinary. After standing in place and pondering for a while, Fan Yun left the rocky crevice as well, and in his hands, he was still holding 2 storage rings. On the other hand, under Wang Fong's leadership, Lin Yu had returned to the A carriage. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting on the carriage. Due to Lin Yu having killed 2 holy cultists in succession, the A carriage, on the contrary, did not have any casualties. Classmate, thank you. Seeing Lin Yu return, a ponytailed girl came up with a red face to thank him. Thanks for what? Lin Yu was stunned. The gift of saving my life. The ponytailed girl looked serious. Just now I was closest to that stewardess. If it wasn't for you, maybe I would have. The words did not say further. The voice was a little trembling, obviously also extremely fearful. It's fine. Lin Yu smiled, not caring. Can you tell me your name? The ponytailed girl bit her lower lip, her face flushed and looking adorable. Lin Yu, what about you? Lin Yu didn't hide it either, and said directly. I'm called Tang still, you. The words were stuttered, then seemed to react to something. You are Lin Yu? Yes. Lin Yu nodded his head. Shouldn't you be going to Kyoto Wushu University? What? Tang remained incredulous. No, I applied for Yangdu Wudu University. Lin Yu said. Why? Tang Still's pretty face was filled with puzzlement. Your grades are obviously that good. Lin Yu smiled and didn't explain. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't want to say, Tang still didn't pursue the matter. Coming to find Lin Yu to strike up a conversation had already summoned up a great deal of courage. With Lin Yu smiling like that, she didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. But fortunately, a few more people came around, all looking for Lin Yu to thank him, and a group of people surrounded Lin Yu. Tang still sat back with a red face, not knowing what to think in her heart. 10 minutes later. It was only after 1,000 excuses that Lin Yu was able to get out of the encirclement. When those people heard Lin Yu's name, they were all surprised to no end, and then relieved. No wonder he could fight a first-grade martial artist. This was this year's top student. As expected, there were no waterworks when it came to the top student. In itself, Lin Yu was in a sense saving the people in this compartment, and coupled with his status as a scholar, this simply made the others in the compartment curious about him. Especially a few girls, who had a strange color in their eyes, tugging at him and asking questions. In the end, it made Lin Yu a little irritated. Luckily, these people were all discerning. Seeing that Lin Yu was a little upset, they returned to their original positions. Lin Yu was able to get away. Just then, the broadcast sounded. The train has been reorganized and is about to restart. The train. 3 times in a row, the train started with a bang. It was only then that the attack came to an end. On the other side, inside an armored vehicle at the head of the escort team, Fan Yun and Wang Fong were sitting in the vehicle, and both of their faces had a tired look on them. After experiencing such a battle, they weren't as relaxed as they appeared to be. Especially Fan Yun, decapitating 2 6th ranks had caused him to use every means at his disposal. How was it? Fan Yun rubbed his temples and opened his mouth to ask. The casualties have already been reported, and the Yangdu Wushu University side has also been contacted. Wang Fong said. The holy cult, on the contrary, is getting bolder and bolder. Fan Yun spoke in a deep voice. Even the education house over in Jiangdu City has been infiltrated. The people on the train who were involved in the attack were mostly staff members. Obviously, all of them were members of the holy evil cult who had lurked into the education house. Choosing to strike at this time, they wanted to slaughter all the elites of this session, only to ultimately fail. It is indeed too rampant. Wang Fong's expression was grave. We almost let them get their hands on it. If not for someone in Section A's compartment stepping in to stop them, I'm afraid that all of the students from Jiangdu City who had taken the exams for Yangdu Martial Arts University this time would have been slaughtered. Speaking of this, Wang Fong was also afraid afterward. The students who were able to get into Yangdu Martial Arts University were all elites. If they were really accounted for here, it would be a big trouble. Did you find out about the person who struck out in Section A carriage? Fan Yun asked. He was also curious as to who among the students was capable of resisting a first-grade martial artist. Checked it out. Wang Fong looked strange. It's that Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Fan Yun was surprised. Right. Wang Fong nodded. The one who killed Xiao Wei. I see. Fan Yun nodded. Originally, I was curious as to how a quasi-martial artist could possibly injure a 6th-grade martial artist, so if you put it this way, it makes sense. That's true, but this is too much. Wang Fong didn't even know what to say. A 1st grade hammering a 6th grade to death, even though it was an endangered 6th grade, it was still heavenly alright. Rather an interesting brat. Fan Yun smiled, quite bold. Wang Fong said helplessly, can it not be big? Riding a 6th grade martial artist in fighting, and taking a king grade battle technique with him. The way Lin Yu walked with that hidden look, he had noticed it on the road, but he didn't say anything at the time. It can't be said that he went along, he killed Xiao Wei, that king-level battle method should have been his. Fan Yun said, moreover, by reason, all the supplies on Xiao Wei's body should belong to him. Also. Wang Fong nodded, although it was said that it was Fan Yun who had severely injured Xiao Wei, but without Lin Yu he had really let Xiao Wei escape. What about the rest of the supplies? Should we return them to him? Give it back? Fan Yun played with the 3 storage rings in his hand, no return. Wang Fong? Wang Fong was a bit puzzled, according to his perception. Although a 6th grade martial artist's fortune was quite impressive, but with Fan Yun's status, it was unlikely that he would be greedy for such a small advantage. Why was it so abnormal today? Just as he was wondering, he heard Fan Yun speak again. Think of it as the cost of helping him keep his secret. Confidentiality? Wang Fong wondered, keeping what secret? Fan Yun smiled meaningfully, unspeakable, unspeakable. Carriage A. Lin Yu naturally didn't know that at this moment on the other side of the room someone was talking about him. All of his attention was now on the handbag in his hand. The handbag was borrowed from Tang Still, and was used to contain the silver wolf sword technique. Well, loading a king-level battle method is the same as loading a cabbage. He should be considered the first person under the universal sky. Looking at his unimpressive handbag, Lin Yu's heart was so excited. Just now while the train started, he casually flipped through this battle law, and then realized that this battle law, surprisingly, is the complete version. What is the concept of a full version? One should know that even a preliminary edition of a king-level battle method was worth 5,000 merit points. And how many merit points could this full version of the king-grade battle method be worth? 10,000? Or higher? Lin Yu wasn't sure about all this, but he knew that he was considered rich. Just such a book of battle techniques was something that how many people could only dream of. The train continued to move, while Lin Yu was in a stirring mood. To not say that being a 6th grade martial artist was indeed rich. It was only a pity that he hadn't pried out the rest of the supplies, otherwise, he shouldn't have been lacking in cultivation supplies all these years. Thinking of this, Lin Yu had some pity for a moment. I should have known that I should have gotten more things from that 6th grade powerhouse's hands, loss. He was still a little too innocent and kind. It's a bad habit that needs to be changed. Next time something like this comes up, it's important to take advantage of the opportunity and not be so hasty. 1 hour later. With 5 parts regret and 5 parts excitement, the train finally traveled to the destination of this journey. Yangdu. The train has arrived at its destination, Yangdu. Please proceed to the front of the train station and gather. Yangdu Martial Arts University will be arranging the rest of your journey. Train. The announcements continued, alerting the crowd on board to their destination. Listening to the announcing sound, Lin Yu carried his handbag and stepped off the train. In front of him was a huge plaque with a row of large letters. Yangdu Train Station. Chapter 62 The Great Circumstantial Cycle.
Is this the Yang capital? Looking up at the few words in front of him, Lin Yu was in a trance. Yangdu City, one of the top cities in China, a city where truly powerful people gathered. Unlike these small places like Jiangdu City, the strongest people sitting in Yangdu were in the minority of martial kings. The reason was very simple. Yangdu was a city that was truly geared towards ferocious beasts and demons, and was also the center of the war between humans and foreign races. As the center of the human race's most powerful force in this city, the outbreak of beast tides and other calamities was a very common occurrence. And this, in turn, created the powerful strength of Yangdu. There were two top martial arts universities alone, Yangdu Martial Arts University and Kendo Martial Arts University. The general layout of the Yangdu train station wasn't too different from the Jiangdu train station, it should have been built according to a template. However, in terms of defense, they were worlds apart. Third-grade martial artists, which were hard to see in the Jiangdu City train station, were rare here. There wasn't a single one on the staff's notice list that was below the third rank. Lin Yu marveled at the power of Yangdu City while following the flow of people towards the exit. The exit was bustling with thousands of students stopping by. And this was only the first batch of students to arrive in Yangdu. After that, there would be more students from the martial arts university rushing to Yangdu City, so it could be said that during this period of time, the train station would be the busiest time. Outside the exit, there were stations set up by different martial arts universities, such as the Kendo Martial Arts University, North Wind Martial Arts University, and so on. Each station was crowded, and although there weren't too many candidates taking the martial arts exam this year, it was still a huge number. Following the instructions, Lin Yu quickly found the station of Yangdu Martial Arts University. Unlike the other stations, this place was very empty, and there were even two people in uniform sitting cross-legged on chairs, seemingly practicing. Cultivating while receiving new students was indeed idle enough. However, Lin Yu could also understand, after all, Yangdu Martial Dao University did not admit many candidates, this term should be 2,000 whole. Compared to other martial arts universities, it was indeed far too few. Hello. Lin Yu walked to the reception and spoke, I'm an accepted student of Yangdu Martial University, I'm here to report today. Hearing someone speak, a youth in a chair with his eyes closed opened his eyes and looked towards Lin Yu. This person had thick eyebrows and big eyes, so he looked decent, but his body was revealing a slight sense of oppression, perhaps because he was still cultivating just now, his chi and blood had not been collected. Second-grade martial artist. Lin Yu was secretly shocked in his heart, this person in front of him was at least a second-grade martial artist, with a surging chi and blood. Please show your acceptance letter. The thick-browed youth opened his mouth, and at the same time, with a stroke on his hand, he pulled out a virtual panel. Lin Yu also conjured up a heavenly net and presented a virtual letter of acceptance. After carefully verifying Lin Yu's acceptance letter, the thick-browed youth gave an operation on the virtual panel, and then opened his mouth to Lin Yu. Today the school is not yet open, so you will first be settled into the Yangdu Wudu University affiliated hotel near the school. You can check in by presenting your virtual ID card to the hotel, and the necessary fees are completely free of charge, and the school will begin to report at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Yangdu affiliated hotel. Lin Yu mused. It's not far from the school, you can just search with the map. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, the thick-browed youth reminded. Thanks a lot. Lin Yu said thank you, after which he prepared to leave. You're welcome. The thick-browed youth smiled, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Seeing the thick-browed youth like this, Lin Yu was dumbfounded and at the same time his heart was solemn. Judging from the youth's age, he was mostly a student of Yangdu Martial University. He did not expect that he would still be competing to cultivate under such circumstances. Yangdu Martial University, it was worthy of being a top-tier college. For a while, the anticipation in Lin Yu's heart increased. After leaving the reception, Lin Yu called out the lack of virtue map and followed the route above to the Yangdu Wudu affiliated hotel. After showing his virtual ID card, Lin Yu smoothly checked in. The hotel's facilities were very good, in the past life it was a 5-star standard, and had everything. Sitting in the matching small cultivation room, Lin Yu began to regulate his chi and blood. This journey could not be described as anything less than thrilling. First, he encountered an attack from the Holy Cult, and then he also encountered a 6th-grade martial artist from the Holy Cult. For Lin Yu's status as a quasi-martial artist, encountering all of this was truly magical. However, the harvest was also amazing. In a life-and-death situation, Lin Yu's chi and blood mastery smoothly broke through to the subtle level, not to mention that he also harvested a complete version of the king-level battle method. Either way, it was enough to make the onlookers envious. However, the dangers that Lin Yu had encountered were also scary enough. First, he was almost popped in the heart with a gunshot, and then he encountered the threat of a 6th-grade martial artist. Crisis and opportunity coexisted, this was indeed true. Lin Yu was not busy cultivating the king-grade battle technique, but instead chose to comb his body's chi and blood. He could vaguely feel that it didn't seem normal for his chi and blood mastery to break through to the entry level this time. At that time, being able to exude chi and blood was a bit of a forced breakthrough, and Lin Yu wasn't sure if this would have any after effects or not, as blood kept gushing out of the orifices for most of the day before stopping.
Even to this day, the sense of blockage still lingered a bit and hadn't completely disappeared. This caused Lin Yu to be a little worried. After all, he hadn't heard of anyone who would be in a situation like his own when their qi and blood control reached the entry level. Therefore, after cleaning himself and changing into the clothes sent by the hotel party, Lin Yu chose to comb his own qi and blood at the first opportunity.
Life is important, life is important.
According to the description on the qi and blood guidance technique, after reaching the subtle level of qi and blood control, one can guide the qi and blood to circulate in the 720 orifices of the human body for 1 week, which is also commonly known as the Great Circumferential Circulation. According to the documented method, Lin Yu carefully maneuvered his qi and blood to circulate for a big circumference. The whole process was very slow. After all, it was the first time. Lin Yu was very careful, afraid of making any mistakes. Fortunately, although it was slow, everything went smoothly. Effective. When the qi and blood finished walking from the last orifice, Lin Yu violently opened his eyes, and a joyful color surged on his face. This great peripatetic circulation method was indeed beneficial to the control of qi and blood. After experiencing the flushing, the remaining blockage within the orifices seemed to have been washed away quite a bit, a few more times, and perhaps this feeling that had been troubling him for a long time could be completely washed away. Again. Lin Yu closed his eyes once again and continued his combing.
With the experience from the last time, the combing afterward was undoubtedly much easier and comfortable. According to Lin Yu's feeling, it should have only taken about 10 minutes to complete a cycle. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. After performing 8 cycles in a row, plus the one at the beginning, Lin Yu had performed a total of 9 great circumferential cycles. When the qi and blood traveled through the last orifice once again, completing the 9th cycle, the residual blockage feeling in the orifice finally disappeared without a trace. And, at the moment of completing the 9th great circumference cycle, Lin Yu heard a faint pong sound in the void. Inside his body, his qi and blood violently began to bulge, and the entire body's orifices began to tremble slightly. Chapter 63 The 4 Directions Vibrate.
This trembling was very chaotic, but at the same time, it seemed to obey some ancient rule. At the same time, a burning sensation surged out from within the body, as if the qi and blood were boiling. The sudden change caused Lin Yu's nerves to tense up, not daring to relax in the slightest. He could vaguely feel that this change seemed to be beneficial to him. This was because the burning sensation was very strange. Lin Yu could clearly feel that the temperature of his body could be up to 100 degrees, and if it had been any other day, he was afraid that something would have gone wrong. But now, instead of being uncomfortable, it was comfortable. Lin Yu held his breath, carefully manipulating the qi and blood in his body. The 720 orifices in his body were unbelievably accessible, and after the sense of blockage had completely disappeared, his manipulation of qi and blood became smoother and more comfortable. Just as Lin Yu was smothering his head in bitter cultivation, the outside world. The sky of Yang City suddenly became clear and bright, the clouds in the sky were dispersed, and there were no clouds for miles, and the azure-colored sky was like a huge piece of amber. Afterwards, rays of haze light poured down from the sky in various colors. Thousands of rays of haze light intersected together, forming a giant net that enveloped the entire sky.
The entire sky above Yangcheng City looked incomparably magnificent.
Faced with such a view, the citizens raised their heads to look into the sky.
A haze descends, this is an auspicious omen.
On the square, an aged elder squinted his eyes and raised his head to look at the haze, muttering under his breath. Such a scene appeared in every corner of Yang City. Regarding this sudden scene, from civilians to martial artists, all of them were filled with curiosity about it, and the more powerful the martial artist, the more so. This kind of celestial phenomenon, if explained by science, was devoid of common sense, as the haze had no root at all. There were strong people who tried to capture it, but they all ended in failure. It was unknown where the haze came from or what caused it. Such a sight lasted for a few moments, and then the haze gradually became dim. With that, an invisible qi spread out from the sky, just like ripples in water, spreading out in all directions. This scene, however, was something that ordinary people couldn't feel. For them, what they were enjoying was just the magnificent and strange haze. But for martial artists, the doorway here can be big. Powerful martial artists can feel this invisible qi contained in the overbearing atmosphere.
That is a kind of irreproachable majesty, from a certain place, cover the entire Yang City.
This is the Yangdu Martial University. In the Yangdu border region, a short-haired man wearing a military combat uniform stood up from a high cliff, and then with a point of his foot, his entire person transformed into a stream of light and left this place. And at the place where he had been sitting before, a blazing fire fiercely ignited, incinerating the head of the cliff to the point where it snapped and crashed down. Yangcheng City Education Mansion, the most central high building, roof office. An old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s looked gloomy and muttered, "The sky is descending with a haze of light and a supreme aura. What happened over at the Yangdu Wushu University?" After speaking, the old man opened the window and leapt out. At the same time, Ministry of War, State Prison, Ancient Martial World. Regardless of which organization, all of them were startled by the vision at this moment, and a powerful person went out to Yangdu Wudu University, wanting to find out the truth. A few moments later, several strong men converged within a certain building of Yangdu Martial University. Any frowns? The old man from the education mansion was the first to speak, looking towards a white-robed man. No. The white-robed man shook his head helplessly, indicating that he had no understanding of this matter today either. Wu Shan, it's not that I'm talking about you, I'm talking about how you're the vice principal? You don't even know about such a big matter? The one who opened his mouth was a strong man from the military department with a hot temper, not giving that white-robed man any face at all. Wu Shan smiled bitterly and said, "It happened too suddenly, there was no preparation. Besides, things like visions, who can say? The source of the supreme aura appeared in your Yangdu Wushu University's territory, who would believe you if you say you don't know now?" The military department powerhouse was unimpressed. Who were you kidding? Something like the appearance of a supreme aura was bound to be a martial artist who had elevated to the extreme in a certain field. How could such a big event be hidden? Unless it was a genius that came out of nowhere. I really don't know. If I knew, how could I let the aura spread so far? It would be dangerous for the foreign races to know. Wu Shan explained feebly. The military strongman frowned. That's also true, but the movement isn't very strong. It looks like it's the same kind of vision that occurs when the third rank advances to the fourth rank. Wu Shan, did anyone from your martial university break through the fourth grade today? Hearing the strong man from the military department ask such a question, the few strong men who were silent in the room also looked at Wu Shan, all with curiosity in their eyes. Wu Shan pondered for a moment and spoke. There are a few of them. Moreover, there is a genius from the Yi family who also chose today to break through the fourth rank. Yi family? The military strongman raised his eyebrows. That Yi family in Kyoto? Don't be ridiculous. If it's really a genius, why would he run to Yangdu, too idle to panic? That I'm not too sure about. Wu Shan shook his head. However, that kid does have the qualifications. According to you, this vision is still related to the Yi family? The old man from the education mansion opened his mouth. Not necessarily. Wu Shan looked helpless. The source of this vision is too wide-ranging. It's not necessarily our Yangdu Martial University region, it could be in the surrounding area as well. Whether or not it's a martial artist from our Yangdu Martial University is still a matter of opinion. Also, the old man nodded, deeply convinced. In any case, it's better to wait for the exploration before making a judgment. He looked around the room and opened his mouth to ask, do you all have divine souls with probing abilities? At this juncture, let's not hide it, shall we? No. The military powerhouse hemmed and hawed. It's not like you don't know that my fused divine soul favors offense. The old man looked helpless. Didn't expect you, mangaka. I'm asking the others. No. Me neither. Same. The remaining few people opened their mouths one after another, and it was obvious that none of the many strong people present even had the ability to probe. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. The old man was silent for a moment and spoke. Heavenly General Yuning should be within the Yangdu territory. When he comes over he should know what's going on. Also, Wu Shan nodded. There's no hurry. I never thought that someone Yun, would be so popular. In that case, I really came to the right place this time. Just as a few people were deliberating, a rough voice rang out, followed by a black-clothed man stepping in through the door. It's really speaking of the devil. The old man looked at the man in black and smiled. Isn't this the time to come? It was obvious that the man in black was the Cloud Eagle Heavenly General that everyone was talking about. A group of people stood up to greet Cloud Eagle, and for a while, the room was quite lively. Alright, don't dawdle, hurry up and explore the source of the visions, this is the main thing. Eventually, seeing that the crowd was somewhat dilly-dallying, the old man could not help but open his mouth and urged. Ha ha. Yuning laughed out loud. Old Zhao still has this quick temper, it hasn't changed after so many years. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense. Old Zhao was so anxious that he wanted to hit someone. Alright. Yuning nodded once, then a glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, an illusory shadow of a giant blue eagle emerged behind him, and as the giant eagle appeared, the entire room trembled for a few moments, but fortunately, the few remaining powerhouses stepped in to suppress the disturbance. Then I'll see where the source of this anomaly is. Chapter 64 Breakthrough. As the words fell, the Cloud Eagle Heavenly General tilted his head back to look towards the sky, and a faint light lit up in his eyes as if he was trying to pierce through the void. The crowd also waited quietly. Cloud Eagle Heavenly General was considered weak within this group of people, but his eyesight was unique. Even a martial king level powerhouse did not have the insight to see everything like he did. This was due to the special nature of his divine soul. Ryoga. Put. In the midst of a silence, the Cloud Eagle Heavenly General suddenly changed in color, as if he had seen something extraordinary. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and his entire body took 3 steps backwards on the ground before barely standing still. What's wrong? This kind of change caused the crowd present to be slightly startled. Even if, in their opinion, the cultivation of the Cloud Eagle Heavenly General was not considered strong, but to be able to cause a strong person on the Heavenly General ranking to be traumatized inexplicably, the treachery involved could not help but make people worry. Gu Fei, what did you see? Elder Zhao of the Education Mansion opened his mouth and directly called out the Cloud Eagle Heavenly General's real name. His tone was half anxious and half worried. Gu Fei reached out and wiped away the blood on the edge of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Didn't see anything." Didn't see anything? The crowd was stunned, never expecting that Gu Fei would give such an answer. Right. Gu Fei nodded his head, his expression incomparably grave. This time, the vision is extraordinary, all seniors need to pay more attention to it. I just tried to use my divine soul to observe the source of the vision, and instead of seeing anything, my divine soul was traumatized. Even the divine soul was injured. Is it really that mysterious? There's no major damage, right? Elder Zhao couldn't help but speak. Fortunately. Gu Fei looked a bit fearful. My divine soul withdrew relatively quickly. The injury wasn't very serious. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. But if I were to forcefully observe on, I'm afraid that my divine soul would have collapsed. When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Merely observing, there was even a danger of the divine soul collapsing. This vision, it was so mysterious? Seeing that the crowd was finally on board with this, Gu Fei continued, however, it's not like I didn't have any gains. At least the general range of the source of the vision was determined. Tell me about it. Zhao Lao said impatiently. He was genuinely curious as to how mysterious a vision that could make a 6th grade martial artist so fearful would be. It wasn't just him, the rest of the people were also extremely interested in this. It's within the southern campus of Yangdu Martial Arts University as well as this area of Yangdu affiliated hotel. The South Campus. Sniffing, Wushan wrinkled his eyebrows. The entire South Campus has a total of 6,000 acres of land, plus if you add the Yangdu affiliated hotels piece, it's roughly more than 7,000 acres of land, which is not a small range. No way. Gu Fei looked helpless. My ability is limited, there's no way to accurately probe. Perhaps, asking the Heaven's Eye King to take action can pinpoint the location. Heaven's Eye King? Get over it. The strong man from the military department waved his hand. That old man is a god, so who knows where he is? Then I can't help. Gu Fei spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. No matter, being able to give this range also saves a lot of things. Wushan murmured, then there is only a little bit to go and look for it, although the southern campus is big, but with your abilities, it won't take much effort to check it out. As a matter of fact, with the ability of a martial king powerhouse, it would not be difficult for divine thoughts to cover the entire Yangdu Martial University. However, the current situation was rather special. For one thing, there was something obscuring the source of the visions itself, and secondly, it needed to be probed one by one. In this way, it was naturally time-consuming and labor-intensive. Alright, it's idle anyway, so let's probe them one by one. Elder Zhao nodded. The crowd also responded in succession. This time, the vision was mysterious. No one gave up. Soon, the crowd assigned their respective areas and explored them one by one. Several strong people joined forces, and a divine thought instantly enveloped the entire southern campus of Yangdu Wushu University. The majestic divine thoughts slowly swept through every corner, and such a commotion naturally caused quite a stir. Teachers and students who were practicing at the South Campus detected these divine thoughts and were all surprised and stunned, not understanding how there could be divine thoughts probing at this juncture. However, recalling the vision of the party, they were all relieved this was a strong person searching for the source of the vision. Yangdu Affiliated Hotel, Room B302. Lin Jiao sat cross-legged, his body as hot as a large oven, his qi and blood stirring, running along each of his orifices in a delicate manner. A trace of blood began to overflow along his skin again. After 2 such instances, Lin Jiao was finally able to figure out why there was blood overflowing from the orifices. The discharged blood was all the impurities in his body. He could clearly perceive that after the blood had all spilled out, the qi and blood in his body became purer and more comfortable to manipulate. If it was based on the experience of his previous life, this was similar to the cleansing of the meridians and marrow. Tsunami. A soft chant resounded from within his body, the qi and blood of his entire body. Finally the combing was complete. Ka! 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 Lin Jiao opened his eyes, and when he moved around, there was even a strange noise within his body, but of course, it didn't last long and disappeared after a while. Just like a person who has not exercised for a long time will suddenly have a ringing sound in his body when he exercises vigorously, Lin Jiao's current situation is also like this. The sound of qi and blood rolling around sounds a little pleasing to the ear. He swung out a heavy fist, which created a residual shadow in the air. The force and speed have improved. This great circumstance circulation method is truly magical. Feeling the condition of his body, Lin Jiao couldn't help but sigh. Having such a gain on his first attempt was undoubtedly extremely wonderful. What he didn't know was that the so-called great circumstantial circulation method was certainly effective, but in the final analysis, it was just a matter of circulating the qi and blood once. It was only that there was residue within his orifices themselves, and once the qi and blood circulated, it naturally cleared the residue away. In other words, the so-called enhancement was actually just a restoration of smoothness in the qi and blood. The current Lin Yu was actually considered to be in a truly complete stance. Standing up from the ground, Lin Yu habitually stirred his qi and blood, causing the patriarch trigger finger to resonate, after which he casually swept a glance towards the patriarch trigger finger. The moment his gaze touched the patriarchal trigger finger, his originally clear and natural gaze was instantly filled with consternation and incredulity, and his pupils contracted violently. 200, 2000, 865,400. After 9 great circumference cycles, Lin Yu's qi and blood had consumed a full 1,800 points. However, this was not the point. The point was that Lin Yu's qi and blood limit had unexpectedly become 2,000 points. This meant that his qi and blood at the quasi-martial artist stage was comparable to twice the qi and blood of a normal person. What was even more terrifying was that when he stepped into the martialist stage, his qi and blood increase would also be twice that of a normal person. The significance of this was something that I believe anyone with an intellectually sound mind could understand. Originally, he thought that 1,800 points was already a myth, but he didn't think that, inexplicably, Lin Yu's qi and blood had, once again, grown. 2,000 points. If this was known to the outside world, there was no telling what kind of uproar it would cause. Fortunately, other than Lin Yu himself, no one knew about this. A legend, quietly rising without a sound. Chapter 65 by Fong Divine Soul. Outside world. Not on my side. Elder Jiao was the first to complete his probing and opened his mouth. Not on my side either. The strongest member of the military department spoke. No. No. One strong person after another opened their mouths, none of them discovering the source of the visions. Strange, it's reasonably impossible for this to happen. Could it be that I'm sensing it wrong? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, somewhat puzzled. So mysterious? Can't even do a rough induction? Elder Zhao spoke in a deep voice, also puzzled. Although this vision was very peculiar, according to the sensing of the crowd, it did not look like a vision induced by a high-grade powerhouse. But now, even Gu Fei, a 6th grade, had sensed it incorrectly, and one had to know that it was only a vision induced by a low-grade martial artist. Where exactly was the problem? Or is this vision really strange to such an extent? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Wushan said helplessly, there's still a place that hasn't been explored yet. Which? Zhao Lao asked. Yangdu Wudu University Affiliated Hotel. Affiliated hotel? Elder Zhao frowned slightly. Why didn't you explore it altogether just now? What's so special about this place? It's nothing special, it's just that this subsidiary hotel is usually used to house new students, and it's unlikely to be the source of the visions, so I left it until the end to explore. Wu Shan explained. In this way, Sniffing, Zhao Lao was a bit disappointed. It seems that today is destined to have no discovery. Originally thought that this affiliated hotel would be some kind of extraordinary place, but didn't expect it to be because of this. A hotel used to house new students, what could be so special? Couldn't it be that a new student was able to induce such a vision? Bull? No. You can't say that. In case there really is a new student who triggers a vision, wouldn't that be an even bigger discovery? Wu Shan said with a smile. That's something you can say. Elder Zhao glared and said without a trace of anger. A bunch of brats who weren't even martial artists, to really be able to induce a vision. I, Zhao, will perform a handstand and wash my head on the spot. With Puffy. No matter what, let's explore it once first. Seeing Elder Zhao blowing his beard and eyes, someone stepped forward to round off the conversation. Then he turned to Wu Shan and said, since this is your Wushu University's affiliated land, it's okay for you to explore it, right? Wu Shan nodded, naturally. After he finished speaking, he was ready to release his divine thoughts and conduct an exploration of the Yangdu Wushu University affiliated hotel. Boom! However, the moment he released his divine thoughts, there was a sudden loud bang somewhere in Yangdu Wudu University. This is the cultivation room? Noticing the location of the disturbance, Wu Shan looked up sharply. He then retracted the divine thoughts that covered towards the Yangdu Martial University's affiliated hotel and looked towards the Yangdu Martial University's cultivation room area, while the others also looked towards the source of the unusual movement. Where everyone's gazes met was indeed in the Yangdu Martial University's cultivation room area. Roar! There, with a furious roar, the shadow of a red and fiery ferocious beast was gaining a foothold in the void with an astonishing might. The beast was shaped like a crane, single-legged, and surrounded by flames. Then, a breath descended from the sky like thunder and poured into Baifang's location. Such a big commotion attracted everyone's attention in the blink of an eye, and a single gaze all converged within the Yangdu Martial University. However, no one noticed that at this time, the visions in the sky suddenly dissipated. Subsequently, a very weak but solid aura spilled out and drifted towards the Yangdu Martial University affiliated hotel. There was then no more sound. Baifang. Looking towards the cultivation room area, a trace of shock flashed in Wu Shan's eyes. In Yangdu Martial University, someone had actually fused a Baifang divine soul. Ancient divine beast. No wonder. Elder Zhao sighed.
The rest of the people also had a look of surprise in their eyes. Awesome. Truly awesome. Fusing a Baifeng divine soul, your Yangdu Martial University has produced another extraordinary genius. The military strongman laughed out loud, not sparing any appreciation. Looks like this is the source of the vision. Who is this person? Elder Jiao turned his head towards Wu Shan and asked. It's unclear. Wu Shan shook his head. It should be that genius from the Yi family. Surprisingly, he was able to fuse a Baifeng divine soul. No wonder he was able to cause such a vision. Truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Another person marveled. Baifeng, the ancient divine beasts were on the list. A person who had fused such divine beast visions had an unlimited future. Let's go, take a look. Wu Shan's body moved and disappeared in place. Ha ha. The military strongman laughed cheerfully and followed Wu Shan closely. I'm also curious as to who is so stunning. I am also curious now. Plus, one by one, the strongest people were also too lazy to care about the Yangdu Wushu University affiliated hotel. The source of the anomaly had been found. What was the point of focusing on that little Thai place? Only Gu Fei stayed in place and pondered. The cultivation room area was explored by him, but just now he clearly did not detect any connection between there and the heavenly visions. That's just it, maybe I'm overthinking it. Since this kind of vision is so peculiar, it's normal that the source cannot be probed. Shaking his head, Gu Fei no longer thought about this and rushed to the cultivation room area as well. Cultivation room area. It's done. A young man in white practicing clothes walked out of a cultivation room with an excited expression. Above him, Baifeng cried out and then disappeared, with only a little bit of starflame remaining in the air, but it only stayed for a few moments before completely dissipating. Awesome, I can't imagine that you can actually make it this far, little Yi. Inside the cultivation room, another person walked out, a man, looking at the age of about 30 or 40 years old, a body of surging chi and blood. Thanks to the teacher's protection. F.A. The white-clothed youth turned around and bowed respectfully towards the middle-aged man. Yi Lingfei can have today, thanks to teacher's cultivation. Ha ha. That middle-aged man laughed, and frankly accepted Yi Lingfei's salute. That's not so great, back then no one was optimistic about you, or I, He Fei, have a good eye. Divine beast divine soul, if those old guys saw this, they would still envy old me to death, cultivating such a student. Yi Lingfei straightened up and smiled. Teacher is right. I said who made such a big commotion, so it's your student Lao He. While the two were talking, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by a person rushing outside the cultivation room. It was none other than Wu Shan. Principal Wu. He Fei and Yi Lingfei were startled when they saw the visitor clearly, then respectfully said in unison. Not bad, not bad. Wu Shan nodded and looked at Yi Lingfei, his eyes filled with appreciation. You are that genius from the Yi family, right? This kind of divine soul, it's truly an extraordinary talent. Many thanks for the principal's compliments, but although the student does have the surname Yi, he is not half related to the Yi family. Yi Lingfei said with a straight face, setting aside his relationship with the Yi family. Not the Yi family? Wu Shan was a little stunned, but the Yi family did have an old friend who sent word for him to take care of this kid himself. How? Looking at Yi Lingfei's expression, it doesn't seem to be a forgery. In this, I'm afraid there are some doors. For a while, Wu Shan's thoughts flowed. However, he didn't care much about these things, the Yi family or not, it had little to do with him. Don't talk about this. Wu Shan sidetracked the topic. Old He, you have taken in a good student, just promoted to the 4th rank. I'm afraid that he is capable of rivaling the unusual 5th rank, right? That's not true, this student of mine, old Streambeer. He Fei also not modest, dejected. Cough cough. Hearing He Fei's words, Wu Shan's expression stagnated. In his heart, he even said, this old He, as a teacher, how can he say such vulgar words? However, by Feng Divine Soul, it is indeed quite a flow of beer. Chapter 66 The Backstabber. Oh? Is this the same kid who induced the vision? Not bad, not bad. The latter is a good boy. Just as Wu Shan was speechless, a few more voices rang out, and Elder Jiao and the others arrived at the scene, praising Yi Lingfei for a while. Having fused with the Baifeng Divine Soul, Yi Lingfei did deserve this kind of praise. Prefect Zhao, General Lin, He Fei was shocked when he saw these people. These were all resounding figures, all of them strong. How could they appear in Yangdu Martial University? And by the looks of it, they seemed to be rushing towards Xiaoyi? What's the situation? Oh? Little Heezy, is this your student? Regardless of He Fei's shocked look, Elder Jiao looked at Yi Lingfei with a smile. Those eyes, as if seeing a diamond in the rough, for a moment made Yi Lingfei a little hairy. Exactly. He Fei nodded, then made a wink towards Yi Lingfei. This is the governor of Yangdu Education House, old Mr. Zhao. Prefect Zhao. On the side, Yi Lingfei was still curious about the status of the person who could be in the same room as Vice Principal Wu Shan. Now that his teacher had reminded him of this, he hurriedly said respectfully. You're welcome. Elder Jiao was still smiling. This is General Lin of the Ministry of War. This is... He Fei introduced them one by one, and Yi Lingfei hurriedly greeted them respectfully. The more He introduces, the more he is shocked. These characters, each has a big head off. Principal, how did Elder Jiao and the others come to our Yangdu Martial University? What happened?
After introducing everyone, He transmitted his voice towards Wu Shan and asked quietly. It's like this, when this student of yours was making a breakthrough, he caused a vision. Hearing He ask, Wu Shan transmitted his voice and explained what had just happened towards He.
A few moments later. The sun's rays descending, the supreme breath? After hearing Wu Shan's explanation, He was stunned. A third grade promoted to a fourth grade had made such a big commotion? This disciple of mine. Is that how the beer flows?
He looked a little wooden, and his eyes were a little unbelievable when he looked at Yi Lingfei.
Teacher, what's wrong? On the side, Yi Lingfei wondered.
From just now, the eyes of this group of people looking at themselves were a bit strange, as if they were seeing a fully
naked beauty. How come even his teacher has become like this now? Yelp! Yi Lingfei shivered. Ahem, it's
like this. He hurriedly relayed what had just happened towards Yi Lingfei.
Not a moment later. After listening to Fei's account, Yi Lingfei looked stunned. Supreme breath, heavenly visions.
Just now, after he had successfully fused the Baifeng divine soul, there was indeed some kind of aura above the canopy that poured into him.
In that case, could that aura be the so-called supreme aura? So, I'm actually this strong?
Yi Lingfei was a bit elated for a while. This matter, if you use the teacher's words, it would be.
The old stream beeps. 10 minutes later. One by one, the strongest people all left after figuring out what was going on.
And the news of Yi Lingfei's fusion of Baifeng divine soul to be promoted to the fourth grade was considered to have spread, and with such a big commotion, it couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to.
The entire Yangdu city knew that a supreme genius had emerged from Yangdu Martial University. Today's vision was induced by this genius.
If this genius could grow up, he would definitely be a strong person.
Yangdu Martial Arts University affiliated hotel, inside room B302.
Lin Yu was still cultivating with his eyes closed, and right after combing his qi and blood, a breath drifted in from somewhere and merged into his body. But although this thing was mysterious, it didn't bring him any discomfort or change.
Everything was no different than before.
The blood value was maintained at 2000 points without fluctuating, and the degree of control was still at the subtle level. After not being able to figure out the reason, Lin Yu simply did not bother. It is impossible that such a small breath can affect him, is not it? The eat, the drink, the combing qi and blood. Meanwhile, the Devil's Abyss.
A vision of this level has actually appeared within the human realm?
A humanoid demonic creature covered in scaly armor spat out some sort of ancient language. It was covered in ferocious flames, the air around it formed a scorching vortex between every breath and inhalation, and on its head, there were two gigantic horns.
Interesting, a supreme vision triggered by a low-grade martial artist. What actions have the human race made?
It looked towards a demonic creature kneeling in front of it and opened its mouth to ask.
None for now.
That demonic creature respectfully said. The humanoid demonic creature sneered. As expected, these inferior creatures don't know what a supreme vision means. Pass down the order to draw the portrait of that human genius, and once he appears in the extraterrestrial battlefield, just directly strike and kill him. There is no harm in killing a low grade, as for whether it will cause a community war.
We have to see if these inferior creatures have the guts to do so.
Yes. On the other hand, the human community, indeed, did not realize what this vision really meant. The many powerful people in Yangdu, although they said that they had detected the unusual nature of the vision. But in their minds, since even the source of the vision had been found, there was nothing to pursue the rest.
The Baifeng divine soul was certainly rare, even as Yi Lingfei could achieve a martial king powerhouse once he grew up.
However, for the human community, although a martial king powerhouse was powerful, an unearthly powerhouse that suppressed a party, it was not to the extent of being vital. Therefore, this incident in Yangdu, on the contrary, did not cause much of a stir. This also led to the fact that both the human community and the Devil Abyss thought that Yi Lingfei was the genius who caused the visions. By mistake, Yi Lingfei had unknowingly taken a heavenly black pot. Even the powerhouses of the Devil Abyss had placed in order for him to be killed. On the other hand, Lin Yu, the rightful owner who had truly triggered the vision, had instead attracted little attention. At the moment, everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him, and he was in a good mood right now. Of course, this made sense. Anyone else who was able to reach 2000 Qi blood at the quasi-martial stage would only be more excited than him. That is, Lin Yu had experienced great storms in his previous life, his mind was extremely tough and his reaction was still considered calm.
Please give my lover a cup of kmoji.
Standing by the window, Lin Yu hummed a little song by King Zhou Tian Wang in his heart. Incidentally, although it is said to be reborn, the culture of this world has changed dramatically. After all, the time note had changed 100 years ago, which meant that the culture from before the Qing dynasty was rather the same as in the previous world. As for after the Qing dynasty, the world was completely different. Naturally, there was no such entertainment king as Zhou Tianwang, and it was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Yu had debuted in the entertainment industry with the memories of his previous life, he would have certainly hit the big time. Not to mention other things, even if it is to write a web novel that is also streaming beer class. Right Shao Fire Adventure, Lin Yuli looking for mother-in-law, Tang Laosan win the Sea King, or Yi Deshao's journey against the heavens or something that does not score a minute to achieve the king of the network text? As for what this martial arts god is so ferocious, such a garbage book, do not mention it. Throwing it to fill up the bookstore counts balls. After standing by the window for a while looking at the sky and thinking for a while, Lin Yu continued his cultivation. The weather was very good, cloudless, it was the right time to cultivate, I just don't know why it was so good today. What kind of bastards' ancestors have been blessed with good fortune? Sitting on his knees, soon, Lin Yu fell into a state of cultivation, continuing to comb his chi and blood. Chapter 67 It's a nice day, huh? Next day, morning. Lin Yu packed up his things and arrived at Yangdu Martial Arts University. This life's university was different from the previous one and could not be entered at will. The sign on the door says, no one is allowed to enter. Translated, this means, Gaijin are not welcome here. There are still a few minutes before the school gates open, due to the closed school policy. At this moment, the school entrance, there are already a large number of students gathered outside. According to the information published on the official website of Yangdu Martial Arts University, there were a total of 2,000 new students admitted this time. And the people who stayed outside the school gates were only a few more. Not only were there students, but there were also many parents accompanying them. Even Lin Yu saw a few with servants, they should be the sons of large families. These people, like cranes, attracted a large number of gazes. There were really a few people like Lin Yu who enrolled alone. After all, the opening of the University of Wuhan is definitely a major event of the year, can be admitted to the University of Wuhan, in the community or elite level, do parents, is more than the students have to come to the excitement. The crowd is bustling. Lin Yu stood at the very edge of the crowd, looking at the people coming and going, and for a while he was in a bit of a trance. This life itself seems to have nothing worth holding on to. At that time in Jiangdu City, there seemed to be some familiar people and things. But after coming to Yangdu, everything was unfamiliar. I was all alone. From the bottom of his heart, a feeling of loneliness arose. It's not that Lin Yu is pretentious and sad, but in the face of an unfamiliar environment, most people are so. Especially if you are alone, it would be strange if you don't have any feelings. But neither envy the prosperity of others, nor feel sad for themselves. It seems to be fine just the way it is. A person practicing martial arts with peace of mind and once again going to the pinnacle of martial arts. If one succeeded in reaching the top, it seemed like this life was also sloppy. If one died in the middle of the journey, there was no one to feel sad for oneself, and that was not bad either. Lin Yu rested his hands behind his head, his mind in a very empty state. In his bones, it seemed as if he was a particularly cold person. Lin Yu thought so, interspersed in the crowd, as if he was a fluttering butterfly, like a big dream. Well, at least he thought so himself. In the eyes of others, this person is more or less a little bit of a problem, wobbling around, maybe to get into the Yangdu Wushu University, and excitement, the brain to give excitement bad. If it wasn't for his colorful skin, Lin Yu would have to suffer some criticism. But also because of his colorful skin, he was now the focus of the crowd instead. To be precise, it was the focus of the girls. After all, Lin Yu's face value was there, so it would be unrealistic to say that he was ignored. A group of girls quietly gathered together, whispering about this handsome young man who was very good looking but didn't seem to have a good head on his shoulders. The boys, on the other hand, were more or less born with some envy and jealousy. And when Lin Jiao appeared beside Lin Yu, this envy soared to the extreme. Yes, Lin Jiao appeared beside Lin Yu when he had thought he would be reporting alone. Well, although it was said to be a bit of a coincidence, it was actually because of this abnormal behavior of Lin Yu. Such a big person floating around in the crowd, with such a colorful look, caused a little bit of a commotion. This little commotion was naturally noticed by Lin Jiao. Then she glanced over and saw the cute little guy. Lin Yu, who was walking around like a big, little cutie. Lin Yu's behavior, to outsiders, didn't look like a little cutie. Just like that, wandering around. But Lin Jiao didn't see it that way. The moment she saw Lin Yu, she was first somewhat stunned and puzzled. Subsequently, inexplicably, she felt that sense of loneliness emanating from Lin Yu's bones. Lin Jiao didn't know why she had this feeling, it was hard to describe. But she just knew that Lin Yu was, right now, very lonely. Like a child without a place to call home, wandering aimlessly because even he didn't know where he was going. Just had to swim and swim and swim like this in the crowd, as if to ease the embarrassment of not having anyone around him. Lin Jiao had no one around her either, but she knew that there was someone who was willing to accompany her, only she didn't want to. Living in such a large family, what she sought was independence and freedom. But Lin Yu was different. Beside him, it seemed like he really wasn't accompanied by anyone. Looking at Lin Yu who was traveling through the crowd, Lin Jiao was in a trance, and her heart was a little sad for no reason.
Lin Jiao did not know why she would have this feeling towards Lin Yu. Was it pity? Or is it pity? It seemed to be neither. But then again, it seems like all of them. In short, she didn't like the feeling. So she walked up behind him and called out his name. Eh? Hearing someone call out his name, Lin Yu was first stunned, then he turned his head and saw a delicate and flawless pretty face. Lin Jiao didn't wear a combat uniform today, but rather, just like an ordinary girl, she was wearing a very ordinary white blouse and a light gray pleated skirt, and on her feet she stepped on a pair of white canvas shoes. It was still a dry short hair, but it had also grown quite a bit in a month's time. Just simply standing there, she caught everyone's attention, left out of the world. Some people, wherever they go, are so dazzling. Lin Jiao? Lin Yu was also slightly stunned. Unlike what Lin Jiao had imagined, he didn't have any sense of loneliness at all right now. There was a moment of feeling good just now, but barring that, he soon walked out from within that state of mind. After so many years, he had long gotten used to it. As for why he's hanging around, it's simple, the bastard is just idle. How big a place is Yangdu Wuda? Just the door are several dozens of meters high. Lin Yu naturally left to look at the right to look at the beauty of the drop very much. Was swimming happily, suddenly heard someone call out his name, even made him a little unhappy. But after turning his head and seeing Lin Jiao, all of that dissipated. Although he was straight and nice, he wasn't blind and still had an aesthetic. I have to say, Lin Yu is still a proper appearance association. If a different Ruohua told him to try, that shall not go up as an old fist. What a coincidence. Lin Jiao smiled and walked forward, getting closer to her. It's quite a coincidence. Lin Yu nodded, not knowing what to say, half a day holding back a sentence. That what? Today's weather is quite good, haha. Boom. As soon as the words fell, suddenly the air kept flashing with electricity and thunder, and it looked like it was about to rain. Lin Jiao. Onlookers. Bull. Lin Yu smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything. This old Chen Tu Lin Yu's previous life national martial arts master was right, dealing with women is the most troublesome. When did you arrive? In the end, it was Lin Jiao who took the lead in initiating the conversation. Just arrived. Lin Yu nodded and fell silent again. I heard you guys ran into some danger on the way, are you alright? Anan. It's the holy cult? Any injuries? No. The duo just stood and chatted with one another, the topic so awkward that the men and women gathered next to them were itching to rush up and have a chat and teach on the spot. Too awkward, these two. Especially the man, no matter what the woman asks, he is right, as gold, never say a word more, not to mention the initiative to start the topic of the hot atmosphere of these the high end of the operation. But what is even more devastating is that these two people are still chatting happily and enjoying themselves. Simply. God has no eyes. How can such a beautiful goddess talk so happily with such an elf? The male compatriots present were furiously crying out for unfairness in their hearts. I can take the place of such straight men. However, after carefully sizing up Lin Yu's face again, they all hung their heads again. Sure enough, this was a society that looked at faces. Chapter 68, Starting School, Counting. Buzz. Just as Lin Yu and his duo were chatting idly, the barrier outside the school's main gate softly sounded and then disappeared. Afterwards, an old voice rang out. Yangdu Martial Arts University officially opened the school gates. The freshmen admitted this time can enter, the rest of you are not allowed to enter. The voice was a little noisy, the sound quality was not very good, as if the amplifier was broken. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu was slightly puzzled. Could it be that with such a powerful financial power of Yangdu Martial Arts University, the announcing system could still be out of order? To know, the technology of this era was extremely developed, even the broadcasting system of Jiangdu Wudu was not this bad. Moreover, this sound has no sense of coverage, and it is somewhat small for such a large crowd. With some doubts, Lin Yu swept a glance towards the source of the sound. Then he froze. At the end of his gaze, an old man in a security uniform was standing on a 1-meter-high round platform at the entrance of the school, with one hand crossed, and one hand was holding a loudspeaker, letting out a loud shout. Again, no one other than admitted students are allowed to enter. Please enter in an orderly manner, there are. At the school gate. Well. Loudspeakers are the kind of megaphones that are often used by food-selling Amazons in food markets. Lin Yu fell into a rare speechlessness. No wonder the sound quality is so poor, it's not even a broadcasting system broadcasting a message. With this kind of broken speakers bought randomly on the street, the sound quality can be good to hell. So low. So classless. So tempted to drop out. Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiao slyly. Why do I feel that this school is somewhat unreliable? Lin Jiao propped up her forehead and said feebly, there might be some special reason, it shouldn't normally be like this. Hopefully. Just as the two of them were talking, the grandpa on the round platform finally removed the horn, stretched out his thumb and pressed hard somewhere on the grip, then placed the horn on the round platform and jumped off the platform with a satisfied look. Security Moncler outlet online, leaving the loudspeaker lying alone on the round platform, diligently fulfilling its duties.
Yangdu Martial Arts University officially opened the school gate. The freshmen admitted this time can enter, the rest of the people are not allowed to enter.
Again, idle people and others. Oh come on, it's still a high-class item with a recording function. Listening to the looping, noisy recording, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh heavily in his heart. Worthy of being the topmost martial arts university, even the ground goods bought were so advanced. Really super tasteful, isn't it? Let's go report for duty. Lin Jiao was already a little hard of hearing, and her face was a little hard to hang on to. When she was talking to Lin Yu about volunteering, she herself had been speaking up for Yangdu Wudu University, saying how rich the resources and faculty here were. But now, every time that loudspeaker played a sentence of the security boss's voice, Lin Jiao felt like she was stabbed in the heart. It was so humiliating. Especially since, due to the vibration of the sound, that horn kept sliding outward and looked like it was about to fall off the round table. The two of them entered the school at a quick pace, and as they passed the entrance, they saw someone coming out of the school greet that old man. Yo, Master Qin, you're the old man on duty today? This loudspeaker isn't broken yet? Why, the quality is very good. Master Qin touched out a teapot and drank a mouthful of tea, grinning. So when is this broadcasting system going to be turned on? The man who greeted him said helplessly. Open, Moncler Jackets Outlet, open what open? That is, you are now living well, with resources are generous, think of the years we will that. That is really tightening the waistband to live. Saving, to save, understand? Brat, really don't know that resources are not easy to come by, that are snatched from the hands of foreigners. Hearing this, Lin Yu, who was passing by, stood in awe, listening to this tone. This Master Qin has a story. Can it be that he is a martial artist who rose to prominence when the human race was at its most desperate? Lin Yu asked with a serious face. Master Qin, you used to be a martial artist as well? In the past, Moncler Qin blew on the teapot, his pale face full of memories. Sure enough. Seeing Moncler Outlet Online Qin this kind of look, Lin Yu's heart moved slightly. Moncler Outlet Online Qin is not as simple as the surface. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Moncler Jackets for Sale Qin's ghostly voice. I used to be a janitor here as well. The crowd that had been surrounded by faces of anticipation were speechless and fell into a short silence. Moncler Outlet Store, can you just say what you have to say? You're acting like there's some kind of secret or something. You're making us look stupid. The people have different thoughts, not worthy of being Master Qin, really excellent. A few moments later. Break it up. The returning crowd left in droves. It was still important to report. Humph. Looking at the backs of the crowd as they left, Grandmaster Qin hummed arrogantly, a bunch of youngsters, still want to pry into Grandmasters, my legend? Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Glancing towards Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, that Grandpa Qin muttered, this pair of golden girls and boys, they are still a good match. This brat has the demeanor of Grandpa me back then. Think of the year, labor is also so handsome, but unfortunately, the years are not forgiving nah. Qin Moncler Outlet Online held a teapot, colorful, leisurely into the janitorial room, just a few moments later and hurriedly ran out. The horn is dead, it's time to change the batteries. After leaving from the school entrance, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao partnered up and went to the new student reporting office. Along the way, with their high face value, the two attracted numerous gazes. Especially once they arrived at the reporting office, several seniors scrambled to be the first to handle the reporting matters for the duo. Well, all of them came for Lin Jiao, and Lin Yu was just a collateral item. After all, martial arts universities are all about more men than women, and girls are already scarce. These seniors who are responsible for receiving new students have always been enthusiastic about girls, let alone facing such a stunningly beautiful beauty as Lin Jiao. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to maintain their face in front of her, these seniors probably would have fought on the spot. Rather, a few people also ducked to the side and argued for a while, and in the end, a youth wearing a casual outfit stood out. Hello schoolmate, my name is Yang Wei, I should be considered your senior. Yang Wei revealed a smile that he thought was handsome, not hiding his favor towards Lin Jiao in the slightest. Hello. Lin Jiao nodded politely without saying anything more. What's the name of the schoolgirl? Yang Wei heard Lin Jiao respond, his heart was so excited that he leaned towards Lin Jiao. My surname is Lin. Lin Jiao sensed Yang Wei's movements and moved away from Yang Wei, leaning towards Lin Yu's side, with some unhappiness in her heart, and did not report her name. Oh, schoolmate Lin ah. To this action of Lin Jiao, Yang Wei didn't care and followed the pole upwards. Beautiful women, a bit of character is normal. It's exciting. Then it's up to me to show you around the school. If you have any questions, add me Tianshuan, anytime, Yang Wei is not angry, but he is gushing, showing his dog-licking nature, and his attitude towards Lin Jiao is called a good one. Only unfortunately, Lin Jiao does not pay much attention to him. This caused Yang Wei to feel regret, and at the same time, he also developed boundless anger towards Lin Yu. In his opinion, it must be because of this little white boy that Lin Jiao didn't pay any attention to him. Looking at Lin Yu's face, Yang Wei was furious. What's the use of being handsome? In WU, only strength was fundamental. Senior, we should start touring the campus, right?
Yang Wei had been yakking in his ear, so even with Lin Jiao's cultivation, he could not stand it a bit. It was too disliked.
Oh, okay. Yang Wei smiled fawningly, since the schoolmates have said so, let's get going.
After a pause, he turned to Lin Yu and said in a cold voice, let's go. The attitude was extremely harsh. How perfect would it be without this little white boy? It would be possible to swim on campus alone with Lin's school sister.
Yang Wei secretly thought in his heart.
On the other hand, Lin Yu was idly looking east and west, and was suddenly stunned a little by such a cold shout from Yang Wei. But then he reacted to what it was.
MD, this double standard dog. What do I care if you can't get a girl? Who do you think you're ting on?
Lin Yu's heart was on fire, and he smoothly walked into the middle of Lin Jiao and Yang Wei. Originally, Lin Jiao deliberately kept a distance from Yang Wei, and there was a large empty space in the middle. Lin Yu walked in like this, and the movement was called a silky smooth.
I Nima.
On this side, Yang Wei originally had a happy heart. After all, he was able to walk side by side with such a beautiful schoolgirl, although the middle distance was quite far, but he was already very satisfied. As a result, he was killed in the middle of the road. Directly stepped on the horse to cut off. Yang Wei heart that called us suffocating, this kid, simply a little bit of color. Do you know in the martial arts university does not respect the senior will have what happens? Especially the senior of the Martial Arts Association. The senior is very angry, the consequences are very serious. Very serious. With Lin Jiao there, Yang Wei wanted to try to leave a good impression on her and maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. It was not good to have a seizure, but in his heart, he was determined to give Lin Yu a good look. Looking at Yang Wei ate a fly general expression. Lin Yu's surface does not move, but in the heart is secretly happy.
What do you want to do? I will not let you do anything. Are you mad?
Lin Jiao suddenly felt someone beside her, thought it was Yang Wei, instinctively wanted to stay away, but realized it was Lin Yu, and stopped her steps. What are you? Lin Jiao asked in a small voice, somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Yu suddenly came over.
Not happy in my heart.
Lin Yu opened his mouth.
Unhappy in the heart?
Lin Jiao's heart suddenly trembled.
In fact, right, Lin Yu's meaning was that he simply wanted to discuss Yang Wei.
However, again, he only said half of his words and didn't explain clearly.
In this way, this so-called upset, there is a big doorway. So, Lin, the schoolgirl, misunderstood. Unhappy. Why would he be unhappy? Lin Jiao began to ramble. Is it because this Yang Wei wanted to get close to me and he got upset in his heart? But what does this have to do with him? Could this be jealousy? But what kind of jealousy is he? The more Lin Jiao thought about it, the more outrageous it became, even to the point of brainstorming whether Lin Yu was jealous of such a reason. Her face swished red. In the end, even though Lin Jiao was how high and low in front of outsiders, how she didn't give a damn about other people, she was really just a 17-year-old girl. It would be fine for those who weren't interested, but for Lin Yu, she actually had some good feelings in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered lucrative conditions even though she knew that Lin Yu was not a special physique, knowing that if Lin Yu wasn't a special physique, she would have to bear the cost she had promised. Coupled with the 40 days of spending time together in the border area, Lin Jiao's favor towards Lin Yu increased rather than decreased. This led to Lin Jiao getting a little carried away in the face of Lin Yu's misunderstanding-filled sentence. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't bother. Yang Wei is a living example. What do you think? What does it have to do with me, Lin Jiao? Ha? Your face is so red, what's wrong? Lin Yu was walking, suddenly found that Lin Jiao walking speed slowed down, so he curiously looked at it, and found that Lin Jiao's face was as red as a ripe apple, red and tempting. No. It's nothing, maybe some water and soil. Lin Jiao made up a random excuse in a panic. Oh. Lin Yu didn't care, drink more hot water. Meanwhile, the reporting service. MD, this Yang Wei is so infuriating, so arrogant based on the fact that he's from the Martial Artist Association. A white-clothed youth cursed and sat on a chair, his mouth full of complaints. Indeed. Ing, one person chimed in, spitting fin, obviously is one teenager. It should have been me to take that pretty schoolgirl to tour the school, this Yang Wei hard for me to grab, really overbearing. The most lost, there is nothing more than the inch-headed youth sitting on a bench. As soon as he thought that Yang Wei was now taking that pretty schoolgirl to tour the school, it was hard to die in his heart. That should have been a benefit that belonged to him. Robbing it isn't necessarily a bad thing. A black-clothed youth spoke out to comfort him. How is it not a bad thing? It's not that I'm saying, Senior Zhao, do you need to be afraid of that Yang Wei? The inch-haired youth complained, it's true that he's a member of the Martial Artist Association, but you're at least a cadre of the student union. What if you really let that scum Yang Wei scourge that schoolmate? It's not like you don't know what kind of person Yang Wei is. Scourge? He's also worthy? Upon hearing this, a strong disdain flashed in the eyes of that black-clothed youth. Do you guys know why I would let Yang Wei go and bring those two people to familiarize themselves with the school? Why? The remaining few asked in unison. From the reaction of this Senior Zhao just now, it was obvious that he was attracted to that pretty schoolgirl, but in the end, he still let Yang Wei go. One must know that in terms of authority, Senior Zhao was definitely higher than Yang Wei.
Originally, I thought that it was Senior Zhao who had succumbed to the might of the Martial Arts Association, but now, listening to Senior Zhao's words, it seemed that there was a hidden agenda?
Do you guys know, what is that, schoolmate? Senior Zhao asked again. No idea.
The crowd shook their heads in unison.
She's Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao? The crowd froze in unison, then someone reacted, the Lin Jiao who came third in this year's grand examination? Right.
Senior Zhao nodded, and next to Lin Jiao that is Lin Yu.
Lin Yu?
There was a gasp from the crowd.
The inch-headed youth couldn't help but ask, this year's top student? He didn't go to Kyoto Martial Arts University? He came to Yangdu Wudu University? Right. How is this possible? Not being from Yangdu, and actually choosing Yangdu Wushu University, this doesn't make sense?
The young man with an inch head had an unbelievable look on his face, knowing that in the last 2 years, Kyoto Martial Arts University was in full swing, and was truly the #1 martial arts university. Although Yangdu was good, but to be honest, there was still some distance from Kyoto Martial Arts University. Is a normal person will choose Kyoto Martial Arts University, right? In previous years, although there were also great examination top students who chose Yangdu Wudu University, but that was because those top students themselves were the sons of Yangdu's family, plus Yangdu Wudu University was also brilliant for a period of time. But Lin Yu is different. China's first grassroots scholar, now this situation, should be the choice of Kyoto Wudan, how?
This is simply not in line with common sense. He.
Seeing the puzzled looks of the crowd, Senior Zhao smiled faintly. At first, I thought the same as you all, but think about it, which test center is Lin Jiao from?
Jiangdu City.
Although there wasn't much information published on Tianwang, it still revealed a little information about the top few places, and immediately, someone who knew about it answered.
What about Lin Yu? Senior Zhao asked again. Also Jiangdu City.
The crowd murmured. And, both Lin Yu and Lin Jiao are from Jiangdu City Martial Arts High School.
Senior Zhao added.
When this news came out, the crowd was first silent, followed by a wail. The same place, the same high school, and came to report together. Between these two people, to say that there isn't some relationship, who would believe it? Originally thought a water tender cabbage, I did not realize that the cabbage has long been arched, which is undoubtedly in the hearts of the people fierce hammer.
Why, my goddess, my schoolmate. Blue and thin, shiitake mushrooms.
Such a beautiful sister has a boyfriend, sinning.
Chow Nima, my heart hurts.
For a while, the scene was a bit chaotic.
It's quite a pity.
Senior Zhao remembered Lin Jiao's face and body and also felt doubly sorry for her, and for a while, he also began to feel sorry for her.
No.
In the middle of the day, he suddenly reacted. Meow, being led astray by this group of people, that's not what I wanted to say.
Ahem.
Senior Zhao coughed twice, trying to bring the topic back on track. So what? Stop howling. Even if we don't have a boyfriend, Lin Jiao isn't something we can get our hands on, don't dream about it. The scene was quiet for a moment at those words.
Solid, old iron. Then it blew up again. Nonsense. Although you have a point, I'm not listening.
That's right, how can such a beautiful goddess have a boyfriend? Looking at the crowd's reaction, Senior Zhao was left with a burst of egg pain. Clearly, salvaging the situation had failed. For most people, a goddess could have no relationship with them, but they couldn't fall in love with someone else. After all, how could a god fall to earth and fall in love with someone? And willingly at that. A goddess is a goddess because she must be high and pure out of the world. Needless to say, this kind of thinking is a bit twisted, but the fact is that most people think this way and it's hard to be exempt from it.
You guys?
Senior Zhao was a bit hateful and said in a hateful voice, I'm not going to beat around the bush, you guys think about it, if Lin Yu and Lin Jiao are in a relationship. The words were only half spoken when they were interrupted by a shout. No listen, they're not in a relationship.
Okay, they're not in a relationship.
Zhao Senior said feebly, I mean hypothetically,
Assuming doesn't work either.
The inch-headed youth grumbled.
Senior Zhao clenched his teeth, then.
That Lin Yu is chasing after Lin Jiao, but didn't catch up. This way, it's okay.
That hits the spot. If you can talk more, I love it.
So good at talking, Senior, you publish a book, I'll pay for it. This time, Senior Zhao was finally recognized by the crowd.
No. It wasn't just recognized, it was simply used. MMP.
Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Senior Zhao had a burst of egg pain, a bunch of unproductive goods, no wonder the martial realm couldn't go up. However, he still opened his mouth and said, then the current situation is that Lin Yu is pursuing Lin Jiao, right?
Right. Then, at this time, if we say that Yang Wei should lead them to familiarize themselves with the school, what do you guys think? With that character of Yang Wei, what will happen?
The young man with an inch head opened his mouth and said, then there's no need to think, he will definitely go after Lin Jiao.
Smart.
Senior Zhao snapped his fingers, then the point comes, Lin Yu is chasing Lin Jiao, Yang Wei also wants to chase Lin Jiao.
With Yang Wei's foul temper.
Words he didn't finish, but the meaning in his words was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. The crowd also reacted, Senior Zhao was trying to kill someone with a knife. Ilu go, Senior, your move, wonderful
borrowing Lin Yu's hand to clean up Yang Wei, simply.
The white-clothed youth admired. Nima, it can still be like this. Senior Jiao is so shady, borrowing a knife to kill someone, shrimp pig heart. A group of people also agreed.
Kill someone with a borrowed knife?
Facing the crowd's boasting, Senior Jiao was disdainful. Then you guys are underestimating me too much. It doesn't matter if Lin Yu cleans up Yang Wei or not.
Moreover, at this stage, Lin Yu really doesn't have to be able to fight Yang Wei.
After all, behind Yang Wei is the Martial Artist Association.
Oh? Then why? The inch-haired youth was curious. Since it wasn't to teach Yang Wei a lesson, what was the reason for this? You're not in a hurry? Didn't I just say that?
Behind Yang Wei stands the Martial Artist Association. Senior Jiao spoke eloquently. Once Yang Wei reveals his intentions to chase after Lin Jiao and actually goes after her, then Lin Yu will inevitably be displeased. In that case, the two will inevitably clash. And since Yang Wei is used to being a bully, he will inevitably rely on the Martial Artist Association to oppress Lin Yu.
And what day is it tonight? I'm sure you're all familiar with it, right? A martial artist will check the bed?
The white-clothed youth mused. This link was something they were familiar with to a fault. Every year when they enrolled in school, there would be this link. Saying that it was a dormitory check, it was actually a way for the members of the Martial Artist Association to give the new students a downward spiral. The purpose was simple: to establish authority. This Yangdu Wuda is not as peaceful as the outside world. That is to say,
Lin Yu might break out into conflict with the Martial Association? The inch-headed youth vaguely understood something.
Right. Senior Jiao smiled. In this way, there is a great possibility that Lin Yu will be on the opposite side of the Martial Artist Association. At that time, it will naturally be much simpler to invite him to join the student association.
It's not that simple, is it? The inch-haired youth frowned. With just one Yang Wei, there is that much influence?
For sure. Senior Jiao swore, and it's actually almost a given that Lin Yu will join the student council. I'm only doing this to let him know how disgusting martial artists can be.
Also,
the inch-haired youth suddenly nodded as if he had thought of something, deeply impressed.
Moreover, if Lin Jiao is really a pair with Lin Yu, perhaps Lin Jiao will also join our student union. Wouldn't it be two birds with one stone?
Senior Jiao continued to analyze with clear logic.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
How could Lin Jiao be with Lin Yu? It must be just Lin Yu unilaterally chasing Lin Jiao. However, this time, Senior Jiao's words didn't get a response from the crowd. Instead, they were filled with voices of opposition.
Senior Jiao.
On the other side, Lin Yu and his duo naturally didn't know that they were already being counted on by someone with a heart of gold.
However, things were just as Senior Jiao had predicted. Yang Wei was indeed looking at Lin Yu extremely unfavorably.
The reason was also very simple: because of Lin Jiao. Yang Wei has been trying to talk to Lin Jiao to enhance their relationship, but Lin Jiao is not even bothering to pay attention to him, but instead is extremely close to Lin Yu. Seeing this situation, Yang Wei was burning with jealousy, and even the idea of taking the two of them on a tour of the school was gone. He was walking with a lack of interest, but in his heart, he secretly swore that he would give this kid a good fight at night.
Chapter 69, Dormitory Assignment.
Although he was not happy in his heart, Yang Wei still followed the process and took the two of them on a general walk around the school and introduced the situation of Yangduo University.
According to Yang Wei, the entire Yangdu Wudu University was divided into 4 campuses: East, West, South, and North.
The location where Lin Yu and the others reported belonged to the West campus. Of course, all 4 campuses were actually connected. It was only divided this way for the sake of convenient name-calling. Just like in his previous life, there was also a division of colleges within Yangdu Martial University, with a total of 5 colleges: the Academy of Martial Artists, the Academy of Pills, the Academy of Manufacturing, the Academy of Thermal Weapons, and the Academy of Research. However, what was special was that freshman students could only choose either the Martial Artist Academy or the Thermal Weapons Academy, and sophomores could only go and choose other academies to further their studies. This was because the period of freshman year was the prime time when most cadets were new to martial arts and needed to focus on cultivation. By sophomore year, after a year of sharpening their skills, students also have a general understanding of their situation and can make choices without wasting their talent. In addition to the campuses and colleges, Yang Wei also gave a general introduction to the other more important places, such as the cultivation room, testing room, and so on, so I won't go into details here. After riding the school bus around the North Campus, very soon, Yang Wei led the duo to complete all the reporting work. Standing outside the reporting office building, Yang Wei, with a smile piled on his face, patiently said to Lin Jiao, "The reporting work has been brought to completion, including the registration of the teaching account of Yangdu Wudu University. You only need to log into the teaching system to check it out, school sister."
"Thanks."
Although she was not happy with Yang Wei, Lin Jiao still politely said thanks.
"If there's anything else you don't understand, feel free to contact me. Let's add a Tianxuan, so we can communicate." Yang Wei looked at Lin Jiao with an expectant purpose. Lin Jiao just smiled and didn't say anything.
Seeing that Lin Jiao had absolutely no intention of agreeing, Yang Wei's heart was incomparably lost, but he still had the cheek to say, "My Skype number is SB250384438.
Who is Lin Jiao? Just as Yang Wei was reporting his Sky signal number, a clear female voice rang out.
The crowd followed the sound and a man and a woman walked out from the reporting building, and it was one of the women who spoke.
What's wrong? Lin Jiao said suspiciously. I'm from the guidance office, your side of the dormitory shouldn't have been arranged yet, right? I'm in charge of taking you to the dormitory.
The girl spoke.
So it's like this.
Lin Jiao revealed a smile, trouble.
It should be. The woman smiled, let's go then.
Good, Lin Jiao nodded, then waved her hand towards Lin Yu, see you later.
See you later. Lin Yu nodded. See you later, schoolmate, remember to add me to Tianshuan.
Looking at Lin Jiao about to leave, Yang Wei had a look of fondness on his face.
Lin Jiao didn't respond and left with the woman straight away.
Humph. Yang Wei didn't get a response, but instead of getting angry at Lin Jiao, he gave a cold snort towards Lin Yu and then left as well.
This gun lies.
Lin Yu had a helpless look on his face. Old Chen Tu was really right, when you're with a pretty woman, there are definitely more things to do. This is not, inexplicably was a bean to miss. It's true that a beautiful woman is a curse, and the ancients have not deceived me. You are Lin Yu's classmate, right? Right in the middle of Lin Yu's thoughts, the man who was traveling with the woman opened his mouth. Lin Yu sized up the man, dressed in casual clothes, with medium-length hair, the whole person looked very elegant.
You are? Lin Yu wondered. Qian Yun.
The elegant youth took the initiative to extend his hand and smiled. Lin Yu reached out his hand, and the two of them shook it slightly and quickly separated.
Also from the guidance division? Lin Yu asked. Right. Qian Yun nodded. Trouble. Lin Yu understood that this person was taking himself to the dormitory. A show of hands.
Qian Yun waved his hand to show that he didn't care and walked forward. Let's talk as we walk.
Okay. Lin Yu and Qian Yun walked side by side.
The two of them didn't walk for long before Qian Yun pointed at a tall building in front of them and said, that piece in front, that's where you live. Lin Yu looked in the direction Qian Yun pointed. It was a building that looked very luxurious with a sense of technology.
You're talking about the tallest one?
Lin Yu was surprised.
Naturally.
Qian Yun nodded his head. This Yangdu Wu University is really generous. Looking at the gilded high-rise, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Just from the outside, this building was even more luxurious than even the Yangdu-affiliated hotel.
One must know that the Yangdu-affiliated hotel, that was a 5-star hotel. Generous? Qian Yun smiled slightly, that's only for you. What do you mean? Lin Yu asked.
Because you're this year's top student, Qian Yun laughed.
You know that? Lin Yu was stunned.
With all the rumors going around outside, how could I not know who Lin Yu is?
Qian Yun shook his head, only a dude like Yang Wei would not pay attention to this.
All right. Lin Yu didn't dwell on it too much, after all, although there was no information about his looks on the internet, the name, I'm afraid, had already spread all over the country. This time the publicity about the top student was unprecedented. Qian Yun stopped and pointed to the A character posted on the highest part of the building and asked, see that character? Lin Yu let out a indicating that he saw it. Room A suite specially assigned for outstanding students. It's also because you're this year's top student that you're qualified to stay there, other students don't get this treatment. Qian Yun said. This allocation of accommodation, it also differentiates based on the person who came? Lin Yu curiously said.
Naturally.
Qian Yun nodded, the higher the potential and the stronger the strength, the better the treatment.
Engaging in this kind of differential treatment? Aren't you afraid that the students will make a stir? Lin Yu asked. I'm afraid that this kind of differential treatment would not be appropriate anywhere. Sensational? A hint of disdain flashed in Qian Yun's eyes. How sensational? Sue the Education Bureau? Or go to the state prison to make a fuss?
Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, this is not a bad way. After all, considering the situation of the students, perhaps the State Scholarship Council would intervene to rectify the situation.
Then, what if I tell you that this practice is allowed by the state prison? Qian Yun asked rhetorically. The state eunuch is permitted? Lin Yu was somewhat stunned. Impossible, right? How is it impossible?
Qian Yun shook his head. However, if the natural talent is the same, naturally there will be no differentiation. But if the natural talent is different, this differentiation is within the rules. Saying this, he turned around and looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. Student Lin Yu, you don't think that coming to this Yangdu Martial University is really just to study, right?
Lin Yu frowned and said, isn't it? Of course not.
Qian Yun smiled. The world of martial artists is far more cruel than you can imagine. Only the strong are respected. Mediocre talents, on the other hand, are worthless. A martial arts university and an ordinary university are not the same concept. If your thinking is still stuck in the world of ordinary people, you will easily suffer great losses. Take this dormitory allocation for example. The rooms that different students live in are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The most outstanding students live in the A building, single a suite, practice room, washroom, have everything. The second best live in the B building, bad conditions are a little worse, but also one person. And if it's the lowest class of students? Xianyun narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, live in a group dormitory, 4 to a room.
In that case, do you understand? Chapter 70.
Lin Yu was silent for a moment, then 4 words came out of his mouth, layered.
Layers are clear.
Xianyun tilted his head to look at the highest floor of the A building and sighed, this is really the best interpretation of Yangdu Wudu University.
It's not just the dormitories, right? Lin Yu spoke. What? I mean, it's not just dorms that have this distinction, is it? Naturally. Xianyun smiled, Yangdu Wudu University, it's not as simple as you think. Everything, it has to be fought over.
Resources have to be fought over, cultivation grounds have to be fought over, everything has to be fought over.
Strength is the root of being based in Yangdu Martial University.
Without strength, there will be no resources. And without resources, it means that martial arts progress will be extremely slow.
There are not a few people who are dissuaded every year. Yangdu Martial Arts University does not raise idle people.
It's rather like raising a parasite.
Lin Yu said. Raising parasites? Right. It's raising parasites.
Xianyun laughed out loud, I'm really appreciating you more and more, you get to the point every time.
What's the point of talking to me about this? Lin Yu asked.
Nothing, it's just speaking from experience as a senior, letting you understand that Yangdu Wudu's isn't as wonderful as you think.
Xianyun said.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, he didn't believe that this senior really meant well.
If he wanted to convey these truths, it was unnecessary.
After staying here for a while, Lin Yu would naturally understand everything, so there was no need for Xianyun to worry about this. Sure enough, just when he thought so, Xianyun's words turned, of course, for the strong, Yangdu Wuda is indeed a holy place, as long as there is strength, there is everything.
And for the weak, is the meat on the chopping board to be slaughtered? He looked at Lin Yu and asked, Student Lin Yu, do you want to be the strong? Or do you want to be the meat on the chopping board? Naturally, it's the strong one. Lin Yu said. Wonderful.
Xianyun laughed, I knew that you would give this answer, so I won't beat around the bush, how about joining our Martial Artist Association? Join our Martial Artist Association, with your talent, you will definitely become a strong generation. After 7 roundabouts, he finally got to the point.
The Martial Artists Association?
Lin Yu suddenly realized, no wonder this Xianyun would tell himself these things, it was nothing more than creating pressure on himself and then finally throwing out the olive branch. But for this Martial Arts Association, Lin Yu's senses are not very good. Just now along the way Yang Wei had been complacently showing off that he was a member of the Martial Artist Association, and the condescension that was revealed in his words made Lin Yu a little displeased. However, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to reject it, but asked towards Xianyun, what are the benefits of joining the Martial Artist Association? Benefits? Xianyun smiled and said, being able to join the Martial Artist Association is already the greatest benefit.
It's also because you're the top student that I broke the rules and invited you. Anyone else who wants to join, that's a no-go. So, martial artists will be strong?
Lin Yu asked with interest.
That's natural.
Xianyun's words were full of conceit and arrogance. In the entire Yangdu Martial University, the Martial Artist Association is the strongest force.
There is no one. What about the Student Association? Lin Yu said. Student Council?
Xianyun disdainfully bristled, it's just a gathering place for a bunch of mongrels, it's not worth mentioning. It's just a 5th grade, we, the Martial Artists Association, have 3 5th grade powerhouses.
5th grade.
At those words, Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. From Yang Wei's mere words, he also knew that both the Martial Artist Association and the Student Association were just organizations between students. He had thought that it was a small fight, but when Xianyun said this, it was greatly out of Lin Yu's expectation. One must know that the strongest person in the entire Jiangdu city in the open is only the 5th rank. Within this martial association, not only was there a 5th grade not to mention, there were actually a full 3 5th grades.
This kind of lineup was simply terrifying. How about it, our Martial Artist Association, it's very strong, right?
Xianyun said smugly, moreover, the Martial Artist Association has always only recruited elites, and the quality of both the 4th and 3rd grades is far higher than the Student Association. It can be said that as long as one joins the Martial Artist Association, one has a great future.
How about it? Want to join us?
After saying that, he quietly looked at Lin Yu, waiting for his reply, while the look of pride on his face could be seen by anyone.
I have to think about it again.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment and rebuffed. The matter of joining an organization was not something he had considered. Although this martial association was strong, he hadn't really wanted to lean on it. And he could feel that both Xianyun and Yang Wei, when talking to him, were a bit condescending. Xianyun is okay, just talking about the Martial Artist Association when dejected. Yang Wei can be disgusting, from the beginning to the end look down on himself, also do not know where he got the superiority. This sense of superiority made Lin Yu's heart instinctively resist. And now, Qian Yun was the same. Although he was trying his best to hide it, Lin Yu could feel that this Qian Yun, from the bottom of his heart, was looking down on himself. It was even as if allowing himself to join the Martial Artist Association was a gift. Alright, then take your time to consider it, don't force it. Seeing Lin Yu say that he still had to consider, Qian Yun's eyes flickered for a moment. Saying that he had to consider it was actually a rebuff, only it was said euphemistically. The scene became a bit awkward for a while. In the middle of the day. Let's go, let's settle down first, I won't think about that for now. Lin Yu was the first to break the silence. Also. Qian Yun nodded. The duo then continued to walk towards the dormitory. 2 minutes later. Here it is. Qian Yun brought Lin Yu to room A and said towards Lin Yu, this is where you'll be staying. After you log into the faculty system later, your specific room will be displayed after you authenticate at the window, so I won't follow you in. Good. Lin Yu nodded. Then, student Lin Yu, goodbye. Qian Yun smiled and then left. Bye. Lin Yu also smiled politely and walked towards the window. Don't know what's good for you. Walking to a place where Lin Yu could not see, Qian Yun disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Really think that being a top student in the exams is something great? A high cultural score is just that. He opened Tianquan and entered a string of information. Invitation failed. Then he strides away. In front of the A building, at the window. Hello, I'm here to activate my accommodation information over here. Lin Yu probed his head towards the window and asked. Freshman? At the window, a man looked up and asked. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Just enter your information on the faculty system, followed by fingerprint verification. The man casually said, pointing to the fingerprint machine in front of him. Lin Yu complied and entered the information on the faculty system before pressing on the fingerprint machine. It's okay. The man nodded, you should be able to see the relevant information on the faculty system. Lin Yu opened the faculty system and indeed saw the relevant information on it. Building A, Room 101. Permission to use, 1 year. Chapter 71, Lin Yi. 1 year? Lin Yu frowned. According to the normal progression, the program at Yangdu Wushu University was a 4-year program. How come this residency was only 1 year? Could it be that you still have to go out and find a room after 1 year? Please. He looked up and was just about to open his mouth to ask a question when he heard the man preempt him. Is it a question about residency? Yes. Lin Yu nodded. This year, it's a free gift from the school. It's considered a new student benefit, and it will naturally expire after 1 year. If after a year, you rank in the top 50 students in this class, then the residence time will naturally be renewed. And if you fall out of the top 50, then you'll have to move out. Of course, you can also pay to renew your residency. 1.5 million federal dollars for a year's stay, whether it's worth it or not, take your own time to think about it. 1.5 million a year. After hearing the man's explanation, Lin Yu had a burst of egg pain. This was just like a ING robbery, and it was also just residency, not ownership. This Yangdu Wu University, really good at making money. If you really live here for 4 years on federal dollars, that's a full $6 million. The hell with that. I have to say, that's quite a freshman benefit, at least against 1.5 million federal dollars. Well, this top student is not in vain. Thinking this way, Lin Yu's good mood that was just destroyed by Qian Yun instantly returned. Happily arriving in front of room 101, Lin Yu swiped his bracelet on the door lock and the door opened smoothly. The room was very luxurious, probably about 200 square feet, practicing room, bedroom, bathroom, and so on everything, living a 5-star hotel specification. TSK, no wonder you have to charge $1.5 million a year, this configuration is indeed very good. The bedsheets and bedding and whatnot have already been laid out, but there is no need for Lin Yu to reacquire them, it's very convenient. After carefully circling around the room, Lin Yu sat down and boarded the schools for him, scrutinizing the entire distribution of Yangdu Wushu University. Ding! 10 minutes later, pleasant music played and someone rang the doorbell. Lin Yu suspiciously stood up from the sofa. In Yangdu Wudu University he cannot have many acquaintances, but also know a Lin Jiao. And this is the male dormitory, who would come to find himself at this juncture? Although puzzled, Lin Yu still opened the door to his room. Hello, classmate. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Yu saw a boy greeting himself with a big smile. Are you? Lin Yu was pretty sure that he didn't recognize this person. My name is Zhang Shan, I'm the freshman who lives across the street from you. By all rights, we should be classmates, right? That youth spoke, get to know each other so we can take care of each other in the future. Hello. Lin Yu nodded. It turned out to be the surrounding neighbors who had come to visit. My name is Lin Yu, he said with a smile and didn't turn anyone away. After all, people were so enthusiastic to come to you, and they were alumni of the same school, so how can you say that it's not good to put on a smelly face? Lin Yu? Unexpectedly, Yang Shan first froze after hearing Lin Yu's name, then his face changed and he directly left. Looking at Yang Shan's sudden departure, Lin Yu was uncertain and was stunned for a while. This person. Is that for laughs? Lin Yu shook his head helplessly and closed the door, no longer paying attention and continuing to browse through the campus information.
Ding. After some time, the bell rang again. Hello classmate, I'm Lin Pin. Another one came to say hello. Lin Yu.
Standing at the door of the room, Lin Yu bashfully reported out his name.
Lin Yu?
However, this Lin Pin's face changed again when he heard Lin Yu declare himself, then he left with a cold face.
Lin Yu? Why did you run away as soon as you heard my name? Am I the plague? Bang!
Lin Yu closed the door and continued to read the campus information in a bored manner.
Ding! The doorbell rang again. Click, open the door. Hello, I'm Wang Song. Lin Yu. Farewell. What the hell? Am I really a plague? Why do they all run away when they hear my name? I don't eat people. Lin Yu continues to be confused. A very fumbling mind, isn't it? Just as he was confused, a clear voice rang out.
Lin Yu looked up to see a white-clothed youth standing in front of him.
Well, dressed in a tawdry manner, looks quite handsome. Look at the dress as a living rich second-generation template. You are? Lin Yu was puzzled. Lin Yi.
The white-clothed youth smiled brightly.
Lin Yu. Got it. You're not running? Not running.
Lin shook his head. I'm not like them.
This them.
Lin Yu naturally knows who is being said.
What's different? Lin Yu asked.
Lin Yi smiled confidently. I'm more handsome than them. Lin Yu thought about it for a moment. It seemed to be true. This Lin Yi was indeed a bit better looking than those three.
And then? Lin Yu asked in return. You don't invite me in to sit down? Don't you want to know why they left when they heard your name?
Lin Yi played with the flavor.
Don't want to.
Lin Yu shook his head, then cleanly closed the door behind him.
Snap.
Looking at the door of the room that suddenly closed, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This Nima doesn't follow the routine at all.
Shouldn't you be asking me to come in and sit down with a confused look on your face right now and then patiently listen to my answers? What's the deal with closing the door? Is there any law? Is there any law? Crunch.
Just as he was getting depressed, the door to the room opened again, revealing a face that looked extremely beaten up to Lin Yi.
Just kidding, don't mind. Lin Yu smiled. Lin Yi.
He swore that he had never wanted to hit someone like this before now. However, remembering the purpose of his trip, Lin Yi forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart.
Endure, I'll endure. It's fine.
Lin Yi forced out a smile and spoke.
Come in and talk.
Lin Yu made way for Lin Yi to pass through.
Thanks.
Lin Yi entered the room and casually found a seat. Tell me, why did those guys change their faces when they heard my name? Lin Yu sat across from Lin Yi and opened his mouth to ask.
Because they see you as a thorn in their side. Lin Yi said seriously. Chapter 72 Hostility from the Martial Artist Association. See?
Lin Yu nodded casually. The looks of those people just now weren't hidden at all. There was a very obvious hostility on their faces.
Do you know, what kind of people are they? Lin Yi said. The Martial Artists Association? Lin Yu guessed. How do you know? Lin Yi was a bit stunned.
Lin Yu explained what had just happened in general towards Lin Yi.
So that's how it is. A few minutes later, after listening to Lin Yu's narration, Lin Yi dawned on him.
It turned out that this Lin Yu had some conflict with the members of the Martial Artist Association just now, so it was no wonder that he could tell the key with a single word.
However, the key to their hostility towards you isn't actually because of Yang Wei or Qian Yun. Lin Yi explained. That's not the reason? Lin Yu frowned. Right. Lin Yi nodded. The two of them, although their backgrounds aren't small, they don't have this much energy in the Martial Association. That would be strange.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, I haven't seen any other people from the Martial Artist Association in this Yangdu Martial University either, so if it wasn't for this reason, how could these people somehow target me? Because, you're the top student of this year's grand examination. Lin Yi said slowly. Lin Yu froze, somewhat puzzled. Just because of that? He truly did not expect that the answer Lin Yi gave would be this. To be targeted simply because of his status as a scholar was simply unreasonable.
Out of jealousy? Envy? Or simply to look at yourself in a bad light?
Don't be ridiculous. People who can get into Wuhan University won't be stupid to this extent. If it was just because of this reason to target yourself, then it would be too stupid. It's not like a child playing house.
This Lin Yi, could it be that he's here to fool himself?
For a while, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yi with a bit of skepticism. As if he could see Lin Yu's doubts, Lin Yi added, of course, there are other reasons.
Continue. Lin Yu said.
Lin Yi stood up from the sofa, and with a stroke of his hand in the air, a virtual screen appeared in front of the two of them. Before we get to that, let me give you a piece of knowledge. With a pull of 2 fingers, he placed the screen wide, and on the screen, there was a single name. Before the year 2021, throughout the great examination, a total of 50 top students came out. And these people, all of them had one thing in common. That is that he all came from the 3 major examination points, without exception. In other words, before this year, all of the top students in China came from the three major cities of Kyoto, Yangdu, and Yendu. Saying this, Lin Yu looked at Lin Yu and said meaningfully, "You, on the other hand, do not belong to these three cities." "So what?" Lin Yu said, "Even if you're not a candidate of the three major examination centers, what effect can it have on them? The impact can be huge." Lin Yi sighed, "Do you know why almost all of the top candidates of the Great Examination are from the three major examination points? Resources." Lin Yu said. "Right, it's resources." Lin Yi put the screen away. These three cities, as the most powerful cities in China, whether it's the number of strong people or the population base, it's not comparable to Jiangdu City. What's more, in these places in Kyoto, one ancient martial arts family stands in a row, and those sons of those families are all instructed by strong martial arts kings. Under such circumstances, what can the others take to compete? It makes sense to take down one of the top students. So, my appearance is undoubtedly slapping them in the face? Lin Yu understood. It can be understood like that, right? Right. Lin Yi said with a smile, "You probably don't know that during this period of time, almost all of the children of the lineages have been reprimanded by the elders in their families." "I see." Lin Yu was puzzled. "Of course, it's not just this reason." Lin Yi continued, "There's an even more important factor is that your art score is a perfect score. And that, too, is precisely the reason why you were able to become the top student. I don't know if you've noticed that your scores in the other subjects are on the same level as the second, third, and even the ones behind you." "Naturally." Lin Yu nodded. Actually, this wasn't surprising, because the ratings of these subjects were all at the highest. Even if a god or goddess came, they would only be able to obtain this kind of grade because it had already been capped, and it was impossible to go any higher. So, they're not convinced? Lin Yu understood the crux of the matter after a little thought. From Lin Jiao, he knew more or less about these children of the world's families. It was needless to say that these types of people, each and every one of them were high-minded and proud, but the key was that their strength was indeed stronger than the strength of the martial artists coming out of ordinary families, at least at this stage. Even at the time of taking the martial arts examination, some of them were already first or even second-grade martial artists. With this kind of strength, was the martial examination difficult for them? No. It's easy to get top grades in all subjects, except for arts grades. Therefore, in fact, most of the top-ranked ones in each of the grand exams did not have any difference in their martial arts exam scores. And, the top student was not necessarily the person with the strongest strength. But in the past, everyone is the son of a family, who is first and who is second. In fact, there is not so much to talk about. After all, the real battlefield is when you get to Wudong University. But this year is different. Lin Yu wasn't a martial artist who came out of a lineage, but from the tiny Jiangdu city. Under the circumstances where the resources and the education he obtained were backward, he was the one who stepped hard on the many children of the worldly families to reach the top. How could those high-minded and proud children of the world's families swallow this breath? Moreover, if it was really true that Lin Yu was strong enough to reach the top, it would be fine. However, in those people's opinion, the only reason why Lin Yu was able to reach the top was because his liberal arts scores were really perverted. Coupled with the fact that the difficulty of the martial arts exam was just like that, the combination of the two made it possible to take the top spot. This kind of mentality was like this: Lin Yu was able to score 100 points on the exam because he was indeed at that level, but other worldly geniuses scored 100 points on the exam because the difficulty was only 100 points. What if the difficulty had been 120? Then the results wouldn't be easy to say. In that case, it wasn't surprising that they were biased against Lin Yu. After all, it was just an empty top student, even though the scores in the arts were perverse, to the point of creating a history. But, in Yangdu Wudu University, relying on strength to speak, not these false heads. Of course I'm not convinced. Lin Yi nodded, and most importantly, actually inside Yangdu Martial University, it's not the same as what you thought. How so? The lineage and the commoners are, in fact, at loggerheads, and even somewhat hostile to each other. That is to say, regardless of whether I'm a scholar or not, just based on the fact that I'm not a son of a lineage family, it's unlikely that they'll treat me well? Clever. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Furthermore, you've also declined the invitation from the Martial Artists Association. The Martial Artists Association. Lin Yu chewed on the meaning of Lin Yi's words, then reacted, meaning that the Martial Artists Association, in fact, represents the position of the lineage? That's right. Lin Yi nodded. Chapter 73 Cooperation? I can't imagine there's this level of background. Lin Yu smiled. No wonder that Yang Wei and Xian Yun were quite a bit superior. Together it was because he was not the son of a family. After a pause, Lin Yu said, "So, there is still some discrimination in it?" "Well, there's a bit of that, but it's not to that extent." Lin Yu mused, saying, "It's still mainly based on strength, although most of the children of the world's families look down on civilian martial artists. But ultimately, it's because they feel that the strength of both sides isn't at the same level, and for the strong, regardless of their status, they fall back on being extremely respectful. Just like the president of the student council, Senior Zhou Wu, a 5th grade powerhouse is highly revered wherever he goes. Lin Yu looked out the window and sighed. It's true that there are distinct levels. It was no wonder that Qian Yun was so agreeable when he had said those 4 words earlier. Because in this Yangdu Martial University, this was really the case. The weak and the strong were not treated the same at all. Having said that, you should also understand, right? Lin Yi shook the cup in his hand and casually said, "Understood." Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Lin Yi. Then, tell us your purpose? What purpose? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. After talking to me so much and wasting so much breath, I don't think you're idle, are you? Lin Yu laughed. What if I say, I'm really idle? Lin Yi smiled lightly, very subdued. Do you think I believe that? Lin Yu asked rhetorically. Also, Lin Yi put down his glass of water. You're also a smart person, so I won't beat around the bush. The cup thumped as if it had been set on the table, but without a single splash. Lin Yi said with a straight face, do you want to join the Martial Artist Association? Lin Yu frowned. You're in the Martial Artist Association too? Don't worry about that, just say if you have the will. No. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. I'm afraid that most of this Martial Artist Association is dominated by the children of the world's families. In that case, adding into the Martial Artist Association would be to make things uncomfortable for himself. He himself did not have the habit of putting a hot face on a cold ass. Don't say too much. Lin Yi revealed his signature smile and said, the benefits of joining the Martial Artist Association are great. There are many strong people in there, and there are also a lot of resources, according to your natural talent. Even if you're not the son of a family, you can usually share a lot of merits. What do merit honors mean? I don't think you wouldn't be unaware of that, right? There's still this? Lin Yu was surprised. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. You have to know that the power of the Martial Artist Association is very great. It can even influence the decisions of the school administration, and it also has a certain amount of authority over the scheduling and allocation of resources. It's a true real power organization, and the school's Martial Artist Association has carried out a great degree of decentralization. How about it? Consider it. Lin Yu waved his hand in a resolute manner. That won't be necessary. Although this Martial Artist Association sounded rather strong as an organization, he really had little interest in it. For one thing, he had a bad impression of the Martial Artist Association, and for another, he hadn't considered joining any organization that would be troublesome. Being spontaneous was his usual way of doing things. Sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Lin Yi continued to ask. Don't bother with words. Lin Yu said helplessly, besides, after you've said all this to me, it would be strange for me to still want to join the Martial Artist Association. Indeed. Lin Yi nodded, then his words changed. However, I'm not in the Martial Artist Association myself, so it doesn't matter. You're not from the Martial Artist Association? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Then what are you doing inviting me into the Martial Artist Association? Nuts, huh? Feel free to ask. Lin Yu revealed 2 rows of large white teeth and smiled a beatific smile. Actually, not only am I not from the Martial Artists Association, but instead, I have some issues with the Martial Artists Association. So? Lin Yu's heart stirred, vaguely understanding Lin Yi's purpose in finding himself. So I need help, and you, without a doubt, are the best choice. Lin Yi said. Then you're still asking me to join the Martial Artist Association? Lin Yu was speechless. This person's thought process, it was really a bit clear. It couldn't be a brain problem, right? Testing you. If you really want to join the Martial Artist Association, what allies am I looking for? It'll get me killed. Lin Yi laughed. Sure enough, the man is just out of his mind. There's no need for that. Lin Yu said helplessly. It doesn't matter, since you're not joining the Martial Association, you'll definitely be suppressed by the Martial Association during this next period of time, and we're considered a united front. How about it? Cooperate. Lin Yi looked towards Lin Yu with an expectant face. Let's not talk about whether I want to cooperate with you or not, just based on what you said. Do you think I'll trust you so easily? Lin Yu said, I don't even know what you really are, and for you to talk about cooperation, it's too insincere. If you have ulterior motives, wouldn't I be very passive? Don't you think that's the reasoning? That's also true. Lin Yi pondered and said, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm a freshman just like you, not too much of a threat to you. Freshman? Lin Yu was slightly surprised. Didn't you have a problem with the Martial Association? How could you be a freshman? To be precise, it's not a beef with the Martial Artist Association. Lin Yi explained, rather, it's a beef with someone in the Martial Artist Association. You're quite capable of getting into trouble, you're able to offend people even before you're officially enrolled. Lin Yu laughed. Can't help it, been offended for years. Lin Yi said helplessly. Tell me carefully, it's also your pitch. Lin Yu got up and made a cup of tea, calmly. A submission? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yi couldn't say anything strange in his heart. It's not like I'm here to defect to you. What's the point of handing in a submission? You can't say that, right? Even if we work together, we're still equals, we can't talk about defection. Originally, I wanted to explain something, but seeing that Lin Yu was busy making tea at the moment, Lin Yi also dismissed the idea. It's just. Let's just throw in the towel, who let himself really be considered to have asked for something. Thinking of this, Lin Yi spoke. To put it simply, the person I offended, if nothing else, will be taking over the Martial Artist Association in the future, so if I don't do something about it, it's very passive.
Take over the Martial Artist Association? Then this person you offended is not simple?
Lin Yu said with interest.
It's not simple, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to cooperate.
Lin Yi said helplessly.
Who was offended?
Lin Xiaoyuan, also a freshman this year.
Freshman? Just sure that you'll take over the Martial Artist Association in the future? Wouldn't that be a bit outrageous? Not outrageous, Lin Xiaoyuan is a freshman, yes, but
he's already at the peak of the first grade, no surprises, he'll be a second-grade martial artist after a while.
Lin Yi said. No wonder.
Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had only just started the school year and he was almost second grade. This kind of natural talent was truly terrifying. If he grew up in the future, taking over the Martial Artist Association would not be impossible.
But his surname is Lin as well? And also happens to have a grudge against you for more than a decade? Such a coincidence? After thinking about it, Lin Yu asked again.
What's even more coincidental is that he's also my cousin.
Lin Yi said. Family feud?
Lin Yu suddenly came to have some interest and asked after him.
Count on it. Anyway, the situation is complicated, I can't really explain it to you, he'll definitely target you anyway. Lin Yi said. Why? Even if the Martial Artist Association wants to suppress me, it doesn't have to be him who takes action, right? Lin Yu said. Chapter 74 Old 6. He'll definitely make a move. Lin Yi said with certainty. Why? That's none of your business anyway, just remember that.
Lin Yu smiled. Be more specific, if you don't make it clear, I won't cooperate with you. He took a sip of tea unhurriedly and was in no hurry. Regarding Lin Yi's words, Lin Yu was naturally half-hearted. He still held a certain amount of vigilance towards such a stranger. At those words, Lin Yu was silent for a long time, his eyes flickering as if he was making some sort of decision.
A moment later,
Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, if I say that Lin Xiaoyuan's prerequisite for wanting to take over the Martial Artist Association is to suppress you to the point where you won't be able to rise in a short period of time, do you believe me?
Don't believe it. Lin Yu shook his head. Are you kidding me? What does taking over the Martial Association have to do with suppressing himself?
It's not like he's the president of the Martial Artist Association.
That doesn't make sense at all. But it is indeed true.
Lin Yi looked at Lin Yu with a serious face. Because of some special reasons, you are now a thorn in the side of the major families.
It's not even that Lin Xiaoyuan alone is trying to suppress you.
The children of other lineages will also take action against you. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Lin Yu frowned slightly. He could feel that Lin Yi was not lying.
Why?
Lin Yu said in disbelief.
Could it be that he was being targeted so much just because he got a top grade? If this is really the case, then the temperament of these families is a little too small, and they really can't stand to see strong people come out of the commoners?
That I really don't know. In short, right now you are considered a whetstone.
Many people want to step on you to get to the top. Lin Yi said. Looks like I have quite a big face. Lin Yu smiled. Although he was a bit surprised, he wasn't very worried. Not to be envied is mediocre. The previous life of his own is not also because of the outstanding talent was targeted by all parties? But in the end how? Still not a strong rise.
Being targeted or something, have long been accustomed to. Adversity is more likely to sharpen strength.
Quite big indeed.
Lin Yi nodded. Anyway, you and I are sort of on the same page.
How about it? Thinking about it? I'll help you deal with Lin Xiaoyuan. How many grades are you? Facing Lin Yi's invitation, Lin Yu didn't answer positively and instead threw out a question. First grade high level. Lin Yi's face was filled with confidence. How's that?
There are only benefits and no harm in cooperating with me.
Tell me more.
Lin Yu blew on the dregs of the tea in his cup. If the Martial Artists Association really wants to target me, would it be useful to have one more first grade or one less?
Lin Yi. That's a very reasonable thing to say. But why does it sound so hard? How is it that I, an 18-week-old talented martial artist, am as worthless as a cabbage in your mouth?
You can't say that. 1 point more or 1 point less power is different. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth pulled out a smile. Besides, I have other plans.
Tell me.
Lin Yu and Lin Yi sat opposite each other, their old gods at ease. Lin Yi opened his mouth. My plan is that I'll join the Martial Artist Association, and then.
You're going to be the oldest 6?
Lin Yi was interrupted by Lin Yu before he could finish his sentence.
What's old 6?
Lin Yi said in a depressed voice.
It's 2/5, traitors, know what I mean?
Hearing Lin Yu say that, Lin Yi lapsed into silence again, his heart was so clawed.
Can you talk? What do you mean, traitor?
I call this a strategic lurking, okay? From the beginning I never intended to join the Martial Arts Association.
Nope. Joining is to join but not to do anything. Also not right. Also to do things but. Me. Lin Yi was torn and didn't know how to explain it. Just tell me if it's true. Just as he was having a heavenly battle in his heart, Lin Yu opened his mouth to ask again. It's. In the end, Lin Yi didn't dwell on it. Whatever you say is fine, I'm too lazy to explain. The heart is tired. In that case, you seem to be somewhat useful. Lin Yu stroked his chin as his mind wandered. If it was true that according to Lin Yi's kind of argument, the Martial Artist Association would ironically want to target themselves, it would still be a bit troublesome. After all, he had come to the martial university to cultivate, not to engage in infighting. If one's cultivation was delayed because of this, it would be more of a loss than a gain. How about it, cooperation? Hearing Lin Yu say that he was somewhat useful, Lin Yu was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, but he still forced down his emotions and asked. Think about it again, if it's really like what you said, cooperation isn't impossible. Lin Yu said. It didn't refuse, after all, there was no harm in having more than one helper. Of course, there was still a need to examine to see if this Lin Yi really wanted to deal with that whatever Lin Shouyuan was. Finally agreed. To hear Lin Yu's answer, Lin Yi's heart was a relief. As for the direction of things, he didn't care because what he said was the truth. From the moment Lin Yu refused the invitation from the Martial Association, he was destined to be suppressed by the Martial Association. This was because it wasn't the will of an individual, but the general trend. Although it wasn't clear what exactly Lin Yu had done to cause all the major families to target him, it was foreseeable that Lin Yu's days were bound to be not so smooth. Cooperation with himself was almost inevitable. Don't worry, everything I say is true. Lin Yi smiled, resuming his signature smile. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Do you have anything else? If not, leave first. It was starting to drive people away. It's fine. Lin Yi didn't drag his feet and got up to leave. With his purpose achieved, there was no need for him to stay here. Right. As he walked to the door, Lin Yi seemed to have remembered something and stopped, turning to look at Lin Yu. Before I leave, I'll give you another small gift. If my guess is good, the Martial Artist Association will come to trouble you tonight. Tonight? So soon? At those words, Lin Yu frowned. This is sort of a tradition. Every new student enrollment, there will be a dormitory check, and the Martial Artist Association will usually deter the new students at this time. As for you here, well, they will most likely do it. Lin Yi said. Make a move? If I remember correctly, private fights are forbidden in school, right? Once one party sues the school side, the punishment for striking out is still very severe. They become lawless to this extent? Not so much, but if we don't know who made the first move, it's hard to say. You mean, as long as there is no evidence, the school won't care? Lin Yu asked. Not really, but if nothing major happens, the school will usually just turn a blind eye. Lin Yi said meaningfully, for example, just giving you a little lesson, but not hurting your foundation like this. If there's no hard evidence, the school is generally too lazy to care. Plus, it's definitely a crowded martial artists meeting at night, so. Got it, wanna beat me up first and then say that I moved first, that's what it means, right? Lin Yu said. Pretty much. Lin Yi nodded. You'll turn on the surveillance first at night, so it'll be fine. If they dare to make a move, they'll directly stab the school. As long as there's solid evidence, the punishment will still be heavy. Rather a good way. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This Lin Yi has a belly full of bad water. Then I won't bother you anymore, goodbye. Seeing that he had finished explaining everything that needed to be explained, Lin Yi turned around and left. Right. Just as he had taken a step, Lin Yu suddenly spoke out and called out to him again. Anything else? Lin Yi took a step and was puzzled. So what, if it was the opposite side that made the first move and I injured the opposite side, I shouldn't have to be responsible, right? At those words, Lin Yi's expression stagnated, his face shifting in color, and after a moment, he opened his mouth. No need. Then he left without looking back. Chapter 75, I'll show you a big baby. After Li Yi left, Lin Yu pondered quietly. To be targeted by the Martial Artist Association as soon as he enrolled in school was something he had never expected. According to his plan, after entering the university, he would cultivate without fear, not wanting to cause trouble. However, the Martial Artists Association had caused such a mess, but it had disrupted all his plans. Lin Yu knew that he wanted to cultivate peacefully had become a luxury, at least for the recent period of time. It's just a matter of soldiers coming to the rescue. After pondering for a while, Lin Yu opened up the Skynet and continued to check up on the information of Yangdu Wushu University. Time passed and soon, night fell. Ding! At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell rang, and Lin Yu, who was carefully checking out the situation of Yangdu Wushu University, raised his head to look at the door of his room. It should be the people from the Martial Artist Association coming. Lin Yu got up and walked forward to pull the door open, and sure enough, there were several people standing in front of the door, all wearing uniforms, and among them, there was even a familiar face. Yang Wei. Yo, I said, why does this look so familiar? Isn't this a schoolmate? Seeing Lin Yu open the door, Yang Wei stood in the doorway and yelled. The moment he saw Lin Yu, he was simply happy in his heart. When he came, those few Martial Artist Association personnel had told him that they were specifically here to clean up an individual.
Originally, Yang Wei was still a bit disinterested and his mind was full of Lin Jiao. But he didn't expect that the person who was going to clean up was the little white boy who had disturbed him from picking up Lin Jiao during the day.
If I really want to do this, then I'll be in the spirit. Yang Wei instantly boiled with wariness. Is there something wrong?
Looking at the few people in front of him, Lin Yu said in a cold voice, since he knew full well that these people were here to pick a fight, he naturally wouldn't give a good face. Oh, nothing much, just checking the dormitory, recording if any items have been damaged. Yang Wei said with a smile, then took a step out, preparing to enter the room.
If you have something to say it at the door. Lin Yu reached out to stop Yang Wei. Being stopped by Lin Yu like this, Yang Wei was surprised. How did this person dare? Don't you know that the group of people checking out the dormitory are all first-class martial artists? How dare they? A civilian who isn't even a martial artist is so puffed up. Does he think he's a civilian because he got into Yangdu Martial Arts University? I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to control his chi and blood, right?
At the same time, seeing Yang Wei being stopped, a young man wearing a hat took a step forward and said in an uplifting manner, "Senior, the dormitory check is organized by the school, we have the right to enter your room, and if you have any objections, you can appeal to the school."
Lying to hell.
Lin Yu sneered, according to the student handbook, under any circumstance, one shall not enter another person's dormitory without the owner's permission. That youth's face changed, he did not think that this person had already figured out the student handbook. It was hard to figure out. It's a special situation now, so naturally it's a different story.
Yang Wei also had a dark face and explained. Oh? If that's the case, then how come the faculty system doesn't notify? There's a special situation, a notification will be released, right?
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Because your new students and someone's campus account hasn't been activated, naturally the notification won't be released uniformly, or else what are we here for?
Can't we beat you up? Yang Wei said. Although it really came to beat you. Yang Wei silently added in his heart. Makes sense. Lin Yu nodded, but don't come in too much, okay?
No. A man said in a deep voice.
Why not? Isn't it a simple bed check? Lin Yu asked, one person will do, right? The man was a bit speechless. How do you take that? You can't say that we're here to clean you up? Since we can't say it, it's better not to go in. Lin Yu said, with so many people, I'm a bit scared. With that, he was about to close the door to the room.
Forget it, I'll just go in, you guys wait outside. Seeing this, Yang Wei was a bit anxious and hurriedly came out to round up the situation. What a joke, if you can't get in, it's not good to make a move in this big crowd, the people living on this floor are still quite a lot, it's not good to be seen.
Can it work? Hat-wearing youth asked. What can't be done? Yang Wei glared, I'm a first-grade martial artist.
The words weren't finished, but the meaning was obvious, cleaning up this hairy kid simply shouldn't be too easy. In his opinion, this kid was not the son of a family, so how strong could he be? Well, it's obvious that Yang Wei didn't feel out what Lin Yu was in this half day. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have followed Lin Yu in alone. Really? The hat-wearing youth asked again. They knew what kind of person Lin Yu was, otherwise, they wouldn't have come with a full 5 people, all of them first-grade martial artists, just to make sure that nothing was wrong. It's fine when I say it's fine. Yang Wei said impatiently. Why is this person jabbering and so blinkered? I'm a first-grade martial artist, can I still go wrong by cleaning up an ordinary person who doesn't even have control over his chi and blood? All right. The hat-wearing youth hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. After all, it was true that they couldn't afford to offend Yang Wei, although his cultivation was low, Yang Wei was a son of the Yang family, and there was a clear difference between them, the miscellaneous ones. Right now, Yang Wei has said so, I am afraid that he has other arrangements. In that case, the hat-wearing youth naturally wouldn't say anything more. Have you discussed it? Who will go in? Seeing that a few people were still arguing, Lin Yu asked. I'll go. Yang Wei even said, his face pressed with excitement. At this moment, it was as if he had already seen the little white boy fall under his fists. A little white boy is just a little white boy, and he dares to steal a girl from Grandpommy? Yang Wei's eyes flickered, all but forgetting that how many people who can live in the building without spending money are weak? Come in then. Lin Yu said, then walked into the house. Good. Yang Wei hurriedly followed, and even brought the door with him. Can Yang Wei do it? Outside the door, seeing the two enter the room, the hat-wearing youth was a bit uneasy. It shouldn't be a problem. The other person said, although this Lin Yu is a scholar, after all, he hasn't practiced battle techniques, he should only have reached the level of barely controlling his chi and blood. No matter how weak Yang Wei is, he's still a first-grade middle-ranked martial artist, and he's also been introduced to battle techniques, so it shouldn't be a problem to clean up a Lin Yu. Hopefully. The hat-wearing youth said, but I always feel that Lin Yu is already close to first-grade strength, if we really fight, if Yang Wei can't stay his hand. That would be even better, taking the blame is also Yang Wei's back, what does it have to do with us? This kind of thing, I actually really don't want to get involved. If Lin Yu is really gifted, and misses us in the future, it's really not a good day.
Also, room. Anything to check out, senpai? Hurry up, I have things to do. Lin Yu turned sideways to Yang Wei, deliberately selling out, but his afterglow was always looking at Yang Wei. There is. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. Stick your head over, I'll show you a big baby. At those words, Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. This intention to make a move was too obvious, right? Could this Yang Wei really be a retard? Forget it, for the sake of your brain, I'll cooperate with you. Lin Yu was helpless and turned his head towards Yang Wei as he was told. I'll show you a big treasure. And the moment his head turned, Yang Wei let out a furious cry, his chi and blood erupted, and a fist blasted towards Lin Yu's face. Ha! The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. I knew you were going to make a move. Engage in a sneak attack? His head tilted slightly as he quickly dodged the blow. Phew! Yang Wei's fist grazed the empty space beside Lin Yu and punched out. After all, he was a first-grade martial artist. Even though he was only in the middle rank, his power was amazing enough. Empty? Not feeling the strike on his fist, Yang De was shocked. This punch, although it didn't explode with full force, but at such a close distance, he believed that even a first-grade middle-ranked martial artist wouldn't be able to dodge it? How could he? Could it be that this person was already a first-grade high rank? A bad thought welled up in his heart. Bang! Just as Yang Wei was thinking, there was a sudden sound, and then he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. In an instant, Lin Yu had already blasted his fist on his belly, not using his full strength. With Lin Yu's current level of chi and chi control, he was able to arm wrestle with a first-grade high-level martial artist. If he really went all out, this punch alone would be enough to directly cripple Yang Wei. Still can't be too crazy, just started school and killed someone, it's not good to account for it is not. Therefore, this punch, Lin Yu still collected some force. But even so, it was enough for Yang Wei to drink a pot of water. Ah! Yang Wei let out a cry of pain, and then felt his body go limp, directly paralyzed on the ground, his body bowing like a boiled prawn. Day! This person is a martial artist. I was careless. Such a thought flashed through his mind, and soon, his head tilted and he fainted. Chapter 76, Knockout. This just fainted. Looking at Yang Wei who was lying on the ground, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. This Yang Wei, how can I say that he is a first-grade martial artist, but his physical quality is so poor? If the Martial Artist Association were all this kind of goods, what kind of future could there be? If this thought of Lin Yu's was known to Yang Wei would definitely have to crawl up and spit out 3 liters of blood. Although he wasn't a martial artist who had broken through the upper limit of chi and blood to become a martial artist, could Yang Wei be said to be weak amongst the sophomores? Not weak. Although it wasn't considered top-notch, it was still moderate, a martial artist of the middle rank of the first grade. When put in the outside world, it was a remarkable figure. In the eyes of an ordinary family, this kind of character was something to look up to. If they were to really go head-to-head, even if Lin Yu wanted to win over Yang Wei, he would need to put in a little effort. The reason why he had taken down Yang Wei so easily was partly because Yang Wei had been too gullible and had not taken any precautions against Lin Yu at all. On the other hand, Lin Yu had been observing Yang Wei's movements all along, and was able to react in the first instance when Yang Wei struck. With the combination of having a mind to count, with just one punch, Yang Wei lost his ability to resist. It was a bit outrageous, but it made sense. After dragging Yang Wei a little bit of a distance to make sure he couldn't be seen from the viewpoint outside the door, Lin Yu walked towards the door and opened it. It had to be said that the soundproofing effect of this room was still extremely good. Even Yang Wei's screams were so loud that they were not heard outside. The suite itself is to supply martial artists to live. Even the practice room has, in the very beginning of the design, has taken into account the martial artists practicing may have movement, so the material are soundproof material. This was also the reason why the people from the Martial Artists Association wanted to enter the room before making a move on Lin Yu. It was very difficult to hear the movements inside the room from outside the room. That's it? A few people outside were chatting when the door suddenly opened with a click, thinking that Yang Wei had already cleaned up Lin Yu. Not good. However, to their surprise, the one who opened his mouth was not Yang Wei, but Lin Yu. Where's Yang Wei? The hat-wearing youth frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Yu grinned. He said his stomach is not feeling well and went to the restroom. Why don't you guys come in another one? Don't delay. Tummy ache? Hearing Lin Yu's words, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in the hat-wearing youth's heart. Having a stomach upset at this juncture, Yang Wei can really have you. However, complaining to complain, he did not doubt Lin Yu's words. After all, I'm afraid that Yang Wei went in for less than a minute, so in such a short period of time, what can happen to change? Could it be that Lin Yu had taken down Yang Wei in less than a minute? That's bull, isn't it? I'll go in. After a little thought, the youth in the hat made his decision. It was also good that if he went in by himself, together with Yang Wei, 2 against 1, it was even more foolproof. Perfect. Come in. Lin Yu sidestepped. Bang! Soon, the door was closed and the two entered the room one after the other. After bringing the door on, the hat-wearing youth first looked around for a week and did not find Yang Wei. It seems that Yang Wei really went to the toilet to go.
The hat-wearing heart was slightly relieved. And just in the moment he relaxed, a fist appeared in front of his eyes without warning.
Grass. The hat-wearing youth's pupils shrunk violently, and he quickly reacted by bending down. Bang!
His speed could not be said to be not fast.
However, with Lin Yu's fist speed, under the explosion of chi and blood, it was extremely perverse. A solid punch blasted above the hat-wearing youth's head.
This punch Lin Yu didn't use his full strength, after all, he didn't intend to take this person's life.
But even so, it made the man dizzy.
Obviously, this hat-wearing youth was much more durable than Yang Wei, and was still conscious even after being blasted in the head. But the next moment, Lin Yu's second wave of attack had already arrived, another punch, towards the small of his back. The fist wind whistled. So fast. In the midst of the daze, this thought flashed through the hat-wearing youth's mind, and his heart was horrified. This Lin Yu was definitely stronger than himself.
This punch cannot be hit. Bang! With his rich experience, the hat-wearing youth hastily raised his leg to block Lin Yu's punch horizontally. Oh! Somewhat capable.
Seeing the attack being neutralized, Lin Yu was slightly surprised. After being attacked, he was still able to react in such a short period of time. It seems that this martial arts association is not all strawmen. Surprise to surprise, Lin Yu's attack is not the slightest pause, fists and feet out. Bang! 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 Under Lin Yu's offense, the hat-wearing youth was losing ground and could only be passively beaten. And in the midst of the exchange of blows, his heart had long since set off a wave of shock. He could feel that each of Lin Yu's attacks was clean and skillful, with no unnecessary movements, not to mention that the articulation of the killing moves had even reached a terrifying point.
Trying to counterattack, one simply couldn't find an opportunity.
In less than 10 rounds, in the face of Lin Yu's stormy attack, the hat-wearing youth was already powerless to fight, his defense was flawed, and he was punched in the ribs by Lin Yu. The hat-wearing youth stifled a grunt and staggered backward a few steps as Lin Yu kicked out a heavy kick, directly kicking him into the corner of the wall. Bang! The hat-wearing youth fell heavily into the corner, and after a moment of quiet panting, he braced his hands on the ground in a vain attempt to stand up.
Don't move!
If you move again, you'll only get hurt worse. Just as the hat-wearing youth tried to struggle to get up, Lin Yu spoke out and droned, his tone icy cold. Upon hearing this, the hat-wearing youth first stalled, then stopped struggling and obediently laid down on the ground. It was also true that standing up was not a match for this person, so why ask for trouble? He lay on the ground, the corner of his mouth pulling out a self-deprecating smile. After practicing for a year in Yangdu Martial University, he had worked hard to achieve a first-grade martial artist, had control over his chi and blood, and had been initiated in battle techniques. He had thought that he had already been counted as having made his way to the top, but he didn't expect to be cleanly defeated by a freshman.
Shame on you.
From the very beginning, I was caught in a passive position, and I didn't even have a chance to perform my battle techniques. Practical combat training, all practiced to the dogs.
Seeing the hat-wearing youth not struggling anymore, Lin Yu squatted in front of him and asked with a smile, "Those 3 people at the door, what is their strength?" Strength? The hat-wearing youth's heart stirred. This Lin Yu, what was he doing prying into this? 3 first-grade middle ranks. He casually babbled. Sure. Lin Yu was still smiling. At a time like this, how dare I lie to you? The hat-wearing youth said helplessly. How dishonest. Lin Yu raised his hand and slapped, smacking the hat-wearing youth's eyes. Yang Wei can't say the same thing as you too, who was lying? I'm not lying. The hat-wearing youth even said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Yang Wei naturally didn't talk to him about the strength of these people outside, although Lin Yu also wanted to ask to come, but Yang Wei was directly beaten into unconsciousness, and didn't give a chance at all. Right now, when he said this, he was naturally swindling this person. Lin Yu stared at the hat-wearing youth and said word for word, I'll give you one last chance, lie again and your legs will be broken. Looking at Lin Yu's expression, the hat-wearing youth's heart first trembled, but then he smiled and said, break my legs? You wouldn't dare. If you really break my legs, the school side won't ignore this. Don't dare? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and reached out to point to a corner of the room. See the red light there? The hat-wearing youth looked in the direction Lin Yu pointed, and really saw a small red. He was shocked. This is a video? Brilliant. Lin Yu nodded. As for me, I have just recorded the footage of Yang Wei striking out at me. In that case, the one who initiated the private fight should be you guys, right? I, on the other hand, am the victim. Even if I break one of your arms and legs, it's still self-defense. After all, fists and feet have no eyes. You're also a martial artist, I think you should know this. In that case, do you think the school will still hold me responsible? At those words, the hat-wearing youth's face changed as he spoke. It's true that Yang Wei struck out at you first, but I didn't strike out at you, did I? If I am injured too much, you will also be held accountable. Lin Yu sneered, are you really stupid or not? The video is in my hands, I can intercept it however I want. I'll just record the footage of Yang Wei's hands. As for the rest, why would I show it to the school authorities? Am I stupid? When the school asks, all I have to do is hand over the first half of the video to prove that you guys started it. You know, this is my room. What are you guys doing in my room for no reason? Are you in a panic? Say, isn't that the reason? After hearing Lin Yu's words, the hat-wearing youth fell into silence, speechless. In the middle of the morning. 3 first-grade high ranks. He looked at Lin Yu and said in a deep voice. That's right. Lin Yu resumed his smirking smile, while he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had kept an eye out, I'm afraid that he would have really been punked by this person. 3 first-grade high ranks, that's no joke. What about actual combat ability? How does it compare to you? Lin Yu asked again. All better than me. The hat-wearing youth said. Understood. Lin Yu smiled, count on you to be sensible. He stood up and walked towards another corner, putting away the bracelet that was recording. It's a shame. Putting the bracelet on, Lin Yu let out a dark sigh. He had wanted to beat up this group of people one by one. If it seemed like it now, it wasn't too realistic. 3 first-grade higher levels, with their current strength, a head-on confrontation would definitely result in a beating. This matter, it ends here. Still able to move, right? Lin Yu walked over to the hat-wearing youth and gently kicked him. Barely able to move. The hat-wearing youth said. Then hurry up and get lost. Lin Yu pointed at the place where Yang Wei was hiding and spoke. Yang Wei has fainted over there, take him and hurry to disappear. Yes. The hat-wearing youth's eyes flickered for a moment, then, struggling to stand up, he walked towards Yang Wei. He knew that today's plan was already a failure. It was useless even if there were still 3 first-grade high-level martial artists outside the door. The moment Lin Yu took out the video, no matter what, they would be the ones to suffer. Because, something like Yang Wei entering someone else's room to initiate a private fight, with evidence, the consequences would be extremely serious, and perhaps they would be expelled outright. When the hat-wearing youth picked up Yang Wei and prepared to leave, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. By the way, you remember to tell Yang Wei that when he wakes up, transfer 1 million federal coins to my account as compensation for my moral damages. After all, you guys made such a big move that you scared me. It shouldn't be too much for me to ask for 1 million, right? As for whether to give it or not, let him use his own discretion. At those words, the hat-wearing youth's footsteps gave a beat, then nodded. Got it, I'll pass it on to him. Take care. Lin Yu smiled brightly. This Yangdu Wuda, it was really a good place. Only just arrived, and someone was sending money. This Yang Wei is targeting himself so much, then he must pay the price. This bamboo bar, should be knocked still have to knock. You come here to make trouble, and then you want to leave? How in heaven's name can such a good thing happen? There's the Martial Artists Association too. Thinking of this, Lin Yu spoke. Also, tell the Martial Artist Association that I have no intention of fighting with you. But well, I'm not some soft persimmon to be pinched whenever I want. If you want to deal with me, you'd better weigh up whether it's worth it or not. And that is, don't keep using these underhanded tactics, it's boring. The words were plain, but the hat-wearing youth was able to hear a sense of moroseness, and a chill involuntarily rose from the soles of his feet. I'll pass it on. Without looking back, he carried Yang Wei on his back, pulled open the door, and walked out. Chapter 77, Lin Xiuyuan. Well. The 3 people outside the door saw the hat-wearing youth come out and swarmed around him. After so long, it should have been taken care of already, right? Just as this thought popped up in their minds, they were the ones who saw that on the back of the hat-wearing youth, Yang Wei was tilting his head, apparently losing consciousness. What's wrong? A long-haired youth's face changed, and he hurriedly asked. Failed. The hat-wearing youth let out a long sigh. You can withdraw. Speak clearly. Here's the thing. A few minutes later, after listening to the hat-wearing youth's narration, several people had fallen into silence. Video. Just checking the bed, Lin Yu actually turned on the video recording in advance. This is also too cautious to be scary, right? If that's really the case, there's really no way to make a move. The long-haired youth said helplessly, let's go, there's no point in staying here. Go. The rest of the people also agreed, and then the group left the A building. Martial Artist Association. Standing by the door, looking at the departing figures of several people, Lin Yu pondered. Half an hour later. Martial Artists Association, inside a conference room. So, you guys were set up? On the main seat in the very center, a very handsome youth sat casually and asked with interest. It's. In front of that youth, it was Yang Wei and the others, each with a nervous expression. Interesting. The handsome youth smiled faintly. This handsome youth was the Lin Xiuyuan that Lin Yi had spoken of. It was hard to imagine that in the face of a freshman, Yang Wei and the others were so cavalier, completely lacking the bravado they had at the dormitory check. It seems that this scholar isn't exactly a straw man. Lin Xiuyuan stood up and walked towards the window, sighing softly. Right. The hat-wearing youth suddenly snapped. He also said that he had some words to pass on. Say. The hat-wearing youth then repeated Lin Yu's last words to Lin Xiuyuan. Lower 3. After hearing this, Lin Xiuyuan turned his body and didn't get angry, instead he laughed. Quite interesting. Bang. Right at this moment, the closed door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Wei and the other 5 immediately looked towards the door, each as if they were on the verge of an attack.
One must know that this was the meeting room of the martial association. Even some 4th grade martial artists wouldn't dare to be so arrogant.
Who is it? So reckless.
Just as they were wondering, a silhouette walked in through the door.
Schoolmate Lin? After seeing the visitor clearly, Yang Wei was first stunned, then his face was delighted. Are you here to see me? The person who kicked the door was none other than Lin Jiao.
White blouse with jeans, which made her whole person look competent, but her style was undiminished.
Yang Wei greeted her beautifully and wanted to say hello.
However, Lin Jiao didn't even look at him and walked straight to Lin Xiuyuan with a cold face, leaving a stunned Yang Wei standing in place.
I'm not looking for me, right? You took a shot at him?
Lin Jiao opened her mouth and questioned Lin Xiuyuan. The voice was nice, but the tone was extremely cold.
It seemed like she wasn't in a very good mood right now. I'm not. Lin Xiuyuan hastily waved his hand to clear his name.
He angled his chin towards Yang Wei and the others and said, "It was these people who moved."
Lin Jiao coldly said, "Do you think I'll believe it? Since I was a child, have I ever lied to you?"
Lin Xiuyuan said helplessly, "Jiao Jiao, you should know my temper."
"Don't call me so close, I'm not that familiar with you,"
Lin Jiao said unhappily, disgusted with Lin Xiuyuan's address to her.
Yes.
Being rebuffed by Lin Jiao like this, Lin Xiuyuan was not angry at all, but instead smiled. This smile paired with his handsome face was undoubtedly extremely lethal to girls. Unfortunately, Lin Jiao didn't eat this, her face was still cold. "I told you in the family, Lin Yu, I brought him to Yangdu. I don't care what happens to the other families. But the Lin family is not allowed to take action against Lin Yu. Haven't forgotten. Lin Xiuyuan laughed dryly, "I was just testing him."
Testing?
Lin Jiao was a bit plagued with anger and droned in a petulant voice, "Why do you need 5 first-grade martial artists to test him?
Do you need to specially run to his residence? This is called testing?
Lin Xiuyuan, you think I, Lin Jiao, am a little cutie?
Can't you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuyuan frowned. "How do you know all this?"
You don't need to care about that. Anyway, I'll warn you one last time. If you use such tactics on him again, don't blame me for being impolite,"
Lin Jiao said.
Okay.
Lin Xiuyuan nodded helplessly. However, a normal challenge should always be fine, right?
As long as he is of the same grade as you, I won't interfere.
Lin Jiao dropped a sentence, then left without looking back.
Looking at Lin Jiao's departing silhouette, Lin Xiuyuan's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Xiao, this Lin Jiao is.
Only until Lin Jiao disappeared did Yang Wei ask warily. "NND, what kind of character is this Lin Xiuyuan, he knows? Such a character, to be pointed at and scolded by Lin Jiao?
This. Characters you can't afford to offend." To Yang Wei and the others, Lin Xiuyuan didn't have a good temper and coldly said, "I know what you're playing at.
Put away your petty thoughts, Lin Jiao, is not something you can get your hands on. If you dare to have crooked thoughts, you won't even know how to die. Understand what I mean?"
Understand. Yang Wei nodded his head busily, cold sweat seeping out behind his back.
"Go down, what happened today, rot in your stomach?"
Lin Xiuyuan said, "Also, Yang Wei on your side, the $1 million that should be given to Lin Yu, give it as early as possible."
"Yes." Yang Wei's heart was bitter. "Really want to give it off?"
"Originally, I came to find Lin Xiuyuan, on the one hand, to report on the situation, and on the other hand, to see if there was a way to solve the matter on Lin Yu's side. But right now, it seems that Lin Xiuyuan has given his word, and this 1 million won't be able to escape. Even if he was a first-grade martial artist, 1 million was not a small number. It was true that martial artists made money fast, but they usually consumed a lot. Coupled with all the cultivation at school, there really wasn't much time to go out and make money. If he didn't have a little bit of family money, he really couldn't take out this $1 million.
Yang Wei's heart is a bitter. "Why do you want to be in the forefront?" "Go on then, don't bother me here," Lin Xiuyuan coldly said. The 5 people responded and then exited the room. Lin Yu. Only when Lin Xiuyuan was the only one left in the room did he laugh softly. "That's a bit interesting. But I will let you know just how big the gap between us is. Jiao Jiao, it's not something you're qualified to climb high." The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. As per the usual practice, after Lin Yu got up and did a set of boxing, he went to the classroom where the lessons were held, as per the schedule. The university's arrangement was rather special, with theory classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. And they are all elective classes. To put it bluntly, they are in love with not attending. If someone comes, then the lecturer will take the class. If there is no one, then the class will not need to go on, but rather idle. In fact, it is also the freshman year when the class will be more, because the martial artists course is not the same as the traditional meaning of the class after all, more rely on their own efforts to cultivate. If you don't work hard on your own, all the classes you take will be for nothing. Public classes like this one are also relatively rare, because after a month the school will let the students pick their own mentors, and it is more important to rely on the mentors to guide them on the path of cultivation. The morning class was to learn the language of the magical creatures, and after the class was over, Lin Yu went to the library and borrowed 2 books.
They were Martial Artist Cultivation Method Upper and Martial Artist Cultivation Outline, both of which didn't cost any money as they were both generalized books. As the name suggests, it is the most basic cultivation method for martial artists. And Outline of Martial Artist Cultivation is a popular science book aiming to let prospective martial artists know the specific realms of martial arts as well as what they should pay attention to at each stage. The afternoon class was boring because the thing taught in the practical class was how to control qi and blood. Lin Yu's qi and blood control had long since reached the subtle level, and after casually listening for a few minutes, he skipped off with his feet on the ground. Although the teacher was a little surprised in his eyes, he didn't stop him. This was how it was at WU, it was all about self-consciousness, and classes were not mandatory. Although he felt some pity for Lin Yu's uneducation, that teacher didn't say anything more. Everything was his own choice. All causes will come to fruition later. After leaving the training ground, Lin Yu went straight back to his room and dove headfirst into the practice room. Although the room was not big, it was equipped with some training equipment, very convenient, at least for daily cultivation it was enough. Sitting on a cushion, Lin Yu first took out the Martial Artist Cultivation Outline. The purpose of this book is to popularize the knowledge of martial artists for the majority of fellow prospective martial artists, and one must not cultivate according to the contents of the book. If you want to cultivate, you must also cultivate under the guidance of a specialized person, otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Remember. On the title page was a row of words. The content was very simple. The general idea was to warn the rash not to cultivate all according to the contents of this book, otherwise it would be easy to go wrong. Lin Yu didn't care and proceeded to flip down the page. The first page. The so-called cultivation is to refine oneself, so that the physique becomes stronger, and the sinews, veins, and skin are metamorphosed, so as to differentiate oneself from ordinary people. This is the next 3 grades of cultivation. The opening chapter was a mini summary, roughly elaborating on the system of martial artists. Moving on to the next. First grade martial artists, belonging to the stage of just quenching the body, in which the meridians need to be widened and the qi and blood naturally. Well. Straight to the point, no unnecessary nonsense. Lin Yu sighed, and then concentrated on reading it, mesmerized. 10 minutes later. No wonder this book is so thin, so it's because it only outlines the first 3 items. Closing the book, Lin Yu smiled. The content of the book was not much, and it was quickly finished, but the gains were not small, at least it gave Lin Yu a rough idea of the martial artist system. According to the description in the book, the cultivation of the lower 3 grades consisted of 3 stages: opening the veins, tempering the bones, and refining the skin. The first stage, the vein opening stage. In this stage, the meridians needed to be quenched so that they could hold more qi and blood. The second stage, the bone quenching stage. In this stage, it is necessary to quench the bones in the body, so that the bones become harder. This stage of the martial artist has been able to resist the general sword. The third stage, the skin refining stage. As the name suggests, it is to quench the skin of the human body. Generally speaking, the martial artist in this realm is able to harden bullets without injury, truly adamantine. The 3 stages correspond to the first 3 grades of a martial artist. Vein opening realm, bone tempering realm, and skin refining realm. This is the so-called low-grade martial artists. Chapter 78, Vein Opening, the wonderful use of the patriarch's trigger finger. Meridians, bones, and epidermis. When all 3 of these had completed their quenching, a martial artist's physical quality would complete a complete leap. After this, it was time to cross over into the high grade, and all realms starting from the 4th grade were considered high-grade martial artists. However, the book did not cover exactly how to cultivate after the 4th grade. Although Lin Yu was curious in his heart, he didn't pay special attention to it. As he was a quasi-martial artist, it would be a bit overambitious for him to go back and understand that. After carefully looking at some details, to ensure that there are no omissions, Lin Yu picked up another book. The Martial Artist Cultivation Method Upper Chapter. This book, that's the main event. The so-called opening of the veins is to open up the 8 veins of the human body: the Ren, the Governor, and the Chong. Flipping open the books, Lin Yu dove in head first again. This time, it was quite a bit of time that passed. After all, it was a detailed cultivation method, so even with Lin Yu's unforgettable ability, it took him a full 3 hours to finish reading the cultivation method of the vein opening realm. For the division of the first grade realm, it was actually relatively simple. It was divided by the number of open veins. Opening 1 to 3 veins was considered the beginning of the first grade. 4 to 6, the middle of the first grade, and 6 to 8, belonging to the high grade of the first grade. The so-called peak of the first grade was a bit more special, where all the veins had to be quenched again until they were saturated. After that, one could proceed to advance to the 2nd grade realm. The 8 veins to be quenched were the Ren vein, the Governor vein, the Chong vein, the Belt vein, the Yin stilled vein, the Yang stilled vein, the Yin dimension vein, and the Yang dimension vein, which were commonly known as the 8 veins of the Qi meridians. And in these 8 veins, there are also 8 representative acupoints, which, according to the description in the book, are the key to the expansion of Qi and blood. And the way of quenching the 8 veins was also somewhat special. It was very different from a quasi-martial practitioner's cultivation, and the most important thing about quenching the 8 veins was to use qi and blood to quench them. This also meant that there were 2 prerequisites in order to step into the first grade realm. The first was to control qi and blood. Second, the value of qi and blood must reach 1000 points. In fact, it wasn't difficult to understand. If one couldn't even utilize qi and blood, then how could one precisely manipulate it to quench the 8 veins? Therefore, if one did not have control over qi and blood, there was no way to advance to the first grade. As for the qi and blood value reaching 1000, that was the hard standard. Because actually quenching the 8 veins was something that was very dangerous. After all, it involved the inside of the human body, which could not be seen or touched, and could only rely on the senses. If there wasn't enough qi and blood, halfway through the quenching, it would be easy for something to go wrong. And this was also the reason why special physiques would generally cultivate faster than normal people, because their own stores of qi and blood were high, and the progress of each quenching was definitely higher than normal people. Of course, qi and blood were actually able to be recovered by taking qi and blood pills plus toning. However, the price of qi and blood pills was relatively expensive, and ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. Only those large families would give their offspring the ability to use qi and blood pills to increase their cultivation speed. Because of this, the children of the great families would often start out too much higher than the commoners, and this was the gap brought about by the resources. The price of a first-grade qi and blood dan was 10,000 federal coins apiece, and if one took a qi and blood dan and then tempered it and completely refined it, it would normally be able to restore about 300 points of qi and blood. The effect varied from person to person, but the fluctuation wouldn't be very big. The most important thing was that tempering required a process, and if the tempering was incomplete, the effect would be even worse. Therefore, even in the case where there was an abundance of qi and blood pills, it was impossible to say that it was unlimited tempering. But this was only for other people. For Lin Jiao, qi and blood was not a matter at all. As for why? That was naturally because he had the sovereign trigger finger, a heaven-defying item that could instantly replenish his qi and blood for him. With the existence of the patriarch trigger finger, Lin Jiao didn't have to worry about his qi and blood drying up at all, and he didn't have to spend time on tempering. This also meant one thing. His progress in the first grade realm would be beyond imagination. It was even faster than everyone else. This patriarchal trigger finger, it's a bit too heaven-defying. After carefully observing the ancient trigger finger on his hand, Lin Jiao could not help but sigh. The more he understood the system of martial artists, the more Lin Jiao also sighed at the power of the patriarch trigger finger. This was basically in existence at the level of an externalizer. Let's begin. After pondering for a while, Lin Jiao let out a long breath and began to follow the book and try to quench the 8 veins. The first chakra, Ren chakra. The Ren vein was located in the small abdominal piece of the human head. Following the instructions on top of the meridian map, Lin Jiao quickly found the location of the Ren vein. Qi and blood are like silk, subtle stimulation, gradual quenching. After finding the Ren vein, Lin Jiao carefully maneuvered his qi and blood and slowly surged towards the starting place of the Ren vein. According to the description in the book, the difficulty in quenching the 8 veins actually lay in the control of the qi blood itself. The higher the degree of control of the qi blood, the easier the quenching process would be. It was like using a tool to trim something. The more comfortable you were with the tool, the faster you could naturally trim it. Lin Jiao's qi and blood control had already reached such a perverted level as the subtle level, and his control of qi and blood had almost reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. It didn't take much effort. Lin Jiao quickly grasped the essentials, and after familiarizing himself with it twice and making sure it was safe, he started the first quenching. It was also that there was no one else around him right now, otherwise, if they saw this kind of progress, they didn't know how surprised they would be. It was only a few minutes before and after, when he started quenching the 8 veins. One must know that if someone with 60% qi and blood control wanted to fully familiarize themselves with this way, it would be impossible without a day or two. This is exactly what the saying goes: people are more angry than people. Effective. Manipulating his qi and blood to stimulate roughly above the Ren vein for a short while, a hint of joy surfaced on Lin Jiao's face. He could clearly feel the burning sensation coming from his belly. According to the book, this was the feedback of starting to quench the 8 veins and achieving some success. Continue. After taking a deep breath, Lin Jiao completely sank into the great work of quenching the 8 veins. 2 hours later, Lin Jiao opened his eyes. At this time, the qi and blood in his body was already at a level close to depletion. Just like what the book said, for every 1,000 points of qi and blood, he was able to quench it once and could not be interrupted in the middle. The consumption of 2,000 points of qi and blood had also allowed him to quench the Ren vein twice. As for how many times one had to quench to completely open a vein, the book didn't give an exact answer. It just said that it varied from person to person. This is also known as talent. Depending on the level of talent, some people might have to quench hundreds of times to open a chakra, while others only need to quench a mere 50 times to open one, unevenly. I wonder how talented I am. Lin Jiao smiled, and after replenishing his qi and blood with the sovereign trigger finger, he continued to quench his veins. In fact, whether the talent was good or bad, he didn't even care anymore. With the sovereign trigger finger in place, even if his talent was worse, his quenching progress was not comparable to others.
As night fell, the entire Yangdu Martial University was silent.
Lin Yu, on the other hand, was noiselessly quenching his Ren vein without any distractions.
Chapter 79: The Mysterious Woman. The night was late. The entire Yang city was still brightly lit, with neon lights flashing and traffic flowing. Both martial artists and ordinary people were busy in the dead of night.
In such a bustling big city, rest seemed to be a comparative luxury. At the very top of a certain building, a silhouette stood at the very edge of the building, standing tall. From a distance, the figure appeared slender and slim.
Obviously, it was a female.
This was indeed the case, with long hair reaching her waist, her green silk like a waterfall, waving recklessly in the night breeze, a proper long black goddess. Under the breeze, it revealed her delicate snow-white earlobes on one side, silver earrings that swung slightly in the wind. In this late night, such a picture, moving. And the flavor that was most prevalent was her beautiful figure. Even with the wrapping of the trench coat, it couldn't hide that proud figure. The moonlight was bright and sprinkled on the woman's body. Through the moonlight, it could be seen that her skin was very fair. A pretty face was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe it in words. This made people sigh at the bias of the creator, giving the woman such a perfect body while also giving her a moving face. The two complemented each other well, reflecting a graceful jade. At this moment, she was lowering her head, and a pair of beautiful eyes that had a slight narrowness were looking down at the multitude of people underneath. There were no movements or words, but the feeling this woman gave off was incomparably domineering.
Yes, domineering.
That's not the best way to describe a woman, but it fits her. Tread. Suddenly, there was a soft sound, and a man wearing a pitch-black combat suit descended from the sky and gently landed on the roof of the building. This was a very handsome man, and judging by his age he should be around 25 or 26.
Well, the man spoke. Has it gotten any better? The woman still looked down with her head down, not answering.
Not getting an answer, the handsome man was not surprised. He had long since gotten used to it. It would be perverse if she actually answered her question. The handsome man took out a vial of purple essence blood from his storage ring and spoke. 2 days ago, I went deep into the devil's abyss, and by a fluke, I killed a blood cultivator. This essence blood may be helpful to you.
No need.
The woman opened her mouth, her voice was very clear and cold, but surprisingly good. I know my own situation well. What's more, it's just blood Shura, it's not like I haven't killed them before.
It's useless. Also, the man let out a bitter laugh. I just wanted to try it in case. Don't waste your time.
Before the words were finished, the long-haired woman interrupted. Essence blood or whatever else, keep it for yourself.
It's always good to enhance your strength a bit more. I just want to help you.
The man explained in a gentle tone.
No need.
The long-haired woman spoke, her tone as cold as ever. I'm not interested in you as a person. At those words, the man fell silent, but it was clear from his blazing eyes that he wasn't listening.
Is it because I'm not strong enough?
After a long time, he asked with a serious expression.
Maybe.
The woman was non-committal. During this period of time, I will leave Yangdu and try to control the Heartfire. Over at the Demon Abyss defense line, you keep an eye on it, don't make any mistakes. After saying that, she pointed her toes and left the building. Seeing this, the handsome man moved his body, ready to follow. However, the words that came from the air caused his movements to freeze.
Don't follow me, beware of me flipping out.
The man stood helplessly in place, giving up his intention to follow. If he dared to follow up, he would really be beaten up. He stood still for a while before departing. The bright moonlight ghostly sprinkled on the roof of the building, everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. After leaving the building, the long-haired woman traveled through the air at an extremely impressive speed. The detection system in the mid-air of Yangdu detected someone flying in mid-air, and the command room wanted to issue a warning, but after scanning the woman's figure, one of the monitors twisted away again as if they hadn't seen anything. This female devil really can't afford to offend, the temper is very violent. Reflecting the thoughts of the people in the command room, at this moment, this long-haired woman's eyes were already filled with frost. A tyrannical aura spread out from her body, but in an instant, it was forcefully suppressed. Sudden loss of control of her aura caused her to stop and make a slight adjustment. She took a big, deep breath, forcing down the thoughts in her mind that wanted to destroy everything.
A few moments later, breath surging, she once again flew off into the distance, much faster than before.
After traveling for some distance, the long-winded woman suddenly stopped again. This time, it wasn't because the breath in her body was out of control. Quite the contrary, she could feel that the tyrannical feeling in her heart had suddenly weakened a bit. Although it was almost negligible, she could still feel it acutely.
An illusion?
She murmured and then advanced again. However, a moment later, the long-haired woman returned to her original point.
Not an illusion.
She peered downward, deep in thought. As if, there was something rather special here that calmed her rioting emotions.
What the hell is it? Willow brows furrowed gently, the long-haired woman was a bit puzzled.
This territory below, on the contrary, she was too familiar to be familiar with at Yangdu Martial Arts University, her own alma mater. But this feeling, it seemed to be the first time it had ever appeared. After pondering for a while, the long-haired woman swept towards the bottom, slowing down slightly, as the goal was not to rush, but to find the source that gave her a tendency to calm down. At the same time, a majestic divine thought erupted from her body, instantly covering this area below.
Who is it? So unbridled?
At this very instant, the powerful people in the Yangdu Martial University all sensed this divine thought and instinctively wanted to smash it. However, after recognizing the owner of this divine thought, they all withdrew their breath one after another, and then stopped caring. Can't afford to mess with it, can't afford to mess with it. This crazy girl. Inside an office, Vice Principal Wu Shan put down the information at hand and smiled helplessly, doesn't know to restrain herself for a second.
A few minutes later. Is this it?
Following the scent that made her feel slightly cooler, the long-haired woman came to a tall building. Even with her heart, her face was slightly strange at this moment. Of course she knew this place, the Award building. But this area is the area where the boys live. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and stepped forward. Let's take a look first, then make a decision. With a confirmed area, it didn't take much effort to find the source, a certain room on the first floor of Building A under the careful probing of the divine thoughts. The long-haired woman just stood outside the A floor, quietly looking into the room. The windows were left open, and even the breeze could easily leap into the room. In the room, a young man was sitting with his eyes closed, his body's chi and blood surging. At a glance, he was in the middle of practicing. The young man was very handsome, and his serious cultivation appearance was very popular with women.
Some good looking.
The long-haired woman did not make words, quietly watching the youth cultivate, her expression cold, not knowing what she was thinking. The moon was beautiful, and the night wind blew the tips of her hair, creating an extremely beautiful picture. Chapter 80. A female devil bursts out of the room.
Building A, room 101. Lin Yu was a bit confused now.
After he understood the cultivation method, he became intoxicated with cultivation and went all out to quench his ren vein. When his chi and blood were empty, he relied on the patriarch trigger finger to replenish it. Going back and forth like this, he did quench the ren vein several times until late at night. After completing another quenching of the ren vein, Lin Yu opened his eyes and prepared to replenish his chi and blood once. As a result, the moment he opened his eyes, his entire body froze. In front of him, a woman had appeared at some point, standing quietly. The perfection of the body not to mention, the face is even more stunning, especially in the corner of the eye there is a small tear mole, seducing the soul. The whole person's temperament looks a little cold, but precisely this can be seen from afar and cannot be blasphemous. Playing the coldness, more let her add color, proper woe of the lord of the people.
Then the question comes.
Such a magnificent cold beauty, why will appear in their own room?
Lin Yu fell into the middle of contemplation. Could it be that the cultivation had gone wrong and gone off the rails? No.
Lin Yu looked up at the cold beauty imperial sister in front of him. Well, fully clothed, the body also exudes a breath of life. At first glance, it is the Lord who rejects people. It should not be a hallucination produced by going off the deep end. If it is really a hallucination, it is impossible to have only this level.
Take this test, cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? That. If it's not an illusion, then how did this person get in? I remember locking the door.
Lin Yu took a look at the door of the room, then looked around again.
Oh. The window was left open.
That is to say, this person came in from the window. And the movement is silent, looks like it should be standing in front of oneself for a long time, and oneself completely unable to notice.
In an instant, Lin Yu had a judgment.
Lady warrior, spare your life. He raised his hands high in the air and directly began to beg for mercy. What a joke, just this kind of existence that could stand in front of him for a long time without even realizing it was definitely not a lord that he could resist. Look at this stance, this eyes, completely in line with the image of the murderous female devil in the novel. Usually this kind of person is often ruthless and unreasonable. If one is not careful, one's life may not be saved. Seeing Lin Yu's move, the long-haired woman was speechless for a while, obviously not following his train of thought.
Do I look like a bad person?
The long-haired woman glanced towards the window, and then the window inexplicably closed. She then turned her head and opened her mouth to explain, "Don't worry, I mean you no harm."
Then what is doing in my room?
Seeing the window naturally close, Lin Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Holy crap! What kind of strength is it to make a window close with one look?
It's nothing, you continue to cultivate.
The long-haired woman didn't explain. Surprisingly, she found a place to sit down, a pair of beautiful eyes closed, no longer caring about Lin Yu. Lin Yu was dumbfounded.
WTF? What's going on here? Why is this even practiced? This is my room, my practice room, big sister. Don't be so familiar with me, okay? We're not that close. Should we call the police?
Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Yu silently pondered. By the way, I'm not allowed to say anything about me coming here to any.
Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Just as Lin Yu was torn, the long-haired woman suddenly opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance towards him. Instantly, a chill leapt up from the soles of Lin Yu's feet.
No need to dwell on it. What is this thing called?
Coming to occupy his own practice room on the basis of his high strength. Lin Yu carefully observed the woman in front of him. She was very good looking, but the aura emanating from her body was something that made his heart tremble.
It really is a female devil.
Lin Yu secretly said in his heart. Beautiful beyond words, with a high level of cultivation, and an aura that rejected people, very high and cold, this was completely in line with old Chen Tu's description of a female devil when he was a child.
Yes, this woman is definitely the female devil. Lin Yu once again made a judgment.
After warily observing the demoness for a while, ensuring that she had fallen into a state of cultivation, Lin Yu tiptoed out of the practice room.
Can't afford to mess with me, can't afford to hide from me?
Go to sleep. He ran into the washroom and began to wash up with a clunk. Inside the practice room,
the female devil in Lin Yu's mouth sat motionless on the floor.
In reality, she was not practicing cultivation as Lin Yu had guessed, but was simply closing her eyes to calm herself, conscious as could be. Lin Yu's movements of walking out were naturally noticed by her, and she was just too lazy to care. Her mind, as much as she could, was focused on another matter. This room was special, it had an aura that put her mind at ease, and even the restless tyranny in her heart fell silent again. First survive tonight, and then tomorrow, I will ask Yang Du Wu Di for the right to this room. A small room is just a small room. With his identity as a 6th grade martial artist, Yang Du Wu Di will definitely sell himself this face. The long-haired woman thought so, quietly calming her mind.
A few minutes later.
Suddenly, her beautiful eyes snapped open and a rare look of dismay appeared on her cold face. Why was it that in just a few minutes' time, the aura that had calmed herself down had begun to gradually weaken, no longer as effective as it had been just now? Why? She sat down on the floor and pondered. After a few moments, as if she had figured something out, she got up, pulled the door open and walked out of the room. On the other side. After washing up, Lin Yu went to bed and prepared to rest. Well, the female devil didn't follow. Sure enough, this female devil may have suffered some injuries and needs a practice room to recuperate, and will naturally leave when she is well recuperated. At that time, one would be safe. As for why Lin Yu didn't ask the school for help, the reasoning was simple, because he didn't want to die young yet. On the hand of that female devil's eyes to close the window, Lin Yu is sure that if it really came to the rescue, that female devil can make him ashes with one look. In this situation, Lin Yu can only pray that the other party really has no bad intentions towards him. Although helpless, right now, he really belonged to the passive side and had no way to resist. This was the reality, weak in strength, in this era where the strong were honored, this was the way it was. Good thing, the other side seems to have no intention of taking their own lives, otherwise, they would have hiccuped, which can still hold out until now. Just as Lin Yu just breathed a sigh of relief, the door suddenly click sound.
It was the sound of the demoness opening the door.
In an instant, Lin Yu's heart thumped, his body hairs stood on end, his nerves stretched to the limit.
Can't be? Are you really going to do this? I've given you the practice room, but you still want to kill me, isn't that too much? What have I done to you?
First, I was inexplicably targeted by the Martial Artist Association, and now I have to be hot-handed by the female devil.
No, hot hand destroys grass. This unlucky. Ka.
Just as Lin Yu was rambling, there was another sound, and the female devil had opened the door to his bedroom and walked straight in. The moment he saw the female devil's skin, cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu's forehead, as if he was facing an enemy.
My life is resting. Chapter 81, The Night.
The long-haired woman stood by the door, her stunningly beautiful appearance would be admired by anyone who saw it. However, it was this face that was so beautiful that in the eyes of Lin Yu at this moment, it was more terrifying than anything else in the world. There was no other reason, this female devil could easily take his own life.
This was simply a life-altering talisman.
He wanted to say something, his mouth opened, but there was nothing to say.
Say what? A plea for mercy? Or a message? There's no point.
If this female devil was determined to kill herself, everything would seem so futile.
In front of absolute strength, all actions were so pale. At this moment, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in Lin Yu's heart.
He was fully focused, wanting to see the female demon's movements clearly. Even if he died, he couldn't die an unknown death. 10,000 thoughts flowed through his mind in just a moment.
And the demoness, too, moved, well. It was the lips that moved.
But just this bit of movement was what made Lin Yu, who was tense to the limit, react.
What are you so nervous about? The female demon spoke. Come. Lin Yu shouted.
The voices came out at the same time, tacitly, and then the two of them both froze.
Come what? You won't kill me?
Again, the voices came out at the same time, but what was said was a breeze.
Seeing that the female devil didn't seem to have the intention to make a move, Lin Yu tried, You really won't kill me? Kill you for what? The long-haired woman said without a good mood, Is there any benefit? Also. Lin Yu smiled sarcastically, then you entered this room of mine too.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, the long-haired woman also remembered the purpose of her trip and said in a cold voice, "Come down."
Oh. Hearing this, Lin Yu obediently leapt down towards the bed.
There was no way around it, a person under the roof had to bow his head. This truth, he still understood. Lin Yu just jumped off the bed, the woman is rolled over up, will be covered, beautiful eyes closed, actually ready to rest. The whole process of clouds and water, hands and feet between the incomparable reveals a grace.
Lin Yu? So you came here just to find a bed to rest on?
You should have said so.
You know how nervous I was? You don't understand. You just mind your own business.
However, no matter what, being able to survive, Lin Yu was still relatively elated, and with a careful greeting, he prepared to run outside.
What's that, sister, you rest well, I'll go sleep outside. Well, can't stay with this female devil, it's still dangerous. He quietly pulled the door open, ready to bolt. Come back.
However, the moment he stepped out of the room with one foot, a cold, clear voice came from behind his head.
All right.
Hearing the female devil's voice, Lin Yu was very sensible, and immediately withdrew his feet and moved nimbly to close the door, standing obediently in the same place.
The desire for survival is extremely strong.
Listening to the sound of the door closing, the long-haired woman lay on the bed thinking. Inside the quilt, there seemed to be the residual warmth left behind by the handsome young man. She didn't know how she could have ghostly wanted to rest here. However, an unprecedented peace surged in her heart. It seemed that she had guessed correctly that the aura that made her feel calm was not coming from within that practice room. Rather, it was emanating from the youth beside him. Don't worry, I definitely won't run around, I just want to go out and sleep. If I stay here, you won't be able to rest well either. Just as the long-haired woman was silently thinking, Lin Yu opened his mouth, taking great pains to leave this place. Stay right here, don't go anywhere. The long-haired woman said in a cold voice, her voice full of disobedience. She was noticing that as long as she was a little farther away from this person, that aura would cease to exist. Oh, Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, this female devil must be afraid of ventilating himself when he goes out. Damn, this is completely reduced to a hostage. Lin Yu heart bitter, their situation is not good. Life and death is completely in the hands of others. Seems to be aware of the uneasiness in Lin Yu's tone, the long-haired woman spoke out to comfort. You can rest assured, I will not do anything to you, I am not a bad person.
Then you won't let me go out? Lin Yu cried out.
Finished, this is pacifying the hostages. It's not a good idea to tear up the hostages later. At that, the long-haired woman opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, but ultimately said nothing.
How could this be explained?
It's hard not to say, don't worry, I don't mean you any harm, and I only keep you in the room because the scent of your body puts me at ease.
Or rather, I simply like the scent on you and won't hurt you. How does that sound?
How can you say such shame-inducing words? Lying in a bed of a person of the opposite sex like this is already a first, and to say such shameful words, that's really unacceptable. Seeing that the long-haired woman had nothing to say, Lin Yu was even more certain of what he thought in his heart, and his heart was cold. The long-haired woman is also lazy to explain, and cannot explain. Let this misunderstanding continue, such a situation, it is better than letting this person know the truth. At least they will not feel ashamed not. Ugh. Lin Yu sighed and moved as far away from the bed as he could and stood outside the window, looking at the scenery outside. The moon was beautiful, it was this mood of his own that wasn't very beautiful.
It's all because of the moon.
Lin Yu ghostly sighed. It's just a matter of standing here for the night, I hope the demoness doesn't get impulsive. This aunt can't afford to offend, if really accidentally disturb her rest, I'm afraid that my life will not be guaranteed. Quietly looking out the window at night, time passes. And just a few minutes after Lin Yu had moved away, the long-haired woman's beautiful eyes opened abruptly. That aura, it seemed to have begun to weaken again. Deep within her, she began to stir again, a majestic aura overflowing uncontrollably, and then was forcefully suppressed.
Nima.
Lin Yu, who was standing by the window, suddenly felt this aura and his heart violently trembled.
It wouldn't be about to kill and exterminate, right? Come here.
Just as he was in a state of trepidation, he heard the demoness speak again. Lin Yu busily turned his head and walked towards the bedside.
Sit down. The demoness ordered again.
So Lin Yu sat down on his butt. After a moment of silence, the long-haired woman continued, sit on the edge of the bed.
Ha?
Lin Yu was shocked.
This. Robbed color. I can't imagine that such a cold beauty is a legendary female flower picker. I.
In an instant, thoughts flowed through Lin Yu's mind.
Could it be that the chastity I have retained for several years is going to be taken away overnight? It's a sin. They say that women are roadblocks on the road to cultivation. Today, I'm afraid I'm going to be eaten to the bone.
Old Chen Tu, I'm sorry for your teaching.
I finally have to. Bah!
I'm forced to say goodbye to my virginity. Lin Yu's heart was filled with old tears, and with his heart crossed, he sat on the edge of the bed. But this female flower picker looks really good, seems to be not a loss. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed and took a look at the side of the female devil. It was beautiful beyond compare. It's just a matter of being the one to bear this sin after all. That's it, don't move. I don't know if I should say fortunate or unfortunate. After Lin Yu sat down on the edge of the bed, the female demon said faintly and closed her eyes to rest. Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly felt regret. Not and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So close, so close. He sighed and just sat still. Silence returned to the room, and the demoness just lay on her side, her back to Lin Yu as she gradually fell asleep, her breathing steady. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was sitting on the edge of the bed, not daring to move a muscle. Nonsense, an existence of this level, I'm afraid that the slightest movement on his part would wake him up. Who knows if this big sister has any waking breath, in case she can't get angry enough to slap herself to death or pick herself up, then what can be done? Who can I talk to? So, Lin Yu just sat motionless and dry, staring and glaring all night. Chapter 82, Pointing. The rising sun rose in the east, and the sky was flooded with a splash of fish belly white, signaling the arrival of a new day. Lin Yu looked out the window with a pair of panda eyes, not sleeping all night. The female devil was sleeping soundly. Sitting Lin Yu softly sighed, had wanted to finish quenching the Rin vein as early as possible. The sudden intrusion of a person in the middle of the night disrupted all the plans. This is where the reasoning goes? And just then, the long-haired woman's eyelashes suddenly began to flutter slightly, and then a pair of beautiful eyes opened and woke up. She sat up, her expression still indifferent, and looked at Lin Yu. Thank you. Lin Yu frowned, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask. The long-haired woman didn't explain either, but said to herself, what happened yesterday, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone. Also, I will compensate you. After hearing the words of the demoness, Lin Yu's expression was indescribably strange. This was said as if he had done something yesterday. Also compensate. Did you do something to me that you can't see? Not caring what Lin Yu thought, the long-haired woman felt the condition of her body and sighed in relief. Sure enough, the tyrannical feeling was completely gone, and the divine thoughts were not violent enough to require suppression. She leapt down from the bed, pulled open the window, and barked, remember, you are not allowed to disclose yesterday's matter to anyone. I am not a bad person, much less harm you. Of course, you can also say it towards your tutor at school, but I promise, I'll be fine. As for the consequences of revealing this to outsiders, you weigh them yourself. The tone of her voice went from icy cold to thickly threatening, and when she finished, she pulled open the window and leapt out in an unknown direction. Looking at the female devil's departing figure, Lin Yu smiled bitterly. What kind of thing is this? Looking at the time, it was also already 6 o'clock in the morning, and Lin Yu was too lazy to rest, and after the usual set of punches, he went to class. In the morning, there was still the unchanging theory class, and in the afternoon, there was a lesson on how to control chi and blood. After the theory class ended, Lin Yu went straight back to his room and continued to quench his Rin vein. This cultivation was the passage of several hours. During this period, he quenched his Rin vein 6 times in a row, and he could clearly feel that under this highly efficient quenching, the Rin vein in his body had become even tougher. At this rate of progress, it was believed that he would soon be able to open his Rin vein and officially cross over into the ranks of martial artists. It was night. After quenching the Rin vein once again, his chi and blood were deficient. Lin Yu utilized the sovereign trigger finger to replenish his chi and blood to full capacity, then he was ready to continue quenching the Rin vein. However, plans always fail to catch up with changes. Just as he was about to make a move, a soft sound rang out by the window, and Lin Yu followed the sound and was instantly startled. I go. How did it come again? Outside the window, there stands a female devil. Still as poised, and the expression on her pretty face still indifferent, she was reaching out and gently tapping on the window. Wow! Lin Yu helplessly opened the window. He didn't think that this tiny window could block a powerhouse of this level. He did see it clearly this morning. When the female devil left, she was traveling in the air. After letting the demoness in, the two of them stared wide-eyed. Lin Yu just didn't understand. To say that this Yang Du Wu de Bar, not only are there a lot of practicing rooms, there are also a bunch of other buildings, even the empty houses are a lot. Why is it staring at itself? You can't just stare at a sheep like that, can you? Why don't you look for other sheep? Do I look like a bully? Of course, this is something that Lin Yu naturally did not dare to say. He could only whine in his heart, and Mo can't help it, the weak just don't have human rights. Just so glaring for a while, Lin Yu found that this female devil does not do anything, is so quietly sitting beside himself, also do not know what is the figure. Simply heart, continue to quench up the Rin vein. You're quenching the 8 veins in the wrong way. Just as he had closed his eyes to drum up his chi and blood, the demoness suddenly spoke. The tone was cold, but the voice was very nice. What? Lin Yu opened his eyes, a little stunned. The long-haired woman's tone was clear and cold as she said slowly, the way you quenched the Rin vein should be according to the martial cultivation law recorded above, right? Yes. Lin Yu nodded, then asked, any questions? This was a book borrowed from the library, so it wasn't a pirated copy, right? No problem, but outdated. Outdated? What do you mean? It means that there is now a more efficient way of quenching. Do you want to learn it?
the long-haired woman said. Lin Yu looked at her suspiciously, somewhat disbelieving. This female devil, is that kind? The long-haired woman, however, didn't care what Lin Yu thought and spoke the method out to herself. Quenching the Rin vein, according to the most primitive way, is to start quenching from the source. Although this way works, it is less efficient. And after the later modifications, there is already a more efficient way of quenching. One of the most efficient ones is to start from the Guan Yuan point and then turn to. It was said slowly, but clearly, obviously purposely said to Lin Yu. As for whether Lin Yu listened or not, she didn't know. But in her opinion, this was also considered to be repayment for Lin Yu's kindness in calming his emotions yesterday. That was how she was characterized. It was already an unprecedented first for her to treat Lin Yu in such a manner. If people who knew her knew, they might be surprised to no end. It was unimaginable that the famous Qin demoness would speak so gently, and the target was still a man. Alright, finished, do you need me to say it again? After a long time, she spoke, signaling that she had finished. No need. Although he didn't quite trust this female devil, Lin Yu couldn't help but sink in. It couldn't be helped that he had an overriding interest in martial arts. This move by the Qin, which was considered to be a crooked move that struck at Lin Yu's heart. Holding a skeptical attitude, Lin Yu began to follow the new quenching method and carefully tried it out. Another period of time passed. It's really effective. Lin Yu opened his eyes and his face was filled with joy. According to the way this female demon said, he had just quenched the Rin vein once, and as a result, he found that the efficiency was greatly improved. Sure enough. This is a completely different matter with or without someone pointing it out. Lin Yu could not help but sigh in his heart. Believe it now? The Qin which spoke indifferently. Believed. Lin Yu nodded his head with a small chicken peck. Only at this moment did he sort of believe that this female devil had no hostility towards him. Well, no. Can't call the female devil anymore, this name is biased. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked, thanks for the guidance. There is also the question of what to call you. My surname is Qin. Magician Qin opened her mouth, not giving out her name. Sister Qin. Lin Yu didn't know what to call her, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he came up with this name. Don't call it that, mushy. Which Qin glanced at him coldly, a bit unable to accept it. Then, what is it called? Lin Yu scratched his head, a little confused. Getting along with women, he really had very little experience. In terms of cultivation, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask me. Which Qin was also too lazy to pay attention and casually said a sentence, after which she sat aside, closed her eyes, and began to take a nap. It seemed that one felt extraordinarily calm just by staying by his side. I don't know what it was, but it was a feeling that wasn't too bad. Chapter 83 The Highly Cold Qin Demoness. After looking at the stunning woman in front of him, Lin Yu didn't use the sovereign trigger finger to replenish his qi and blood anymore. Of course, there was also no second quenching of the Rin vein. The reason was simple. With a quasi-martial artist's qi and blood, even a special martial artist could not quench the 8 veins twice in a row. If one continued the quenching process without taking an elixir, as long as one wasn't a cutie, could all know that their qi blood was above 2000. To this woman who was still getting along for a short period of time, he still couldn't figure out the other party's purpose, so naturally, he couldn't expose the secrets in his body. Whether it was the 2000 qi blood, or the patriarch trigger finger. Not cultivating anymore? Seemingly sensing that Lin Yu had no intention of continuing his cultivation, which Qin opened her eyes and asked. Lin Yu smiled, there isn't enough qi and blood. No qi and blood pills? The Qin magician frowned. No. Lin Yu looked helpless, he really hadn't prepared this thing. There was no need to use it. Upon hearing this, the Qin which pondered for a moment, then said, then what should you do next? Lin Yu's complexion gave a start, as if he hadn't expected the Qin which to ask this question. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, sleep? Well. Used a question. Comrade Lin knew very clearly that, next, his time would be at the sole disposal of the Qin which. This realization, he still had. Leave is certainly not unauthorized to leave, can go to sleep, that really depends on this scourge of the sister approved or not. Lin Yu looked at Qin which with an expectant face. Then go. The Qin which nodded her head in a breezy manner. Good. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. He then got up and walked out of the practice room. Fortunately, today, Qin which didn't seem to have the intention of forcibly leaving herself behind. Smoothly returning to the room, Lin Yu's heart was relieved. Crunch. However, just as he was thinking that, there was a sudden sound of a door opening from the rear. Well. Qin which followed. This scene, so familiar. Looking at the cold and unrivaled pretty face of the Qin demoness, Lin Yu was somewhat at a loss. Is this sleeping? Or not? Sleepy as hell if you don't, after all, you didn't get any rest yesterday. If I sleep, what if the Qin which wants to requisition a place to sleep later? For a while, he was caught in a tangle. In the middle of the day, he dryly asked, why don't you rest first, Sister Qin? I'll sit. No need.
Witch Qin walked straight to the edge of the bed and threw a cushion to the ground, then sat cross-legged. That mat Lin Yu looked a little familiar. It seemed to be something that Witch Qin had shunned out of the practice room.
You sleep on yours, I'll practice mine.
After sitting down on her own, Witch Qin closed her eyes and ignored Lin Yu. Looking at the motionless Qin demoness, Lin Yu was helpless.
What on earth was this auntie thinking? A man and a woman in a room together, and she's not worried about her animalistic behavior? Can you please respect my gender? Forget it. After a long time, Lin Yu sighed. Didn't have the heart, didn't have the guts. He nimbly climbed into bed and prepared to rest. He didn't sleep all night last night, and if he didn't sleep today, it would be a bit hard to carry on. Although it is said that in cultivation to a certain extent can actually replace sleep, but last night was hard to sit all night. That was indeed a very unpleasant taste. Soon, Lin Yu entered dreamland. Tonight's weather was still very good, and under the illumination of the jade like moonlight, the quiet cultivation appearance of the Qin which was half-assed with her title. Not like a witch, more like a goddess. Quiet as dust. This silence didn't last too long. After about 10 minutes, the Qin witch steeply opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes had a chaotic color in them, and her mouth muttered. This distance, it doesn't work either? Lin Yu had a dream. In his dream, he was in the middle of a sea of flowers, fragrant, with butterflies lingering around him. Around and around and around. Around the top of his head, around his cheeks, and around the front of his nose. Shooey. Lin Yu woke up and sneezed fiercely. The front of his nose smelled good and was a little itchy, as if there was something foreign. Reaching out, he removed the thing in front of his nose that was making him itch. One by one, very slender. Is this hair? Feeling the touch on his hand, Lin Yu shivered and instantly came to life. His eyes widened and looked incredulously at his side. A long-haired woman was lying on her side with her back to him. Even the thick quilt couldn't hide that concave and convex figure, just like the mountains, rising and falling. Who else could it be if not the Qin witch? I'll go. Lin Yu was shocked. How could the Qin witch be in my bed? Could it be that? He fumbled around on himself in a bit of a panic. Fortunately, the clothes are all complete. It seems that nothing has happened. After checking the clothes on his body, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He himself was still the same innocent boy. At that moment, seemingly disturbed by Lin Yu's movements, Qin witch abruptly got up, seemingly not sleeping at all. Well, clothing is also complete. She turned her head sideways, coldly glanced at Lin Yu, and explained in a groundbreaking manner, don't think too much, it's just so much rest for the night. I know. Lin Yu even nodded, I won't say anything. Seeing that Lin Yu was so sensible, Witch Qin no longer cared about him and left straight through the window. How ruthless. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth, somewhat disinterested. It seemed like it was the first time he was lying in a bed with a member of the opposite sex like this. Although nothing happened, it always felt a bit strange. Lin Yu stared blankly at the window, not knowing what he was thinking. After freezing in bed for a while, he went straight to class and didn't box because it was already late when he woke up. Sure enough, the witch has done a lot of harm. As usual, after the theory class, Lin Yu returned to his dormitory and continued to quench his rinvein. In the evening, Witch Qin came again. Listening to the clang 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 knocking outside the window, Lin Yu got up and opened the window, letting her in. Qin witch was still so cold. Sit down in a high and cold manner. Close your eyes high and cold. From time to time, Gao Ling pointed out Lin Yu's doubts in cultivation. After quenching the rinvein once, Lin Yu was ready to get up and rest. No more qi and blood? Sensing her movements, the Qin witch spoke. Lin Yu nodded helplessly. He had planned to buy a few qi and blood pills today, but ended up forgetting about them. Here. Fiend Qin took out a small bottle from her storage ring and threw it to Lin Yu. What is this? Lin Yu took the bottle and was puzzled. First grade qi and blood pill. The Qin demoness said in a cold voice. For me? Lin Yu was stunned. The Qin witch did not reply and closed her eyes in a very lofty manner. Lin Yu opened the bottle and took a look at it, and sure enough, it was a qi and blood elixir, and after counting, there were 50 of them. After surveying the bottle, Lin Yu looked towards the Qin witch and was stunned. Just such a small bottle, that was $500,000 federal dollars. Thank you. Lin Yu opened his mouth and thanked him with a serious expression. The Qin witch still didn't reply. Perhaps she was caught up in her cultivation state, or perhaps she simply didn't want to pay attention to him. Or even, just didn't hear what Lin Yu said. But, without reason, Lin Yu had a very strong feeling in his heart that she had heard it. Smiling, Lin Yu took a qi and blood dan and began to quietly meditate. Chapter 84 Wang Xiaoming and the Laws of War. A sleepless night. And the Qin demoness just sat with Lin Yu for the whole night, seemingly cultivating as well. In the course of the night, Lin Yu had only quenched the rinvein 4 times. Compared to the patriarch's trigger finger, the efficiency of the qi and blood pill was indeed a bit too slow. Moreover, taking the qi and blood pill when the qi and blood were depleted and taking the qi and blood pill when the qi and blood were full were two completely different concepts.
And the process of quenching the 8 veins must not be interrupted, so even if there was no shortage of qi and blood pills, the progress of those children of the lineage in the first grade realm was not as fast as imagined. This was because it took time for qi and blood to recover, especially when it was depleted. At the dawn of the day, which Qin left. Another day passes. On this day, Lin Yu was finally able to completely penetrate the Rin vein, and the qi and blood surged in the orifices, skyrocketing in an instant. A breakthrough, to put it mildly, was just that, thick and thin. After the Rin vein had penetrated, Lin Yu was able to clearly feel the changes in that part of his lower abdomen that was the source where the Rin vein was located. It seemed that the way the qi and blood flowed was a little different. Unlike the previous haphazard scurrying, it was following the veins of the Rin vein in circulation. The qi and blood value had also increased quite a bit, a full 560 points, and now Lin Yu's qi and blood was as high as 2,560. Such qi and blood was almost the qi and blood of an unusual first-grade high-ranked martial artist. After all, when an average person breaks through as a martial artist, their qi blood is only at 1,000, and each open vein increases their qi blood by more than 200, so if you calculate it like this, an unusual first-grade middle-ranked martial artist's qi blood is not really comparable to Lin Yu's. He, on the other hand, had only opened his first vein. This was the terrifying aspect of a special martial artist. A strong qi and blood was the source of great strength. This is a martial artist. Feeling the qi and blood in his body, Lin Yu was inevitably a little delighted. It took 3 months to go from a little rookie with less than 410 qi and blood to a true martial artist. This process, rather, was a little dreamy. Quenching was successful? Just as he was rejoicing, a cool voice rang out. Qin which leapt in through the window. Lin Yu specially left the window open, and she easily entered the room. Seeing the Qin witch, Lin Yu didn't feel surprised and nodded calmly. The Qin demoness didn't say anything, but a trace of astonishment flashed through her beautiful eyes. From the time she saw this handsome youth until now, it had only been 4 days in full count, right? In such a small amount of time, he had actually completed the quenching of a single vein. What kind of talent was this? At this moment, even the Qin demoness, who was outstanding in the world with her talent, looked sideways at Lin Yu until. What is your name? The Qin demoness opened her mouth and asked. She became more and more curious about Lin Yu. My name is Wang Xiaoming. Lin Yu didn't turn red in the face and gave a fake name. Walking in the Jianghu, how could one not have a vest in his possession? Wang Xiaoming, Qin which chewed the name carefully. Right. Lin Yu nodded, his expression serious. At this moment. Now. My name is Wang Xiaoming. Also known as Mr. Wang. Or, of course, Mr. Wang. Are you a blood? Special physique? Qin which asked with interest. If it wasn't a special physique, the speed of quenching the veins wouldn't be so fast. Although this Wang Xiaoming's quenching speed was a bit exaggerated, it was not impossible. Certain special physiques were blessed with some special talents. It could be that the speed of quenching the bones was fast, or that the skin was strong from birth. There was nothing strange about it. Yes. Lin Yu didn't hide it and frankly admitted it. There is no point in denying it, because it was caught. Exactly at the time when the qi and blood were still churning and was bumped into. If it were any other day, it would be impossible to know that he had completed the quenching of a meridian if he hadn't probed carefully. Now in this situation, it was a different story. Such a fast speed of quenching the body was indeed a bit outrageous, and I'm afraid no one would believe it if he said it wasn't a special physique. Have you started practicing the battle techniques? Qin which asked. Battle techniques? Lin Yu froze, then shook his head. He had really forgotten about this. If it wasn't for Mistress Qin mentioning it, he wouldn't have been able to recall that he could also pick a king-grade battle technique at random. Moreover, there was a complete copy of the silver wolf sword technique hidden in this room. Speaking of which, after becoming a martial artist, it was time to start practicing battle techniques. Is there a suitable one? The Qin witch spoke again, and what she was talking about was, naturally, battle techniques. Count on it. Lin Yu nodded. Don't cultivate first. The Qin witch said. Why? Lin Yu was curious. Normally, after officially becoming a martial artist, one would have to start practicing battle techniques. This was because, not to mention the huge increase in strength from battle techniques, it was also helpful in improving the control of qi and blood. And most importantly, to cultivate a battle technique, it needed to be accumulated and refined over time, so it was logical that the earlier one cultivated it, the better. Right now, why would this Qin demoness tell herself not to cultivate a battle technique first? Because your advancement speed is fast. The Qin demoness spoke. A fast rate of advancement means that your qi and blood increase relatively quickly. And if you were to cultivate battle techniques during this process, on the one hand, it would delay your cultivation speed. And on the other hand, if your qi and blood increase too quickly and you don't adapt, then the speed of cultivating battle techniques will also decrease. But if you don't cultivate the battle technique, then won't the progress of the battle technique cultivation be delayed? Lin Yu said. The Qin magician explained, not for you. This is because the so-called battle technique is actually based on the meridians and orifices of the human body. The difference in battle techniques, at this stage, is actually the difference in how the chi and blood operates at the location of the orifices, thus erupting into different forces. And if your 8 veins have not been completely quenched, there is actually no way to truly reach the minor success of the battle technique, because none of the operating parts are complete. That is to say, the prerequisite to reach the minor accomplishment of the battle technique is to reach the peak of the first grade? Lin Yu said. It can be understood like that. The Qin magician nodded. Therefore, it's not too late to cultivate the battle technique and wait for the peak of the first grade. Lin Yu hesitated. Then why? You're asking why unusual people would choose to cultivate battle techniques first, right? The Qin magician interrupted him and spoke. That's because the cycle for an average person to quench the 8 veins is very long. And within that period, to be idle and do nothing is a waste of time. But you're different, you quench the 8 veins very quickly, and with full strength. It might not take 3 months to reach the peak of the first grade. By then, you will be able to cultivate your battle techniques with half the effort, so you won't lack this much time. If we delay on both sides, it will be more of a loss than a gain. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized. He did not expect that there would be so much more to cultivating battle techniques. If it was not for Mistress Qin clearing up the confusion for him, I am afraid that he would have been foolish enough to run to the library to ask for a king-level battle technique. Many thanks for the guidance. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's complexion was filled with gratitude as he looked towards Magicianess Qin. Having a strong person to give guidance was really something important. The Qin demoness didn't reply and closed her eyes in a very high and cold manner. Well, to this kind of behavior from her, Lin Yu has already gotten used to it, so he took a chi and blood elixir and continued to quench his meridians. Chapter 85 Days of Diving into Cultivation. For the next few days, Lin Yu was immersed in cultivation, frantically tempering the 8 veins. It was worth mentioning that in order to avoid Mistress Qin discovering the secret that he could recover his chi and blood indefinitely, Lin Yu had specially adjusted the time of his cultivation to the daytime, as Mistress Qin would come over at night. And the theory classes during the daytime took up too much time, so Lin Yu decided that he would just skip the classes. Yes, he hadn't appeared in the middle of the theory classroom except for a few times at the beginning when he went to the theory class. And this kind of behavior on his part made many teachers and students joke. There was a lot of attention, both explicitly and implicitly, for this Lin Yu character. After all, he was the first scholar of this term. And it wasn't just any top student, it was the first civilian top student. There is a lot of gold in it. In this way, many people wanted to see just how far this person who was able to suppress the many children of the world's families to reach the top could go. As a result, Lin Yu directly skipped class. And it wasn't just the theory class, he even skipped the afternoon practice class. In other words, this guy had been harboring in the dormitory all day and didn't know what he was doing. Regarding this situation, many people were of the mindset of watching jokes, believing that Lin Yu was bloated. He didn't know the sky and the earth after getting a first prize, and actually didn't even attend classes anymore. It was true that martial arts students generally rarely attended classes, but that was only for sophomores and above, as it was time to start entering the wilderness area for training. But for freshman students, they still focused on their coursework. This was because not only were they weak, but they also had little control over their chi and blood. What can you, Lin Yu, be so special about? This is simply lawlessness, a waste of a talent. At some point, rumors like this year's top student is a loser and civilian top students are unreliable spread in the school, and spread at an extremely exaggerated speed. Everyone knew about it. Now, both freshmen and old students knew that Lin Yu was an unmotivated person. Rumors filled the city. In this regard, Lin Yu was unconcerned and focused on cultivation. Other than Lin Jiao occasionally contacting him, he was almost isolated from the outside world. During the day, he relied on the sovereign trigger finger to quickly quench his 8 veins, while at night, he studied those theoretical lessons on his own. He also knew the importance of these things and didn't dare to fall behind. It was just a change of study time. And during this period, the frequency of Qin Witch's visit to Lin Yu's room also gradually decreased, from the beginning of every day, then once every 2 days. And once every 3 days. At a later stage, apart from the occasional contact with the Qin magician when receiving instructions, other times, Lin Yu had rarely seen her. It was only on certain mornings that Lin Yu would wake up smelling the aroma left around him, proving that she had once come. Lin Yu was happy to be like this. After all, if the Qin Witch came every day, it would be a bit inconvenient. After all, he did have some unspeakable secrets on him. The days of closed-door cultivation always went by particularly fast. The supervisory chakra, congestive chakra, belt chakra. As one meridian after another was quenched, the entire month of August just wobbled by. September 1st. Building A, Room 101, inside the practice room. Finally finished. Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling the chi and blood in his body circulating in a strange way, and unconsciously smiled. A month of frantic cultivation had caused his cultivation level to soar directly from the early first rank to the high first rank. And today, it was even the completion of the last chakra's quenching. With the 8 veins fully quenched and completed, his chi and blood reached a staggering 6,400 points. The leap in strength was simply staggering. The increase in chi and blood brought about by breaking through to martial arts with 2,000 chi and blood was simply perverse. A normal martial artist, even at the peak of the first grade, would only have 4,000 chi and blood. As for Lin Yu, at the high rank of first grade, his chi blood exceeded this value, reaching the level of an unusual early second grade. It had to be said that it was indeed justified for a special physique to be strong. Moreover, this advantage would increase the further one went. It was hard to imagine that in just a month's time, he had accomplished such an amazing metamorphosis. This kind of speed was just like riding a rocket. And all of this was because of what the patriarch's trigger finger had brought about. Of course, his talent wasn't bad, it was even excellent. However, because of the frantic replenishment of chi and blood, there wasn't much left within the patriarch trigger finger. Only 20,000 points of chi and blood were left, or Lin Yu had purposely kept it just in case. Looking at the value within the patriarch trigger finger, Lin Yu smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that it would be difficult to use up more than 800,000 chi blood, but now it seemed that this idea was a bit too naive. As long as one cultivates, this amount of chi and blood is just barely enough. But this is also worth it. In a month's time, from a first grade early stage to a first grade high stage, this kind of promotion speed was absolutely unique. Throughout the entire Blue Star, it would be difficult to find someone whose cultivation speed could match his. Those geniuses of the worldly families, even if they were as indulgent as their natural talent, it would be impossible for them to catch up with Lin Yu's progress in the first grade realm. Of course, if the elders of the clan made a move, that was another story. After all, the methods of high-grade powerhouses had always been bizarre and unpredictable, and were not something that Lin Yu could speculate on. Getting up from the cushion, Lin Yu stretched and adapted to the chi and blood in his body, then he planned to go out. Today was a rather special day. The Yangdu Martial University would be doing a test on this class of new students. And the result of the test will affect the choice of mentors tomorrow. The test is important, and anyone must participate in it, or else they will have no chance to worship a particular mentor alone. The consequences of this would be severe. You know, although it is said that there are usually instructors who teach open classes, but that is only a rare case. Within the martial arts university, mentors spent more time instructing the students under their own discipline. What's more, some of the usual allocation of resources and experiences were actually inseparable from the mentors. It could be said that if one did not obtain the favor of a certain mentor and thus fought alone, it would greatly slow down the progress of the martial arts. After all, groping around blindly on one's own and having someone to guide one, those were two completely different things. Therefore, all of them wanted to show off their skills in today's test and get a good score, so that they could join a strong person's door. The same mentor, 6th grade and 5th grade, the difference between the two was huge. Everyone wanted to be instructed by a strong person, but even in a prestigious school like Yangdu Martial University, the number of strong people was limited, and it was impossible for everyone to get what they wanted. Human energy was limited, and usually, a mentor would not bring too many disciples. If they were to take them, they would definitely take good seedlings. Therefore, the higher the talent, the greater the chance of being favored by the mentor. So how do you exhibit talent? In addition to the level of cultivation, actual combat and mentality are also important factors. And this test today will allow all of the students' talents to be displayed. This destined that today's competition would be incomparably fierce. Chapter 86, I'm not interested in women. South Campus, Trial Square. At this moment, the square was already full of new students. The square was large, and even with nearly 2,000 people gathering at the same time, it didn't seem crowded. Lin Yu mingled amongst the crowd and looked around with interest. Lin Yu. A clear voice rang out. Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked. Lin Jiao was walking towards himself. Beside him there were 2 other people traveling with him. All of them were girls, and one of them looked youthful and beautiful, and their posture was not bad. It really reflects the words, things are gathered, people are divided into groups. Lin Yu smiled and greeted Lin Jiao. The busy man finally sheds out, I thought you wouldn't even come today. Lin Jiao teased. Others didn't know what Lin Yu was busy with this time, she did. How can that be? I still know my priorities. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. You are Lin Yu? A ponytailed girl next to Lin Jiao extended her hand towards Lin Yu. My name is Zhang Shui, I'm Lin Jiao's friend. Hello. Lin Yu extended his hand and shook Zhang Shui's. My name is Wang Ran. The other girl with long hair also extended her hand and smiled sweetly. I've often heard Lin Jiao mention you, so I finally got to meet you today. This lie is so unlevel. Lin Yu said helplessly while extending his hand. With that nature of Lin Jiao, how could she possibly talk about him with other people? You even know this, it seems like you know Jiao Jiao very well. Being dismantled by Lin Yu, Wang Ran did not feel embarrassed and winked. Not bad. Lin Yu vaguely said. This was followed by the uproar of the 2 girls. Come on, don't make a scene, Lin Yu and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Jiao said helplessly. You think so? I'm afraid others don't think so. Wang Ran was somewhat averse to chaos, right, Lin Yu? She looked at Lin Yu, the meaning of which was needless to say.
Right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Look.
Wang Ren stretched out her elbow and touched Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, on the other hand, was a bit dazed, not expecting Lin Yu to give such an answer. But then he heard Lin Yu say, I treat Lin Jiao as a good friend. His expression was earnest and serious. The word good was bitten very hard, so it was obvious that he was explaining this matter very formally.
Wang Ran. Zhang Shui.
The two were speechless. So good looking, but unfortunately a straight man. It's so obvious to create a topic, you still don't understand this, are you really stupid or not? Lin Jiao was relieved, that moment just now, she was really a little nervous, this she did not deny. Right now when she heard Lin Yu say that, she was quite relaxed, Lin Yu was still the same Lin Yu, unchanged.
Hear that, right? Don't start a blind ruckus.
Lin Jiao looked towards Zhang Shui and the other two, she was also somewhat helpless.
Oh.
Wang Ren seemed to be a little disappointed, but then her eyes gurgled and she seemed to have struck up some kind of ghost idea.
She smiled and spoke, Lin Yu, do you have a girlfriend? No. Lin Yu shook his head. So? Wang Ran rationalized, then am I allowed to chase you?
After saying that, she looked at Lin Yu without blinking, but her afterglow was observing Lin Jiao's reaction. Hearing Wang Ran say this, Zhang Shui was a bit surprised while Lin Jiao was expressionless.
As for Lin Yu, well. No. He said decisively. Ha? Wang Ran looked stagnant and asked incredulously, not even to chase you?
Although she said that Lin Yu was very good looking, she actually didn't seriously want to pursue Lin Yu, she was just joking around and measuring Lin Jiao's reaction in the meantime.
But bar.
Lin Yu said so, but it made him feel a little bad at once. One's own looks are not ugly.
No way.
Lin Yu looked serious.
Why? Do I look ugly? Wang Ran couldn't help but ask. No. Then why? You don't have a chance. Lin Yu looked indifferent, I'm not interested in women.
As soon as the words came out, Lin Jiao and the other three were filled with shock as they looked towards Lin Yu in unison. Lin Jiao was fine, but Zhang Shui and Wang Ran's eyes were filled with the flames of gossip.
Is it so explosive?
Seeing the trio's strange looks, Lin Yu also seemed to feel that the words were somewhat ambiguous and added, of course, I'm not interested in men either.
Oh, the three instantly turned back. Zhang Shui and Wang Ran were a little disappointed. Excited for nothing. Cough cough, let's not talk about this. Lin Yu cleared his throat and asked, what exactly are the rules for today's test, are you guys clear? You don't know? Zhang Shui looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Today's test could be considered the most important thing in the recent past, and the freshmen of this session were all very concerned about it, fearing that something would go wrong. And it was such an important matter that Lin Yu actually said he didn't know? This was too outrageous, wasn't it? Didn't pay much attention. Lin Yu said casually. You're not really sleeping in your room all day like the rumors say, are you? Wang Ran came up, curious. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, this is all obvious to you. Wang Ran was shocked, then suspiciously said, really? Of course it's fake. Lin Jiao spoke up, don't listen to his nonsense, he's been busy cultivating. Oh. Wang Ran nodded, but there was still a slight skepticism in her expression. No matter how you looked at it, this Lin Yu didn't look like a cultivation fanatic. Lin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Jiao reached out and pointed at a very tall building in the distance and spoke, see that tower? Lin Yu looked around, it was a tall, dark tower that stood out. Lin Jiao then said, this tower is the trial tower, which is where we are being tested today. The trial tower has a total of 6 floors, and the higher up you go, the more difficult it becomes. And tomorrow, the mentors will consider whether or not to accept the students based on their progress in breaking through the trial tower, and then synthesize the other aspects of the students. So that's how it is. Lin Yu nodded, then asked, the trial tower is only open this once a year? Of course not. Zhang Shui took over the conversation, the trial tower is open all the time, as long as one pays a certain amount of merit to come and break in. It's just that, the difficulty of the trial tower is so great that it's hard for the average freshman to break through. Therefore, in order to achieve the purpose of the test, the school deliberately reduced the difficulty of the trial tower today, the new students only today to break the trial tower appropriate. Of course, the very few perverts are excluded. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, that's quite a lot of doorways. Of course it's many, I say, even if you're busy cultivating, you can't be so unconcerned about the outside world, right? Zhang Shui said. Hearing this, Lin Yu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Speaking of which, during this period of time, it was somewhat isolated from the outside world's information, and after a month, he still had a half-understanding of Yang Du Wudu, but this was by no means his intention. The main thing was that Qin, which often came to him at night during this period of time, if he didn't seize the daytime time to cultivate, then it was really some wasted time. Therefore, he was in seclusion during this period of time. If Lin Jiao hadn't taken the initiative to ask about the trial yesterday, I'm afraid he would have really missed this trial. Let's not talk about this, let's go. Lin Jiao said, there are a lot of people participating in the trial today, I'm afraid we'll have to queue up, don't delay here. The remaining 3 nodded and then walked towards the trial tower. Chapter 87, Before the Trial Tower. A few moments later. Just as Lin Jiao had said, there were indeed a bit too many people participating in the test today, exceeding the capacity of the trial tower. Therefore, the students participating in the trial were divided into batches, and Lin Yu and the others were placed in the 4th batch. A few people sat inside a small pavilion outside the trial tower while chatting and waiting. Zhang Shui and Wang Ran chatted chatteringly. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao are not very talkative, just quietly listening, interjecting a sentence from time to time. Lin Yu is also happy to enjoy this rare leisure. After all, this month he did not have much rest. However, this comfort didn't last long. Not more than a few minutes later, there was a handsome young man walking towards them. To be precise, it was walking towards Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao? As soon as he approached, the handsome youth greeted him with a big smile. Lin Jiao nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It was obvious that she wasn't a fan of this person. Seeing Lin Jiao as this reaction, that handsome young man also does not feel surprised. Lin family little princess, well, not high cold point is not normal. He is still in a good mood. But then he saw Lin Yu, who was sitting next to Lin Jiao. The two of them were still relatively close. The good mood was instantly destroyed. A kind of emotion called jealousy instantly surged to the heart. Who is this one? Strongly suppressing the discomfort in his heart, the handsome youth looked towards Lin Yu and asked with a smile. Lin Yu ignored him. He could sense that this one in front of him was uneasy at first glance. This is the famous Lin Yu. Seemingly smelling the flavor of gossip, Wang Ran came over, this session's top student and also Jiao Jiao's good friend. The word good was intentionally bitten very heavily. Well, Wang, someone seems to be stirring up trouble a bit. Xiao Ran. Lin Jiao frowned. Don't talk too much. Oh. Wang Ran spat out her tongue and resentfully shrunk back. You are Lin Yu? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan became interested. I heard that you didn't even attend classes this recent month. Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Yu did not raise his head. No. Zhang Yuan smiled. It's just that I feel quite sorry for you, such a good talent. Don't bother you. Lin Yu said. Also. Zhang Yuan nodded. I'm just mentioning it in passing. If you had cultivated properly this month, you would have been able to be a first-grade martial artist, right? It's a pity. Lin Yu ignored Zhang Yuan. All right. It was Lin Jiao who spoke up and chided. If you're fine, Zhang Yuan, please stay away from us. Zhang Yuan's face changed slightly, obviously not expecting Lin Jiao to be this direct, not giving face at all. He instinctively wanted to have a fit, but once he thought of the terrifying background and strength of the young girl, he had to suppress the plague of anger in his heart and said with a smile, then I'll leave first, have fun chatting. Lin Jiao didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan, who had eaten another closed door, became even more furious, but he didn't dare to take it out on Lin Jiao, so he glanced at Lin Yu fiercely and then left. Sorry. Lin Jiao smiled apologetically towards Lin Yu. It wasn't like she was a little cutie. Naturally, she knew why Zhang Yuan was targeting Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't say anything. This kind of thing is not strange after a lot. As long as you are with Lin Jiao, it is bound to be trouble. However, in the final analysis, it was the others who felt that Lin Yu was not much of a threat, and that was why they were so arrogant. It seems that being too low profile doesn't work either. Lin Yu sighed slightly in his heart. I just don't know, after today's trial, how many people will still dare to flaunt themselves against him. Lin Yu raised his head, looked at the towering trial tower, and a trace of anticipation surged in his heart. With his current strength, I'm afraid that not many of these high-eyed sons of the world can compare to him, right? In the time after that, Lin Yu and the others were still waiting here. During that time, although there were many people who came to greet Lin Jiao, it was good to see that there were no more of the kind like Zhang Yuan who came to deliberately provoke Lin Yu. However, most of these people looked at Lin Yu with playful eyes, including the girls. This point made Lin Yu a little puzzled. It was fine for the guys to be hostile towards themselves. After all, it was normal for them to be jealous when they were so close to Lin Jiao. But the problem is that even the girls are targeting themselves so much. Isn't it a bit excessive? Moreover, most of that look was pity and gloating. One hadn't done anything to complain about, had one? Lin Yu was puzzled. He could sense that it wasn't because of Lin Jiao. The vast majority of people, it seemed, were purposely waiting to see their own jokes. On the square, a gaze seemed to be drifting towards Lin Yu's side intentionally or unintentionally. Not far away. A handsome young man in casual clothes was silently looking at the gazebo where Lin Yu was. This person was Lin Shouyuan, the person rumored to be taking over the martial association in the future. What, not going up to say hello? On the side, a youth opened his mouth and asked. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Yi. There's no point. Lin Shouyuan shook his head and said slowly, what's the point of going up there now? Jiao Jiao's interest is clearly in Lin Yu. Whatever I say now will only increase her disgust in vain. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Then you're just going to watch? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What if Lin Jiao really gets snatched by Lin Yu? Then do I have a better way? Lin Shouyuan asked rhetorically. Lin Yi smiled and said, there is. You go up and beat up Lin Yu so that he knows what to do. Aren't you already a second grade?
The battle technique has also become a small success. How can Lin Yu be your opponent?
Lin Yi, do I look like a little cutie to you? Do I?
At Lin Yi's words, Lin Xiaoyuan scoffed. If I really beat Lin Yu, I'm afraid that Zhao Jiao will be even more distant from me, right?
That's also true. Lin Yi nodded.
Put away that little mind of yours and stop playing these clumsy tricks.
Lin Xiaoyuan said disdainfully. What tricks? I'm only a first rank. What kind of bad intentions can a tiny first rank have?
Lin Yi laughed. Don't worry, I'm not interested in Lin Jiao and won't compete with you.
Don't worry so much, at least we're all from the same branch. Yes, it's true that you have no interest in Zhao Jiao, but…
After a pause, Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed and pointed at his feet. You are afraid that you have a great interest in my position.
Nothing of the sort, you're still really suspicious. Lin Yi shook his head and denied it. Suspicious? You went to find Lin Yu on the day school started, right? Going to do what? Lin Xiaoyuan questioned.
Yo, it's all for you to find out. Lin Yi snorted, then walked towards the distance. Enough talk, it's my turn for the trial. Looking at Lin Yi's back, Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes were calm and quiet as thoughts flowed in his heart. Of course he knew that Lin Yi didn't have good intentions, and that thinking about his position in the clan wasn't just for a day or two.
But it doesn't matter.
Just now, when he spoke out and knocked around a bit, there was certainly a warning in there.
But more than that, it was declaring to Lin Yi, you go ahead and mess around, I don't care. Lin Xiaoyuan was such a confident person.
He firmly believed that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and all obstacles would naturally recede.
All the evil Chong, too, would have nothing to hide.
Therefore, he didn't bother to cast intrigues and didn't bother to provoke Lin Yu. Time would prove everything. Without talent and without strength, Lin Yu would only be left far behind by Lin Jiao. Even if Lin Jiao was interested in Lin Yu now, it was just a momentary curiosity.
So what if you're the top student in the grand exam? The chasm that can't be overcome will only make you more desperate.
Looking at Lin Yu in the gazebo, a cold light flashed in Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes. Chapter 88. The trial begins.
In the gazebo. The first round of testing should have already finished, right?
Looking at the students coming out of the trial tower one after another, Lin Yu opened his mouth and asked.
It should be.
Lin Jiao looked towards a huge electronic screen next to the trial tower, and on that, there was a message. That was a list that had been purposely discharged today, and tomorrow, the list would return to normal. On the list, it recorded the names of the students, the number of floors they had broken through in the trial tower, and the time they had spent. At the top of the list was a student called Lu Rinjia, who had broken through the third floor of the trial tower, taking 29 minutes. It's so hard, a first-grade martial artist can only break through the second layer, this trial tower, it's really too perverted. Alas, indeed, I originally thought that I had 1,000 chi blood, and it was no problem to break through 4 or 5 layers, but I didn't think that I wouldn't even be able to pass through the second layer. This broke through the third layer, is also too perverted some, I'm afraid it's all first-grade middle stage, right? There's no way, can't compare. Lu Rinjia himself has good talent. After joining the Martial Artist Association, the progress is even faster, simply can't catch up. At the gate of the trial tower, one student after another exchanged words, either sighing or happy, all talking about the trial. From their words, it wasn't hard to hear that even after toning down the difficulty, the trial tower was a little too high for the students. The vast majority of them could only break through the first layer, and even fewer could break through the second layer. And those who were able to break through the third layer, out of the 200 students, there was surprisingly only one. Lu Rene. For a while, the name was all the rage. Not bad. Standing in the corner, Lu Rinjia was inevitably a bit happy, although he knew that he would be top sooner or later, he was already very content. Good job. A person next to him patted his shoulder. It didn't weaken the name of our Martial Artist Association. A fluke, a fluke. Lu Rinjia scratched his head, but he was not arrogant. He was well aware of it, although it was said that his strength wasn't weak and could be considered excellent in this class of freshmen. However, the Martial Artist Association was really too strong, and there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not to mention those seniors who had been practicing for a long time, just take the ones in the same class, there were dozens of people whose battle strength was higher than his. What's more, the strongest one, with a cultivation level of 2nd grade, was riding high. That's awesome, I can't believe that someone actually managed to break through the third layer in the first batch. Inside the pavilion, Zhang Shui sighed. What's wrong with that, I can do it too. Wang Ran was unimpressed and said with a smile. Zhang Shui looked helpless and said, yes, you're the best. That's not true, Zhao Jiao is the most powerful. Wang Ran was still smiling, the skill of mine is nothing. Hey, by the way, Lin Yu, do you think you can break through the third floor? Saying that, the spearhead was aimed at Lin Yu. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yu was confident. Yo, it seems like you're quite confident, you've become a martial artist, right? Zhang Shui asked. Aha! Lin Yu nodded and didn't deny it. After all, it's the top student, it would be strange if he wasn't a martial artist. Wang Ran looked at Lin Yu curiously, what about the qi and blood control? To how much has it reached?
What about battle techniques? Is there an introduction?
Lin Yu slowly said, the chi and blood mastery is at the subtle level. As for the battle technique, it hasn't been practiced yet.
Into the subtle level?
At those words, the three of them, including Lin Jiao, were stunned.
Am I hearing it wrong?
Zhang Shui said with some dismay.
You just blow it off. Wang Ran's character was much more straightforward and said whatever she had to say.
What jokes?
Micro level?
How many third-grade martial artists did not reach the level of chi and blood control at the entry microscopic level, and as for the entry microscopic level that could be reached at the first grade, it was even more of a genius among geniuses. Moreover, the prerequisite was that the relevant training had to be carried out in advance. And in order to do so, a non-family member could not do so because of the lack of access to that resource. No matter how talented you are, if you can't access the relevant things, then there's no way to start. And Lin Yu's situation was well known throughout the entire country of China. Before the big exam, he was an ordinary to ordinary civilian candidate, and it would be unrealistic to say that he had come into contact with the chi and blood control technique before that.
And now how long had it been since the grand examination?
It had only been 2 months, and the vast majority of the candidates didn't even have the most basic control over their chi and blood. Lin Yu, on the other hand, even said that his chi and blood control had already reached the subtle level.
Come on, can you make up a story with some justification? You're not Hans Christian Andersen. No bragging. Lin Yu smiled. Ha! Wang Ran rolled her eyes, I believe it.
Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more, love to believe it or not, anyway, what he said was the truth.
Wang Ran and Zhang Shui, two people, are speechless. This person is so thick-skinned, this can be made up.
Both of them were speechless. Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu and thought. Soon, the second wave of tests began, and another group of students entered the trial tower.
I saw Lin Yi go in, do you think he'll pass the 6th floor?
Zhang Shui pointed at a handsome youth in the distance and said to Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui mused for a moment and said, it's hard to say, after all, he was at the high rank of 1st grade when he started school, he might be at the peak of 1st grade now, and his chi and blood mastery is also very high, and with the addition of the battle techniques, he would hopefully pass through the 6th floor.
Lin Yi is that strong?
At this moment, Lin Yu interjected, asking with interest. He hadn't expected that Lin Yi would actually have this kind of strength.
Very strong.
Lin Jiao spoke up, he can definitely rank in the top 10 in terms of battle strength amongst the new students.
Quite powerful.
Lin Yu nodded his head, thoughts flowing in his heart. It seemed that this Lin Yi who wanted to team up with himself to deal with Lin Xiaoyuan had a few points of reliability.
You've been in contact with him? Zhang Shui could not help but ask. Met him once. Lin Yu said.
Zhang Shui let out an "oh" and didn't ask any more questions, and for a while, the gazebo fell into silence. Zhang Shui and Wang Ran didn't know what they were thinking about, while Lin Yu was thinking about Lin Yi, and Lin Jiao was thinking about Lin Yu. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle.
An hour later.
It was clear that the students, this time, had lasted longer and had gotten much better grades than last time.
Ru Rinjie dropped directly to 6th,
and in his place was Lin Yi. However, it was unfortunate that it had only passed the 5th floor and hadn't gotten the trial tower through.
Didn't pass the 6th layer?
Lin Xiaoyuan asked as he looked at Lin Yi at the side. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Nope, the 6th level is too difficult, I guess only you and Lin Jiao can pass. Lin Xiaoyuan was non-committal, casually looking into the distance. The difficulty of the trial tower was clear in his heart, and with Lin Yi's strength, there was categorically no reason why he wouldn't be able to pass.
Then there was only one explanation, Lin Yi was hiding his clumsiness.
However, he didn't point it out, there were some things that didn't need to be picked apart, just be clear in your own mind, it was good for grasping the big picture.
Let's go. Lin Yi patted Lin Xiaoyuan's shoulder, then turned to leave. Lin Xiaoyuan didn't bother with him, with a breezy look.
Lin Yi left this place at a brisk pace with a bland expression, and after about a few hundred meters, he turned back to look at Lin Xiaoyuan, the corner of his mouth picking up a smile.
Acting can be so tiring. Inside the gazebo. How come even Lin Yi didn't pass the 6th floor? Wang Ran and Zhang Shui both frowned. According to their understanding, Lin Yi should have the strength to do so.
Right now, although Lin Yi also ranked high in 1st place, his results, as expected, were quite a bit worse.
Probably played out of order. Lin Yu said casually. It's also possible.
Zhang Shui nodded, but her face was still full of incomprehension. Even Lin Jiao was a bit surprised by this result. After all, Lin Yi's strength was recognized. Just a few days ago, he had picked off a 2nd grade senior of the Martial Artist Association, and his reputation had risen. It meant that he already possessed 2nd grade combat power, so it was a bit unreasonable that he still couldn't pass the 6th floor.
Mo Fei.
Lin Jiao looked at Lin Xiaoyuan in the distance and had a vague guess in her heart. Seemingly sensing Lin Jiao's gaze, Lin Xiaoyuan suddenly raised his head and smiled towards Lin Jiao. The smile was brilliant, and when combined with his handsome appearance, it made the few girls around him who were secretly sizing him up nearly fail to hold on. Lin Jiao, however, did not eat this and indifferently turned her gaze away again. And at this moment, the third round of tests began. This round, which took the same amount of time, was also an hour, but compared to the previous round, the sensation it caused was much greater. There was no other reason. Someone had passed the sixth floor. It was a burly-looking young man, with all of his muscles rarely evident underneath his practicing clothes, and a face that looked incomparably masculine, with an angular face. The whole person looked like goods that were not to be messed with. Yang Lin, the genius of the Yang family, also the man of the hour inside the freshman, a hand of sword-killing power is very strong. It is said that the strength is even above Lin Yi, and can pass the sixth layer, but he is unconcerned, straight left the square. This kind of behavior is to attract a lot of eyes. After all, a genius who could pass the sixth layer was destined to be looked up to by most people. Interesting. Somewhere in the corner, a person looked at the leaderboards and licked his lips, a hint of fire flashing in his eyes. This Yang Lin, his strength is indeed strong, but the first will be mine. Outside the pavilion, Lin Xiaoyuan saw the results and also smiled, but did not say much. It seemed that the matter of Yang Lin being able to pass the sixth layer did not attract his attention. Let's go, it's our turn. Lin Jiao stood up from the stool and walked towards the trial tower. Lin Yu and the others hurriedly followed. The gate of the trial tower was very spacious, able to accommodate 20 people to pass through. Even with the flow of hundreds of people, there was no pressure. Lin Yu and the others entered the trial tower with ease. The first floor was a hall that looked opulent and technological. This is where it starts. To fight in this place. While surveying the surroundings, Lin Yu opened his mouth and asked. Of course not. Lin Jiao explained, the Tower of Trials is not about fighting with a physical entity, but rather under a virtual environment. Virtual environment? Lin Yu froze. This was something he hadn't really thought of. In fact, it's not just the trial tower, many of the teachings within the school are conducted using virtual environments. After all, if it's a real battle, you might get injured. Zhang Shui took over the conversation and answered for Lin Yu. I see. Lin Yu nodded. If you don't say it's a top martial arts university, look at this tactic. That is called an extraordinary. Without taking a few steps, the few people came to a counter where there was a single helmet. Lin Jiao used the heavenly signal bracelet on her hand and waved it in front of the counter before removing one of the helmets. This is the helmet that connects to the nerves, capable of detecting the physical condition of low-grade martial artists. Holding the helmet, Lin Jiao said while turning her head. These words were obviously meant for Lin Yu to hear, as Zhang Shui and Wang Ran obviously knew the rules and were already taking the helmet. Amazing. Lin Yu sighed and did as he was told, and after authenticating his identity with his bracelet, he also took a helmet. Afterwards, the few people arrived at the very edge of the hall, where there was a vertical space capsule. While passing by, Lin Yu was even able to see that some of the capsules already had people inside, seemingly the students who were testing in the same batch as them. Since Lin Jiao and the girls had already explained it on the way, Lin Yu did know the rules of the test, and casually found an empty capsule and lay down in it, putting on his helmet. Buzz. Just a moment after he closed the hatch and put on his helmet, he felt a slight vibration in his ears. Consciousness fell into a blur for an instant, then became empty again. And the scene in front of him had already undergone a radical change. It had long since stopped being a space capsule, and was instead on top of an empty and boundless Earth. In front of him, there was a huge round tower. It seemed to be in a fantasy space in the future, and here, raising his head, he could see the brilliant aurora everywhere. Under the reflection of the aurora borealis, the tower looked even more mysterious. Just as he was surveying the surroundings and marveling at its wonders, a soft female voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Welcome to this trial. Due to unknown reasons, the difficulty level of the trial tower has been lowered to 0.01, the time is 24 hours, now 8 hours remain. Due to the reduced difficulty, trial rewards will not be issued. Honorable Valor, do you wish to participate in this trial? Participate. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yu nodded. Please pick your equipment. The female voice sounded again, and then, row after row of weapon panels appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. And surprisingly, as Lin Yu finished selecting the appropriate equipment, a combat suit and a Loi gun actually did appear on him. It's quite real. Gently stomping his feet, Lin Yu felt the quality of the alloy combat boots on his feet and couldn't help but sigh. This was simply a fully simulated virtual world, with the degree of simulation reaching almost 100%. Okay, this participation is about to open. Please get ready for 1 hour. If you are killed during that time, the trial will fail. Honorable Valor, good luck. The female voice rang out after the equipment was fully equipped, followed by another heavenly spin. The scene shifted to a wilderness with ruins all around, as if they were in a wilderness area. Roar! The 5 boars suddenly roared and charged out. Tusked boars, not even at the level of first grade. Is this the trial? Looking at the size of the ferocious beasts in front of him, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Then he pointed his toes to the ground and violently killed it. Chapter 89 Changes in the Rankings. Snort! The air lit up with an arc of light, like a crescent moon, and with strong power coupled with precise control, the tip of the gun instantly slashed through the tusks of the 5 uninitiated tusked boars' carcasses in a bizarre arc.
Lin Yu under the outbreak of chi and blood was not something that these uninitiated ferocious beasts could resist. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 5 tusked boars fell one after another, blood gushing wildly. On the ruins, Lin Yu, who was wearing a combat uniform, held an alloy gun, and under the illumination of the cold light, the tip of the gun reflected a chilling aura that took in the hearts of the people. A solemn and murderous aura arose steeply. First level, pass. By the ears, a soft female voice rang out. While the vast majority of the students were caught in a bitter battle, facing 5 boars in the middle of the battle, Lin Yu easily passed through the first level. Without any coincidence, within the other side of the virtual space. The sword light was brilliant, like a swimming snake, very light, but the killing power was exceedingly strong. Wherever it passed, a tusked boar was pierced through. Tread. The person holding the sword landed very lightly and put away the sword. Her slender figure and the sharp aura on her body appeared to be very unreflective. Similarly, Lin Jiao had only used one sword to kill the 5 unqualified boars on the first floor. Whether it was for Lin Yu or Lin Jiao, the difficulty of this first level was a little too small, to the point that it was not even comparable to the time when they were practicing in Jiangdu City. What's more, after 3 months, their strength, again, had both made a leap. What Lin Yu didn't know was that just as he was diving in and breaking through, outside the trial tower, there was a considerable wave. Moreover, the center of the waves was precisely him. In a month's time, Lin Yu's popularity didn't diminish, but instead increased a lot. The reason for this was simple. During this period of time, Lin Yu had not participated in either the theoretical or practical classes. Perhaps by chance, perhaps by necessity, his deeds spread like wildfire in the circle of first-year students. Many people wondered whether Lin Yu had ulterior motives, or whether he was really swollen to the core. And this test was like a demon-spotting mirror. No matter if Lin Yu was a genius or a fool, he would be exposed. Or whispering in a low voice, or talking in a high. At this moment, the square was filled with talk about Lin Yu. Although they didn't say it on their lips, in reality, most people were discussing this matter with the mindset of watching jokes, because Lin Yu and Lin Jiao were really too close to each other. Although there was no talk of jealousy, there was always something in the hearts of the men that was not happy. Even if Lin Yu and Lin Jiao are actually just normal dealings, in the eyes of some people, this kind of interaction is already extremely intimate. After all, human imagination is infinite.
Lin Yu.
Lin Xiaoyuan looked at the name on the leaderboard, the corner of his mouth curved up. Are you a genius or a fool?
I'm looking forward to it.
Tower of Trials, 3rd floor.
Poof. Z.
A little starburst ran through the eye sockets of a 2-meter-tall monkey-type ferocious beast, and the monkey-type ferocious beast's eyes quickly dimmed, and the palm that slapped at Lin Yu also hung down heavily. Lin Yu shook his ally gun with one hand and drew it back. At this time, another monkey-type ferocious beast gave a furious cry and pounced over. The nails on top of the monkey's palm were like spikes, with a length of more than 10 centimeters. Moreover, the speed of this monkey-type beast was incredibly fast. If it was hit like this, I'm afraid that the consequences would be extremely serious. Lin Yu's handsome face remained calm, his eyes as bright as electricity, his body gently deviated, dodging this fatal blow, obviously having something to deal with. Chi and blood quickly erupted, and an elbow smoothly and heavily struck the waist of the monkey-shaped ferocious beast. Bang! With a loud bang, the monkey-type ferocious beast, which was a full 2 meters tall, had its entire waist violently protrude under this light strike. It wasn't hard to guess that just such a seemingly sparse strike had directly shattered the waist of that monkey-type ferocious beast. Boom! The last monkey-type ferocious beast collapsed with a loud bang, shaking up a thick cloud of smoke. 3rd level, pass. A soft female voice sounded, and as Lin Yu stepped out from the smoke and dust, the scene in front of him changed again. The 4th floor. Boom boom. The ground shook, and a group of huge yak ferocious beasts came charging towards Lin Yu from afar. These yak ferocious beasts, all of them were huge in size, much bigger than the Asian giant elephants of his previous life. Each one of them had exuberant hair, and the twin horns on their heads were even more horrifying. So many incompatible yak ferocious beasts. Looking at the large patch of smoke and dust raised in the distance, Lin Yu frowned slightly. These yak ferocious beasts, individually, were not considered to be strong, but if they were united together, that kind of power was something that even a second-grade martial artist would have to avoid. And what was even more deadly was that this trial tower was full of open space, making it difficult to dodge at all. It's still really troublesome. Sighing, Lin Yu heaved his toes and killed towards the beasts, facing the battle head-on. And if an onlooker saw the current Lin Yu, they could easily notice that in contrast to his usual indifference, at this time, his eyes were filled with fervent battle intent, and a hint of ferocity. Bang! Lin Yu stomped heavily, and a huge stone slab underneath him was tumbled up and smashed onto the leader, a yak ferocious beast. Under the impact of such a huge force, the stone slab was instantly torn apart, and the yak that received the impact also fell heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 This fall was a chain reaction. Several more yak ferocious beasts were implicated, and the entire formation was torn out of an opening. Lin Yu entered the beasts in a smooth manner, and his chi and blood exploded brazenly. Facing such a group of ferocious beasts, Lin Yu did not choose the most labor-saving roundabout tactic, but instead chose the most stupid, but also the most direct and efficient way. Breaking force with force. Just as Lin Yu had broken into the 4th floor, the outside world was still hot with discussion. After all, time had only not passed for a long time. Closest to the leaderboards, 2 figures stood silently. One of them was a mustachioed youth, while the other, a yellow-haired youth in flamboyant clothing.
How far do you think this scholar old brother can break through?
The mustachioed youth asked.
I don't know, maybe he can't even pass the 2nd level.
The yellow-haired youth guessed. Your bias is also too big. How to say he is also a top student? The beginning of the school year will be more than 1,000 chi-blood. How could he not pass the 2nd layer? The mustache youth said.
Then how far do you think he can go?
He hasn't taken any classes in the last month. He's a bit behind in his progress. The mustachioed youth thought for a moment and said, there's nothing wrong with getting past the 2nd level. The difficulty of the 2nd level is about the same as getting an S rating on the big exam. As for the 3rd level, I can't say.
Also,
the yellow-haired youth nodded, deeply convinced. I guess the 3rd layer is at the end. The 4th layer shouldn't be able to. After all, this 4th layer, without a 1st grade high level as strength, is hard to pass.
Well, agree.
The duo analyzed it in a fervent manner, and their words were pertinent, without the intention of belittling Lin Yu. After all, in their opinion, their own theories were all justified, and the deviation wouldn't be too great. Suddenly, the yellow-haired youth was startled, and shock filled his eyes.
What's wrong?
Seeing this look on his companion's face, the mustachioed youth was puzzled and followed the yellow-haired youth's gaze.
So another exclamation rang out. This is past the 4th floor?
The mustachioed youth looked at a certain position on the leaderboard and swallowed hard. Bullish scholar old brother, steady as a horse. The yellow-haired youth sighed, and his gaze, too, lingered for a long time at the position at the front of the leaderboard. 3rd place, Lin Yu, 4th level passed, time, 15 minutes. In a short 15 minutes, Lin Yu had passed the 4th floor, directly killing his way to the 3rd place position. And after him, although the 4th place also passed the 4th layer, it took half an hour. The difference was self-evident. The list on the leaderboards had been receiving a lot of attention, especially the front of the list, and the information that Lin Yu had ascended to the 3rd place didn't take long to spread. Holy! Awesome, or else it's the top student. It does have a little something to it. Chicken feathers, just now you said that others are not even good enough for the 3rd floor.
Rational analysis, haha. The plaza was in an uproar, mostly voices of amazement. Lin Yu having this performance was beyond everyone's expectations.
For geniuses, the crowd was not stingy with compliments. Previously, although they were paying attention with the mindset of watching jokes, but in fact, that was also because Lin Yu's behavior was really a bit lamentable. Skipping classes every day was wasting his talent. And now that Lin Yu had brought out strength that was worthy of his talent, he was naturally honored.
15 minutes.
Lin Xiaoyuan smiled when he saw this achievement. To be able to pass the 3rd level in 15 minutes, this Lin Yu's strength was a bit out of his expectations.
But this is what makes it interesting.
And just then, the list changed again. The 3rd place was squeezed to 4th, and in its place, there was also a name that was not unfamiliar to the crowd. The 3rd place in the grand examination, Lin Jiao. The same passed the 4th level in 16 minutes, just 1 minute more than Lin Yu. In just 1 minute's time, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao were on the list one after the other, marveling the crowd. The geniuses of this term were beginning to emerge.
MD, people are more angry than people. For this amount of time, I can't even get past the 2nd floor. These 2 people are too exaggerated.
In the crowd, one person staggered, somewhat indignant. After all, they are the 1st and 3rd in the great examination. They are indeed oxen.
But this score is also too outrageous, right? We haven't seen any geniuses this powerful in previous years. The days ahead will be lively.
There was another murmur. Everyone in the square was looking forward to this duo, just how far they could go.
Teaching building, 3rd floor, office hall.
As the place where domain-level instructors usually stayed, the office hall had a good environment, and could even be considered to be at a luxurious level. The entire office hall was very open, and on the periphery of the office hall was a huge piece of floor-to-ceiling windows, with bright sunlight pouring through the windows, making the entire office hall look very energized. Positioned by the window, there are 2 people sitting opposite each other. In the middle of the 2 people spaced out a small bamboo table, tea smoke curls. This term's new students, the quality is really high. A country-faced middle-aged man on the left side looked out the window and laughed. He had an angular face and a quivering spirit, especially his eyes, which were very clear. The place where his eyes were looking was precisely at the trial tower ranking.
Sima Yuanzheng, the 6th grade realm instructor of Yangdu Martial University. It is quite high.
Opposite Sima Yuanzheng, an elegant middle-aged man picked up the teacup in front of him and gently sipped, his movements slow. Yangdu Martial University, it's been a long time since it produced such a good seedling. This person, the same instructor of Yangdu Martial University, also had the same 6th grade realm.
Zhuo Qingming.
Not only Yangdu Martial University, even if we look at the entire country of China, there are very few seedlings like this, and there are 2 of them in one go. It's true that it's still Elder Lin who's powerful.
Sima Yuanzhang laughed. 2? More than that, right?
Zhuo Qingming put down his teacup and also looked towards the trial tower.
Oh yes, there's also a Lin Xiuyuan. Sima Yuanzhang slapped his head. There's also Yang Lin from the Yang family.
Geniuses that were rare to see in previous years have emerged one after another like spring bamboo shoots this term. It's really a bit of an anomaly. Zhuo Qingming looked out the window, pondering. Whatever, in any case, this is a good thing. Sima Yuanzhang smiled brightly. If this term can produce 4 or 5 martial kings, then our Yangdu Martial University will have a long face. Martial king, Zhuo Qingming shook his head slightly. It's good to be able to produce 1, but 4 or 5, you really?
Just saying.
Sima Yuanzhang casually said, but the natural talent of these few people, it seems like they are all a bit scary. It's not impossible to become a martial king.
It's somewhat hopeful.
Zhuo Qingming casually said, but low-grade talent is good, it doesn't mean everything. In the end, it's still about the high-grade road being smooth or not.
Also, Sima Yuanzhang nodded. Afterward, silence fell in the office hall.
As 6th-grade domain realm powerhouses, both of them knew how difficult it was to achieve martial king. No matter how talented one was in the low-grade realm, if something went wrong in the high-grade realm, it would ultimately be a waste.
A long time. Choosing students tomorrow, which one will you choose? Sima Yuanzhang opened his mouth, breaking the silence. Feel free.
Zhuo Qingming shrugged. Besides, what's the point of me looking at it, this thing? It's not like I'm in charge.
Come on, who doesn't know your Zhuo Tian General's reputation? What are you pretending? There will be students who don't want to choose you as a tutor.
Sima Yuanzhang disdainfully skimmed his mouth, although I don't want to admit it, but Ifei and the few of them and I'm afraid that we're not really your opponent. Without saying a word, we can break through the 3rd realm, but it's really shady.
What do you mean by insidious? You people talk just vulgar.
Zhuo Qingming was not angry, just shook his head slightly. Just luck, I broke through without realizing it.
Tisk, you're pretending, bull. To be able to reach the 3rd realm by luck alone, how come I don't have that luck?
Sima Yuanzhang said sourly, other than the 2 principals, no one left in the school now should be your opponent, right? A 3rd realm, in the 6th grade realm, was almost invincible, even rarer than even a martial king powerhouse.
Saying that Zhuo Qingming was invincible under the principal was not something that Sima Yuan was touting.
Zhuo Qingming deserves this praise.
However, to Sima Yuanzhang's surprise, Zhuo Qingming first pondered for a moment, then shook his head. This reaction was bull.
Sima Yuanzhang knows Zhuo Qingming very well, although it is said that he is usually shrewd, but he is definitely not the kind of person who is self-effacing for no reason, and he is very concerned about a practical matter. That is to say, in the eyes of Zhuo Qingming, even not counting the 2 principals, he himself is not considered invincible. But it was clear that it was already a triple realm, so who on earth could match it? Could it be that witch old has quietly broken through again? For a while, Sima Yuanzhang's heart was filled with suspicion.
Chapter 96th Floor, Battling 2nd Stage Fierce Beasts. Do you mean that some of old he and the others have also broken through to the triple realm? Sima Yuanzhang opened his mouth and asked. No.
Zhuo Qingming shook his head.
So someone has broken through to the martial king realm? Sima Yuanzhang sucked in a breath of cool air. What are you thinking?
Zhuo Qingming was dumbfounded. Old he and the others are still a bit far from being martial kings.
Then who could it be? Sima Yuanzhang was depressed. You are now in the threefold domain. There really aren't many people who can match you. But not none.
Zhuo Qingming said, at least there are quite a few that have gone out from Yangdu Martial University.
Previous seniors?
Sima Yuanzhang frowned as a face flashed through his mind. One more hint, this person specializes in the sword Dao.
Zhuo Qingming said. Sword Dao?
Sima Yuanzhang thought for a moment, then he seemed to have figured something out. A face locked in his mind, and his complexion shook with a shock.
You mean the one from? Aha!
Zhuo Qingming nodded, although Sima Yuanzhang didn't name it. Both of them knew who that person really was.
What is this person doing back at Yangdu Martial University? This doesn't fit in with common sense. Sima Yuanzhang was filled with confusion. It is said to be coming back to instruct the students. Zhuo Qingming said. Instructing students, Sima Yuanzhang mused. Lin Jiao? 8. 9 or so. Zhuo Qingming nodded. This term's students, Lin Jiao's sword Dao talent, is indeed too demonic. It's also.
Sima Yuanzhang thought about Lin Jiao's conditions. It simply fits perfectly with that person's standards. Rather, I didn't expect that person to come back because of this. Tomorrow will be lively.
Who says otherwise? Trial square. It's the 5th floor, so fast. Sure enough, there's no water in the first place. Who says it isn't? Skipping a month of classes, the battle power is so strong, I'm afraid it's all 2nd grade, right? Damn, this bastard must have secretly tutored, school whore. That's right. The crowd clamored again. For no other reason than the fact that the list had changed again. Lin Yu had climbed to 2nd in 30 minutes at an extremely insane speed.
Subsequently, Lin Jiao also climbed to third, and it was as if these two had agreed in advance, extremely tacitly. The fifth floor of the Tower of Trials. Looking at the silver wolf corpses on the ground, Lin Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to the previous layer, the ferocious beasts on this layer still weren't considered too strong, but there were really too many of them.
Moreover, the wolves were much stronger in battle than the other beasts.
Wolves were inherently ferocious, and the process of killing was not easy. Even with Lin Yu's strength, he did not dare to be careless for a moment. Ordinary first-grade martial artists, even to the peak of combat strength, if one is not careful, really have to fold here. Fortunately, the experience of the frontier area had given Lin Yu a lot of combat experience, and although it was said to be a bit of trouble to deal with these silver wolves, there was no substantial threat. Before he had time to rest, the screen turned again. The sixth floor. This was the highest level of the trial tower, and at the same time, it was also the most difficult level of the trial tower. Roar! Before Lin Yu could see the scene in front of him clearly, a loud beastly roar came from above the sky. It was a lion-type beast that leapt high into the air, pouncing the moment he stepped into the sixth layer.
Second-ranked iron-tooth lion.
Lin Yu's pupils fiercely shrunk, his feet powered up, and his figure was like a ghost, quickly moving sideways towards one side to dodge the strike. Boom! The iron-tooth lion's blow fell short, and at the location where it landed, a crack instantly appeared in the ground, and debris flew about, making the scene somewhat shocking. With another beast roar, the iron-tooth lion quickly turned and once again killed towards Lin Yu. This trial, it's really perverted. With a forceful stomp of his feet, Lin Yu then violently rushed towards the iron-tooth lion like a cannonball. Although he had already heard about it, he had never imagined that on this topmost level, it would be a second-grade ferocious beast. Compared to the fifth level, the difficulty of this sixth level, the span was a little too large. Between the flickering of thoughts, a man and a lion had already encountered each other in the air. Lin Yu shot out a gun, the sound of breaking air, the gun body like a furious dragon rushed towards the iron-tooth lion. Its speed is fast, the timing of the shot is accurate, so that the iron-tooth lion simply cannot avoid. When? This was such a fierce strike, but it failed to pierce through the skin of the iron-tooth lion. The sound of metal collision rang out, enough to see how powerful the defense of this iron-tooth lion was. This defense. Sidestepping the iron-tooth lion's vicious slap, Lin Yu was secretly astonished in his heart. His strike just now definitely had the explosive power of an ordinary martial artist's second grade, but even so, it was unable to penetrate the iron-tooth lion's defense. As expected, just as described in the books, ferocious beasts had a much stronger body compared to martial artists of the same rank. It would be difficult to inflict fatal injuries if one did not target its weak parts. Bang! Another shot was flung out heavily, and with the help of the recoil on the alloy gun, Lin Yu quickly pulled away from the iron-tooth lion. Attack its joints, eyes, and other weak parts. Adjusting his stance, Lin Yu once again killed out brazenly. And this time, his body's chi and blood began to boil up. The chi and blood mastery of the subtle level was undoubtedly on display at this moment. Unlike the previous, this was already the last level, and there was no need to consider the consumption of chi and blood. Roar! Seeing the tiny creature in front of him charging towards him, that iron-tooth lion also let out an angry roar and once again killed towards Lin Yu. The two tangled together once again. Bang! 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 The entire ground became pitted under the destruction of the iron-tooth lion. The iron-tooth lion's body was huge, almost as tall as a one-story building, and the destructive force it caused was naturally extremely strong. Luckily, these powerful attacks did not manage to hit Lin Yu. Lin Yu's figure was extremely swift and amazingly fast, tossing and dodging on the iron-tooth lion while stabbing fiercely towards the joints of the iron-tooth lion. Put! A blood flower blossomed as Lin Yu poked his gun into the joint of the iron-tooth lion's front paw. His hand snapped and heaved. Ow! Under the pain, the iron-tooth lion flung its body crazily, and the color of blood was all over the beast's pupils. Sensing the iron-tooth lion's crazy struggles, Lin Yu leapt down. Experience told him that this iron-tooth lion had already started to go crazy. If he fought with it at this time, it would not be worth the loss. Of course, if he was really determined to kill it by force, he could do it, but there was no need for that. For this trial, Lin Yu was demanding himself strictly according to the borderland region's experience, which had already developed into a habit: if you cannot get hurt, then don't get hurt. A piece of rock was slapped to pieces, smoke and dust rose in all directions. The destructive power of a second-grade ferocious beast was truly devastating. If it was really in the middle of the city, just to struggle like this, I'm afraid that it would get to collapse a building. Lin Yu retreated while waiting for the right moment. Finally. Chance! Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he caught a break. Without the slightest hesitation, a shot was heavily pointed out towards the iron-tooth lion's ear socket. Snort! This time, the alloy gun smoothly pierced into the iron-tooth lion's ear, and blood instantly gushed wildly. The iron-tooth lion frantically bobbed its head. This kind of attack had already injured its roots. A large amount of blood flowed out, causing its physique to begin to weaken. Lin Yu drew his gun, a glint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Under the continuous grinding and killing, the iron-tooth lion had already fallen into a disadvantage.
The next step was to wrap things up. Chapter 91. People compare to people, exasperate people. Snort. Snort. Snort.
A series of sounds of alloy guns passing through flesh and blood rang out, and the huge iron-toothed lion corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. From the time the battle was wrapped up, the iron-toothed lion did not inflict any kills on Lin Yu, for no other reason than the fact that the chi and blood control of the entry level was just too perverse. The chi and blood exodus allowed Lin Yu to have a support point for his power even in the air. In this way, he was able to dodge and move in the air. Relying on this, he avoided the iron-toothed lion's attack several times. In the end, the iron-toothed lion was successfully killed. Trial passed. This trial is over. The moment the iron-toothed lion fell to the ground, Lin Yu was kicked out of the virtual space. Phew! Removing his helmet and looking at the glass hatch, Lin Yu let out a long breath of relief. The hatch quickly opened. Lin Yu drilled out of the hatch and looked at the time. 45 minutes had passed since the test. There were already quite a few people standing in the hall. I don't know if they were kicked out for being killed or for passing the test. I think it should be the latter mostly. Lin Jiao and the girls hadn't come out yet. They were still in the middle of the trial. 2 minutes later. With a snort, a nearby test chamber opened and a silhouette emerged from it. It was none other than Lin Jiao. Finished testing? Lin Yu greeted him and opened his mouth to ask. Aha! Lin Jiao smiled at Lin Yu. I didn't expect to still be a step behind you. Where are Zhang Shui and the others? Not out yet. Lin Yu raised his chin towards the testing cabin on the side and signaled. I guess they'll have to wait a full hour to come out. Lin Jiao said. That's hard to say, in case they get through. Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Jiao shook her head. It's unlikely. You think everyone is you, progressing that fast? Seemingly pondering something, there was a pause before she then asked, your progress this month, it's quite fast. It seems that the seclusion has had an effect? Although she didn't say it on the surface, Lin Jiao was surprised in her heart. She was more than clear about Lin Yu's previous strength. After all, the two of them had fought side by side for such a period of time. At that time in Jiangdu City, Lin Yu's strength was, at most, at the level of the middle first grade. And now, it hadn't been long before he had reached second grade combat strength. This kind of progress was simply astonishing. Although it was said that one's own progress was also very fast, but that was because there was a family behind them that was supporting them. Unlike Lin Yu, who had completely relied on himself all the way. What kind of natural talent and hard work did that require? It was no wonder that Lin Yu hadn't even had the time to learn about the outside world during this month, thinking that he was really grasping at straws to cultivate like he said himself. At this moment, Lin Jiao's admiration for Lin Yu went to another level. Facing Lin Jiao's question, Lin Yu was not modest and said, of course it's effective, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of this month's time? However, your progress is also fast. How did you do it? That can't be told to you. Lin Jiao playfully blinked her eyes. Her appearance was playful to the extreme, looking at Lin Yu for a moment of disorientation. However, he soon came back to his senses and carefully sized up Lin Jiao. Similarly, he was extremely surprised by Lin Jiao's progress. The fact that he himself was able to kill his way to the first grade high level in a month was because of the sovereign trigger finger coupled with Mistress Qin's guidance. The right path coupled with the plugin-like sect master trigger finger was what allowed for this progress to be made. But Lin Jiao, it was obviously impossible to have such a divine object as the sect master's trigger finger. But her progress was still very counterintuitive. The power of the lineage was really not to be underestimated. For a while, both of them felt slightly strange inside, and a strange atmosphere spread in the air. Ka! Ka! Well, that's when the two test pods next to it opened, breaking the atmosphere. The two looked at each other and smiled, coincidentally looking over at the test pods. This trial is really hard. I didn't even pass the 5th level. Wang Ran was a bit disappointed and drilled out of the testing pod. Same, there are just too many silver wolves, and when I got to the back, I fell into a siege if I was slightly careless. Zhang Shui sighed. Sigh, I really don't know what the strength of those who passed the 5th floor is. I'm afraid they are all at the peak of the first grade, right? That should be the case. The two of them were so involved in their conversation that they didn't notice Lin Yu's duo. Ha! It was only after a moment that Wang Ran noticed Lin Yu and Lin Jiao. You guys were eliminated too? No? Zhang Shui was surprised. Even you didn't pass Jiao Jiao? If even Lin Jiao's strength couldn't pass, that would be too outrageous, right? Passed. Lin Jiao said, but I passed earlier, so I came out early. Wang Ran instantly widened her eyes, incredulously saying, you mean, you passed the 6th layer and came out early? Aha! Lin Jiao nodded and didn't deny it. She could see the results when she went out anyway. How heavenly. Zhang Shui sighed heavily. We're all still struggling at the 5th floor here, and you've cleared the 6th floor and come out. That's right. Wang Ran was a bit downcast. I originally thought that the gap from Jiao Jiao wasn't too big. It's because I'm too stupid and naive. It's fine. Being able to pass the 4th layer of grades is also considered very good. There are definitely 6th grade tutors who can look at you. Lin Jiao comforted. I hope so. Wang Ran nodded, then looked at Lin Yu. What about you? At what level were you eliminated? Me? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Not eliminated.
Little bastard, still trying to find comfort from me? No way.
Lin Yu's looks itself was extremely handsome. At this time, his eyebrows were raised, indescribable confidence that rhyme matched his face for a time, letting Wang Ran a bit of a trance. This person is quite good looking. The thought popped into her mind, but then she shook it hard out of her head. Tell the truth, don't brag. Just go out and watch. Lin Yu smiled and didn't explain. Also, Wang Ran muttered, and then couldn't help but be surprised. You really passed the 6th level, huh? Naturally. Lin Yu nodded. This. Once again receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Ran and Zhang Shui both looked stagnant, but they did not suspect Lin Yu of lying. After all, the leaderboards could be seen clearly. This was too much of a blow. By all accounts, the two of them were actually geniuses among geniuses. After all, to be able to become a first-grade martial artist at this age, they would be radiant wherever they went. But following Lin Yu compared to it, how does it feel? Not so much? Lin Jiao is just, after all, is the jewel of the Lin family, talent plus family support, strong, that is also deserved. But Lin Yu skipped a month of classes as soon as the school year started, and there is no power behind it in support, and it is simply unimaginable that he can have such strength. For a time, Zhang Shui and Wang Ran were wooden. There are resources but still cannot compare to others. Talent this thing. Alas, this progress of yours is also too exaggerated. In the middle of the day, Wang Ran sighed heavily, obviously suffering some blow. People are more angry than others. Lin Jiao smiled sweetly. I've said it all, Lin Yu is very strong. That's right. Lin Yu nodded with a bland expression. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Zhang Shui took a deep breath. Previously, when Lin Yu said that he was at the entry level, she had only taken it as a joke, but now it seemed that there was indeed such a possibility. But this is also a little too amazing, right? Let's go, it's too much of a blow. I'm going to go back to my seclusion and work hard on my cultivation. Just when Zhang Shui wanted to ask something else, Wang Ran suddenly spoke up, raising her pink fist, her fighting spirit high. Well, the door is open as well. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao agreed, pulling their legs up and leaving. Looking at the trio's backs, Zhang Shui sighed slightly and then followed. Chapter 92, Climbing to the Top. When Lin Yu and his group walked out of the trial tower, in an instant, the gazes in the square converged. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao's results were simply too astonishing. One had used 45 minutes, while the other had used 47 minutes to pass the trial tower. This kind of magnificent data, even compared to the previous two editions, was able to easily crush them. Lin Yu didn't feel surprised by such a scene. From the time he broke through the trial tower, he had foreseen this outcome. Don't say it, it was still a little bit cool. So strong, passing the 6th floor in 45 minutes, is this still human? The most crucial thing is that he also skips classes every day, and he can have this kind of battle power. This is just the beginning of the school year, and he possesses the 2nd grade battle power. It's no wonder that other people are able to take the exams for the top grade, I'm convinced. Before, the Martial Artist Association was still going around proclaiming that Lin Yu was a wastrel. This is a slap in the face. That's not true. The strongest one who joined the Martial Artist Association this term is Lin Xiaoyuan, right? I don't know if he can have such a battle record. In the square, whispers could be seen everywhere. The ones who were most impacted were none other than the two of them, Zhang Shui and Wang Ran. After all, unlike the others, the two of them were practically participating in the trial with Lin Yu, traveling along the way. Passed in 45 minutes, even better than Zhao Zhao. Looking at the data on the leaderboard, Wang Ran sighed, somewhat unable to accept it. It was just fine to be able to pass the 6th floor, but the results were all so perverted, even faster than Lin Jiao. Although the mouth does not say, but in fact Wang Ran inner Lin Jiao that is extremely admirable. In her eyes, no one can be compared to Lin Jiao, even recognized the most outstanding Lin Xiaoyuan cannot. But now, Lin Yu was easily above Lin Jiao, which somewhat subverted her perception. At those words, Lin Jiao smiled. You've become 2nd, and you're still laughing? Zhang Shui asked. How can I not laugh? No one said that I should be the strongest. I'm quite happy that Lin Yu can have achievements. Lin Jiao said. It's over, the elbow is starting to turn outwards. Wang Ran bristled. Exactly. Zhang Shui agreed. Lin Jiao had a slightly helpless face as she spoke. What are you talking nonsense about? Originally I didn't particularly value this trial. Should I be sad if I became 2nd? There's no such reasoning. It's just sophistry. Shui Shui, let's go. Wang Ran lightly grunted and pulled Zhang Shui to leave. Leaving behind the duo of Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, they looked at each other and smiled, both crying and laughing a little in their eyes. Let's go. After a long time, Lin Jiao opened her mouth and then took a step forward. Lin Yu nodded and then followed. The two of them left the trial square together like this. The trial was completed, there was no need to stay here. In the crowd, Lin Xiaoyuan looked at the back of the duo as they left, revealing a gloomy expression for the first time. 45 minutes, this kind of achievement, it's amazing. There was a look of awe in his eyes, and he had to admit that such an achievement made him feel a great deal of pressure. It's really interesting. This Yangdu Martial University, it's really the right place to come. Murmuring softly, a glimmer of light lit up in his eyes before he strided towards the trial tower.
Office.
Such an achievement is truly amazing. Zhuo Qingming took a fine sip of tea with some marvel in his eyes.
TSK, this Lin family scion is just different. 47 minutes to clear the 6th floor.
Lin Yu is even better, 45 minutes, worthy of being the top scholar of this term.
Sima Yuanzhang was also slurping.
Even with their strength and eyesight, they were surprised by this. With Lin Yu and Lin Jiao's age and strength, even if they looked at the history of the entire country of China, they would be able to rank up there.
This will put a lot of pressure on that Lin Xiuyuan.
The corner of Zhuo Qingming's mouth curved up into an arc as he narrowed his eyes. It's quite big, after all, he's also been touted to the tip of the wind lately, and the Martial Association has touted him too much.
Sima Yuanzhang sighed. He has the strength.
Zhuo Qingming said. It was like this before, but now that Lin Yu and Lin Jiao's results are out, I'm afraid that if he comes in the back, I'm afraid that he'll suffer a lot of nonconformity.
Sima Yuanzhang said.
Let's see, it's time for his turn in the next round as well. You and I can't say what the results will be. Zhuo Qingming looked at a certain figure on the trial square and sipped his tea without hurry.
Also.
Sima Yuanzhang nodded, deeply convinced.
15 minutes later.
It's on the leaderboard, the speed isn't slow compared to Lin Yu. Looking at the changes on the leaderboard, Sima Yuanzhang spoke.
Expected.
Zhuo Qingming didn't feel surprised. After all, being able to achieve such results in the first few levels wasn't something unusual for a genius like Lin Xiuyuan.
The last 2 layers were the key. Still really looking forward to it.
Sima Yuanzhang smiled brightly. With competition like this, it feels like going back to the time when we were breaking through. We didn't have this kind of achievement back then, don't bring me along when you brag. Zhuo Qingming shook his head slightly.
That's all I said. Sima Yuanzhang was a little embarrassed.
This Zhuo Laoyin, as usual, really did not give face. Time passed, another 20 minutes passed. The leaderboards changed once again, and Lin Xiuyuan's ranking rose once again. 5th floor, passed.
Awesome, this Lin Xiuyuan, really powerful, but he lives up to his reputation. As long as he can lead in the last layer, he'll be able to ascend to the top. Sima Yuanzhang said.
Normal, it just depends on how he handles the ferocious beasts on this last layer. After all, the front is all about dealing with the beasts, the subtle difference in strength doesn't open up the gap, this last layer is the time to see the real skill.
Zhuo Qingming said.
On this layer, if Lin Xiuyuan could stabilize the kind of momentum he had before, I'm afraid that he would really be able to overpower Lin Yu and take the crown. Meanwhile, the 6th floor of the trial tower. Kill. Lin Xiuyuan held an alloy sword, his body's chi and blood boiling, and with the point of his toes, he unexpectedly faced this extremely powerful second-grade iron-tooth lion head-on. He also understood that only by being fast at the final level would he be able to surpass Lin Yu. And in order to achieve this, he had to put his best foot forward, even if trading injuries for injuries. 8 square sword technique, first sword, out. With a light shout, the alloy sword in his hand buzzed and trembled, drawing a wonderful arc out of the air. In just a single glance, Lin Xiuyuan had used his battle technique and was evolving it to the utmost of his strength. As soon as the battle technique came out, his already majestic chi and blood became even more astonishing as he hardened himself against the iron-tooth lion. Brush! 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 The sword light was radiant as Lin Xiuyuan's body floated, attacking towards the iron-tooth lion at various different angles, in order to kill the iron-tooth lion as fast as possible. The iron-tooth lion furiously roared to meet the attack, wanting to obliterate this ant that didn't know the heights of heaven. 1 person and 1 lion, they fought like this. Chop! In the end, Lin Xiuyuan chopped off the head of the iron-tooth lion with a single sword in a clean movement. 1. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Lin Xiuyuan sighed. With such a battle, he was also injured, but not very heavily. Soon, he was kicked out of the virtual space. And the first thing he did after taking off his helmets was to look at the time. A mere 42 minutes had passed since the start of the trial. Lin Xiuyuan smiled as if he was relieved. He had successfully reached the summit. Chapter 93 Heavenly General Ranking Mentor. Trial Square. This can even be broken. Lin Xiuyuan is still awesome. Terrifying as hell, terrifying as hell. Obviously, Lin Xiuyuan's ascent to the top had set off another round of heated discussions. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Yu anymore, and after the trial ended, he parted ways with Lin Yu and went straight back to his room to start continuing to quench the 8 veins. To him, improving his strength was the right thing to do. Xinwich hadn't been here for a few days, so Lin Yu was able to cultivate in peace, and life seemed to be on track. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning. These 8 veins have all been opened, but the circulation process always feels like something is missing. Sitting cross-legged in the practicing room, Lin Yu frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. The night's cultivation had given him a deeper knowledge of the 8 veins. Following the methods recorded in the books, Lin Yu began to quench the 8 veins as a whole. As long as he quenched all 8 veins to an extreme, he would be at the peak of the first grade. The quenching was effective, the chi and blood did increase.
But when Lin Yu performed the second quenching, he felt that something was wrong.
Exactly what was wrong, he couldn't say, but the feeling was very strong. It's a pity that Sister Qin wasn't around in the past 2 days as well, otherwise, it would be possible to ask her.
Lin Yu sighed with some regret.
Having someone to give guidance and not having someone to give guidance were two completely different things. That's just it, today is also the day to select a mentor, so I'll just ask the mentor later. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu stood up from the ground, changed into a set of casual clothes, and went out.
Martial Artist Academy.
As the largest academy of Yangdu Martial University, the size of the Martialist Academy was extremely large, and the vast majority of the mentors today were from the Martialist Academy. Therefore, the mentor distribution session was put into the Martialist Academy to take place. Outside the teaching building, at this time, there were already quite a number of students gathered. Moreover, not only the freshmen, even the senior students came quite a lot. For a time, outside the teaching building was quite lively. However, the arrangement was not as grand as Lin Yu had imagined. It was very casual with hundreds of seats, and a banner was pulled on top of the teaching building.
The Teacher Selection Conference. This name always sounds like a middle-aged heir.
Looking at the banner, Lin Yu secretly slandered in his heart.
How about it, have you thought about which tutor to choose?
Right at this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears.
Lin Yu glanced sideways.
Lin Jiao had arrived, accompanied by Zhang Shui and Wang Ran.
No.
Lin Yu shook his head. I don't even know which mentors are there.
No way, you don't even read the news of the mentors? Wang Ran spoke with some surprise. Are you a primitive? The news is so closed. Didn't pay attention to that. Lin Yu said, can you tell me about it? Rather, it really fits your character.
Lin Jiao gently smiled, then carefully explained for Lin Yu. According to the school's publicized information, there are a total of 104 tutors present today, of which 64 are 4th grade tutors, 28 are 5th grade tutors, and 12 are 6th grade tutors.
So many?
Hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but be surprised.
There were even 12 6th grade powerhouses. This Yangdu Martial University was a little too strong for imagination. One must know, what was the concept of a 6th grade powerhouse? On the day when the Holy Cult launched its attack, Lin Yu had seen it before, and under a single slash from that military strongman, the sky collapsed and the overflowing blade chi couldn't even be withstood by the surrounding martial artists. Of course, Lin Yu also understood that military department strongman was a strong man amongst the 6 ranks, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to fight 1 against 3. But even those 3 slightly weaker sacred cult 6th grade martial artists were definitely beyond the realm of humans. Regarding that severely injured person that Lin Yu encountered, in his near-death state, a first-ranked martial artist couldn't even break his defense, and if he was in his full strength, crushing Lin Yu wasn't much different from crushing an ant. In Yangdu Martial Arts University, there are 12 strong people of this level, and there are also countless 5th and 4th grades. It could be said that this college alone was enough to flatten Jiangdu City's defenses. The strength of the martial university was true to its name. As a top martial arts university, it naturally has this strength.
Lin Jiao continued, and 4 of the tutors are strong people who have made it to the Heavenly Generals list, so naturally, they are extraordinary.
What is the Heavenly General list? Lin Yu said.
The so-called Heavenly Generals is a list of 6th grade powerhouses, and the requirements for being on the list are also very simple, just be strong enough in battle. Those who are able to be on the list are the top existences in the human community. Such strong people, every one of them is a treasure.
Lin Jiao explained. There's still this argument? How many people are on the Heavenly Generals list in total? Lin Yu came to be interested.
Lin Jiao shook her head. I'm not too sure about the specifics, after all, it's too far away from us.
Also. Lin Yu nodded. However, I do know a thing or two about the school's 4 Heavenly General ranking tutors. Do you want to hear it? Lin Jiao said. Naturally.
Lin Yu nodded his head. Lin Jiao mused for a moment, seemingly running through her thoughts, and after a long time, she spoke. The most famous one is Dean Zhua Qingming of the Martial Academy, ranked 13th on the Heavenly Generals ranking list, strong in the way of the sword, who had once intercepted a king-level ferocious beast at the border, and retreated in one piece.
A king-level ferocious beast? Lin Yu's heart shook.
King-level ferocious beast, this was no longer a simple title.
In the human community, these 4 words meant calamity.
Every time a king-level ferocious beast appeared, it represented a monstrous blood plague. Without a martial king making a move, that king-level ferocious beast was almost unstoppable. With a beast of this level, whether it was a hot weapon or a sea of men, the effect it could have was minimal. In the history of mankind, there had been battles where low-grade martial artists coupled with thermal weapons had surrounded and killed 6th-ranked beasts, but there had never been a record of a king-level beast being surrounded and killed. And this Dean Zhua Qingming was actually able to successfully intercept an extremely powerful king-level ferocious beast. And it was only a 6th rank. Such an existence was truly stunning to the extreme. At this moment, Lin Yu had a deeper perception of the Heavenly General ranking powerhouses. Lin Jiao then said, the second one, on the other hand, is Vice Dean Hefei, ranked 19 on the Heavenly General's ranking, who once killed an extremely powerful lava demon. The third, Sima Yuanzhan, was once a strong member of the military department and is now the director of instruction of the Martial Academy, ranked at the 30th position on the Heavenly General's ranking, specializes in using swords, and has an extremely strong killing power. Fourth, Zhou Tian, the tactical director of the Martial Artist Academy, specializing in close combat, ranked 36th on the Heavenly General's list. These 4 instructors, even in Yangdu Martial Arts University, can be considered top-notch. Each one of them has monstrous battle power. Saying this, Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu and said, if you choose a tutor, it's best to choose within these 4, with your natural talent, even these tutors won't refuse.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded, many thanks. It's fine.
Lin Jiao smiled sweetly, then her complexion changed slightly, as if she had remembered something.
What's wrong?
Seeing the young girl look like this, Lin Yu asked. Lin Jiao spoke, I suddenly remembered that the mentor who came today.
There is also a Heavenly General ranking powerhouse. Chapter 94 Mentor, Qin Jiro. There's one more? That means there are a total of 5 Heavenly General ranking powerhouses in this Yangdu Martial University? Lin Yu said. That's not true.
Lin Jiao shook her head. It is said that this new tutor came to Yangdu Martial University on a temporary basis.
Temporary intention? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. That means there had always been 4 before?
Right. Lin Jiao mused, and this new tutor is said to have not brought any students before. However, the strength is extremely strong, and it is rumored that the ranking in the Heavenly General's ranking is also very high.
In that case, if this one is chosen as the tutor, then he would be the founding great disciple? Lin Yu laughed. You could say that. Lin Jiao nodded.
Wang Ran raised her pink fist and said, I've decided, I'll find this mentor to try later.
If I succeed, I'll be a big senior sister. How can it be that easy?
Zhang Shui on the side, I heard that this tutor has a weird temper and is extremely vicious. I heard that. Zhang Shui carefully looked around and quietly said, there are rumors that this tutor seems to have some beef with the 2 principals to come. If that's really the case, there's really no benefit to choosing this tutor.
Ha? There is such a thing?
Where did you hear that?
Ren asked. I heard about it. Zhang Shui said. Wang Ran was stunned, then revealed a suspicious look. It always felt unreliable.
In that case, I'm more interested in this tutor, mysterious.
Lin Yu opened his mouth. Me too. Lin Jiao also chimed in.
The 2 of them smiled at each other, all in good time, and then walked towards the front, leaving Wang Ran and Zhang Shui standing at the same spot looking at each other.
Are the 2 of us inexplicably and wonderfully stuffed with a handful of dog food? Looks like. Boom.
Not long after, there was a loud bang above the sky, and an invisible pressure spread, crashing down from the sky. The 12 silhouettes slowly took their seats and landed on top of the main seat in the very center. The 12 6th-grade powerhouses joined together with great vigor. Especially the 4 in the very center were imposing and forceful, looking like no ordinary people.
Here comes this again, Dean, they are so pretentious.
Somewhere in the corner, 2 youths in combat uniforms stood together, and one of them, an inch-headed youth, skimmed his mouth in disdain.
It's quite a costume, it comes once a year.
The other youth nodded.
How come there's an empty spot in the center?
Suddenly, the inch-haired youth frowned as if he had discovered something and spoke.
This seat is the main seat. Our Yangdu Martial Arts University has produced another Heavenly General ranking powerhouse? Another youth said.
The inch-haired youth's face was delighted. Good thing, the front line was already getting chaotic. I'm afraid the pressure can be a lot less with one more Heavenly General ranking powerhouse. Upon hearing this, the other youth nodded his head, deeply convinced. Indeed, it's just that I don't know which one this Heavenly General Senior will be.
No matter which one it is, it's a good thing. The words are so. But why doesn't this senior show up?
The inch-headed youth was puzzled. There was also a burst of whispers in front of the teaching building. Not only these 2, but everyone was curious as to who this vacant mentor really was. It's as mysterious as the rumors. Looking at the vacant seat, Lin Yu said with interest.
I just don't know which one.
A name flashed through Lin Jiao's mind, and her heart was also curious.
Wow.
Just as the 2 of them were talking, there was a sudden outcry from the crowd in front of them, and most of these voices were male. Hearing the clamor, Lin Yu subconsciously looked towards the front, and it was with such a glance that he understood why there was such a commotion in the crowd. At the end of his gaze was a silhouette. It was a woman, and, moreover, a stunningly beautiful woman. The pace was unhurried and calm.
Tread. Tap.
The sound of heels hitting the ground was like a magic sound, heavily clasping on everyone's heartstrings. Strangely enough, the scene that was still clamoring just a moment ago became pin-drop audible. A single gaze converged on this figure.
These, however, had absolutely no effect on that woman.
She was still walking step by step, just like a queen making her entrance, while the crowd at the scene all seemed to be her subjects. It was clear that she didn't have any special movements, nor did she have any special words, but she just had this kind of aura, all natural. Just so simple. As soon as she appeared, she overpowered the crowd, and everyone became a companion. Even the four great heavenly general list powerhouses. Until she took her seat, the scene had been silent.
A few moments later.
Gulp! A swallowing sound came from nowhere, and one could imagine the knot in its owner's throat sliding. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the scene, again, was agitated.
Is this? Really a mentor? How can it be so beautiful? This is also too domineering. Goddess, this is properly a goddess.
Still imperial sister type, simply grow on my aesthetic, mom, I'm in love.
I'm the same, I have a small whip, goddess, look at me.
The speakers, mostly boys, were all so greedy that they were drooling. This woman, she was simply too pretty to be true, and she was still sitting in the middle of the 6th rank seats. Looks, strength, none of them were top-notch, and it was actually reasonable that such a situation could arise. Listening to the commotion under the field, a trace of helplessness flashed across Zhuo Qingming's face.
I knew it would be like this. Cough, cough.
He lightly coughed twice to stabilize the situation. All students, I believe that after yesterday's test, you all have a clear perception of your strength. For the future path of a martial artist, you also have a certain plan. The voice was elegant, but everyone could hear it clearly.
However, the road of the martial Tao is long.
If you want to go farther on the road of martial arts, exploring alone will inevitably not work. In this regard, our school has specially convened this conference, with a total of 105 instructors on stage, whose specific strengths or teaching styles can be found in the Academy's public information. You can choose a tutor according to your own situation, of course, the specific consent or not, but also depends on how the tutor.
Choosing a tutor is a two-way choice, so you can use your own discretion.
Now, the mentor selection assembly officially begins. The words just fell, a group of people like a stringed arrow rushed out, the direction are surprisingly consistent. That after the appearance of the stunningly beautiful tutor at. To be precise, it was Qin Jiro tutors placed the sign on that seat with her name written on it.
Obviously such a domineering woman, but with such a name, the contrast was somewhat large.
Not a moment's time, in front of Qin Jiro brush lined up a long line. In contrast, the other tutors' offices seemed to be in dire straits, and the doors were deserted. Looking at this scene, Sima Yuanzhang and the others had a heartbreaking feeling in their hearts.
When did the hallowed heavenly general ranking powerhouses ever receive this kind of treatment? Simply. Chapter 95 Conditions.
Fellow students, when choosing a mentor, you need to consider many aspects, do not make a choice because of a momentary impulse. Unable to do so, Zhuo Qingming opened his mouth and prompted.
However, the crowd remained unmoved, standing steadfastly in the middle of the line without moving their legs.
Dean, don't worry, I've never considered it as clearly as I do now, and Teacher Qin is my first choice. In the ranks, a youth spoke with a resolute expression. Yes, becoming a student of Teacher Qin is my lifelong wish, Dean, you need not persuade me any further. Another person spoke in agreement.
That's right, we've thought it over. I firmly want to choose Mr. Qin, it's indisputable. The same goes for me.
The crowd opened their mouths one after another, each of them incomparably determined, looking like they had just made up their minds.
This. Sima Yuanzhang covered his face.
What is this called? All the students ran over there.
The point is, even if the boys went, why would any girls go too? Are they all that shallow?
As soon as he saw the long line of good saplings that even he found stunning lined up, Sima Yuanzhang was despondent beyond measure. Even geniuses like Lin Jiao had passed.
As students of Yangdu Martial Arts University, can you guys not be so spineless, please?
If I were a young man, I would have made the same choice as you.
Well, the same.
Without a trace of glancing to the side, Sima Yuan was hanging his head and lowering it, as if he couldn't blame anyone else. This little ninny, other than being a bit high and cold, she was impeccable in all other aspects.
Forget it, old Zhang, I guessed it would be like this yesterday.
On the side, He Fei opened his mouth.
The words are so. Is this heart, some not taste? Sima Yuanzhang said. Then what else can be done? Why don't you go and have a fight with Qin Yao too? Zhuo Qingming opened his mouth.
Sima Yuanzhang smiled sarcastically, that's even if it's not enough, at least Qin Yao too is the one we've watched grow up, how embarrassing to bully the small with the big.
Come on, you will brag, you can beat Qin Yao too?
He Fei looked contemptuous, not giving Sima Yuanzhang face at all. Words can't be said like that, at least we are elders, Qin Yao too will more or less give some face.
Sima Yuanzhang said.
Zhou Tian nodded, right, we'll definitely purposely let off some steam to let you carry 2 more swords.
Ugh. Sima Yuanzhang was so sad. The fight cannot be defeated, then what to do? The far side. You're not going to find your mentor?
Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu, an imperceptible hint of worry flashing in her eyes.
Lin Yu's current state seemed somewhat abnormal.
Ever since Tutor Qin Jiro appeared on the stage, he had been staring straight at Qin Jiro in a daze, not moving a muscle. Seeing Lin Yu in this state. For some reason, a trace of strangeness flashed through Lin Jiao's heart. Go. In the middle of the day, Lin Yu opened his mouth with a complicated expression. His eyes were still staring straight at Qin Jiro. Not because of the latter's stunningly beautiful face, but because, this face, he was simply too familiar to be familiar with.
Who can tell me why Witch Qin is a tutor of Yangdu Martial University? And it's also a heavenly general ranking powerhouse. It's a crazy world where rats are bridesmaids for cats. Shi Delong, Shi Dongxiang. Shi Delong Dong. Sorry to be on the wrong set. Hearing this, Lin Jiao looked at Qin Jiro and opened her mouth to ask, going to Miss Qin?
This tutor, indeed, was too stunning, and it was no wonder that Lin Yu had fallen in. Lin Jiao sighed slightly in her heart.
Still considering.
Lin Yu stroked his chin, his eyes flickering.
What's there to consider? Aren't you quite interested in Teacher Qin? Lin Jiao said.
Lin Yu shook his head. It's not that. Eyes are falling out, and you're still sophomoric.
Lin Jiao teased.
Lin Yu opened his mouth and didn't explain.
How can I say this? Is it true that Mr. Qin has been in my room?
It would be weird not to be treated as a pervert by Lin Jiao. Let's not talk about this Mr. Qin, how is his strength?
Do you know?
Lin Yu said.
Know a little. Lin Jiao said. Tell me.
Strictly speaking, tutor Qin Jiro is our schoolmate. Lin Jiao looked at Qin Jiro again and spoke. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. From Lin Jiao's tone, Lin Yu seemed to hear a hint of admiration. Moreover, she also just graduated not long ago. Full stop. It's only 2 years.
2 years? 6th grade now? Or a heavenly general ranking powerhouse?
Lin Yu was surprised.
Yes.
Lin Jiao nodded, and she is also the most stunning genius in recent years, not ever, crossing over to the 6th rank in the shortest time, and also ascending to the heavenly general's ranking in the fastest time. In terms of strength, I'm afraid that she is on the same level as the dean.
So strong. Lin Yu's heart shook. No wonder.
No wonder she was able to lurk outside her window without being noticed without a sound.
With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that she can walk sideways in Yangdu University.
The level of the dean's strength meant that Qin Jiro was able to engage in a battle with a king-level powerhouse while preserving her life.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded solemnly and looked deeply at Qin Jiro. Made a choice?
Lin Jiao saw Lin Yu's gaze and vaguely guessed the result in her heart and opened her mouth to ask.
Aha!
Meanwhile, before the mentor's seats, a youth was describing his situation with trepidation.
Teacher Qin. Qin, I am Lurani, ranked 580 on yesterday's trial tower ranking. My weapon is.
Before the words were finished, Qin Jiro interrupted and coldly said.
The talent is too poor, go down.
Oh. That youth froze, then walked away. Originally this kind of result was in his expectation. However, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't lost. Before he came, in fact, he also held a hint of fluke in his heart. In case this beautiful tutor just doesn't love to follow the rules. In case he looked at himself and became a master and disciple.
Just in case again.
10,000 ideas flashed in his mind, but now, with Qin Jiro's words, they all turned into nothing. He glanced at the front unwillingly, then made a decision, running to the end of the line and lining up once more. In case this persistent mentality can impress this cold and colorful mentor, it may also be possible. Just as he was holding this thought, he suddenly heard Qin Jiro's voice coming from him. If you can't even pass the trial tower, don't come to me for nothing. I don't instruct mediocre talents. The words were simple, but also very straightforward. And the content, moreover, made countless people despair. This requirement, it was just too high. The number of people who were able to pass the trial tower was only 5 at full count. In other words, there were only a handful of people who met this mentor Qin Jiro's conditions. In an instant, those at the back of the queue all walked out of the queue and went in search of other mentors. A long line dispersed in the blink of an eye because of Qin Jiro's words. This girl is still as cold as ever. Looking at this scene in front of him, Zhou Qingming shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 96 Lin Xiuyuan's attempt.
With Qin Jiro's words, the scene returned to normal, and everyone walked towards the original plan, except that the boys couldn't stop their eyes from drifting towards Qin Jiro's side. For a while, the venue became incredibly lively, with students showing off their talents and strengths towards their mentors. While in front of Qin Jiro, there was some silence. The aura on this stunningly beautiful tutor was simply too powerful.
Cold and refusing people. No one comes close.
In the middle of the day, a very confident young man took a deep breath and then walked forward.
Teacher Qin, I'm.
The words were interrupted before they were finished. Qin Jiro interrupted. Past the trial tower?
No.
But that's because my cultivation time is still short and because I didn't practice the battle method. If I was given the time, I could have passed the trial tower.
Give me time and I can destroy the demonic abyss.
Qin Jiro coldly glanced at the youth.
Well, but my talent is definitely not bad.
That youth still wanted to fight for a bit, desperately trying to explain.
My time is precious. I don't have time to listen to your explanation.
Qin Jiro said in a cold voice, her attitude resolute. The confident youth walked away helplessly, with a small amount of resentment in his eyes. Seeing that he was defeated, one after another, there were others who left. They realized that this tutor Qin was simply a rose with thorns, and without some strength, they couldn't even get close. Even Yang Lin, the genius who had passed the trial tower, fought for a while before turning to the other 4 heavenly general ranking tutors. In the blink of an eye, the place that had been bustling with activity only moments ago instantly became cold and quiet. It couldn't be helped that this tutor Qin was simply too demanding and seemed to be greasy. Seeing that no one dared to approach anymore, the corner of Lin Xiaoyuan's mouth gently picked up a smile as he stepped forward. The steps were calm, not seeing any apprehension at all. After all, as the number 1 person on the trial list, if he was not qualified to get into Qin Jiro's eyes, then the others, the hope would be even more remote. Of course, Lin Xiaoyuan would choose Qin Jiro as his mentor. Naturally, it wasn't a hothead, but after careful consideration, otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to step forward. On the one hand, it was true that Qin Jiro was really too stunning, not to mention her strength, she was also good-looking. Although Lin Xiaoyuan didn't have any improper thoughts, but such a stunning color, looking at it was also very eye-pleasing, wasn't it? On the other hand, it was also the most important point. This Qin Jiro tutor is an authentic Sword Dao powerhouse. Sword Dao attainments and talent, amazing talent, is definitely a first-class powerhouse. And Lin Xiaoyuan is also a person who uses the sword. Such a tutor, for him, is simply more suitable. Therefore, Lin Xiaoyuan finally made this choice. And he was also confident. After all, tutors all brought their students based on talent. His Lin Xiaoyuan's talent was no worse than anyone else's. Student Lin Xiaoyuan, meet teacher Qin. Walking up to the seat, Lin Xiaoyuan respectfully said, "Past the trial tower?" Qin Jiro said. Naturally, it took 42 minutes. Lin Xiaoyuan replied with a smile. Not bad. Qin Jiro nodded slightly. Sure enough, there was something. Seeing Qin Jiro's reaction like this, Lin Xiaoyuan was slightly pleased, and then he began to introduce himself. I am now a second-grade beginner martial artist and am an advanced martial artist who has broken through the upper limit of 1000 points of Qi and blood, and my Qi and blood control has reached 80%. Lin Xiaoyuan paused, then said with certainty, and I am confident that I will reach the entry level within a year. When these words came out, instantly the crowd eavesdropping not far away were all slightly shocked, and even the few tutors around couldn't help but show their astonishment. They were all aware of how difficult it was to reach the entry level of Qi and blood control. It could be said that this was the biggest hurdle in a martial artist's career. If one could break through, then the future was limitless. If not, the upper limit was already doomed. Typically, even talented students would only be able to break through to the entry-level Qi and blood mastery at this stage of their junior year. This statement of Lin Xiaoyuan's was a bit overconfident, but looking at his expression, he was not vain, and was even very calm. Obviously, by daring to say such words, he must have felt some of the essentials. In other words, Lin Xiaoyuan was bound to be a talented martial artist with an unlimited future. Such a talent was indeed somewhat terrifying. The several tutors beside him had all developed a desire to cherish their talent. Unfortunately, Qin Jiro seemed to have no interest in this, and her expression remained indifferent. Lin Xiaoyuan said while observing Qin Jiro's face. At this time, seeing that the latter did not see the slightest wavering, his heart slightly tightened, and he decided to add another dose of fierce material. I have already cultivated the battle technique, and the mastery has already reached the small completion stage. Unusual martial artists of the high second grade or even the peak may not be my opponent. At those words, the people around them were shocked again. This level of difficulty, although it was said to be not as good as Qi and blood mastery reaching the incipient micro level, it was still extremely perverse. And what was even more perverse was that not only was Lin Xiaoyuan not far from even the legendary subtle level of Qi and blood mastery, but his battle techniques had even become a small success. Both of them are ready. This first person of the freshman class is indeed a true name. Finished? After listening to Lin Xiaoyuan's narration, Qin Jiro faintly asked. Finished? Lin Xiaoyuan nodded confidently, quietly waiting for Qin Jiro's next words. Indeed, it is also considered a genius. Qin Jiro said. Upon hearing this, a smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Xiaoyuan's mouth with confidence. After hearing Lin Xiaoyuan's description, not to mention him, even the people around him didn't feel that Qin Jiro would reject such a talented cadet. However, I'm not interested in you. However, Qin Jiro's next words caused the smile on Lin Xiaoyuan's face to abruptly freeze. The crowd was also stunned for a moment. This is a refusal? Even Lin Xiaoyuan refused. Is this vision a bit too high? Or did this magnificent tutor Qin have no intention of taking a student at all? Why? Lin Xiaoyuan frowned, his heart filled with incomprehension. If even he wasn't qualified, who else was? Because I don't want to take male trainees. Qin Jiro indifferently said, is this reason enough? Hearing this reply, Lin Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment. Not wanting to accept male trainees? Well, it really is an irrefutable argument. As a matter of fact, a tutor taking on a student was also personal, especially for someone as powerful as Qin Jiro on the Heavenly General's ranking. No one would go and force her to take on a disciple, not even the principal of Yangdu Martial Arts University. Whether or not such a strong person wanted to instruct a student was simply based on voluntariness. Therefore, every 6th rank inside the school was precious. Right now Qin Jiro had put up this reason. Although Lin Xiaoyuan was helpless, he really couldn't say anything. After all, this was someone's personal preference, wasn't it?
Got it. Owing slightly, Lin Xiaoyuan left.
Although he was very sorry, he also understood that this kind of thing could not be forced. If he offended a strong person because of it, the loss would be more than worth it. Therefore, he left decisively. And the people around him, after seeing that it was this result, were also speechless.
Chapter 97. What a Wang Xiaoming.
Of the 5 people who passed the trial tower, there was only one girl.
Doesn't that mean that only Lin Jiao fulfills Qin Jiro's conditions?
Thinking like this, no one was going to waste their efforts anymore. There was no need for that.
Going to other tutors was the most sensible choice.
Of course, in a crowd, there tends to be a rash, or rather, a rash.
Lin Yi was that one. After seeing that Lin Xiaoyuan had failed as well, not only did he not retreat, he instead came to Qin Jiro with confidence. Student Lin Yi, meet instructor Qin. Lin Yi opened the door and went straight to the point. Qin Jiro didn't say anything and sat quietly.
When he didn't get a response, Lin Yi wasn't discouraged. Instead, he introduced himself. Right now, I'm at peak 1st grade cultivation, about to enter the 2nd grade, didn't pass the trial tower. Of course, I actually have the strength to do so. Once the words opened, they couldn't be closed. Lin Yi was gushing, his mouth sweeping like a machine gun.
Does it make sense?
In the middle of the day, Qin Jiro opened her mouth.
Lin Yi smiled. Of course it's meaningful. It's always bad if you don't try. What if it works out? There is no what if. Qin Jiro said, I said that I don't want to take male trainees. I know.
Lin Yi nodded. However, since I said that I don't want to, not don't bring them, that means that I actually still have a chance.
No.
Qin Jiro was decisive. I'm not interested in you.
Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Guessed it. Being rejected was still only in his expectations. Then leave.
Qin Jiro said.
Good.
Lin Yi nodded, then said meaningfully, however, before I leave, I want to ask you, mentor, a question.
Qin Jiro didn't say anything. Her attitude was obvious. She didn't want to hear it.
Lin Yi ate another closed door and smiled to himself, then said to himself, actually, you didn't intend to bring students at all, did you?
Coming here is just going through the motions.
Lin Xiaoyuan's talent is already good enough, but you still can't see it, and you didn't even react at all.
In the end, it's because you haven't moved to bring a student. Otherwise, both Lin Xiaoyuan and I would still have a chance, right?
After saying that, Lin Yi quietly looked at Qin Jiro. He had observed from the side just now when Lin Xiaoyuan came forward, and no matter how amazing Lin Xiaoyuan's talent was, this tutor Qin didn't even bother to lift her eyes. This, then, was worth playing with. According to his projections, even if Lin Xiaoyuan was now a 3rd grade martial artist, the result would be the same. As for the reason, I'm afraid that it wasn't anything about not wanting to take male disciples, but rather, Qin Jiro simply didn't have any thoughts of taking students right now. As long as he could change this idea of Qin Jiro's, perhaps he still had a real chance.
Lin Yi silently calculated. You're boring.
Qin Jiro said in a bored manner, but now I'm bored too, so I'll talk to you as well. Your idea, it's completely wrong. I just simply can't take interest in you guys, you or Lin Xiaoyuan.
Lin Yi laughed and didn't care. In his opinion, with Qin Jiro's nature, if she really hadn't been shown the idea, how could she have made a point of explaining all this? Simply not in line with common sense. That proved that one speculation was correct. This tutor Qin, right now, would not choose any student at all, including Lin Jiao. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating his next words, 2 people came from the distance with a clear target, Qin Jiro. And these 2 people, Lin Yi wasn't unfamiliar with them, it was none other than Lin Yu and Lin Jiao. Just in time, I'll also let you guys verify my idea. Watching Lin Yu take the lead and walk in front of Qin Jiro, Lin Yi secretly said in his heart. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyuan was also paying attention to the movements over here, and as he watched Lin Yu walk up, he shook his head slightly. In this world, there were always people who thought that they were different and special from others. But the reality is often the opposite. In the eyes of others, you are not actually special. After casually looking at it for a couple of moments, Lin Xiaoyuan moved his eyes away. Anyway, the result he had already predicted. What else is there to see? Not only did Lin Xiaoyuan think like this, even the others thought the same way, only unlike Lin Xiaoyuan, they didn't move their eyes away, but instead focused on Lin Yu with interest. After all, everyone had been rejected, and for a genius like Lin Yu to be rejected once more, it would be a quick thing to do. What was the point of going up when someone else, Instructor Qin, had clearly said that he didn't want to take male students? Can't you see that even the most gifted students like Lin Xiaoyuan have failed? Why go up there and make trouble? However, just as Lin Yu approached, Qin Jiro made a move that exceeded everyone's expectations. She stood up from her seat for the first time and spoke towards Lin Yu, name. A simple sentence, but it set off waves in the hearts of the crowd because this was the first time Qin Jiro took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a trainee. Lin Yi, who was ready to watch the fun, had his heart tightened. No, something was wrong. Why would Tutor Qin take the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Yu? Could it be because he saw that Lin Yu was good looking?
Looking at Lin Yu's face, this thought inexplicably arose in Lin Yu's heart.
Impossible, impossible, absolutely, I'm overthinking it.
Shaking his head, he shook this ridiculous thought out of his head. What a joke! Although it was true that Lin Yu was a little bit handsome, how could a strong person of Tutor Qin's level be so shallow? On the side, hearing Qin Jiro speak, Lin Yu scratched his head in some embarrassment. After all, during this period of time, he had been telling Qin Jiro that his name was Wang Xiaoming, and now that Qin Jiro had asked so, it made him a bit intimidated.
Lin Yu.
Frightened, after hesitating for a while, Lin Yu still opened his mouth stiffly. Sooner or later, he was going to be exposed anyway, before he chose to lie because he didn't expect Qin Jiro to be from Yangdu Martial Arts University and thought he could hide it.
Now it seems. Ha! Lin Yu? Qin Jiro frowned slightly. Wasn't his name Wang Xiaoming? What? True name. Lin Yu added.
There was still some uncertainty in his heart.
So, you still have an alias? Qin Jiro coldly said, seemingly a little angry. Well, Wang Xiaoming.
Looking at Qin Jiro's scourge face, Lin Yu nodded and said,
Put.
Hearing this, Lin Yi, who had been worried at the side, instantly became happy.
God TM Wang Xiaoming. Who asked you that? The tutor was just asking and you took it seriously. What kind of brain is that?
It wasn't just Lin Yi who was happy, the crowd around him who were watching the show were also happy. After all, they weren't clear about what was going on between Lin Yu and this Tutor Qin, and just assumed that Lin Yu's way of speaking and brain circuits were a bit problematic. After all, this conversation was also really a bit cloudy. Even Lin Jiao was a bit bewildered, not understanding what the two were talking about. The only ones who truly understood were the two parties involved.
What a Wang Xiaoming!
Qin Jiro's tone became even colder, and her eyes became more and more icy. She had tried her best to instruct this so-called Wang Xiaoming for a month, but in return, it was a fake name.
My bad. Lin Yu immediately apologized and then changed the topic in a very stiff manner. Can you be my mentor? When I quench the 8 veins, I always feel like something is missing. Ha! Hearing Lin Yu's words, the onlookers were stunned. Ilu Ago, what is your brain circuit? Why do you want to apologize? What did the tutor say you have to apologize? The point is, after apologizing, you ask people if they're your mentor? You don't introduce your talents and strengths? No introduction to your strengths and weaknesses? Why would a tutor say yes to you if you just ask? Because of your face? What kind of face is that? It would be a hell of a thing for Tutor Qin to say yes. This is simply impossible. Chapter 98 Finalization. A group of people looked at Lin Yu with excitement. In their opinion, Qin Jiro's rejection of Lin Yu that was definitely the nail in the coffin, there was no doubt about that. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Jiro nodded lightly, yes. Agreed? Holy, did I hear right? Lin Yi was confused. The crowd of onlookers was also confused. This Tutor Qin said something wrong, didn't he? How could he agree to this? This thought flashed through the minds of the crowd unanimously. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense at all. Lin Yu hadn't introduced anything, whether it was natural talent or strength. Of course, Lin Yu's strength was definitely stronger than the vast majority of the people present. After all, to be able to ascend to the second place of the trial tower ranking, naturally, he was not an ordinary person. But Lin Yu hadn't said anything at all. How could this instructor Qin Jiro be clear about Lin Yu's situation? Besides, even if she knew. But even the number 1 ranked Lin Xiuyuan was rejected, so what makes Lin Yu able to gain Tutor Qin Jiro's favor? For a while, a strange gaze was thrown at the duo, full of doubts. For these gazes, Qin Jiro was full of concern and continued, but you have to think about it. I instruct my students, the requirements are very strict, you may not necessarily be able to stick to it. Even so, there will be a risk to your life. Of course, the progress will definitely be faster than others, you can weigh the pros and cons yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart condensed, but he still solemnly said, think about it. Moreover, I have to correct one point, although instructing you on cultivation, I am not considered your teacher. Qin Jiro said. This. Lin Yu froze. If that was the case, then I'm afraid he really had to deliberate on it. The things that this sentence implied, that was a bit much. It's not a teacher-student relationship, which means that pointing might not be too much of a concern, or even that it's not pointing at all. When you think about Qin Jiro's nature, this kind of situation is not impossible. For a while, Lin Yu was a bit indecisive. Seeing Lin Yu fall into thought, Qin Jiro was not in a hurry and sat back in her seat, quietly waiting. Lin Yu, answer it. Just as Lin Yu was hesitating, a refined reaching voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Lin Yu's heart moved and he looked towards Zhuo Qingming. This voice was clearly the voice of the dean who had just spoken. Zhuo Qingming was still sitting on the seat, and he was not seen opening his mouth, but the voices were transmitted into Lin Yu's mind one after another. I know you have concerns, but since Instructor Qin intends to instruct you, it's beneficial and harmless.
I can assure you that Mentor Qin is definitely not bad to you. She has such a temperament, although her nature is said to be a bit cold, but she is extremely generous to those who look at her favorably. That is, without the name of master and disciple, the rest does not affect. After listening to Zhuo Qingming's words, Lin Yu made a decision after a slight contemplation. Originally, he had the intention of choosing Qin Jiro as his mentor. After all, the guidance he received from Qin Jiro during this month's time had benefited him greatly. Previously, he had concerns because Qin Jiro's words were a bit vague. However, now that the dean had spoken out, Lin Yu naturally had no more worries. Lin Yu took a step forward, looked at Qin Jiro with a serious expression, and opened his mouth. I've thought about it, and I'm willing to. In the mentor seat, watching Lin Yu make his decision, Zhuo Qingming smiled. Although it was said that Qin Yao's choice was a bit out of his expectation, after all, according to previous speculations, Lin Jiao was the one who had the most hope, but no matter what, as long as Qin Yao too was willing to go and instruct the students, then it was a heavenly good thing. With her understanding that no matter what she learns, she knows everything at once, going to instruct others is often a shot in the arm and has a marvelous effect. On the other side, after Qin Jiro heard Lin Yu's words, she nodded slightly, signaling that she had understood what he meant, and then a pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Jiao. This person in front of her was really a windfall. Qin Jiro opened her mouth and asked, "What about you?" "I am also willing to accept Instructor Qin's guidance." Being asked this by Qin Jiro, Lin Jiao was first stunned and then respectfully said, "Good, I'm sure you've heard the words just now, so I won't say more." Qin Jiro's gaze swept around Lin Yu and Lin Jiao. "The two of you, come find me at night in the faculty residence area A301. After saying that, Qin Jiro got up and left with clean movements. Looking at Qin Jiro's back as she left, Lin Yu sighed slightly in his heart. The things that happened today were really a bit beyond his expectations, which Qin, shaking her body, had become Instructor Qin. This matter, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. This tutor Qin, he's really a maverick. Lin Jiao said with a smile. That's not true. Lin Yu said, and bar. The two of us will be fellow disciples from now on? Lin Jiao thought about it and said, it seems like it's really like that. TSK, then you'll be my little sister from now on. Lin Yu flirted. Well, it sounds a little weird, but it really is. Lin Jiao was not angry and said with a smile. Let's go, there's no point in staying here. Lin Yu smiled and then left. The two walked side by side and left the school building. The atmosphere in front of the school building, however, was indescribably weird. A group of people stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. The process of these three people choosing a mentor, isn't it a bit hasty? Do not say anything, come up and finalize the candidate, always feel and they just nod in a channel ah. Especially Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, at least you two also show the degree of control of qi and blood or something ah, do not show anything to be selected. This is simply outrageous. Lin Yi already had the urge to vomit blood at this point. As soon as he thought about how he had just sworn and speculated that Tutor Qin wouldn't instruct any of his students, Lin Yi wanted to slap himself several times. It was simply too much of a slap in the face. In the crowd, Lin Xiuyuan clenched his right fist tightly. Lin Jiao was just the same. But Lin Yu, why did he get the favor of this Tutor Qin? On what grounds? Obviously, Tutor Qin had said that he didn't want to instruct male trainees, and Lin Xiuyuan had believed him. But right now, it seems that what is not wanting to instruct male students, this is simply a perfunctory statement. This made it difficult for the high-minded Lin Xiuyuan to accept. Of course, this didn't mean that he had to get Qin Jiro's guidance, the problem was in another aspect. In his opinion, Qin Jiro had first clearly rejected him and then agreed to instruct Lin Yu. This kind of comparison is nothing but saying that in Qin Jiro's eyes, he, Lin Xiuyuan, is no match for Lin Yu. Looking at the seat that had only just been vacated, a cold light flashed in Lin Xiuyuan's eyes. He, for one, would let this Tutor Qin know how foolish his choices today would be. With a light hump, Lin Xiuyuan then walked towards Zhuo Qingming's seat in large strides. Of course, what he didn't realize was that Qin Jiro really didn't perfume him, she really didn't want to instruct the male trainees. It was just that Lin Yu was more special to her. Lin Xiuyuan, a little overthinking. Chapter 99 Lin Jiao's Cultivation. On the seats, several 6th grade tutors looked at each other in dismay, then sighed one after another. This Qin girl, still that temper. Zhuo Qingming shook his head helplessly, this would only be halfway through the meeting and then leave, what kind of thing is this? Forget it, forget it. Sima Yuanzheng said, anyway, I don't expect girl Qin to bring a few more students, she doesn't even recognize her mentorship, what can I expect? Killing magical creatures and beasts is fine, but if you expect her to instruct students, you'll be lucky if you can even see 2 of them. That's true. Zhou Tian nodded, and then wondered, but I thought she only looked at Lin Jiao's, this Lin Yu, where is the special? That's not for us to bother about. Zhuo Qingming waved his hand, don't care so much, do what you need to do. Yes. Several tutors answered at the same time and continued to pick up students. In front of the teaching building, it was back to normal. Except for a very few people who had some bad feelings in their hearts, everything was very, very harmonious. Soon the night falls. According to the agreed time, the two of them, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, arrived at the faculty and staff living area. The residence arranged by the school for a 6th grade powerhouse was naturally high class. The place where Qin Jiro lived was a large 3-story villa that covered an estimated area that could be 500 square meters. Ringing the doorbell, it wasn't long before Qin Jiro opened the door.
Come in. She lightly glanced at the two of them, still with that high and mighty look, and walked back to the living room on her own.
Lin Yu and Lin Jiao hurriedly followed.
Sit.
Arriving at the living room, Qin Jiro sat down on the sofa and signaled Lin Yu and the two of them to sit down. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao sat on top of the sofa opposite Qin Jiro, and the three of them just sat opposite each other. First things first, technically speaking, between me and you guys, it's not considered a teacher-student relationship. Qin Jiro spoke. Of course, in terms of cultivation, I'll give you a few pointers. As for how far the road can go, ultimately, it's up to you guys.
Understood. Lin Jiao nodded. Why isn't it a teacher-student relationship? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask.
Qin Jiro coldly glanced at Lin Yu and said, firstly, I am not a tutor of Yangdu Martial University, but a graduate of Yangdu Martial University, and this time I came back because of some special reasons. Saying this, she glanced deeply at Lin Yu and continued, secondly, I also don't like people calling me teacher, it sounds old.
Just these 2 reasons. All right. Lin Yu nodded, somewhat crying and laughing.
It seemed that age was always a woman's natural enemy. This was true, even such a powerful 6th grade martial artist could not be exempted. Compared to Lin Yu, Lin Jiao was much more calm. Being the same female, she could understand Qin Jiro's inner thoughts.
However, how should we address you? After pondering for a moment, Lin Jiao opened her mouth and asked. This doesn't matter.
Qin Jiro shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't care. As long as we don't call you teacher, anything is fine, even mentor is fine.
Oh. Lin Yu understood, this was simply not liking the word old. Women are really complicated creatures. Lin Jiao nodded and said tentatively, then call it mentor? Feel free.
Qin Jiro nodded. As long as she didn't hear that word old, nothing else mattered. Not to mention this, give me the specific conditions of both of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao looked at each other.
Me first? Lin Jiao said. Okay. Lin Yu nodded.
Lin Jiao said, I am now a peak 1st grade martial artist, my degree of qi and blood control is subtle, and my battle techniques are small.
This opening shocked Lin Yu.
Before this, he had also guessed Lin Jiao's cultivation, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. The peak of the 1st grade, and the degree of qi and blood control had also reached the subtle.
Moreover, the battle technique had also become a minor success.
This kind of natural talent was indeed somewhat strong, truly worthy of being the son of a family.
Qin Jiro nodded, then looked at Lin Yu and blandly said, what about you?
1st grade high level, qi and blood control is subtle, and the battle method is
not yet cultivated.
Lin Yu scratched his head. This strength, compared to Lin Jiao, is a bit shabby.
It was still a bit embarrassing to say it. It's a bit weak. Qin Jiro faintly said, seemingly somewhat disdainful of Lin Yu's strength. Also, not that bad. Lin Yu said awkwardly. It's just a fact, fast progress doesn't mean strength.
Qin Jiro said. That's also true.
Lin Yu nodded. Hearing the duo's conversation, a trace of strangeness flashed across the face of Lin Jiao on the side. Instructor Qin, how could he know that Lin Yu was progressing fast?
Qin Jiro continued to Lin Yu, also, since you've reached the 1st grade higher level, as I said before, go and pick a suitable battle technique first, and after you've finished picking it, come back to me. After a pause, she looked at Lin Jiao and continued, the same goes for you, Lin Jiao, I will be over here for this period of time, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Yes.
Lin Yu and Lin Jiao said at the same time.
Alright then, go back. Wanting to become powerful is more dependent on the individual.
In 2 more days I'll pick some suitable time and teach you some fighting techniques.
Qin Jiro said. Obviously, this was the start of driving people away.
Lin Yu and the two of them got up and after saying goodbye to Qin Jiro, they walked out of the villa.
It seems like you and Tutor Qin knew each other before? Just after leaving the gate, Lin Jiao couldn't help but ask. Aha!
Lin Yu nodded his head.
How did you meet? Lin Jiao said.
I can't say, anyway, it's just some contact after coming to school, she helped me a lot.
Lin Yu said. So it's like this.
Lin Jiao nodded, pondering, but didn't ask much. People who had to pursue everything to the root were very annoying. This truth, she still understood. Soon, after walking for a while, Lin Yu parted ways with Lin Jiao and went straight back to his room.
After attempting to quench the 8 veins twice, Lin Yu stopped.
It was still the same feeling as before, it always felt like something was missing. Lin Yu frowned, before going to find Qin Jiro when, should ask a question, just walked in a hurry, to forget this crop. Tap. Just as he froze, there was a sudden soft sound in front of him. Lin Yu looked up and saw that Qin Jiro had, at some point, leapt into his room again.
You continue.
After coldly glancing at Lin Yu, she sat down on the side.
Sister Qin, you came just in time. It just so happens that I encountered some problems in my cultivation and want to ask you.
Lin Yu was delighted in his heart. It was really a case of someone sending a pillow when sleepy comes.
It was really a timely rain. What?
Shinjiro said. Lin Yu said, when I'm quenching the entire 8 veins, I always feel that the quenching process isn't very smooth. It's not smooth right, it just feels like something is missing. What's going on? Something is missing. Shinjiro frowned slightly, then said, does it feel like there are some problems with the operation of chi and blood?
Chapter 100 Battle Technique Pavilion. It seems like it, but I can't tell what the problem is.
Lin Yu said. This is normal, because you don't have a complete set of routes for chi and blood to run. Shinjiro said, in fact, after completely opening the 8 veins, a martial artist's chi and blood routes are opened, and at this time, the ways in which chi and blood operate are able to become diverse. And since your 8 veins have been opened, yet they still operate in the original way, it would naturally be a bit strange.
In other words, what I am lacking is the method of chi and blood operation. Lin Yu asked. You could say that, and the Dharma is actually included in the battle techniques.
Shinjiro said.
I see.
Lin Yu suddenly realized, no wonder he felt like something was missing when he was quenching the 8 veins. The way of drumming up chi and blood was actually the same as the original, there was no change. However, since the 8 veins had been opened, there were more options for the operation of the chi and blood, hence, it felt wrong. It wasn't that there was a problem with the way the chi and blood operated, but it was because Lin Yu had become stronger and was able to access a wider world, the so-called One Realm, One Day, One Earth.
So, my current task is to pick a suitable battle technique?
Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Shinjiro.
Right. Shinjiro nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the Yangdu Martial University should have promised you something, right?
After learning about Lin Yu's identity, Shinjiro had looked up some information about Lin Yu on Skynet, and after learning that Lin Yu was the top scholar of this term, it wasn't hard to surmise that Yangdu Wudu University must have offered lucrative conditions to Lin Yu. At the very least, there was no need to worry about the resources in the low-grade realm on their own. This was quite a lot of trouble that was saved as well. Well, I can pick a king-level battle technique at will.
Lin Yu said. That would be much simpler, just go pick one that suits you.
Shinjiro said, I've already sent you some general information about the battle method, just check it carefully on the Tianquan, read through it first and then come back and ask me if you don't understand.
Good.
Lin Yu nodded, and then he called out the heavenly communication.
Sure enough, an email had been sent over at this moment, and Lin Yu opened it.
Battle technique, also known as Kung Fu, the method that martial artists must cultivate.
The so-called battle technique is a collection of body techniques. Spilling out a few thousand words, it roughly introduced some information about the battle technique.
After spending 10 minutes, Lin Yu carefully skimmed through it. And the definition of battle technique was indeed a bit different from what he had imagined. Originally, he thought that battle techniques were simply combat techniques, but after reading this introduction, Lin Yu realized that it wasn't that at all. A battle technique was something that encompassed a lot of things, such as body techniques, chi and blood operation methods, and so on. Of course, the common sense of calling it a battle technique was more or less the same as a stance. However, if one were to truly cultivate it, it was not that simple. Various battle techniques also had their different characteristics, some were more persistent, some had high killing power, and they were all different. And in this introduction, also roughly mentioned in the Yangdu Wuda most colorful several books of war. One of them was the Tianwu sword technique, a top king-level battle technique, created by the Tianwu king, known for its explosive power, extremely strong killing power, but also high consumption. The second was the 7 heavy heavenly blades, a top king-level battle technique, created by the Blade King, also known for its killing power, but with more varied changes and slightly less consumption than the heavenly martial sword technique. The third was the Heavenly River, a top king-level battle technique, founded by the Heavenly River King, a sword technique that emphasized a continuous, unending flow. These 3 king-level battle techniques, all created by strong martial king-level individuals, each one of them was extremely precious, and if one could fully practice them, they would definitely be a powerful person on one side. Of course, the stronger the battle method, naturally the more difficult it is to cultivate. It's not that having a battle method will definitely lead to success. The vast majority of people even have a king-level battle method. Even to get started, they don't know how much effort they will have to expend. Sitting on the ground, Lin Yu silently pondered. There was really some helplessness. Among the king-level battle techniques, there were either sword techniques or sword techniques. There was simply no one who used a gun. However, this didn't affect anything. After all, whether it was a knife or a sword or a gun, Lin Yu was able to manage it with ease. And the most important thing to consider was which type was suitable. The 3 king-level battle techniques, each had their own strengths, and the one that Lin Yu was inclined towards was naturally the first, the heavenly martial sword technique. There was no other reason, because the killing power of the heavenly martial sword technique was number 1, but of course, there was a drawback, and that was that it consumed a lot of chi and blood. But, for Lin Yu, this drawback could almost be said to be none. The existence of the Patriarch's trigger finger meant that his chi and blood was almost endless, and this, in turn, made up for the Tianwu sword technique flaws for him. It could be said that this kind of killing powerful battle method was almost tailor-made for Lin Yu. Gently rubbing the sovereign trigger finger on his hand, Lin Yu had already made up his mind in his heart. The night passed quickly, and at dawn, Qin Jiro left as usual. Lin Yu, on the other hand, came to the warfare pavilion alone. As for what to do, then of course he came to pick out a battle technique. Battle Law Pavilion is one of the few ancient buildings in Yangdu Wudu University, and I don't know whether it was purposely built in a retro style, or whether it was left over from the past.
In any case, in this technological sense of the Yangdu Wushu University, the War Law Pavilion seems a bit out of place. Crunch! Lin Yu pushed the door of the Warfare Pavilion open.
It was worthy of being an ancient building, even the door was a thick wooden door, it looked rather solemn. Pushing open the door, what you see is a long wooden platform, which looks very old, but the layout is the same as a bar in a bar. Behind the wooden platform, a white-haired old man was sitting on a chair, his body crouched on the wooden platform sleeping soundly. Hearing the creaking sound of the wooden door being opened, the old man reluctantly straightened up, his eyes bleary with sleep, and opened his mouth to say, "Redeeming battle techniques, tart." Year.
No. Lin Yu shook his head. Bang.
As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the old man collapsed onto the wooden platform with a thud, his eyes slightly closed and his mouth muttering in a low voice.
Your grandma's leg, not here to exchange battle techniques, what are you doing here? Disturbing my dreams, grass.
Seeing this, Lin Yu was somewhat in tears.
There was still this kind of caretaker? You're still not leaving, are you? Don't stay here if you don't exchange your battle techniques.
Seemingly sensing that Lin Yu had no intention of leaving, the old man branched out and opened his mouth. Lin Yu stroked his thoughts and said, "I'm not here to exchange battle techniques, but to receive them."
Receive battle techniques? For nothing?
The old man's face was contemptuous. "Hurry up and get the hell out of here."
There's no such rule. Lin Yu. This little old man, he's quite grumpy.
It's like this, the school authority promised before the school year started that I could pick any one of the King Grade Battle Techniques Beginner Edition.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, according to the contract, it's okay for me to pick a battle technique now, right?
Hearing Lin Yu's words, the white-haired old man who was still lacking in interest just a moment ago instantly bounced up from the wooden platform.
You're Lin Yu? Chapter 101 Basic Battle Techniques.
Yes.
Lin Yu nodded.
Then you didn't say so earlier. The old man said indignantly.
Lin Yu. You didn't ask Na either.
Forget it, old me, I have a big temperament, I won't bother with you. The old man waved his hand with a look of residual anger that had only just dissipated. Register your information. While saying that, he reached out his hand and scratched twice in the void, conjuring up a virtual panel. Although he said that there were twinges in his heart, Lin Yu didn't say anything and followed the prompts on the panel step by step to register his information. It was more important to take the battle method and not get annoyed with this little old man. Taking advantage of the gap between Lin Yu's registration of information, the old man spoke. The specific rules of the school administration should have dealt with you, right?
No.
Lin Yu's hand movements did not stop and he slightly shook his head.
Didn't say?
The old man frowned, then his brows loosened. That's just it, I'm bored anyway, so I'll talk to you, so that you don't break the rules later.
This battle technique pavilion is divided into 4 layers, and each layer has different battle techniques.
The higher up you go, the more precious the battle techniques in it are. Of course, this thing, not that the more precious the better, suitable is the most important. According to the rules, you can choose any one of the battle techniques from the first to the 3rd layer. It's fine to choose the beginner's version of the king level battle method, or any other battle method, it's all up to you personally.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded.
The old man then said, there is also the fact that, no matter what battle technique you pick, you may not sell or resell it privately, you can only cultivate it yourself, and once the school authorities find out that there is selling and other behaviors, you will be expelled, not to mention that you will also be severely punished, and the consequences will be weighed up by you yourself.
Aren't battle techniques able to be traded?
Lin Yu was puzzled, I haven't heard of these before.
He was still hiding this king grade battle technique that he had gotten from the sacred evil cult. If he couldn't trade it, wouldn't that be a big loss?
The old man shook his head. It's not that battle spells can't be traded, but the battle spells that flow out from inside this battle technique pavilion are forbidden to be traded and transferred. You should know that Yangdu Martial University's support for its students is great, and the prices of both pills and battle techniques are a great deal cheaper than outside.
If they were allowed to trade or give them away, wouldn't the market be in chaos? Understood. Lin Yu also finished registering his information at this time and spoke. That means that there is no restriction on trading battle techniques obtained from other places. Is that what it means? That's natural.
The old man first looked at the information on the virtual panel and after carefully checking it, he waved his hand. Alright, now you can go up.
Trouble. Lin Yu walked around the wooden platform and walked towards the door at the back. Remember, pick the most suitable one, don't be overly ambitious.
Without taking a few steps, the old man behind him admonished again.
I know, thanks for the guidance, senior.
Lin Yu took a step and turned around and smiled, before diving headfirst into the Battle Law Pavilion. On the first floor of the Battle Law Pavilion, the space was very open and looked extremely spacious, rather like a small square. Inside the pavilion, there stood a stone monument half a person high. These monuments were emitting a soft light, and at the top of the monument, a book after a book of battle laws hung in the air. It was no exaggeration to say that if one were to carve some fonts on the stone monuments, the ground would be no different from a cemetery. And the stone monument does have words engraved on it. After glancing around towards the surroundings, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth involuntarily twitched. This is like coming to visit a grave, it doesn't feel very auspicious. Never mind. Have come. Lin Yu took a deep breath and walked towards the nearest stone tablet, scrutinizing the contents on it. Blazing Sun, created by the Blazing Sun Heavenly General, cultivated to perfection, can burst out 3 times the increase in power, attack, and kill extremely strong. Its battle method a total of 6 realms, esoteric and incomparable, more test of physical fitness, chi and blood value of 2000 or more can be cultivated. The text on the stone tablet is not a lot, that is, roughly introduce the advantages and disadvantages of the battle method, so the length is very short, read through it does not take much time. However, Lin Yu was not careless, and carefully looked over one piece after another. After all, the matter of picking out battle techniques had to be done with some caution, and perhaps there could be a surprise. 2 hours later. There doesn't seem to be anything suitable on the first level. Standing in front of a stone tablet in the far corner, Lin Yu sighed. Looking all the way down the hundreds of battle techniques, surprisingly none of them were suitable for him. However, Lin Yu was not discouraged, and after a slight reprieve he went up to the second floor of the warfare pavilion. There wasn't much difference between the second level and the first level, the layout was very similar, except that there were many fewer stone monuments. After going upstairs, Lin Yu went straight to the nearest stone monument, carefully looking at it and then switching to the next one without wasting a bit of time. Another hour passed. Still no suitable ones. Lin Yu tilted his head and looked at the stairs on the side. I was expecting to see if there were any surprises on the first 2 floors, but now it seems that I still have to go to the 3rd floor. After a short pause, Lin Yu took a big step onto the stairs. 3rd floor. Compared to the first 2 floors, the space on this 3rd floor was undoubtedly much narrower, as there were only 13 stone tablets in total. However, these stone monuments were then much larger than before, almost as tall as Lin Yu, and the light was also much brighter. All in all, it was just one sentence. Pushy. After spending 10 minutes, Lin Yu finished reading the contents of the 12 stone tablets. According to the descriptions on the stone tablets, all of these king-level battle techniques were actually incomplete and only contained the beginner's version. Of course, even so, they were precious enough. The Heavenly Martial Sword technique and the 7 Heavens blade that Lin Yu had learned about yesterday were also included. As summarized by Qin Jiro, it was also these 3 king-level battle techniques that were the strongest and were significantly different than the others. Unfortunately, although they are strong and can be cultivated, the fit is not perfect. Lin Yu sighed slightly and walked towards the last stone tablet. This stone tablet, on the contrary, made him curious. From the time he stepped into the 3rd level he realized that there were no battle techniques suspended above this stone tablet. Moreover, the remaining 12 battle spells were arranged around this stone monument in a star-crossed position. With such a layout, there was bound to be something special about this stone tablet. Basic battle technique. At the head of the row were 4 very simple words that didn't seem to be the name of the battle method, or rather, it wasn't a battle method at all. Read on. Battle techniques, the essence of which is to allow the martial artist to utilize greater battle power, return to their origin. This stone tablet was indeed different from the others. The content on it was complicated, not like a brief introduction, but more like an insight. At first, Lin Yu was only harboring the idea of casually looking at it, but the more he saw the back, the more serious his complexion became, mesmerized. With just such some content, it took Lin Yu 20 minutes to finish reading it. What was recorded on the stone tablet was indeed not a battle technique either, but it was exposing the essence of battle techniques. Chapter 102, Heavenly Martial Sword Technique. The so-called battle method was actually divided into 2 parts to put it bluntly. The first part was to make the martial artist stronger. For example, the chi and blood running method, running the chi and blood through the chi and blood running method would be much more efficient than the most primitive method, so that whether it was bone tempering or something else, the speed would be much faster. The second part was to make the martial artist's combat power stronger, such as the body techniques, sword techniques, and the like included in the battle method, which would show the effects most straightforwardly in battle. But the essence of these 2 parts was actually the use of chi and blood. Differences in the routes of chi and blood operation and the orifices and meridians through which it passes will produce differences and similarities in the efficiency of its utilization. On the other hand, body techniques, sword techniques, and the like, were ways to optimize a martial artist's chi and blood power generation. It was said to be somewhat similar to chi and blood control, but they were actually 2 completely different things. To make an analogy, the human body is like a water tank, and chi and blood is the water in the tank. Controlling chi and blood was like a spoon. If the degree of chi and blood control was at 80%, then it could mobilize 80% of the water in the tank, and if it was at the subtle level, then it could mobilize all the water in the tank. The bigger the spoon, the more water it will naturally mobilize, and this is the foundation of a martial artist. As for the battle technique, it was a tool that could utilize the water in the spoon in different ways, whether it coalesced into a silken thread or a column of water, it all depended on the complexity of the tool. The more subtle the battle technique, the more powerful it could explode. Battle techniques and control of chi and blood, both of which complemented each other, were able to explode a martial artist's higher potential. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that the essence of battle techniques was the use of chi and blood in the dispatching of the body, which meant that whether it was swordsmanship or saber techniques, it was actually a difference in the way the force was generated as well as the way the chi and blood was delivered. Couldn't one cultivate swordsmanship and make battle techniques through a sword? Not necessarily. For example, a killing move such as chopping and slashing can be done by both knives and swords, and the effect of such a move made through the two weapons is actually not very different. Of course, this is not to say that there is no effect at all. For example, stabbing, teasing, such moves, knives and swords are all different. Even if the chi and blood explode in the same way, the effect will also be different. However, what Lin Yu was thinking about right now wasn't that, but another thing. Whether it was with a knife or a sword, if it was purely a case of relying on the physical body, he believed that his level was not bad. After all, in his previous life, when he was able to reach the Grandmaster realm, it was not something that he ate as a vegetarian, it was all from fighting. The level is still there. And in this life, the changes in martial arts were great, so great that Lin Yu's knowledge of martial arts was subverted, and the reason for this was out of chi and blood. If you can figure out the nature of chi and blood, then whether it is to make a sword or to use a sword, it is not a problem. Standing in front of the stone monument, Lin Yu vaguely understood why the school would set up a stone monument like this here. Perhaps, it was to remind the students that it was not important what battle techniques they practiced, what was important was to realize the essence of chi and blood through the battle techniques. Since that's the case, then I'll choose the one that has strong killing power and is relatively suitable for me. After thinking about it, Lin Yu made his decision. The battle technique with the strongest killing power was naturally the heavenly martial sword technique. Although the Seven Heavens sword was more comprehensive, the killing power was still lacking. Walking over to the stone monument that carried the heavenly martial sword technique, Lin Yu reached out. Ding, recognized successfully. Student Lin Yu, you only have the opportunity to choose one battle technique. Do you want to choose the Heavenly Martial Sword Technique Beginner's Edition? The moment he reached out, the light on the stone tablet suddenly brightened up a few more points, while a female voice sounded beside his ears. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Confirming once again whether to choose the Heavenly Martial Sword Technique Beginner's Edition, this inquiry is the last one, after which it will not be possible to change the decision. The female voice sounded again. Confirmed. Lin Yu was decisive. Second confirmation successful, the shield is temporarily revoked, please take the battle method as soon as possible. Second confirmation successful, shields temporarily revoked, please pick up the battle spell as soon as possible. It was said 3 times in a row before the female voice stopped, and then the light on the monolith dissipated as much as it could. After the light dissipated, Lin Yu easily took the battle method into his hands, after which he turned around and descended the stairs, ready to leave. Wait! As he passed by the wooden platform, the white-haired old man behind the wooden platform suddenly called out to Lin Yu. Elder, is there anything else? Lin Yu stopped his steps and looked at the white-haired old man with some confusion. The battle method hasn't even cancelled the prohibition yet, you can't cultivate even if you take it away like this. The white-haired old man said helplessly. Forbidden? Lin Yu said doubtfully. What is this thing? It sounds so high-end. Give me the battle method. The white-haired old man did not have the good sense to say, Fluffy, every battle law is forbidden, if you don't unlock it, you can't cultivate. Can't even open it. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization, then he handed over the battle method in his hand to the white-haired old man's hand, and as he got closer, he observed that there was also a nameplate hanging on the old man's chest. Director of the Battle Law Division, Sun Yao. Sun Yao took over the battle law, took a look, smacked his lips, exempt, or Tianwu sword law, vision is good, this battle law, in the king-level battle law, that is also one of the best. Strong as it is, the drawbacks are also great, the consumption of chi and blood is a bit serious. I know. Lin Yu smiled. Knowing that you still choose? Sun Yao looked up at Lin Yu and was surprised, could it be that you're recovering your chi and blood very quickly? It is quite fast. Lin Yu said with a smile. In his heart, he was muttering, with the assistance of the sovereign trigger finger thing, it was more than fast, it was simply fast. That's not bad. Sun Yao nodded, if this thing is practiced, the killing power is indeed very strong, but unfortunately, the requirement for chi and blood is really too high, I don't know how many people can't even enter the door. He reached out and pounded something on the battle technique without knowing what it was, seemingly lifting the prohibition. In the middle of the day, a faint light shone on the battle spell. Alright. Sun Yao handed the battle spell to Lin Yu, you can use it now. Thank you, Director Sunday. Lin Yu took the battle method and said thank you. No harm done. Sun Yao waved his hand, remember, no regifting or selling, otherwise the consequences will be severe. Understood. Lin Yu nodded and left the warfare pavilion. Room 101, Building A, Practice Room. After a few hours of delay in the warfare pavilion for good measure, it was already noon when he returned to his room, and after hastily dealing with lunch, Lin Yu sat down and prepared to cultivate. In front of him, a few books were laid out on the floor in a somewhat messy manner, two of which were the Heavenly Martial Sword Technique Beginner's Edition as well as the Silver Wolf Sword Technique. This was also Lin Yu's cultivation content today, or rather recently, the battle techniques. Lin Yu first picked up the Silver Wolf Sword Technique and tried to open it, but the result was that the book was motionless. Obviously, it had been placed under a ban. Sure enough, Lin Yu put down the Silver Wolf Sword Technique and sighed slightly. When he heard Director Sun say that there was a prohibition on the battle technique, the first thing he thought of was this battle technique that he had gotten by chance. As it turned out, just as Director Sun said, it couldn't be opened at all. Chapter 103, Mastering Qi and Blood Operation. Forget it, I'll ask Sister Qin later when she comes. Lin Yu muttered and left it alone. What he had no way of solving himself, then of course he had to look for his thighs to solve it. For Qin Jiro, he was now not very wary. After a month of getting along, he could be sure that this high and cold imperial sister did not have bad intentions. Moreover, Qin Jiro was also a person from Yangdu Wushu University. In this way, Lin Yu naturally felt much more at ease. Although the king grade battle technique was precious, it really didn't have much attraction for a 6th grade powerhouse. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu picked up the Heavenly Martial Sword Technique and began to delve into it. The way of the sword, invincible and indestructible, the old man has spent his life with the sword. The title page was filled with some testimonials, obviously added by the legendary Heavenly Martial King when he was composing his battle method. In order to show enough respect to this Martial King Senior, Lin Yu decided to directly skip the contents of this page and flip to the next page. The first page. The human body's veins are extremely complex, while the operation of qi and blood is mainly focused on the 8 veins of the odd meridians. After opening the first page, there was a diagram of the human body's veins, followed by the unique qi and blood operation method of the Tianwu sword technique. Lin Yu neither rushed to cultivate nor scrutinized it, but continued to flip back and skimmed through the entire battle method roughly. The Tianwu Sword Technique Beginner's Edition was divided into a total of 3 stages. The first realm, complete mastery of the Qi and Blood Operation Method. After familiarizing oneself with the Qi and Blood Operation Method, mastering the special way of generating power, and ultimately being able to roughly achieve a 1.4 times increase, which is also known as the minor success of the battle method. Second realm, 1.8 times increase, battle technique grand completion. The third realm, 2x increase, the true meaning of battle technique consummation. If one could cultivate to the third realm, their battle power would directly double, and this was the terror of a king-level battle technique. Of course, the difficulty was also great, and the number of people who chose to redeem this battle technique was actually not few, but those who were truly able to practice to the first realm were extremely rare, let alone the third realm. To be able to have this kind of increase at the perfection realm, and it's only the initial version, what if it's the subsequent version? Lin Yu sighed. It was no wonder that the price of this level of battle technique was so expensive. A book would be hundreds of millions of federal coins, as it was indeed worth the price. What a high investment brings, is also a high return. Not to mention the terrifying increase in battle power, the way that qi and blood operated could also bring about a faster breakthrough speed for the martial artist. With or without the battle method, it was simply 2 very different worlds. After reading the description, Lin Yu finally understood why Lin Shouyuan, Lin Ya's stream of cultivation speed is so fast. The children of the family must have started to contact the battle method very early. Once to the first grade of the high level, qi and blood operation method is almost a waterfall. The cultivation speed is fast, it is also reasonable. And ordinary families, not before the achievement of the martial artist, or the opportunity to contact the war method? This was the gap brought about by resources. Coupled with these factors such as elixirs, it could be said that it was indeed difficult for a martial artist from a commoner family to rise to the top, lagging too far behind in the starting stage. Just don't want to think about this. Right now mastering the way qi and blood operate is the right thing to do. Slightly shaking his head, Lin Yu threw away the superfluous sighs and prepared to start cultivating. Even with his natural talent, seeing this complex chakra diagram was a bit intimidating. The more powerful the method of qi and blood operation, it also meant that the complexity would be higher, and the difficulty to successfully master it was almost several times that of other methods. Fortunately, Lin Yu's qi and blood were full and his qi and blood control had reached the subtle level, so he had an innate advantage. Using the Ren and Governor veins as the starting point, 2-way circulation. Looking at the start of this incomparable headache, Lin Yu sank his heart and began to mobilize the qi and blood in his body to start running along the veins and down the orifices. To say that this king-level battle method was different, coming up with a 2-way cycle. After falling into a state of cultivation, time always passed exceptionally fast, and without realizing it, nightfall came. The consumption of qi and blood is very little, to the point of being almost non-existent. Opening his eyes, Lin Yu checked his own situation and muttered. Unlike quenching the meridians, mastering the qi and blood running method almost did not consume qi and blood because, to put it bluntly, it was just a route for qi and blood to run, and since Lin Yu had not mastered this kind of route, naturally, he was unable to mobilize his qi and blood to quench the 8 meridians through this method. The qi and blood in the body itself was meant to circulate, therefore, even after cultivating for a whole day, it didn't consume much qi and blood. This qi and blood operation is marvelous to be marvelous, but it's also very complicated. I'm afraid it would take several days just to formally master it. After estimating his progress, Lin Yu decided to rest. With this thing, it wasn't the qi and blood that was consumed, but the spirit. Carefully manipulating the qi and blood to follow a specific route was exhausting. Although Lin Yu has always been very hardworking, but he still understands the principle that speed is not enough. Cultivation should emphasize attention and relaxation, not blindly. The next day, in the morning, Lin Yu began to continue to cultivate. I have to say, the spirit full of state cultivation, indeed, is to be much easier. This practicing, the day passed again like this. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the night 5 days later. It's done. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open, his eyes filled with surprise. After a week's time, he had finally grasped the way the qi and blood of the heavenly martial sword technique operated, which meant that he could officially cultivate this battle technique. Moreover, the speed of quenching the 8 veins would also increase. Running a circumference again, this time, it was undoubtedly much easier. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning. With the experience of the first time, and then getting started again, it would be much easier. And, in the future, it will only become more and more skillful. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu decided to try to quench the 8 veins. After all, the way qi and blood operated had already been mastered, and there was no rush for the remaining steps of the battle method. Furthermore, the venue was a bit too small. After all, his entire set of housing wasn't considered particularly large, and although the practice room equipped with it wasn't small either, it really wasn't able to be utilized somewhat if he wanted to cultivate the battle technique. After all, cultivating battle techniques was not the same as quenching the 8 veins. Actual combat was the most important thing. Tread. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to quench the 8 veins, there was a sudden soft sound in front of him. Shinjiro had arrived. Cultivated the battle techniques? Looking at the secret books of battle techniques on the ground, Shinjiro asked. Lin Yu nodded, just mastered the way qi and blood operate. Which one is practiced? Shinjiro casually found a place to sit down and was not restrained. Heavenly martial sword technique. Lin Yu moved forward and sat opposite Shinjiro. Not bad. Shinjiro nodded with an indifferent expression, but inwardly, she was secretly surprised. She had also heard of this heavenly martial sword technique, and its creator, the heavenly martial king, was a formidable existence even amongst martial king existences, and a battle technique created by such a person was naturally not bad. Moreover, there were 2 reasons why the heavenly martial sword technique was famous. The first was that strong and unrivaled attacking and killing power. Under the enchantment of this kind of battle technique, the attacking and killing power of the heavenly martial king was simply at an appalling level. Even a martial king powerhouse would be in danger of falling if they were to truly receive an all-out strike from the heavenly martial king. The second point, on the other hand, was due to the unique way in which the qi and blood of the heavenly martial sword technique operated. The qi and blood operation that was able to support such killing power was extremely complex, and even the heavenly martial king himself had said that if it wasn't for some special encounters, he wouldn't have been able to create this kind of qi and blood operation method even in this exhaustive lifetime. This remark, although it had a self-effacing meaning in it, it could also be seen from the side that even the heavenly martial king had found it tricky to deal with the complexity of this qi and blood operation. And right now, he had only been away for a week, and Lin Yu had already mastered this kind of qi and blood operation. This kind of progress, even Shinjiro, who was used to seeing geniuses, couldn't help but marvel at it. Of course, this kind of marvel she could never show on her face, at least she was considered Lin Yu's mentor. How could a mentor be shocked by a student? It makes no sense whatsoever. After thinking about it, Shinjiro spoke. Since you've already grasped the way qi and blood operate, for the rest of the time, you'll focus on practicing the battle techniques and strive to be able to get started as soon as possible. Don't you want to break through to the peak of the first grade first? Lin Yu said. There's no rush, although it's good to have a fast cultivation speed. There's no need to be bored on top of cultivation all day. Improving your strength is the right thing to do. Shinjiro said, and, in a little while, the school should be arranging for you guys to go to the wilderness area to start practicing. Although there is a mentor leading the group in the wilderness area, no one dares to say that they are absolutely safe, even if they are a martial king level powerhouse. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. As for the battle techniques, if you can cultivate them and feel that they are suitable, then practice them like this. If you don't find it suitable, I'll teach you other battle techniques. Shinjiro said. I think it should be quite suitable. Lin Yu smiled. It's best if that's the case, and it's lazy for me to bother. Shinjiro casually said, tomorrow, you call up Lin Jiao and come to me, I will formally teach you some combat skills. Aha! Lin Yu answered. Shinjiro then stopped talking and the room fell into silence. Sister Qin. After a long time, Lin Yu opened his mouth. I have a question to ask. Speak. It's the one. Lin Yu scratched his head. Why, did you find me? This question had been held in Lin Yu's heart for a long time. A month ago, Qin Jiro inexplicably ran to her room, and at first, she thought that she had come to avoid cultivation, but then she realized that it wasn't that at all. Just that will not be able to understand the identity of Qin Jiro, and did not dare to ask. It wasn't until now that Lin Yu dared to ask this question. What do you think could be the reason? Qin Jiro faintly said. I can't guess. Lin Yu said. This really wasn't him playing dumb, but he really couldn't figure out Qin Jiro's intentions. This mentor's sister, the behavior is indeed a bit abnormal, not to come, as long as one comes, almost always have to stay with himself. Thanks to becoming a martial artist, the debris in the body can be evaporated through the body surface, otherwise if it were a normal person, it would really have to be suffocated alive, and the toilet can't even go on. What's more, there are several times when Lin Yu woke up from his bed, he found that Qin Jiro was lying beside himself. Such behavior could even be said to be a bit bizarre. Lin Yu didn't think that Qin Jiro really looked at himself, such a 6th grade powerhouse and so good looking, there was no reason to look at a tiny 1st grade martial artist. Qin Jiro glanced deeply at Lin Yu and blandly said, "Don't guess if you can't guess, in any case, I won't harm you as all. Also, don't go around talking about this matter, otherwise what consequences will arise, I don't know." Understood. Lin Yu even nodded his head, although Qin Jiro's words were calm, it was this tone that was frightening. Because it meant that she wasn't just talking about it. It's good that you understand, go to sleep. Qin Jiro stood up from the floor, coldly dropped a sentence, and turned around to leave the practice room. Oh, Lin Yu was a little depressed. Obviously this is my room, how come it's now a whole lot like a companion? Sleeping. For a while, Lin Yu stood in place, stunned. Still not coming? Right between his entanglements, Qin Jiro's voice drifted over again, very cold. Coming. Lin Yu shivered and responded busily. It's just a matter of accompanying. Sleep on accompanying. Sleep, it's so many nights, anyway. It's not lousy who suffers. So think, instantly the heart is no burden, Lin Yu a smoke ran into the bedroom. A night without words. The next day, when Lin Yu woke up, his body was already empty, it was obvious that Qin Jiro had left long ago. Lin Yu leapt up from the bed with a roll, his clothes naturally didn't need to be put on, because the pressure wasn't off, he didn't dare to take them off. If he really had the intention to take off his clothes, I'm afraid that he would have to be slapped to death by Qin Jiro on the spot. This is a point of awareness that Comrade Lin, who has been in charge of accompanying. Comrade Lin, who had been responsible for sleeping with her for a long time, still had it. After washing up, Lin Yu contacted Lin Jiao and the two of them went to Qin Jiro's villa together. In the villa's practicing room. After casually explaining some matters, Qin Jiro didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point, starting to teach Lin Yu and his duo some basic combat methods. Look carefully. Qin Jiro kicked a whip leg in the air and a sonic boom sounded. One could imagine how immense the power of this leg was. Can you understand how this qi and blood is transferred to the toes? Retracting her legs, Qin Jiro opened her mouth and asked. She was wearing a set of white practicing clothes, which were very wide in order to facilitate her movements. But even with such wide clothes, they couldn't hide her proud figure. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of perfect figure was hidden underneath this wide practicing clothes. It was a pity that no one appreciated such a flavor. This was because there were only two bystanders present. One was Lin Jiao, as a female, although she envied Tutor Qin's figure, she was more focused on that kick just now. The other one, well, was Lin Yu. Beautiful. It's just too beautiful. At this moment, looking in the direction where Qin Jiro was, Lin Yu looked a little infatuated, and his harumph was about to flow down. That kick just now, it was simply a textbook level of qi and blood explosion, it was simply perfect. This kind of qi and blood utilization, if one could get a star and a half of the true transmission, one could be counted as a party of powerhouses. This kind of control was simply so precise that it made one's scalp go numb. Chapter 104, Cultivating Battle Technique. It had to be said that this guy, Lin Yu, was simply a fighter among straight men. In this situation, as long as it was a normal man, he would sneak a look at Qin Jiro's stunning body. But Lin Yu did not, all of his attention was focused on that one leg fling that Qin Jiro displayed. That kind of natural fighting skill made him mesmerized and incomparably fascinated. In just an instant, the qi and blood violently erupted, focusing on a single point. Moreover, the amount of qi and blood Qin Jiro used was obviously not much, after all, it was just a display, but the power was something that made Lin Yu's heart skip a beat. Qin Jiro explained, this kick is to concentrate the qi and blood on a single point. It is also a more commonly used means of attack. Of course, in order to reach this level, it is necessary to complete the stringing together of the veins and orifices in the body. With your strength, you cannot do this at the moment, it is fine to understand it. Stringing the 8 veins, listening to Qin Jiro's words, Lin Yu muttered. In his mind, the scene from just now was repeated over and over like a slideshow. At this moment, Lin Yu felt that he grabbed something, and looked like he was about to break through, and immediately ascended to achieve the Tao. Only strange. In fact, he didn't catch anything, and he didn't have any epiphanies, he was just a little surprised. After all, he hadn't begun to formally cultivate the battle method, and he didn't have a deep knowledge of Qin Jiro's kick. After all, layman watching, Lin Yu's perception of qi and blood was really that of an amateur. To say that he could tell anything and perceive something just from this display, that was pure bull. On the contrary, it was Lin Jiao, whose eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Shinjiro continued, "Next I will demonstrate some other ways of using qi and blood, watch carefully." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yu felt a gust of fist wind blowing towards him as Shinjiro lightly blasted out a fist. The effect was still incomparably amazing. This time, the eruption of qi and blood seems to be relatively tame, but why is the explosive power still not weak? Lin Yu secretly pondered, puzzled in his heart. The same qi and blood, different ways of utilizing it, will erupt with different effects. Shinjiro explained while demonstrating. And all of this is related to the 8 veins and orifices in the body. When the battle method is cultivated to a certain extent, I believe that you guys will also have some epiphanies. Of course, at that stage, you guys will also be able to create your own battle techniques. But for you guys right now, that's too far away. All you guys can do at this stage is to have your own thoughts on which direction to lean in when cultivating battle techniques. Next, Shinjiro then showed the different ways of different qi and blood eruptions one by one. Every move was in essence benefiting the Lin Yu duo greatly. This was the importance of a good mentor, even if Shinjiro just didn't say anything, just so evolving the means of attack was something unattainable for the vast majority of martial artists. If it was a 4th or 5th grade tutor, how could they achieve this kind of effect? For these things I've demonstrated today, there's no need for you guys to learn them the hard way. You wouldn't be able to learn them even if you wanted to with your current caliber. Just remember this feeling, and when you cultivate, try to lean in this direction. Battle techniques or otherwise, becoming a powerful martial artist has to depend on the individual, just teaching it won't teach you anything. To tell you the truth, you are the first students I have ever instructed, and it will be the last, and from now on, I will not instruct anyone else. So don't expect me to have a high level of teaching. I admit I won't be a good instructor, but I am a powerful martial artist. If you have questions, I can answer them, but I won't show you the way, nor will I stick to some minor points. How much you can create is ultimately up to you. At the end, after dropping these words, Shinjiro finished this teaching. It was very short, but one had to admit, it was very effective. At least Lin Yu was learning a lot, subverting some of his perceptions of the way qi and blood were used. To him, this lesson was opening the door to a new world. Especially, the one who demonstrated the qi and blood eruption was also a strong person like Shinjiro in the heavenly general ranking. There was no need to elaborate too much on the weight it contained. After teaching, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao bid farewell to Shinjiro and left. Lin Yu went straight to the school's practicing room to practice his battle techniques. The practice room that the school had deliberately divided up was naturally much more luxurious than the practice room inside Lin Yu's suite, extremely spacious, and could be used in a big way. Of course, it wasn't free to use, one needed to pay money. However, for Lin Yu this is not a big deal, not to mention, just the 1 million federal coins that Yang Wei recently compensated are enough to spend. The heavenly martial sword technique that I cultivate is about high explosive power and speed. Standing in the empty practice room, Lin Yu held a matching alloy sword from the practice room and violently swung it out. A breaking sound rang out as the alloy sword cut a residual shadow in the air, which could be described as magnificent. Not right. Just as soon as he struck, Lin Yu felt a sense of incongruity and muttered to himself, the speed is there, and it doesn't look like the killing power is weak, but there's practically no explosive power, try it in a different way. Swish. Swish. 2 more swords were handed out. Still not right. Lin Yu stopped his hands and frowned slightly. The 3 swords he had just handed out were all in accordance with the manner in the heavenly martial sword technique, but the effect achieved was unsatisfactory. Although it was a little better than when he had not practiced the battle technique, the improvement could be said to be minimal. Perhaps, it's because it's not skilled enough, keep practicing. Lin Yu took a deep breath and continued to swing his sword. Practicing martial arts is mainly about the word practice. Once or twice no effect, hundreds of thousands of times, that may not be certain. For a while, in the practice room, swords and shadows were flying. 10 minutes later. Still no feeling of recruiting explosive power, why is that? Lin Yu stopped his hand movements once again and pondered over it. It was reasonable that if the direction was found right, 10 minutes, although not long, would be able to feel the feeling of progress, but right now, it was completely in place. With regards to sword skills, he was very confident. He could also be sure that the swinging angle and the way of force of these swords were not problematic. It was according to the experience of his previous life. This feeling had long been deep in his bones and marrow, and it was hard to forget it when he had it at his fingertips. But why will there be no growth? Obviously this is a very traditional sword art, and compared with the previous life, it is not worse. In the end, which part of the process is wrong? It's not right. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Perhaps, it's because I'm relying too much on the experience I accumulated in my previous life. The sword techniques of my previous life were all reliant on a purely physical body, so both the angle of the sword and the way it was delivered were different from now. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more right he felt. Grasping the key point, he murmured in a low voice, yes, that must be it. Now that I clearly already have the presence of chi and blood, although I will also utilize my chi and blood, I will still subconsciously follow the way of power generation in my previous life to strike my sword. In this way, the effect of chi blood is instead invisibly weakened by me, which is why I couldn't achieve the imagined effect. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He hadn't thought of this before, and now that he was suddenly enlightened, it naturally made him excited. Since the experiences of my previous life have hindered play, I'll discard them and start over. After thinking about it, Lin Yu took a deep breath and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. Recalling Qin Jiro's way of utilizing her chi and blood just now, the chi and blood then bulged and adjusted its angle. Out the sword. Chapter 105: The Conspiracy of the Martial Artists Association. Swish. A sword was handed out, and this time, the speed was faster and more explosive than before, and the alloy sword in his hand made a trembling sound. This is the feeling. Feeling the force in his hand, Lin Yu's face floated with a touch of joy. After adjusting the angle and manner of power generation, the might of this sword had increased very significantly. As expected, the power of chi and blood was somehow stronger than the power of pure physical body, although it was said that the way of power generation of the previous swords was much more ingenious than this sword. However, that kind of subtlety was all built on top of the physical body, and although it was also very strong, it was indeed much inferior to the power of chi and blood. And in Lin Yu's opinion, although the cleverness of this sword just now was really rough, the strength of the power of chi and blood made up for the disadvantage in skill very well. After all, the gap in power was there, just like how skillful a 3-year-old child's power was. It was no match for an adult's casual punch. This was the difference in foundation. And this difference is the skill cannot make up for, at least with Lin Yu's sword art cannot make up for. Sure enough, with the presence of chi and blood power, one can't use power according to previous habits. This has to be changed. Looking at the alloy sword in his hand, Lin Yu sighed. Gently swinging the alloy sword, the tip of the sword picking up a beautiful sword flower in the air, Lin Yu then continued to try out a new way of generating power. Swish. 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 Inside the silent practice room, the sound of breaking air brought up by the alloy swords resounded once again in a continuous stream. Sword light swaying, chi and blood boiling, Lin Yu was fully focused on his training. Meanwhile, Martial Artists Association, meeting room. Several student-like youths sat scattered at the conference table, all of them not looking relaxed. The one sitting above the main seat of the conference room was clearly Lin Xiaoyuan, who spoke in an indifferent tone. Since all of you are already sitting here, then I won't talk nonsense. I'm sure you've all received news from your respective homes, and all parties are very dissatisfied with the last operation. Especially, this time, when Lin Yu was able to get second on the freshman trial ranking, everyone here has a responsibility. Words can't be said like that, right? A person sitting on Lin Xiaoyuan's right-hand side was dissatisfied. In theory, even if we want to target Lin Yu, that's still the duty of you freshmen. How can we say that we can't be blamed? For Lin Yu to get second, that's also your freshman's problem, especially Lin Jiao. Lin Xiaoyuan, according to you, Lin Jiao's strength shouldn't be weaker than yours, so how did she end up behind Lin Yu? Another person spoke up. This is exactly the question I was going to say. Lin Xiaoyuan said indifferently, Lin Jiao and Lin Yu are very close, you guys should be aware of that. For this reason, I am unable to take action against Lin Yu for the time being, so this has allowed him to settle down for a while. There's no need for you to be so afraid of Lin Jiao, right? Your Lin family, are you that biased? Or is it that you, a person of the branch lineage, are completely unappreciated? A man teased, his eyes filled with amusement. That's not for you, Yang Feng, to worry about. Lin Xiaoyuan said, it's not for you to dictate how my position in the Lin family is. Yang Feng smiled, it's really out of my hands. I just can't see some people being so jealous of a girl, don't you think? Want me to say? A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes. Want me to say? Let's go out and practice. Yo! Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, practice? Are you sure? Lin Xiaoyuan nodded, what? Don't dare? Don't dare? Yang Feng's expression stagnated, then his face was filled with dismay, as if he had heard a great joke. Lin Xiaoyuan, you don't have water in your brain, do you? I admit that you have high talent, but if you want to challenge me now, it's a bit too much, you're still far from it. Dare, or don't dare. This is indeed something I don't dare to do. In case I break you, if the chairman blames it, I can't afford it. Yang Feng said with a smile. You don't have to worry about this, no matter what the result is, I guarantee that no one will hold you responsible. And, if you win, this position of mine, you take it, how about it? Lin Xiaoyuan gave Yang Feng a provocative look. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's lazy body instantly sat up straight, put away the playfulness on his face, and pondered, are you serious? Several other people in the conference room also looked grave and somewhat incredulous. What Lin Xiaoyuan meant by position, of course they knew. Ever since Lin Xiaoyuan had entered the Martial Association, his position had risen again and again, and now, he was already the Vice Minister of the Merit Department. It was important to know that the Martial Artist Association could, to a certain extent, interfere with the school's decisions, especially the Merit Department, which was responsible for scheduling the monthly merit subsidies, the rights of which were self-evident. It could be said that this position had made them all greedy for it, and now, listening to Lin Xiaoyuan's tone, it was to take it out as a bet. Is that crazy? One must know that although Lin Xiaoyuan had high natural talent and was even the number one amongst the new students, but it wasn't just the new students who coveted this position. Many of the veterans of the third grade realm were staring at this position, and I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xiaoyuan had someone behind him, he wouldn't really be able to compete. And even if Lin Xiaoyuan sits in this position, there are many opposing voices in the Martial Artists Association. Yang Fong was a typical example, otherwise how could he brush off Lin Xiaoyuan on such an occasion? Seriously, of course, if you don't dare, forget I said it. Lin Xiaoyuan relaxed and slumped backward with a cozy expression. It can be. Yang Fong stood up with a big smile. Since you want to give up this position so badly, then I have no reason to refuse. He raised his chin. Then let's go and find a place to practice. Don't be in a hurry. Lin Xiaoyuan smiled. If I lose, the position of Vice Minister of Merit is yours, so what if you lose? Lose? Yang Fong was confident. Do you think I will lose? Lin Xiaoyuan waved his hand. That's another matter. To bet against each other, naturally you need to have capital. Your capital, what is it? Yang Fong frowned, silently thinking. For a moment, he couldn't think of coming up with anything. After all, this Vice Minister of Merit, absolutely fat, with a lot of power. How about this? Seeing that Yang Fong didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoyuan opened his mouth. I don't have any requirements. If you lose, don't mess with me in the future. How about it? As soon as the words came out, not only Yang Fong, but several other people in the conference room were also stunned. Lin Xiaoyuan, this is to establish authority. Those who were able to stay here were not stupid people and instantly understood the meaning of Lin Xiaoyuan's words. It wasn't like Yang Fong had been shady to Lin Xiaoyuan for a day or two, and now that Lin Xiaoyuan had made this request, I'm afraid that he was also extremely dissatisfied with Yang Fong. After a few moments of silence, Yang Fong smiled. It's a deal. Then let's go. Lin Xiaoyuan got up and walked towards the outside of the conference room. Yang Fong followed. Looking at the two of them disappearing behind the door one after another, one person in the conference room could not help but speak. This Lin Xiaoyuan is too much of a trustworthy person, isn't he? It's true that he has high talent, but after all, he has only just enrolled in school. How can he be Yang Fong's opponent? It's hard to say. It's been a while since he broke through to the second grade. A person spoke up. So what if it's the second rank? Even if it's a second grade, it's only just entered the second grade. Yang Fong is not weak. I guess he's not far from the third grade. Not to mention, Yang Fong has practiced in the wilderness area for real. His combat experience is not much higher than Lin Xiaoyuan. The two of them aren't at the same level at all. Also, a few people spoke to each other, but none of them favored Lin Xiaoyuan. The absolute suppression in terms of grade, that was fatal. Of course, being able to rank 7th in the grand examination proved that Lin Xiaoyuan should have a special physique, and he wouldn't be thrown off too much in terms of qi and blood. But the most deadly thing was not the physical quality, but the combat experience. Yang Fong was, after all, a third-year student who had practiced in the wilderness area, a mature martial artist who had truly faced death crises and had killed his way out of blood and fire. Even in the wilderness area, he was not a weakling and was recognized. As for geniuses like Lin Xiaoyuan, although he said that he was highly powerful, it was hard to say how much strength he could utilize. Battles, after all, blended multiple factors. Mindset, skill, and physique were all key to victory or defeat. Just wait, since Lin Xiaoyuan wants to give up this position, then there is nothing we can say. After all, Yang Fong's strength is indeed stronger than ours. If he wants to choose someone to stand up for himself, Yang Fong is indeed the best choice. That's also true. When the time comes, we can't help but rely on Yang Fong. Merit badges are really hard to earn. The bone hardening pill consumes really too much. Without a few hundred merit badges, that's really not much of an effect. One person sighed. See, even if Yang Fong wins, whether he can sit in that position is still debatable. And what if Yang Fong loses? Lose? Unlikely. The crowd burst into laughter, but then the laughter stopped and the entire conference room fell into silence. Although this sentence is a bit of heavenly fantasy in it, but also gave the crowd a wake-up call. If Lin Xiaoyuan won, then how would they, the people, be able to live with themselves? Yang Fong was already close to the third rank, and was perhaps a step away from the third rank. If he really lost to Lin Xiaoyuan, then Lin Xiaoyuan's natural talent would be too terrifying. This kind of talent might be able to achieve Martial King in the future. And did they really want to cross the line with such a person? This was a question worth pondering. If Yang Fong loses, then it'll be Lin Xiaoyuan's call from now on. In the middle of the day, a flirtation rang out. The crowd burst into laughter again. As for this laughter, in the end, what is the meaning of the twists and turns? There is really no way to know. 15 minutes later. Crunch! The door of the conference room suddenly emitted a twisting sound, and the few people in the room looked towards the door, each with a slightly tense expression. Who would win? The door to the room opened and two people entered the conference room one after another, while the person in the lead, Lin Xiaoyuan, still had a smile on his face. Yang Fong followed behind Lin Xiaoyuan, his complexion a little cloudy, and on the right side of his face, there was a wound. Yang Fong had lost. The hearts of the people in the conference room were shaken fiercely. Yang Fong had lost to a freshman.
Gentlemen, it's been a long time.
Lin Xiaoyuan sat back on top of the main seat very casually, smiling, obviously in a good mood.
Yang Fong sat on Lin Xiaoyuan's right-hand side with a black face.
After Yang Fong took his seat, Lin Xiaoyuan reached out and tapped on the conference table and spoke. In the sparring session with senior brother Yang, I won by a fluke. It was really Yang Fong who had lost. The moment Lin Xiaoyuan's words came out, the hearts of the crowd were shaken again. Although there had been speculations before, hearing Lin Xiaoyuan say it himself was a completely different matter. After surveying several people's expressions with interest, Lin Xiaoyuan continued, this position of Vice Minister of the Merit Department will still be taken by me. Of course, if you all still have any objections, you can also say so and discuss it together.
He had a smiling demeanor, looking very easygoing.
Minister, how could we have any objections? After all, I still understand the point of obeying the organization's arrangement. A person was the first to speak, and began to take sides. What a joke, Yang Fong was already the ceiling of combat power amongst them. Lin Xiaoyuan was able to defeat him at such an age, this kind of talent, the future was unlimited. Going against this kind of character, even if they took the upper hand now, when someone else rose to power after a while and cleared the air, then who would be able to beat it? Thinking like this, no one coveted the position of vice minister anymore. That's right, we are also considered to have a clear sense of priorities, the organization's arrangement is the greater. We can't jeopardize the unity. The wind was completely lopsided, and the crowd chimed in. Very good. A glint flashed in Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes, choosing Yang Fong to establish his authority was indeed the right thing to do. After slightly organizing his thoughts, Lin Xiaoyuan spoke again, then, let's talk about the matter regarding Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu was blissfully unaware that a premeditation against him had already unfolded. At this moment, he had already completely devoted himself to practicing the heavenly martial sword technique and had no time to care. Chop! Inside the practicing hall, Lin Yu let out a soft shout, and the alloy sword in his hand rose up brilliantly, cutting a stream of light in the air. Swoosh bang! The sound of breaking air came to an abrupt end. Lin Yu's wrist retracted, forcibly stopping the sword. Under the huge inertia, the alloy sword actually exploded, the debris scattered all over the place. Phew! Seeing the alloy sword in his hand explode into pieces, Lin Yu stopped swinging his sword, his body slightly moved, dodging the attack of the debris. At this time, he had long been sweating like a pig, which showed the high intensity of his training. However, the harvest was also huge, the way of power generation was corrected a lot. This alloy sword, the quality is also a little too poor. Looking at the debris on the ground, Lin Yu looked helpless. It was estimated that this alloy sword wasn't even D-grade, and it hadn't been practiced for long before it couldn't withstand the force and thus blew up. That's right, after all, it's just a matching one inside the practice room, how good can it be? Moreover, this sword is just a bit too light to use. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to clean the debris first. After cleaning up the floor, Lin Yu changed into clean clothes and left the practice room. Nor did he rush back to the dormitory, but prepared to head to the meritocracy. He was going to purchase some elixirs and weapons that were handy. Previously, he had been using an alloy gun, but right now, the battle technique was swordplay, so naturally, he couldn't use a gun. Moreover, in fact, the alloy guns used before weren't very handy, they were all of the mass-produced kind. Of course, with the low strength before, there wasn't much to say about the weapon, as long as it could be used. But now it was different, the training of battle techniques also had requirements for weapons. Take that alloy sword just now, it couldn't withstand the force and blew up directly. If Lin Yu was hit accidentally, he would definitely be injured. Therefore, Lin Yu decided to first go get a handful of weapons before saying, not to say that it is some kind of divine weapon, but at least it should be able to withstand the usual training. Soon, after 7 turns, Lin Yu arrived at the Merit Building. Unlike the Warfare Pavilion, the Merit Building was a building with a heavy modern flavor, which could be seen from the exterior alone, filled with a sense of technology, and covering an enormous area. The building was divided into 9 floors and wasn't particularly high, but it was better because it was open. Drop! After authenticating his identity, Lin Yu entered the first floor. As far as the eye could see, the floor seemed to be made of metal, and the bright silver-white color was extremely dazzling. Not only the floor, even the counters, display cabinets, all seemed to be made of metal and glass, coupled with a virtual panel, so that people seemed to be in the future of the city in general. Looking at the directional sign, Lin Yu found that the weapons office was on the 3rd floor, so he took the elevator and went straight up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he could see a huge electronic plaque right above him with 3 words written brightly on it. Weapons Division. Classmate, are you here to purchase weapons? Just a few steps away, a middle-aged man in a suit trotted up to Lin Yu and smiled. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Any specific weapons of choice? Length, weight, shape, grade, or anything like that, any considerations? The middle-aged man asked. Came to pick a sword, just to look around. Lin Yu said vaguely. Alright, if you don't mind, let me take you for a stroll. The middle-aged man said. Can. This way please. The middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation and then led the way for Lin Yu.
Under the middle-aged man's lead, the duo soon arrived at their destination.
Lin Yu raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. This seemed to be an area specializing in the sale of sword-type weapons, with display cabinets filled with various types of swords. And even if it's a weapon that's also graded, this side seems to be Area C. It should be selling C-grade weapons. You can make your own selection over here. If you have your eye on something, just settle the bill at the counter. The middle-aged man smiled and then left. Obviously, this guy was even a shopping guide. Lin Yu casually picked up a long sword and weighed it. It's a bit light. After feeling the weight, he put the long sword down and picked up the other one.
Still light. Neither is this handle. Why, it's all light and fluffy.
After roughly tens of minutes of picking and feeling hundreds of them, Lin Yu still hadn't found the weapon of his choice.
Nothing suitable?
At this time, the middle-aged man came up again. All of them are too light, not very smooth to use. Are there any heavier weapons?
Lin Yu turned his head and said helplessly. Light?
Hearing Lin Yu's words, the middle-aged man was slightly startled in his heart. Having worked here for decades, although he was not a martial artist, he still had his eyesight. This person in front of him, who was very unfamiliar with this place, was obviously a new student, which was why he had purposely brought him to the area of C-grade weapons, which were just right for a new student. But this person even said that these weapons are too light. That could only mean that his physique was far too powerful compared to the average freshman, which was why he felt light.
In other words, this person's strength was already comparable to a second grade?
It's only just the beginning of the school year. This strength, it's a bit too strong.
Chapter 106 Lin Yu's Progress. If you feel it's light, then there's only special customization.
The middle-aged man said with a smile, these are mass-produced, and are generally able to fulfill the demand. If you are not satisfied, you can design them according to your ideas. Of course, the price will be more expensive.
Be specific. Lin Yu said. This can't be specific.
The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, because this is not the same as mass-produced ones. The materials used are different, the size of the weapon's volume, and the price is naturally different.
Also, Lin Yu nodded. Need to customize it? 2. This way please.
The middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation and then led Lin Yu to a special room. In the room, there was an embryo of a weapon that seemed to be a template.
Chen Shang, someone wants to customize a weapon.
Upon entering the door, the middle-aged man shouted towards the room before turning his head towards Lin Yu, there will be a foundry master coming to interface with you later, just mention any requests. Lin Yu nodded and the middle-aged man walked out of the room. Subsequently, a young man in black overalls walked out of the room, looking just about Lin Yu's age, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, very righteous. I think this was the Chen Shang that the middle-aged man was talking about.
Building weapons?
Chen Shang yawned and asked casually.
Yes. Any specific requirements, or a general expectation?
No.
That's right.
Chen Shang walked to the place where the weapon embryos were placed and spoke, try it out, which one is suitable, and also, tell me what type of sword you wish to build. Lin Yu picked up those embryos and tried them out as he was told. While trying, he said, I need a one-handed sword, of moderate length, nothing else is required. The main thing is that it should be suitable in terms of weight as well.
Weight? Chen Shang was a bit surprised. Are you thinking that the standardized alloy weapons are too light?
Right. Lin Yu picked up the embryo of the hilt longsword and weighed it. Let's make it this one, but add half to the weight.
Embryo B2. Chen Shang probed and glanced at it, then was surprised. Are you sure?
This thing is already not light in weight, adding half more to it, that's almost 100 or so pounds. Isn't using a sword all about lightness?
It's not good to be too light. Lin Yu said, the main thing is the weight, everything else is quite suitable.
Then there's actually no need for you to come and customize it specifically. Chen Shang said helplessly, there are a few more suitable weapons for you within the B-class weapons, it's just that they're a bit expensive in terms of price. It's estimated that it'll cost 200 merit badges.
200 merit honors.
Hearing this price, Lin Yu had a burst of egg pain. This B-class weapon, the price was just expensive.
He pondered for a while and asked, what about customization? More expensive.
Chen Shang shrugged, it can't be helped, your requirements are really a bit strange. In this volume of the sword also have to have this kind of weight, the materials used are very special. There is no way for a C-grade weapon to meet the requirements. C-grade alloy density is there.
That will have to do.
Lin Yu was helpless. In 1 month, he had been promoted from a quasi-martial artist to a first-grade high-ranking martial artist, and his chi and blood were still doubly increased, which had made his physical qualities comparable to that of an ordinary second-grade martial artist, and the weapons he used, naturally, had to be more iterative.
Come with me, I'll take you to pick a weapon. Chen Shang didn't dawdle and said he would leave. 10 minutes later. This is it.
Lin Yu held a pitch-black longsword in his hand and gently waved it, a satisfied look on his face. Whether it was the weight or the feel of the sword, this sword was suitable. Good eye. Chen Sheng praised, this sword is considered good even among B-grade weapons, even a third-grade martial artist can use it. The material used is cloud ink iron, which is extremely rare, and as long as the chi and blood outbursts don't exceed 10,000 points, it will be able to withstand it. After a pause, he added, of course, the price is also relatively high, 240 merit points.
240 is 240, where do I pay?
Lin Yu played with the long sword, lovingly. He was interested in weaponry itself, and when he found something that took advantage of it, he naturally loved it to bits.
Foreground.
Qin Shang said, I also don't know how you, a second-grade martial artist, would even know about this.
I'm a new student, is it strange that I don't know this?
Lin Yu took his sword back into its sheath and turned around to walk towards the front desk.
A new student?
Chen Shang was first stunned, then his face was filled with incredulity.
Holy? Another second-grade freshman? Are all the freshmen in this class so fierce?
With this one, there are 5 second-graders in this class.
Is this going to turn the world upside down?
Chen Shang recalled the previous few freshmen who had come to pick out weapons and was creeped out for a moment. Soon after paying the bill, Lin Yu headed to the 4th floor to purchase some necessary pills and left the merit building.
Well, spent a total of 500 merit badges. Walking down the road, Lin Yu had a heartache.
In addition to this deposed black sword, he had also acquired some elixirs for his usual cultivation. It couldn't be helped, the chi and blood within the sovereign trigger finger was close to being depleted. Without chi and blood elixirs, the progress would be delayed quite a bit, and although the consumption of chi and blood for practicing battle techniques wasn't great, there was always a consumption.
Moreover, with Lin Yu's physical quality, the first-grade chi and blood pills simply couldn't satisfy his needs. The second-grade chi and blood pills were undoubtedly much more expensive. Most importantly, although it was said that at the beginning of the school year the school promised to provide Lin Yu with free resources to break through to the 4th grade, but the chi and blood pills were not counted in it. This thing belonged to consumables. Only things like bone hardening dan and body refining liquid could be applied for free from the school. Therefore, this trip down, Lin Yu's expenses were huge. How could a normal first-grade martial artist be as extravagant as him? What was even more extravagant was that this guy exchanged chi and blood pills in order to cultivate his battle techniques. If he let other people know about it, I don't know how he would feel about it. Simply as a loser.
In the next few moments, Lin Yu began to frantically cultivate his battle techniques. Every day, apart from resting, he was in the practicing room, and occasionally he would go to Qin Jiro's villa to ask some questions about cultivation, to which Qin Jiro was naturally unstinting. A week passed quickly. During this time, Lin Yu's breakthrough in battle techniques was not small. On the one hand, it was because he was diligent enough and generous enough. After all, he even used the second-grade chi and blood pills, so it could be said that he was rich and generous. And on the other hand, it was also because Qin Jiro was really good. Often when Lin Yu encountered problems, she was able to find the source and hit the nail on the head. Inside the practice room, a silhouette holding a pitch-black long sword, either slashing, stabbing, or teasing. The sword light is like ink, dancing recklessly in the air, and the sound of breaking air rises in all directions. For a long time, the person holding the sword stopped moving and let out a long breath. Drops of sweat continuously dripped from his chin, which could be seen from the degree of hard work.
This person was none other than Lin Yu.
A week of constantly revising the way of chi and blood eruption has finally paid off. At least the increase should be at 1.2 times now, and it's only a hair's breadth away from a minor accomplishment. This kind of speed, it's not bad at all. Lin Yu swung his black sword and murmured in a low voice. It was thanks to the fact that no one else heard this, or else they would definitely spit on him.
What do you mean it's okay?
In a week's time, cultivating the battle method to the stage of 1.2 times increase, at such a speed, it's simply perverted, okay?
Chapter 107. Of course, the fast progress in battle techniques wasn't purely due to Lin Yu's high talent.
One of the most important reasons was that through these few days of cultivation, Lin Yu had gained a deeper level of knowledge about the battle technique, and he realized that the various ways of generating power in the battle technique were somewhat similar to the Qi generation of the previous life's national art. Lin Yu even suspected that the first person who pioneered the battle technique was using the Qi machine as a reference for comparison, and then made improvements afterward, thus creating the battle technique system. Although there were not many similarities, it was vaguely possible to see some shadows. Therefore, Lin Yu's progress on top of the battle techniques was frighteningly fast. But that didn't mean that it was also smooth sailing. It was easy to get started, but there was always a line of separation from reaching the point of minor success. And it was this line of difference that made the increase in battle power a full 0.2 times less. Such a number, to put it mildly, but for a martial artist, it could be considered a world of difference.
It's a pity that always feels like it lacks something.
Casually swinging out 2 swords, Lin Yu murmured in a low voice. It's just that, there's no rush. The martial arts path is about a long and slow flow, and the days to come will be long. After putting the black sword away, Lin Yu took a bath, changed his clothes and prepared to leave. In September, the climate was just right, so it was suitable to come out and relax. However, after all, it is a martial arts university, and other colleges and universities are still very different. The students are busy practicing, not many people come out to hang out, coupled with the reason that the school area is very large. For a time, the entire campus seems a little lonely. Lin Yu walked on the road back to the dormitory, his heart recalling the content of today's training over and over again.
Lin Yu?
Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Lin Yu stopped with some surprise, looking towards the direction of the source of the sound, only to see two men wearing the uniform of the Martial Artist Association walking towards him. And these two men, he didn't recognize. Something's wrong? Lin Yu was puzzled. Count on it. A long-haired youth on his left spoke. I heard that you're the top student amongst this class of candidates? Lin Yu frowned and didn't answer. Seeing that Lin Yu had no intention of answering, the long-haired youth smiled and spoke. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Lei. I'm from Haichang. Hello. Lin Yu nodded. I heard that you are very strong. You passed the trial tower just after enrollment. I've always been curious about geniuses like you. Can you spar with me? Wang Lei smiled brightly, with a look of eagerness to try. Not interested. Lin Yu shook his head and prepared to leave. What a joke, he was still too short of time to cultivate every day. He couldn't wait for a 25-hour day. Where would he find the time to spar with someone? Idle? Not to mention that these two people are still from the Martial Artist Association. Lin Yu does not believe that this is simply to come to cut the competition to come. Don't be so hasty to reject it first. I don't have any malicious intent. I'm simply interested in geniuses and want to find out where exactly I differ from geniuses. Wang Lei explained. If you want to find a genius, then you have to go find Lin Xiaoyuan. He's the #1 in the trial tower. What's the point of looking for me? Lin Yu didn't have the good sense to say. I can't beat him. Wang Lei grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Very honest. Then don't you know where the gap is? All the more reason not to look for me. Lin Yu said. It's not the same. Wang Lei shook his head. Lin Xiaoyuan's kind of demon. He doesn't even come out once in a few years. It's normal that I can't beat him, but... The end of the words intentionally dragged a long tone, meaningful. I see. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. You feel that you have no chance of winning against Lin Xiaoyuan, but in my case, you have a chance, right? I didn't say that. Wang Lei smiled brightly, but behind that seemingly sunny smile, there was more or less some contempt in it. He stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. His meaning was obvious. I just look down on you and think that you are not as good as Lin Xiaoyuan. How about it? Angry, right? Want to beat me up? Want to prove that you're better than Lin Xiaoyuan? Then accept the challenge. Years. With regards to this invitation to battle, Wang Lei did have a few degrees of certainty. Of course, this certainty meant he could ensure that Lin Yu would accept his challenge. This kind of high-minded genius was very good to target. Just reveal a feeling of contempt in an invisible way, but of course, it wouldn't do to be too obvious. It would be taken for a retard. A scale like the current one was just right. It could both make Lin Yu's heart resentful and also show his attitude in just the right way. Lin Yu stood still and didn't say anything. Wang Lei saw that he was somewhat moved, and decided to add another fire. Of course, when it comes to sparring, my strength is definitely not too high, this you can rest assured. A solid first grade, you can pass the trial tower, and it won't be lower than the peak of the first grade. How about it, come and have a fight. After saying that, he quietly looked at Lin Yu with a bland expression. The words have been said at this point, being of the same grade, I don't believe that you will not take it. Geniuses care most about dignity. If you've been stepped on, you must jump and fight to prove yourself. Sure enough, just as Wang Lei was thinking this, he only saw Lin Yu's lips move slightly, and it looked like he was about to make a move. Here it comes, he's going to say yes. Wang Lei has a good chest. Subsequently. Not interested. Only Lin Yu shook his head slightly, then twisted his head and walked away, his movements extremely snappy. Wang Lei? There's something wrong with the script. Shouldn't you have said yes in a fit of rage? What's with the reaction now? Where's your dignity? Where's your genius pride? Eaten by dogs? For a while, Wang Lei had some confused thoughts and didn't say anything else. After a short period of silence, the short-haired youth next to Wang Lei held his forehead and sighed. I told you, this set of yours won't work. How did I know that this guy doesn't care about dignity so much? Wang Lei was a little depressed. As a well-known small genius beater, he was already familiar with this set of rules, and he had tried it all, but today he was planted on Lin Yu. Strange, this Lin Yu is still not accepting the challenge even after being belittled so much. His heart is too stable. Wang Lei murmured in a low voice. It's better for me to come, it's all been said. He's from a commoner's family after all. He's not the same as those worldly geniuses. The short-haired youth said, then let out a shout in the direction Lin Yu left. Kid, stay back. Do you want to know why we came to challenge you? Lin Yu still walked sullenly without paying any attention. This didn't stop either. Looking at Lin Yu's back that was gradually moving away, Wang Lei said in a depressed manner. The short-haired youth was full of concern and swore, he'll stop, I'm sure. The fish, sooner or later, will take the bait. Is it reliable? Wang Lei asked. The short-haired youth didn't answer him, instead, he counted down to himself. 3, 2, 1. Stop. The short-haired youth gently clenched one hand, and a confident faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, very subdued. Didn't stop, eh? Wang Lei looked over. By now Lin Yu was about to disappear out of sight, walking fast. He looked at the short-haired youth, who also looked at him, and the two of them looked at each other. Silence. Half a day.
Going after it?
To chase. Under the setting sun, two silhouettes ran on the road, one after the other, looking extremely cheerful. In the end, they were martial artists, running speed was still very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up with Lin Yu.
What exactly do you two want to do?
I've said it all, not interested. Looking at the two who were blocking in front of him, Lin Yu said helplessly. What is this called, encountering two pieces of cowhide for no reason? I'm not going to bull this challenge, you have to accept it even if you do, you have to accept it even if you don't. The short-haired youth said in a cold voice.
Then I won't take it. Lin Yu was very dry, bypassing the duo and continuing to walk forward.
Lin Yu. Just a few steps away, a short-haired youth's voice came from behind. Don't be a smartass, I know, you don't have the heart to participate in these fights.
But what I'm going to tell you is that it's no longer up to you, we are now representing the Martial Artist Association. You're a smart man, the weight of this, you won't be unaware of it.
Oh? Lin Yu stopped, turned around, and opened his mouth. Then what if I really don't agree?
It's fine if you don't agree.
The short-haired youth sneered, but will you still be able to cultivate so peacefully afterward?
There are so many people in the Martial Artist Association, I don't think it's a difficult task to interfere with your cultivation, right?
Such as? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. For example, traveling to the wilderness area to practice, that requires forming a team. Once the Martial Artist Association gives the word, no one will dare to form a team with you. Trust me, the Martial Artist Association definitely has the strength to do so.
That's it? Naturally more than that.
When the short-haired youth saw that Lin Yu looked like he couldn't care less, his heart flamed and he said fiercely, in school, you can indeed avoid battle and we can't do anything about you. But, you always have to go to the wilderness area or even the extraterritorial battlefield to train, right?
How many members does the Martial Association have?
You should also understand that when the time comes, it won't be hard to really do something, right?
So, you're threatening me?
Lin Yu said.
You can also understand it that way.
The short-haired youth smiled.
And? No, think about it.
The short-haired youth shrugged.
Then it's my turn.
Lin Yu looked calm and lightly pressed on the heavenly information wristband, then a voice rang out.
Lin Yu.
Don't be a smartass, I know that you don't have the heart to get involved in these fights.
But what I'm going to tell you is that it's no longer up to you, we are now representing the Martial Artist Association. You're a smart person, the weight of this, you won't be unaware.
Recording. Hearing the sound coming out from within the wristband, the short-haired youth's face changed violently. He had never thought that Lin Yu was actually recording all of their conversations. Trouble. The long-haired youth also looked grave. This recording would be a big deal if it was handed over to the school authorities. The first half was nothing, but the second half, that would be a big taboo.
What is a wilderness area?
The main battlefield where humans and ferocious beasts fought, where a large number of martial artists entered every day, and it was these martial artists that maintained the balance between humans and ferocious beasts. Therefore, in the wilderness area, it was strictly forbidden to kill one's own kind.
Once discovered, there would be no amnesty for killing.
Zhang Yu, the short-haired youth, was undoubtedly saying with those words just now that if Lin Yu dared to go to the wilderness area, then the Martial Artists Association would get their hands dirty. Of course, it was actually just that, the Martial Artists Association wouldn't dare, nor would they go that far. But the problem was that the words had already been said and recorded, and the consequences of that were, without a doubt, serious. Of course, it was impossible for the Martial Artists Association to fall just because of such a recording, it wasn't that simple. But Zhang Yu, for sure, was going to be in bad luck. Being expelled from Yangdu Martial University, not to mention, according to the criminal law of martial artists, based on this speech alone, it was punishable by a sentence.
How? Lin Yu turned around and looked at the duo with interest. Still want to threaten me? No. Can't.
Zhang Yu hurriedly shook his head, obviously also knowing the importance of the matter. He even explained, Lin Yu, listen to me. The words I said just now, I was just talking casually. It's impossible for the Martial Artist Association to do such a thing, and I don't have that much energy.
That I know. Lin Yu nodded. So then, this is all your personal idea? Trying to tamper with the wilderness area? No.
Zhang Yu shook his head back and forth. A joke, what a joke. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat. If this matter was not handled well, then his career as a martial artist would end here. This move of Lin Yu's was really underhanded. Of course, he also blamed himself for not thinking straight when he spoke.
But what if I take it seriously? If this recording is handed into the school, guess what will happen?
Lin Yu said with a smile.
Don't.
Zhang Yu clenched his teeth. Lin Yu, I admit it. As long as you don't hand over the recording, I promise I won't look for trouble with you, and when I see you from now on, I'll take a detour and disappear from your sight.
If I hand over the recording, you will naturally disappear in front of my eyes as well.
Lin Yu said without haste.
Then what do you want? How about this?
Lin Yu said lazily, I won't make things difficult for you. 500 merit badges, I cannot hand the recording in.
You can. But you must delete the recording.
Zhang Yu immediately agreed. Although 500 merit honors was also a large amount of money for him, he could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater compared to his career as a martial artist. Lin Yu shook his head. That won't do, I still have to keep the recording in my hand, otherwise what if you find me in trouble? Of course, I promise. After that, as long as you behave yourself, this recording, naturally, can be treated as if it doesn't exist.
No way. Zhang Yu was decisive. If you threaten me with this afterward, then won't I be at your mercy? Yes, so.
Lin Yu's eyes lit up. I didn't even think that you were quite smart.
Zhang Yu. Lin Yu, don't go too far.
Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and was anxious.
Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. You're the ones who came to trouble me today, right? If you don't pay something, I'm afraid I can't say it. Lin Yu said.
Why should I trust you?
Zhang Yu asked drily. Just forget it if you don't believe me.
Lin Yu stretched out his right hand and tapped the heavenly information wristband on his left wrist.
Don't. I'll give. I give.
Seeing this action of Lin Yu, Zhang Yu's heart was in his throat and he even drank. Due to his overexcitement, his voice was plucked up in pitch, as if he was crowing like a chicken, which sounded rather amusing.
Clever. Lin Yu appreciated. My martial artist account is 857. It's fine. Zhang Yu nodded and instantly transferred 200 merits to Lin Yu's account.
After the operation, he raised his head and said, I don't have that many merit honors right now, I need time to gather the remaining 300 merit honors.
That's not a problem, as soon as possible, otherwise, I'm not sure if my hands will shake.
Lin Yu said indifferently. He wasn't worried that this person would renege on his debt. After all, the recording was still there.
Don't worry, it will be transferred to your account as soon as possible.
But if you make an issue out of these again, don't blame me for being impolite.
Zhang Yu said. As long as you abide by the rules, I won't bother with you, don't you think so?
Lin Yu said with a smirk. Zhang Yu was first silent for a while, then said, Don't worry, I won't trouble you again.
Then you don't have to worry. Lin Yu waved his hand and stepped away. Then, you two, this is goodbye. I'll take the merits, many thanks.
The tone of his voice was quite happy.
There is no way, somehow picking up 500 merit badges for nothing makes anyone happy.
As people walk on the road, merit honors come from the sky.
Alas, this. Wait.
Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, Wan Lei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up.
What? You're going to send me merits as well?
Lin Yu was in a good mood, so he turned around and casually flirted. It was just such a flirtation, but to his surprise, Wan Lei nodded with a serious expression. Yes.
Lin Yu. Zhang Yu. This Wan Lei, what's wrong with his brain?
The two of them were speechless one after another and looked at Wan Lei with a look of looking at an idiot.
Feeling the eyes of the two, Wan Lei was unconcerned and continued, It depends on whether you dare to take it or not. Tell me.
Lin Yu was also interested and said.
Battle me, 500 merits. You want to bet on the battle? Help Zhang Yu win back the merit honors?
No, as long as the battle is fought, win or lose, 500 merit honors go to you.
Wang Lei said in a deep voice, How about it, take it or leave it? Not a gambling battle? Lin Yu stroked his chin. Then is it because you want to take advantage of the gambling battle to remove my arms or legs? Wang Lei. MMP, this guy is so wimpy. No way.
Wang Lei shook his head and explained, Don't worry, point to point. You know the rules of the school, as long as you don't sign a life and death contract, if you maliciously hurt someone you will be punished.
It's just a normal sparring session, you don't have to worry. This way,
Lin Yu considered, then nodded. Since you are so gracious, then I really have no reason to refuse. I'm a person who has always disliked brushing off other people's face. Since you're so eager to fight with me, out of the friendship of classmates, then I definitely have to agree.
Goddamn classmate friendship.
Wang Lei a burst of egg pain. You damn is to see my 500 merits, as much as pull calf. In that case, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, see you in the ring of the Martial Artist Association.
The egg pain returned to the egg pain. Wang Lei still said the specific time and place. Can do.
Lin Yu nodded, then said, Then what? You transfer the merit to me first, otherwise I'm not solid in this heart.
Wang Lei and Zhang Yu are both speechless. Damn, just a mouthful of classmate friendship, and now they can't even tolerate this amount of time?
This horse.
What people nah. Okay.
Wang Lei nodded with some depression, then transferred 250 points of merit toward Lin Yu. I'll give you half of it first, and the remaining half, I'll give it after the fight.
No problem. Lin Yu happily gave an okay gesture. I'll definitely be on time tomorrow. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first. No.
Wang Lei shook his head.
Alright, see you two later.
Lin Yu purposely said goodbye towards the two before leaving, extremely polite. He was now looking at the two, how he looked at them.
1,000 merits nah. Converted into federal currency that's 20-30 million, rounded up that's 100 million.
Easily so earned a small goal, natural heart is extremely happy.
More money giving children like this would be better. Why did you raise such high conditions?
Looking at Lin Yu's distant figure, Zhang Yu spoke.
There's no way.
Wang Lei sighed heavily. Recently, Lin Yu's popularity has been very strong, and before he stepped into the 100-strong ranking, there's no way to target him in the martial association.
This time, it's the last chance, I have to do this. I understand the reasoning.
Zheng Yu turned his head to look at Wang Lei, but what I want to say is, why did you offer 500 merits? With that kid's temperament, I reckon he would agree even if it was 100 merits.
Wang Lei was speechless. It seemed to be so. Wouldn't that be a big loss? Chapter 108, The Strange Wang Lei. Looking at the sad-looking Wang Lei, Zheng Yu spoke out to comfort him. It's fine, didn't I lose 500 merit badges as well? Ha! It seems like it too.
Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Lei suddenly felt much better and smiled. That's right, it's not just me who lost money, everyone lost money together, so it seems like it's not so unacceptable haha not to suffer from scarcity, but to suffer from unevenness, that's how it is.
Zheng Yu also smiled. The two of them then looked at each other with a face full of bitterness. Building A, Room 101.
An appointment, this martial artist association, is a bit interesting. Returning to his room, Lin Yu neither hurriedly cultivated nor rested. After pondering for a little while, he opened the heavenly message.
He wanted to contact someone. Lin Yi. What is it?
The video connected, and Lin Yi, dressed in his practicing clothes and clearly still in the middle of his cultivation just now, spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of surprise on his expression. Although it was said that he and Lin Yu had exchanged contact information at the beginning of the school year, for a month now, neither of them had contacted each other once, and there was no need to do so. After all, when it came down to it, the two of them didn't actually have much of a friendship. And right now, a calm day, Lin Yu is suddenly called a Skype, which makes it hard for Lin Yi not to be surprised.
Spying on someone from you.
Lin Yu didn't ink a word and opened his mouth.
Who? Wang Lei from the Martial Artist Association.
Wang Lei, Lin Yi frowned and thought for a moment, seemingly searching his mind for information on this person. After a long time, he shook his head, no impression. Lin Yu was speechless for a while, then said, You don't even know the people of your Martial Artist Association, what's the point of talking about inside and outside cooperation, this cooperation, when it really can't be relied upon?
There are many people in the Martial Artist Association, I can't know every single one of them. Lin Yi explained.
What? What's the point of asking this all of a sudden?
Nothing, he's looking for me for a date. Promised? Promised. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, This way I'll help you poke around and give you the news later.
After saying that, he snuffed out the heavenly message. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry and waited quietly while his heart was silently calculating. Looking at this reaction from Lin Yi, this Wang Lei didn't seem to be a well-known figure. That's right, an old student still stuck at the first rank, what kind of ruthless character could he be? Thinking about it like this, Lin Yu was somewhat disinterested. About 10 minutes later, the heavenly news rang out. Lin Yi came with a message. After picking up, Lin Yi opened the door and said, I've inquired, this Wang Lei is a junior, and is now at the peak of the first grade cultivation.
Junior year? Only at the peak of the first grade?
Lin Yu was stunned. He originally thought that this person was at most a sophomore, but he didn't expect that he was actually already a junior.
This was really a bit out of his expectation.
One must know that in a top martial arts university like Yangdu Martial Arts University, most of the students in their third year of college were of the second grade and above, and there were even quite a few of the third grade. The peak of the first grade, if it was put into the society of ordinary people, it would indeed be considered a character, but in the third grade of this Yangdu Martial University, it was definitely the bottom of the barrel.
Right. Lin Yi nodded. This is too weak. Lin Yi was a bit speechless, this much talent and still looking for a date with himself? Creepy? Weak? No, he's not weak. Lin Yi shook his head, his expression serious. Tomorrow's appointment won't be that simple. How so? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and came to be interested. Listening to this statement from Lin Yi, behind this, there seemed to be a hidden agenda?
Lin Yi continued, according to the information I've poked around, this Wang Lei isn't as simple as it seems.
Hiding his cultivation? Lin Yu guessed.
That's not true, he's still a solid first grade. But, is recognized as the strongest first grade. In the first 2 years, there wasn't anyone who was his opponent at the first grade stage.
Lin Yi explained. So powerful?
Then why is he still stuck at the first rank even in his junior year? In the end, even if he's strong, he's still only a first rank, right?
Lin Yu said.
I'm not sure about this, some say he was injured and couldn't break through, some say he had other plans, in short, there's no specific statement. But it's worth noting that he was at the peak of the first grade in his freshman year, and his chi and blood are very majestic, and his battle technique attainments are extremely high.
Quite interesting. Lin Yu smiled.
Anyway, you be careful, he beat all the first grades the year before last, and now in his junior year he's definitely become even stronger. Even I deduced that if Lin Xiaoyuan was also a first grade, he might not even be able to defeat him. I've collected some information here and sent it to you, pay attention to check it. After saying that, Lin Yi cut off the communication. Then, with a ding sound, the information was sent over.
Lin Yu clicked on the information, and it was full of information about Wang Lei. August 2019, Wang Lei battles Student Council Wang Hu, Wang Lei wins. August 2019, Wang Lei battles Martial Artist Association's second grade martial artist Ho Tao, Wang Lei wins. The front is densely packed with dozens of articles all about Wang Lei's battle results. It had to be said that his battle record was indeed brilliant. He had never lost a battle in the first rank realm, and that included the first rank realm of Kyoto Martial Arts University. Moreover, he had won many battles against the second grade, so it was obvious that this was a person with a very strong combat power. It was a pity that he didn't make a breakthrough, otherwise, I'm afraid that he would really be a man of the hour. Also an expert with a sword, interesting. After roughly skimming through it, Lin Yu turned off the information and didn't look at it in detail. It was also after reading this information that he raised some interest in Wang Lei. As for why, it was a question that had to be mentioned. That is, what kind of person was Lin Yu? Easy-going? Straight-talking? Uncomplicated? Taking it all in stride? Not interested in fame or fortune? Neither. Essentially, he was a very proud person, and this kind of pride was latent in his bones, and it was hard to feel it on a normal day. But in reality, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. He was low-key, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a pursuit for the martial arts. He was aloof, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a militant heart. Underneath his seemingly handsome and clean appearance, concealed was an incomparably wild heart. This is also an important factor that he was able to ascend to the top of the martial arts in his previous life. To really say that he is just stifling cultivation every day to go to the top, that's just bull. Practicing martial arts is the most taboo a closed door to build a car. Therefore, he was actually belligerent. At the same time, he was extremely proud. So proud that ordinary people were not in his eyes, and mediocre talents, naturally, would not be taken seriously by him. He wouldn't despise the weak-minded, but the weak wouldn't get his respect either. Therefore, for Wang Lei's provocation, he actually didn't put much on his mind. After all, he didn't know Wang Lei before. In his opinion, how strong could someone who didn't even have a reputation in this school be? But now, it was provoked some interest. In fact, if Wang Lei had shown a strong side from the start, without the need for merit badges, Lin Yu might have even agreed to his appointment. He likewise needs a person to test the results of his recent cultivation. If it were not for the fact that the school has a rule that you cannot enter the wilderness area for the first 3 months, I am afraid that Lin Yu is all alone to kill into the wilderness area. Is really a little bit of an itchy hand. Now, Wang Lei is also a good opponent. First grade invincible. Lin Yu smiled. I'm looking forward to it. He smiled confidently, even a little conceited. Being of the same first grade, Lin Yu did not feel that he would be inferior to this Wang Lei. An unexpected pleasure. After sighing, Lin Yu washed up and rested. Tomorrow was the main event. Chapter 109, the beginning of the engagement. The next day, Lin Yu got up early as usual. The appointment with Wang Lei did not actually have any impact on him, usually how it should be, how it will be today. His mind is very stable. At 9 o'clock, Lin Yu walked out of his room and headed to the Martial Artist Association. Strange. As he walked along the road, Lin Yu frowned slightly, sensing a hint of something unusual. Along the way, he had encountered quite a few people, and this road, at this time of the year in the past, was sparsely traveled, not to mention people. Even a dog would be hard to come across. But today was different. From time to time, he could see an endless stream of people traveling to the Martial Artist Association. Most importantly, these people would all cast a meaningful glance after Lin Yu. This Martial Artist Association, it's still really ill-intentioned. Lin Yu's mouth picked up a smile. Obviously, the matter of his appointment with Wang Lei today had already spread. Therefore, it had attracted a lot of people to come and watch the fun. Otherwise, at such a time when classes should have been in session, how could there be so many people heading to the Martial Artist Association? It simply didn't make sense. The truth was just as Lin Yu had guessed. When he arrived at the ring, from a distance, he saw that the crowd of onlookers had already surrounded the place. The battle is really big. It is indeed a painstaking effort. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu helplessly shook his head inside. A first-grade invincible Wang Lei wanted to spar with himself even at the cost of 500 merits, plus such a big scene. How could he not guess the intentions of the Martial Artist Association? This Martial Artist Association was nothing more than trying to prove that in front of them, the great exam scholar was also a life that could only be suppressed. Is it worth it to make a mess of this? Lin Yu was a bit not very understanding. 500 merit badges, that's not a small amount, just to set up such a ring? Even if you beat yourself, so what can you prove? Although Lin Yu was confident in his own strength, he didn't feel that he was the best in the world. He still understood the truth that there was no end to the martial arts path, not to mention that he was still just a small first-grade martial artist. Even if he lost, what could he do? Forget it, don't want to think about this. 500 merit badges have been obtained, and there is another good sparring opponent. Other than that, let's talk about it. After thinking for a little while, Lin Yu took big strides towards the ring. As soon as he entered, he attracted the attention of everyone present. It couldn't be helped that he was originally one of the protagonists of this appointment, and coupled with his incredibly handsome face and elegant and dusty temperament, it was hard not to draw attention to him. Lin Yu is here. He really wants to spar with Senior Wang Lei?
Senior Wang Lei is recognized as invincible in the first grade realm. Even if Lin Xiaoyuan is in the first grade, he may not be able to beat Senior Wang Lei. How come this Lin Yu? Who knows, maybe he wants to prove himself. After all, the trial was supposed to be his first, but it turned out to be suppressed by Lin Xiaoyuan, so I guess he was a bit unconvinced in his heart. Also, the crowd spoke as you and I speculated about Lin Yu's intentions. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Yu was unconcerned, ignoring a gaze and walking straight to a table in front of the ring. On the table, there were 3 words written: Arbitration Office. Generally speaking, when a student initiated a date, it would first go through the arbitration office, otherwise, it would be a private fight and would be punished. Since the Martial Artists Association was going to make a move against Lin Yu, it was naturally well prepared.
Are you Lin Yu?
Before he even got close, a soft middle-aged male voice floated over from behind the table.
Yes.
Lin Yu answered without stopping his steps, then stood in front of the table. The one who asked was a teacher from the arbitration office, who was usually in charge of some matters of the Martial Artists Association. He looked very easygoing, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze, and in front of his chest, a nameplate glittered under the sunlight.
You want to challenge Wang Lei?
The arbitration teacher opened his mouth with interest and asked.
No. Lin Yu shook his head. It's Wang Lei who is challenging me. I see. Nodding, it dawned on him.
This Wang Lei indeed loves to challenge geniuses, but such a big battle today is quite rare. While saying that, he also looked around with some surprise. Lin Yu smiled. Someone purposely publicized it, that's how it is. Smiled, didn't say anything, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Because of the reason that the position was rather special, he had frequent contact with the students of the Martial Artists Association, and the doorway of this was naturally clear. I don't know how this Lin Yu and the Martial Artists Association are going to face each other.
Slightly sighed in his heart. However, he didn't say anything either.
In fact, it was impossible for the school to be unaware of the targeting among the students, only that they all turned a blind eye. After all, martial arts universities were different from normal universities. Without fighting, how could any good seedlings be produced? It was only in times of chaos that heroes could emerge. Therefore, even if the martial artists would sit on their hands so much, the Yangdu Martial University would generally not interfere too much. As long as it was within the rules, it was not good to say anything. However, he still reminded, this Wang Lei is very strong, so get a grip on yourself and admit defeat when you should. Don't try to be brave and get hurt, otherwise, the loss will not be worth it.
Thank you, teacher, for your concern. Lin Yu smiled. I know in my heart.
He could sense that it was indeed not malicious towards him. Nodding his head, alright, I won't say more, you are not a child anymore. Remember, you now belong to the golden cultivation period. If you hurt your fundamentals because of fighting, it won't be a small matter.
Understood. Lin Yu said.
Right at this moment, there was another commotion from the crowd and Lin Yu turned his head to look, only to see Wang Lei walking towards the ring together with a few people from the Martial Artists Association.
Came quite early. Walking up to Lin Yu, Wang Lei smiled and greeted him. Just waiting for you to come. Looks like you're confident. Naturally.
Lin Yu was not modest and calmly said. Since he had already agreed to the match, he had no intention of losing. It was yet to be determined who the deer would die. If you, the Martial Association, want to use me to build up your prestige, then you have to see if you're good enough. I hope you don't fall down too quickly later. Wang Lei said indifferently, I've seen quite a few geniuses in the previous 2 years who were also this confident, but it's a pity that none of them could fight. To be honest, in your term, there's only one Lin Xiaoyuan who deserves my proper attention, but it's a pity that he advanced to the second grade too quickly and didn't have the time to challenge him, which makes me a bit regretful. I hope you can make up for this regret of mine.
Don't worry. But Lin Xiaoyuan doesn't dare to challenge after advancing to the second rank? It seems like you aren't as strong as I thought. Lin Yu laughed. Wang Lei glanced at Lin Yu and said, I'm not stupid, why do I still want to fight in a game that I'm bound to lose? Too idle to panic? Then you are also quite idle now. Lin Yu said.
Upon hearing this, Wang Lei first froze, then reacted to the meaning of Lin Yu's words and laughed out loud. Huh? Lin Yu, you're really funny, I hope you don't kneel too fast later. After saying that, also did not care how Lin Yu reacted, turned his head to, said, Teacher, I'm Wang Lei. Lin Yu slightly shook his head, but did not say anything. At the same time, outside the crowd, 3 people joined hands. 2 men and 1 woman, the man was handsome and the woman was pretty, forming a very eye-catching scenery.
These 3 people were none other than Lin Yi, Lin Xiaoyuan, and Lin Jiao.
Such a combination naturally caused quite a commotion. Although they weren't participating in today's appointment, each of them was a man of the people. Lin Xiaoyuan was, needless to say, the number 1 freshman, whose aura was dazzling enough, and his popularity was a few points stronger than even the top scholar of the grand examination, Lin Yu. Lin Jiao, strength in the new students is definitely the top level, coupled with that heavenly face value, just as soon as enrolled in school has become the dream goddess of countless people, popularity than Lin Xiaoyuan only higher. As for Lin Yi, although he wasn't as good as the previous two, he was also the strongest amongst the new students.
A single gaze instantly focused on the three. Hey, it's really a match.
Lin Yi saw Lin Yu and Wang Lei at the arbitration and grinned. This Lin Yu is really dishonest. He even dared to agree to Wang Lei's appointment. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to hold out for 3 moves later.
That may not be the case.
Lin Jiao coldly glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yu's strength isn't weak either.
You think so highly of Lin Yu?
Lin Shouyuan was surprised. It's not that I'm belittling him, the strength is there. If he wants to win against Wang Lei, he still lacks a bit of fire. Wang Lei's strength is definitely over the top. After all, stopping at the peak of the first rank for so long, fighting the second rank is not a difficult task.
The recognized invincibility of the first rank is not just talk.
On the 6th floor of the trial tower, isn't it also second grade strength?
Lin Jiao asked rhetorically. It's not the same.
Lin Shouyuan shook his head. Wang Lei passed the 6th floor with ease back then as well, and with the progress he has made in the past 2 months, I'm afraid that even I find it tricky.
You are you, Lin Yu is Lin Yu.
Lin Jiao was expressionless.
Also,
Lin Shouyuan nodded, his eyes flickering slightly, but I'm puzzled as to why you're so optimistic about him.
He has the strength.
Lin Jiao looked at Lin Yu in the distance, her tone softening slightly, that's all.
Lin Yi looked at Lin Shouyuan and laughed, he. This you don't understand, this is called a lover's eye.
At those words, Lin Shouyuan's face changed slightly, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Lin Jiao remained expressionless. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. The voice was calm, but it was creeping Lin Yi out. He knew that this young girl was showing signs of anger. As for what kind of anger it was, that was unknown. He. I'll shut up.
Lin Yi hurriedly conceded, but his afterglow was an untraceable glance at Lin Shouyuan.
Lin Shouyuan was as if he hadn't realized it and said to Lin Jiao, Lin Yu's strength is indeed quite strong, but there's no need to value him to this extent, right? Moreover, even Instructor Qin values him so much, this is something I don't understand. Lin Jiao pursed her lips and smiled slightly, a smile that instantly made everything lose its color. You envy? It's quite envious, after all, to be able to have this creation. Lin Shouyuan looked at Lin Jiao's smile and stuttered slightly, then nodded. A cold light flashed in both of his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu. I know very well what kind of person Tutor Qin is. I would like to see what exactly he has that is worthy of Tutor Qin's regard.
Face chanting.
Lin Yi instantly took over the conversation and shrugged. This kid is so good looking, and I heard that Tutor Qin hasn't talked
about it.
He couldn't continue halfway through his sentence because 2 icy gazes stared at him at the same time.
Ahem, I'm just kidding, ha.
Feeling Lin Jiao and Lin Shouyuan's gazes, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a jolt and even explained.
Let's watch the engagement.
Lin Jiao shifted her gaze back to the field and said quietly. The 3 of them then fell into silence. On the other side, the agreement has been signed, and this engagement is in effect. This sparring session is on point and no one shall be hurt or killed.
Understand?
Holding a document in his hand, he barked towards the duo. Understood. Lin Yu and Wang Lei nodded at the same time. Then, get in the ring. Signaled. Wang Lei walked towards the ring and also threw a provocative look towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly, and without making any words, he also followed. Soon, the duo stood on both sides of the ring. Once again, in this competition, no lives shall be hurt, point to point. If necessary, I will step in to stop the competition. Standing in the center of the ring, he once again admonished, his eyes even stared heavily at Wang Lei. Obviously, he didn't think that Lin Yu was Wang Lei's opponent, fearing that Wang Lei would be too heavy-handed and hurt Lin Yu's foundation. Don't worry, senior brother and I are just sparring, we don't mean that. Wang Lei said with a smile.
So best. Nodded, then leaped down to the ring, then.
Prepare to prepare, the competition will start later.
Clank.
As soon as the words fell, the duo in the ring drew out their long swords one after another, and the sound of sharp swords coming out of their sheaths sounded almost simultaneously. Obviously, both of them were people who used swords.
Needlepoint against wheat. Look at the opposing sides. Look to the left first, Lin Yu.
All dressed in black, the posture of the young man holding a sword in one hand looks casual and free, just like an immortal descending to the world, with a dusty temperament. The end is a handsome and dashing, imposing, eyebrow star like a sword, jade tree wind, outstanding, look than Panin. He stood so quietly, but the body radiates the style of writing and light dust is fascinated by the bottom of the crowd of girls watching the battle cannot close their legs, face flower crazy.
Good a fluttering beautiful boy. Look to the right again, Wang Lei. It's a person.
Both sides just stood there, but the smell of gunpowder in the air was already too strong. Lin Yu's eyes were bitterly cold, and his face, which looked like a knife, was filled with solemnity. Wang Lei's eyes were cold, and his face was full of solemnity. No one said anything, but all of them were rising with wariness. While the swords were drawn on stage, they were not affected off stage, as a group of girls gathered around and chattered.
Lin Yu is so handsome. Strong and powerful, I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
A double ponytail girl looked at Lin Yu in the ring with a swooning expression, her eyes full of little stars.
It's quite handsome.
Beside the double ponytail girl, a short-haired girl who was relatively more stable opened her mouth, but looking at her appearance, she was still a bit unable to hold on. I didn't even notice it before. I didn't realize that Lin Yu was actually so good looking. I should have done it earlier.
Come on, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao are so close, where's the chance? What a shame.
But I don't think he'd mind having another girlfriend. Alas, I hope that senior brother Wang Lei will be gentle with his hands later. Such a good-looking face, I'll be heartbroken if it's broken.
That's it.
These girls were very close to the ring and their voices naturally reached Wang Lei's ears. Listening to the discussion under the arena, his face changed slightly, and a nameless fire rose.
Tay grandma, these girls, they are just shallow. We're on a date. Do you understand? It's not about looks, it's about strength. Isn't there something wrong with your focus? However, this kid is really somewhat handsome, almost catching up with me. Sneaking a glance at Lin Yu, Wang Lei secretly pondered in his heart, should we find an opportunity to give him 2 punches on the face later? As soon as this idea came out, it was uncontrollable. Wang Lei's heart took root. And decided. Later on, I will hit him in the face.
On the other side, looking at Wang Lei's eyes, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively feeling a hint of danger.
This Wang Lei really doesn't have any good intentions. There are always unruly people who want to harm me.
At this moment, his battle spirit was once again high, and he was secretly on guard. Wang Lei listened to the gibberish under the stage and also became more fired up, his battle intent soaring. By mistake, both of their breaths were drawn to the highest point, just like 2 barrels of gunpowder, just waiting to explode.
Competition, begin. At that moment, an order was given. And that, without a doubt, was the fuse that ignited the powder keg. Chapter 110 Lin Yu vs Wang Lei. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them stepped heavily under their feet at the same time, and then swept out at an extremely fast speed, before they met in the center of the ring. When? A crunching sound, that was the sound of alloy collision, sword shadows interlaced, the 2 of them actually clashed their swords at first glance. What a strong explosive power. Feeling the shocking sensation coming from his hand, Lin Yu was secretly shocked in his heart. With his current chi and blood, it was higher than the average martial artist who was at the beginning of the 2nd grade, but Wang Lei had taken it hard. Obviously, Wang Lei's chi and blood was also far beyond normal. The collision of the first strike, while more like a test, no one was pleasing and withdrew. Not bad. Wang Lei let out a light laugh. To be able to clash with me for a hard hit, it seems that you are also of a special physique, and this scholar has come true to his name. Shouldn't I be happy that you praised me so much? Lin Yu said indifferently. I shouldn't, because... Palm. Wang Lei kicked his body violently and once again killed towards Lin Yu. It's a bit too early to be happy. Before the words fell, Wang Lei instantly was killing in front of Lin Yu. His wrist moved, and the snow-white sword blade drew a perfect arc in the air. Lin Yu slightly tilted his head, avoiding this sword. His figure retreated violently. However, the long sword in Wang Lei's hand was like a poisonous snake, instantly sticking up again, to entangle Lin Yu. The sword light was brilliant. Clang! A black light flashed, Lin Yu moved, the black sword in his hand flicked up towards the diagonal. The sword light was like the moon, pitch black, but it carried an unrivaled power, accurately chopping on top of the sword blade in Wang Lei's hand, diffusing a wave of attacks. Wang Lei was slightly surprised when he missed a strike. This Lin Yu, his grasp of timing was a little too precise, right? Before his sword momentum reached its maximum, he chopped out with a sword, easily diffusing the strike. Kind of interesting. Though his thoughts revolved, his movements did not stop, handing out sword after sword, while Lin Yu was equally unwilling to show weakness, returning fire with fire. Dang! Dang! When? For a while, above the ring, sword shadows flew, arcing through the air, looking pleasing to the eye. One was as snowy white as jade, and one was as black as ink. Of course, the risks involved were only known to the 2 people in the ring. Off stage. Holy, is this really a 1st-grade martial artist? How could it be so strong? Looking at the duo engaged in battle on the stage, someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their eyes filled with shock. This kind of speed and strength, where did it look like the engagement of a 1st-grade martial artist? Just looking at it is dazzling, the sound of the 2 swords colliding with the blacksmith store iron general dang non-stop. If this is an ordinary 1st-grade up, I'm afraid it will be instantly chopped into mush, right? The most crucial thing was that these 2 people, neither of them had utilized their battle techniques. That's awesome, this Wang Lei, not to mention being strong, the level of combat skills is also very high. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. The strength that Wang Lei had shown was definitely above the 1st-grade level. And what made him even more surprised was that Lin Yu had received it with ease and ease. What kind of strength was this? Wang Lei hasn't given his full strength yet. Lin Xiaoyuan laughed. To be able to call himself a 1st-grade invincible, his caliber is more than that. Lin Yu is also holding back. Lin Jiao carefully observed Lin Yu's movements and spoke. If one were to say that among the personnel present, she was the one who was most familiar with Lin Yu.
She was aware that Lin Yu had been frantically practicing battle techniques for a while now, and that he was making rapid progress. Right now, although Lin Yu's performance was stunning, on the one hand, he hadn't utilized his battle techniques, while on the other hand, compared to being in the wilderness area, it still felt like something was missing. These two, both testing the waters, it's quite interesting. Lin Xiaoyuan didn't feel surprised either. It would be strange if the people who could pass the 6-tiered trial tower only had this level. On the stage. This Wang Lei, his strength is really strong, whether it's speed or strength, it's definitely beyond the realm of the first rank, no wonder he's invincible in the first rank. Lin Yu sighed in admiration, he could sense that Wang Lei's sword technique was very ethereal, taking the light route. Ring after ring, wave after wave of attacks, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath at all. Swish! Another sword, Wang Lei stabbed towards Lin Yu's shoulder blade, Lin Yu's figure slightly turned, narrowly avoiding it while handing out a sword. Dodged it again. Wang Lei was also surprised to death in his heart, and his expression gradually became serious. The series of attacks were all easily neutralized by Lin Yu, making him not dare to take it lightly anymore. This Lin Yu's stance was really a bit too ghostly, each time he narrowly dodged his own killing moves. And what was even more difficult to deal with was that he seemed to be extremely experienced in battle, not to mention his keen sense of crisis, his grasp of opportunity was also extremely exaggerated. This was not at all like what a freshman should be like. This was obviously experience honed in battle, and there was also an aura of murderous determination on Lin Yu's body, an aura that was definitely honed from killing ferocious beasts. Wang Lei was very sure of this, because he had also been dealing with ferocious beasts all day long for some time, and was extremely familiar with this feeling. Strength, speed, combat experience, aura, every single one of them Lin Yu possessed, and was also mentally strong. This freshman class is indeed too good at surprising people. First a Lin Xiaoyuan comes out, then a Lin Yu. Interesting. Rather really underestimated you. Wang Lei snorted coldly, flicked his wrist and swung away Lin Yu's sword, then the long sword in his hand instantly stabbed at Lin Yu at an incomparably tricky angle. And this time, the speed was nearly a notch faster than before. So fast. Seeing this sword, Lin Yu's pupils contracted violently, his feet suddenly fired, his chi and blood erupted, and he rolled towards the side, as athletic as a cheetah. Swish! The sword light flashed, and a few strands of hair fell to the ground. This sword did not injure Lin Yu, but the menace of it is anyone can see, if Lin Yu slows down a little bit more, not to die but also to be seriously injured. It's a pity. Seeing that Lin Yu avoided this strike, Wang Lei felt doubly sorry. So close. Lin Yu half crouched on the ground, but then he withdrew his sigh of relief and stomped hard, taking advantage of the gap between Wang Lei's retracted sword, he teased out with a sword. The high-speed burst meant that Wang Lei's speed of collecting his sword would also slow down, and Lin Yu seized this gap very well. A sword, diagonally teased and slashed towards Wang Lei, the sword light was like a dark crescent moon. Noticing the crisis, Wang Lei's nerves instantly tightened and chose to abandon his sword and escape. This method of handling the situation was very superior. However, the timing of Lin Yu's sword was just too good and too fast, and even though Wang Lei reacted in time, his arm was cut open. Snort! Snap! Snap! The wound wasn't very heavy, but there was blood dripping slowly. Underestimated you. Wang Lei's expression was grave, this sword was definitely a threat to him. How long had it been? It had been a full year since he had suffered an injury at the hands of a first-ranked martial artist since he swept away the first rank the year before? And now, Lin Yu was breaking that example. This was a good opponent. At this moment, Wang Lei's body trembled violently from excitement, and his eyes became incomparably sharp, just like a chilling viper staring at its prey. It's not too late to look seriously now. Lin Yu smiled faintly and chopped out with his sword. Take advantage of your illness. Interesting. Wang Lei grinned, picked up the longsword that had fallen to the ground, and met him head-on. The two of them battled once again, sword light sweeping across the entire ring. This is too much. The spectators under the stage were staggered. Being of the same first grade, they were unable to see the movements of the two clearly at all. Especially the wave just now, between the flashes of lightning, they saw the two make a mistake, after which Wang Lei was injured. This kind of speed was simply amazingly fast. Even amongst the second-grade engagements, that wasn't a low level anymore. And this, it was only the engagement of two first-grade martial artists. At the arbitration, looking at the two in the ring, their eyes were deep and focused, not daring to relax for a moment. He was a fourth-grade martial artist, but he was so attached to these two tiny first grades, it was ridiculous to say, but this was the truth. These two people were obviously fighting with real fire. If they were not careful and did not control it, then things would be big. And it was his duty to be responsible for the safety of the two. And with the speed that these two people showed, if they dropped their guard, I'm afraid that they would really have to roll over. The young people nowadays sighed lightly, both relieved and headache. Swish! Swish! In the ring, Lin Yu and Wang Lei's engagement intensified, the speed of their swords became faster and faster, and their force increased. Fall! Wang Lei pulled with one hand, the long sword in his hand was like a spirit snake, stabbing at a tricky angle. Such a sword technique was very gentle, but never soft. Instead it was like hiding a needle in the sleeve, killing opportunities.
This Wang Lei's swordsmanship seems to have grown again. I'm afraid that the battle techniques are going to be a great success, right?
In the distance, there was a person who smiled as he stroked his palm. This person was wearing a martial association uniform and was obviously a member of the martial association. And listening to his tone, he seemed to be an old student of the martial association, otherwise he wouldn't have commented on Wang Lei. His attainments in battle techniques are truly amazing. Beside that person, a person nodded his head and said, the Silk Rain battle technique he practiced isn't too strong, but it's extremely suitable. If he were to explode at full strength, Lin Yu would definitely not be able to resist, and can be considered a heavenly genius.
It is a pity that the progress of martial arts is just too slow.
This Lin Yu isn't bad either. His sword technique is extremely rigid, and his strikes are very decisive. A typical opportunist. It's to my liking.
So what? Sooner or later he's going to lose. There's no way Wang Lei will lose.
Also, as that old student of the Martial Artists Association said, if Wang Lei's sword technique belonged to the category of flexible and changeable, then Lin Yu's sword technique was simple and rough, violent to the extreme, quite a bit of a one power breaks all. Chop! The chi and blood at the wrist fiercely converged into a point, and then all the strength was dispersed on top of the sword, and the sword heavily chopped down.
Dang!
Wang Lei crossed his sword and blocked it. The strong force came from the sword, shocking his tiger's mouth a little numb.
This power, it's too strong. Slightly withdrawing a step to dissolve Lin Yu's power, Wang Lei's scalp was a little numb.
He could feel that Lin Yu's chi and blood outburst was very rusty, but the power that erupted was extremely powerful, almost equal to his own.
What kind of monster was this? How can it be so explosive? Wang Lei's heart was filled with incredulity.
It was not for nothing that he could be called invincible in the first grade. Naturally, he had broken through to become a martial artist with 1,300 points of chi and blood. The 1.3 times increase in chi and blood gave him a great advantage, and before he even reached the second grade, his chi and blood was as high as 5,200 points. One must know that an unusual martial artist at the peak of the first grade would have at most 4,000 chi blood. The difference need not be mentioned. Plus, his own battle method was already close to a great success, a 1.5 times increase, allowing him to explode his power, definitely in the 7,500 chi blood upwards.
With this kind of battle power, even the middle rank of the second grade would be able to battle with one.
Of course, one hadn't put the battle technique into action yet, and now it was just at the usual level.
But what about Lin Yu?
Again, he hadn't executed a battle technique, and under these circumstances, he was able to be on par with himself. Of course, it was also because his own sword technique was not explosive, but even so it was still perverse enough. Most importantly, he was a freshman. How high could his chi and blood control be? What kind of heaven-defying chi and blood is this? How much blood did Lin Yu use to break through, 1,400 or 1,500? Or the legendary 1,600? When he thought of this possibility, Wang Lei's heart was greatly shocked, and then the color of ecstasy appeared on his face, and in his eyes, there were also a few points of hideousness. This kind of genius, if he were to lose at his own hands, it would definitely be interesting, right? Wang Lei's feet stepped heavily, and his chi and blood followed the 8 veins in an extremely unique way, and in an instant, his aura skyrocketed, and an intimidating might emanated from him. Battle technique, full open. Chapter 111 Enlightenment. Getting real. Under the stage, feeling the aura emanating from Wang Lei's body, Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Pervert. Lin Yi sighed. To have this kind of strength at the first rank, it was simply a freak. Lin Jiao's beautiful eyes looked at the stage without blinking, vaguely worried. Such an increase showed that Wang Lei's attainments on top of battle techniques had definitely gone far. As for Lin Yu, although he was gifted, his time in contact with battle techniques was still short, only a week full, so it was indeed difficult to defeat Wang Lei. First grade invincible, there really is some gateway. Lin Yu, still a bit short of the mark. Lin Xiaoyuan said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. According to his projections, he himself was at the peak of the first grade, and at best, he was at Wang Lei's level. Even if he really fought with Wang Lei, the losing side was even wider. Losing in the hands of such a pervert isn't unfair. Lin Yi nodded, deeply convinced. In front of such battle power, it was a big deal for an unusual first rank to be able to take 2 hits, and the fact that Lin Yu had made it this far was already enough to prove his excellence. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but the opponent was too perverted. On the stage, Lin Yu's eyes were slightly aghast. Wang Lei's breath had skyrocketed, and it was him who felt it the most. It's really important not to underestimate these geniuses. Lin Yu gently vibrated with one hand, and his body's chi and blood began to bulge as well. Buzz! The black sword vibrated slightly, setting off a wave of air. Similarly, Lin Yu also began to evolve his battle techniques, and his aura began to skyrocket, and, compared to Wang Lei, it was only higher. Although Lin Yu's mastery of battle techniques was not as good as Wang Lei's, the foundation of his chi and blood was much higher than Wang Lei. Although he was only at the high rank of first grade, his chi and blood had already reached a terrifying 6,400 points, and with the addition of the battle technique, his peak chi and blood value could reach 7,680 points. And Wang Lei? At full count, it was only 7,500 points. Wow! As soon as Lin Yu's chi and blood erupted, the stage was in an uproar. Even they couldn't sit still. Tang stood up in a flash, their eyes staring at Lin Yu in the ring. As a 4th grade powerhouse, his sense of chi and blood was much higher than others.
The freshmen of this class, each and every one of them is extraordinary.
Wang Lei had such a level, although it was stunning, but it was not surprising. After all, Wang Lei is now in his 3rd year of college. Although the reputation of being invincible at the first rank sounds scary, but a student in his 3rd year of college, how can his vision still be placed at the first rank? The outstanding ones were all impacting the 3rd grade, and the demons with unbelievable talent had even stepped into the 4th grade. Wang Lei, in fact, was considered to be a hangman. But Lin Yu is different, actual freshman, still born in a civilian family, cultivation time is still very short. To be able to go to this point, that is absolutely amazing talent.
This is also just over a month's time, just so quietly rose to prominence?
There was some incredulity, and shock was written all over his face.
Holy! Lin Yu's eyelids twitched, feeling his face burning. How come this Lin Yu is so strong too? These two freaks, both 1st grades, are so fierce. Do they still let people live? He turned his head to look at Lin Jiao and asked, just how many chi and blood breakthrough martial artists is Lin Yu? 1,500 or 1,600? Unclear.
Lin Jiao shook her head slightly. Although she was curious about Lin Yu's chi blood, she had never asked. Therefore, she knew that Lin Yu was strong, but she didn't know that it had gotten to this level. Lin Xiaoyuan stood on the side, silent, but his heart was incomparably grave. He knew that all the calculations of the Martial Artist Association this time would go up in flames. In this duel, winning or losing was actually irrelevant. With this strength that Lin Yu had shown, it was all enough to prove the point geniuses coming out of civilian families were no worse than geniuses of worldly families. At least for this class of freshmen, other than himself, there was no one else who could suppress Lin Yu. No, Lin Jiao might be able to suppress it, but... Lin Xiaoyuan turned his head to look at Lin Jiao, but found that the latter's beautiful autumn water-like eyes were staring at Lin Yu without blinking. This time, the game is considered a failure. Lin Xiaoyuan inwardly sighed slightly. On the stage. You've really exceeded my expectations somewhat. Wang Lei looked serious, his battle intent rising in his eyes. There's a lot more that you couldn't have expected. Lin Yu pointed his foot and rushed towards Wang Lei as a black lightning bolt. Wang Lei raised his sword to kill and met the attack head-on. Dang! 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 In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of rounds. Since the peaks of chi and blood were more or less the same, the key to victory or defeat was placed on the stance and fighting skills. Chop! Wang Lei let out a furious roar as his sword light flowed and chopped at Lin Yu in a strange arc. Snort! Lin Yu crossed his sword in order to block the strike, yet the strike still landed solidly on his left shoulder, instantly cutting out a wound. In the first round of exchanges, Lin Yu fell behind and was injured. Even. Wang Lei licked his lips and sneered. Just now, Lin Yu had chopped him with a sword, and now, he returned it as much as he could. Lin Yu snorted coldly, and picked out a sword. Wang Lei slightly sidestepped and dodged the blow, then out came his sword, and the two of them tangled together once again. Snort! After several more rounds of exchanges, Wang Lei stabbed out with his sword. Lin Yu was unable to evade and was stabbed as he withdrew. Looking down at his shoulder, Lin Yu frowned. Strength and speed, both of them were of the same degree, but he was injured one after another. This kind of situation, in fact, was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, when he fought with others, he would often encounter it. It was crushing on top of skill. Only, in his previous life, he was the one who crushed others, but in this life, it was the opposite. What? Is it strange? Wang Lei grinned. In terms of battle techniques, you still comprehend it a little too roughly. Even with the same physical quality, you are not my opponent. A freshman is a freshman after all. In terms of battle experience, you're still young. As the words fell, he fiercely took a step and struck out his sword. This time, Lin Yu did not choose to fight him head-on, but instead leapt back and avoided the strike. Dodge? Useful? Wang Lei launched his sword again, sword light like snow, chopping at Lin Yu. Lin Yu retreated again. Wang Lei follows again. The two were caught in the middle of a chase. There's no growth in speed, and my chi and blood are stable, but it's just able to injure me. Dodging Wang Lei's attacks, Lin Yu was fighting and retreating, silently pondering in his heart. He observed Wang Lei's attacks intently, but his foot movements were non-stop, like a butterfly floating, always narrowly dodging Wang Lei's attacks. Unconsciously, he used the pace from his previous life's national art. Together with the chi and blood outburst, his entire figure became blurred and extremely fast. So fast that Wang Lei had no way of taking him. And all of this, he was as if he didn't realize it. Swish! Another sword chopped empty. Wang Lei cursed lowly, a little annoyed. This Lin Yu, obviously the use of chi and blood on the sword technique was so rough, but the body technique was incomparably exquisite? Can it be that all of his energy has been put into studying body techniques? But it doesn't make sense at all. Wang Lei could sense that Lin Yu would occasionally make one or two subtle sword techniques, but the degree of chi and blood explosion was very low. And the sword techniques that he had a high degree of chi and blood outbursts had techniques that were clumsy. Earlier, he had thought that this situation was caused by the fact that Lin Yu wasn't skilled at chi and blood eruption. But now, it seemed that the stance that Lin Yu had displayed had reached an extremely terrifying balance in terms of both skill and chi and blood outbursts.
How could such a comprehension result in such a rough and unpleasant sword technique?
Even if one was bent on delving into body techniques, but the use of chi and blood, one pass, how could it be possible that the swordsmanship would be rotten to that extent?
You're humiliating me?
Another empty sword. Wang Lei hated to be mad, this Lin Yu, deliberately making such a rough sword technique, but using his stance to avoid his attack. In his opinion, this was simply a great insult.
Lin Yu frowned slightly, unsure. Damn it!
Wang Lei's chi and blood exploded with full force as he heavily chopped out two swords.
Only to be dodged by Lin Yu again.
Seeing this, Wang Lei angrily shouted, "If you're a man, fight me head on."
Using such a way, don't you feel ashamed? A head-to-head duel? You think I'm stupid?
Lin Yu laughed coldly, his figure turned, again avoiding Wang Lei's attack. Head-to-head, I'll be your opponent?
Ah!
Hearing this, Wang Lei roared, his anger grew even more. Your stance clearly combines the chi and blood outbursts so skillfully. If you really use your full strength, even if the sword technique combining chi and blood is not as good as the stance, now you dare to say that you can't fight with me?
When really is deceiving people too much. Swordsmanship? Stance?
At those words, Lin Yu froze, somewhat confused.
This Wang Lei, what is this nonsense? What do you mean?
He opened his mouth and asked.
What do you mean? Wang Lei said angrily, knowingly. If you apply the combination of stance and chi and blood to your sword technique, are you really unable to fight me? Still pretending to be stupid? Your grandma's leg. Boom!
As soon as the words fell, Lin Yu's brain was struck by lightning, as if a piece of clarity had been smashed down in the chaos. Yes! Swordsmanship and chi and blood bursts can be combined into one piece.
These two are not in conflict. Why didn't you think of that yourself?
At this moment, Lin Yu vaguely grasped something, and even his breathing became rapid.
Wang Lei hadn't thought that his mindless paragraph was pushing open a brand new door for Lin Yu.
On the occasion of practicing the battle method, in fact, Qin Jiro also said to Lin Yu that he wanted to master the outburst of chi and blood thoroughly, and demonstrate it even though. But Lin Yu was thinking about the martial arts experience in his previous life led him first into a misunderstanding, too much pursuit of the mood of the sword, and for the outbreak of chi and blood did not pay attention to. While practicing battle techniques, he again realized that pursuing the mood too much does not work because the foundation of chi and blood is really too high, compared to the strength of the physical body is not a level. Thus, his knowledge of chi and blood came to the next stage. He had to rely on the outburst of chi and blood to drive his sword techniques. As a matter of fact, this cognition of his brought about a sea change. His battle techniques refined very rapidly, all reaching a 1.2 times increase in a short period of time. And such progress made him think that he was on the right track. But now, Wang Lei's two words made him reflect on his current stage of the problem, pursuing too much of an explosion in chi and blood. And this, compared to a while ago, was undoubtedly going into another extreme. And now, Lin Yu had come to his senses. Whether it was the over-pursuit of intent back then, or the over-pursuit of chi and blood explosions now, both of these ideas were actually wrong. Only the perfect combination of the two was the true embodiment of the battle method. Yes, that must be it. Lin Yu said in his heart, the power of chi and blood has subverted my perception of what is above the martial arts path, and has led me into this great misunderstanding. In reality, the eruption of chi and blood and the skillfulness of sword techniques are not in conflict. It's just that I wasn't able to find that point where I could combine them perfectly. A bit of clarity spread out in his mind. In this instant, he felt that everything was clear. The operation of chi and blood, the profundity of the sword art, flashed through his mind one by one. Ha ha! Lin Yu suddenly laughed freely. Wang Lei, I should thank you. I thank your mom for thanking me. Hearing Lin Yu say that, Wang Lei thought that he had been humiliated again, and carrying his sword was a furious attack. This time, Lin Yu did not dodge and did not flash. His feet stepped heavily, stabilized his lower plate, the light in his eyes flashed, his right hand was fierce, the black sword turned into black lightning towards Wang Lei's sword to meet him. When? Under the collision of the two swords, the black sword in Lin Yu's hand shook, and even his body was shaken. However, he wasn't the least bit alarmed, and instead, there was a touch of joy on his face. Indeed. Lin Yu laughed out loud. With this sword, he tried to perfectly combine his sword technique with his chi and blood outbursts. The first attempt, coupled with the fact that it was a real battle right off the bat, naturally failed. The imbalance of chi and blood made him unable to even match Wang Lei's strength, thus he was knocked off his feet. However, this collision was a moment of realization for him. This direction, it was the right one. The true method of warfare, as it should be. Nuts! Seeing Lin Yu falling below and still smiling so happily, Wang Lei was enraged. He felt humiliated again. Taking advantage of the gap before Lin Yu could stabilize his stance, Wang Lei stabbed out with his sword. As for Lin Yu, even though his stance was exquisite, he was unable to avoid it in his haste and was injured again. Snort! Blood spilled onto the ring. Lin Yu is still too tender. Under the stage, seeing that Lin Yu was once again injured, Lin Xiaoyuan shook his head slightly and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This fight, it's still Wang Lei who will win. Indeed, but this Lin Yu's stance is so skillful, why did he suddenly choose to fight Wang Lei head-on? Lin Yi said doubtfully. The qi and blood have dropped, right? Such a skillful stance shouldn't be something that can be made at random. Lin Xiaoyuan said. Also. Lin Yi nodded. In this battle, every level of collision was of a high caliber, and with such a tangled battle, it made sense that qi and blood would drop. Didn't you see that even Wang Lei's offense wasn't as fierce as the party's? Listening to the duo's analysis, Lin Jiao didn't say anything, still staring at the stage. For some reason, she always felt that the development of events was not as Lin Xiaoyuan had analyzed. Lin Yu, it seemed, had other plans. And she was the only one who could see this. The people watching the battle under the stage all thought similarly to Lin Xiaoyuan and the others. It was only a matter of time before Lin Yu lost. It's a pity, I thought Lin Yu could win and give us freshmen a fight. A long-haired girl sighed, full of regret. It can't be helped, this Wang Lei is really too strong, a first grade is invincible, it really does make sense. Lin Yu being able to achieve this level is already very impressive. If I were to go up there, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 2 moves. A person concurred. Also, the crowd revealed a look of pity as they continued to stare at the sparring match on the stage. At the arbitration, seeing the retreating Lin Yu in the ring, he sighed slightly. This Lin Yu is going to lose. But being able to tangle with Wang Lei to this extent is also stunning enough. At the same time, Lin Yu had already been forced to the corner of the ring, unable to retreat, while Wang Lei had already slashed down heavily with his sword. The sword light was gentle, but the attack was beyond imagination. Lin Yu was about to lose. It's going to be a split. The entire venue was staring at this scene, and everyone was waiting with bated breath. For a while, the only sound in the entire venue was the breaking sound of Wang Lei's sword swing. Other than that, there was no more noise. It was terribly quiet. It's over. The heart said, while taking a step forward, ready to make a move to stop the match. But in the next moment, his feet suddenly stalled, and his eyes were shocked. Because Lin Yu, surprisingly, had reacted. And it was very perfect. When a crisp collision sound suddenly rang out, spreading out in the silent venue. A streak of black light, like running thunder, drew a nice-looking arc in the air and met Wang Lei. Lin Yu chopped out the most stunning sword in this match. It was domineering and overpowering. Palm. A wave of air blasted away from the collision, blowing up Lin Yu's bangs and revealing his good-looking face, while his expression, however, was unperturbed and extremely calm. A pair of eyes exuded an extremely strange color. No one had anticipated that at this most critical juncture, Lin Yu had wielded such a divine sword. It's done. Feeling the force that erupted from the black sword in his hand, Lin Yu's heart slightly rejoiced. During the previous tussle with Wang Lei, he had been honing his sword technique, trying to find a point where he could perfectly combine his sword technique with his qi and blood outbursts. It was very effective, but also very dangerous. And now, he had found it. This sword is the best proof. How is it possible? Wang Lei was shocked by this sword swing that caused his qi and blood to tumble and his tiger's mouth to tingle. And in the very next instant, Lin Yu slashed out with another sword. Swoosh! Almost the instant the air-breaking sound sounded, the black sword arrived in front of Wang Lei's eyes. With this sword, the power was stronger, the angle was more tricky, and the speed was faster. Because this was the sword in which Lin Yu had combined his current qi and blood outburst and sword technique in the best way, and the qi and blood in his body was also in the 8 veins, operating in a peculiar way. Tianwu sword technique, first level, breakthrough. A breakthrough in the prowl, this was Lin Yu's biggest gain today. For the epiphany on the battle technique, it allowed him to cross a hurdle that had plagued him before in a short period of time. Originally, he had felt that he was just 1 foot away from a breakthrough, but he didn't expect that this foot, however, was not crossed out, but instead, he took a new path. With the accumulation of martial arts in his previous life, coupled with the precise perception of qi and blood outbursts, it was reasonable to have an epiphany and make a breakthrough. Instead of a clinical breakthrough, it would be better to say that it was a one-time outburst of more than 10 years of martial Dao accumulation, and that the water had come to the surface. Dangerous. On the stage, sensing Lin Yu's sword, he instantly moved. However, this sword was too fast and sudden, plus Wang Lei was also too close to Lin Yu, therefore, even a 4th-grade martial artist could not make it in time. Now, he can only hope that Lin Yu would be able to collect his strength in time and not hit too hard. Otherwise, Wang Lei was bound to be seriously injured. A few moments later, the sound of an alloy sword entering flesh didn't ring out, and there was silence. On the stage, Wang Lei and Lin Yu had also pulled away for a while. Lin Yu's sword did not chop at Wang Lei's body. On the one hand, it was because Lin Yu had withdrawn his strength in time, but more importantly, just now, in a flash of lightning, Wang Lei's body, at an incredible angle, had turned out horizontally. Wang Lei, unharmed. The qi and blood control is subtle. Wang Lei has really made a breakthrough. Enough, breaking through without saying a word. It's a pity that the progress is just too slow. In the distance, those two old students sighed, slightly shocked. Let's go, there's no suspense. Since Wang Lei's chi and blood have gone into the micro, it's hard for Lin Yu to injure him even if his sword skills are strong. This match, there's nothing to be suspenseful about. One of them spoke, then turned around and left. Also, the remaining one nodded and followed suit. Although he was optimistic about Lin Yu before, now, he also knew that Lin Yu, there was no hope. There had always been a saying circulating in the circle of martial artists: until one enters the subtle, they are all mole crickets. Although this saying was a bit exaggerated, it also expressed the difference between entering the subtle and not entering the subtle from the side. Only the degree of chi and blood control, to the point of entering the subtle, possessed the qualifications to become a strong person. For Wang Lei to be able to enter the subtle in his third year of college, this kind of natural talent, although not amazing, was still considered relatively excellent. Very good. Lin Yu, you are very good. A hint of sternness flashed in Wang Lei's eyes. To be able to force me to this point, you are really strong. I admit, I am not as good as you. But this time, you still have to lose. Lin Yu shrugged. That may not be possible. No, it's a certainty. Wang Lei flicked his wrist and picked up a sword flower, then attacked towards Lin Yu. I'll let you see, even if your speed and strength are better than mine, but under the control of chi and blood at the entry level, all of this, it's not worth mentioning. Swish! Wang Lei chopped out a straight sword towards Lin Yu, while Lin Yu just chose to lightly block it. However, a surprising thing happened. The alloy sword that Wang Lei was controlling suddenly shifted its arc and teased towards the diagonal. This shift was without warning and against common sense, because from the surface, Wang Lei's hand holding the sword was still maintaining the original way of generating power. And as we all know, when not subjected to external force, an object will not inexplicably change its state of motion. But Lin Yu knew that this alloy sword was not inexplicably changing its trajectory, but rather there was an invisible force that was pushing it, the power of chi and blood. Entry level, chi and blood externalization. Wang Lei had forcibly changed the trajectory of his sword through the power of his chi and blood, and this kind of move was simply undefendable. When? Fortunately, Lin Yu was fast enough and still blocked the blow. How? Got it? Although the attack was blocked, Wang Lei was indeed not arrogant. Instead he said lightly, you were able to block the first time, what about the second and third time? Moreover, even if you blocked them all, your attack, to me, is simply meaningless. Just now when I dodged that sword of yours, you should have understood it. Your defeat is inevitable. After a pause, he looked at Lin Yu, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, then said, Lin Yu, I admit that you are very strong. If it was before, I really wasn't as good as you, but now well. I'm sorry, you're not my opponent yet. Of course, this is not to say that you are not good enough. It can only be said that heaven's will is such that there is no need to be frustrated. So, you're comforting me? Lin Yu smiled. You could also say that, after all, I can understand your feelings. If it were me, and I still lost after reaching this point, I wouldn't feel good either. Wang Lei nodded, full of confidence. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded and let out a long sigh. Losing is indeed not pleasant. It seems like you recognize it as well. Wang Lei said, admit defeat, there is no point in struggling. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. No, you misunderstood me. Misunderstanding? Wang Lei was a bit stunned. Wasn't it you who said, it's really not easy to lose? What did I misunderstand? Not only Wang Lei, even the audience under the stage have been dismayed. It has come to this point, what is still struggling? Can't you see that other people Wang Lei's chi and blood control is subtle? Unless the gap in strength is too great, it is impossible to lose. Are you Lin Yu trying to set a precedent? Just as the crowd were all staggered, they heard Lin Yu faintly say, it's true that it's not pleasant to lose, but I have no intention of losing. He slowly raised his hand, pointing the tip of his sword at Wang Lei, who said that chi and blood entering the microcosm is the monopoly of you alone? Chapter 112, Victory. The entire martial arts arena fell into silence. Pairs of eyes were staring at the black-clothed teenager on the stage. Lin Yu's eyes were calm as he pointed his sword at Wang Lei, his light and dusty temperament showing a stark contrast to his berserk aura. The young man was holding the sword, his eyes were like stars, confident and unrestrained. But the shock that the content of his words brought to the people was no less than blowing up a piece of thunder in the crowd and throwing in a ing purple and gold hammer. The atmosphere was indescribably weird. Some people were skeptical, some people were envious, their minds were different, but what was certain was that everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yu's body. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Wang Lei anymore. Lin Yu was the most beautiful boy on this field. Wang Lei opened his mouth to say something, but eventually fell silent again. What he wanted to say was, are you blowing awesome? How much bitter cultivation did I go through to reach the subtle level? How many lives and deaths? A full 2 years of time. A large part of the time is used to fight with ferocious beasts to grind, countless times wandering on the edge of life and death, which in exchange for today's subtle level of chi and blood control. And you, Lin Yu? How long can you be exposed to martial arts? Full count is less than half a year, the cultivation is high, after all, there are plenty of freaks. But now you say that you have chi and blood in the microcosm? That awesome is not so blown, right? Cows need to rest too.
Can you please respect them?
Wang Lei was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, and there were countless words in his chest that were going to spurt out. But he ultimately said nothing. Because he knew that any words would pale in such a scene. Only with strength could one prove everything and recognize the truth of Lin Yu's words. In fact, Wang Lei did do the same. With the point of his toes, his body swept out, and the alloy sword in his hand flashed with an intimidating cold light. Shoo! A sword, just like that, chopped towards Lin Yu without any reservation. Since you said that you are already chi and blood into the micro, there is no need for me to be concerned about anything. Wang Lei's eyes stared straight at Lin Yu, wanting to see a trace of panic from his face. But he was destined to be disappointed. In the face of this kind of offense, Lin Yu's face remained as calm as water, but the aura on his body skyrocketed. Similarly, there was also a sword. Swish! Swish! In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the two of them intersected, and the alloy sword in Wang Lei's hand. At this time, the sword path changed suddenly and strangely. Almost at the same time, the black sword in Lin Yu's hand, even the same turn, with an incomparably tricky angle toward Wang Lei stabbing. Both of them had the same thought process, wanting to make a surprise attack. All of this is an extremely long story, but in reality, it has only happened in a flash of lightning. The crowd present only saw a black and white two strange arcs of light flash, and then the two people on the stage no longer move. There was also no need for any more movement, because the winner had already been decided. The black sword in Lin Yu's hand rested at Wang Lei's neck by a hair's breadth. And the sword in Wang Lei's hand, although it was also very close to Lin Yu, there was still a small distance. It was easy to see who was stronger or weaker. I said, I have no intention of losing. Lin Yu's hand holding the sword was steady, and he smiled faintly, calmly. Wang Lei's eyes first stared, then he exhaled a long breath and put the alloy sword back. Although this sword is also very close to himself, but Wang Lei does not think that Lin Yu will really be able to kill himself. If it is under the life and death struggle, the victory or defeat is still two words. However, this is just a sparring match, there is no need to fight to the death, and then stalking, it is too ungraceful. Lin Yu, you're strong. After taking a deep look at Lin Yu, Wang Lei turned around and leapt off the ring, leaving straight away without lingering for a moment. Obviously, he had admitted defeat. Lin Yu silently withdrew his black sword. Wow! The stage was filled with exclamations of surprise, erupting into an unprecedented awe since today. What a subtle ah! Fluff! This is also too exaggerated, Inema. I'm not even in control of my chi and blood here, he's subtle, this is also too heavenly. At this moment, the crowd under the stage also recalled that Lin Yu's sword just now was clearly something that could only be done with chi and blood being subtle. Lin Yu was, indeed, at the subtle level of chi and blood control. This time, everyone, including Yun Shan, was surprised. After more than a month of cultivation, even civilian martial artists understood just how difficult it was to control chi and blood. One must know that being able to get into Yangdu Martial University proved that they were good enough within the country that too. And even then, for most people to control their chi and blood, the fastest they could take was 3 months, and it was only the most basic 60% chi and blood control. And, can control the chi and blood in 3 months' time, even in the, are extremely excellent kind. Now the vast majority of people are not control chi and blood at all. And Lin Yu? In a little over a month, the chi and blood have entered the microcosm. Can be said, in the vast majority of people are still assembling the engine. This guy has been sitting in an airplane boom 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 in the sky. It is not difficult to understand that such a talent can cause a sensation. Freak, this is a ing freak, I feel like he's not even close to that demon from the Zhang family. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his expression unable to hide his shock. This partner that he had randomly searched for, his talent was a bit too outrageous. Lin Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Yu on the field, his eyes filled with gravity, and without saying a word, he turned around and left. What are you doing? Lin Yi twisted his head and asked. Cultivating. Lin Xiaoyuan returned indifferently, not turning his head back. Come on, this is being irritated. Lin Yi slapped his head, then asked towards Lin Jiao with interest, what about you? Have you been irritated? Lin Jiao didn't bother with him, her beautiful eyes looked at the spirited Lin Yu on the stage and pursed her lips. At this moment, even though Lin Yu was used to Lin Jiao's stunning beauty, he was inevitably captivated by the young girl's stunning beauty. This smile, who could top it? Only after a long time did Lin Yi come back to his senses and silently sighed in his heart. It's being stimulated. Bleachers. Awesome. Yun Shan patted Lin Yu's shoulder and praised him heartily. Lin Yu smiled as a response. Yun Shan also smiled faintly before announcing aloud, this duel, Lin Yu, wins. Instantly there was a burst of warm applause under the arena. In fact, in normal times, not to mention applause, when people normally diced, there weren't even a few spectators. This situation occurred today, on the one hand, because of the Martial Artists Association's deliberate campaign, while on the other hand, it was because Lin Yu's performance today was really too amazing. Failed, this Lin Yu, the speed of his rise is just too fast, it can't be contained at all. Somewhere in the corner of the crowd, a bald man wearing the uniform of the Martial Artist Association sighed. Even Wang Lei lost, I'm afraid only Lin Xiaoyuan can suppress him. A man next to the bald man said.
Lin Xiaoyuan may not be able to suppress him.
Either, the bald head said helplessly.
Do we still have to give the 1,000 merits that Wang Lei applied for? Also, how should we go back and report to the top?
This is the promised outgoing fee. As for how to report, just report truthfully, it's not our fault. How to deal with Lin Yu, it's not something we should care about anymore.
Also,
the sensation caused by Lin Yu lasted for quite a while and eventually subsided as he left amidst countless envious gazes.
After the match ended,
inside a pavilion, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao sat opposite each other. I didn't expect that even the first-grade invincible Wang Lei wasn't your opponent. It seems like I made the right decision in the first place.
Lin Jiao said with a smile.
It's good that I didn't let you down, or else I'd really be ashamed of these 2,000 merit badges and the king-grade battle technique.
Lin Yu smiled bashfully.
That was the decision, I was only responsible for the introduction. But now it seems that this deal is quite profitable. Lin Jiao propped her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance, her perfect side face unfolding in front of Lin Yu, making one's heart flutter.
After a long time, she turned her head and spoke. When are you going to break through the second grade?
It's still early. Lin Yu shook his head. He himself was still only at the high rank of the first grade, and there was still a distance to the second grade.
Still early?
Lin Jiao was first stunned, then seemed to remember something and said,
You want to continue honing your battle techniques?
In her opinion, if Lin Yu had this kind of battle power, even if he wasn't at the peak of the first grade, then he wasn't far from it. And right now, Lin Yu gave such an answer, I'm afraid that he wanted to focus on other aspects.
Well, breaking through too quickly isn't a thing, the foundation is still very important.
Lin Yu didn't deny it. After all, this next period of time, his energy was indeed going to be focused on honing his battle techniques. As for quenching the 8 veins, it would come in moderation. After all, there was not much chi and blood left within the sovereign trigger finger right now, and it would be a bit of a loss if he still had to smother cultivation in this situation.
Also, Lin Jiao nodded. By the way, in another month or so, it will be mandatory to enter the wilderness area. Do you have someone to form a team? Form a team? Lin Yu frowned.
Seeing this reaction from Lin Yu, Lin Jiao did not feel surprised and explained, if you enter the wilderness area for the first time, it is mandatory to have a team over there and will be assigned to lead the team. On one hand, it's for safety reasons, while on the other hand, teamwork in the wilderness area is very important. So that's how it is. This is something I haven't really considered.
Since you haven't considered it, how about teaming up with me? It's fine.
Lin Yu nodded and agreed decisively. After all, it was with Lin Jiao in the border zone before, and the tacit understanding between the two of them was excellent. There was no reason to refuse.
The team has a total of 6 people. The other positions, do you have any intentions? Lin Jiao said. You arrange it.
Lin Yu shrugged and casually said. My idea is to add Zhang Xuan and Wang Ran. The two of them are strength is not weak. It is estimated that in another month, they will also be able to reach the first grade high level, and will not drag their feet.
As for the remaining 2 slots, you will deploy them. What do you think? I have no opinion.
After casually chatting for a few moments, Lin Yu said goodbye to Lin Jiao and headed straight to the practice room to cultivate.
The next day, 2 pieces of news went viral in the first, Lin Yu's chi and blood entered the world and defeated the invincible Wang Lei of the first grade. The second, Lin Xiaoyuan broke through the second level of the trial tower. The moment the 2 pieces of news came out, they directly caused a huge uproar in the entire Yangdu Martial University.
These 2 pieces of news were definitely heavy bombs. Whether it was Lin Yu or Lin Xiaoyuan, the achievements they had reached were historic. Lin Yu, needless to say, his chi and blood were subtle and invincible at the first grade. Anyone who was a martial artist could understand the meaning of this. As for Lin Xiaoyuan, breaking through the second floor of the trial tower, that was also amazing enough. One had to know that he had broken through the normal difficulty of the trial tower. To be able to break through the first layer within a year could be considered a genius, and it had only been 2 months, but he had strongly broken through to the second layer. For a time, a controversy arose: who was number 1? Some said that it was Lin Xiaoyuan, because he had indeed broken through the second level of the trial tower, and his battle strength was close to that of the third rank, so the first place was well deserved. Some people said it was Lin Yu, because Lin Yu was able to get his chi and blood into the microcosm in such a short period of time, his achievements were unlimited and his talent was amazing.
Those who supported Lin Xiaoyuan said that Lin Yu was just highly talented, it didn't prove anything, high combat power was the hard truth.
The people who support Lin Yu said Lin Xiaoyuan is only taking advantage of the family's advantages, high starting point, which is like Lin Yu, later rose, sooner or later to catch up with Lin Xiaoyuan. High strength counts as a chicken, the last top, that is really top. The 2 views had their own reasons and were at odds with each other. But without a third voice appearing, both Lin Jiao, who was third in the grand examination, and Yang Lin, who was the first to pass the 6th floor of the freshman difficulty trial tower, seemed to have been reduced to accompaniments. However, Lin Yu did not pay attention to these, and only focused on practicing, devoting himself to the battle method. Although at that time, when he fought with Wang Lei, his battle method broke through to a small success, it was not stable and was considered a flash in the pan. Therefore, what Lin Yu had to do next was to take advantage of having this epiphany to continuously perfect the battle technique and truly reach the minor success of the battle technique.
A 1.4 times increase, that was no joke. Practice room. Break.
Lin Yu chopped out sword after sword, sweating, but in his mind, he was constantly recalling the sword he swung when he fought with Wang Lei.
The sword light was intimidating and continuous.
Swinging his sword in such a mechanized manner, Lin Yu didn't know how many swords he could swing in a day. What he only knew was that the constant practice coupled with his perception of the martial way broke through the limits again and again.
Evening.
Phew, Lin Yu let out a long breath. At this moment, his practicing clothes were soaked with the sweat seeping out from his body, and water could come out with a twist.
A day's time, it's quite an improvement. Sure enough, it's still best to strike the iron while it's hot for efficiency.
Putting the black sword away, Lin Yu had no intention of continuing practicing. Because the chi and blood elixir was gone. With this kind of full-force outburst of his sword after sword, even if he was a special martial artist with a 2x increase in chi and blood, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. Touching the sovereign trigger finger on his hand, Lin Yu let out a light sigh. Really missed the days when he had plenty of chi and blood very much. After washing up, Lin Yu asked Lin Jiao and the two of them came to Qin Jiro's residence together to receive instructions. Watch how the chi and blood outburst is combined with the sword technique. Qin Jiro swung out a sword. The sword light was gorgeous and brilliant, looking at Lin Yu and the two of them as if they were mesmerized. This sword, why is it used in such a power generation way? You guys pay more attention. Although the battle techniques are different, the use of chi and blood is similar, watch out. In about half an hour's time, Qin Jiro completed her instructions to the duo rather than instructions. It was more like a one-sided demonstration. Qin Jiro's had always been simple and rough, but even so, the help to Lin Yu's duo was immense. With that, Lin Yu entered a 3.1 life for the rest of the day. The practice room, the dormitory, and Qin Jiro's residence. During this period, Qin Jiro would occasionally come to Lin Yu's dormitory once in a while, but the frequency was becoming less and less. A month later. On a certain day, Qin Jiro called the two of them, Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, to the villa. I will be away for a period of time, as short as 2 months, as long as half a year. During this period of time, you guys cultivate on your own. You don't need to come over at night. If you really encounter any problems, you can go to Dean's with Qingming. Qin Jiro sat on the sofa and said casually. The Lin Yu duo stood respectfully in front of Qin Jiro.
Yes. Lin Jiao nodded. Sister Qin, where are you going? Lin Yu asked curiously. The Devil's Abyss.
Qin Jiro explained in a rare moment.
There's some movement over there. It's in turmoil and needs reinforcements from the 6th grade. I see.
Lin Yu suddenly realized, after all, the Yangdu martial universities were all extremely strong martial artists. If the front line was in a tight spot, it was normal to go forward to support them. After all, it would be a waste of resources for powerful martial artists to stay in the back all the time. In fact, most of them wouldn't stay within for long and would have to fight the foreigners every so often. It was already extremely difficult for Qin Jiro to stay in Yangdu Martial University for 2 months.
Also, I've unlocked your battle technique prohibition for you.
Qin Jiro took out a battle technique from her storage ring and handed it over to Lin Yu.
This one was none other than the Silver Wolf Sword technique.
2 days ago, Lin Yu held the mentality of trying it out and looked for Qin Jiro to inquire about the method of lifting the ban on battle techniques, and Qin Jiro took the Silver Wolf battle technique. Unexpectedly, it was taken out again now, apparently solving the problem.
Thank you, Sister Qin.
Lin Yu's face was joyful as he took the battle method. Let me remind you, although this battle technique is complete, it is a far cry from the heavenly martial sword technique. Just take a look at the way the chi and blood in it operate, and don't touch it until you have achieved great success in the battle technique. Seeing Lin Yu's excited appearance, Qin Jiro spoke out and urged.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded. I have my measure. Alright, I won't say more, the road is still up to you guys, go back. Qin Jiro looked at the two of them and started to drive them away.
Lin Yu and Lin Jiao were not surprised by this simple and rough way of ousting people, they had long gotten used to it.
The two of them said goodbye to Qin Jiro and left. Into the night. 3 chakra circulation, the Silver Wolf Sword technique, although it's a bit rougher than the Tianwu sword technique, it still has merit.
Sitting cross-legged in the practicing room, Lin Yu looked at the Silver Wolf Sword technique, which had lifted the prohibition, with relish. As the saying goes, by touch, although he did not intend to cultivate this battle technique, it would be excellent to draw experience from it. Collecting the strengths of 100 schools of thought, this was also a way to become stronger.
Just in the middle of his intoxication. Didn't I tell you, don't hit other battle techniques until the battle technique is a great success?
A very cool and nice sounding voice rang out as Qin Jiro gently leapt and stood in front of Lin Yu.
Casual look, casual look. Lin Yu snapped. Your progress is already fast, don't be overly ambitious.
Qin Jiro said.
Understand. Lin Yu nodded and looked up at Qin Jiro. Sister Qin, when are you leaving? Early tomorrow morning.
Qin Jiro angled her delicate chin. On Dean's side, I've already told you that you have problems and remember to look for him.
Oh. Lin Yu responded, "This was said in the morning, why are you saying it again now?"
Somewhat unlike Shinjiro's style. In Lin Yu's impression, Shinjiro has always been arrogant and disdainful of talking nonsense, but today's behavior is somewhat abnormal. I wanted to ask something, but after thinking about it, I stopped.
For a moment, silence fell over the room. After a long time, Shinjiro spoke, "Sleep." "Ha?"
Lin Yu thought he had heard wrong and jerked his head. Shinjiro, however, ignored him and walked straight out of the practice room, leaving behind a bewildered Lin Yu. After sitting for a while, Lin Yu reacted.
"No wonder it's a bit abnormal, it's because of this Hurry over."
At this time, through the door of the room, Shinjiro let out a cold shout.
"Oh, coming."
Lin Yu had a jolt, then climbed up from the ground and trotted into the bedroom. At this moment, Shinjiro was already lying on her side on the bed, with her back facing the door of the room, her pretty figure rising and falling like a mountain range. The whole person was just like a ripe peach.
"Turn off the lights and rest early." Noticing Lin Yu entering the room, Shinjiro said in a cold voice. "Oh."
Lin Yu turned off the lights as he was instructed, then honestly climbed onto the bed, covered the quilt, and closed his eyes to rest.
Sniffing the aroma coming from his side, Lin Yu quickly entered dreamland.
On the other end, feeling the breathing coming from behind her gradually stabilizing, Shinjiro turned her body, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Lin Yu's side face. The curtains were not drawn, so the bright moonlight easily poured in through the window and shone on Lin Yu's cheeks. It had to be said that from Shinjiro's point of view, Lin Yu's side face was indeed good looking to the extreme. His face was like a knife sharpened, angular, quietly sleeping peacefully, just like an ancient Greek sculpture, unable to find any shortcomings. Even with Shinjiro's heart, she was in a trance. What woman wouldn't appreciate a good looking boy? She was not exempt from this. Quietly looking at Lin Yu's side face, Shinjiro's eyes revealed a few complexities. Because of some reasons, the power in her body would riot every once in a while. During this period, she would become incredibly tyrannical, and the title of Shindemoness had nothing to do with it. This kind of tyranny had more or less affected her heart. This emotion was like a seed that took root in her heart, making her fall deeper and deeper into it. The root of the problem was that no solution could be found, not even to alleviate it, but only to be suppressed by a tough mind. This situation, however, was becoming more and more frequent, so frequent that it caused her to despair a little, and also made it more and more painful for her to suppress it. Fortunately, at this time, she met Lin Yu. Although she didn't know why, Shinjiro realized that as long as she was close to Lin Yu, the tyrannical aura in her body would calm down, and even her heart would become peaceful. Therefore, that was why she came to Lin Yu's room from time to time, in order to try and suppress the aura within her body. This proved to be useful. After more than 2 months, she had almost seldom bred tyrannical emotions, and everything was back on track, which was also a major reason why she had returned to the Devil's Abyss. After staring at Lin Yu's side face for a long time, Shinjiro sighed slightly. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to say that Lin Yu's good-looking face was also an important factor in her willingness to get close to, and even not resist, sleeping in the same bed. If Lin Yu didn't have this good-looking face and was instead an ugly man, Shinjiro would definitely not have been willing to instruct him in cultivation, much less be so close to him. It had to be said that sometimes, being good-looking was really a heavenly advantage. Chapter 113, Leaving. Early the next morning. As the sky dawned, Shinjiro's cicada-like eyelashes fluttered slightly for 2 seconds, and then a pair of soul-stirring beautiful eyes opened. She stood up. The movement is so gentle that people can't believe that this will be the chin which that makes people afraid of fear. The beauty get-up posture is naturally 1,000 flavors, but unfortunately, this scene can't be appreciated by anyone. Slightly looked at 2 eyes or sleeping Lin Yu, Shinjiro stretched out her right index finger, long fingers, nails gently a scratch, then her hand appeared something, but in an instant and disappeared, should be received by her in the storage ring. After that, she gently leapt. Her movements were elegant and light, like a cat, leaping onto the windowsill. Then, her body moved slightly, and in an instant, she left building A. The entire process was silent, even Lin Yu did not have the slightest perception. After leaving the room, Shinjiro had no more worries about the party, and the whole person transformed into a bolt of lightning and swept towards the sky. With such amazing speed, she soon arrived at the border area of Yang City. As the fringe of Yang City, this place was leaning against the bustling Yang City, while at the same time connecting to the wilderness area, which created the peculiar sight of the border area, a bustling area that was dilapidated and barren. Not far away, a high tower towers. The tower is hundreds of meters, looks extremely lofty and spectacular. However, upon closer inspection, it was rusted and covered in moss. But the most surprising thing is, in the tower above, there are 3 figures standing in the air. Looking from a distance, 2 of the figures, with long flowing hair, looked extremely spontaneous. Needless to say, these are 2 women. Seemingly sensing Shinjiro's arrival, the 3 figures instantly turned into streams of light and ran towards her. "Captain! Captain!" Moments later, 2 mature and clear voices sounded successively, and 2 women in black combat uniforms appeared in front of Shinjiro. Lin Jiao and Zhang Heng. They were all 6th grade martial artists, members of the demon hunting squad, with superb strength, and had a great reputation in the demon abyss.
Jiro nodded slightly as a greeting.
Behind Li Jia's two daughters, a handsome man followed, revealing a smile. Long time no see, Jiro. Jiro glanced at him coldly. I told you, don't call so intimately.
Yes, Captain Qin.
Seeing that Jiro seemed to have the intention of getting angry, the handsome man had no choice but to change his words. Only then did Jiro withdraw her gaze.
Captain, you're fine now? Li Jia asked curiously. It's fine, the heart fire is suppressed. Jiro said, found some methods.
Zhang Heng laughed. No wonder you haven't come to the Devil's Abyss during this period of time, Captain, you've actually found a solution, congratulations.
The handsome man was puzzled. You've been at Yangdu Wudu University during this recent period, right? What method was used? Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you out a bit. That won't be necessary. Besides, you can't help.
Jiro took a step forward, and like a gust of wind, she instantly disappeared in place. Looking at Jiro's distant back, the handsome man shook his head with a bitter smile.
By phone, the captain is such a character.
Seeing that the handsome man was a bit lost, Li Jia stepped forward and comforted him.
I've long gotten used to it, for so many years, it's always been like this.
The handsome man laughed. It would be strange to have her really get along so well. Bai Feng is mentally strong as hell, don't worry about him. Zhang Heng said to Li Jia, it's been so long, the captain doesn't even look at him squarely. If it were me, I would have broken down long ago. He's good, he's been rejected by the captain so many times, and he doesn't have the slightest intention of giving up. After a pause, Zhang Heng looked at Bai Feng, but then again, you really shouldn't keep following us around like this. When the time comes, the captain can't help but blame us.
That can't be helped.
Bai Feng spread his hands. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I'll just have to commit to you guys.
You're really cheeky.
Zhang Heng said helplessly, it's completely pointless for you to follow us like this, and the captain won't be able to agree to you joining the demon hunting squad, so why bother?
Bai Feng wasn't angry either and said smilingly, I'm happy to.
You really? Zhang Heng also stopped saying anything. With your character, it's strange that the captain can like you. Bai Feng immediately collected his smile and said seriously, then what character does she like? I'll change it. The captain likes. Zhang Heng hesitated, I don't know, but it's definitely not your character. That can't be said, in case I'm the dish. Bai Feng resumed his smirking posture. Besides, after so many years, amongst the males, I'm the only one who's closest to Jiro.
I think that I still have a good chance. Less self-hypnotizing, where is it close?
Zhang Heng rolled her eyes. It's not because you're so dead set on following our squad, the captain hasn't even looked at you squarely.
But she hasn't even looked at another man, has she? Bai Feng said.
Forget it, Zhang Heng, don't try to persuade him, it won't work.
Li Jia said. Then what if the captain blames it? You'll resist? Zhang Heng didn't have the good sense to say. It's also.
Hearing Zhang Heng say that, Li Jia also had a bit of a headache and didn't know what to do. Don't worry about it, in any case, I'll explain to Jiro and won't blame you guys. Seeing the two women in this state, Bai Feng comforted. He. The two women laughed coldly at the same time.
You explain?
You're lucky to be able to talk to the captain, and you're still explaining.
Who gave you that confidence? Yang Xiafeng? Bai Feng smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything.
Forget it, let's not talk to him, let's go. Li Jia leaped and swept in Jiro's direction. Zhang Heng gave Bai Feng a deep look. It's fine if you want to follow, but don't say I didn't remind you that the captain is going to get angry if you get too close.
Understood, keeping a distance, I have experience.
White Wind said lazily. That's good. Subsequently, the two of them left the spot one after the other. As for Bai Feng, he was even keeping an extreme distance from Zhang Heng. Soon, Zhang Heng and Li Jia caught up with Jiro. I said, don't get involved with Bai Feng, I don't want anything to do with him. Sensing that the two women had followed, Jiro said coldly. Didn't have anything to do with him, it's him who wanted to follow up. Captain, you're not unaware that we're not as strong as him, we can't do anything with him.
Zhang Heng even explained. Right, and we can't get rid of him, we also have a headache.
Li Jia smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Jiro's willow brows frowned lightly. Forget it, I'll deal with it when the time comes.
Aha! Zhang Heng nodded. By the way, Captain, how did you resolve the heart fire?
I'm also quite curious, this problem has been troubling the captain for a long time now, even Senior Jin Demon had no solution. Is Yangdu Wuda really this amazing?
Li Jia said. Both women looked at Jiro curiously, expecting an answer.
However, out of the two women's expectation was that it was just a casual question, to say or not to say, it was just a matter of words. Jiro, on the other hand, shouted, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The tone was cold and seemed to be somewhat angry. Oh, Zhang Heng nodded with a lack of interest. Jiro suddenly drew up her speed, leaving the two women far behind. Looking at Jiro's distant back, Zhang Heng and Li Jia glanced at each other and looked at each other in dismay, a thought popping up in their hearts coincidentally.
How does it feel? The captain isn't actually angry. Rather, it's like some. Irritated?
The moment this thought came out, it instantly stunned the two of them, and then they simultaneously shook their heads, shaking this ridiculous thought out of their minds and speeding up to follow.
Impossible, impossible, it must be a hallucination. What kind of person is the captain? How could he have such emotions?
At the very front, Shinjiro's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, somewhat plagued with anger.
This kind of thing, can it be said? Chapter 114, Experiences.
At 7 a.m., Lin Yu woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt empty and cool behind him. This empty is still understandable, after all, Shinjiro have left, this is normal.
But cool whooshing is what is going on. It's hard not to believe that I am a first-grade martial artist, but I can still catch a cold and catch a cold?
Lin Yu wondered and reached behind his back.
The skin is smooth, the skin is tender and cute, the muscles are very strong, it's not right, this is not the point. The point is, where are my clothes?
Lin Yu swished a startled sit-up, the body of the clothes off a look. The back of the clothes was missing a large piece, the edge was cut neatly, obviously man-made.
Holding the mutilated clothing, Lin Yu fell into deep thought.
To be able to silently cut away the clothes on one's body while one was asleep, this tactic must be the work of a strong person.
As for which strong man, well.
Putting his clothes away, Lin Yu sighed slightly and turned his head to look at the empty pillow.
Can't you just say you want clothes directly?
There were plenty in the closet.
I'm in a panic about this. It's just, don't dwell on that.
In the middle of the day, after finding a set of clothes from the closet and changing into them, Lin Yu headed straight to the practice room. Time passes, and before you know it, it will be October 1st.
Practice room.
Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out, and a pitch-black arc of light flew through the air in a flash, with astonishing speed. This heavenly martial sword technique, it's finally a small accomplishment in the true sense of the word. Looking at the pitch-black arc of light that flickered before his eyes, a smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. During this period of time, he had been frantically cultivating the battle technique every day in the practice room, getting up early in the morning and sweating like rain. When his chi and blood were gone, he relied on the chi and blood pills to replenish them. Under such bitter cultivation, it was finally today that he reached a stable 1.4 times increase. On how terrifying a self-disciplined martial artist can be. Of course, to be able to make it this far, in addition to his amazing enlightenment, he had also paid a big price, nearly 100 second-grade chi and blood pills. With his current chi and blood, the first-grade chi and blood elixir could no longer satisfy his needs, while a second-grade chi and blood elixir would cost him 10 points of merit, and he would have to consume 3 of them a day. One day down, 30 points of merit badges had gone down the drain. Therefore, in this month of cultivation, he had spent a full 1,090 merit points to cultivate his battle techniques, an act that was extremely extravagant. Such a rate of consumption, if outsiders knew about it, they were bound to be in awe. Under normal circumstances, even if an ordinary first-grade martial artist wanted to squander their chi and blood, it would still take time. The reason why Lin Yu was able to do so was because the heavenly martial sword technique was originally a highly explosive battle technique. For another, it was because his chi and blood were strong and could withstand such a depletion, and his own foundation was very strong. If it were anyone else, even if so many chi and blood pills were thrown in front of him, there would be no way to refine them. Watching the merit on his account drop all the way from 2,500 points to 1,410 points, Lin Yu was relieved, and at the same time, his flesh ached. Effective was effective, it was just a bit too costly in terms of merit badges. Forget it, it's all worth it for just the battle method breakthrough. Sighing and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Yu returned inside the dormitory and began to pack his things. Today was also a rather special day. After more than 3 months of teaching, most of the new students had mastered their chi and blood, becoming true martial artists. Therefore, Yangdu Martial University decided to organize the new students to enter the wilderness area for training. And the time, it was set for today. After changing into his combat uniform, putting on his military backpack, and taking an inventory of some more common items, Lin Yu arrived at the location he had agreed upon with Lin Jiao and the others, Yang Lake. Yang Lake was a lake located in the south campus of Yangdu Wushu University. The scenery was extremely beautiful, and from time to time, men and women would choose to rendezvous here. When Lin Yu arrived at Yang Lake, Lin Jiao and Zhang Shui, they were already waiting at the edge of Yang Lake. Seeing Lin Yu's late arrival, Wang Ran raised her willow eyebrows, finally willing to come? If you don't come again, I thought you were going to stand us up? There was quite a resentment between the words, obviously having waited for a long time. Lin Yu smiled and said, I'm not late, the agreed upon 9 o'clock collection, isn't it exactly 9 o'clock now? Can't you come earlier? Wang Ran glared. Can't. Lin Yu shook his head, decisively. You. Wang Ran was so angry that her lungs hurt a little. This dead straight boy, where is the reason to let a girl wait for a boy? Okay, Lin Yu is also right, the agreed collection at 9 o'clock, he really wasn't late. Lin Jiao said with a smile. Exactly. Lin Yu nodded his head with a serious expression, deeply convinced. Yes. Wang Ran looked at Lin Yu and then at Lin Jiao, muttering, the two of you are clearly uniting to bully me alone. Which is bullying you? I'm just discussing the matter and being reasonable. Lin Jiao helplessly said. That's right, be reasonable. Lin Yu nodded again.
Forget it, can't say it, you two, singing in unison. Wang Ran rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill.
Don't dwell on this, let's go find the mentor first, there are still 2 team members that we haven't seen yet. Zhang Shui came out and rounded off the scene.
Alright.
Wang Ran didn't dwell on this topic either, I just don't know what the mentor and the other 2 teammates are like. I don't know about the teammates, but the mentor was assigned a long time ago. Zhang Shui said, our lead mentor is the mentor of our academy.
Mentor? Lin Yu was slightly stunned, wasn't this that arbitration office's mentor? Yes, quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Zhang Shui smiled. That day, Lin Yu and Wang Lei, she also went to watch. Naturally, she knew the reason why Lin Yu froze.
Quite a coincidence indeed.
Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Let's go, who cares about coincidence, it's the same for any tutor.
Wang Ran said.
Soon, the group arrived at the office of the. At this moment, there were 2 youths in the office in addition to besides, thinking that they should be the teammates assigned by the school. When these 2 youths saw Lin Jiao and the others come in, their expressions stagnated and their faces were filled with amazement, as well as uncontrollable joy. This sister, she is also too beautiful, isn't she? The gazes of the 2 instantly focused on Lin Jiao's face, unable to move away.
Looks like you guys are the teammates assigned by the school, right?
An inch-haired youth took a step out, his tone slightly pompous. My name is Du Jiang, a freshman from the Thermal Weapons Academy, please teach me more.
Hello, I'm Lin Jiao.
Lin Jiao smiled slightly and also gave her name, Lin Yu, and the others also introduced themselves in turn. After some introductions, the crowd sort of had a rough knowledge of this temporary team. These 2 people assigned by the school were both freshman students of the Thermal Weapons Academy.
Du Jiang and Zhao Lei. Alright, since you've all been introduced, let's get to the point. Seeing that everyone had finished introducing themselves, he stood up from his seat and smiled. I don't need to be introduced, do I?
No need, how can we not know who you are, mentor? Zhao Lei immediately delivered a horse's ass.
Saying, alright then, I'll talk to you about this time's experience.
His face suddenly became serious as he said in a deep voice, after 3 months of training, and being able to qualify to participate in this adventure, I believe that all of you have already become a full-fledged martial artist.
All of you are capable of holding your own.
Even more so, some of you are the absolute best amongst the 1st grade. Hearing these words, Du Jiang and Zhao Lei unconsciously listened to stiffen their chests, clearly righting the ship. Of course, this act of theirs wasn't blind confidence. After all, a hot weapon martial artist was very advantageous at the low-grade stage, a hot weapon martial artist whose physical quality had reached the threshold of the 1st grade, as long as they had the money and could exchange for better weapons, battling an ordinary 2nd grade wasn't much of a problem. Therefore, in their view, it was natural to say that it was them, and at that moment, they were a little dejected. In fact, this is not their vanity, it is really Lin Jiao's face value is too able to beat. Just one door will be 2 people fascinated to touch the north.
What's more, although Zhang Shui and Wang Ran are somewhat inferior to Lin Jiao, they are also first-class beauties.
It was considered human nature to display one's power in front of a beautiful woman. Du Jiang and Zhao Lei were full of confidence, and their afterglow quietly glanced towards Lin Jiao, wanting to observe this pretty girl's reaction.
He. Will it be a big surprise? Unfortunately, Lin Jiao's expression remained bland and completely unsurprised.
They then put their eyes on Wang Ran and Zhang Shui again. However, Wang Ran and Zhang Shui's expressions were also as light as water, very calm. It seems that these 3 sisters are a bit shy. Du Jiang and his duo said in their hearts and came to a conclusion. Taking in the reactions of the crowd, they sighed slightly in their hearts. The mental quality of this Thermal Weapons Academy students was indeed too much worse than Lin Yu and the others. Showing off was a bit heavy. However, it didn't say anything and continued with the topic from earlier. What being a formal martial artist means, you guys should also be clear about. Becoming a martial artist means that, on your bodies, there is an additional point of responsibility. Battling demons, fighting ferocious beasts, and defending your family and country, this is the realization that every martial artist should have. And today will be the day you fulfill this duty. You guys, does anyone want to quit? No. The crowd said in unison, all looking solemn.
Are you kidding me? Having reached this point, who would still back down? The main thing is that if he withdraws now, he will be directly expelled from Yangdu Wushu University. Very well.
Nodding, his expression relaxed quite a bit, he sat back in his seat and waved towards the crowd. All sit down, there's no need to be so tense. The crowd sat in groups around them. When the people were seated, they spoke. Then I will talk about the details of this operation. First of all, the location of this experience is the wilderness area of Yangdu, and I will lead the team. Considering that this is your first time entering the wilderness area, I will step in to ensure your safety when necessary. However, other than in times of crisis, I will not step in at other times. So, whether or not you can complete the experience or not, it still depends on yourselves.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded and asked, then what is the standard of the experience? Is it simply hunting ferocious beasts?
Of course not. Shaking his head, I will tell you the specific itinerary after arriving at the wilderness area. There's no rush yet. However, for this adventure, each of you has a quota. If you fail to complete the quota, it means that the adventure has failed, and you may be dealt with by dropping out.
Withdrawal, this is too serious, right? Du Jiang frowned. Serious?
He snorted, not serious at all. You have to know that Yangdu Wushu University doesn't accept idle people. Moreover, these targets are not difficult to accomplish. If you can't even accomplish this task, staying in Yangdu Wudu University is a waste of time. It doesn't make sense to have bad talent and yet occupy the best resources.
Du Jiang didn't say anything.
Of course, saying this isn't to scare you guys.
He said in a serious tone, rather, it's to let you all know the seriousness of the situation. When you're in the wilderness area, all pay attention, don't think that you can just muddle through.
Of course, relatively speaking, your team's strength is of a very strong kind.
To be honest, I don't really think that any of you will fail to complete the target.
But I hope that you guys can take a good grade on the rating, which will be very beneficial to you.
There's a rating for calendars?
Lin Yu asked with interest. Of course. Nodding his head, the ratings are divided into a total of 3 levels: passing, excellent, and perfect. I will base my scores on your actual combat in the wilderness area and how well you completed your missions.
Moreover, for this experience, the school has specifically allocated funds to set up rewards. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards for this experience. See what I mean?
The crowd nodded in unison. Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said, and since it's all understood, you guys get ready, bring everything you need to bring, and we'll meet at the school gates later.
Said.
Rather, there's nothing to prepare.
Lin Yu shrugged. Us too. Lin Jiao and the others chimed in.
Good, then let's just set off and save some time.
Smiling, he said.
Then what? Just then, Du Jiang raised his hand, a little embarrassed. Zhao Lei and I, there are some things to bring. Zhao Lei was also looking a little embarrassed. It's fine, it's normal for your thermal weapons academy to have more stuff. Later you guys will just come directly to the school entrance.
Also not caring, laughed.
Well, thank you, mentor.
Du Jiang and his duo got up and went out of the office.
Let's go too. Getting up, he said towards the crowd.
Lin Yu and the others got up.
Under the lead of, the crowd quickly arrived at the school entrance.
Just out of the school gate, he made an action that was out of Lin Yu's expectation.
He reached toward his waist and pulled out so much, not knowing what kind of thing he pulled out, and then gently pressed it.
Drop! Drop! Not far away, a military maglev flashed twice. Driving there?
Lin Yu was a little surprised.
Right.
Rightfully, he said, what else?
You want to walk?
Rin Yu. MP, originally thought that martial artists would use some high-end way to travel, but I didn't think that it was actually still a car ride.
True technology changes life. Don't feel surprised, it's quite normal.
Patting Lin Yu's shoulder, it's just that those 6th grade martial artists are able to fly in the sky and not have to use these tools. As for the other martial artists, they all have to rely on vehicles or warplanes to catch up. Don't think that becoming a martial artist is anything special. In fact, it's just an ordinary person who is a bit stronger. Of course, if you can be a strong person, that's another story.
Understood. Lin Yu nodded, it's just that I feel a little weird. Understood.
A trace of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Back then, I also thought the same thing, becoming a martial artist, that's so awesome. It's just that I later realized that it's not really that big of a deal, so I slowly got used to it.
Lin Yu gave a light hum and didn't say anything. The crowd just stood outside the school waiting for Du Jiang and the two of them.
After about 10 minutes, 2 figures hurriedly ran out from the school. These two, both had backpacks on their backs, and that backpack, compared to the backpack that Lin Yu was carrying, was more than 10 times bigger and bulging. In contrast, the person with the backpack was simply so small that it was negligible. From a distance, it looked like the 2 big bags had grown legs and were running wildly on the ground.
This is also too exaggerated.
A line of people are dumbfounded, they see out. This 2 people is Du Jiang and Zhao Lei.
Carrying such 2 large bags, were they moving?
But it is not thought, see the habit, spoke, don't be surprised, hot weapon martial artists don't carry more bullets by the time how to die don't know.
Hot weapon martial artists, are all like this? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask.
Not really, it's estimated that the 2 of them are carrying relatively ordinary thermal weapons, so they have to carry more bullets. Slightly more advanced weapons are actually powered by special energy sources, it's not that exaggerated.
Explained. Understood.
Lin Yu nodded his head, meaning that the thermal weapons of these 2 goods could not be on the table. Between the 2 of them talking, Du Jiang and Zhao Lei finally arrived in front of them. Du Jiang opened his mouth and said, sorry to keep you waiting.
It wasn't that long of a wait.
Pointing towards the military maglev in the distance, he smiled and said, get in.
All right.
Zhao Lei and the other 2 jogged towards the magnetic levitation vehicle.
Then, the problem came.
The bags they were carrying were too big. It wouldn't fit in the trunk. For a while, Du Jiang and Zhao Lei looked at each other with some embarrassment, not knowing what to do.
How can we get on the car? But it is still calm, obviously has seen a big scene, not panic into the car, not long, the rear of the car behind the 2 blocks of fenders sticking out.
You two, sit on the fenders, pay attention to fix the bag. Poking his head out of the window, he shouted.
Us? Du Jianjian said. Right. These two boards? Zhao Lei was shocked, his eyelids twitched. This, sitting outside the car? How low is that? The two men looked at the slippery fender and lapsed into silence.
Hurry up, don't delay. Seeing that the two were delayed and somewhat disgruntled, he hastily droned. Yes, yes. The two men were jolted, and then they took a gentle leap with their bags on their backs and sat on the fender.
Lin Yu, you guys get on.
After arranging Du Jiang and the two, he turned his head to look at Lin Yu and the others on the other side. Good. Lin Yu nodded and then got into the car, with Lin Jiao and the others following. The interior of the car was very spacious and the decoration was extremely luxurious. It looked like a premium item, it was very comfortable to sit in and the experience was excellent. Of course, this was for Lin Yu and the others. On Du Jiang and Zhao Lei's side, it wasn't easy. Holy, what is this thing? Looking at the several metal straps sticking out from his feet, Zhao Lei was alarmed. This thing, which automatically stuck out as soon as he sat up, was a bit of a bluff. For fixing, otherwise what if we fall down later? Du Jiang said. Also. Zhao Lei nodded, but there's another problem. At such a fast speed, do you think we can hold up? Should be able to, after all, we are also considered martial artists. Du Jiang also cannot decide. Well said, is also a martial artist. This degree of impact should be able to withstand it, right? Should. Zhao Lei hesitated. Why don't we talk to our mentor and we. His words were interrupted only halfway through, as the maglev started with a bang and instantly leapt out. There was no defense. Du Jiang and Zhao Lei's bodies tilted forward under the huge inertia, their faces were deformed, and they almost fell out, but fortunately those metal bands stopped the two of them. Well, this thing really works. Two barriers arose from the flaps, surrounding them tightly, obviously purposely used to protect the duo in consideration of the dangers they would face sitting outside. It is safe as hell, just not too elegant. Imagine, a very cool military maglev car but is sitting on two people, the body is also carrying two big bags. No, also understand that they are in the maglev car, do not know it. Thought it was in a tractor. Too embarrassing. Listening to the faint sounds of jokes and laughter coming from inside the car, the two of them wanted to cry. Lazy, Du Jiang spoke after a long time. Ha! I finally understand why those seniors keep telling us over and over again that we must buy a truck. Me too. Ugh. It's all a lesson in blood.